Chen, the youngest member of the Decepticons, refers to himself as a delicate information agent. When Flyover Mountain pursued him, this cat-eared youth effortlessly subdued the Autobot with a single move. Brother, I am merely a desk worker. Then explain this method of binding. Red Spider dotes on him like a younger brother, while Soundwave serves as his backing. Through his adorable antics and unparalleled yo-yo skills, he deftly navigates between the two factions. Little Red Brother, I quite fancy this red chassis. Witness how this seemingly harmless Decepticon pet employs the cutest of expressions to execute the most audacious deeds. Chapter 1. Wow, it's a red chassis. In this desolate place, running around is exceedingly dull, especially when searching for energy signals. Why do I suddenly miss the Decepticons? Wait, Flyover Mountain, don't speak carelessly, beware of the jinx. Hey, Arsai, you know me, how could I be a jinx? Amidst the arid wilderness, a red vehicle sped by. As Flyover Mountain monitored the radar, he engaged in casual banter with Arsai. Did you come to Nevada, just for fun? What nonsense. I'm here on official business. A blip appeared on the radar, and Flyover Mountain grinned triumphantly. See, we found it. Oh, and there's a Decepticon member I've never seen before. He definitely has the air of a high-ranking officer. A simple drift brought them to the edge of a mine, where the massive reprisal warship passed overhead. However, Flyover Mountain's focus was not on the colossal ship or the expansive mine, but rather on a pair of pointed ears peeking out from behind a mineral cluster, adorned with the Decepticon insignia. Since we've never seen him, he must be quite important to the Decepticons. Flyover Mountain, proceed with caution. Rest assured, Arsai. Chuckling softly, he transformed back into vehicle mode and sped downhill. Watch me catch this cat. Brother, I am merely a delicate information agent. I truly do not wish to fight you. Inside the mine, a black and purple metallic bipedal mech dashed away, a youthful voice tinged with static emanating from nowhere, reaching the audio receiver of the bright red vehicle in pursuit. Huh? An intelligence agent? Then I must pursue you even more fervently. The black and purple mech swiftly navigated the winding paths of the mine, his slightly oversized form exhibiting remarkable agility, while the vibrant red vehicle relentlessly chased after him. The above dialogue encapsulated the exchange between these beings that transcended normal human comprehension. Ugh, I can't keep this up. Little Red Brother will surely catch me, he muttered under his breath, dodging the sharp edges of the energy ores, before executing a seamless turn, standing tall as he watched the red vehicle transform midair over a small cluster of low minerals, ultimately taking on a robust upright form with horn-like protrusions atop its head, towering significantly over him. The two stood in a standoff. The black and purple mech gazed at his crimson counterpart, his voice tinged with a childlike petulance. This is so annoying. I clearly just wanted to have some fun. Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he yanked something back, ensnaring the red mech in a web-like binding, leaving him bewildered for a moment before stammering, You call this a delicate information agent? How did you do that? Huh, haven't you heard the saying on this planet? Speed is the essence of martial arts? Where would I have known? Internally grumbling, he discreetly opened a private channel to call for assistance. And don't think about calling for help. I've already temporarily disrupted communications in this area. His optical visor displayed a mask, emanating faint orange light as he spoke, the screen above his eyes shifting patterns before settling on a smiling crescent shape, combined with a head sculpt resembling a creature known as a cat, giving off an odd sense of youthful mischief. What am I even thinking? Moreover, it was strangely familiar, as if he had heard this voice before. Flyover Mountain shook off the peculiar thoughts and once again observed the audio receiver resembling cat ears emblazoned with the Decepticon emblem, glancing back at the youth who continued to chatter incessantly. Good thing I brought this little trinket I salvaged from humans. Do you know what this is? It's a yo-yo, and I specifically crafted a larger model, using information transmission lines from my master. Indeed, what's binding you now is... Flyover Mountain fell silent, finally seizing a moment to interject. You must not have spoken to anyone in ages. The mech, who had been pacing back and forth before him, suddenly halted, his speech cut short. He turned his head, the cat-eye pattern on his visor flickering into a crescent, before he cheerfully replied, That's hard to say. Let me ponder how to deal with you. Stroking his chin, he resumed the conversation, disregarding Flyover Mountain's scornful gaze, his eyes drifting to the distant sky, pausing momentarily before sketching an enigmatic smiley face on the visor, sending tingles down Flyover Mountain's spine. The black and purple mech continued to smile. So, this red chassis, shall we negotiate? My name is Chen. Flyover Mountain raised an eyebrow. What trick is this little fellow up to now? Thus, the situation unfolded. I cannot fathom why I agreed to him. The detailed account is not particularly detailed, merely a recollection of my near-instinctive response. Although what I truly wished to express at the time may not have been those words. Hence, I still wish to inquire, is this what you call temporary cooperation? Bound upon a makeshift platform of parts, dragged by the cat-head figure before me, Flyover Mountain could not help but roll his eyes, taking on the role of a critic. Is this how you treat a partner in collaboration? Peering at the distinctly metallic black and purple conical hat hanging behind the cat-head figure, he pondered how it conjured so many parts from his own form to lay him down. What nonsense is this? Chen retorted stubbornly, adopting a childlike demeanor. I have indeed laid the groundwork for you. Yes, 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 you even laid down a mat for me. You really have me in tears. Feeble pouted, staring for a moment at the swaying straw hat on Chen's back, which bobbed along with his uneven stride, feeling increasingly drowsy. Thus, he refrained from further speech, rolled over on the board, tucked the information transmission line that bound him beneath his body, and assumed a more comfortable position to rest his eyes. Hey, wake up. In his hazy state, he was gently shaken a few times. Xiaohong is nearby. This is a great opportunity for us to proceed with the collaboration. After being roused, Feeble sat in a daze for a moment before finally coming to his senses. He moved his body, noticing that the binding information transmission line had seemingly been loosened, though it had never been tightly bound in the first place. He glanced around the layered mineral clusters, spotting Chen, who was secretly observing, his rear and the only visible part. Feeble bit his lip and gave him a kick. Chen was clearly startled, puffing up defensively while pointing at Feeble. Come on, I'm just trying to gather intel here. If Xiaohong discovers me, you won't have a good outcome. How unfortunate, he replied, though he showed no signs of genuine remorse. Chen snorted but said nothing further, adopting a serious demeanor. You remember what we discussed before, right? This is a rare opportunity. Feeble nodded, putting aside his playful thoughts. After a brief silence, the two shared a knowing smile. Brother, I'm merely a frail intelligence agent. I truly do not wish to fight you. An intelligence officer? That means I must chase you down even more. Such a familiar scenario, he mused. Red Spider was merely traversing the depths of this mine. He could have comfortably stayed aboard the Punishment, watching the Decepticons complete their tasks. However, his colleague, the formidable Soundwave of the Decepticons, informed him that his little one had wandered into the territory of the Autobots. Although the two factions had yet to encounter each other, given his temperament, one could not predict what extraordinary events might unfold. Thus, he impulsively sought out his child, taking the opportunity to observe the entire mining operation. What? You say my hard-earned vacation is gone? Please, it's little Chen after all. Who doesn't adore a cute little cat boy? Right? So, here he was, on the lookout for Chen when a notification pinged through his private channel, a message from Soundwave. Before he could check it, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. Before he could turn around, something whizzed past him, forcing his perspective to spin a full 180 degrees. The youthful indignation of his child echoed behind him. Xiaohong, he's bullying me. Though he had yet to grasp what had transpired, even his perspective still not righted, the first instinct upon recognizing his child's voice was to unfurl his wings and shield him protectively behind his body. Of course, he subconsciously believed that the little cat would not fight and indeed could not fight, seemingly forgetting that he had been turned around by some force. Before him stood a completely red-painted Transformer. Red Spider recognized him as an Autobot. However, Feeble was observing him, seemingly contemplating retreat as he felt the situation turning against him, yet he was reluctant to abandon this mobile intelligence repository, a prime opportunity, and thus hesitated. Stealing a glance at his private channel, he noted Soundwave's message detailing Chen's position before quickly sending a message stating, I have found him, but there has been a slight unexpected incident, and redirected his focus to the immediate situation. This red-bodied fellow, Chen peeked out from behind Red Spider's wing, appearing even smaller perched on the side of the wing. Taking advantage of his own superior stance, he waggled his head and declared, I have always had a soft spot for your color, so I shall grant you a chance to escape. You have 5 seconds to consider your options and flee. 5, 4. Feeble hesitated no longer, transforming into his vehicle form and darting away. 2.1. The display screen showcased a mischievous grin as Chen released his grip on Red Spider's wing, leaping down. Red Spider swiftly pursued, while Chen followed with an air of delight, exclaiming, Xiaohong, don't kill him right away, I rather like him. It was a given that ground speed could not match flight, and soon, the two were engaged in combat. After a while, Chen arrived leisurely, sitting nearby and enjoying the spectacle. His ears perked up, and he tilted his head to observe the distance obscured by rock layers, as if peering through the stone to glimpse something. Everyone had arrived, so we couldn't let them wait idly. Right? So, it seems I am indeed indispensable. With a flick of his modified yo-yo, he silently vanished from the spot. Chen patted the head of feeble, who was dangling from a sturdy stone pillar, smiling at Red Spider, who surveyed him before finally asking, "So how did you manage that, Chen? You never mentioned you had this skill before." Being fast allows one to do as they please. Why didn't I notice this before? Red Spider mumbled, then turned to speak in a motherly tone. But this is indeed a good thing, at least we no longer need to worry so much about your safety. Also, you seem quite adept at binding people, perhaps you could also set up some ropes and hooks in the future. And would that not present an opportunity to recruit you to our front line? Red Spider. Chen, Catboy covers face.jpg. But Xiaohong, time is running out. Chen tugged at Red Spider's wing, reminding him in a hushed tone. The time referred to was when their leader could possibly return. Red Spider had always trusted Chen's instincts, and Chen was well aware that Red Spider had other motives for this outing, such as assessing the mine's situation and completing the report before Megatron's return. Don't ask how he knew. Red Spider's wings abruptly recoiled, visibly startled, prompting him to instruct Chen to return first while he hurriedly departed. In that direction, the little white figure on the display screen waved goodbye as Chen pointed in a direction, watching as Red Spider disappeared into the shadows of the mine before lowering his hand. The display screen transformed into a crescent moon smile, and then he turned to look at feeble. Chapter 2. The pitiful flight of mountain once again faces despair. Are you the only one from the Decepticons? I did not come here to fight. Naturally, the fewer people, the better. After all, there is no overtime. Breathing a quiet sigh of relief, the Red Spider opened a private channel to Soundwave, stating, Xiao Yinxing is still nearby. I just made contact with him. Given his current chip personality, he will likely meddle. A prompt reply arrived. Soundwave. Then you stay with him? I will speak to him and instruct him to return swiftly. Ah, Xiaohong, I finally found you. The Red Spider painfully pressed his head. Indeed. The most unwanted scenario had materialized. The black and purple feline head sauntered leisurely, dragging the component plate, and took its place between the opposing sides. Opening a private channel, he quickly crafted a message and sent it out. Red Spider. No need to say more. He is already here. I am Optimus Prime. Yes, I am the leader of the Autobots, or bots, and at this moment, I stand with 3 companions at a mining site, confronting the Red Spider from the opposing faction, the Decepticons. This location is a mine of super energy, a place that neither side can easily forsake. Furthermore, the most significant aspect is that we received a distress signal from Flight of Mountain, also a member of the Autobots, prompting our arrival. Flight of Mountain, you look just like a lifeless shell, remarked Flight of Mountain, who lay on a metallic plate, secured tightly with information conduits, appearing utterly motionless, as if he had fainted. Come and see this. Yinxing pointed at Flight of Mountain, directing his gaze towards the bots. This provocative statement and gesture transformed into a display of a young cat flaunting its freshly caught prey. The crescent moon smile on the screen remained unchanged, still beaming. This is the incredibly skilled Xiaohong who helped me catch him. The Red Spider felt numerous scorching gazes directed at him from the opposite side. One in particular radiated an intense hostility, as if wishing to end his existence. Red Spider, I am unworthy of such attention. Thank you for your fear. Although Yinxing's demeanor did indeed evoke an inexplicable sense of trust and affection, the scene before him was difficult to loathe. Is this the reason you all vent your anger on me? The Red Spider inquired. But I'm not at fault. I won't disclose who it is. Calm down, Alcy. Stay composed. The partition was at a loss regarding how to quell Alcy's agitation and ultimately wrapped her shoulders, lifting her entirely, unsure of where to place his hands, overwhelmed by the situation. Ultimately, the young child across the way, Bumblebee, cast a fleeting glance of concern towards their leader. At that moment, Optimus Prime was fixated on the youthful visage of Cybertron, seemingly lost in thought. The crescent moon smile displayed on the screen of flame was increasingly infuriating. Yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Oh dear, are you all producing an abundance of red chassis? If a third one appears, I might just consider a career change." Starscream sighed, pondering why their planetary cultural exchanges often yielded such bizarre curiosities shortly after each diplomatic excursion. It seemed Optimus had only just realized that the second red chassis mentioned referred to him. His form trembled slightly, and he parted his lips, yet regrettably, no words emerged. Back at the makeshift theater, Optimus Prime gazed starry-eyed at Ratchet. "You won't make me change to a completely red paint job, will you?" Optimus continued to stare. "Right? Hey, RC." As the partition stumbled, RC seized the opportunity to break free from her constraints, ultimately setting her sights on the seemingly harmless flame. With her blade extended, she aimed to strike directly at his head. Optimus was a moment too slow to intervene, and Starscream rushed to assist, yet still fell short. Meanwhile, Flame appeared blissfully unaware of the impending attack, engrossed in conversation. The blade struck the midsection of Flame's right ear, sparking as it cleaved through, leaving a sizable gash that emitted flickers of sparks and electricity. "Ouch, my ear!" Though the words were laced with an endearing tone, the look Flame directed at RC was anything but amicable, even through the visor's display. Starscream resolutely shielded Flame, his wings poised for action. "RC, come back!" Optimus shouted as he dashed over to provide support, casting another scrutinizing glance at the vividly feline-headed figure, internally lamenting, "And you too, Flame, calm down." A hint of surprise flickered across Flame's features, but he soon projected a grin imbued with mischief from the visor, gesturing with an open palm, as if orchestrating something. Having always been considerably shorter than the average Cybertronian, he now appeared even smaller, seemingly enamored with this position. Before long, he had clambered onto Starscream's wing, peering out and executing the aforementioned gesture. A sense of alarm surged within Optimus. He knew all too well what this signified. Soon, 4 laser cannons floated into view, their darkened barrels aimed squarely at RC and Optimus. They were constructed from various components. Remove the cap from the back, placing it atop the head, as the brilliant sparks of electric current are obscured. Lowering the brim also conceals the outermost layer of the optical display, leaving only a faint smile visible on the screen. Therefore, no matter how one attempts to evade, it proves futile. Then, amidst the rising clouds of dust and the dazzling yet deadly beams of light, a dangerous warmth emanates. As the haze dissipates, what unfolds before everyone is a scene of crimson fragmentation and the withering of life. Chen momentarily stands in stunned silence, repeatedly gazing at the metal plate that now bears no remnants of anything, bowing his head to exude an air of regret. "What a pity," he muses. "I had no intention of taking the life of any among you." He shrugs in resignation. The atmosphere grows still, save for the half-stifled sobs caught in throats. Even the loquacious Chen finds himself wavering. Yet ultimately he opts to embrace his shameless nature once more, ready to meet cold indifference with warmth. "I sincerely apologize, dear sister." He dares to offer distant comfort. The boy's remorseful voice seems to possess a certain enchantment, gently soothing Alcee with a tenderness akin to petting a cat. Though filled with a multitude of resentments towards him, she cannot bring herself to hurl coarse words in his direction. Why? We are, after all, adversaries. The situation has unfolded in a manner unforeseen by anyone. As a form of recompense, he once again lowers the brim of his cap, leaps from the wing, his tone unusually earnest as he speaks in a deep, measured voice. The metal plate, now awash with emptiness and sorrow, disassembles into countless parts, merging with the cap. As compensation, I shall return to you a complete version of him, and I shall not partake in what follows. With that declaration, his figure vanishes, never to reappear. Still, beyond the layers of mineral clusters and rocky terrain, far removed from the main battlefield, he simply stands in a relatively open space, waiting for my arrival. The matter has concluded, and though the resolution may not seem entirely equitable for either side, you can comprehend my position, can you not? Despite not understanding why events have escalated to such a point, nor why the relationship with the opposing individual has developed in this manner, an inexplicable yet profound sense of trust compels a nod in affirmation. Of course. That is reassuring. With a cheerful demeanor, he exclaims, grasping the other's hand. Let's return. Chapter 3. It seems Brother Wei has finally returned. Returned? Why so early this time? As he makes his way from his cabin toward the control room, he unexpectedly encounters the Soundwave headed in the same direction, clearly aware of Chen's recent escapades. Moreover, he seems quite accustomed to it. Master Yenching's display screen depicted a cat-like smile beneath its feline eyes. With great enthusiasm, he greeted ISNT, this just a chance encounter with Little Hongo during a skirmish? I was sent back by him. Did you get seen? No, just a scratch. The sonic wave swept across the optical lens beneath the display, finally settling on the ear, which still occasionally emitted sparks. Suddenly, Yinxing was overwhelmed with emotion, his cheerful visage replaced by a sorrowful emoticon. The diminutive cat-like figure grasped the sonic wave's arm, shaking it anxiously. Master, what if my ear's functionality diminishes because of this? Would you cast me aside? No, how could we? The sonic wave wished to pat Yinxing's head. But considering how he was so protective of his ear, he settled for a gentle stroke along his spine. Kneeling slightly, he leaned closer, whispering comfortingly, Little Yinxing, you are so remarkable, so adorable. How could we ever abandon you? Fear not, I am here. It seemed as if they had returned to the trepidation felt upon first arriving at the requital. He cradled the small figure, burying his head in his embrace and tenderly caressing the back of his head. The sonic wave uttered words almost identical to those from years past. Thank you. Perhaps it was that same issue again. My chip's memory has reverted to the time of boarding the ship, but thankfully is fine now. I truly appreciate your help. Yinxing appeared to regain his youthful exuberance, patting the sonic wave's armored gauntlet as a signal to be set down, waving goodbye. Then, Master, I shall take my leave. I will be in the control room, awaiting your return. He remained until Yinxing's form, with its pointed, feline ears, faded into the darkness. The sonic wave called upon a logistics-type Decepticon, pondering for a moment before speaking. Record this Little Yinxing's memory disorder, instances this month, add 1. Previously, the treatment room aboard the requital was devoid of personnel, yet it was adequately stocked with necessary supplies. A minor spark could easily be quelled. After meticulously examining himself, he was relieved to find that the crucial audio receiver situated at the center of his ear had remained unscathed. Otherwise, Yinxing would have had to seriously consider seeking a new master. Cat, Autobots, I am here. Ultimately, Yinxing chose to leave the crack as it was, merely ensuring it no longer emitted sparks. Exiting the treatment room, he turned a corner and slipped into a research room that had never been opened. He knew well that no one would be present, so his entrance was quite forthright. He boldly pushed the door open, immediately spotting a claw hammer ensconced within a transparent cabinet. With determination, he retrieved it and, after considerable effort, successfully affixed it to his left forearm. Originally, it was merely a modest clawed ejection device, and with the parts concealed, they would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Thus, the little feline had never contemplated the potential consequences of being discovered. Suddenly, an urge to formulate contingency strategies arose, spurred by an instinctive awareness that momentous events were destined to unfold in the future. Silently, they entered the control room, where Soundwave was receiving coordinates for the deployment of Decepticon reinforcements. It appeared that Red Spider's confrontation with 3 adversaries was proving somewhat arduous. Come here, keep an eye on things, Soundwave instructed upon noticing Flame's arrival, his exhaustion evident as he faced a myriad of troubles. Flame obediently assumed control of the operation. True to his nature, Soundwave efficiently resolved the numerous intricate issues at hand, just as he managed to catch his breath. A message from Red Spider flashed across the main display screen, requesting Soundwave to activate the land bridge for his return. I can't catch my breath, Soundwave remarked, but the silver lining is that completing this task will grant me respite. He promptly repeated the coordinates received and initiated the procedure for the land bridge. Red Spider emerged from the land bridge, dragging a fragmented body that appeared perilously close to disintegration with the slightest exertion. It bore a reddish hue, having traversed the mountaintop. Following Red Spider were several clustered Decepticons, collectively bearing the lifeless form of one of their own. The mine had exploded, claiming the life of a Decepticon. Red Spider thrust the fallen figure into Flame's arms, addressing Soundwave. A heavy silence enveloped the scene. Red Spider, in frustration, tapped his head. Oh no, I forgot these 2 hold Decepticons in high regard. With no choice but to redirect the conversation, Red Spider suggested, let us piece that body together. After all, you agreed to it, and I know you are one to honor your word. Besides, you're the only one aboard the Nemesis who enjoys tinkering with parts. So it won't be too challenging, right? Endeavoring to secure the body, which towered over him, Flame was reluctant to allow it to crash to the ground in ruin. Although he yearned to express the difficulty of moving the parts, he merely nodded in agreement, preparing to drag the body back to his quarters. Meanwhile, Red Spider and Soundwave attended to the matter of the battle report. After a laborious trek, Red Spider returned after completing his report to offer assistance, helping to transport the body to Flame's quarters. This was a small room adorned in hues of red and warm orange, the only dark blue accent coming from a modified bed opposite a cabinet topped with an ornament crafted from parts. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a miniature version of Soundwave. "It is indeed sweltering," Red Spider mused, observing the pitiable little aircraft with its wings retracted, its optical sensors seemingly obscured by a haze, as it clumsily placed the collection of red on the floor. "Thank you, Xiao Hongge." The cat's eyes on the faceplate blinked subtly as I discreetly pushed the Red Spider out of the cabin. "Xiao Hongge, you must be feeling overwhelmed. It's best to rest early." So, I was inexplicably turned away. The Red Spider scratched the back of its head, not pondering much, but swiftly returned to its cabin, simply locking the door, turning on the air conditioning, and lying down on the charging bed. What a relief. So, what is the first step in reassembling the flight over the mountains? With a sudden push, the door swung open unexpectedly. The poor Decepticon, busy cleaning inside, was startled and stepped back, making room at the entrance. "Ah, I apologize for startling you, but could you help me find a can of red paint? And perhaps some polishing and maintenance tools?" "Thank you." What a joy-inducing set of tasks. The Decepticon retrieved an unopened can of paint along with a collection of basic maintenance tools, tidied them up, and pushed them to Chen's feet. It also removed a report form hanging on the wall. "Do I need to register this?" Chen mused, realizing that their master dealt with such mundane tasks daily. With a weary sigh, he meticulously inscribed his name and the borrowed items onto the report. Noticing the Decepticon preparing to hang the form back up, Chen picked up what he needed and gently patted the Decepticon's head, the gesture unmistakably clear. "Just leave it at the door when you're done, all right? I got it memorized. See you later." Upon returning to the cabin, the warm contrast enveloped him. He squinted beneath the optical visor of the faceplate, ready to commence with the task at hand. "Really? My apologies, dear brother, but I truly adore the colors of your armor." With swift eloquence, he left a trace of his admiration, hoping it wouldn't be held against him. Why then did he find himself conversing with a scatter of parts on the floor? It seemed like an eternity had passed, listening to the cat's incessant chatter. Time flew by. Chen propped himself up from the modification bed, cradling a version of the flight over the mountains. "This is quite a challenge," he muttered, feeling a pang of frustration. Ascending with parts as a makeshift platform, he continued until he could reach the top of the cabinet, shifting small components aside and placing the larger ones next to them. The juxtaposition of the two parts formed a surprisingly pleasing sight. Once the makeshift platform was removed, Chen stood by the modification bed, admiring his work with a satisfied nod before diving into the task at hand. As a result, he missed the welcoming gesture from his commander returning from outside. "Megatron, where's my Minister of Foreign Affairs?" Chen. Hey, assembling parts is indeed quite difficult." When the young Decepticon noticed the nearly empty paint can and the tools that appeared to have endured considerable hardship, it fell into contemplation, shivering at the memory of the pile of parts just brought back. Then, it caught sight of the gleaming red in the corner of the control room, beginning to doubt the integrity of its optical lenses and neural modules. Early in the morning, Soundwave entered the control room, immediately drawn to the lifelike figure stationed in the corner, a meticulously assembled corpse that resembled a flying mountain, devoid of any spark of life. This was the work of the finest mortician in all of Cybertron, the illustrious Flame Dust. However, the mastermind behind this creation was now slumped over in a floating swivel chair, his connection severed, a part's hat draped over his face. As Soundwave lifted the hat, he was met with a pair of large eyes. Well, actually a pair of cat-like eyes displayed on the screen, revealing a desire to conceal their true nature. With a sigh, Soundwave gently replaced the hat and surveyed the surroundings, falling into contemplation. Why was there only one available seat in the entire control room? After pondering fruitlessly, he resigned himself to standing as he commenced his duties. Thus, when the last officer, Red Spider, arrived at the control room, the scene appeared somewhat peculiar. The feline figure occupied the solitary swivel chair. Soundwave was poised at the control panel, seemingly lost in thought, while their commander, Megatron, stood beside the chair, arms crossed, observing the sleeping performance with keen interest. It painted a picture of harmony so perfect that Red Spider found Megatron less intimidating than usual. It seemed that flame dust possessed some magical quality that effortlessly eased the tension in the air. A smile unconsciously crept onto his face as the door to the control room slid shut, embodying a power that could soothe any individual at any moment. Suddenly, a cacophony of clanging and crashing ensued. Red Spider sighed in resignation, holding his forehead, and thought, "Let us pretend I never said anything." Flame Dust was startled awake by the sound of his own part's hat falling to the ground, swiftly darting to the control panel. The cat-like eyes on the display widened, pupils constricted in fear, clearly shaken. "Darn it, I must never place anything on my face again before going offline." The cat grumbled. Abruptly, he froze. His ears perked as he distinctly heard something, his gaze stiffly shifting from the fallen part's hat to the robust silver figure. "Ah, Megatron is back." He leaped from the control panel and landed directly on Megatron, embracing him in a cat-like bind, exuberantly greeting him with a bright smile despite having worked throughout the night. As if fatigue were a mere illusion. "I missed you so much. Do you require my special services? Perhaps a story?" A rare, faint smile graced Megatron's visage, as though the weariness and burdens of the journey had been lifted by the words and cheerful countenance of the young one before him. Gently lifting the small feline, he responded with tenderness akin to that of a parent. "Of course, I do enjoy flame dust stories, but let us save them for after the meeting. Do not persist in maintaining this seemingly innocuous demeanor, for it diminishes the formidable presence expected of us Decepticons." As he contemplated, Megatron casually stroked the spine of his feline companion, expressing mild discontent. "Ah, Ember," he remarked, seamlessly omitting the latter part of the conversation. As he returned to the ground, he resumed a stature only slightly shorter than the average Cybertronian, and with a playful pout, he said, "Megatron, you always do this. You ought to learn the importance of balancing work and relaxation. But you have little Ember by your side. Curse you, Megatron. I'm not a therapist." The feline, ruffled and perturbed, dutifully listened to his incompetent Commander-S report on the energy mines. Stealing a glance at the small, childlike cat-like figure seated cross-legged at the control room table, she couldn't help but smile at his petulant appearance. "It is merely you, only you, and your presence alone suffices to dispel all my worries." Supplementary setting. The cat has been affectionately modified into a logistical variant of a tiger, resembling a four-legged tiger, save for the absence of ears and a rounded head sculpture devoid of a tail. It is essentially a large mechanical feline, an unconventional mechanical canine, and most importantly, it remains the only life form slightly shorter than the average cat. Chapter 4. Socks, the Red Brother will rise again thus. The declaration of our leader's return did not convey anything of great significance, or perhaps Ember simply did not heed it. It seemed to merely outline the developmental processes ahead. Furthermore, as per their prior agreement, tarantulas claimed the credit for the successful flight over the mountains. Ember, who had no fondness for conflict and wished to avoid excessive attention, naturally refrained from seizing such glory, opting instead to relinquish it. After all, Megatron would not speak of it, so she was assured. Ultimately, Megatron specifically summoned Ember to accompany him and the flying unit from the control room. Ember, resigned to the situation, nodded in agreement, her demeanor reflecting a palpable sorrow. Although she had already been aware of this matter since the previous night, it was said that upon his return, Megatron immediately sought out Soundwave, and the two remained secluded in a room, the door locked tight, engaged in a discussion shrouded in secrecy. Nevertheless, Ember had overheard snippets of their conversation. Megatron had discovered what was purported to be the remnants of a cosmic Emperor's blood, and while the notion of interfacing it with the Allspark seemed dubious, it was undeniably a perilous endeavor. Yet, her master exhibited an intense fascination with this object and claimed he required a test subject to ascertain its effects. Consequently, her mentor had unhesitatingly volunteered himself. Thus, during the late hours of the night, Megatron brazenly trespassed into a dwelling, demanding the scattered components that had yet to be assembled. Chen. Initially, it was Megatron who first requested the experimental results from Starscream, who then promptly betrayed his own master. To everyone's surprise, Soundwave displayed no allegiance to his apprentice and directly informed Megatron that Chen possessed such specimens. With a slight cough, despite lacking genuine interest in the experiment itself, Chen felt a sense of responsibility to follow his resolute leader. Moreover, he could not bear to witness his hard work vanish in an instant. However, He harbored a certain curiosity regarding the transformations that might befall his crimson counterpart during the experiment. Thus, it appears the emphasis lies primarily on the red aspect. Does it not? He proceeded to relocate the experimental subjects as per Megatron's directives, and when he noticed the latter engrossed in calibrating the equipment, Chen seized the opportunity to make his escape. What experiment? I'm not interested. He found refuge on a particular level of a circular platform, where a slight elevation of his head granted him a view of the experiment's location. This vantage point was ideally suited for ambushes or escape routes after a heist. Although the considerable distance obscured the specifics of the unfolding events, Chen relied on his acute auditory senses rather than the optical lenses of his mask. His ears, lovingly nurtured, stood as the most conspicuous feature of his form, equipped with the most advanced and sensitive audio receptors known throughout Cybertron and beyond. Thus, there was no need for meticulous listening. He could effortlessly conjure a basic yet wholly accurate depiction of the scene in his mind. However, what he overheard was startling. Had the coarse language of an unknown planet resurfaced? The internal gears and components of the machine emitted a disconcerting creaking sound, chaotic and devoid of thought, evoking some unpleasant memories for Chen. Furthermore, this machine was utterly lifeless. How could an entity with a negative life detection index still be staggering about? Panic ensued within Chen, only to be abruptly severed in two by our esteemed Megatron. The latter hastily departed, seemingly eager to document the experimental data. Chen glanced left and right, discerning chaotic sounds emanating from a certain exit of the mine. After some difficulty, he recognized that the Autobots were once again stirring trouble. Silently, Chen retracted his desire to gather components. Before long, a small motorcycle sped past below, its engine roar harmonizing with the clattering of parts as RC captured what was nearly reduced to scrap, the red figure. Oh, to dare reminisce beneath Megatron's very nose, what audacity! This transpired within the domain of the Decepticons. Chen had been enjoying the spectacle, but amidst a cacophony of chaos. The upper half of a figure crashed down at his feet with a thunderous noise. Cat, fluffed up. The culture of humanity here is remarkably precise, successfully evoking the idiom misfortunes never come singly in Chen's mind. After listening intently to the residual sounds, he realized that Alxi and her companions were actually approaching the very platform he occupied, perhaps intending to make their escape from this place. Although this path seemed suitable for retreat, it was merely a notion. Could they truly be so reckless? Masterway, go help. The roar of engines and the clatter of components and gears grew ever closer, resounding in his ears like a thunderous cacophony. Chen lamented his misfortune, realizing that seeking help was less reliable than relying on oneself. He contemplated the surroundings for anything he could utilize. His gaze landed upon a vacant area, and he mused that it might be wiser to dismantle that creature and toss it into the parts pile. Thus, he focused on the buzzing insect on the ground. Upon arriving at the platform, Alxi immediately spotted the head sculpture that would forever haunt her memories. The crescent moon smile displayed on the faceplate was particularly infuriating. Frustrated, she felt an uncontrollable urge to rush forward and deliver a fierce blow, pinning it to the ground. Reason admonished her against such actions, yet the compulsion to leave this place consumed her thoughts, an incessant impulse she could not shake off. Ultimately, the fervent urge triumphed over her rationality, propelling her to accelerate. Chen, sensing her movement, quickly sidestepped, escaping the grip of whatever he had been doing. Optimus Prime and the others, upon noticing Alxi's haste, rushed towards her. They immediately spotted Chen attempting to conceal a red metallic piece from his claw. Yet he could not disguise the fact that the shell beneath him had been entirely dismantled. Hello there. All is well. Chen managed to muster a friendly but awkward smile on the faceplate's display, stiffly raising a hand in greeting. For a moment, Optimus Prime was taken aback, responding with a similarly rigid gesture. How awkward. Were it not for the fact that he did not sweat, he might as well have been in a sauna by now. As Chen frantically concocted what to say next. Return the flying mountain to me, you bastard cat. Alxi struggled to articulate a more scathing retort, but faltered, ultimately settling for a mildly stinging remark. She could not comprehend why she had shown restraint, yet could not muster additional words. Instead, stomping her foot in frustration at the half-dismantled machine lying on the ground. I truly apologize, dear lady, but I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Once more, she tilted her head, unwilling to gaze upon that guilt-laden faceplate, yet unable to avert her eyes from the grinning feline visage before her. I understand that you initially bore no ill will towards me, perhaps due to my youth. However, your choice to vent your frustrations on my ears during your rage was a grave error. Naturally, much like yourself, I did not harbor lethal intentions when I resolved to launch an attack. In theoretical calculations, I could not possibly reach you. However, I was unprepared for the moment he would awaken and free himself from his bindings. The feline ears atop his head drooped in a manner that suggested genuine remorse. Suddenly, the fervor of my anger dissipated without warning, as if I could hear the unspoken plea within him, yearning for understanding. Yet, I did not anticipate that I would grant him forgiveness. For reasons unknown, and for purposes unclear, Alcai truly acted in that manner. The boy's astonishment transformed into a curious sense of fulfillment, and inexplicably, Alcai seemed to share in that profound satisfaction. Thus, I must reiterate, I am sorry, dear sister, and to all the Transformers. Chen executed a complete about-face and bowed apologetically, his demeanor evoking an involuntary sense of pity. His voice seemed imbued with enchantment, soothing Alcai's troubled heart, and gradually dissipating the negative emotions that had once clouded his mind. Suddenly, the cat ears perked up, and the cat-eye pupils displayed on the armor screen expanded to their fullest. He turned towards the circular platform, calling out urgently, "Little Hong, please do not detonate the mine. What shall we do? Is there a way to escape?" He swiftly pivoted back to face Optimus Prime in a state of anxious inquiry. Almost simultaneously, a land bridge materialized nearby. "No, you cannot linger any longer. You must flee." Chen could hear the sound of the approaching shockwave, prompting him to push Alcai, who was closest towards the land bridge. "Wait, little Chen, what about you?" Optimus Prime, growing increasingly frantic, reached out, hoping to pull Chen along. Yet the armor's display screen merely revealed a crescent moon smile. "Firstly, I apologize for failing to uphold my promise of returning him whole, as I cannot defy the leader's orders. Secondly, I regret that the parts used to restore him were taken from my own being, so I must apologize, as I intend to take him with me." The words spilled forth rapidly, as if racing against time. The reference to him was unmistakably directed at the one soaring over the mountains. "Of course, I will provide you with another in the future." Chen tilted his head, a cunning smile appearing on the armor's display. "I meant one that is animate." Optimus Prime felt a sudden, intense chill creeping up his spine and reached out with all his might to grasp him, even if just a corner. Yet, in the end, he could only be pulled into the land bridge by a companion concerned for his safety. The last sight he beheld was Chen's unhesitating leap from the circular platform, disappearing into the brilliance enveloping the land bridge, alongside that damaged red form. In the early morning a few days later, 3 little ones pushed through the door, bringing with them a cardboard box that was slightly shorter than themselves. According to their account, the box was placed steadily on the ground, its origins unknown. Yet it was carefully wrapped in paper adorned with a pattern almost identical to that of Optimus Prime's exterior. This resemblance compelled the trio to decide to bring it inside. "Is it certainly from him?" Ratchet inquired, glancing at Optimus Prime, who solemnly nodded in affirmation. "But how'd he know we were here?" the partition asked once more, though no answer emerged. Perhaps it was a question that remained unanswered by anyone. "Shall we open it?" "Of course." Optimus Prime seemed to have been awaiting this very response. Springing up eagerly. "Not so fast," Ratchet interjected, tugging at Optimus's arm. "Think it over. You were present during recent events." After a prolonged silence, as if resolved, Optimus Prime clenched his jaw and nodded decisively. "Open it." Ultimately, the honor of unveiling the gift was bestowed upon the household's young Bumblebee. As Bumblebee tilted his head and retrieved the all-too-familiar red ornament, every machine fell into a momentary stupor. Understanding the significance, Bumblebee graciously handed the small figurine to RC. She gazed down at the intricately crafted replica that resembled him so closely, remaining speechless. On the other side of the round table, Optimus Prime approached the gift box, reaching inside to feel around for something. Logically, there should be a holographic letter. Indeed, there was. It seemed that this habit had not changed. Skillfully inputting the access code, he glanced at his companions, particularly at RC, who was cradling the small figurine while looking at him. Clearing his throat, Optimus Prime began to recite the contents aloud. Good day to all members of the Autobots. The opening line bore a formal tone, and Optimus pressed his lips together. Feeling somewhat awkward, I am Chen, a member of the Decepticon Intelligence Department and the Cultural and Diplomatic Minister. This correspondence serves to apologize to you, Sister RC, and, of course, to all present. I trust the recent explosion did not affect you adversely. I sincerely wish for your continued well-being. Furthermore, Sister RC, it seems you may have come into contact with something undesirable. Do remember to cleanse it promptly, though I trust others would notice this as well. You must be referring to Ratchet. Optimus mused quietly, casting a discreet glance at Ratchet, who maintained a neutral expression and was also looking at him. This gift box's wrapping paper was discovered in the deep recesses of my room's cabinet. Though I cannot recall why such an item existed or why it was prepared, the pattern does indeed bear a striking resemblance to that of the red and blue brother, does it not? Thus, I decided to use it. This small gift serves merely to fulfill a half-completed promise to you. Regrettably, only half of it has been realized thus far. However, rest assured, I have never been one to renege on my word. It will come to fruition one day, as I have assured you. There are no eternal foes, I firmly believe. Yet, there can exist enduring friendships. I can sense that significant events, capable of altering the course of the world, are destined to unfold in the future. A gentle reminder to all, it is prudent to remain cautious. You will trust my words, will you not? Of course. I shall safeguard this holographic message and exhale a sigh of relief. I will continue to place my trust in you, regardless of who you are now or who you may become in the future. Chapter 5. Long time no see, carbon-based life forms. As the Minister of Cultural Exchange and Diplomatic Relations, immersing oneself in local culture is indispensable. However, not every planet can accommodate a being of such an appearance. Hence, the ability to alter one's visage or influence the perception of one's appearance in the minds of others becomes exceedingly essential. A biological hallucinogenic signal emitter does not appear to be a commonplace device among the Cybertronians. Nevertheless, by fortunate happenstance, Chen possesses one. Indeed, it hovers between his ears, a small orb of silvery hue. Thus, despite the absence of any events of significance to Chen over the past few days, borrowing books from the human library daily brings him considerable joy. One must be cautious, however, to avoid being stepped on while reading in his human guise, though in truth, being stepped on would not result in any serious consequences. Typically, the humanoid Chen seeks out a secluded corner and immerses himself in the ocean of books. Before proceeding with the ensuing narrative, it is imperative to mention Chen's taste. It is commendable. At the very least, the human shell he has crafted for himself is quite attractive. The hue is a deep purple, almost black, harmonizing with his original glossy exterior, save for the slightly darker violet tips that cascade in a somewhat disheveled manner down to the nape of his neck, where a small braid is tied. Just above the right temple, a lock of hair is secured with a warm orange hair tie. His striking golden eyes, tinged with a hint of blush at the corners, stand out against his fair complexion, creating an ambiguous allure that may be a deliberate artistic touch or an innate characteristic. Regardless, it adds an air of fragile beauty to his appearance, a quality that I, as the writer, find particularly appealing. However, the juxtaposition of a youthful physique with such an infantile visage, compounded by the oversized black canvas hat adorned with cat ears perched atop his head, renders him all the more diminutive and charming. In this moment, among the trio, he is the smallest force, the type that could be captured in backward or unsafe areas, destined to entertain the lonely noble women. How splendid it is that the son faced such misfortunes. Yet, who in this world could truly capture the elusive Xiao Yanqing? With hands on hips, he mused, ah well, today I encountered just that. As Yanqing dutifully followed his master's instructions to oversee the control room, he, in his human form, nestled in a corner, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps echoed in his ears, distinctly human, unlike the metallic clangs that had reverberated through the years. Peeking from behind the towering stacks of books, he spotted 3 children of varying heights scurrying past. Humans? Curious intruders had multiplied. However, his brief glimpse had not gone unnoticed. The 3 children, having caught sight of him, stealthily approached. Following their companions, they nervously touched the towering metallic walls, glancing around with unease. Yet, it was this very glance that led them to the vibrant, collapsed pile of books nearby, were a pair of cat ears and a golden eye peeked out before retreating. That eye mirrored his own, a human eye. Raphael tugged at the corner of the leader Jack's shirt, gesturing towards the heap of books. The seriousness in his gaze plunged Jack into contemplation. After a moment's thought, he silently led his two companions closer. Raphael and Chen positioned themselves on either side, while Jack exhaled softly and peeled back the top layer of books, revealing a pair of golden eyes staring back at him. It was a human, a member of their kin. The owner of the golden gaze shook his head and stood up from the pile, slightly shorter than Raphael, his youthful features suggesting he was even younger than the three of them. After a thorough inspection, having determined that the other was merely a defenseless child, he extended his hand for a brief handshake. "Hello, I am Jack. These two are Raphael and Chen." Jack introduced his companions to the boy, akin to an elder brother presenting his siblings. The boy with the rare golden eyes seemed somewhat bewildered, yet out of politeness. He responded without hesitation in a somewhat imperfect American English. Hello, you can call me Arlick. That is quite an uncommon name. What brings you here?" Chen inquired. As Arlick appeared poised to respond, a sound of metal grinding from outside interrupted, as though something was searching for something. The noise grew increasingly closer, its frequency and intensity suggesting it was a strategic Decepticon. Without hesitation, Jack seized Arlick's hand and hastily made their escape. Following along amidst a whirlwind of energy and laser beams, an insidious thought began to take root in his mind. The execution capabilities of human children were truly astonishing. Their thought processes remarkably unexpected. It was only after Alrek was unceremoniously tossed into a Bumblebee-branded sports car, speeding away, that he fully grasped the situation. Oh no! In his frantic preoccupation with reading the research materials on the space bridge, he had neglected to close the main control screen. Surely they must have seen it. Stealing a furtive glance over his shoulder, he quickly averted his gaze, feeling an intense wave of regret wash over him. They had indeed seen it. When he returned, his master would surely reprimand him. No, such a predicament must be avoided. Therefore, he decided against returning just yet, convincing himself that the Autobots appeared quite intriguing. He was indeed a fence-sitter, and at this moment there was no turning back. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation, leaning against the car's seat and contemplating a step-by-step approach until they arrived at the Autobots' base. This situation was quite the mutual invasion. So, is he the one you discovered in a hidden corner of the Ark? Optimus Prime seemed to be verifying something, glancing repeatedly at Alrek, who was joyfully playing with Bumblebee. Deep in thought, this inexplicable and utterly unguarded trust was something he had only felt in this instance. Little Flame, especially since he had appeared aboard the Arkansas. Summoning him with a wave, Optimus watched as Alrek eagerly bounded over, and first inquired, "Are you called Alrek?" "Yes, big brother," he replied, his face adorned with the innocent smile characteristic of his age, his voice a youthful timbre. Aside from the peculiar American accent, he seemed just like any normal child. Cocking his head, his golden eyes twinkled. "Come with me." With that, Optimus strode toward a distant corner, and Alrek promptly hopped off his seat to follow. He placed Alrek upon a platform where their eyes met levelly, shielding him from the prying gazes of others, and gazed intently into those golden orbs. Within Optimus's perspective, they gradually became shrouded in a veil of gray, until the brilliance was entirely obscured. Listen closely. In the silence that ensued, Optimus endeavored to imprint that singular phrase within his core, repeating it internally. The youth before him simply regarded him in silence. "You must be Little Flame." Forgetting his earlier statement, he pondered anew. The boy's eyes twitched slightly, as if suppressing laughter. "Stop pretending. I won't harm you." Bursting into uncontrollable laughter, Alrek, now identified as Flame, meticulously scrutinized Optimus once more, lowering his voice. "Ever since you called my name earlier, I became curious. Today, upon listening closely, I realized you had known me before. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" At present, Arlick's fiery arms are crossed over his chest, revealing a profoundly meaningful expression. "My memory chip once experienced a minor malfunction, and now it occasionally suffers from irregular deletions or distortions, making it possible for me to forget you," he added. Optimus Prime let out a deep sigh of relief. "What about the mountain?" Optimus's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness in an instant. The imposing blue optics cast a formidable shadow over Arlick, who was currently inhabiting a human form. He reiterated sternly, enunciating each word. "What about the mountain? What are your thoughts on this?" Arlick gazed calmly into the blue optics directed at him. Perhaps he had something to say, perhaps he did not. Nevertheless, I assure you that my promises will be fulfilled at any cost, so I can guarantee that you will see him again in the future. Arlick held Optimus's gaze, his golden eyes betraying a calm indifference. Is that so? As long as you do not suddenly recall something, it's fine. Optimus stiffly halted his discourse and changed the subject. Will you remain in this form with us? For how long? What about Megatron? A glimmer of light once again flickered in Arlick's golden eyes, revealing a mysterious smile. Well, you need not trouble yourself over that, brother. Chapter 6. To achieve 1's objectives, one must first conduct an on-site investigation before formulating a plan. To be frank, although little Chen appears carefree aboard the Reprisal, the Autobots seem to enjoy a more relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. As for his presence on the Reprisal, Arlick's explanation was that his parents were among the librarians in the city, and as their child, he received an online book borrowing order one day. Thus, while his parents were busy, he, along with a group of young mischief makers, believed themselves sufficiently capable of handling the task. They packed the books and a registration list and ventured to the suburbs based on the order's address, only to be whisked away by a large feline head into a massive metallic structure. He then concealed himself in a corner with the books, not daring to move until he heard human voices, at which point he cautiously peeked out. This may have been a rather clumsy excuse, but everyone believed him. To varying degrees, a basic level of trust had been established. Only Optimus, listening to this self-capturing narrative, worked hard to maintain a facade of normalcy, avoiding any suspicion. Even Jack and his two companions planned to accompany Arlick to the library to check on his parents. However, it soon became apparent that there were no such librarian couple. So Arlick could only ask them to wait outside while he snuck inside for a quick look around before returning to feign that his parents were aware of his well-being and had agreed to let him play outside for a few days. It is said that the busier the parents, the less they tend to monitor their children, making this seem like a normal situation, requiring only a nightly phone call. Cat, what should I do? Am I supposed to engage in a zero-cost shopping spree? Let us set aside the complexities and simply fabricate a tale to amuse the trio of children. Moreover, no individual or machine has raised any objections to Arlick's desire to remain here for a while. One reason is the necessity for protection and confidentiality, akin to the three little ones, and secondly, who would refuse the company of a group of large, animated robots that can converse and even care for you? In the perception of those around, Arlick appears to be quite loquacious, effortlessly charming others with his articulate discourse. However, he prefers to remain reserved, diligently engrossed in significant tasks, and quietly nestled in a corner with a book, particularly those pertaining to diverse cultures. The ambulance extricated the little cat's head from the pile of books, showcasing an astonishing comprehension. Furthermore, Arlick inquired, "Could someone please enlighten me as to why Optimus Prime cuddles with me each night?" To which Optimus replied, "Little Flame, you are so fragrant and soft." He. Arlick retorted, "This turtle is losing its composure." Returning to the main topic, he cleared his throat. Humanity is indeed a wondrous species. The more books Arlick reads, the deeper his understanding of this statement becomes. For instance, there exists a radio telescope array in Texas, the sole astronomical facility in this era capable of observing the planet Cybertron. Of course, there will undoubtedly be more advanced technologies in the future, and based on the intelligence Arlick has gathered, it is there that one might encounter Soundwave. This presents an opportune moment to discuss current circumstances with his mentor. Arlick relayed the entire situation to Optimus Prime, harboring no intentions of hindrance regarding Optimus's goal to modify the array. Instead, he had previously contributed his rudimentary understanding of space bridge research and pledged to protect the trio. "Is it that you are plotting treachery?" Will questioned. "What? Why doesn't T-Flame use a private channel to explain to Soundwave?" "Because the little cat simply wishes to play," he pouted. In recent days, Flame has exhibited peculiar behavior. Though he cannot precisely articulate what seems amiss, is it truly normal that he has not replaced a single chip in such a long time? Uncertain. "I'm off now. Drive safely, all right?" Standing at the bridge exit, Soundwave addressed the little cat behind him. "Fear not, master. I want to drive the Reprisal into the mountains like Red and Will." He responded with such enthusiasm. Red Alert and Megatron, as Little Flame's most frequently used chip, rendered him so whimsical. Ultimately, there remains no definitive answer, for the mission takes precedence. To Soundwave, no matter how grand human architecture may be, it still feels somewhat diminutive. Thus, he increasingly envies his apprentice's ability to dismantle and reassemble his own form at will. Yet, this envy is merely fleeting, for such capabilities are exclusive to Little Flame, who can ensure he does not disintegrate into a scattered mess. Curled up in a small room occupied by humans, the information transmission line extending from the chest connected to the computer began to move slowly as calculations were made. The matrix, which had just been arranged, inexplicably shifted the next moment, ignoring the chaotic inquiries on the retribution signal, akin to a nesting doll. A sigh escaped as the workload increased. With a small attempt, it infiltrated the neighboring surveillance camera and soon discovered the source of the disturbance. A boy with cat ears and a wide-brimmed canvas hat pressed his face against the lens, his golden eyes sparkling. Soundwave. Private channel Soundwave. I'm not joking. This is genuinely frightening, you know. Pouting inching. My apologies, Master Soundwave. So what is going on? Are you undercover with the Autobots? Inching. Honestly, I had planned on following them. It was an accident. I initially intended to trick those 3 kids into leaving the cursed retribution. But who would have thought that some foolish tiger would suddenly show up? Sigh. Well, I suppose this situation can indeed be considered undercover. Soundwave. And what about that one on the retribution? Inching. It's a product birthed from mixing parts and inserting a chip. Although it may not possess the intelligence of my true self, it is equipped with a calculation system and has a certain degree of awareness. So, while it cannot accomplish everything, it can certainly fabricate false information that I am still aboard the retribution. Soundwave. Soundwave watches closely Yinching. Perhaps it could even pilot a warship. Huh. Soundwave. You little rascal Yinching. Winky face. Alaric, do not stand so high. Jack, after observing the ethereal duel between Raphael and an unknown Cybertronian for some time, realized he could not comprehend it. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the quartets seemed to be missing. Turning around, he was nearly frightened to death. Alaric had somehow constructed a high platform using the items in the room, standing atop it while fiddling with the surveillance camera. The platform beneath him appeared precarious, yet he remained oblivious as he tinkered with the camera. Sometimes, a child's dexterity can be rather alarming. Don't worry, it's fine. Alaric did not look up, still engrossed in his exploration of the surveillance camera. I really enjoy electronics. You're not going to dismantle it, are you? At this moment, the divine child was also drawn over, recalling how the first thing this child had done upon arrival was to disassemble the ambulance's microscope and then reassemble it. Witnessing this scene, he chose to pay silent homage to the surveillance camera. What nonsense is this? Am I truly that kind of person? Alaric pouted, producing a piece of hard plastic from seemingly nowhere. I'm merely examining the internal structure. Well, as long as you're happy. Jack scratched the back of his head, turning back to watch Raphael showcase his skills. Yen Chun, the cat peeking Yen Chun. Master, I believe you could employ some physical measures. Soundwave. Upon glancing at the surveillance camera's perspective once more, all that was visible was a purple cat head gesturing with its paw, its feline grin exuding a rather mischievous charm. Soundwave, you little rascal. The information transmission line surged forth with sudden intensity, its mechanical claw targeting Raphael with precision. Jack intervened to shield Raphael, inadvertently pulling the deity along, both being flung to the side. Amidst the chaos, the central part of the transmission line collided with a hastily erected platform, which collapsed with a resounding crash, taking R down with it. Just as his head nearly struck the ground, he came to an abrupt halt, the mechanical claw grasping his waist. The transmission line swiftly wrapping around him, suspending him in midair. The cat that had previously dangled Ashen was now itself being suspended. Yin Chun, Master, are these physical measures truly appropriate? The cat appears helpless. Soundwave, do not question your master's vision. Either connect to the temporary shared consciousness or fix the camera for me. In order to ensure that the retribution wouldn't be met with hostility, though it was unlikely anyone would have the heart to strike, it was decided that Yin Shan would remove the cat from the surveillance camera. Yet, he pondered whether he ought to reattach it. Observing the tangled wires hanging from the camera, Ulrich fell into contemplation. Since one transmission line was binding Ulrich, Soundwave could only spare another, leading to a scene where 3 children battled a single transmission line in a futile attempt to save him. Ulrich could have pretended to cheer for Jack and the others or taunted Soundwave next door. But upon witnessing Raphael being forced away from the computer by the transmission line, which snatched the deity's axe in an attempt to retaliate. He exclaimed, "Yin Shun, Master, must you really thrust this contraption in my mouth? Soundwave, where is it written that a disciple may deride their master? As a diplomat, are you not aware of the aggression in your words? I suspect you are doing this on purpose. Hence, I must temporarily silence you with the transmission line. Yet, one must consider the effectiveness of such a silencing method. With his companions now unreliable, Ulrich had to rely on himself. Fortunately, he was quite familiar with the structure of his master's transmission line. Thus, in a state of inversion, he curled his body to grasp the mechanical claw, his fingers slipping into its crevices. Releasing his grip, he tumbled into the debris of the collapsed platform with a clatter. "Ulrich, are you all right?" the deity inquired, peering cautiously, yet unable to directly check due to the flailing transmission line attached to the axe, resorting instead to verbal inquiry. "I'm splendid, absolutely splendid." Though only a right hand with a thumb raised upward was visible, it radiated vitality, suggesting that perhaps all was well after all. However, this struggle ultimately concluded with the triumph of Soundwave. After all, the strength of humanity pales in comparison to that of the Cybertronians. Soundwave, wielding a fire axe, severed the cables with a single stroke, allowing the Matrix to slowly align itself with Cybertron and become permanently fixed. The launch preparations were complete. The trio hastily made their way to the adjacent area, where they encountered Soundwave, who was preparing to depart. Arlek tenderly rubbed his back, which had suffered from the grip of mechanical claws, and ambled over. The young god snapped a photograph of Soundwave with his phone, and Soundwave tilted his head, the screen reflecting the trio's image as if to convey his lack of malevolence. He reciprocated with a photograph before taking his leave. "Soundwave, please, that is quite painful. I shouldn't have given you that to disassemble back in the day. Yinxing, I apologize, master, but I too must make my escape." "Soundwave, never mind. I want to hold it against you." "Soundwave, remember to act cautiously among the Autobots. If they bully you, let me know, and I shall give Optimus Prime a good thrashing. Did you hear that?" "Yinxing, what has Brother Optimus done wrong?" The space bridge had activated, accompanied by sounds reminiscent of terrestrial bridges, bringing with it the commotion from Cybertron. Wait. Are there still living beings on Cybertron? My ears perked up, capturing messages relayed by the space bridge. It seems I left a component doppelganger on Cybertron. Even if there were survivors, it was unlikely anything would go awry under normal circumstances. Perhaps, thus, I ultimately refrained from sharing this news with my master and simply returned to the Autobot base with the trio. My master's assertion, in a sense, was not incorrect. I had come to serve as an undercover agent, once again embraced and playfully nuzzled by the transformed Optimus Prime. I couldn't help but tug at the corners of my mouth, revealing a faint smile. After conducting this field investigation, I found myself one step closer to achieving my desired objective. Chapter 7. Wig, you died a tragic death. Wait, you're not dead yet? As soon as Soundwave returned to the Nemesis, Arlek followed suit to the Autobot base. Hardly had he settled in when a grim message arrived via private channel from Soundwave. The space bridge had been destroyed, taking Megatron down with it. The term grim news was used ironically, and shortly thereafter, Soundwave sent a recording of Starscream's grandiose speech, or, as the distant nation would term it, his display of power. Indeed, Starscream only seemed to temper his disposition and ambition when faced with the likes of young Yinxing. So, what was I doing aboard the Nemesis at that moment? I was idly lounging, sighing. Thus, regardless of my motivations, whether for my master's sake concerning Megatron or for the Decepticons as a whole, I had to exchange places with the component doppelganger on the Nemesis and return to assist my master in locating our leader, who was now likely reduced to a mere collection of scattered parts. Just as there were no significant matters concerning the Autobots lately, Aurek cast a glance at the diligent efforts of the three little ones below, simultaneously lamenting the cruelty of their assignments while relishing his own exemption from such burdens. Seizing the opportunity, when everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, he stealthily slipped away. Optimus Prime, noticing the diminutive figure, pondered for a moment before following suit. He casually chose a spot not far from the Autobot base, and, through a private channel, sent the coordinates to Soundwave, awaiting the arrival of the ground bridge. "Aurek, what are you doing here?" Optimus Prime inquired without pretense, approaching him directly. Aurek was well aware of his presence, and made no attempt to conceal his intentions. He replied candidly, "My master summoned me for assistance. I must return for a while." "What about here?" Optimus Prime crouched down, attempting to meet Aurek's gaze, but ultimately resigned to his towering stature. Aurek remained silent, merely glancing to the side. Before long, a blue-green vortex materialized, and a dark blue Cybertronian poked its head out, surveying the surroundings until it spotted Optimus Prime's imposing red and blue frame. In the silence, Master, I've missed you dearly. Aurek transformed into his larger form, Yinching. Although the sight of a human child being torn apart to become a giant robot was somewhat peculiar, Yinching spread his arms wide, resembling a child yearning for a hug. Unfortunately, his evident desire to lighten the somber atmosphere was too transparent, and Soundwave, ignoring his overtures, maintained his composure during the meeting with Optimus Prime. The increasingly canine Optimus was the first to greet, while the typically taciturn Soundwave merely nodded in response. "Don't fuss, little one." Soundwave's voice, tinged with a hint of exasperation, echoed in their ears. The information conduit gently patted the crestfallen Yinching's back, its mechanical claw brushing lightly against him. Instantly, Yinching suppressed his feigned sorrow and got to work, leaning into the ground bridge to retrieve a component roughly the same size as himself. As the part was transferred, it split into a larger and a smaller piece, with the larger one designated as spare ammunition. Placing the larger component atop his head, the smaller piece began to levitate slowly. In the astonished gaze of Optimus Prime, it swiftly transformed into a slightly smaller version of Yinching. From the unknown recess of the component, a small black-purple orb was extracted and placed atop Yinching's head, performing a transformation into Aurek right before Optimus Prime's eyes. "Huh, it's done," Yinching exclaimed triumphantly, hands on his hips, his nose nearly lifting to the sky. However, he soon deflated after receiving a gentle nudge from the information conduit. Casting a wistful glance at Soundwave, who still had a small head protruding from the ground bridge. Turning back to Optimus Prime, he donned a crescent moon smile, saying, "Well then, until we meet again, brother Optimus." Waving farewell to the silhouette engulfed by the swirling vortex, a faint smile of bittersweetness emerged as the land bridge vanished from sight. "Until we meet again, Xiao Yinching. Yet why did you not sigh and halt your words?" Turning to Alec, you inquired, "What is the chip's configuration? What are your plans?" Alec flashed a mischievous grin. "It's up to you. After all, I plan to indulge in idleness over these next few days. Regardless of how you phrase it, even if you claim I'm unwell, all I ask is to be spared from labor." Once more aboard the long-absent punishment, the first thought that struck Yinching was the overdue book I borrowed, which I hadn't even glanced at. However, what could be done? The most pressing matter lay before me, and I would have to return it after this undertaking, even if it meant rushing to meet the deadline later. At worst, I could simply borrow it again when I had the leisure. Thus, it was time to work. This time, the primary task was to assist Soundwave in pinpointing the location of his oblivious superior. Although he stubbornly believed that only Soundwave remained unscathed, there was little to be done. After all, he was his eternally trusted mentor. So, obediently, he returned, for it seemed he possessed a knack for locating things. Moreover, in a moment of intuition, Yinching felt an inexplicable certainty that Megatron was indeed still alive, though it sounded utterly absurd. Returning to the matter at hand, Soundwave's method involved tracing Megatron's spark signal amidst the vast expanse of explosive debris to locate the corresponding item. In contrast, Yinching's approach relied on the reflective qualities of sound to seek Megatron. It was akin to finding answers by posing the right questions. Nevertheless, despite Soundwave being capable of accomplishing this task alone, he opted to summon Yinching to ensure efficiency, employing a dual-pronged strategy. Extracting the sole external information conduit from the circular disc at his ear and connecting it to the control panel. Though this singular wire was merely a peripheral and not inherently his, it proved to be quite functional. As for the flat disc, while it was often utilized for music, its true purpose lay in external communication, akin to that of a pilot's equipment, with the slender information conduit coiled within resembling a human headphone wire. The fundamental principle for locating Megatron involved utilizing the sonar system, specifically installed for Yinching aboard the Punishment, to emit sound waves into the surroundings. The volume was inconsequential, as Yinching could hear it regardless. After coordinating with his mentor regarding the designated area of responsibility, the returning sound would be transmitted through the information conduit to Yinching's ears, and subsequently, the feedback would be visualized and presented on the screen. This method often made Yinching feel like a living radar, akin to a bat. albeit perhaps more like a cat. However, this method of searching comes with a necessary limitation. It must be devoid of any extraneous noise. Thus, when the red spider strode in with an air of arrogance, commanding the Soundwave with a loud voice, a significant portion of the search was abruptly halted. Soundwave, initiate a video conference, he commanded, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the cat head was curled up in the sole chair of the control room. It was not until a piercing gaze, filled with a melancholic essence, penetrated the display screen that the red spider turned his attention in that direction. Chen, alongside the diminutive figure on the screen, adopted a posture of disdain, arms crossed defiantly. Chen glared at the red spider with a puffed-up expression. I apologize. I was mistaken. My apologies, little plane. Nevertheless, this interruption concluded the search effort, compelling them to disconnect the information conduit and quietly observe the exchange between the two. What is it? The editing voice inquired succinctly. Nothing much. Just need you to accompany me for a moment. The red spider paused, glancing at Chen, who seemed oblivious to their conversation, before continuing, we need to bring back Tianjun. Tianjun. The cat head's attention was instantly captured by this name. Springing up and nearly leaping between the two machines. The cat's eye on the display flickered, darting back and forth between the red spider and Soundwave, ultimately resting on Soundwave. Filled with anticipation. Master, I wish to join as well. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. Soundwave, under the weight of the gaze, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and hastily nodded. Wonderful. It's quite rare to see you shy, the red spider remarked, watching Chen prepare the necessary supplies with enthusiasm, all while orchestrating Soundwave's reactions. Soundwave offered a friendly glance, politely displaying a smiley face on the screen. The red spider, choked by this peculiar exchange, fell silent. They then observed as Chen rummaged through a suitcase, filled with super energy products from his personal treasure trove, extracting several pieces of concentrated energy essence and cheerfully making his way over. Does he not need to eat? Is his daily allowance entirely stored away? When did little Chen's collecting obsession become so outrageous? The red spider mused, expressing envy for such a lavish feast. Soundwave remained silent. The cat head bounded to their side, eagerly raising its paw and exclaiming, let us set off. Finding Tianjun was straightforward, albeit the location was utterly desolate, a barren expanse with canyons. Fortunately, Chen possessed a knack for locating items, and given the sheer size of such a contraption, its presence was unmistakable. Ultimately, the red spider and Soundwave took on the burden, hauling the dormant pod out, while Chen, in his diminutive form, nestled on Soundwave's back, playfully spinning his little antennae. Until the red spider extended a hand to demand something. He finally reacted, clearing his throat and leaping down. He deftly caught the super energy crystal that the part bin had spat out and handed it to the red spider. Grasping the Sonic's armor while observing the red spider as he inserted the crystal into the stasis chamber. Moments later, the chamber door opened slowly. The Titan, awakened forcibly and still dazed, emerged, tilting his head and disregarding the red spider's grandiloquent discourse. His optical sensors fixated on the master and apprentice, quietly bickering behind the red spider. Sonic, let me go. Cat, no way. If you leave, how can I protect Titan? In the vernacular of this planet, Titan was commendable in every aspect, save for his singular-mindedness. In other words, he often appeared somewhat dim-witted. Thus, he strode past the red spider and Sonic, directly lifting the cat by the head. It was said that the cat herself nearly retaliated with her four-cannon blast in response. Titan, brother. He articulated each word while supporting the Titan's large head with his hands, firmly declining his request for affection, seemingly gritting his teeth. Please refrain from employing those childhood antics again. Although he was a veteran who boarded the ship concurrently with his master, there were times when he stubbornly perceived himself as a child. Ah, indeed, it seems time had slipped away unnoticed. Titan gently set the small cat back on the ground, offering a pretense of an apology without a trace of remorse. The display screen on the fiery armor exhibited an expression that conveyed, I shall graciously forgive you, while the individual produced a piece of super energy product to offer to Titan for a light snack. Titan, no. Thus, while Titan munched on the treat, he noticed Sonic striving to remain inconspicuous. The two mech friends exchanged amicable greetings, engaging in delightful conversation with the master and apprentice, although Sonic mostly listened. Well, only the red spider was left in a world of injury. Wait a moment, you all are this familiar? The red spider felt somewhat ostracized and thus forcefully inserted himself into the conversation. Upon hearing this, the prideful tone of Chen became unmistakable. Of course. Who does not know my illustrious master? With a haughty tilt of his nose. In truth, it was primarily Chen who was well acquainted with everyone. Titan, appearing bashful, touched his head sculpture and seamlessly continued the dialogue, generously bestowing his praise. With his gregarious nature and conversational prowess, I have no doubt he could engage even the Autobots in pleasant discourse. Stay away from the cat, who does not adore felines. He placed his hands on his hips. In a certain sense, that was indeed true. Sonic and the red spider exchanged glances, harboring different scenarios and sentiments, while furtively observing Chen. Their ears perked up to catch the sound of something tearing from a distance, followed by a strange, swirling noise enveloping a cacophony of assorted sounds, prompting them to turn toward the source of the commotion. The display of sound waves flickered, revealing an energy signal, the signal of a land bridge. The four individuals exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Chen who acted with the utmost swiftness, tossing Tianjun towards his master before vanishing from sight. Initially, he had intended to assert that a 4-against-2 scenario would surely lead to victory, but upon noticing his young apprentice's lack of desire to engage, he cast a distant glance and observed one in red and another in yellow. It became clear, without lingering in contemplation. A dark blue aircraft seized Tianjun and soared into the sky, albeit with some difficulty. In the end, only the red spider remained. The red spider had not even comprehended what had transpired before the surroundings were devoid of any presence. Faced with a 2-on-1 situation, he certainly would not willingly seek defeat. With a dissatisfied huff, he directed a taunt towards Optimus Prime, transforming into his vehicle form and ascending into the air, soon catching up with Soundwave, muttering complaints along the way. Do you understand the significance of Speed 10? It was indeed somewhat challenging for Soundwave, this diminutive drone, to hoist such a large entity as Tianjun into the sky. However, fortune smiled upon them as a human happened to pass through the area, inadvertently assisting Tianjun. After scanning, Tianjun assimilated the data from the aircraft, and soon, the two planes became 3, flying in unison. What's happening? Fuller inquired. Soundwave's information conduit firmly tethered Tianjun, preventing any rash decision to return and confront Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, while also providing a brief explanation of the current situation. A voice crackled directly within their minds, resonating in the consciousness of all Decepticon officers, including Tianjun. Master, do you hear me? If you haven't found what you seek yet, it seems I have the upper hand this time. I have located Megatron, alive and well. Chapter 8. The probability of our encounter if we could meet in such a wretched place. Today is Saturday. A sacred Saturday. At last, I can reunite with the trio. Aurek was overjoyed, for even the smallest of children, after 5 consecutive days in the company of towering robots, would feel the pangs of monotony. The weekend finally offered a change of pace, a delight for anyone. Are you implying that you find us tiresome? The land bridge's lever was pulled down, and the ambulance leaned against the railing, arms crossed, its cold blue optics rolling in exasperation, expressing dissatisfaction on behalf of itself and all Cybertronians present towards Aurek, who was perched on his console. How could that be? Just as you engage in daily battles with the Decepticons, one must occasionally seek a change of flavor by contending with other beings, right? Otherwise, one would surely grow bored. A bit of excitement is what makes a life truly enjoyable. Aurek leaped down, showing no fear of heights, and joined the ambulance at the railing, mirroring its stance with arms crossed as they watched the partition and Bumblebee emerge from the land bridge, returning with an oval object. Give me a break, Aurek. Optimus Prime stood by, attentively listening to the dialogue between the two. At that moment, he joined the conversation, gently chuckling as he remarked, "Let us refrain from tempting fate. Honestly, ambulance, I truly do not require an examination." The partition, dissatisfied, yanked the cables, only to witness the ambulance reaching out, complying with the command to sit properly. It is my duty to inspect your systems. One must understand that frostbite inflicts irreversible harm on Cybertron. The ambulance glared with its piercing blue eyes, sternly admonishing, "Ensure you submit to the defrosting treatment, understood?" Before long, the devices were removed from their bodies. "All right, go and play. Consider it a moment of respite." The ambulance waved its hand, returning to its research, finally offering a final piece of advice. Take care. How much time passed? Optimus Prime emerged from another area, calling out to attract the ambulance's attention, which was supporting the instrument table. He continued, "Any leads on that object retrieved from the polar region?" "Not yet. The hatch is frozen shut and cannot be opened at present," the ambulance replied, spreading its hands. "RC and I went to investigate the polar region." Optimus surveyed his surroundings, scrutinizing the heights where he typically would have seen him, yet found nothing. Thus, he inquired, "By the way, where is Erelek?" He mentioned his interest in that object and has gone off to seek amusement. The ambulance replied, nonchalantly, as it set the coordinates and pulled the lever. Perhaps Inferno might discern something. With a tinge of foreboding, yet still resolute, they accepted the ambulance's installation of the sensor. The only request made was for the ambulance to keep an eye on Erelek, and then they proceeded into the land bridge together. The roar of engines filled the air as the Partition and Bumblebee returned, bringing along the trio of smaller ones. Following a spirited exchange of banter and pleasantries among the 3 smaller and 3 larger ones, Optimus and RC entered the land bridge, vanishing into the base, while the trio of smaller ones dashed towards the gaming console. Suddenly, the ambulance's display screen, along with the lever of the land bridge, erupted with a jolt, followed by the call for the Partition and Bumblebee. Exchanging glances, they approached. In the midst of the gaming console skirmish, the unfortunate Raphael found himself defeated and withdrew to amuse himself elsewhere. So, what was our dear Erelek up to during this time? He was in pursuit of thrills. Somehow, procuring a glass jar taller than himself, he unscrewed the lid and peered towards the hatch that had been forcefully opened, where a swarm of iron eaters emerged, walking or flying out. Unfazed by the prospect of being devoured, he merely observed as they drew closer, retrieving a living metal from an obscure corner of the parts pile, and tossed it into the glass jar. As anticipated, the iron-eating worms surged forth in a frenzy, bypassing the stationary Arlek and eagerly crowding around the bottle's opening. Observing this scene, Arlek resembled an elderly person on the subway, fumbling with a mobile device. Upon noticing that the glass container was nearly full, he quickly climbed up once more, wielding the lid to fan the air, and extracted a few of the worms to alleviate the overwhelming pressure, preventing the fragile vessel from shattering. He then pressed the lid firmly down upon the writhing creatures inside, successfully sealing it and laying the bottle down before continuing deeper into the unknown. A sharp sting from a bite reminded him of the perils present. Grasping the finger that had been inadvertently nibbled, he blew on it gently, dismissing the discomfort, and resumed following the swarm. After all, encountering such an abundance of insects, which he had never seen before, warranted the collection of several jars as a reasonable endeavor. It promised to be a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, on Raphael's side, he ambled along with an iron-eating worm cradled in his arms, occasionally picking up screws and similar items to feed the little creature, utterly oblivious to its feeding habits. His excitement to showcase it to his friends overshadowed any caution. Human curiosity, particularly towards the unknown, was insatiable. The outcome was that the hornet left deep gashes along his legs and arms, culminating in a near explosion of frustration for Raphael, who vented his ire upon the creature, ultimately leading to its demise. This incident underscored the gravity of the situation. The ambulance's primary concern shifted towards the integrity of the base facilities, as the lives of Raphael's 2 companions were undeniably at greater risk, rendering the current crisis akin to a doomsday scenario in a Cybertronian world. Upon reaching the now-defunct iron-eating worm enclosure, they discovered that the cause of the equipment failure was the incessant gnawing of these little beasts. After informing the trio about the characteristics of the iron-eating worms as a swarm species, a sense of despair seemed to envelop the ambulance's blue optics. "Wait," the ambulance suddenly recalled, glancing at its companions. "Has anyone seen Arlek?" All shook their heads in response. "Curse it. We clearly promised Optimus to keep an eye on him." Simultaneously, Optimus Prime and RC were enduring the frigid polar conditions. On board the Ark, Master Chen bounced into the control room, where Soundwave was intently typing away at the keyboard. Ignoring him, "Master," a cat peered curiously from his side. Soundwave remained fixated on his task. "Master, Master, 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 Master." Soundwave pressed a key firmly. "Master, take me to a more interesting place. I've been on Earth for so long, and that big nation over there is the only thing that is somewhat entertaining." I'm terribly bored. The cat, soft and pliable like a puddle, snuggled against Soundwave's leg, shamelessly nuzzling it. Perhaps finally exasperated, Soundwave halted his typing and turned to regard Chen intently. Chen then found himself seized by the scruff of his neck and unceremoniously tossed into the terrestrial bridge. Shaking his head, his ears flapping against the sculpted surface, he looked up to behold a vast expanse of whiteness. Ah, the polar realm. After tugging at his ears to confirm they remained soft and unthawed, he adjusted the makeshift helmet atop his head and set forth in an indeterminate direction. At the automotive base, chaos reigned supreme, leaving little room for concern elsewhere. First and foremost was the urgent repair of the land bridge. With the assistance of the three little ones, the crops were spared from the jaws of locusts. Seizing the moment before the main force arrived, the trio volunteered to mend the facilities. Meanwhile, Arlek, feeling a slight alleviation of pressure on their side, positioned the third glass jar against the wall. He lifted a stick of living metal from the makeshift helmet, swinging it half a circle before resting it on his shoulder. Affectedly, he wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow with his sleeve, bracing himself to engage with the figures outside. It was then he encountered the trio, who were on their way to repair the wiring. What a coincidence! He exclaimed, giving a swift kick to a rust-eating bug attempting to clamber onto him. Arlek, just in time, Jack welcomed him, directing him to the damaged area. You are the best with parts and electronics. Your speed at repairs will far surpass ours. The duration of the ambulance's recovery rests upon you, so do hurry. After tossing the living metal to the deity for safekeeping, with a reminder to prevent the bugs from consuming it, Arlek resigned himself to the necessity of being pressed into labor, grasping the welding gun in preparation. Perhaps due to Arlek's possession of 3 substantial jars, only a few rust-eating bugs lingered nearby, and those daring enough to approach the living metal could easily be swatted away like baseballs. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime was enduring the frigid conditions of the polar expanse. The sight grew increasingly comical. Should the curtain fall here, even the exhaust system seemed to cough feebly, producing mere shards of ice. Beside him, his smaller comrade fared far worse, yet there was no energy left to rouse her. Each component of her body was frozen together, rendering significant movement impossible, leaving hope solely in the hands of the comrades steadfastly guarding the base. Well, is it you, Optimus? A familiar voice broke through the cold. Struggling to activate his optics, the blue light was swiftly obscured by frost, revealing only a hazy silhouette of dark purple. Had he nearly become a snowball? Still sporting that crescent-shaped grin, he could meet Optimus's gaze without bending down, though his expression clearly conveyed amusement. Clearing his throat with difficulty to free his vocal system, he weakly rasped, Xiaoyan, what brings you here? I came play. Need any help? Chen lifted his head and noticed Arsai beside him. He pressed down his hat and pursed his lips, then raised his head to speak before Optimus Prime could, oh, my apologies, I didn't say anything just now. The towering wall, conjured from thin air, stood as a barrier against the raging storm, a product of tightly interlocking components. Let us leave it at this for now. I have no other recourse. How do you feel? Is it any better? The wall of components continued to extend, enveloping the 3 of them, shielding them from the bitter cold, yet the mecha before him remained eerily calm and frigid, as if devoid of life. His own body began to warm. His arms suddenly freed from the icy grip, and his first instinct was to grasp the still, cold hand beside him. The mecha trembled, engulfed in fear that escalated, as if the embers within were lamenting their helplessness and sorrow. Do not be afraid, Brother Optimus. A hand rested on his shoulder. He could feel the gentle presence climb onto him, a soft voice soothing the core of his terror, yet the icy touch in his hand sent shivers through him. He opened his mouth, but only a meaningless croak escaped. The trembling persisted, the fear overwhelming, as if his consciousness swayed unsteadily. Finally, he managed to articulate a sound, his voice accompanied by violent tremors. The exhaust system's heavy breathing echoed, and the rhythmic thumping of the embers reverberated through the audio receiver. Little Chen, I am powerless. I cannot assist you. I am the leader. I cannot bear to watch her perish before my eyes. His posture was unusually humble, a first. No, you're not. The indescribable, sorrowful words were cut short as a hand patted his shoulder twice. The voice that followed was resolute and calming, a stark contrast that provided reassurance. The small mecha, no larger than a carbon-based entity, continued, steady your heart. Do not fear. I am still here. Leave it to me. In the darkness, enveloped by components, a flicker of light appeared. A lighter? Optimus finally regained some composure, though only slightly. His voice still trembled as he recognized the small object in Yan Chen's hand. An upgraded version. I only brought one with me. It won't last long. I will resort to some extreme measures to awaken her. Please forgive me. Yan Chen held the lighter and cleared a portion of the frost from Arcei's surface. His fingers found a steel plate on her abdomen, and he held his breath, prying it open with his small fingers, lifting the entire segment. It's akin to tearing away that piece of flesh from your belly. In an instant, Arcei awoke, jolted by the pain. Before she could fully rise, Yan Chen hastily replaced the steel plate, ensuring that, despite the pain, the edges were secured to prevent excessive loss of energy fluid that could lead to her demise. And then it was a headfirst plunge. At the automobile base, Arlake. Slow down. The three little ones were left far behind as he darted ahead with remarkable speed, clutching the small metallic object, offering no reply. The ambulance, burdened and struggling, pressed down on the lever of the land bridge. Around the corner, Arlek swiftly extended his body, tossing the small metallic essence into the land bridge. The initially aggressive, iron-eating worms abruptly shifted their focus. Almost simultaneously, the partition surged into the land bridge, with the iron-eating worms trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, no, that's incorrect. In the polar region, I apologize, little Yan Chen, for letting you witness my recent moment. It's quite all right. Amidst the flickering flames, Optimus Prime and Arcee sat side by side, while Yan Chen nestled between Optimus Prime's legs, smiling as he looked up. Rather, this is the true you, the version I prefer. As the fiery meteor fell upon my heart once more, it brought a fleeting warmth, igniting a day of fervor. However, little Yan Chen, do you possess fears? His palm tightened around him, the lifelessness that had just vanished now completely gone, yet the pounding of his heart remained tangible, even though the body felt cold, leading to a nagging concern that if he loosened his grip, he might disappear from this realm. Arcee, just awakened, lacked the strength to speak, merely listening. Yes, indeed. There are many. Yan Chen lay down, curling into the embrace of Optimus Prime's arm, mentioning fears such as darkness, cold, betrayal, and abandonment. Also the loss of hearing. It was a silence, only the strength of the embrace tightening a little more. Suddenly, Yan Chen let out a soft laugh, which resonated distinctly in the quiet surroundings. Certainly, it was not the darkness currently shrouded by parts, nor was it the cold prevailing in the polar region. His ears perked up, detecting a sound, prompting him to struggle free from the encircling arms. Interpret it as you will. Your companions have come to retrieve you. The parts were reinserted into the body, and just as they took a step forward, the small metallic essence spiraled out, landing squarely at Yan Chen's feet. He picked it up and tossed it into the parts basket, extending a hand to stop the two machines who were helping each other approach the land bridge. Get down. The partition leaped from the land bridge and promptly dropped to the ground. Optimus Prime instinctively shielded Arcee behind him, while Yan Chen stood boldly at the forefront, a wall of parts forming ahead. After a series of clinks and clatters, the components encircled the frozen iron-eating worms, packaging them up and tossing them into a glass jar that Yan Chen had miraculously produced from somewhere. Don't forget, Brother Optimus. As he watched Optimus Prime approach the land bridge, he suddenly called out, prompting Optimus to turn his head and fix his optical sensors on Yan Chen. Don't forget, the snowball. Yan Chen displayed a game controller icon on the faceplate screen, smiling. Optimus understood, responding with a gentle smile in return. He secured the jar and vanished from sight. This time, it was truly exhilarating. The ambulance reclined against the railing, finally taking a moment to rest its vocal apparatus. It cast a fierce glare at Aralek, who was kneeling on its leg, seemingly oblivious to the situation. With a mock scowl, it remarked, "Thanks to your antics, I'm in this predicament. Could you refrain from dismantling me further?" After painstakingly reattaching a sharp piece of its knee, Aralek tossed aside the screwdriver and retorted, "And let us not forget, it's thanks to me, thanks to us, that we alleviated your burden and lured them away. Without us, wouldn't your situation be far worse? If we were to toss such pests into the Decepticons' hands, wouldn't that spell disaster for you? Humanity is not utterly helpless, my dear doctor." The ambulance responded with a resigned yes. Yes, gazing forlornly at Aralek as it continued to pluck at its parts. Optimus Prime smiled indulgently, affectionately ruffling the proud cat's head. Chapter 9. The feasibility study of a 2001 cat and the surprise gift box at the Autobot base today. The ambulance detected a signal from an extraterrestrial craft. While this alone might not warrant a chapter of its own, the fact that it appeared to be a signal from the Autobots upon examination is noteworthy. Although its authenticity remains uncertain, a simple inquiry could clarify the matter. Why have I been the one to start these chapters? It lamented, frustrated with its extended shifts. It tugged at its dark fur, readying its little tuft, and resumed its slumped position against the railing. Below, Optimus Prime and the Partition were engaged in a lively conversation across a display screen. Bored, Aralek stood up, brushed off its pants, and stealthily approached the deity, slipping a round, hard object as solid as iron into her pocket. When the deity reached into her pocket, attempting to retrieve the item, Aralek seized her wrist. She turned, puzzled, and he signaled with a gesture that all was well, shaking his head slightly, silently advising her not to take it out just yet. Then, he ambled down the steps outside the railing, completely ignoring the growing perplexity etched on her brow. Meanwhile, on the reprisal, the Jack exclaimed, "What brings you all the way here?" The Partition? Long time no see. Soundwave relayed the conversation between the Jack and the Autobot base, standing silently as he activated the recording, anticipating Red Alert's impending outburst. Meanwhile, Flame was huddled in a corner, fiddling with his own components, convinced that the current events bore no connection to his seemingly innocuous little cat. He pondered how his master could intercept communication signals from the Autobot base, presumably through the Jack's aircraft, yet failed to ascertain the location of the base. Perhaps the location had been discovered, but was simply not disclosed? "Well, Master, I never expected you to be this kind of person," the cat mused, casting a disdainful glance at Soundwave. "I had completely forgotten that I, too, am the kind of person who clearly knows the correct answer, but chooses to remain silent. We must act swiftly." The Red Spider, true to expectations, called out into the shadows behind Soundwave. "It is your turn, Faceless One. It is time for you to meet your demise." Rolling my eyes in disdain, I knew that any situation involving Red Spider would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, the Faceless One, who had only made a brief appearance before meeting an untimely end, was already waiting there. Initially curious about the suddenly enthusiastic Chen, upon hearing Red Spider's outburst, he quickly grasped the impending chaos. Thus, before Red Spider could transform, he straightened up to take a good look, lest he miss this fleeting opportunity. A vast expanse of black merged into the darkness of the shadows. This was the glossy hue of the Faceless One. If one did not examine closely, they might not even discern the presence of a machine. Amidst the sea of black, only two white lights, positioned at the head sculpt, flickered, cautioning all not to collide with him. It remained uncertain whether these were the colors of the optical lens or deliberately added markers. Data was imported, and the information conduit swiftly latched onto the chest of the Faceless One, transmitting the shape of a Jack alongside various data and intelligence. Accompanied by the chaotic sounds of mechanical parts, a Jack materialized before us. The Jack nodded silently, indicating that it was ready. Soundwave retracted the information conduit, and Red Spider began contemplating the next steps. Then he noticed a little feline head, staring intently at the Jack. "Little Chen, yes, it is you," Red Spider said with a smile, patting the small shoulder of the cat-like figure. "You shall lead the Decepticons in pursuit of the true Jack. I will have Soundwave assist you." Ah, yes, the implication was clear. I was to be pummeled by the Faceless One. Wait a moment. Could this be considered an opportunity for capture? Just wait, Little Red. Let us see if I can frighten you after spending a few days among the Autobots. Though this was my inner monologue, on the surface, I feigned a pitiful expression directed at Soundwave. Soundwave remained silent, and the laser bird detached, perching atop Chen's head. "You even deliberately avoided my ears, haven't you?" I felt an unprecedented sense of speechlessness, yet what could I do? I trusted that neither my master nor Little Red intended for me to come to harm, so I chose to place my faith in them. Fine, I'll go. I refuse to believe I cannot outrun him. If worst comes to worst, being dragged back to Optimus Prime will still ensure I am treated well as a prisoner of war. Casually summoning a few clone soldiers, I instructed the laser bird to stand atop the Jack's forehead while I transformed into a small figure, sitting on the shoulder of one of the Decepticons, encouraging him to take the lead. "I sincerely apologize. I will retrieve all of your parts and reassemble you." We crossed the land bridge. With the Decepticon I was riding on waiting near the designated landing site. while the others were dispatched to intercept the aircraft. Before long, a craft descended in the near distance, and the following figure, known as Tiger, transformed into an upright stance as it landed. The formidable Jack emerged from the craft, and after patting the ground beneath him, he gestured to his companion, the towering Tyrannosaurus, to maintain a respectful distance. Stepping forward, he locked eyes with Jack, his head tilted back, as he muttered, "What a diminutive feline." Initially, Chen intended to foster a more amicable introduction, moving closer to convey his friendly intentions. However, the conspicuous emblem of the Tyrannosaurus on his ear was too glaringly obvious, prompting the individual before him to unsheath a blade and engage in combat without hesitation. What a vexing predicament. His own Jack was lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Resolving to act, he deftly retreated a step to evade the blade's tip, his nimble form darting behind Jack, delivering a punch to the back of his head. Regrettably, the blow lacked sufficient force to inflict any real damage, but it was enough to momentarily disorient Jack, creating the perfect opportunity for the laser bird to join the fray. True to its legendary prowess, the laser bird unleashed two beams of energy, incapacitating Jack momentarily, rendering him unable to lift such a massive figure. Consequently, communication was established through a private channel to summon Soundwave to create a land bridge, facilitating the minions in disposing of Jack. Chen, in the process, returned the laser bird, and once the land bridge was retracted, his own Jack emerged from its hiding spot. Chen exchanged a glance with him, and then surveyed the pitiful minions of Tiger beside him, sighing as he spread his hands in exasperation. "Why are you so obstinate? I've clearly stated that I do not engage in combat." As three machines emerged from the land bridge, the scene that unfolded was as follows. It was Chen who shouted, sprinting ahead with remarkable speed, his purple silhouette darting forward, while Jack pursued relentlessly from behind. "You Tyrannosaurus officer, you dare to appear before me today. I shall undoubtedly capture you." Jack pursued with fervor, sporadically firing shots, his demeanor suggesting he might resort to grenades. Though he seemed to reconsider upon glancing at the craters on the ground, perhaps he had already expended a fair number. Upon catching sight of Chen, was it surprise? Rather, it seemed he accepted the reality with remarkable composure, having unwittingly acclimatized to the notion that this feline could manifest anywhere. Consequently, he exhibited no notable reaction as he enveloped Chen from three directions, ultimately forcing him to halt. Despite having fled for so long, Chen appeared remarkably vivacious, even nonchalantly raising his hand to greet them. "Hello there. UNT escaped this time, cunning cat," Jack gritted through clenched teeth, advancing step by step as the encirclement grew ever tighter. "Oh dear, I seem to be surrounded," Chen remarked, picking up the last fallen minion at his feet, casually dismantling it and tossing it into the parts bin. He slowly raised his empty hands beside his head, his smile unwavering, and calmly inquired, "If I were to surrender voluntarily, would you treat me as a prisoner of war?" The display screen on his armor flickered with a pair of sparkling starry eyes. Was there something amiss with him? The Jack lifted a corner of the partition beside him. "It's you." The partition shrugged in response. "I have long admired your esteemed reputation." Leader, casually holding the small feline head, the Jack greeted Optimus Prime, nonchalantly tossing Chen at his feet as a token of their meeting. Prime. Chen, feeling at home despite his limbs being restrained, greeted Optimus with a nod of his head against the ground. Hello." Optimus felt an awkwardness envelop him. After the greeting, Chen fell silent, spinning on the ground like a top until he found himself near the trio. "Little one, where's that small feline head, the one with the cat-eared hat?" Chen attempted to strike up a conversation. No one paid him any mind. Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, he spun away once more. Meanwhile, Optimus and the Jack were engrossed in their conversation. With a slap from the partition, the celebration of the newcomers commenced. "Have they forgotten that I am still here?" Watching his companion revel in joy, Chen sighed in resignation. Optimus had just conversed with him, mentioning that he would soon find an opportunity to send him off on the land bridge, only to whisk Alaric away for a joyride, claiming that leaders do not participate in parties, when in reality, he simply wished to sneak away with Alaric. How unfortunate. I am even less significant than a mere component. The tearful feline head spun back, returning to the place where chaos had erupted days prior with the Iron Eater. Alaric was particularly concerned about this ally who had saved her, and Optimus had instructed her to keep an eye on him before departing. so she followed him. Jack trailed closely behind. On the Nemesis, do you think it was wise to let little Chen lead? I can no longer track his signal. In the corridors of the Nemesis, Red Spider drooped his wings, lost in despair and self-pity. Moreover, there's the Faceless One. At this juncture, Soundwave felt compelled to emit soothing audio to comfort the unfortunate little aircraft. Indeed, with the Faceless One on standby, there should be no issues. Besides, little Chen is a diplomat. He should be able to navigate the situation, but still, I worry. Red Spider shook his head. He had never seen the other in such a state. Sending out a communication line, a mechanical claw gently patted Red Spider's head in a gesture of consolation. At the Autobot base, so, why did you save me? Alercy inquired, discarding the specialized rope in her hands. First, I must thank you for aiding me. As being down there was rather unpleasant, Chen replied, stretching his limbs. As for why I saved you, is a reason truly necessary? My reasoning is simply that it was amusing. Indeed, it is devoid of significance, merely entertaining, and I enjoy it. Chen leaned against the head sculpture, walking alongside Alercy at a leisurely pace. The conversation outside had already commenced, and Chen could vividly envision the fate that awaited Chen once exposed. Engaging in friendly banter with Alercy and the recently arrived Jack, he nonchalantly circled back, contemplating how to ensure both Chen survival and his own escape. Was it merely amusement? A nagging feeling suggested ulterior motives on your part. Alercy fell silent for a moment, then posed another question, seemingly unwilling to relent until she received the answer she sought. Could this be the sixth sense of an older sister? The familiar crescent smiley face reappeared on Chen's visor, causing Alercy's heart to flutter, nearly triggering her response. Yet she restrained herself as he turned to meet her gaze and remarked, however, this time my sixth sense is rather inaccurate. I truly harbor no other intentions. Ah, Chen could have been unmasked. Quite astute. Knowing to take a hostage for leverage? Who would call it such a moment? Do not approach. Open the land bridge for me. Grasping the divine child, he threatened the machines before him. Although still encased in a heavy shell, his voice had reverted to Chen true tone, given the presence of a hostage. They had no choice but to allow Chen to operate the land bridge freely, preparing to find an opportunity to rescue the divine child. Suddenly, a voice communication alert popped up on the display screen, seemingly from Optimus Prime. Chen paused, contemplating his next move. Seizing the moment, the partition attempted to leap in to rescue his partner, but was evaded just in time by Chen. The good news was that the partition collided with the control panel due to inertia, inadvertently connecting the voice communication. The atmosphere grew awkward, with only the cheerful childlike voice on the line declaring, "Are you all doing well? Are you having fun?" It was the voice of Alaric. "Apologies for potentially interrupting your enjoyment, but this child insisted on calling you. You may converse with Alaric while I shall refrain from intruding," Optimus Prime announced. "Why is everyone silent? Has something gone awry?" Alaric astutely sensed the tension and probed cautiously. Chen shot a glare at the partition, showcasing the divine child in his grasp, prompting him to quickly speak to allay any suspicion. The ambulance glanced at Bumblebee, who understood the cue and responded with a flusterbuzz. On the other end of the communication, silence reigned until Alaric spoke again, his tone somewhat muffled, as if stifling laughter. "Of all the people you could have taken hostage, why the divine child? Just before I left, I slipped a little surprise into her pocket to celebrate the arrival of the new Autobots. But I suppose it could be of use to you as well." The divine child instantly recalled the mysterious object tucked in her pocket. Her spirits lifted. With a sudden jolt, she ceased to support Chen's finger and began rummaging through her pocket, eventually discovering the round metallic item. "Take it out," she urged. Upon discerning the nature of the situation, the assembled machines collectively recoiled several steps, their attention drawn to a slumbering Iron Eater. The thousand-faced guest, in a state of palpable urgency akin to grasping a scalding potato, hastily pulled the lever of the land bridge, gently placing the divine child onto the control panel before swiftly retreating into the land bridge, preparing to depart. However, he was abruptly thrust back by the Jack, who, upon catching sight of the Iron Eater, nearly contemplated lingering on the response signal for the entire night, waiting for the creature to vanish from sight. Yet, this diminutive Iron Eater remained in slumber, prompting his attention to shift back to the counterpart, the thousand-faced guest, mirroring his appearance across the way as he drew his blade. Now, Two identical beings could only await their internal resolution, leaving the other machines, unable to assist, to witness this grand spectacle. Unbeknownst to all, the voice communication was severed. Ha 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 ha! How amusing! Overcome with laughter, Alrek could no longer contain himself after the communication was terminated, collapsing into his seat, reveling in sheer delight. Is this truly how you treat your own teammates? He lamented from within the red and blue truck, Optimus Prime. Alrek merely smiled in response. Well, just say it's entertaining. At the Autobot base, when confronted with the Decepticon grunts attempting to cross the land bridge, the Jack opted to hurl the thousand-faced guest into the fray. However, just as he commenced this action, a youthful, audacious voice resonated from above. Oh, a sticky grenade. Mind if I join? It was the same childlike tone as Yin Chun, who clambered over the railing before somersaulting down. As bullets from a transforming gun struck the railing where he had just stood, with Alcy pursuing closely behind. Thus, the sentiment remained, I truly wish to avoid conflict. Yin Chen shrugged as he gazed upon the transforming firearms aimed at him. In the next instant, they all fired simultaneously, but missed entirely. Upon glancing back, he had already seized the thousand-faced guest and leaped into the land bridge, even finding the leisure to wave a farewell before disappearing, making a playful face at the display screen. The grenade affixed to the thousand-faced guest beeped ominously, prompting Red Alert to immediately resolve to transform and flee. However, Yin Chun, swifter, yanked the grenade away, hurling it into the land bridge just before its final outline faded from view. The Autobots now watched in trepidation as the timer's beeping grew increasingly frantic. At last, a gentle yet definitive explosion erupted, releasing only confetti and a small purple cat-like firework, covering its mouth in glee. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving the scene steeped in a profound silence. Jack retrieved the shell of his detonated grenade, its inner components still faintly intact, scrutinizing it thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. In such a brief span, to disassemble a grenade, modify it, and then toss it back. How amusing. I feel as though I'm suffering from some form of psychological trauma, as my worldview has been utterly upended. Jolt's brow furrowed tightly as he pressed against the forehead of the statue, and after a moment of silence, he could not help but exclaim, what on earth could have led to the existence of such a Decepticon? One can only say, one must simply get accustomed to it. Optimus Prime offered a faint smile. Children can be quite troublesome, he murmured softly, noticing another young child present. Looking at Alaric, he remarked, I find you quite intriguing, young one. Is that so? I am truly flattered, Alaric replied with a forced smile that barely concealed his discomfort. Indeed, after all, raising a metal-eating bug is not something that an ordinary mind would conceive. Jolt's grin grew increasingly radiant. Alaric momentarily choked back his words. The aircraft wobbled as it ascended into the sky, a small object landing upon it without causing the slightest disturbance. Do not let me see you again. I shall ensure the Metal Eater bites you until you relent. All right, Alaric, it was merely a jest. Jack scooped Alaric up, who appeared quite indignant, flailing his little legs and arms in vain, unable to reach it, merely watching as the aircraft faded from view. He raised his slingshot toward the vanishing craft, a gift just received from Optimus Prime, which had recently fired several projectiles that struck Jolt's head and the aircraft. Alcy, standing at the edge of the crowd, found herself lost amidst the commotion, her mind completely occupied by Jolt's cheerful visage before his departure. The familiar sentiment echoed in her thoughts, reminiscent of a cat preparing to engage in some absurdity. A shiver ran down her spine as she resolutely noted in her personal code, avoid cats. They are harbingers of mischief and contagion. Chapter 10. How can someone like you still be called a human? You must be brought down. Prior to writing, let me express some madness. Sayla's Black Widow and that damn mechanical faction. I could slay you 100 times over. My pure-hearted little couple, rolling about. Ahem. The preceding words were from the cat, not me. Optimus, dear brother, come accompany me for an experiment. Hanging from the upper railing, I reached just enough to touch Optimus's statue, whispering into his audio receiver. My voice, unintentional in its volume, stood out starkly in the Autobot base, drawing the attention of every pair of eyes, both organic and mechanical. Observing the scene, Alaric no longer felt the need to conceal any talents. He hurried down the steps, positioning himself in an open area, pointing toward Optimus and instructing, to stand there, if you please. Thank you for your cooperation. Obediently, Optimus approached and positioned himself facing Alaric. "Are you planning to test the effectiveness of this little contraption against Cybertronians?" As the ambulance witnessed Alaric brandishing the slingshot, he half-jokingly remarked, recalling how this seemingly innocuous object had struck the forehead of the Jack several times just days prior, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Behold," Alaric declared, loading the projectile and gesturing towards Optimus Prime, eager to showcase the prowess of a master of components. He was certain it would not disappoint. Notably, Optimus had even provided him with a composite slingshot, demonstrating his lack of concern over the boy's potential recklessness. The ambulance held little hope for any significant impact. Its cerebral module lost in contemplation. In a split second, as the rubber band reached its maximum tension, Alaric released his grip, and the projectile soared directly towards Optimus, striking his waist with pinpoint accuracy. Amidst Optimus's startled exclamation, his colossal form collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Oh no, this was a mistake. I shouldn't have let Optimus come." After a series of intense coughs, Alaric hurriedly approached, anxious to check. "Are you all right? It shouldn't hurt." The ambulance was momentarily stunned. Indeed, it did not hurt, but the sensation of being utterly powerless was far worse. Optimus lay motionless on the ground. "I apologize. I shall assist you." The ambulance's fingers were unable to extract the projectile lodged in Optimus's waist, so he delegated the task to Alaric. Upon removing the projectile, Optimus felt an instant release throughout his body, a wave of comfort almost compelling him to roll over, but realizing the spatial constraints, he abruptly halted his movement and stood up. "All right, I fully comprehend, Alaric. You merely wish to assist us. Your intention alone is deeply moving." Optimus gently reassured the still tearful Alaric while undergoing a mechanical examination by the ambulance. "Of course, had it not reached a point of absolute necessity for your assistance, I would never have permitted you to involve yourselves. So let us cherish this joyful moment together." "That was truly epic," exclaimed the child, raising his arms in the air, gesturing animatedly before pointing at Optimus, such a massive figure, and he toppled over. "What do we have to fear?" A supportive buzz echoed like a chick pecking at rice. "So, what is the principle behind this?" Raphael chose to shift the conversation to a topic of interest to the parties involved, aiming to console them. The ambulance perked up immediately. As expected, Alaric, whose emotions shifted rapidly, cast aside his sorrow and guilt, now animatedly recounting, "Actually, I merely chanced upon the Cybertronian anatomical diagram displayed on the console, and I couldn't help but take a closer look. Have I ever placed such a thing on the console?" The ambulance stroked its chin, glancing at the console, where indeed an anatomical diagram of the Cybertronians lay. Puzzled as to when it had saved such a file, it nonetheless opened it for the assembly of machines and people to observe. Alec pointed to the central region of the organism depicted in the structural diagram, specifically the lumbar axis, and stated here, "Based on my research and the clandestine observations I have conducted on you, I have determined that this component, yes, this one, constitutes your central system. When did you conduct your research?" "Xiaoji," he continued, "given that Brother Zhu sleeps with me every night, it would be difficult not to study." Alec cleared his throat, feeling somewhat guilty, and added, "Moreover, after the incident with the iron-eating worm, I took the opportunity to examine the ambulance closely. Nevertheless, I discovered that all your structures possess a seemingly imperceptible seam at the lumbar position leading directly to the central system, and the required pathway is quite short. Thus, I tentatively deduce that all Cybertronians have such a seam at their waists." Alec swiftly shifted the topic, successfully redirecting the ambulance's attention to the explanation of principles. Momentarily forgetting the need to account for the fact that he had openly dismantled parts of his own body for study, he secretly sighed in relief, preparing to conclude this lengthy exposition. "Therefore, I wish to test the significance of the central system's role in your anatomy." Alec pulled Jack, who had been observing from the sidelines, into the demonstration, prodding Jack's spine from the lumbar region upward until he pointed to the highest point he could not reach. It was confirmed that my hypothesis was indeed correct. The central system merited its designation, perhaps akin to the function of our spinal cord and neurons. A sudden lapse could lead to paralysis. The ambulance gazed at Alec with increasing eagerness, while Alec nervously tousled his dark fur, chuckling awkwardly as he quietly stepped back. Indeed, this was yet another instance of Alec's grand entrance. Do you truly need to document every event from the original narrative? He exclaimed, pointing skyward. Hey, Alec, why are you acting so strangely? The deity squatted nearby, leaning over the railing to peer below, drawn by Alec's sudden, agitated gesture towards the ceiling. He nudged the child's waist with his elbow. Alec suddenly deflated, awkwardly curling into himself and also squatting down to observe the group of machines led by Optimus Prime conversing with Fuller, who was currently ensnared in some remote corner. Ultimately, the decision reached was for the Autobots to escort them personally. It was uncertain what kind of outcome would necessitate Optimus Prime's personal involvement. However, one hoped this time would not involve me. Yet for another, it was uncertain. Alec, as was his habit, leaned over the railing, lost in thought. Even as the delivery squad disappeared across the land bridge into the base without eliciting any reaction from him. It was not until the ambulance called out to him several times without response, in a fit of exasperation, hurled a wrench onto the railing, creating a tremendous noise, that Alec jolted back to reality. Ah, you startle me. Gazing at the ambulance, I turned back to the control panel, drawing back the slingshot and releasing a projectile that struck the ambulance's rear with a crisp sound. Simultaneously, the sound waves aboard the Reprisal were once more playing a recording for the Red Spider, while Chen curled up in the corner on that floating swivel chair, as was his custom. However, this time, Tianjun and the faceless guest were also huddled here, amusing themselves like playful kittens. Indeed, the Reprisal was becoming increasingly lively, which was precisely what Chen desired. Such a delightful atmosphere ought to be preserved indefinitely. But no, the future of the Reprisal should be even more vibrant and joyful. Casting a glance towards the treatment room, there lay the shell of the mighty Optimus Prime. And until the arrival of truly professional medical personnel, it was best, albeit reluctantly, to keep his life suspended in this manner. Yet Chen's attention shifted once more to his master, who was playing audio for the Red Spider. Why did his master resemble the old man who dispenses quests in that game? The feline spirit must confront Optimus Prime? Well, that is something I must undertake. As the audio concluded, Tianjun was the first to speak up. Surely not. If you go alone, won't the minions swarm in droves? Wouldn't that mean little Chen would be nursing his injuries for days on end? The faceless guest immediately countered, playfully stroking the kitten's nape with a teasing gesture. Tianjun was rendered speechless. Listening to their light-hearted banter, Chen savored the faceless guest's deft handling of the cat, only to feel the Red Spider's gaze upon him, filled with an indescribable yearning. Ultimately, he relented with a sigh and nodded. All right, I understand. I shall go. It seemed that after the faceless guest's earlier encouragement, the Red Spider had realized that her little kitten was both resourceful and obedient, thus prompting her to request Chen to lead the team more frequently. This, in turn, aligned with Chen's wishes, such as being able to promptly rescue the fallen tiger. Indeed, it was evident that little Chen was the most obedient of all. The Red Spider, fiercely protective as a mother hen, glared at Tianjun and the faceless guest, baring her teeth. You shall not touch. Allow me to do so. Thus began another day of striving toward her goal, commencing with being usurped by her caretakers. I refused to be a mere mascot. In today's battle for the kitten, it was the Soundwave that emerged victorious. Perched atop the shoulder of a fortunate tiger, he led the motley crew as they transformed into aerial vehicles, departing the deck and advancing toward their objective. Chen sat in the leading aircraft, comfortably relishing the breeze. At the Autobot base, the presence of a green unit among the Decepticons was indeed peculiar. A sound echoed from the partition. Green? Aralek set down his book, bemusedly retorting. It's evident that the green ones are not Decepticons. Even as adversaries, we should refrain from spreading rumors. If we've misidentified them, an apology to the Tigers may be in order, yet their current objective is indisputable. Optimus Prime's steady voice resonated, after which silence enveloped the space. In the recent fleeting communication, faint human sounds could be discerned within vehicles aboard aircraft. Once again, he brandished his metallic composite slingshot, swinging it toward the void ahead, producing a sharp, slicing sound. At the delivery squad's location, the Decepticon has arrived, the partition remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. However, Alcee did not share in the joy, quelling the partition's delight with a cold observation. They are coming for us. The Decepticons and Autobots faced each other, while Flame chose to descend from another cliff, opting to spectate from a distance. Observing the helicopter above, he mused, "Is it called Silas? Let us see what thoughts occupy his mind. This can't last long. I reckon you and your mechanical kin won't endure either. Just grabbing a young bumblebee from the other side could easily spell your doom." Yet, what was the true purpose behind Red's dispatch of the Decepticons? Pondering, if we take down Prime, that's a lifetime of bragging rights, though I do hope the red paint remains intact. A voice from the land bridge interrupted, "Oh, my dear Alaric, swiftly bring down that green scoundrel in the sky." Inside the train car, Jack and the divine child leaped from the land bridge, followed by Alaric, who opened the car door to witness Silas's aircraft preparing to land atop the train. With Raphael's remote assistance, the train executed a deft drift, temporarily evading the imminent threat. However, how did the train change its course? This maneuver resulted in the young Raphael being disconnected from the train, unable to contend with the older adversary on the opposite side. "Well, this is splendid." Jack and the divine child each grabbed a fire safety item as a defensive weapon, watching as a hole was sawed into the top of the train, from which 3 or 4 Decepticons emerged. A speeding projectile struck the central figure, the augmented force nearly causing him to tumble from the train. Alaric, gripping the slingshot, loaded another projectile. Inside the helicopter, Silas, seeing Optimus Prime alongside the cliff, hesitated and commanded a retreat. Once all Decepticons boarded, the helicopter swiftly ascended to a higher altitude, marking a strategic miscalculation in their projectile assault. Silas produced a significant treasure from seemingly nowhere, launching a shell toward the railway ahead. Then why not directly attack the train? Afraid of the repercussions, perhaps? The rail was severed, prompting Jack to contact Raphael, only to receive a disappointing response. Ultimately, the two found themselves earnestly debating whether the likelihood of surviving by jumping from the train was greater than waiting to plummet off the cliff, and whether the last car could buy them a few extra seconds of life. The divine child even left a token for the partition. "Truly, you both are truly remarkable." Alaric, undeterred, squeezed between Jack and the deity, peering outward. At the precipice, Optimus Prime was consumed with the urgent necessity to halt the train. While the tracks ahead extended toward the cliff where Chen stood, donned in a makeshift hat crafted from spare parts. The assembly of components, resembling tentacles or iron chains, clung to the carriage, exerting force backward while gradually extending toward the junction with the carriage. The remote control proved somewhat challenging. Indeed, external assistance was essential. At the cliff's edge, Optimus Prime transformed back into his upright form and leapt to the front of the train, employing the most rudimentary physical methods to bring it to a halt. However, he did not overlook the aid that materialized alongside him. Amidst the flow of components, the driver at the front was extricated to safety by the spare parts, while another segment of components formed a blade that flashed with a cold glimmer, severing the connection between the carriages amidst a shower of sparks. Optimus Prime, timely in his release, allowed the front of the train to plummet down the cliff, leaving the remaining carriages halted not far from the broken tracks. Optimus Prime noticed a hint of purple at the cliff's edge and silently expressed his gratitude threefold in his heart. Alaric, peering from the carriage, took advantage of Jack and the deity's celebratory oblivion to quietly convey his thanks to Optimus Prime. The latter, having heard, seemed to smile with a gentle curve of his eyes. "Optimus, how are the train and the children?" "All is well, yet we have underestimated this planet. It harbors individuals who could be likened to local Decepticons." Optimus exchanged glances with Silas, communicating with the ambulance. Silas had preserved the data on Optimus' S-form aboard the helicopter and attempted to capture the mechanical life on the cliff again, only to find that the purple figure had long since vanished. Unbeknownst to anyone, a fully charged slingshot extended from the carriage. The projectile soared forth, striking the gap in the helicopter's wing. The helicopter sputtered, emitting black smoke, and descended helplessly until it was caught in a grasping hand belonging to Chen. "Let's not speak lightly of this, Brother Prime. They covet what does not belong to their kind. They're unworthy of comparison to Megatron." Chen casually tightened his grip on the helicopter, nonchalantly remarking, "Has Megatron ever pursued the possessions of another race? No, right? Such treachery is beyond even him." Optimus remained silent for a moment. How do you intend to deal with them? Concern for the fate of these humans lingered in Optimus' mind as he pondered before finally voicing his inquiry. What else can be done? A verbal admonition. "Then release them." Chen shrugged. After all, they haven't truly crossed any lines. Eliminating them does not align with my aspirations. Oh, and child, I hold you in high regard. I have long wished to bring him down. Chen bent slightly, exchanging a knowing smile with the instigator of the chaos, Arlek, both reveling in the misfortune. Optimus Prime observed him and then glanced at the battleground where the Autobots clashed with the Decepticons, inquiring, "Are you leaving?" "What else would I do? Allow myself to be captured by you again? Your companions will arrive shortly. I must retrieve my parts," Chen replied, clutching his helicopter as he waved farewell to Optimus before vanishing from sight. Optimus, watching the direction of his departure, lowered his gaze to the three small figures in the cabin, seemingly commenting to Arlek, "It appears that this fellow was deliberately captured last time." Chapter 11. Only when trouble strikes do we seek the doctor. A night at the museum in this chapter. Let us return to Chapter 7 to delve into the circumstances surrounding our beloved Wei-Ge. The moment I laid eyes on Optimus Prime's striking red and blue form, an ominous sense of foreboding washed over me, prompting me to hurl Thundercracker towards my master before fleeing. Although I was aware that Soundwave could not physically maneuver Thundercracker, who would dare to leave him in the care of Starscream? Certainly not Chen. Frantically, I raced back to the reprisal, though it remained uncertain whether mere speed could rival the teleportation capabilities of a land bridge. Nonetheless, the feline involved felt utterly exhausted. Yet, there was no time to rest. The throbbing in my chest, fueled by the belief that Megatron still lived, intensified. I had to locate my leader, and swiftly, bursting into the control room, I expelled the Decepticons within, connected to the reprisal, and reactivated the sonar. The process proceeded more swiftly than anticipated, eliminating the debris left by the space bridge's explosion, and I quickly locked onto a significant object. Switching off the sonar, I engaged the signal detection apparatus, transmitting a signal to the object. The tiny life signal that reverberated back illuminated the golden optics of Chen hidden beneath the dark display. In the original narrative, the discovery occurred during the battle between Thundercracker and Optimus. However, here, the absence of Soundwave's search for Megatron allowed the swift feline to seize the opportunity. The minute yet powerful feedback was a beacon of hope. Chen, knowing how much Soundwave cared for Megatron's fate, decisively used his external communication device to broadcast the news, simultaneously thwarting the ambitions of a certain rebellious red alert. "Soundwave, I suggest you report my Cybertronian identification number directly." Thus, the principle behind this external communication device had long been established to ensure optimal efficiency in collecting audio information and executing background surveillance. Each mech was outfitted with an audio receiver connected wirelessly to Chen's own chip, and it was serendipitously discovered that this mechanism could be utilized in reverse, facilitating the recent transmission of sound. Consequently, even Thundercracker was able to hear it. 3 small aircraft hastened their return, swiftly landing on the deck. Upon entering the main control room, Soundwave confirmed Megatron's precise coordinates through the pedigree chart displayed on the screen constructed by Flame. He activated the land bridge, instructing Starscream and Thundercracker to retrieve him. Just before entering the land bridge, Starscream noticed the pair of feline eyes on Flame's faceplate, gazing at him with a knowing smirk. "It's nothing," he reassured himself as he stepped into the land bridge. Moments later, with Thundercracker carrying him and Starscream escorting, they returned to the Nemesis. However, Megatron now resembled a mere heap of scrap metal, hardly distinguishable from the disassembled parts in Flame's quarters. One could rightly call him a pile of junk, as he appeared on the verge of disassembly into mere components. After handing Megatron over to Soundwave, Starscream departed, leaving Thundercracker flustered and fidgeting, while the duo of mentor and apprentice observed his retreating figure. Eventually, Soundwave bowed his head to attend to his own matters, while Flame persistently awaited Starscream's return. True to form, Starscream glanced back just as the door was closing. Through the remaining crack, he caught sight of the dark, purplish chassis tilting its head, the familiar visage displayed on the faceplate forming a smile. Yet, an inexplicable chill ran down Starscream's spine, prompting him to leave hastily, seemingly unnerved, and he refrained from inquiring further about Megatron's condition for some time. The immediate priority was to secure professional medical assistance. The only one present who understood the components. This rather insignificant feline admitted that while he could disassemble, he was far from adept at reassembly. The fact nearly frightened Soundwave to death. leading him to urgently arrange for a specialist to take over the task. Admittedly, I acknowledge that my gaze upon that heap of parts was perhaps a bit too fervent. Seated on a swivel chair at the main console, I idly searched while awaiting responses from the other Decepticon grunts engaged in similar tasks. It became evident that a collective of machines would yield greater efficiency than a solitary individual. Indeed, the current performance of the Decepticons surpassed that of Flame. Before long, a doctor named Knockout was summoned and en route. However, this wait extended into 4 chapters of mundane, interdimensional escapades. Nevertheless, Flame was elated upon seeing Knockout, not merely because of the prospect of saving their leader, but certainly not due to Starscream. Yet it turned out that Knockout was skilled only in disassembling, not repairing. What recourse did Soundwave have in response to this? At least he was more reliable than the indifferent others. Thus, they decided to let Knockout disassemble what replaceable parts could be salvaged while simultaneously contacting Flame to fetch Knockout's nurse partner, Firebrand. Flame, am I supposed to go out and find her? The cat is hopping around. Soundwave, do as you wish, he sighed. Ultimately, Firebrand was located at an unknown ruin, engaged in a tussle with a partition, just as Flame arrived to witness him smashing a wall with said partition. Ah, that painting must surely hold considerable value. Yet, what relevance does it bear to my little feline companion? Adjusting the brim of the component hat, I lifted the extinguished flame and tossed it into the land bridge, which reverberated with sound waves, after exchanging customary greetings with the perplexed deity. Then, I leaped into the land bridge, vanishing from sight. Snap away, it matters not. In the end, whatever it may be will ultimately find its way into our possession. After all, if my master cannot acquire it, there remains me, the unpredictable wild card. Thus, it seems that Chen has exhausted his efforts, venturing off in search of amusement in his life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soundwave was assigning tasks to the Red Spider amidst a thick fog. For machines gathered, deliberating on how to proceed with their heist at the museum. So, why were Tianjun and Qin Mianku absent from the scene? You might wonder, for in the original narrative, these two met their untimely demise. In actuality, Tianjun, having heard that he was not to confront Optimus Prime, opted out, believing he would come to regret it. As for Qin Mianku, he deemed such thievery beneath him, though he would reconsider if it were merely a matter of stealth. Thus, they were left behind to guard against potential theft. Inside the museum, Alaric leaned against a railing. Were it not for time constraints, I would have dismantled this surveillance system to discreetly fix the visuals on a single frame. Must I rely on luck to replace the photographs now? Alaric sighed, feeling somewhat useless this time. Perhaps my sole purpose is to deter the Decepticons from raiding our carbon-based companions, allowing me to retaliate with a slingshot. Yet, Knockout still relishes commenting on automotive components. One of my red chassis playfully teased another, provoking a brawl. Please cease the fighting, I implore. I find great delight in the psychological portrayal of the scene. Now I understand why Knockout chose an electric baton as his weapon. After all, it is the only means to reach our esteemed Prime's neck. Shall I take a turn? This one is quite the cultural connoisseur, amused as Alaric observed the spectacle. Such entertainment. However, dear Firebro, are you truly a medic? And Firebro, could you perhaps be a tad more attentive to your partner's position when you unleash your explosive antics? TSK. Now the red chassis shall surely bear another scar. The silver lining is that Raphael has finally succeeded in pushing the large golden mass down. Alaric instinctively recoiled, fearing it might tumble upon him. Now, alas, even the spectacle has vanished from view. On the return journey, the deity was apprehended by security and taken into the surveillance room, leaving 2 children in suspense and a half-opened, rolling door revealing the legs of a Cybertronian. Upon hearing the silent footsteps, Alaric immediately recognized the identity. The inflection in Jackass' voice, tinged with a question, nearly elicited a laugh from RC. Master, your legs are remarkably slender. By the way, does this count as a situation where I am needed? At the battlefield outside the museum, Optimus Prime turned to behold the violet trails of flames in the sky, accompanied by a shimmering golden hue. The sound waves clutched the energy harvester, swaying as if in a display of arrogance. Alas, Master, you remain utterly oblivious to my capabilities. Suddenly, the drone in the air extinguished its flames, drifting a short distance towards the entrance before plummeting down, landing squarely between the 2 factions. It clutched the sphere tightly. Indeed, now, it was the turn of the adversary to be rendered silent. The metal reflected the moonlight, casting a gleam upon the optics of the adversary. Bang! A projectile lodged in the waist, followed by the thunderous crash of the body hitting the ground. What does it mean to be a slingshot warrior? Tactical retreat. Alaric, gripping the third projectile, dashed unhesitatingly to Optimus Prime's side, aiming at the final adversary. The last strike was thwarted by scattered debris. Hey, let us be amicable, shall we? Chen nudged the missile tube of the adversary slightly downward, permitting Alaric to launch the projectile at himself. After all, it was of no consequence. The energy harvester had long since found its way into his hands, tossed about before being discarded into the pile of parts behind him, disappearing as if cast into the depths of the ocean. Do not fight on my behalf any longer. Chen placed a hand upon his chest, feigning a heart-wrenching demeanor. Let us refrain from using Chinese memes in America. Optimus Prime exhibited a rare facet of sarcasm, quite unexpected. Ahem, ahem. You might as well declare that the cutter is now with me. In the private channel, Chen, Brother Deathfire, you take Master and Brother Knockout away first, with my size. I can't carry even one of them. That fire. Huh. Well, I must say, I quite admire a phrase from the Cybertronian lexicon. Deathfire seized the two incapacitated ones and made a hasty retreat without a backward glance, leaving me behind. How disheartening. Chen continued to jest nonchalantly, while the debris thwarted Alaric's attempts to pursue. He shook his head, saying, "Apologies, but I cannot allow you to pass. We must wait until Master is safe." Ultimately, after futile attempts to breach the wall of debris, the Autobots began to lose hope until Chen confirmed that Deathfire had returned with the two unfortunate souls aboard the Vengeance. All right, my task is complete. Chen bowed slightly, feigning a British gentleman's gesture, addressing Alaric. A friendly reminder. The absence of a central system signifies the absence of the possibility of being defeated. With that, he vanished as per usual. Autobot base remained with partitions, an ambulance, and 3 small figures within. The partitions were in a state of furious turmoil, smashing the ambulance's assembly line. Hey, partition, I still need this. The ambulance's core groaned in frustration. Never mind, Alaric, let us gather more parts. The ambulance, holding its forehead, returned to its seat, waving at Alaric, who was enjoying himself at the upper railing. Then a heap of components fell upon his head. Could you refrain from sending things over with that modified slingshot? It is rather painful when it strikes the head sculpture. Optimus Prime, do take a look at what you have bestowed upon him. Such worthless items. As for the ruins, what shall we do? Little Red Brother refuses to heed advice, always thinking that avoiding necessary tasks will yield results. What shall we do? We shall merely observe and await the mess he will leave behind. Suddenly, he wishes to become a mascot again. Chen pulled the patrolling minion closer to himself, hoping to spare him from the wrath of the Red Spider, which could lead to an untimely demise. Thus, Red Spider merely utilized a super energy mine to test the harvester. The noise from the spectator was rather excessive. Consequently, he was discovered by a pair of lovebirds from the medical team. Truly, the red shell I have my eye on is quite impressive with that electric baton, had he not been sent flying by a punch from Deadlock. Oh, it turns out that baton was also used against your partner. ISNT that, right? Speaking of which, inserting it was quite painful. It must be Little Red Brother, but please do not suffocate anyone. It shattered. The energy harvester was thrown into the sky by a partition, resulting in an explosion that painted the heavens a brilliant blue. The essence of energy dissipating into the air before vanishing shortly thereafter. The land bridge opened nearby, with Optimus Prime leading the charge. Upon seeing the situation unfold, Red Spider swiftly transformed and took flight to escape. Well, he still looked quite dashing while fleeing, covering the only luminous optical lens of the Decepticon minion. He concealed himself alongside it in the depths of the dark night, where no one would see the 2 purple shells merging with the shadows. While the Autobots were yet to notice their presence, Chen slipped into the ruins, relying on the structures for cover, disappearing from sight. Little Red certainly displayed courage, yet his audacity was not particularly great. Of course, he did not flee directly, for the shattered energy harvester was deemed useless in the eyes of others. But to Chen, it was merely a collection of parts, needing to be stored in the component bin. The Decepticon minion watched as his feline commander scurried about, searching for golden shards, tilting his head in confusion. Chapter 12. Both of you lay down and even recover together. My heart aches for you both. Off you go again, racing about, defeating Brother. At the bridge's entrance, Chen spun in a swivel chair. The sounds of defeat did not deter him. Rather, he became more joyous in his play. Meanwhile, Deadlock watched him intently. "Oh, Lil Yan Chen, why are you the one waiting? Shouldn't it be Red Spider?" Deadlock jested, propping himself on his left arm with a grin. "If you keep playing like this, little Chip might just toss you out. I do not wish to repaint you. It would take far too much time with all those parts." The swivel chair gradually came to a halt. It was supposed to be little Red Brother waiting, but I persuaded him to return, for I sensed he might impose some minor punishment upon you that would cause you great distress. Thus, I did everything in my power to take his place. Chen turned the swivel chair towards the one known as Ji Dao, spreading his hands and shaking his head in disapproval. "Ji Dao, I understand your passion for racing, but one must adhere to some semblance of discipline. Otherwise, Brother Sihu will undoubtedly be concerned." Ji Dao retorted, "Are you doubting my skills and capabilities?" Sihu interjected, "Do you truly possess any strength? Should I be worried?" "Ah, of course, my dear Yin Shun. Thank you for your concern. I will be mindful." Ji Dao raised an eyebrow playfully and patted the shoulder of the diminutive Yin Chen seated within the chair. "But you won't change, will you?" Yin Chen coldly added. His internal monologue reflected on the display screen with a look of helplessness that lent a touch of solemn charm to the child. He merely sighed, retrieving a large red object from the parts bin and presenting it to Ji Dao. "And here is your car door, Brother Ji Dao. Make it look good. I love to see it." Ji Dao, nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost embraced Yin Shun, extending his hand towards the boy's head. Yin Shun did not evade, but calmly reminded him, "If you wish to pat my head, please do so at the back." At the Autobot base, an unsettling atmosphere loomed ever since Black Widow arrived on Earth, leading to the current predicament with Optimus Prime's infection. Should we seek an antidote on the Avenger? I suppose I must accompany you, though perhaps it is unnecessary. The main body is still aboard. Nothing catastrophic should occur, so let them be. However, who is responsible for dismantling the electromagnetic shield? Alec glanced once more at the fallen Optimus Prime, twirling the slingshot in his hand, silently vowing, "I shall assist you." Observing a slight nod from Optimus eased his worries. Infection on one side, exposure on the other. It seemed meticulously orchestrated. Curious. At the Nemesis, where Megatron resided, Yin Shin visited daily, particularly in the evenings. After all, his ears could detect the sounds of consciousness at work. What a splendid way to spend the late hours. Engaging in conversation with his superior, it was undeniably delightful, albeit appearing somewhat mad to those who observed his solitary musings. "Oh, my dear Megatron, why have you yet to awaken? Do share the conditions for your revival. I shall procure them for you." His diminutive frame could easily slip through the gaps in Megatron's chest, where he laid down and yawned, initiating his evening soliloquy. Within Megatron's consciousness, as he settled in, he heard the familiar sound of a domestic cat. This had become a nightly occurrence, save for rare days of significance, so he had grown accustomed to it. He was aware of his inexplicable state of unconsciousness, but felt powerless, left only to engage in trivial conversation. "Megatron, let's exercise some caution. Do not display everything so brazenly. At the very least, provide some upper-level concealment. Look at how Red has extracted your dark energy form. Soon enough, I shall have to reclaim it." "How do you know of this?" "I specifically instructed them to keep you away from such perilous matters," Megatron inquired. "Ah, it seems that you have indeed heard it. Brother Wei, is your mind consumed entirely by these matters? It is quite noisy. I apologize for forgetting. No matter, however, after much contemplation, I realize that my external stimuli may have little effect on your consciousness. It appears that a deeper exploration is necessary, though that may be beyond my scope, as it should fall under the purview of Brother Jindombois. I'm unsure if he is still present. But let us conclude our discussion for today. I will find a way to bring you back. Thus, here we are. Yin Shun is perplexed as to why he has gone to such lengths to arrive at this wretched place. Is it for the components on those zombies? Please, they have been rusting for countless millennia and are likely unusable. As he traverses the desolate remains of Cybertron and the cracked Earth, he finds no components that meet any acceptable standards. What, then, is drawing me here? Turning around a weathered rock formation, a half-buried violet light captures Yin Chen's attention, accompanied by a faint sound of energy pulsating within. Could it be you? He approaches and extracts it from the crevice. It is a slender, pointed crystalline substance. Is this the dark energy entity that Brother Wei has longed for? Its appearance is quite unsightly, certainly less impressive than the energy sculptures in my collection. Nevertheless, it would be a pity not to bring it back, especially considering the adage, Better to be safe than sorry. What if this object could be inserted in a Brotherway-S spark chamber and come to life? Very well. I shall take a small piece from my collection. Meanwhile, the cat missed the overnight docking adventure with RC and Bumblebee, or rather, half of it. Now that the main body is absent, trouble is bound to ensue. Inside the consciousness of Megatron, it appears that the recent incident has left Bumblebee quite shaken, as no one expects to be abruptly thrust onto the stage mid-performance. Poor Bumblebee, with his round blue optics, reminds Megatron of his own disfigurement from the space bridge explosion, and he recalls the potential of the dark energy entity for his restoration. Thus, he uses the antidote as leverage. My diplomat once advised me not to lay everything bare. Megatron merely showcased a rough outline of the antidote's data, veiled in secrecy. Whether he receives, it depends on whether you will awaken me. So, dear cat, once again, you have inadvertently caused trouble. In the final moments, Bumblebee was compelled to exit forcibly, and alongside RC, they leapt into the land bridge, adhering to the principle of not departing empty-handed and ensuring discomfort for you as well. RC interrupted the life support system connected to Megatron's body. Soundwave, what should we do? Red alert. ISNT this better? I'm rather heartbroken. Knockout. I'm distracted, unaware if the fire has died down yet. At the Autobot base, Ratchet is deciphering the antidote information from that screenshot, but it seems it will take quite some time to achieve results. However, by the time that moment arrives, I fear Optimus Prime may have already met his untimely demise. Alec pressed his forehead in frustration, unwilling to meet Optimus Prime's gaze. He had indeed broken his promise. What was he thinking? There was no need for Ratchet to exert himself in deciphering the situation. Optimus spoke weakly, but before he could finish, Ratchet's voice interrupted, laced with unmistakable fatigue and despair. Are you asking me to give up on you? Optimus, that is absolutely out of the question. Do not even consider it. Alec comforted Bumblebee, who hung his head nearby. No, what I mean is, Optimus choked back a cough, continuing, someone will deliver. Alec straightened. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Optimus. He could easily perceive whom Optimus had in mind. Ratchet ceased his actions and turned to reassess Optimus's condition, questioning, is your neural module intact? How could such a remarkable individual be delivering us the antidote? That remarkable individual is right here, a dark purple shadow declared from the railing, swaying back and forth without fear falling. The teasing tone was unmistakable. Indeed, it was Flame. Here, the antidote. Don't mention it. Consider it a token of gratitude from Megatron to the red shell. Flame tossed a small object onto Ratchet's control panel. It was a chip, comparable in size to a carbon-based chip, leaving one to wonder if it was silicon-based, as it seemed to be self-replicating within. I fulfilled my promise up to this point. Stealing a glance at Alec, who sat quietly leaning against the railing, Flame remarked, I always knew I could trust you. You've sent me another chip. Optimus, unyielding in his manner, astonished everyone present, including a stunned Megatron within Bumblebee, while Ratchet, intoxicated by the antidote, remained oblivious to the conversation. During this exchange, Optimus's gaze remained fixed on the railing, uncertain whether he was looking at Flame or Alec. Alec lowered his head in silence, showing no reaction as he turned away. Oh really? So I hold such significance in the red shell's heart. How flattering, Flame mused, rubbing his ear. The dark gray armor-S display screen effortlessly concealed his golden optical sensors as he cast a sidelong glance at Bumblebee, responding absent-mindedly, and the chip is not so precious. Although I can't recall when I gave you another one, just keep it safe. With a swift withdrawal of his gaze, Flame bid farewell to those present before vanishing, leaving only Ratchet's triumphant cheers upon completing the antidote. As everyone turned to him, Alex scratched his head and inquired, what just happened? After extracting the tube from Megatron, the Red Spider embarked on another outrageous endeavor, attempting to use a telescope to concentrate sunlight to melt the polar ice for mining purposes. However, he seemed entirely oblivious to the prospect that rising sea levels would consume many enjoyable locales. Flame pondered how to prevent this calamity. Indeed, the leader responsible for seizing the astronomical telescope is Thunderstorm. It is lamentable that Thunderstorm, accompanied by a small squad of Decepticons, nearly wreaked havoc on the astronomical venue, prompting the Faceless One to suggest that it would be better for him to retrieve it himself. How shall I put it? I am quite pleased to have not been involved in this absurd affair. However, the pressing concern is how to awaken Megatron. Contemplating this, I decided to retrieve the cord I had previously intended to reclaim from the Red Spider's chamber last night. Upon further examination, I found it inferior to the one I had discovered, leading me to sigh in frustration over my futile efforts, intending to toss it into my collection cabinet later. I sat beside Megatron S form, awaiting his consciousness to return. Soon, I must persuade Little Red. I am exceedingly busy, and it irks me. I must petition Megatron for paid leave. Knock, knock, knock. It was Megatron, occupying Bumblebee's body, rapping on the treatment bed. Naturally, he had long since discerned that the sounds of the land bridge and Bumblebee's footsteps were not as they once were, thus providing him with a new dark energon to fend for himself while I had to move on to the next incident. At the very least, I aimed to ensure that the Red Spider would not suffer too grievously at Megatron's hands. In the Autobot base, oh splendid, I shall once again endure the frigid polar climate. RC's tone betrayed no trace of enthusiasm in those words. She shrugged her shoulders, stating that this time, a benevolent soul might not come to her rescue. But that is not necessarily the case. Little Flame's appearances are always quite normal, aren't they? After Optimus Prime's recovery from illness, he now resembles an exuberant dog that has been cooped up for 3 years. And who knows? Perhaps the polar region is warmer than summer now. It has been proven time and again that my brother is invariably correct. On the deck, the Red Spider yanked a high-ranking Decepticon from the control panel, aligning the telescope towards the approaching Optimus Prime, while Soundwave stood by, observing the spectacle. So, Prime, do you still recall Ratchet's medical advice? This time, Red Spider's endeavor predictably ended in failure. Yet that is to be expected, if nothing went awry. He would not be the Red Spider we know. Ultimately, he did not flee. He even contemplated detonating Optimus Prime. Was he truly under the influence of courage-inducing substances? Alas, he was swiftly dealt with by Megatron. Ouch, my Megatron, please be gentler, Little Red murmured, surprisingly useful in his own way. He even positioned himself alongside Optimus Prime, excitedly inquiring, so how about it, Prime? Our Megatron saved your life. Consider negotiating, and I shall assist you. He merely chuckled and patted the back of the cat's head. I shall consider it. Chapter 13. Indeed, anything is possible. Such fortunate events must be documented. After a series of efforts from various Decepticon personnel over 6 chapters, which may or may not have borne fruit, Megatron made a triumphant return. However, the first order of business was to thoroughly punish those who sought to usurp power. The Red Spider was pitifully dragged away by its tiny wings. Although betrayal is undoubtedly wrong, the punishment it deserves cannot be evaded. Despite Megatron's fierce words, threatening the ultimate penalty, one could discern that he still held a certain fondness for his commander. Hence, it seemed likely that he would only deliver a sound beating, prompting Chen to offer a few words of caution against excessive force, though it remained uncertain whether Megatron took heed of this advice. The next event was the anticipated reunion between master and apprentice. Fortunately, amidst his myriad responsibilities, Megatron still remembered Tianjun and his brother, Hai-E. Assigning Tianjun the task of locating Hai-E, elated, Tianjun set off on his mission. Subsequently, Soundwave, seemingly seeking retribution for the incident at the museum when Erelek had felled him, divulged Chen's recovery of the energy harvester. Meow, the cat lamented. Alas, there was no escaping the fact that his master knew him all too well, and under pressure, Chen complied and surrendered the device. Megatron placed the assortment of intact and damaged components, along with their golden exteriors, in a location inaccessible to his young charge, preventing them from being taken back as collectibles. The decision of whether to repair them or not would require careful deliberation. In a piece of good news, the Red Spider had finally settled down a bit, at least in Chen's absence, no longer displaying its former arrogance. However, its ambition remained largely unchanged, which, for Chen, was indeed a silver lining. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a kind-hearted yet ambitious little red brother? It felt as though the alliance between the two factions resembled the collaboration of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. Following that period, nothing particularly entertaining transpired, at least from the perspectives of Chen and Erelek, with the latter enjoying a light-hearted and pleasant atmosphere that Chen envied. While there were no significant events on Chen's side, minor issues arose one after another. Megatron's demand for components had skyrocketed in recent days, even resorting to utilizing backup resources, specifically for component hats. Consequently, with the component hat now empty, Chen had no choice but to venture out in search of parts. He would have to deploy a component clone on the Revenge, borrowing parts from the medical bay to keep Megatron in the dark. During this period, Chen was largely unaware of the specific happenings aboard the Revenge. However, as long as no one contacted him, it signified that nothing was amiss. He hoped, at least. Having adopted a carbon-based guise while wandering through human society, he appeared as a youth on the cusp of maturity, still bearing Erelek's fundamental traits. Save for his short hair. In search of components, it was prudent to head towards areas that seemed abandoned. Eventually, he stumbled upon a site resembling a deserted village. After a brief exploration, the hall was modest, yet better than nothing, standing at the entrance of a tunnel akin to an air raid shelter. He was greeted by a cacophony of sounds, encompassing the struggles of colossal beings and the operations of various construction instruments. Who could it be? Suddenly, a phrase in Cybertronian, a curse, echoed, momentarily startling Chen, who had been contemplating the implications of the unfolding events. Without hesitation, he dashed inside the Nemesis. So, was Deadlock captured by humans? Lord Megatron, hands clasped behind his back, turned away from the gathered machines. It cannot be said that way. He was ambushed. Do not underestimate humanity. One of Chen's component avatars stood behind Megatron, arms crossed. He clenched his fists, observing the tension between the two figures. So, Lord Megatron, will you not rescue him? Red Alert pressed persistently, while Soundwave, positioned behind him, subtly indicated his temporary support for Red Alert's stance. To be bested by humans signifies his time has run out. There is no need for rescue. Megatron's heartlessness remained unyielding. That is not the way to think, Megatron. You are the leader of the Decepticons, technically our superior. Rescuing Deadlock not only secures another formidable warrior, but also earns their loyalty. For both emotional and rational reasons, we must intervene. Chen's tone was unexpectedly flat, devoid of inflection, perhaps due to his belief that this was merely a decoy avatar, hence the lack of thoughtful chip selection. However, the good news was that this particular chip was the most reasonable among them. Although we possess greater numbers than the Autobots, do you not perceive our deficiency in advanced combatants? If he were indeed captured by humans, I doubt ordinary individuals would possess the means to subdue a Cybertronian, even through ambush. Could it be that they have ulterior motives for capturing Deadlock? Consider this, Megatron. If humanity were to acquire Cybertronian biotechnology, whom would they target first? Do you not consider them kin? Should there not be at least a flicker of emotional response? Megatron, you are a mechanical being, not merely a cold slab of metal. What if it were not Deadlock who was taken? What if I had stepped out instead? Would you still stand here, repeating such frigid words? Calm down. You want to be captured. Megatron remained silent, ultimately uttering a solitary phrase. I will. Chen approached Megatron from behind, drawing near and forcefully placing his hands on Megatron's shoulders, compelling him to turn and meet his gaze. Through the shroud of gray, his golden optics shone brightly as he spoke deliberately. I will. Even if it were Master or my brother, they would all. Do not underestimate humanity. This world has never been simple. Have you witnessed Master fall? By a child. With a slingshot? You may not have imagined it, but it indeed occurred. Truth be told, had you been there, you would not have escaped unscathed. Soundwave interjected. It is quite embarrassing. Please listen to me. Megatron, save him. Drawing ever closer, he firmly grasped Megatron's shoulder and neck, compelling him to maintain eye contact as he coldly uttered these words, imbued with an undertone of authority. The disparity in their heights had long been mitigated by the presence of mechanical components, and in that moment, he appeared to exert even more pressure than Megatron himself. Releasing his hold on Megatron's shoulder and neck, he nearly cast him back to the command console. Upon turning around, he beheld the striking crimson figure that lay defeated. His indifference met with a cold, dismissive response. Meanwhile, Soundwave stood nearby, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment at his apprentice's audacity to speak to their leader in such a manner. Then you shall take care of it. Go retrieve Deadlock. Megatron commanded, his demeanor reminiscent of one just recovering from exertion, one hand caressing his shoulder while the other gestured outward. Soundwave, activate the land bridge and let him pass. Soundwave complied, casting a concerned glance at the departing inferno. Yet this mechanical avatar paid him no heed. As the land bridge sealed shut, a brief sound echoed in the command room. He is truly angry. However, no further sounds responded. Yet, he had not yet summoned him by his full name. At the experimental base, Although reverting to his original form was not entirely convenient, the human guise was not impervious to damage. After all, he could not be killed, so he would engage as he pleased. Yet, the immediate concern was to rescue the machine, thus dismantling the necessary components of the mechanical faction outside. Unfortunately, flesh could not inhabit mechanical parts, and Inferno had no desire for such biological components. Once settled, he dismantled the control panel of a shutter door with a few deft movements, opening it. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Deadlock bound to the experimental table, one optical lens missing, and much of his chest plating removed, rendering him a pitiful sight. Who is it? Deadlock could only gaze backward, encountering a pair of golden eyes. Momentarily lost in thought, he quickly realized this was a carbon-based life form, retreating in disappointment. Evidently unaware of the recent surveillance footage depicting this individual charging in amidst a hail of bullets. "You are Cybertronian? Such tactics are beyond human capability," stated Silas, who stood before him, reveling in the unfolding drama. "How did you come to be in this state?" "Silas?" Inferno clenched his teeth, forcing the name from his lips. "What did I warn you about before I let you go last time? Do not meddle with Cybertronians. Are you the one with the cat-like head from last time? Are you a Decepticon? What is your rank?" Silas raised an eyebrow in surprise, recalling the incident involving the train where he had spared his feline counterpart. "To say it's Earth slang when you ask me," Inferno retorted, unable to contain his frustration. He discarded a piece of machinery, aiming it at Silas's face, but then spoke again, curtly stating, "Decepticon, Minister of Foreign Affairs." Deadlock stared in disbelief. Is it really that straightforward? Silas was momentarily taken aback by such candor. The carefully rehearsed logic he had prepared was utterly disrupted. Suppressing his irritation, he forced a smile and remarked, "Is this how a diplomat speaks? Apologies, but I have always spoken this way. If you can't bear it, perhaps you should sever your ears," came the retort laced with American vulgarity. "With such patience, how can you claim to be the leader? It's not incorrect to assert that you are inferior to Wega." The familiar title suddenly triggered a name to emerge from the foggy recesses of Silas's mind. Straining to tilt his head back, he caught sight of the diminutive form of Chen, a carbon-based life form, and exclaimed, "You're a little Chen? No, if you aren't skilled in combat. Then stay out of my way." "Silence. Are you unaware that you are sending out distress signals?" Chen interrupted, his tone unusually stern, though the words were somewhat harsh. His concern was evident. The notion that one might not excel in combat should have been anticipated. Silas, who had just been seething with anger, suddenly burst into laughter, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he raised his hand and gestured towards Chen, signaling to engage. Without warning, a component struck Silas's face, and the mechanical faction raised their weapons. The skirmish had commenced. With a firm grip on the chip just returned from the retribution, he opted to utilize it as the primary control chip. The boy's body was torn apart, and the not-so-tall frame rose. Bullets clattered. Yet the immediate priority was not to confront the humans. Extending his left arm, the claw pierced through the control panel and into the mechanical faction behind it. Now that his life was no longer in jeopardy, he could unleash his full potential. Retracting the claw, he pulled back, bringing with it the mangled flesh of the humans. Yet he paid little heed to this, pressing down on the component to fashion a small knife from the scarce parts available. After tossing it to test its balance, he moved like a gust of wind. Blood flowed, and a lifeless torso collapsed to the ground. "I warned you, Silas, if you cannot control your hands, I shall not hesitate to assist you." Shaking off the blood from the blade, he turned once more to Silas, the display on his faceplate forming a rigid smile. "I will ensure you are the last one remaining. Silas, you and your mechanical faction will all perish by my hand." Suddenly, a mechanical faction member's head exploded, the body crumpling to the ground. This, of course, was due to an unobservable speed. There is a line of poetry you may be familiar with: "No leaf touches the skin." Naturally, the remnants left behind by your kind are unworthy of my concern. Yet to down my brother, who remarked that my form was troublesome, I wish to avoid getting your blood on me. Chen shrugged, and yet another mechanical member fell, this time struck in the heart. Amidst this seemingly casual conversation, only Silas remained standing. He took a few unsteady steps backward, clearly drenched in cold sweat. He understood that he could no longer afford to remain idle, yet he was powerless against the Cybertron before him, so he stumbled towards the exit. Chen observed as he fled to the roll-up door. The dark green Cybertronian intruded abruptly, accompanied by the splatter of blood at his feet. As Celes fell clumsily to the ground, his forearm entirely severed, the force of the cut propelling him down. The partition stood frozen, gazing at the scene within the experimental base, which resembled a hellish nightmare. "Don't block my way. I must flee." Chen squeezed and jostled, yet could not breach the robust physique of the partition. Frustrated, he tossed his small knife back into the pile of components behind him, ultimately deciding against pursuing further. Instead, he left with a chilling remark. "I shall ensure your suffering, Celes. Run with all your might and relish your final moments. I have proclaimed it. Your demise will be in my hands." Celes fled with even greater urgency. Yet, while he spoke of escape, his thoughts lingered on leveraging the external forces. What could they accomplish? With the partition's arrival, there was no need for intricate strategies to dismantle the constraints of the experiment. A mere tug would suffice. He stood up, and with a diminutive form, Chen reinforced the chest plate of the inert fire. "It was Wei Ge who sent me to rescue you." He patted the steel plate beside him, which belonged to the inert fire, then hesitated before adding, "Brother is quite concerned about you. Furthermore, thank you, partition, for your willingness to assist." Naturally, the diplomat would not overlook such matters, and Chen expressed his gratitude to both the partition and the Autobots. "Well then, let us proceed." With a stoic expression, he stated, still without having replaced the chip, and discreetly took the lead, ultimately refraining from mentioning the roaring engines outside. The inert fire and the partition exchanged glances, then followed obediently out. As anticipated, they emerged to find a throng of armed mechanical foes, along with vehicles and even several helicopters. The inert fire instinctively scooped Chen into his embrace, the shoulder cannon charging, while the partition transformed his hands into hammers, preparing for combat. Chen, in exasperation, patted the inert fire, urging him to at least allow one eye to be visible, focusing on the golden optical lens concealed beneath the dark gray armor, which inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance. And so he complied. "Ladies and gentlemen, please gaze upon me and meet my eyes." Perched on the shoulder of the inert fire, he felt justified, removing the lower armor, the optical lens shimmering with golden light, irresistibly drawing everyone's attention. "You will allow us to depart, correct?" Though phrased as a question, the tone was undeniably assertive. The inert fire and the partition exchanged astonished glances at his words, yet the inexplicable comfort within them only intensified. "Therefore, I implore you, please step aside." In the incredulous gaze of the two others, the mechanical foes indeed parted to create a path. "What are you still doing? This state cannot be maintained for long." Chen, shrinking beside the audio receivers of the two, whispered urgently. The inert fire decisively adjusted Chen on his shoulder and shot forward, with the partition following closely. Turning to glance at the helicopter above, he spotted Celes inside. "Silas, do not presume that I have forgiven you. It is merely because you do not even compare to the Autobots in my heart. Do not imagine that I cannot find you. It is either you or me." Silas sat slumped in the helicopter, his body trembling with fear as he grasped the control stick with great difficulty, fleeing into the distance as if for his life. Although the barrier, which recognized the chaos wrought by the slaughter of humanity, did not hold the mechanical faction in high regard, it still recalled the laws of nature and tentatively offered a warning. "However, regardless of their potential impact upon you," Chen coldly replied, patting the shoulder of the lifeless fire and indicating a direction. The lifeless fire understood and moved that way, while Chen clutched a panel of the barrier and urged, "Do not stray. Follow us. I will take you to meet Optimus and the others. I also have matters to discuss with them." As expected, they had not traveled far before spotting the striking red and blue paintwork. Chen reassured the lifeless fire, encouraging him not to worry and to proceed directly. As his tense emotions dissipated, it was as though with him around, there was nothing to fear, and he walked forward with remarkable composure. Chen extended a hand toward the ambulance. The ambulance removed the lifeless fire's round eyes from the detector and handed them directly to him, who calmly accepted them. "Thank you." Chen remained silent, as did the surroundings, awaiting his next utterance. Diplomacy emphasizes equivalent exchange. "I shall bring forth something of commensurate value to this, and will remember this assistance. In the future, should you require my aid, you may seek me out, but this is a one-time offer." Chen added, looking up at the sky. At last, this time Little Red was not only handsome when fleeing. "What are you all doing? Engaging in an affair with the enemy? Red Spider quipped, observing the harmonious scene with raised brows. What took you so long? Chen, disinterested in banter, merely acknowledged that a friendly diplomatic relationship had been established, and since they had indeed assisted them, it was prudent to be courteous. Yes, yes. My esteemed Minister of Diplomacy, Red Spider, beckoned to the figure behind him, Tiger. All is well now. Return home. Be more diligent for the next assembly. Do not let us down again. Turning around while perched upon the shoulder of the lifeless fire, he locked eyes with a blue optical lens. Optimus stood foremost, waving farewell. Chen simply turned his body back around. Special chapter, a product born from the author's insufficient prowess, an explanatory piece on the setting. Indeed, as you can see, this is a piece intended to clarify the setting. The reason for its existence lies in the author's belief that he lacks the ability to elucidate all the intricacies within the narrative, yet he cannot leave you, esteemed readers, in a state of confusion. Thus, he has resorted to crafting this piece to provide a modicum of explanation. What follows is a segment from the prologue that delves into the fictional aspects of the narrative. First and foremost, regarding the cat's ability to alter its size at will. One could posit that the cat's very essence is a mere assemblage of components. Disassembling it from the center does not compromise its integrity, thereby allowing it to fluctuate in size freely. Additionally, the component hat serves as a medium for controlling these parts, facilitating rapid, non-manual assembly and disassembly. Consequently, the cat's composite form is sustained by this hat, preventing it from disintegrating, even though it can be reassembled. It is worth noting that conventional structures found in Cybertronian anatomy, such as fuel tanks, conversion chambers, and transformation gears, are entirely absent from its physique. Furthermore, conduits, passageways, docking panels, interfaces, protective blades, secondary fuel tanks, and energy mirrors are also superfluous to its existence. While it is feasible to fabricate such items, sensitive nodes are beyond mere creation, and it is unfortunate that the cat lacks even these. Moreover, due to the cat's pronounced collecting obsession, its quarters and the component hat are filled with a plethora of items, euphemistically termed collectibles, though their utility is debatable. The cat possesses a profound expertise in components, thanks to the component hat, and enjoys modifying items. Thus, it is not uncommon for it to produce peculiar modified objects, such as the paintbrush gifted to it by a small tiger in the narrative. Additionally, the cat harbors a keen curiosity regarding the internal structures of items, often succumbing to the urge to disassemble and inspect them. Regarding the mechanical being's willingness to yield and persuading Megatron to save lives, alongside the recurrent theme of trust and reassurance. One could assert that this represents the cat's inherent ability, one it is reluctant to possess. To articulate this in simpler terms, on one hand, it is a diminished passive ability, a constant, subtle sense of comfort and trust. On the other hand, it is an original potent active ability, a temporary imposition of compliance. The cat disdains passive abilities and seldom employs active ones. This capability emanates from within, independent of gaze or speech. The text repeatedly emphasizes that the eyes are merely a manifestation, and words serve solely as commands, unrelated to the activation of the active ability, merely intended to illustrate the cat's utilization of power. Furthermore, this manifestation is evident as all machines and beings, regardless of their complex feelings toward him, instinctively regard him as a younger brother or son, fostering a sense of nurturing, along with the trust from the Autobots, which will be elaborated upon in subsequent sections. The cat repeatedly mentions its acute hearing, which is indisputable. Indeed, its ears can detect myriad sounds beyond the reach of other machines, rendering what is considered normal auditory input for others painfully deafening in its perception. Moreover, due to the gentle nature of sound waves, they occupy a frequency range that is audible yet not jarring to the ears, making it a favored medium for cats to perceive their own voices. As for the sensitivity of this perception, it is noteworthy that the cat possesses an acute awareness of the intentions behind the actions of others, such as its understanding of the dark energy entity sought by the Red Spider. This implies that the cat can discern the innermost thoughts of others. However, the cat respects the privacy of others and refrains from continuously eavesdropping on their thoughts, rendering this ability a selective yet avoidable skill. In contrast to the established notion of soundwave telepathy, which I have learned about through Baidu Encyclopedia, though I cannot attest to its veracity. My understanding is that sound waves can capture subtle emotional fluctuations to a certain extent, thus approaching a level of telepathy. This differs slightly from the cat's own telepathic abilities. In the context of this narrative, it is evident that sound waves are also sensitive to the emotional states of other entities. For instance, they can detect the cat's anger and sense the instability in the emotions of the little red one after the extraction of the dark energy entity. This is particularly evident in the scene where the master and apprentice observe the little red one, revealing that sound waves cannot ascertain the specific actions of others, while the cat can. Regarding the matter of the cat's speed, it is indeed reasonable to assert that it can run swiftly. The cat possesses the ability to control its speed, and when minimizing its weight and friction with the ground to an extreme, it can even rival the speed of teleportation akin to that of a bridge. However, in the absence of urgent circumstances, the cat would not typically exert itself to such extremes, as it risks disassembling mid-stride and collapsing onto the ground. As for the linguistic choices employed by the cat within the narrative, it is pertinent to introduce the concept of cultural language. This term refers to the scientific nomenclature of certain entities. For instance, Cybertronians refer to themselves or each other as machines or simply as cores. However, the terms utilized by Chen in the text are evidently not consistent with the nomenclature typical of Cybertron, such as directly referring to audio receivers as ears and optical lenses as eyes. Furthermore, when expressing anger or frustration, the cat does not resort to Cybertronian profanity, but rather employs vernacular from other planets, a point previously highlighted. The cat did not spend an extensive period on Cybertron during its early years, to the extent that it scarcely recalls its time there, and thus it did not acquire a deep understanding of Cybertronian cultural knowledge. This state persisted until it was discovered by Soundwave and brought back to the Decepticons. Having traversed various planets and cultures, the cat occasionally utters phrases and languages from unknown worlds, possessing a wealth of peculiar knowledge. Given that its grasp of Cybertronian cultural language is relatively nascent and awkward, it is natural that its spontaneous utterances do not reflect Cybertronian cultural language. Moreover, upon its first arrival on Earth, the cat's initial destination was China, where it first learned the Chinese language. This occurred on its return journey, when it encountered the flying mountain in a mine in America, which intercepted it before it could confront the high-ranking Decepticon soldiers. Chapter 14. Beneath the Mask. A more beautiful mask awaits. The scene has gone awry, but it is nearing completion. Shall we attempt to operate? The lifeless figure lay on the treatment bed, while Chen, diminutive in stature, clambered from the body of the lifeless one, leaping down from the bed to stand beside Jidao. The lifeless one propped himself up slightly, tapping the steel plate over his eyes. It was as if, in a moment of somber reflection, he resolved not to reattach his eyes, but instead entrusted them to Chen for safekeeping, leading to the current episode. The steel eye mask was meticulously installed by Jidao, exquisite and aesthetically pleasing, at least to the lifeless one, who felt satisfied as Jidao patted his shoulder, declaring him handsome. Beneath the steel plate, a portion of the visual sensing system had been dismantled, leaving a vacant space that Chen found intriguing. Thus, the lifeless one reclined once more, contentedly observing as Chen made subtle modifications to his remaining eye. This marked a nearly perfect conclusion. Upon hearing Chen's voice, the lifeless one assessed the ocular program and activated it. Emerging from beneath the steel plate was an object resembling a round, convex glass lens. The lifeless one examined it closely. There was a small bulb behind the lens, which, when illuminated, cast a light upon Jidao without producing a shadow. It was a functional modification, a shadowless lamp. How fitting for the role of a nurse, wouldn't you agree, Brother Lifeless? Chen nudged Jidao, suggesting that henceforth, surgical procedures need not involve a lamp. Simply having Brother Lifeless would suffice. Furthermore, adjusting the position of the bulb in relation to the convex lens could enhance the intensity of a light. Just be cautious not to shine it directly into anyone's eyes. Jidao crouched beside them, shielding his optical lens. The lifeless one, at a loss, attempted to console him, while Chen sighed, covering his face, and added, "Do not look at me, focus on the wall behind." Align the bulb with the focal point of the convex lens. A fine white laser traced across the wall of the punishment, leaving behind a distinct and profound burn mark. Both functionalities are not recommended for use against Cybertronians. Chen sighed again. The lifeless one switched off the bulb, and Ji-Dao, rubbing his optical lens, stood up, seemingly recovered. Thankfully, it was not during the testing of the laser that Ji-Dao had looked. Additionally, to address certain blind spots, the convex lens functioned similarly to a scanner, offering various utilities such as zooming in and out or easing vision. However, activating the wide-angle view may induce discomfort or dizziness. Thus, it is advisable to limit usage. If one must, do not direct it at me. Seek out Xiaohong or Wei Gu instead. Of course, with practice, one might discover new applications. Should you wish to experiment, feel free. Observing the lifeless, one seemingly pleased with the gadget, reveling in childlike delight as he showcased it to Ji-Dao. Chen felt a wave of discomfort rising in his throat, as if he had been forcefully presented with something unwelcome. He decided to momentarily disregard the duo, allowing them to engage in their whimsical pursuits without interference, quietly slipping away. Another day of pursuing the mechanical faction lay ahead. One might say it was the disembodied parts in pursuit of the mechanical faction. The same cold and lifeless chip serves as the loading chip for this mechanical avatar, relentlessly pursuing the mechanical party's leader. Yet, each time, it allows Silas to escape, with the intent of using him to draw out all members of the mechanical party. There is, in truth, a hidden agenda at play. I feel akin to a ghostly murderer from a horror film, elusive and haunting. Even a frigid cat cannot entirely evade its inherent nature. It occasionally indulges in self-deprecating remarks, albeit only in solitude. So, where are the mechanical party members sequestered this time, contemplating their inhumane schemes? Encased in a carbon-based shell, I stroll through the streets, now dimmed by nightfall, with scarcely any pedestrians remaining. Yet I spot Jack on his bicycle. Why aren't you riding your scooter? Embracing my irrepressible, playful spirit, I choose not to await an answer, but instead leisurely follow the sound of his bicycle until I arrive at his home. Observing him as he wheels the bicycle into the garage, revealing a blue-silver motorcycle within. Then, I hear Silas's voice. Clues always present themselves. Jack and Arsai dart off in one direction, while I, aware of the mechanical party's location, proceed at a measured pace, watching the two vanish from view. However, Silas truly goes to great lengths. For the sake of Cybertronian, he resorts to coercing humans, such a delicate sensibility that even vigor would not stoop to such measures. Yet, what can be done? Family matters are not for me to meddle in. My sole responsibility is to eradicate the entire mechanical party in this area. This, however, provides an opportunity to impart a lesson to Vigor and Optimus. Just imagining their expressions brings me amusement. I arrive at the destination, which remains indistinct, perhaps a factory or merely a construction site. In the distance, the sounds of Cybertronians clashing resonate. I briefly ponder when Black Widow arrived on Earth before stepping into the building. Silas, we meet again. I greet him amiably. Silas, having only just managed to rise from the ground, nearly collapses back down upon hearing my voice. Yet, he steels himself, his voice trembling as he nearly shouts. What do you want? If you intend to kill me, then do it quickly. Why must you torment me like this? The effect is quite satisfying, I reply nonchalantly. Because it is entertaining. I draw a utility knife from my pocket, its blade glinting menacingly, reflecting my seemingly friendly face. I'm a cat, after all. Cats delight in catching mice. Silas nearly succumbs on the spot. Transforming back to my original form is unavoidable. The carbon-based shell, while invulnerable, pales in comparison to the mechanical party in terms of capabilities. I can only revert to my mechanical form, adjusting some components to maintain a size commensurate with my carbon-based counterpart. I had originally believed that your predations on Cybertronians were your limit, yet here you are, turning against your own kin? I have evidently overestimated your moral fiber, Silas. Indeed, tormenting you for several months was the right course of action. Chen shrugged, seemingly immobile. Yet the paper cutter was already stained with fresh blood. Silas felt on the brink of collapse, as one by one, his subordinates fell around him, while the one who had slain them stood before him, engaging in jovial conversation with an unsettling cheer. Of course, I must express my gratitude for inspiring a particular realization. I shall spare your life until you accomplish what I desire, Chen remarked, tossing the paper cutter at Silas's feet. Approaching him, he gently patted Silas's trembling shoulder and smiled. At that moment, you shall find your liberation. The figure faded away, leaving Silas alone within the desolate building. At the Autobot base, "Hey, Zhuge, someone has taken a liking to you," someone remarked from the platform adjacent to the Optimus Prime audio receiver, leaning over the railing to address Optimus, though this time, the volume was genuinely subdued as whispers ensued. "Little Yin Chun, stop exaggerating. She is merely curious about us." Jack's mother, Joan, thought to herself, her gaze lingering longest on Optimus Prime. "Don't be shy, Prime. It's perfectly normal, given your immense charm that is simply irresistible," came a playful taunt. With a resigned smile, he chose not to dispute further, accepting the compliment with grace. At that moment, silence enveloped the night. Aboard the Nemesis, "Lord Megatron, if possible, please allow me to go," came a voice. In the control room, Megatron stood with his back to the flickering flames, flanked by Soundwave and Shockwave, who observed the scene as Deadlock leaned against a small swivel chair, idly passing the time. The last words spoken were from Deadlock. Megatron remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in acknowledgement. Thus, Deadlock was led out of the control room by Shockwave, with Soundwave and Knockout following in silence. "Relax. Don't feel too pressured. It's alright if you don't bring anything back today. Lord Megatron seems to be in a rather good mood, and 1T hold it against you," Shockwave chattered as they walked down the corridor, then turned to Soundwave. "Activate the land bridge, Soundwave." A yellow-blue vortex appeared, and Deadlock stepped inside. "Be safe," Knockout advised just before Deadlock's figure vanished. The objective of this mission was an item known as the Magnetic Gauntlet. The specific details were rather chaotic and difficult to articulate. In essence, it culminated in an earth-shattering whirlwind battle that was dazzlingly chaotic, resulting in the disappearance of the Magnetic Gauntlet. Well, no one got it, came the realization. The partition had separated from RC. Witnessing Deadlock and Black Widow stuck together, remarked incredulously, "Who had the time to sneak over and pilfer? Let me tell you, if it weren't for little Yin Chun forbidding me from using this on Cybertronians," Deadlock began, but the side effects of the visual device surged once more, causing him to stifle a dry heave. The reason he hadn't expelled the energy liquid was that he had already emptied his stomach, leaving only a trace that could not be released. With a swipe of the energy liquid at the corner of his mouth, he exclaimed loudly, "Just wait, barrier. Once I comprehend the perspective device, I shall surely defeat you. Tell me, do you offer cleaning services for mechs?" Aboard the Retribution, he felt pleased that the storage cabinet had acquired new items. He resolved not to allow his master to sell them off again. Stealthily, Yin snatched up items and opened his Chamber S cabinet, hastily stuffing the magnetic gauntlets inside before swiftly closing the door. Almost simultaneously, a knock echoed from outside. "Xiao Yanchen, Deathfire has returned. Assemble in the command room." Excellent. It was a knockdown. He likely remained unaware of my quirks. Pressing the mechanism beside the door, it opened to reveal the sleek, striking red exterior of the knockdown. Thus, they proceeded to the command room, where Soundwave was at work and Megatron observed the main screen. Red Spider stood slightly behind him, facing away from Deathfire, who lingered behind them, seemingly dejected. "Nothing has gone missing. You may take a rest." Megatron exhibited little reaction, pausing slightly longer on the word missing before gesturing for Deathfire to return. Yanshin perked up his ears, listening intently as Megatron pondered why his subordinates consistently failed to meet their expected goals. Yet, the discordant thought intruded. So, does the Retribution indeed offer mech cleaning services? Yes, we do. Only then did he realize that the Black Widow, covered in blue energy liquid, was hanging behind Deathfire, staring incredulously at Yanshin and the puzzled knockdown beside him. The three ahead were likewise intrigued by this sudden remark and turned to look. Yanshin covered his face, gesturing for Deathfire to turn around. The expressions of the three mechs upon seeing a large black rat hanging behind Deathfire were priceless. Red Spider, no way. Megatron, Subway, Old Wave Phone, Soundwave, the cleaning mech. Hoozy stood dumbfounded, and the scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. With a pout, he accessed the intranet. Yanshin, so what brought her back? Soundwave, all of you, keep it down. This bastard might hear. The two messages were sent almost simultaneously, capturing attention in an intranet designed for leisure during work hours, devoid of Megatron's presence. Yanshin pondered for a moment before quickly crafting another message to send out. Yanshin, it seems she hasn't learned her lesson from our last encounter. Red Spider, my suggestion is to eliminate her swiftly. Knockdown, so what exactly did she do to offend you? Deadfire, Sino, I simply find her displeasing. Flame, thus. Assisting my master is only natural, correct? Dead fire. Stunned yet, despite the banter, Megatron ultimately accepted the second submission of this formidable black spider. Perhaps he believed that the Decepticons truly required a member capable of achieving tangible results rather than one who, though unwaveringly loyal, could accomplish nothing. Of course, there was another possibility, a certain cat-themed security machine at home, which might be the true source of Megatron's audacity. Soundwave reintegrated Black Widow into the internal network, allowing her to witness the innovative marvels introduced by the Minister of Cultural Exchange and Diplomacy from another world. Carbon-based culture, my dear. Black Widow, integrated into the internal network. Is this another new recruit? It hasn't been long since we welcomed the Doctor and Deadfire. Clearly, you've missed the tenure of this esteemed veteran. They were merely driven away by the Cat Lord. I recall a period when we were all away for quite some time. Could have been during that interval. Indeed, it seems that was when they were undergoing rehabilitation. Today, it's my turn to run errands, so I was just on site. The manner of arrival was quite peculiar, leaving me utterly bewildered. Image, Deadfire carrying a large black rodent. It hasn't been discovered by Soundwave yet. This is perfectly suited for a stealthy assassination. Flame, Snickers, Black Widow. What has made your internal communication so lively? While we used to chat, it never reached the point of discussing stealthy assassinations in front of others. Is this truly advisable? Flame, Zhang-Sen is simply splendid, exceptionally so. Black Widow, you still reside in the previous chamber, don't you? Await your turn. Laughter. One might truly experience the disparity of real-world capabilities. I'm currently within the chamber of the Cat Lord. I can only wish Black Widow good fortune. For Megatron is also present. Black Widow. In the next moment, Megatron's furious roar echoed throughout the Nemesis. Flame, Image, the unnameable shriek of a spider, Black Widow edition. Red Spider, why must you bully poor Flame when you could target someone else? Soundwave, redefining bullying, achievement unlocked, bubble. Soundwave, by the way, nice image. I have pilfered the cat picture. Chameleon, so what about the version of a spider shriek from Red Spider's deputy? Send me a copy, dear Flame. Flame, the cat is not. Red Spider. Enough already, Chameleon. Black Widow. Oddly enough, while I can understand the commotion from the other machines here, Soundwave appears quite out of sorts. Has he been hacked? Or has his core fragmented? Soundwave. Soundwave quietly tilts his head. Black Widow. Wait, Soundwave. What has provoked you while I was away from the Decepticons? Did Laserbeak disappear? You seemed less fragmented last time we spoke. Soundwave. Leave me be. It's your bird that's gone, not mine. Inferno. Perhaps, maybe it could be my fault. I really shouldn't have shown Master so much information about Muniraf. Inferno, alas. Let us discuss this in my quarters tonight. Soundwave sighs. Black Widow, huh? Cat scratches head in confusion. Knockout. Great, another one has joined us. It has been exceedingly dull these past few days. Neither the Decepticons nor the Autobots have encountered anything of amusement. Even Silas has not made an appearance. Hence, I find myself chatting in the internal network, teasing Black Widow. As for the reason to invite Black Widow to my quarters, it stems from a prior directive from Megatron to keep an eye on her, prompting me to take action. After 5 minutes of idle chatter, I discerned her thoughts. She harbors ill intentions, always planning to confront the Decepticons first. After accurately reporting my findings to Megatron, I made a seemingly random comment in the internal network. Inferno. It's a pity that my parts are few and far from sturdy. If only I could transform without risk, I'd de-entertain everyone with a security scanner. Soundwave. You're out of your mind. Megatron. Listen here, Inferno. Though I am unaware of what you have done to cause such damage to your components, according to Knockout S analysis, you will fall apart the moment you transform. Megatron. If you dare to transform, I will throw your spark chamber to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime? Is that so? Taken aback, I glanced at the internal network name, painfully placing a hand to my forehead, and closed the local area network, choosing ignorance over irritation. Alas, I have miscommunicated. Chapter 15. I warned you to be cautious. Had I not arrived swiftly, Megatron would have lost his precious gem. Following along to an abandoned mining cave, it was just myself and my superior. Starscream, do you know how much I value you? After a prolonged silence, it was Megatron who spoke first, leading the way. I have indulged you time and again, but this time you have truly crossed the line. If it weren't for those two who implored me to restrain my wrath, you would either be on a healing bed or in the grave by now. Starscream dared not speak, merely trailing behind. Then, Megatron beheld 3 drilling machines standing idly. Now, an explanation was inevitable. Starscream leaped before Megatron, sincerely retracting his small wings, and said, "I apologize, my lord." Did he not assert it was someone else's fault? Megatron came to a halt, his tone so flat that it was impossible to discern whether he was surprised. With a swift punch, he struck the rocky wall beside him, extracting a piece of super energy ore and tossing it onto the ground. "Considering your commendable attitude this time, do not err again, understood?" "Thank you, my lord." The Insecticon responded hastily. Suddenly, Megatron raised his arm, pointing at the Insecticon, causing him to nearly buckle under the pressure, his form crouched low. The hand cannon, nearly touching his face, flickered with a faint light. "I recall this hand cannon was a gift from you, correct?" As he held the hand cannon, seemingly distracted in charging it, it appeared as though it was not intended for the Insecticon. Megatron winked at him. What does this mean? Though he did not fully comprehend. He sensed Megatron bore him no ill will. Yet he still dared not gaze directly at the hand cannon, turning his face to behold Jack and RC. The light of the hand cannon suddenly intensified, rapidly charging to completion. Following this, the cave began to collapse. The Insecticon, in a moment of questionable judgment, raised his transformation gun and unleashed an energy blast, temporarily repelling RC. He seized the opportunity to bolt ahead, but though Megatron transformed as well, his speed and skill fell short compared to the Insecticon, leaving him buried beneath the rock layers. The Insecticon, however, found himself ensconced near the entrance and emerged only after the tumult of the collapse subsided. Gazing at the fallen mine, the Insecticon fell into contemplation. What compelled me to return? Peering through a newly created opening, he beheld only partitions and the child of Primus. Lowering his eyelids, was it disappointment? The Insecticon was unsure. He merely withdrew, continuing his search for the figure he longed to see. Perhaps what I desire is not mere gain, nor is it glory obtained through such means. Very well, I shall compose it thus, he mused. In light of your conduct over the past 2 days, I shall impose a minor penalty. Megatron declared in the command room, adopting a paternal demeanor as he patted the Insecticon's shoulder armor. You are temporarily demoted to deputy. Your authority remains unchanged, and you shall be reinstated later. For now, I expect you to perform well. Your task now is to accompany Black Widow to the wreckage of the Ark in search of a weapon component. He nudged Black Widow, gesturing for her to proceed. Yes, my lord. Bowing slightly to Megatron, Black Widow regarded him with a bemused expression, choosing to disregard him as she stepped out ahead. Beep beep. A message on the private channel? Who would message me without reason? Soundwave. Little Chip is in action. You are aware of Black Widow's temperament. Let her be. Little Flame should accompany you. Is he genuinely reminding me? What has Little Flame been feeding him? No. It seems from the outset. The Decepticons have been evolving in an odd direction, ever since Little Flame boarded the ship 1,000,000 years ago. Yet, what does this have to do with me? The Decepticons are thriving splendidly now, awakening to realization, yet only partially enlightened, if it weren't for a certain disdain towards Black Widow. Soundwave would not have felt compelled to alert Red Spider. However, in comparison to Red Spider's command, Soundwave held an even greater aversion to Black Widow's ostentatious displays of power. Thus, if compelled to choose between the 2 arachnids, he would undoubtedly select the silver-red little jumping spider. Leaning against the main console, reminiscent of the 1,000,000 years that had passed, he silently managed all affairs aboard the Vengeance. Frequently, he pondered what it would be like if little Chen were not burdened by incomprehensible objectives, if someone could alleviate his own burdens. Time slipped away unnoticed. Beep beep. The information transmission line connected to the main console, and a flurry of characters erupted on the main screen. Seizing the chance during the message transmission, he opened a private channel. Chen, Master, little red brother is in trouble. Could you lend a hand? Soundwave, and what about you? Did you not say you were there? After a brief pause, a response came. Chen, I'm somewhat tied up here, which is why I thought to call on you. Just consider how Brother Red would react if something were to happen to him. Just this once, Master. How about you return and assist with the archiving? Cat-like twinkling eyes. Not responding to the message, Soundwave observed as the main control screen displayed a map. After delineating the trajectory of the Vengeance, he activated the land bridge and proceeded onward. Soundwave, you said it, no backing out. The intelligence for the next Earth month will be entirely on your shoulders. Chen, as he exited the land bridge, a sweeping strike came towards him. Soundwave calmly raised his arm shield to block the attack, his stance unwavering. The information transmission line connected to the main console fell away, propelling Alcee across the land bridge and simultaneously snatching the key to her shackles, liberating the fallen red spider. Soundwave, I knew you two wouldn't abandon me, wailed the little jumping spider, leaping on his Soundwave, a stream of cleaning fluid cascading forth and splattering him in the process. Don't rub against me. It was the boss who sent me, he protested. After an arduous attempt to push Red Spider, who remained obstinate, he resigned. A hint of frustration tinged his voice as he questioned, Where's little Chen? Soundwave knew something, yet he revealed nothing. Oomph, he exclaimed, hands on hips. He went with Black Widow over there. The Autobots are present too. We must assist him, Soundwave, Red Spider declared, leaping from Soundwave's side and transforming into an aircraft, soaring across the ground. Is it possible he does not require our assistance? Before he could voice his thoughts, Red Spider had already darted away. Soundwave sighed silently, and though as a Cybertronian he had no need to breathe, he transformed into an aircraft and followed suit. In the remnants of the Pioneer, Bumblebee feigned being struck by the stasis device, stealthily approaching Black Widow while her attention was fixated on Optimus Prime. With a sudden strike to her face, the stasis device slipped from her grasp, as Bumblebee raised his transformation gun, intending to shatter it. He was taken aback to find the device had vanished, much like a magnetic gauntlet, perched like a feline upon the large stone that Optimus Prime leaned against. Chen toyed with the stasis device, spinning it playfully in his hands. With wide, round blue eyes, Bumblebee reached out, attempting to reclaim it, but Chen, having comprehended the intricacies of the device, swiftly subdued him with a strike, nudging the pointed end of the stasis device against Bumblebee's forehead before gently laying him down on the ground. Chen, hand over the stasis device. Black Widow finally regained her composure after the impact of the punch, her surprise at Chen evident. However, as noted in prior discussions on the internal network, her relationship with him was strained. Thus, her demand was curt and devoid of courtesy. Chen continued to manipulate the stasis device, ignoring her. Black Widow, still viewing Chen as merely a mascot, felt her irritation rise at his disregard. In a swift motion, her spider legs sliced toward his wrist. What is this? Resident Evil 8? You wish to engage? Of course, Chen was not easily harmed by such a rudimentary attack. He tossed the stasis device aside and retaliated with a punch to her face, declaring, I have found you irksome for quite some time, Black Widow. When Soundwave and Red Spider arrived, they were greeted by this chaotic scene. Although Chen's strike lacked significant force, it was enough to cause discomfort. And in the midst of the fray, he deftly dismantled various components from Black Widow, resulting in the loss of half of her 6 spider legs. What manner of dismemberment is this? The distant roar of engines approached, and despite his reluctance to intervene, Chen hoisted the barely conscious Black Widow and flung her towards the amused Soundwave and Red Spider. The two machines, now transformed into vehicle mode, soared into the sky with their burden. Chen reclaimed the stasis device, neutralizing its effects on the remaining 3 machines that had been spectators to the unfolding drama. Just before Alcee's transformation gun bullets could reach him, yet again it had been snatched away. As he joined his companions, he absent-mindedly scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable connection between the disappearance of the magnetic gauntlet and the mischievous feline. It was he who took it. Optimus Prime gazed at the 3 nearly imperceptible black dots in the sky, his voice steady as ever. For now, let us remain unperturbed. Chen merely regards them as collectibles. Unless Megatron becomes aware, he will not utilize them. Bumblebee, in a state of confusion, gestured animatedly. Ah, indeed. Optimus Prime's tone resembled a heavy sigh, his optical lenses slightly narrowed, ultimately closing entirely. The bond one share with him is far deeper and more profound than what you might perceive. He once guided me during my moments of confusion. Though he may no longer recall it, perhaps forever unable to remember, yet my gratitude remains steadfast. I wish to offer him guidance in his current plight, mired in turmoil. Brother Prime has shared all he knows. You should express your thanks to him for the spoilers. Inside the reprisal, in the medical bay, he exclaimed, How dare you abandon my lieutenant, leaving him vulnerable to our enemies? It is only thanks to Chen and Soundwave that calamity was averted. Had anything truly gone awry, I would have dismembered you. Black Widow lay on the medical table, undergoing surgery to recover from her defeat, enduring Megatron's scolding. It was only due to the absence of Xiaohong that Megatron unleashed his ire. Had she been present, he would have refrained from such rebuke. Ah, two proud souls. When Red Spider entered the medical room, he clearly heard Megatron's words, causing a surge of emotion as he nearly spilled the cleansing fluid. Chen remained curled in his small swivel chair, witnessing Red Spider leap towards him, swiftly maneuvering the chair to evade. However, the ever-slowing chameleon, who lingered with Chen, lacked such agility and was soon enveloped by Red Spider's embrace, the hefty arachnid pressing against his arm and rubbing against him. Observing Chameleon's expression transition from helplessness amidst the cleansing liquid to a state of disillusionment, Chen stifled a chuckle, capturing the moment in his mind. "Oh, my dear Chen, just return the parts to her," came a voice from the side. Takedown leaned in, his feline-like smirk playful as he added, "We may be short on supplies." His last word trailed off melodiously. Understanding the insinuation in Takedown's words, even though he relished listening to him speak, I remained unwavering in my refusal. No, she brought this upon herself. The audio receiver of Deadlock perked up at this declaration, his gaze towards Black Widow growing increasingly sinister. He straightened himself, discreetly adjusting the distance and brightness between the visual apparatus and the shadowless lamp, maintaining a level of illumination that would be discomforting yet non-harmful. Fixating intently on Black Widow's eyes while tapping the medical table, signaling her not to close her eyes or turn away. But who would believe him? After all, Black Widow's surgery involved reassembling spider legs. Ah, a masterpiece of the world. Soundwave in the control room, Megatron searching for Shockwave. By the way, Chen, have you had your fun? It's time to return the stasis device. Chapter 16. After all this time, it is time to engage the mind. How shall we preserve the complete version? Creatures like you are destined to be devoured by a cat like me. Just kidding. I actually can't bite you. Laserbird, are you truly planning to eat me? After pursuing the apparition vessel for a considerable time, Chen finally awaited the moment it halted, panting from exhaustion. He tilted his head towards the trembling laser bird perched uncertainly on an inconspicuous beam, fervently imploring, "Consider the effort it took to persuade my master to allow me to implement a few minor modifications. How can you simply return unchanged?" He emphasized the phrase, minor modifications, with distinct articulation. Observing from a corner, the feline companion, responsible for today's errand, had been listening to Chen's animated discourse with the laserbird for over half an hour, in a state of drowsiness. He nearly succumbed to the temptation of lying down on the modification platform until the sudden descent of the laserbird onto his head jolted him back to awareness. The metallic clashing sound brought him to his senses, and he realized with a mix of amusement and disbelief that Chen had departed, his head crowned with a laserbird larger than himself. The cat, though slightly perplexed, found the situation utterly delightful, even as it was dwarfed by the laserbird. Although it was clear that the laserbird's reason for fleeing was not due to the cat's presence, but rather the oppressive heat of its own chamber. The bird now heeded Chen's commands and returned to the confines of his workspace. The laser bird chirped, "You are unbothered by the heat. You possess clarity. You are 1080. After an entire night of toil, the modified laserbird 202 emerged, its most notable enhancement being a significant increase in firepower. With a single blast, adversaries would fall in droves, evoking an aura of sheer dominance. Thus, the laserbird truly transformed into a legendary force. After all, it was my master, and a little enhancement seemed entirely reasonable. While other models were being weakened, this one had been notably strengthened. Additionally, its capabilities in chaotic combat scenarios were improved. For instance, the energy projectiles it launched could now conduct and ricochet off metal surfaces. Although the power would diminish through this conduction, it remained inconsequential. As for the master, he would nod in approval at this improvement. Upon reflection, I realized this entire modification process resembled the unaltered yet effective nature of the original designs. And what of the remaining model, 201? It was a miniature version of the laserbird, crafted from the left shoulder guard of the original, with its wings fully extended resembling the size of an adult man's outstretched hand. It could seamlessly retract into the body's crevices, serving solely as a small drone designed to document everything within its line of sight. The internal structure of 201 was intricate, ensuring silent operation, which rendered its outer shell light and fragile. To avoid the predicament of damaging the delicate wings during skirmishes, Chen, with good intentions. Outfitted it with the highest sensory systems and mobility capabilities, augmenting its ability to evade threats. One might say that even in the event of a sonic mishap, it could effectively retrieve visual data. This remarkable device is truly an essential item for home viewing of live broadcasts, given that its appearance resembles that of a butterfly or perhaps a moth, rather than its progenitor, the laserbird. When Chen presented it to Soundwave and requested a name, Soundwave simply dubbed it Moth. Straightforward and unembellished, just as one would expect from a master. At this moment, it was likely the early hours of the following day. The two feline companions were in a main control room. Soundwave, while engaged in conversation, was meticulously organizing the new day's tasks aboard the Punishment through the information transmission lines. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared on the main control screen, displaying a signal coordinate map, with a point that was persistently flashing. Oh, who would have thought this little gadget could make its debut so swiftly? Chen nudged Soundwave, urging everyone on standby to join in the live broadcast. Soundwave remained silent, merely contacting Megatron. One can only imagine the old Megatron being roused by forceful physical measures. The information storage tank at the Autobot base is a compendium of all knowledge preserved from ancient times, initially scattered throughout the cosmos in unknown corners, and now there exists one on Earth. Optimus Prime explained to a few younger Transformers and a couple of others present, "We shall proceed first. I am certain the Decepticons will also desire it. The ambulance will remain on standby. Is everything discoverable within?" The Divine Child and the ambulance went to review the footage of the rally, even attempting to include the ambulance, but were met with refusal. Only Alaric stood silently, gazing at the closed land bridge, his fingers tracing the cold, hard edges of the slingshot in his pocket. Departing from his usual high vantage point, he waited in the shadows near the land bridge, out of the ambulance's sight. "Ambulance, we require reinforcements." "Understood." The ambulance activated the land bridge, with the divider serving as backup personnel. Seizing the opportunity while the ambulance conversed with the Divine Child, Alaric slipped into the land bridge. All of this unfolded before the Divine Child's eyes. She whispered Alaric's name, fearful of being overheard by the ambulance. Alas, Alaric paid her no mind, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration and stubbornly follow him. "What are you doing here?" Alaric inquired upon noticing the Divine Child, his tone tinged with reproach as he grasped her wrist and pulled her behind the rocks to hide. "Why is it always my two red shells fighting? I wanted to ask you why you came." The Divine Child poked Alaric's forehead, admonishing him like an older sister. "You're still too young, you know? You're not that old either." "What did you just say?" Alaric retorted, his gaze drifting towards the information storage tank, hesitating before quietly admitting, "Actually, I'm interested in that thing." The Divine Child covered her forehead, a knowing expression on her face. Alaric peeked again, ensuring the environment was temporarily safe, without hesitation. He tugged the Divine Child across the open space, seeking refuge behind the information storage tank. Surely, no Cybertronian would notice these two diminutive carbon-based beings. "What shall we do now?" Alaric, who was intently observing the data storage pod, shook his head as the urgency in the voice of the deity became apparent. This was not the moment for research. "Call for the ambulance. We must transport this object back." Alaric snapped back to attention and swiftly directed the deity, who seemed unaware of any irregularity, to retrieve her mobile phone. "Deity? This is an emergency channel. If you occupy it while the ambulance is trying to connect, and then turn around looking for someone, you'll discover that, at some point, he was the only living entity left in the base." With a sudden change of tone, he anxiously inquired, "Where are you? Where's Alaric? We're right beside this thing. Hurry and open the land bridge to bring it back." The deity glanced up at the land bridge, which seemed almost a world away, her heart sinking. With a frustrated remark, she grumbled, "Can't this thing be a bit closer? Then give me the exact coordinates." About 50 yards ahead? Do you even know what coordinates are?" "Give them to me." Alaric took the phone, quickly reciting a string of numbers while studying the data storage pod before him. This fellow seemed determined to make it clear that he was no ordinary child. He lightly tapped the red end of the pod, which immediately emitted a tremendous noise, capturing the attention of nearly all the machines present. The closest partition, fearful of the ensuing chaos, had its focus diverted and was swiftly knocked out by Deadfire's punch, a beam of red light piercing through its head. Deadfire, arriving slightly late, seized the now empty data storage pod and noticed the two children. The deity aimed to shield Alalek behind her, only to find him already standing in front of her, unwavering, staring defiantly at the fallen red-eyed figure with his hand reaching into his pocket. The moment Deadfire saw the child before him draw a slingshot, memories of that night at the museum flooded back. He casually tossed the datapod to a minion, and then an overwhelming sensation of weakness spread from his waist throughout his body, as if consciousness and form were separating, causing him to collapse. Alalek targeted the minion without a care for the fallen Deadfire who was retreating behind him, transforming and soaring into the sky. The unfortunate creature, carrying the datapod, hurled it at Deadfire, who was half embedded in the land bridge, just before plummeting to the ground. Congratulations to Deadfire for becoming the first carbon-based entity to be defeated twice. And every time I think of them seizing an empty pod, I can't help but laugh. Alalek, undaunted, retrieved the projectile from the hapless minion and watched it ascend, only to be drawn to another unidentified flying object in the sky. It was a metallic creation, not flying too high, resembling a butterfly, but significantly larger. Alalek readied his slingshot. So, this is what you get for your own handiwork. Inside the Retribution ship, in the control room, laughter erupted. This is too amusing. Let's watch it again. The Soundwaves rewound the video slightly. Come here, Dad. Go back to find Mom. Call Uncle, hurry. These three phrases were of identical length, followed by a burst of laughter from Chen. Shihua covered his face, even helping Jidao beside him, who was utterly immobilized, to shield his face as well. He truly did not know how many times he and Jidao had been subjected to such public humiliation. Yet, the entire control room was filled with a palpable sense of joy. Even the usually stern Megatron, surrounded by laughter, struggled to suppress a grin. Adults, we are back. Shihua finally overcame his embarrassment and spoke. The video abruptly cut off, and while the sound wave remained impassive, he discreetly used an information conduit to roll up the information storage canister from Shihua's hand and place it onto the device, though it contained nothing. In truth, the sound wave should have known they had returned, but he replayed the video nonetheless, showcasing his cunning. Between the exchanges of Megatron and Shihua, the Soundwave reopened the video to find the scene where the partition was struck by a red beam, and Chen curiously observed the red light as Jidao extracted the projectile. Is there really everything? He mused. Little Chen. Huh? Hearing his name, he turned sharply to see Megatron holding the empty storage canister, saying, "You will accompany me to make an exchange with Optimus Prime." "Oh, coming." He leaped down from Jidao, who had regained his mobility and hurried a few steps to follow Megatron, muttering under his breath, "So can we not fight? I dislike fighting. That will depend on your diplomatic skills." Watching the land bridge close, he waved the information conduit to disperse the machines in the control room, repeatedly replaying the footage of the callback progress. The screen displayed the moment before the red beam fired, when Alaric touched the front end of the information canister. At the Autobot base, Chen, but Master, that S artificial energy. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Soundwave. Wait, what is that? Jidao, shocked, exclaimed. Artificial energy? Then I must come. Give me a coordinate, and I'll be there immediately. Chen, no need, you'll find him shortly. After shutting off the private channel, he saw the deity holding a mop pen leading the partition to the land bridge. Alaric stealthily followed without hesitation. He could still hear the true thoughts of the partition, so it should not pose too much of a problem. Soon he would be able to see his master. But why were those two involved? Although he had a fondness for the red shell, where was his master? He couldn't be left out. Alaric shrank his body and slipped beneath the vehicle, at least avoiding detection by Shihua. Taking a few deep breaths, he prepared a projectile in his palm, listening intently to the surrounding sounds. The sound of the land bridge closing. Had his master already arrived? The master gazed at the formulas inscribed on the wall. Had the divine child and the partition already been discovered? No, I had clearly promised Brother Zhu to safeguard humanity. With a swift motion, I rolled out from beneath the vehicle, and in the next moment, I was noticed. Drawing out my slingshot, I aimed at the deadly fire, gritting my teeth and preparing to exchange blows, determined to take down one opponent. As I staggered back a half step, the deadly fire displayed an unexpected decisiveness. As the shoulder cannon extended, a projectile was launched. At that moment, there was no choice but to press forward, bracing myself. The projectile ultimately detonated behind me, the resulting shockwave propelling Arlek's entire body forward, crashing against the head sculpture of the partition. The force from Arlek's impact caused the head to tilt slightly to the side, and two beams of red light shot forth from the optical lens, heading towards the upper side. No, not that direction. Ignoring the pain coursing through my body, I scrambled to my feet, but it was already too late. At the other end of the red light lay a Soundwave. What sensation would that evoke? Arlek was oblivious. A dull, tearing pain surged from somewhere within my chest. The divine child shook her shoulder and cried out, but what were her words? They were already inaudible. With my mouth half open, perhaps my nasal passages could no longer breathe, or perhaps this human form sensed the need to expel something. Yet alas, there was no blood within my body, nor any substance akin to it. At this point, it no longer mattered. Sounds began to emerge in my ears. A rhythmic thumping echoing, reminiscent of a long-cherished yet unattainable human heart or the pulsing spark of a Cybertronian. But what did this signify for me? Arlek could not discern. Perhaps I could no longer see. Ultimately, darkness enveloped me. Tomato recently changed his avatar, only to be told by my mother that the round face and glasses bear a striking resemblance to mine. What can I do if I naturally resemble a cat? Epilogue, a nightmare from another world. First, I would like to express my gratitude to a friend who reminded me that today is the Chishi Festival. Without her, I would have completely forgotten that I could write this piece. After all, according to the traditions of the novels I have read, various special occasions are meant to be commemorated, right? A pair, indeed, is my sole opportunity to conjure miracles in a single evening. Consequently, I am compelled to write fervently, expressing my chaotic thoughts as a delirious feline scurrying about. Recently, I have been crafting a narrative centered around the conflict with Silas, filled with fervent intensity. Allow me to provide a brief preamble. This text does not present any overtly explicit content. Rather, it is set in a timeline following the first capture of Deadfire by Silas. The inspiration arose from an intriguing piece I encountered, leading me to ponder whether it could be developed further. The portrayal of the takedowns, both in artistry and execution, alongside the heroic moments of saving Deadfire, is undeniably captivating, prompting me to translate and articulate it. The narrative remains true to the original universe, and character designs have reverted to their familiar forms, including the scheming Little Red, who is still mulling over the dark ambitions of usurpation. However, it is likely to belong more to a separate thread, avoiding entanglement with the main storyline. After all, who would indulge in extensive world-building within a more risky context, right? If one wishes to view the original work, I could share it in the comments. Greetings, Deadfire. In an unnamed mining facility, observing the Constructicons diligently engage in their tasks, Deadfire found himself rather disinterested, as there was no leisure to engage in conversation. With nothing better to do, he hefted a freshly mined piece of energon ore, intending to transport it to the designated vehicle. It was at that moment he heard the most unwelcome voice of the Decepticons. It was Tarantula's, appearing as always with a nonchalant demeanor, his words dripping with sarcasm. In the oppressive gloom of the mine, did he not feel the void? Tarantulas seemed to have ulterior motives as he steered the conversation toward a nebulous topic, reflecting on the monotonous cycle of day-to-day existence. Deadfire was perceptive enough to discern the underlying implications. All I can divulge is that I have assured Lord Megatron I shall not fail again. Thus, he asserted his stance. Yet he could not help but recall the day he was bound to an iron bed, utterly powerless. No, that is not the response I seek. How can you fail to comprehend my inquiry? Tarantulas, abandoning his pretense, leaned closer, gesturing toward the concealed area of Deadfire's visage, speaking through gritted teeth. Do not forget. I was there to rescue you that day. The one who truly abandoned you was Megatron. Startled, Deadfire recoiled. It was evident he did not evade Tarantula's probing finger, ultimately allowing him to make his point. Do not be so anxious, Deadfire. I hope you remember. Tarantulas turned to depart. Standing in the light at the mouth of the mine, casting one last glance over his shoulder, you know what you must do. With that, he ascended toward the sky. Of course, he was acutely aware of what transpired that day and would never forget it. Even the desire to erase those memories proved futile. Since that day, every time he reclined on the recharge bed, Deadfire found himself ensnared in dreams. Is this a normal physiological phenomenon for Cybertron? Logically, it should be, although the occurrence of dreaming for a Cybertronian is as rare as witnessing their intelligence officer speak in their native tongue. However, the series of dreams that have plagued the Cybertronian known as Deathfire over the past few days transcends all rationality. And the fact that these dreams repeatedly revolve around the same realm is even more perplexing. Today, once again, he finds himself enduring torment within the confines of his dreams. The agony of that day resurfaces, reclining on the charging bed, just before his consciousness fully disconnects. The familiar sensations of weightlessness and restraint engulf him like a serpent. It is indeed returning. Blinding light pierces through, compelling Deathfire to reluctantly open his eyes, revealing once more the familiar scene, himself bound to an iron bed. Damn it. Even though I know what will transpire next, my body still trembles involuntarily. Is it fear? Who can say? At least Deathfire is reluctant to acknowledge such a reality. He refuses to believe he could fear those feeble humans. The figures within his line of sight are indistinct, a characteristic of dreams. Regardless of how many times this nightmare has replayed, the mechanical beings lean down, manipulating his unfeeling body as if inspecting something. Indeed, Deathfire grits his teeth, observing a figure he knows all too well. Once again, I see you. Yet this time, something appears to have shifted. The familiar human figure stands atop a high platform, its head barely raised enough to be seen. But in the next instant, a veil of white mist envelopes the diminutive form, obscuring its contents. Deathfire is taken aback. He had never anticipated this. Ultimately, amidst the haze that is yet to fully dissipate, a tall silhouette emerges, increasingly familiar with each passing moment. Dreams invariably culminate in abrupt awakenings. Even this time, marked by the slightest alteration, is no exception. But why does that figure resemble me? In the end, the familiar shadow within the mist, upon awakening, reveals itself to be Deathfire himself. Perhaps he was startled. Upon waking, he finds his body drenched in a cold condensate, perhaps akin to what humans would call a cold sweat. Leaning against the wall on a bench in the medical room, he caresses the eye mask, feeling its frigid surface, yet savoring the warmth of affection it embodies, involuntarily donning a smile as the pain that has entwined itself around him temporarily fades from thought. How about the eye mask? Have you grown accustomed to wearing it during your activities, Deathfire? The familiar, teasing tone, a favorite of his, lingers in the air, concluding with a playful inflection of his name. It is knocked down, holding the recently completed medical report for Deathfire. Oh, it's nothing at all. I'm fine. I've already grown accustomed to its presence. In an instant, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the striking beauty clad in bright red. Flustered, he stammered, his mask flushing a shade of crimson. Relax, there is nothing to worry about, he replied, his words tumbling out awkwardly. Just as he uttered this phrase, the figure leaned down, hands resting gently upon his shoulders, and bestowed a soft kiss upon the sculpted visage above the visor. Subsequently, they drew closer, their faces nearly touching, separated only by the slightest distance of a finger position between their lips. You still doubt me, don't you? The blind spot on your right. Are you aware of it? His eyes widened in shock, the mask reddening significantly as he nodded stiffly. All right, even if that sounds kitsch and overly sentimental. The figure finally smiled, satisfied. As for the mission, if you lack confidence, it's best not to push through. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. With a casual shrug, they turned and departed, leaving him in a daze, captivated by their graceful retreat. Wait, hold on, he thought as he regained his senses. His body had reached a heated state, and the awkwardness and anxiety began to overflow. To alleviate the mounting pressure, he called out to the departing figure. That just now was an ambush, right? A sudden attack, correct? The figure merely responded with a light, melodious laugh. His head began to feel heavy, an overwhelming urge to disconnect surging within him. This sensation, was it yet another dream? However, this time, upon closing his eyes, there was no blinding light to rouse him from slumber. The feeling of being bound remained, yet had transformed distinctly. Opening his eyes, he discovered himself ensnared by a tangle of cables and chains, with the cables penetrating the interior behind his chassis, while the chains coiled around his body, refusing to relent no matter how hard he struggled. What on earth is this? Frustrated, he found himself unable to break free. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before him, bearing a similarly damaged frame. The figure crouched, gazing at him, who was forced to kneel by the chains. A malicious grin spread across their face, utterly devoid of pretense. Witnessing such an expression on a familiar visage was indeed difficult to accept. Yet, what proved even more unbearable were the words that followed. I mentioned before, what piques my interest and what I desire is solely your body. This proclamation inexplicably conjured thoughts of a certain mechanical leader whose dialogue invariably revolved around the internal structures of Cybertron. What was their name again? Ah, yes, Silas. What do you mean by that? Despite the dread welling up from unknown depths, he pressed on, mustering his courage to inquire. However, now that I've obtained what I sought, it comes as no surprise that your body is quite impressive. The doppelganger merely spoke to themselves, clenching a fist, as if capable of obliterating anything. This is how I feel. At this moment, my fate hangs in the balance. Do you still remember? The chains and cables tightened, compelling the lifeless one to raise its head and gaze directly into its own eyes across the void. No, I do not know, it replied. Fear escalated, and the lifeless one shook its head, tightly shutting its eyes in an attempt to escape this nightmarish reality. Suddenly, the chains clattered violently, hoisting the lifeless form into the air before letting it drop again, the sole outcome being that its legs were forced from a kneeling position into a splayed stance. The searing pain felt all too real, prompting the lifeless one to mutter curses under its breath. It curled its legs, but halfway through, it was compelled to abandon the effort, its legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to move forward. What have you done, you wretch? It managed to squeeze through clenched teeth, enduring the agony. An absurd thought, one that could drive a person to madness and laughter, suddenly invaded its mind. Surprisingly, it actually began to respond earnestly. The lifeless one turned its head, unwilling to behold that face any longer. Fear enveloped its entire being, and it could only repeatedly comfort itself in silence. Do not be afraid. I will not be dismantled again as I was that day. I will not allow them to prevail. I cannot afford to fail again. I do not know, the Red Spider answered. Red Spider, what compelled you to save the lifeless one that day? It demanded, bearing a serious expression. Was it for his own merit or some ulterior motive? In any case, it was not for his own sake, correct? The Red Spider remained silent. The interrogator was not in a hurry. The crimson optical lens sharpened at that moment, scrutinizing the Red Spider, who appeared utterly flustered. So, what transpired within the ancient ruins? The interrogator continued to press. What? I do not know, of course I do not know. The Red Spider sought to evade the inquiry. But the interrogator's piercing gaze seemed charged with aggression, as if ready to slice him into pieces at any moment. The Red Spider felt a twinge of fear. Thus, it quickened its pace a few steps forward, locating the site of the impact, pointing to it as it explained, "It was here, I was knocked to this spot, which is why I'm unaware of anything. Is your nurse partner well?" This question remained unanswered until they returned to the requital. Recalling humanity, the lifeless one seemed to revert to that human form before him. Cyrus, was it? I am honored you still remember me. Cyrus gripped the lifeless one's face, forcing it to meet his gaze. After all, this is my dream. May we have a splendid time. I am uncertain of what transpired, but if I were to voice my thoughts, we ought to restore his eyes. The Red Spider continued to make sardonic remarks, while the interrogator chose to disregard him. If that had transformed into some kind of psychological barrier, the interrogator crossed his arms, contemplating as he paced back and forth in the corridor outside the treatment room. If it were as simple as merely wishing for things to improve, I hope it would not be my oversight. Suddenly, faint, delicate moans emanated from the treatment room. Title, with urgency, stepped into the chamber. If it were indeed a psychological trauma, the situation would become even more complicated. The mask was violently ground against the floor, the uneven texture of the gravel palpable beneath it. My apologies, Title remarked. I am still not fully accustomed to this body. I exerted a bit too much force, preventing you from expressing your thoughts. The teasing words resonated closely with the audio receiver, as Deathfire was flipped over, face down, firmly pinned to the ground. With Silas towering over him, the cables tightened further. Your body harbors a myriad of memories. This seemingly casual statement sent tremors of fear through Deathfire. In an instant, he was lifted and slammed onto his back, the pain excruciating, yet there was no time to dwell on it. He could only gaze in terror at Silas, yearning to resist. My robotic rival's legs were forcibly spread apart, the docking plates and protective blades ruthlessly torn from him. It was as if cleansing fluid seeped from the optical lens. Isn't that right, Dr. Partner? You. Upon hearing Title's voice, worry eclipsed fear for Deathfire, and he shouted, "You must not lay a hand on him. 3 times, 3 times. I despise your scrutiny. Do you think that by terminating me thrice, I would be left powerless? I shall battle you for my narrative until the very end, You cosmic tyrant, the foulest epithet I could utter in my lifetime. It appears you two engage in this behavior frequently, Silas commented nonchalantly, gripping Deathfire's struggling legs, rendering him increasingly immobile. It is quite astonishing that beings, such as yourselves, possess a copulatory system, unlike any biological entity I have previously encountered. Observing the secondary energy fluid seeping from the docking panel, Tidal felt as though he had been dealt a blow, his cognitive module rendered inoperative. He took a few deep breaths and leaned down to shake Deathfire, who lay on the treatment bed, seemingly lost in slumber, murmuring. He prayed fervently that Deathfire would awaken. It felt as though something was fading away. The pain was immense. This was the singular thought occupying Deathfire's mind. What transpired now was not the fleeting joy experienced in moments of mutual affection with Tidal, but rather a brutal disassembly akin to that of a savage beast, a cruel examination of his internal structure. Or perhaps it was akin to the humiliation of submission experienced that day. You truly are not human, are you? With this silicon-based contraption, you would terminate me as well? I am utterly astounded. Do you truly believe there is nothing you cannot surpass? What is the current state of affairs? Red Spider leaned against the doorframe of the medical room and remarked, by the time I arrived, he had already escaped from that throng of humans and seemed to have formed quite a bond with that hulking Autobot. Knocked down, unfazed by his theatrics, merely addressed the question posed earlier. Each time Deadfire recharged or powered down, he emitted unconscious groans, as if ensnared by a nightmare. Knockdown cast another glance at Deadfire, who lay upon the treatment bed, concern etched in his gaze, yet this time, the situation seemed even more dire. Deadfire was unable to think at all. His mind was a chaotic tangle, and he could no longer reclaim his sanity. He could only persist in controlling his body, yearning for this torment to cease. What is it like to be violated by a body akin to your own? Solaris turned Deadfire's drooping head back towards him, revealing a face adorned with a sinister grin. Why was it that, despite Deadfire squinting through the fogged optical lenses, he could clearly perceive Solaris's hollow eyes? The voice grew louder, but why had it become so empty? Where had it gone? The final inquiry morphed into an accusation, draining the last remnants of strength from Deadfire, who managed to utter one last, resounding phrase, "How am I to know?" Yet this final vestige of determination was effortlessly brushed aside by Solaris. Crackling electricity surged across Solaris's form, intensifying his power until Deadfire was left utterly defenseless. Behind him loomed the familiar silhouette of Knockdown, wielding his electric baton. "Knockdown, what are you doing in there? Open the door." Meanwhile, within the treatment room, Knockdown sat beneath the treatment bed where Deadfire lay, his head bowed, connected by an information conduit that extended into the back of Deadfire's head. The door to the medical room was being pounded upon, accompanied by shouts from an unknown source outside. "Deadfire, it's all right." Knockdown withdrew the information conduit and stood, noting that Deadfire could now open his eyes. It felt as though his entire being had detached from him, and he struggled to muster enough strength to lift himself halfway, transitioning into a semi-sitting position. "Ah, my dear partner, even though I have yet to do anything, you have already provided me with such abundant feedback." Knockdown returned the information conduit to its original position, his words laced with the teasing familiarity that Deadfire found unoffensive. "Are you mocking me?" Deadfire murmured, receiving no response. He relaxed his body and reclined once more, closing his eyes. "I'm grateful that this time I have entered your mind." With his back turned to Deadfire, Knockdown gazed out the porthole, suddenly appearing a touch forlorn and melancholic. "Knockdown, this dream is different from the ones of the past few days." Deadfire opened his eyes, eager to explain something, inexplicably finding the strength to sit up again. However, Knockdown merely interrupted him with a gesture. As I approached the lifeless form, I gently cradled its head in my arms, drawing it near to my face, resting in that familiar position just above the mask. No words were necessary. I understood everything. My gaze fell upon the lifeless figure, head bowed, its face still pressed against my chest, yet it failed to evoke any semblance of excitement within me. I found myself at a loss for what to do next. I would not allow that day to arrive. My fingers brushed against the mask, and I tenderly held its face, wondering if these minor flaws were not sufficient for change. Alas, they would remain unaltered. The lifeless form encircled my waist, half pulling, half encouraging me closer. The events that unfolded bore witness to a profound transformation, marked by an ardent kiss that would linger in memory. The entwined threads of our existence affirmed that we would not change. I had yet to fully comprehend the situation, merely offering a faint smile, perhaps misinterpreting the intent. But it mattered little. The lifeless figure reclined, pulling me down alongside it. After all, we had an abundance of time ahead. For the first time, I beheld a mischievous grin upon its face, a sight so unexpected. How utterly delightful. I understood what thoughts occupied its mind, leaving only a light chuckle, even if it may have adverse effects on your recovery. Yet, fret not, for I shall assist you. Suddenly, the lifeless figure stirred, caught in the fleeting transition from patient to caretaker, shaking its head to dispel the remnants of a nightmarish reverie. Yet, here I lay upon the treatment bed, cradling the familiar scarlet form. The reason for being on the treatment bed was not due to any ailment of either of us, but rather because this was the only suitable place to recline within the confines of the treatment room. At that moment, it seemed the lifeless figure was stirred by my awakening, groggily rising, stretching like a docile kitten. It adjusted its optical visor and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I replied, gently caressing its back, soothingly assuring it was merely a nightmare, one that could never transpire between us. "Worry not. Return to your slumber." The lifeless figure appeared genuinely fatigued, emitting soft murmurs from deep within before settling back down. I held it close as it instinctively nestled into my embrace, gazing out at the dawn's light. A beautiful tapestry of gray-blue and red merging in the window, just as beautiful as it was. Chapter 17. Original plot, perhaps it could be titled, "Believe in him, for he can achieve anything. Trust that he would never harm another without cause, nor would he easily relinquish anyone." In truth, the preceding chapters have been modified due to exceeding word limits, but I felt this chapter must remain unchanged. Negotiations section. Provide us with the data storage tank, and I shall return it along with its contents. Nothing is more precious than the lives of companions, a belief steadfastly held by Optimus Prime. Indeed, Megatron had brought him forth. As he observed Flame's approach and their eyes met, Optimus felt a subtle sense of relief wash over him. Was it truly this simple? Flame caressed his soft ear, his tone fluctuating greatly, yet devoid of the astonishment that one might expect in such a query. Perhaps only a hint of disappointment lingered. "I thought you would seize this opportunity to give Megatron a good thrashing. What a pity. No amusement to be had. How about this? Persuade Megatron for me, and I shall grant you what you seek, no strings attached." Suddenly inspired, Flame declared. He then appeared at Megatron's ear, whispering something unknown, to which Megatron merely nodded. In the next instant, Flame reappeared at Optimus's side, still whispering, but Optimus appeared somewhat troubled. With no entertainment to be found, one must create their own. Flame flitted between the two leaders like a mischievous sprite, leaving the surrounding Autobots in a state of bewilderment. Under his prodding, Optimus remained silent and finally spoke. "Little Flame, may I forego your suggestions? Hey, this is the culmination of a million years of strategizing, the best rhetoric to deal with Megatron." Flame retorted, dangling in midair with legs crossed, feigning indignation. "You're not doubting my eloquence as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, are you?" "Of course not. I merely feel that a brawl would be more effective," Optimus replied candidly. "Absolutely not. No fighting," came a sharp retort from Cat. "What? Found the partition?" From the rear, Megatron's voice echoed as he engaged in dialogue with Soundwave, the content of which remained a mystery. The last words from Megatron, laden with provocation towards the Autobots present, were, "Then bring me his head." Following this, he destroyed the empty data storage unit. This was dire. The bullets from the transformation guns surged forth like a torrential flood. Caught between the two factions, Flame glared at Megatron and Optimus in frustration before retreating from the pile of energy blasts. "Calm down, everyone. I've said not to fight. And look at my prowess. It was your words, Megatron, that shattered our chance at negotiation." Flame pouted, circling the battlefield in an attempt to intervene. Yet this group fought fiercely. Staying at a distance required dodging the errant bullets, let alone approaching them. So he had no choice but to relent. "What's the matter? Speak quickly." In the urgent context of battling Optimus, Megatron received a communication and had no time to switch to a private conversation. Thus his alarmed voice resonated throughout the area. Ancient knowledge has emerged from the partition's head, and it is now within Soundwave's mind. "What? This is Megatron. What?" But his astonishment was swiftly interrupted by another voice, Flame. The entire battlefield came to an abrupt halt as Flame exclaimed loudly, "What is happening? Brother Soundwave? Brother Knockout? What's going on?" "Do not be alarmed." Megatron intended to offer some solace to him, as the urgency in his tone was palpable. However, his words fell into the void. Chen had long since vanished to an unknown location. At the Autobot base, the examination results confirmed that the shell from the dead fire had not directly struck him. The shockwave from the explosion had inflicted minimal harm, and the cause of his unconsciousness lay elsewhere. Pointing at the display screen, the ambulance pondered aloud. "Perhaps it is due to some human ailment? I am uncertain." "Then why is he not awakened yet?" The deity tapped on the partition beside him, producing a clanging sound. Even the partition had awakened. As the son of medical personnel, Jack was evidently more attuned to the principles of diagnosis, cautiously inquiring, "Should I summon my mother? Or perhaps take him to the hospital?" No response ensued. "No, it is unnecessary. His brainwave signals remain quite active, and a human hospital is not required." After a brief silence, the ambulance shook its head in refusal, its small antennae suddenly erect, swaying left and right. "It is merely a human ailment, one I can undoubtedly address." The warlord maintained his composure. "But Alaric is not your experimental subject." Optimus Prime squeezed into the throng of machines, his blue optics as frigid as the winter sky. He scrutinized the ambulance for a moment before averting his gaze, yet it was evident to all that he was in a foul mood. "Deity, please recount the circumstances once more." "Ha, schooled again, but I have already recounted it 9 times. The deity chuckled awkwardly and shrugged upon noticing Optimus's gaze. "Would you like a more detailed account?" "Very well. After the Decepticons discovered me in the partition, the ladder was knocked to the ground, and then Alaric emerged from beneath a vehicle, seemingly fearful of his ability to subdue Cybertronians. Consequently, the dead fire launched a missile. I distinctly observed that the shell did not explode upon him, but merely caused him to topple onto the partition's head. He even sprang back up swiftly, and then those ancient memories surged forth, reaching Soundwave. Optimus surveyed all the machines around him with his blue optics. This was the latest intelligence. I have yet to share this with you, but Megatron has destroyed the information storage tank, rendering it nearly impossible for Soundwave to evade this catastrophe. However, Alaric's essence remains within Yanshin's frame, merely altering the images perceived by outsiders. Then why? Optimus, he has awakened. The display screen exhibited vigorous fluctuations reminiscent of an electrocardiogram, and the ambulance could not help but feel a sense of triumph. Indeed, human ailments are not so formidable. The ambulance, devoid of sentiment, reflected on what a warlord he was. The small bed encircled by machines was indeed Alaric. In truth, he had been roused from slumber, unable to ignore the incessant chatter in his ears. Thus, he had feigned unconsciousness, contemplating what to say to dissociate his current state from the fate of Soundwave, who had also gone offline. Rubbing his eyes, he attempted to sit up, only to be simultaneously restrained by the 3 little ones. Reluctantly, he settled back into a reclined position. He opened his mouth to explain, but was gently silenced by a raised hand from Optimus Prime. "Rest well," he said soothingly, his voice steady, gentle, and melodious, echoing in Arlec's mind as he repeated the words twice internally. "Do not worry about Soundwave. Little Flame will find a way, won't he? Have faith. He can accomplish anything." This was the heartfelt sentiment that followed his words. Perhaps, lowering his gaze, Arlec forced a smile, disregarding the protestations of the 3 little ones as he rose from the bed. He brushed off the creases in his clothing, feeling no physical ailment, as if all that had transpired before his unconsciousness had been but a figment of his dreams. Thus he boldly declared, "I am fine. Look at me now. I am perfectly well." Despite others' concerns, they were of no consequence. Within the Nemesis, at the moment he was struck by that crimson beam, a substantial influx of data surged into his cerebral module, akin to a virus wreaking havoc in his mind, vying for dominance over its territory. If the cerebral module lacked sufficient capacity, this overwhelming force would obliterate all information within, including consciousness itself. Thus, upon impact, Soundwave instinctively severed all connections with the Nemesis, clearing his cerebral module to contend with the incoming data. However, this action resulted in his immediate disconnection from the network, yet he felt little trepidation, for both his resilience and the essence of his being remained intact, ensuring his return to the Nemesis, whether as the formulaic version of himself or his true self. Yet, One could argue that this constituted a contribution to his leader. Without Soundwave's protective guidance, it was challenging to ascertain whether the Nemesis would navigate safely. For years, Soundwave had single-handedly managed the ship, and among the Decepticons, from leaders to foot soldiers, none possessed piloting skills. Even Megatron had long since discarded memories he deemed unimportant. The only other individual capable of managing the situation was Little Flame. Little Flame was acutely aware of the responsibilities he bore. The weight of urgency perhaps lay here. He might not care for the emotions others held for him, nor value his feelings towards them, yet the hollowness within his chest was palpably real. What did this signify? Little Flame had no answers. All he knew was that his primary task was to stabilize the Nemesis before addressing any further matters. Amidst the constant comings and goings in the control room, a familiar silhouette stood silently at the main console, tirelessly at work, as if everything had reverted to the past. Though that silent figure appeared much diminished in stature, nonetheless, the Nemesis would not fall silent. Quickly extract that troublesome data from Soundwave's mind. Regardless of its origin as artificial energy, preserve Soundwave first. We find ourselves at an impasse. You are well aware of the multitude of protective measures our intelligence officer has imposed upon his own mind, rendering my efforts futile. Please endeavor to decipher the situation as expeditiously as possible. The red spider, suddenly deflated, sighed softly, devoid of any hope. What's Xiao Yinqing? Is he still in the same state? The two exchanged a glance, and after a moment of silence, they nodded in acknowledgement. What about the master? The red spider inquired once more, his optical lens visibly dimming. The other gestured towards the corner. Fear not. I shall remain steadfastly by your side, proclaimed the towering, silver-hued figure of Optimus Prime, miraculously diminished within the confines of the treatment room. While he spoke words of encouragement, his own condition appeared less than favorable. His speech was somewhat slurred. One must have faith that he would not harm anyone without cause, nor would he easily relinquish any one of them. My lord, have you consumed concentrated super energy liquid? My word, how pure it must be for you to be in such a state. A small, proud individual and a grande, drunken soul, both expressing their true sentiments in an unexpected moment. Upon pressing the switch by the door, I entered the warm, stifling room, retrieving a large suitcase from beneath the modified bed. Upon opening it, I discovered it brimming with various super energy products. Yet, my true aim lay not with these items, but rather with a small box positioned upright within the suitcase. As I lifted it, a cacophony of sounds emerged from within. Due to the cat's inability to utilize the charging bed, I had taken the liberty of converting it into a makeshift bed. 1, 2, 3. There remained a total of 11. It's all right. I can hold on a little longer. I can endure until the end. With that small box of chips in hand, I began to stride towards the treatment room. What is it that I truly desire? Artificial energy? Or perhaps other knowledge derived from the ancients? I remain uncertain. Perhaps. I merely wish for his return. The door to the treatment room quietly opened, then gently closed behind me to muffle any sound waves that might accelerate the intrusion of ancient knowledge. Thus, I found myself restrained upon the treatment bed, yet still conscious. In the corner, the figure of Knockout had disconnected, likely too fatigued from attempting to breach the Soundwave defenses to seek out the charging bed. Meanwhile, Fireburn remained by his side, using his palm to support Knockout's head, valiantly fulfilling his role as caretaker. Then, our gazes met. We shared a silent understanding, choosing not to speak, yet endeavoring to minimize our movements. Fireburn carefully withdrew his hand from beneath Knockout's head as I approached the treatment bed, producing my information transmission line and offering it to Fireburn, requesting his assistance in connecting it to Soundwave. Fireburn complied. I was acutely aware that I must not touch Soundwave, in order to prevent the ancient knowledge from dissipating into the ether or transferring to another body. The connection was established, and with a slight exertion of effort, the barriers of the sound wave's cerebral defenses were circumvented. Although the protective measures were numerous and formidable, Chen was exceptionally suited for this task. Moreover, it was worth noting that the sound wave had previously instructed him on how to decipher such intricacies. Thus, he swiftly located a vast reservoir of ancient knowledge, meticulously replicating it onto his own chip along the information conduits. However, despite the abundance of replicated ancient knowledge, it had lost its original consciousness and vitality, merely occupying a significant portion of the chip within his mind, content to remain dormant. The next step was to eradicate the vibrant remnants of true ancient knowledge still active within the Soundwave's mind. "Delete them, Master," whispered a voice beside the audio receiver. The only response was a fleeting display of garbled characters on the screen. Beneath the mask, he pressed his lips together in contemplation. Turning away, he gestured towards the lifeless flame, which obediently averted its gaze from the duo. Satisfied that the lifeless flame would not turn back, Chen removed his mask's display screen and placed it beside the healing bed. He shrank his form and climbed onto the Soundwave's chest. Resting his palm against the side of his face, skillfully unfastening the display screen to reveal the mask beneath, along with a pair of crimson optical lenses. "Look at me, Master," he implored. Their eyes, one red and the other gold, locked in a poignant exchange. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled. "You remember who I am, don't you?" His tone was assertive, tinged with fear and longing, awaiting a response. There was no reaction, only a steady gaze into those golden eyes. He heard a heavy intake of breath. "Who is it? Master, answer me." His words began to twist and distort, tears unshed despite the anguish. A pain resided deep within his chest. What was it? Chen's true voice, pure and familiar, echoed once more in his ears. "Yes, it is I, Master. I am here. I will save you. Do not be afraid." With outstretched, frail arms, he embraced the cold yet warm form of the machine. The pulsing sound reverberated, growing increasingly deafening. "Listen to me, Master. Delete them. Completely delete them, along with everything else in your mind." He secured the display screen back onto the Soundwave and tightened his embrace, then succumbed to a wave of dizziness, curling up against the vast, flat chest. Following that, consciousness began to sink. The Soundwave stood in a daze, entirely unaware of when the bindings had been undone, slowly raising an arm hesitantly before unreservedly cradling the little cat on his chest, gently stroking its back. "What has happened?" he pondered. "Oh, my spark source. Please, not this. Red Spider, where are you? Lifeless flame, awaken, do not sleep." The Soundwave has lost his memory. The noise was overwhelming. Rubbing his optical lenses, he attempted to sit up, only to realize he was being held in a cat-like embrace by the Soundwave. At that moment, he felt immensely grateful for having minimized his form of the previous night. Why not release little Chen, since he has already awakened? Jidao tentatively reached out, but Shengbua suddenly tightened his embrace, concealing Chen like a child protecting a cherished toy. The cat, Jidao, retracted his hand in disappointment. Suddenly, a silver-red miniature aircraft darted into the treatment room, astonishing everyone with its ability to transform back into an upright position within such a confined space. Then executed a slide onto Shengbu's shoulder. "Impressive technique, kid. Have you lost your memory? What kind of amnesia is this?" The red spider leaned closer to Shengbu's face, attempting to glean something through the monitor, raising his voice. "Do you still remember who I am?" "Shengbua, you scared Shengbua." Jidao nearly choked in exasperation, forcefully prying the small adhesive spider from Shengbua, poking his forehead repeatedly while scolding. "Do you not realize he is a patient, especially one suffering from amnesia, who is even more sensitive and easily startled? Get out." The red spider was unceremoniously tossed out of the treatment room. Swiftly, Jidao patted Shengbua, who finally released his hold. Grabbing the faceplate monitor beside the treatment bed, Shengbua donned it, flipping off the bed and landing on the ground, returning to his original size. In truth, the Master's chamber contains memory backups, and not just one. Although the average person would likely struggle to comprehend them, it is of no concern. The Master himself can understand. Allowing him to remain there for a day would suffice, so there is no need to worry. After a heartfelt explanation, Jidao successfully persuaded the others to escort Shengbua back to his chamber. Sihua and Yanchen stood side by side, watching the door to the treatment room close. "Little Yanchen, are you all right? Do you need a checkup?" "Of course, I'm fine. It's just that the magnitude of this ancient knowledge slightly exceeded expectations. The reserve capacity of the second chip is nearly depleted," Yanchen replied with a smile, completely candid and unconcerned. "What happens if your second chip becomes full?" Sihua deftly seized the crux of the matter, inquiring further. "It will collapse," Yanchen said, turning his head towards Sihua, "and everything will start anew." On the faceplate monitor, a smiley face flickered. Chapter 18. Another day of long-awaited hope and anticipated peace. Who would have thought the greatest amusement in the past 2 days would be the ambulance seeking an encounter with Megatron? However, the unfortunate news was that Chen came to find Jidao, intrigued by the cat's scent, at a rather inopportune moment. Although he had already heard the ambulance's intentions in his ears, it was all too coincidental that he halted just as a blast of green artificial energy struck him squarely in the head and face. As a result, Jidao ended up with not a single sample, all devoured by that cat. It is hard not to suspect that his actions were intentional. The sample beauty screamed as she was struck down, even as the paramedics rushed in, struggling to revive her. Chen lingered beside the ambulance, licking the artificial energy from his face while leisurely tending to the wounds with makeshift parts. What is this artificial energy? A taste reminiscent of stone. Although it was somewhat unpalatable, it was still tolerable, though it was a pity it did not possess the green apple flavor one might expect from its vibrant hue. Optimus Prime expressed his gratitude to Chen and helped the ambulance to its feet, while the paramedic, though in poor condition, remained alert, watching Chen consume the energy with keen interest. Unfortunately, the outcome was disappointing. The entire shattered canister had been drained without any visible reaction. The paramedic remarked, "To be honest, are you even from Cybertron? Legend has it that from the most distant galaxies, a multitude of planets would align, heralding the resurgence of darkness, bringing forth calamity and claiming countless lives. Presently, Earth, the final planet in this celestial chain, is where both factions reside. Why is Earth so fraught with misfortune?" Cat pondered aloud. Whether this legend holds any truth is uncertain, yet Chen felt that Megatron might be a fabrication. He had never witnessed such an extravagant display of teenage angst from him before. Cat mused, "I must find an opportunity to discern what he truly thinks." Meanwhile, in a bid to reconstruct a new space bridge, Megatron dispatched Soundwave and the ever-mysterious Mirage to procure supplies. A gesture of goodwill meant to alleviate the stagnation of their intelligence officer's almost rusted frame, while silently disregarding the forlorn emotions that seeped through the display screens. Mirage quipped, "I truly disdain this. I wish to have meaningful scenes in the sequel alongside the wave barrier, rather than being relegated to menial tasks." Yet, one must admit that Megatron is audacious, perhaps forgetting past pains while contemplating the construction of a new space bridge, seemingly unafraid of another catastrophic explosion. 3 years into the arrival of the Cybertronians on this beleaguered planet, they finally found themselves fully exposed to an additional crowd. This was due to Megatron's orders, as his forces attacked a U.S. military base in pursuit of a power source. To mitigate the loss of human lives and property that were entirely unrelated to the Cybertronian conflict, our noble leader, Optimus Prime, and the Autobots engaged in battle at the gates of the military base as Megatron approached from behind. Along the way, Megatron also casually attacked a hapless yellow vehicle. Though once the dust settled, the government would undoubtedly conceal the event with a myriad of implausible justifications. The progress of the space bridge's construction is not the focus here, nor can we concern ourselves with Raphael's predicament at this moment, as Erelek's involvement has temporarily concluded. Teasing the small moth that alighted upon his head, he pondered the peculiar affinity this family of birds had for his crown. With a flick of his fingertips, he propelled a tiny energy cube snack, which the moth deftly caught with an outstretched neck and gulped down. What profound meaning did my master intend to convey by leaving the moth to me? Soundwave. It suggests you should become the inner voice of the surveillance camera. Cat, all right. I understand. But how does Master know that I have been vacillating between following Brother Zhu and Brother Wei these past few days? Yet, Chen found it tiresome to traverse the entirety of the Reprisal's exterior in search of a single individual. Thus, it was Megatron who became the fortunate one, affixed like a stubborn adhesive. Today, the cat vehicle was restricted. In the corner of the main control room, he watched Megatron in a frenzy, perplexed by his sudden volatility. It was disheartening to realize that his million years of effort seemed to be in vain, or had he perhaps inherited the manic traits of the Red Spider? No. Where is the logic in a father bequeathing such traits to his son? Abruptly halting his chaotic thoughts, the cat perked up his ears. Whatever Megatron perceived, Chen would hear as well. The iron-headed one did not conceal anything, forcefully channeling the thoughts of an outsider, the Cosmic Emperor, directly to the 2 small aircraft and the little sports car standing behind him, and Chen absorbed every word without missing a beat. Ah, so it was that old rascal. I have matters to attend to. Keep an eye on the progress of the space bridge construction. It would be best if it accelerated. Megatron turned and took a few steps, only to stop again, slightly raising his head to scrutinize the two corners beside the entrance of the control room. Indeed, he gleaned the answers he sought and added, "Little Chen, accompany me. So, you have known of my presence in this room all along. Very well. Now I can legitimately eavesdrop on that old rascal's peculiar musings in Wei's mind, which suits my purpose perfectly." Thus, he scampered along behind. Chen, a distinguished guest at the door. Soundwave. Chen, all right, Master, remember to call off the patrolling tiger when Brother Zhu arrives. Trust me, he is merely here to seek out Brother Wei. Just guide him to the main control room where they can connect. Soundwave, since you know Optimus is aboard the reprisal and that he is only looking for the boss, why didn't you inform the boss earlier? Chen, isn't it that Brother Wei has more pressing matters, like dealing with that old rascal? If I mentioned it, it wouldn't alter his course of action. Instead, he would likely summon Brother Zhu to his side. Chen, oh, of course, there is perhaps another reason. Brother Wei brought me along to negotiate with someone. Soundwave, skeptical. Chen, after all, Master wouldn't want to see a door on the reprisal completely dismantled, would he? Cat shrugs. Soundwave, archive the intelligence from 2 Earth months. Fiery Chen, all right, deal. Soundwave, the private channel communication concluded with a swift motion of fingers across the main control console, producing a sharp metallic scraping sound. He promptly redirected all Decepticon foot soldiers away from the main corridor and proceeded forward. The heavy footsteps on the punishment vessel were unmistakable. Even those without acute hearing could discern his impending direction. Thus, as the footsteps drew increasingly closer, the door was opened before Optimus Prime could make his forceful entrance. Observing the flicker of astonishment in his optical sensors, no acknowledgement was given. He stepped aside, extending his hand to reveal the shadowy corridor leading to the main control room behind him. Optimus, what is the meaning of this unexpected courtesy? Soundwave, it is merely the intention of young Fiery Chen. Please step inside. The call has been prepared. Meanwhile, regarding Megatron. Oh? You've come knocking, have you? Very well. Let be. The communication was severed, likely due to the irritation stemming from Optimus Prime's abrupt termination of the call. With an expression of barely concealed fury, Megatron relayed the internal communication of the punishment vessel, his voice reverberating with a hint of anger. I shall be here to welcome the current leader. No one is to obstruct him. Soundwave, pinpoint my coordinates and summon him. Beside the volcanic crater, under the darkened sky, purplish-red molten energy erupted from the volcano, while sporadic white lightning struck down, triggering another tremor beneath the volcano. Ah, and you too, young Fiery Chen. Megatron seemed to remember another individual in his company. Turning around, he noticed Fiery Chen had scampered off, playing with a round, dark energy entity on the ground. He called out from a distance, "Stay away from that dark energy entity. It can affect your systems." "Don't worry, Megatron. I have no adverse reactions," Fiery Chen replied loudly, his ears flopping playfully. "Then be cautious, little one. A battle is about to commence here. Remember to keep your distance," Megatron warned, displaying an unusual amount of concern. More than he had shown even in the past few days. Got it. The sound of the land bridge extending echoed from behind, and Megatron instantly adopted a serious demeanor, turning to face the familiar silhouette he had longed for, emerging from the green of the land bridge. From a blur to clarity, it stood before him. No one could ascertain whether he recalled any old acquaintances at that moment. Yet all that remained in the past, though marred with countless scars, was that shell, still a vibrant red as flames, eternally bright and unchanging. Megatron, regardless of whether you harbor a shred of remorse for your actions, though it seems unlikely, you have crossed my line with everything you did to Raphael. Optimus Prime stepped forth from the green of the land bridge, confronting Megatron face to face. His lowered brow betrayed his fury. You shall hear, before all of Cybertron and humanity, apologize and face justice. Today, either you perish or I shall. The leaders exchanged harsh words before swiftly converging at a single point, leaving behind only the sparks of their clash and the chaotic sounds produced by the energy projectiles fired from their transforming weapons. Meanwhile, Chen, concealed in a snug corner with the optimal vantage point, pondered the meaning behind those harsh words. Why did it increasingly seem like it could only lead to the demise of Wei Ge? Regardless, he thought, let them fight. It truly was happening. Indeed, the carefully chosen hiding spot, proved to be secure. However, it was not Chen, who was nestled behind a rock, gnawing on a dark energy orb to test its hardness, that witnessed the battle firsthand. But rather the moth soaring high in the sky and the sound waves connected to it from the punishment ship. Soundwave, are you not going to persuade them otherwise? Nibbling on that energy snack? Chen, no need for that. Allowing them to engage in a proper battle is the most effective form of diplomacy. I'm not one to completely abhor war. Rather, I find it quite to my taste. Soundwave, all right. Soundwave, but their fighting style, I'll have to inform the boss. Hand cannons are not meant for bumper car close combat, he remarked with a smirk. Chen, indeed, their fighting style remains delightfully impromptu. Strong legs from sock column, and a robust waist from Wei Ge. But master, where did you acquire so many of my expressive memes? Chen, huh? Master, where have you gone? Almost simultaneously, the energy projectiles collided with each other, striking non-vital areas, and the two combatants created distance between them. The transforming weapon morphed into a handblade, with Optimus Prime deflecting the energy blasts unleashed by Megatron. They swiftly closed in on each other, and Megatron also transitioned to a handblade, leading the two machines into the second round of confrontation. Perhaps the ancestors had foreseen this defeat awaiting them. What was it they used to say? Yes, the weak will perish. So, who do you think the weak one is? Megatron and Optimus Prime locked eyes, their optical lenses shimmering with purple light. The cerulean glow boldly returned the gaze, piercing as a flame. Old dang, now is not the time to manipulate Wei Ge's body with such divisive words. All my efforts would be in vain. Chen, stop talking. Woe is me. I am indeed the weak one, all right? Tears up like a cat. Soundwave, what's wrong? Is it affecting your goals? Patting your head. Indeed, it was profoundly impactful. Trusting in texts can be more detrimental than ignorance. Optimus Prime paid no heed to Megatron's inquiry, responding with a seemingly profound statement devoid of context. Chen, oh, I know. Back when I first arrived on Earth and visited that country. Master, what was Optimus Prime's role on Cybertron? He seems quite cultured. Soundwave. Indeed, he possesses a wealth of knowledge. If translated to Earth, he would likely be akin to a librarian, not to mention the leader module within him. Yinxing. The leader module, a troublesome thing. Soundwave. What is the source of this unfounded disdain? As the two combatants clashed with increasing fervor, their blades flashing brilliantly, they momentarily withdrew. Optimus Prime noted the cliff not far behind Megatron, transforming into vehicle mode and accelerating directly towards him. Megatron's cannon attempt to intercept failed, and it was too late to evade. He was struck squarely, tumbling down the precipice. Seizing the opportunity, Optimus Prime pursued, transforming mid-air and landing heavily. His truck tires crushing down, stirring up a cloud of dust. A change of venue. Yinxing casually tossed aside the dark energy core in his hand, swiftly emerging from the crevices of the rocks to find a safer spot away from the two combatants' imminent danger, ensuring he was well hidden. Meanwhile, a moth fluttered its wings mid-air, leisurely descending towards the cliff's edge. At that moment, Megatron, a seasoned gladiator, quickly devised a countermeasure, hurling Optimus Prime aside. Yinxing, why does Megatron stand there taking hits? Surely he could at least defend himself unless... Soundwave. Unless what? Yinxing. Ahem, let's not delve into that. Optimus is truly relentless. TSK, the old one, must be livid. Yinxing. All right, fine, he won't, my apologies. Soundwave. Optimus Prime advanced step by step towards Megatron, towering above him amidst the flashes of lightning, his hand poised and raised. Yinxing, why is this fellow taking so long? Soundwave. Are you not going to help? The boss is in trouble. Yinxing, don't worry. He won't be in any peril. Megatron hasn't made a move yet. My fate cannot conclude in such a hasty manner. No, quite the opposite, Megatron. I shall not permit an alternate ending to unfold. Yinxing, these two are hopeless. Can't they think of how to achieve a resolution? At this point, they resemble two utter fools, stubbornly clashing. Soundwave. Not far away, a volcano erupted suddenly. In the moment that Optimus Prime's handblade descended, the lightning and dark clouds appeared to turn a shade of purple. Before all present, Megatron executed a flawless, empty-handed catch of the blade. Optimus Prime remained motionless for a time, seemingly caught off guard, but Megatron raised his head, revealing his violet optics, and with a sudden surge of strength, he stood, pressing Optimus Prime's hand blade back towards him. Your earlier bravado sounded impressive, proclaiming that you would not allow an alternate ending. And now, Megatron forcefully snapped Optimus Prime's handblade, swiftly inserting his own weapon into Optimus's shoulder, delivering a series of powerful blows that brought him down. Thus, the tide of battle shifted entirely. It appears that the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, which I have long sought, lies not amidst the nebulas, but beneath my very feet. Leaning against this erupting volcano, Megatron slowly raises his hand like a blade. Though the current scene is quite elevated, you stand upon the figure of Optimus Prime. What is it that you intend to do with him? Furthermore, why do you all behave in such a manner? Hold on for a moment. I have something to say. I'm uncertain of the reasons behind Megatron's hesitance to strike, yet I feel compelled to intervene. He merely blinks at his own Optimus Prime lying upon the ground, then turns to Megatron and utters a single phrase. Listen to me, Megatron. Do you recall our previous discussions? Soundwave interjects during these past few days. When did you ever approach the boss for a conversation? What have you been deceiving him with? Chen replies, what are you talking about? I have only spoken in earnest diplomatic terms, which I assure you are beneficial. Soundwave retorts, the last time you assured me of something useful, you were teaching Optimus Prime how to placate Megatron's vexation. Chen counters, setting aside everything else. Just consider if Optimus had indeed said those things. I understand the likelihood was slim, but would it have been of any use? All right, you have a point. Concede Soundwave. Megatron is, in fact, a poet. Chen has always held this belief. Within their leader's stern demeanor, particularly during those turbulent years, there lurked a whisper of romance. Megatron, if you have something to express, let us resolve it here and now. Let us not allow matters to deteriorate further, shall we? Optimus Prime. Megatron seems to ponder deeply, his optical sensors emitting a faint red glow. After a prolonged silence, he finally divulges words that have been suppressed for eons. Whenever we meet, we're always at odds, always clearly divided as foes. How many times have I wished that swords remained sheathed? How many times have I longed for shells to remain unfired? How often have I yearned for the fires of war to remain unkindled? How many times have I hoped that we might coexist peacefully, perhaps even partake in trivial pursuits such as capturing a family portrait together? Surely, these are not solely your own musings, Optimus retorts, rolling his eyes as he glances at Chen, who sits upon a stone with a cheerful smile. Though the content may not entirely be my own creation, the words I speak now truly reflect my thoughts and sentiments, Chen asserts. Megatron turns his gaze toward Chen, ensuring he appears unharmed, and continues, in these million years, what have we truly gained? An unending cycle of warfare? The departure of our kin? The decline of our homeland? Yet, you must evolve, mustn't you? Civilization demands rebirth, does it not? Thus, what is the ultimate significance of all this? Is the value of our struggles truly worth the sacrifice? Who can ascertain the answer to such questions? Chen separated the two machines, still maintaining their original postures. He first assisted Optimus Prime in taking a seat, then placed a small piece of energon snack into his hand before nudging Megatron beside him. While performing these actions, he supplemented the latter half of Megatron's poem. A moth fluttered down and landed atop Chen's head, as he stood before the two machines resting on a stone, watching them awkwardly glance away from each other, which elicited a chuckle from him. War and time are formidable forces. They erode your true essence. Compared to who you were a million years ago, you have changed tremendously. Chen spread his hands and tapped his head, perhaps revealing a tinge of regret in his tone, though who could discern it? Yet, I recall the very beginning, the original forms of you. In the earliest days, the Autobots and Decepticons were not enemies defined by war. Every Cybertronian strove towards the singular purpose of reviving their homeland. It was merely a divergence in personal ideologies that led to the starkly opposing factions. If we trace back to the roots, was the war truly a sudden onset? Chen coldly articulated everything. Perhaps he had just been through a chip replacement. Anything can be distorted over the passage of time. Yet, am I not also exploiting the nature of time to fulfill my selfish ends? Indeed, over millions of years, I have assisted the Autobots more than once, but regardless, the fact that I belong to the Decepticons remains unchanged. I simply provided a minor convenience in matters that were of little consequence to the greater scheme. However, the wear of time is inescapable. What I initially anticipated, is it what I now strive for, or has it too been buried in the oblivion of time? Who can truly ascertain? Optimus Prime suddenly interjected with a hint of melancholy. Chen paused momentarily, only to sigh in response. Indeed, who can say? He continued. I wonder if you're aware of this. Clenching his right fist, he fiercely scraped his left hand against his right forearm, tearing away a large piece of metallic component. What emerged was a trickle of golden blue luminescence, resembling both a liquid and a gas. It fell to the ground, dispelling a small patch of darkness tainted by energon, even prompting a thin layer of verdant growth. Is this a form of energy? A sign of life? Optimus Prime, a seasoned archivist and leader, quickly deduced this conclusion without much contemplation. However, I am not entirely certain. I only know that this substance existed within me since my inception. In essence, it is a creative force, seemingly capable of transforming into any form of energy, yet regrettably, I do not know how to wield it. Chen lowered his head, methodically reassembling the components while patiently explaining, I am, in fact, different from you. This creative force appears to emanate from a core within my being, so the minute amount that was just secreted is already its limit. It will continuously provide me with energy. So what now? It appears that the once formidable Megatron, having revealed a fraction of his thoughts, has joined the discourse with a touch of despondency. What, then, is the essence of your intentions? Thus, if it indeed comes to the very end, when all avenues have been exhausted, you might as well attempt to dismantle me and cast me aside. Chen offered a radiant smile, asserting that he could undoubtedly persuade each of you. In a certain sense, it would be the conclusion I desire. However, if you intend to caution me to reconsider, spare your breath. Do you not realize? The Allspark has been missing since before the onset of war. Megatron interjected, asserting that a thorough discussion would reveal that the Allspark's disappearance was indeed the spark that ignited the conflict. Missing? Chen turned to Optimus Prime, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, it has vanished. Incidentally, that day marked the inception of our acquaintance. We were among the first to witness the Allspark's disappearance. Yet, I surmise you have long forgotten our initial encounter and likely all that transpired prior. Neither spoke falsehoods. Their voices bore the weight of truth. Where then is the Allspark now? Silence enveloped them, leaving only a fleeting moment of tranquility, accompanied by the resounding activation of the land bridge from behind. Chapter 19. So you are the Cosmic Emperor, are you? Let me not lay eyes on you again, for your fate is certain to be dire. Optimus Prime, upon witnessing the land bridge crack open behind Chen, was momentarily taken aback. It was not until the massive green form of the Decepticon thrust surged forth that he sprang into action, attempting to intervene, only to be halted by the deafening clang of metal upon metal. Thrust struck with an undeniable force upon a steel plate composed of scattered components. Megatron remained seated serenely upon the stone, even shifting his posture to cross his legs, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had complete faith in Chen's ability to remain unscathed. What are you all doing here? Thrust stepped back a pace, finally recognizing the unexpected harmony of the scene before him, scratching his head in bewilderment and posing the aforementioned query. Engaging in conversation. Discussing peace. Chen cast a sidelong glance at Optimus Prime, who, after hastily uttering that phrase, buried his face in his hands and curled up on the stone, seeking refuge in his own form. Oh, what a delightful pup! Unbeknownst to him, the display screen on his visage narrowed into slits. The land bridge did not retract. RC gracefully leaped forth, drawn by the dark energy emanating from the volcanic eruption. The ambulance followed closely, peering out from the land bridge, only to be taken aback by the strangely harmonious tableau, its little antennae quivering with surprise. Ah, are we hosting a tea party here? How delightful, the ambulance remarked, casting a glance at the small fragment of energon in Optimus Prime's grasp. Mind if I join? Then almost immediately, a piece of the same super energy cube as Optimus Prime appeared in his hand. The ambulance cast a scornful glance at Chen, who was whistling and pretending to be oblivious nearby. Well, it's time to leave. Chen propped his chin on one hand while the other arm crossed over his chest, stepping sideways toward the land bridge, quietly moving closer to Megatron, pressing tightly against him and discreetly nudging him without anyone noticing. Megatron turned his head, while the cat blinked and raised an eyebrow at Prime. Realizing the situation, Megatron turned his head away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he spoke. Upon seeing Optimus Prime's bright blue optical sensors fixed directly on him without hesitation, he understood that he had been outsmarted by a small trinket. However, it was too late to backtrack. With that unwavering gaze from the optical sensors, Optimus Prime tilted his head slightly, prompting Megatron to reluctantly continue the conversation, advising him to take care of his health, as the dark energy could harm his body. Optimus Prime nodded, indicating that he had absorbed Megatron's words. You needn't say such things. Optimus, we shall depart. The ambulance menacingly bluffed at Megatron before pulling Optimus Prime toward the land bridge, muttering about his stubbornness and how he would need a thorough checkup upon their return. As the land bridge vanished into thin air, a momentary silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the ongoing eruption of the volcano. Yet, it was not long before Chen detected a movement in his peripheral blind spot. It was Megatron, rising and walking toward him. You must return to confront them. Do you understand? Megatron's claw rested on Chen's slight shoulder as he circled around, his arm encircling Chen's neck. You also need to undergo a proper examination. Ah, Megatron, I assure you I am perfectly fine. Chen chuckled awkwardly, grasping Megatron's arm draped around his neck. A moth, hidden within the crevices of machinery and parts, quietly slipped into the gaps of Megatron's body. Megatron said nothing, merely holding the small cat in his grasp, and contacted Soundwave on a private channel. Upon seeing the land bridge unfold before him, he decisively tossed Chen into it. The cat expressed its grievances. Is this what they call emotional neglect? Now it seemed that Chen was effectively under house arrest aboard the Nemesis. For neither knockout nor dead end dared to defy Megatron's orders and let Chen out of play. These two still wished to enjoy their leisurely lives, so they remained with Soundwave in the control room. During this time, Soundwave took the opportunity to listen to his superior's eccentricities on the deck, while also frequently reminding the miners extracting dark energy to be mindful of their physical conditions and to remember to rotate shifts. Indeed, the overseer was tarantulas. Spill your lifeblood, rise from the abyss, and merge with me. Listening to the melodramatic proclamations echoing from the deck, Chen found his current mood difficult to articulate. He could only shrug helplessly and inquire, so what now? I would assert that Wei Gu embodies the essence of romanticism. Just observe, even in his current state of disarray, he has not forgotten his little verses. You too are not lacking. Soundwave turned his face, revealing a vacant display screen. Yet soon enough, a smile flickered into existence. Chen, feeling decidedly disinterested, squatted beside the ever-inconspicuous thousand-faced guest, engaging in a game with the mechanical bird. Wei Ji's mind was in utter turmoil, overwhelmed by the cacophony. Despite having just exhibited a warm and fervent demeanor towards Chen, he now succumbed to a state of violent madness, even more severe than in recent days. His thoughts were a chaotic jumble, meandering incoherently, driving one to the brink of insanity. No more listening. To do so would be an act of self-torment. With a sense of reluctance, Chen shifted his focus away from the resonant thoughts of the imposing leader. Is this akin to brainwashing? A form of indoctrination from the Cosmic Emperor? However, if one were to draw such a parallel, my subtle influences upon Wei Gu over the course of 1,000,000 years could also be considered a form of brainwashing. Reflecting on Wei Ji's attitude during the recent confrontation between the two factions, it becomes clear that I hold the upper hand. Perhaps it is worth a try. After all, I am not one to disregard counsel. The familiar sound of heavy footsteps approached, pulling my thoughts from an unknown corner back to the present moment aboard the Retribution. Wei Gu had just descended from the deck into the control room, where my master was once again intercepting the signals from the Autobots. Before long, Soundwave released an audio clip, a rhythmic fluctuation reminiscent of a heartbeat. Chen perked up his ears. The immense heart revealed a singular thought, whispering incessantly, fearful that others might not grasp his desire for revival. Look at that. He is driven mad by his longing for resurrection. Soundwave, quickly shut it off. Yet before long, the overwhelmed Wei Gu, cradling his head, urgently called for a halt. Chen could only regretfully retract his posture, but beneath the dark gray of the armored display, his gaze towards Wei Gu bore an unintentional hint of pity. No wonder Wei Gu is in such a frenzy. It seems the principal himself is rather unhinged. Alas, I feel for Wei Gu. The remainder of the time shall be spent in contemplation of his deserved fate. As time passed, Wei Gu entrusted Black Widow with command and departed the Retribution, claiming he was to meet the Cosmic Emperor. The sound of jet engines pierced Chen's ears, and he immediately sprang to attention, dashing to the main control console, exclaiming, "See, I told you that leaving them off with Wei Ge would prove beneficial. Master, come quickly. Take a look. The main control screen flickered to life, revealing a vast expanse of volcanic craters and molten lava, tinged with shades of purple and pink. I sense your presence, sharing in your esteemed spark. The words were recorded with clarity. As soon as this contraption emits a sound, the officials, akin to cats detecting a mouse, quietly gather around, leaving no one behind. Indeed, the instinct to join the commotion is inherent to all beings. I have come specifically to pay my respects to you, my esteemed sovereign, the omnipotent emperor of the universe. A shroud of smoke envelopes the air, forming a thick curtain that sketches a silhouette resembling a head, complete with two glowing orbs serving as eyes. Who is it that speaks to me? He inquired. From the perspective of the moth, serving as the first viewpoint of the mighty Megatron, one can discern his posture through the contrasting heights of the perspective. Your most humble servant, Megatron, leader of the Decepticons, your loyal envoy, it is I who have harnessed the dark energy to intertwine our fates, awakening you once more, thus fulfilling the prophecy. Suddenly, the red spider felt a multitude of disdainful gazes directed at him. An understanding dawned upon him, causing his faceplate to flush. He fumbled, eager to justify himself, but could only muster a desperate retort. Respecting Lord Megatron cannot be deemed as seeking honor. I am but a loyal servant of Lord Megatron. And can the affairs of a servant truly be considered as such? He continued with convoluted phrases, laden with flattery and archaic Cybertronian vernacular, eliciting laughter from the crowd, filling the air both inside and outside the nemesis with a lively atmosphere. The red spider lamented, but all he said are my words. Subsequently, under the barrage of Megatron's grandiloquent oration, he found himself rebuked. Yes, chastised by that cloud of smoke, revealing Megatron's displeasure at that moment. After all, the moth could relay thoughts, and the fiery ember could hear Megatron's internal curses aimed at the Emperor of the universe. However, the surrounding officials appeared to relish the spectacle, relishing their leaders' past indiscretions. Is there a remnant of the primordial celestial here as well? Suddenly, the Emperor's smoky visage furrowed in contemplation, uttering this phrase. Ember felt a tremor in Megatron's psyche. He even forsook his dignity to kneel before the Emperor, striving to seize the opportunity to deal with Optimus Prime, despite ultimately being reprimanded. Yet, he truly sacrificed his dignity for his brother, for he loved him. At this point, Megatron's internal tirade intensified, but amidst this torrent of invectives, Ember seemed to catch whispers of thoughts that ought not to exist. He straightened, furrowing his brow, and with an unchanged demeanor, surveyed the officials surrounding him. In a swift motion, he surged outward, shrinking in size, even inadvertently stepping on Black Widow's foot, escaping the encirclement of the onlooking officials. At the very least, no one could impede his escape, nor did anyone react in time to voice a word. However, after leaving the punishment, Yanshin suddenly realized that he was utterly unaware of Megatron's whereabouts. If he intended to locate Megatron, he would inevitably have to traverse this vast land in search. Thus, he remained ensnared in the torment of Huanzhou. With a silent sigh, he had no recourse but to face the blazing sun, now obscured by ominous clouds, and take his first steps forward. In the boundless expanse of the sandy wilderness, an intense battle was quietly unfolding. Only the colossal stone figure stood amidst the chaos. Its immense size did not denote clumsiness, but rather an extraordinary agility. Yet, due to its grandeur, the motion of the statue appeared somewhat sluggish. This paradoxical blend of swiftness and slowness allowed the owner of such a form to overpower Optimus Prime, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Despite the relentless barrage of attacks from the transforming Autobot members, they were rendered inconsequential against the Titan's formidable presence. Amidst the howling winds and swirling sands, an aircraft had stealthily arrived, unleashing a more potent laser aimed at the statue's perceived eyes. The colossal stone figure collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a vast cloud of dust. Only when the dust settled did Megatron reveal his true visage. Approaching Optimus Prime, he brandished his hand cannon in a childlike manner to intimidate him. Noticing the Autobot members' instant vigilance as they raised their weapons, he then contentedly extended his hand towards Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, fully aware of the situation, lowered his head, the corners of his brow arching in a barely perceptible smile as he grasped Megatron's hand and rose to his feet. It was truly astonishing to think that they had once clashed in battle. Who could have known? Perhaps Yanshin's words held some merit after all. Optimus Prime shrugged. In a certain light, Megatron proved to be a commendable negotiator. Yet, this method of negotiation was applicable solely to Optimus Prime. As their profound understanding of one another rendered it less a negotiation and more a revelation. The outcome was evident. Amidst disputes and dissent, an unexpected agreement was reached. The tumbleweed rolled lazily past, the wind stirred once more, and the gargantuan silhouette loomed ominously, casting shadows over the land. Yet, amid the dim, yellow sands, a glimmering golden light emerged, drawing closer. Megatron's voice, laced with bitterness akin to a ferocious bite, echoed with a youthful timbre, discernible even in the swirling sands. It was Yanshin, standing not far away, while the sands continued to swirl around them. "Tell me, have you forsaken the Decepticons? Have you abandoned us?" His words pierced through the atmosphere like a spectre-esque wail, chilling and compelling. Yet, the golden light remained captivating. Megatron, flustered, gestured awkwardly, attempting to articulate an explanation, but faltered, unable to voice a single word. He knew all too well that deceit would inevitably be uncovered. The bright golden eyes briefly closed, then opened wide with renewed intensity, drawing closer, causing Megatron to involuntarily shudder and retreat several steps, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Behind him, a colossal stone statue swung its fist. "Answer me!" It roared with malevolence, a thunderous outburst intermingled with faint sobs, an inexplicable pang of sorrow suddenly surfacing. Countless components swirled like a massive wave, ensnaring the statue's forearm, redirecting its striking momentum to the side. Megatron, with newfound resolve, stood his ground, fixated on those golden pupils, and sincerely uttered, "I am sorry." Suddenly, the yellow sands dissipated, revealing Yanshin in his entirety, having removed his visor with golden optics shimmering, making it hard to believe that the earlier potent inquiries had emanated from him. "Hello, Optimus." Yanshin tiptoed to greet the Autobot leader from a distance. But in the blink of an eye, he dashed closer, along with his brothers and sisters, and those human friends over there. "It's wonderful to see you again." Megatron nearly lost his composure. He pretended to clear his throat, eager to bring the current situation to a swift conclusion, addressing Optimus. "I hope you all thoroughly consider my proposal, preferably before I send little Yanshin to negotiate again." The land bridge materialized beside him. "Optimus, why not settle this here?" Yanshin winked at Optimus, his malicious intent unmistakable. "Once this is done, I'll deliver Megatron to you. Don't think I can't hear you. Don't entertain thoughts of selling me out. Hurry up and buy me some time." Megatron erupted, frantically calling out to Yanshin, transforming into vehicle mode and soaring into the sky, circling as he unleashed lasers, drawing the attention of the not-so-bright statue. Yanshin watched as Optimus was the last to board the land bridge. Only after it vanished did he silently glance at the spikes on his left forearm, raising his arm towards the massive statue. Like a dark purple tempest, the spikes entwined around the statue, their ropes binding it. With the inertia of its own attack, it toppled, ensnared, unable to rise again. Yanshin then set his sights on the next statue. "Megatron, we're coming to get you. You're always the reasonable one, Optimus." A sound echoed through the sky. "Little Yanshin, get ready. We need to withdraw." Along with a final reminder for Yanshin. Yanshin abruptly retracted the ropes, the last statue immobilized. Megatron, in midair, transformed into an upright form and struck fiercely at its head, shards of stone cascading to the ground. He landed safely and stepped into the land bridge. Yanshin retracted his spikes and hurried after him. Upon entering the land bridge, everyone regarded Megatron with wary eyes, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Yanshin would arrive. Even before Megatron had completely exited the land bridge, Flame had already darted out from behind, fiercely pouncing on Optimus Prime. With his small frame rubbing against him energetically, he exclaimed, "At last, I can have a proper chat with you, Prime." The tension of the past few days has been utterly exhausting, pretending to be solemn all the time. "I really needed you to pet me." Optimus wore a warm, maternal smile as he affectionately stroked the cat's back, even raising an eyebrow at Megatron in a teasing manner. Megatron pursed his lips, casting a sharp glare at Optimus. Ultimately, Flame truly transformed the tense atmosphere. His joyful antics, as he bounced around the base, seeking out conversations, made the leaders of both factions' meeting seem like an ordinary affair. This continued until Megatron forcibly dragged him over to listen to Ratchet explain the current situation. However, Flame quickly became distracted. He noticed Optimus handing something to Jack, and as he spoke about its significance, his gaze drifted elsewhere, clearly indicating he was being deceitful. So, Flame listened intently to his thoughts. Seizing the moment when neither Megatron nor Ratchet were paying attention, Flame stealthily approached the control panel, inserting a small object into the mainframe. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ratchet exclaimed, surprised. "Nothing at all," Flame replied, immediately adopting an innocent demeanor, gazing up at Ratchet with a tilt of his head, his golden eyes appearing somewhat pitiful. Ratchet scrutinized him for a moment, but chose not to press further. After Optimus had completed his task and returned to the discussion, Flame approached the 5 small humans. "Ah, little ones, it's wonderful to see you again." Flame minimized his stature to blend in, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. The adult male, Fowler, responded, while Ryan appeared slightly anxious, tightening her grip on Raphael's shoulder. However, Flame remained undeterred, continuing to smile. "I haven't met you two before. My name is Flame. A pleasure to meet you. By the way, where's the other little one, Alaric? What happened to him?" Flame inquired eagerly, his words flowing without pause. "Why are you so interested in that child?" Ryan maintained a hint of wariness, likely stemming from her maternal instincts. "After all, it's not often I encounter a being with whom I can converse so easily. It's only reasonable for me to ask a few questions," Flame replied. He went to the hospital. Jack finally chose to disclose the truth to Flame, as Optimus had previously mentioned that he could not conceal any thoughts in his presence. Thus, he saw no reason to withhold information. Although Flame had already learned the cause, he feigned curiosity and asked, "What is wrong with him? I remember he fainted suddenly last time. Is that related?" "It's primary hypertension," Ryan concluded the explanation. The sound of the land bridge opening resonated once more, capturing Flame's attention as he bounced closer. "You go ahead." RC gestured towards Megatron, indicating the land bridge. "As you wish." Megatron slightly bowed in a gentlemanly manner before stepping onto the bridge. "Bumblebee, let us go together," said Ironhide, nudging Optimus Prime while also calling out to Megatron. "Rest assured, Megatron has no ill intentions. Ironhide, if you dare to harbor any malicious thoughts, you will meet your end." "Ironhide, after all, you wouldn't want that old Sentinel-S reprimanding video to reach the Autobots, would you?" "Megatron, how do you know? Are you monitoring me?" "Ironhide, of course. If I weren't, you would have already run off with Bumblebee." "Enough chatter. Stand in line properly." In the end, Megatron stood side by side with Optimus at the front of the formation. Ironhide quickly climbed onto Optimus's shoulder, comfortably finding a seat, and raised a small paw to wave dramatically. "The temporary alliance of our two factions is set to embark." Chapter 20. Never provoke the enigmatic individuals who seldom utter a word. It can lead to trouble. Globally, over 16 volcanoes erupted in succession, and the snowfall in the city of San Francisco reached 15 centimeters. Scientists speculated that these unprecedented natural disasters were linked to unstable signals from the planetary connections. The television, crackling with static, broadcasted the news, its audio muddied by the howling wind and flashing lightning. Ironhide, unable to endure it any longer, simply pulled the plug, plunging the base into momentary silence. "What? You ask why Ironhide remains at the Autobot base? Well, ahem. All right, the temporary alliance is set to embark." Perched on Optimus's shoulder, waving his tiny paw to issue commands, Ironhide felt as though he were the true leader. However, after issuing the order, he noticed an unusual stillness. Sensing something amiss, he and T yet grasped what the two leaders were contemplating when he caught their exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus. Megatron spoke first. "Stop. Do not proceed just yet." Megatron's words were clear. Optimus, more direct, lifted the little cat off his shoulder and placed him gently on the ground outside the land bridge, saying, "I believe it would be safer for you to remain here." Thus, Ironhide found himself left behind at the Autobot base. Despite not being a child and knowing there was someone younger in the Alliance, he couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. Do you doubt Optimus's ability to succeed? Do you believe in the alliance of Optimus and Megatron? The discussion between Ratchet and Fowler managed to capture Ironhide's attention, causing his earlier displeasure to vanish in an instant. "No one believes in this combination, Agent Fowler. Myself included, Ratchet remarked, shrugging as he continued his task. Don't say that. At least I'm quite supportive of our two factions working together. Yen-shun abruptly emerged between the two figures, his visage still adorned with a smile on the display of his faceplate. I awaited their reunion, yet the passage of time seemed interminable. Naturally, I remained vigilant. Once more, a voice inquired beside me, belonging to one of the trio of humans, their curiosity palpable. Did Megatron ever serve as an Autobot? Raphael stood at the forefront, adjusting his spectacles. Or perhaps Optimus Prime was once a Decepticon? The Child of Destiny proposed an alternative theory. Regrettably, neither of their conjectures bore fruit. No, neither is correct. It seemed that Ratchet was lost in reminiscence, tilting his head slightly skyward as he pondered before speaking. This tale harks back to a time long past, on Cybertron, a period whose events I fear only I here am privy to. Ratchet cast a glance at the three humans and the impeccably seated Yen-shun, especially noting the glimmering virtual feline eyes reflected on Yen-chen's faceplate, before turning away with a hint of disdain, continuing his narration. As I previously mentioned, Optimus Prime was not always a leader. In truth, his original name was not Optimus Prime at all. During that epoch, he was merely a lowly clerk within the archives of Iacon, known as Orion Pax. As an archivist, he had access to a wealth of knowledge. However, as he delved deeper into the annals of Cybertronian history, he became increasingly aware of the pervasive corruption among the elite and the inequalities faced by the populace. Among these revelations, the ideology espoused by a certain gladiator profoundly inspired Orion. This warrior had taken upon himself the title of one of the 13 primes, Megatronus. He vowed to challenge the ruling class of Cybertron, demanding equal treatment for all Cybertronians. With a rallying cry, he swiftly gathered a cadre of like-minded loyalists, with Soundwave emerging as a prominent figure among them. Subsequently, Orion began to engage frequently with Megatronus, who gradually assumed the role of mentor in their relationship. Having departed the arena and ascended to the political stage, Megatronus, driven by personal ambition, altered his name to the one we now recognize, Megatron. Shortly thereafter, Megatron presented his concept of a so-called just society before the High Council. From that moment, he unveiled his true nature, proclaiming his intent to overthrow the antiquated system through force, audaciously demanding to be crowned the next leader. Yet, Orion found himself at odds with this philosophy, asserting that justice could not be attained through violent means. The council members were swayed by Orion's profound insights, heralding the emergence of a figure worthy of leadership since the dawn of Cybertron's golden age. Ratchet suddenly paused, turning his gaze towards Yen-shun, who remained seated beside the trio. I am aware of your role as a Decepticon diplomat, and I recognize that your engagement with Cybertron's history has been limited. I imagine this is your first encounter with this narrative. If you would indulge me, I would be keen to hear your perspective. My perspective? The feline eye on the display screen of the armored visage gleamed as Yen-shun rose, theatrically clearing his throat. Firstly, the High Council is merely a FAOD. Secondly, in my opinion, neither Brother Wei nor Brother Orion can be deemed wrong, can they? How can you ascertain that the unflattering rumors about Wei during that time are not merely the Council's narrative? How can you be certain that Orion was chosen as a leader not because the Council deemed him more malleable than Wei? Peace is a hard-won treasure. While the sudden outbreak of war is certainly misguided, is not the armed seizure of power a form of revolution in itself? Given that the current government is rotten to the core, what is there to prevent a revolution? Can you boldly claim that at that time, or even now, the Autobots are not engaged in a revolution? Yen-shun could certainly sense the disapproving gaze of the ambulance, sharp and unwavering, yet he merely crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and spoke at length. As for the term arrogance, where does it originate? Throughout history, in a world of change and the shifting of regimes, I have witnessed many instances which revolutionary leader has not become the next generation's authority. This is merely Wei's hopeful aspiration and confidence in his ideals, a responsibility and obligation he is destined to fulfill. Do not look at me like that. It was you who prompted me to speak. In terms of experience, even with Brother Zol, you are far beneath me. Yen-shun seemed to taunt the ambulance, declaring that they were all too extreme, hopelessly misguided. After a prolonged silence, the ambulance did not continue, seemingly overwhelmed by Yen-shun's earlier remarks. Please continue, Brother Ambulance. I am eager to hear how the source of the spark vanished. Reluctantly, Chen waved his hand before the ambulance's optical lens, finally tapping his head lightly. The ambulance shot Chen a glare. But all that appeared on the display was a playful sticking out of the tongue emoji before he sulkily withdrew his hand, showing no sign of remorse. Knowing that education was futile for this child, the ambulance sighed softly and continued. However, to become a leader, one must first acquire the fabled leader module. After the defeat at the core of the Wild, Megatron severed ties with Orion and the Council, declaring war on all adversaries. Thus, the army of increasingly fervent followers was designated as the Decepticons by Megatron. Oh, do they truly believe that this so-called module is something of value? Megatron swore that regardless of where the leader module was hidden, he would claim it as his own. Yet now, that wretched module resides within Brother Zol. Does Wei intend to possess him as well? I suggest you temper your ambitions. The ambulance playfully delivered a light thump to Chen's forehead. Although the force was minimal, Chen feigned a pitiful expression, clutching his forehead and whimpering, which unintentionally made the ambulance feel a twinge of regret for his earlier action. However, that regret dissipated in an instant. Subsequently, the planet Cybertron lay ravaged by war, its core severely tainted. Orion ventured into the core, hoping to revive the planet, only to discover that the spark before him belonged to our deity of creation, the Primus. In his final moments, Primus recognized the noble qualities inherent in Orion and bestowed upon him the leadership module. Thus, the apprehensive Orion Pax was officially renamed Optimus Prime, becoming the final leader. It is noteworthy that upon receiving the leadership module, you inexplicably materialized by his side. The medic, Ratchet, cast a penetrating glance at Chen, and Optimus remarked that you had no recollection of the past. According to him, you had already become a Decepticon, yet you conversed with him without a hint of caution, resembling a wayward traveler seeking a tour of the core. Grateful for your guidance, Optimus did not delve into your origins, merely considering you a naive being deceived by Megatron. He genuinely led you on a tour through the core, but upon returning, you were the one to assert that you could no longer hear the voice of the Allspark. The unease within Optimus was thus confirmed. The Allspark had vanished right before their eyes. Under the intense gaze of the inquisitive medic, Ratchet finally acquiesced, adding, "What I know has been fully recounted." Alas, the truth of the disappearance remained elusive. Chen stood, glancing at the control console within the base. Gently touching his soft ears, "I shall take my leave, no need for farewells." Soon after, he vanished from a base. On the Nemesis, it appeared that the commander had abandoned us. Moreover, Chen had departed without a word, leaving no trace. I believe we must devise long-term plans, and there is no need to dwell on Megatron any longer. Fellow Decepticons, despite our unwavering loyalty to Megatron, his recent actions have been difficult to justify. And as you can observe, Earth has proven to be a failed experiment. When Chen returned, he overheard Black Widow articulating these sentiments. Adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle without appearing foolish, he chose to remain unseen. Commander Black Widow, you cannot possibly mean we should abandon Lord Megatron? The first to speak was the inquisitive Dead End, standing silently beside him. Red Alert, nestled among the ranks of Decepticon foot soldiers, regarded Black Widow's power grab with disdain, as it served as a mockery of his former self. Soundwave remained steadfast at the main control console, seemingly engrossed in his own tasks. Despite Soundwave's relentless efforts, we remain unable to detect Lord Megatron's signal. He is either deceased or has been subsumed by the cosmic overlord. In any case, this poses a considerable disadvantage for the Decepticons. Thus, I propose that a timely withdrawal is the most prudent course of action. Who is in favor and who opposes? Black Widow surveyed the multitude of foot soldiers below, her gaze particularly fixed on the 6 senior officers. Amidst the throng of cannon fodder, a stir arose. Yet no voice broke the silence. The Red Spider cast a dispassionate glance at the Black Widow, then shifted her gaze to the Soundwave, who continued to type at the main console, opting to remain silent. The Knockdown and Deadfire exchanged knowing glances, their optical lenses reflecting a shared mockery. They were acutely aware that, even if they remained inert, someone would inevitably voice dissent. They understood that, even if Soundwave failed to locate Megatron's signal, there would still be one who knew Megatron's whereabouts and condition. Thus, the course was set for planet Unicron 4. As the words faded, Soundwave, positioned behind the Black Widow, turned to fixate on him. Although his demeanor betrayed little, the weight of his footsteps hinted at his burgeoning ire. "Do you have something to say, Soundwave?" the Black Widow inquired, turning to meet his gaze, oblivious to the fate that awaited her. "Nothing of significance, save for my desire to eliminate you," he replied quietly, approaching knockdown and deadfire. The Red Spider caught wind of this, raising an eyebrow and glancing over. But upon noticing the subtle twitch of the Black Widow's soft cat ears, he comprehended everything and resumed his spectator role. Soundwave remained motionless, his display obscuring his optical lens, leaving none to ascertain his expression or focus. "I command this warship. Please maintain your post," the Black Widow asserted, her posture taut, despite employing honorifics that contrasted with her body language, which suggested an imminent strike. "Oh, using honorifics now?" Chen scoffed. "What is the difference between battling with a master and courting death?" Soundwave stood his ground, unyielding in his relaxed stance. The Black Widow, unable to contain herself, unleashed her spider limbs, yet Soundwave remained composed, indifferent to her aggression. "Step aside," she demanded, urgency lacing her tone. "Ah, getting desperate, are we?" With a swift motion, the Black Widow lunged, but Soundwave merely raised his arm to block her attack, ultimately casting her aside. The Black Widow sprawled on the ground, undeterred. Her gaze locked on his Soundwave, yet her threats evaporated as she noticed an empty space on his chest, where the laser beak had once perched. As her perspective shifted, she discerned the laser beak soaring through the air, now enhanced, its beams more radiant than before. Upon impact, the Black Widow was swiftly incapacitated, the residual energy from the laser causing nearby cannon fodder to retreat in alarm. "Master, you're absolutely magnificent," Chen exclaimed, having sidled up to the main console. "What is her next move? Perhaps we should simply dispose of her." Referring to the Black Widow, "Whatever. Toss her into any storage bay. It matters not," Soundwave responded succinctly. "Boss, what is the situation?" "Rest assured, it's quite favorable. Soon, I will need to seek them out. Remember to observe from the moth perspective," Chen chirped. Bounding over to the Black Widow, he procured a length of rope and secured her tightly before giving her a hearty kick towards the pile of debris. "Today's errand is on me. Please assist in disposing of her in an abandoned warehouse. Anyone will suffice." The atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard. "The destination is perilous, is it not?" Soundwave suddenly inquired. "It's not too severe, really. Four-way and Zhu. It may pose a greater danger, which is why I feel compelled to assist, even though I'm not particularly skilled in combat. Nonetheless, with the addition of the parts and a hat, I might be of some help." Chen gently caressed his cat ears, and a smiling face appeared on the display screen of his armor, exuding a sense of comfort. Soundwave halted his typing, turning to gaze at him. Chen reciprocated with a smile, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. The laser bird perched on the edge of the main control console, flapped its wings, and landed atop Chen's head, letting out a long cry. Folding its wings neatly to avoid Chen's ears, a moth emerged from an unseen crevice, pointing accusatorily at the laser bird, seemingly contesting its place. "Take it with you, but be cautious and safe." Chen suppressed his smile, nodding earnestly. Chapter 21. "You dead Taro, just you wait. I shall soon be at your doorstep. First, I wish to express my gratitude for everyone's support, for the urging for updates yesterday surpassed 20, which fills me with joy. What naive demeanor this is, and a little madness. I am an omnivore, yet I write pure love. Pure love is divine. The color scheme of this place, oh, how reminiscent it is of my master. The old fellow seems rather pleased, claiming the leader has delivered himself. I shall inform you. Today marks your demise." I glared fiercely at the round metallic eye above, wishing I could reach it to deliver a sharp poke. The laser bird remained perched atop Chen's head, spreading its wings and letting out another long cry before settling quietly in place. This laser bird, slightly larger than Chen's head, created a rather top-heavy appearance. And the moth, "Do not soar so high," returned. Reluctantly, the moth descended, finally alighting on Chen's arm, graciously accepting a small block of super-energy bird feed that Chen offered, burying its head within its wings. "Moth, it is nearly time." Chen advanced along what could only be described as the vast vein of the Cosmic Emperor, initiating the connection. From this moment on, let them all witness. The moth rubbed its wings, nodding, as the red light on its forehead began to flicker. Chen lifted his arm slightly, and the moth took to the air, spiraling in place, following Chen as he moved forward inch by inch. On board the Retribution, the main control screen suddenly revealed a new light panel, and Soundwave seemed to have anticipated this, nonchalantly adjusting it to the top and enlarging it as one would with a routine document. Laserbird, if this is indeed the interior of that old relic's body, are we not traversing his veins? The voice filled the control room, capturing the attention of several machines present. Long before Chen departed from the punishment, the sound waves had dispersed all the Decepticons, leaving only the cadre-level members present at the live broadcast site. At the Autobot base, when precisely did he connect our controller to the moth? The ambulance supporting the console was at a loss, but suddenly recalled how Chen had been lurking at the console, engaged in some clandestine activity. With a sigh, he summoned the 5 carbon-based beings who remained at the base. Let us see what he left behind. There must be a reason for it. Sounds emanated from a screen. Does that mean the figures who entered his body, like Brother Zhu and Brother Wei, could be considered a virus? The flying entities likely represented the immune system now. Through a perspective resembling that of a surveillance camera, Chen observed the peculiar creatures fluttering nearby. Since they were under attack from the immune system, why did they not even glance at him? What was he then? Or was it that this old system had flaws? Of course, no one would answer him. Only the Laserbird offered its support with a long, drawn-out cry. However, the ambulance outside the screen could not overlook this phenomenon and quickly reached a conclusion. After examining the results, he fell into an unusual silence. So, what is the situation? Jack inquired as he stepped forward. Since they were not detected as intruders due to the super-energy data, nor as friendly counterparts because of the dark super-energy data, there was only one possibility left. The ambulance turned the results toward the humans. It displayed an effect similar to an X-ray image, divided into 2 areas, Optimus Prime and Megatron, along with the perspective of Chen from the screen. They exhibited 3 colors, luminous blue, purple, and a shade of gray-black. There was no sign of energy fluctuations emanating from him. In other words, those acting as the immune system must have perceived him as an inanimate object. The ambulance placed the report on the table, its brow furrowing deeper, uncertain if Megatron or Optimus Prime were aware of this matter. Within the interior of the Cosmic Emperor, a sharp ear twitched at the distant grandeur. It seemed they had fallen into some trouble. Chen looked up at the moth and smiled. Let us go help. You can keep up with me, right? The moth silently agreed, flapping its wings. All right, Laserbird, hop on my back and hold tight. The Laserbird obediently took flight first, while Chen secured the component hat atop his head. Subsequently, the Laserbird settled into its designated position on the hat, gripping tightly. Soon after, the environment in the perspective rapidly receded, and even the moth, having increased its speed to cope with the situation, could only be left far behind, with the specialized camera capturing merely a fleeting shadow of black and purple. In a temporary alliance, urgency enveloped the small team. Alcee fought valiantly alone on a nearby blood vessel, while a partition, affected by the dark energy entity, nearly fell, only to be caught just in time by Bumblebee. At that moment, only 2 leaders remained to confront the overwhelming onslaught of the immune system. Unbeknownst to anyone, a moth silently circled in midair. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood back to back, exchanging a knowing glance that conveyed their mutual understanding. In perfect harmony, they deftly maneuvered along a narrow blood vessel, their movements resembling instinctive complementary actions, as they alternated strikes that either cleaved the immune system in 2 or shot it down with bullets from their transforming weapons. In that instant, they appeared as graceful dancers in a duet of ice skating. This exquisite performance was meticulously captured by the moth. Ultimately, they maintained their back-to-back stance, momentarily ceasing fire in unison. With a shared nod, Optimus Prime dashed towards the partition, while Megatron covered him. Struggling, Optimus managed to pull the partition back to safety. Seeing that her companions were unharmed, Alcee finally exhaled in relief, returning to her allies amidst the swirling immune system and dispatching it with finality. As the assault from the immune system eased, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Megatron intended to remind Optimus of the urgency, but sensing something, he glanced up and caught sight of the moth hovering above. Oh, what a splendid display of a waltz! The exuberant voice of Chen rang out. accompanied by a mock applause as he approached from their direction. Unbeknownst to them, he had already removed his visor and now hung it at his waist. He navigated through the chaotic immune system, seemingly indifferent to its presence, until he stood before the two leaders. A marvelous performance. I award it full marks. Yanchen's tone was theatrical, yet his expression remained unchanged, akin to a child with a poker face, which added to his charm. With a playful chuckle, he continued, I truly hope such opportunities become more frequent in the future. May they become commonplace. Didn't I instruct you to return to your designated area? How did you manage to find us? Megatron inquired, his brow furrowing with a hint of reproach. Chen merely lowered his head. Why must I be excluded from a fray? Is it merely because I lack skill in combat? I may not be able to fight, but I can run. Moreover, I cannot simply leave you to face unknown foes alone. He raised his gaze once more, his bright golden optics glimmering. Or do you believe my abilities are no longer of use to you? In an instant, Megatron's heart softened, and for a fleeting moment, he deeply regretted his previous words. He crouched down, placing a hand on Yanchen's shoulders, inhaling deeply before speaking soothingly. How could that be? I will always rely on you. Is that so? Then, that is reassuring. From the sound of it, it was evident that Chen was suddenly beaming with joy, and Megatron also sighed in relief. Rising to his feet once more, if you're truly feeling unwell, do not hesitate to tell me. I have brought along a small supply of super energy products, which, theoretically, can somewhat counteract the current abnormal environment and provide considerable comfort, Chen remarked as he rummaged through his abdomen, seemingly in search of something. In no time, he produced a small piece of super energy block and handed it to the partition. And I must remind you, we should hasten our pace. While the others were still astonished by Chen's unwavering demeanor as he retrieved the super energy block from within himself, a larger cluster of the immune system had already flown closer. Except for Chen, who remained unfazed, the others had all taken countermeasures. As the immune systems flitted about chaotically, completely disregarding Chen, who stood right before them. Why aren't they attacking you? As laser bullets whizzed by, Alcee was the first to notice that Chen had, astonishingly, remained motionless thus far. What baffled her most was that the immune systems were truly not targeting him. Who knows? Perhaps their master is incapacitated, leading to some defect in the immune system, Chen shrugged. But if they don't attack me, I certainly will retaliate. Moth, adjust the threat evasion system, increase altitude, and narrow the field of vision. Laserbird, provide offensive support. Chen lowered his part's hat and extended one hand forward, palm open, freezing in a gesture that seemed poised to release something. Under the watchful gazes of the two leaders, the laserbird erupted from behind Chen, soaring into the sky and colliding head-on with one of the immune systems, sending it plunging into an unfathomable abyss. Meanwhile, the laserbird remained unscathed, unleashing indiscriminate firepower against all aerial threats, soon becoming the primary source of offensive firepower. Chen, gripping the part's hat, held a segment of transparent thread in his palm. In an instant, he vanished from his original spot, leaving only the incessant sound of metal clashing echoing around. Before a minute had passed, he reappeared at his previous position, landing on his toes without making a sound. Still clutching that thin thread, he enclosed it within his palm, resembling a prayerful fist placed just below his chest. Suddenly, the thread retracted, enveloping the surroundings and encircling all the immune systems, slicing them into fragments that ultimately flowed into the part's hat. This is the support that my master specifically requested I bring, Chen stated as he retracted the thread that had surrounded him, observing the futile struggles of the others trying to escape the perilous environment. With a hint of intention, he addressed Megatron. Megatron, we are not as incapable as you might imagine. In the future, I hope you will rely on us more, if you will. Megatron nodded in response. Chen chose not to say anything further, leading the way toward the Cosmic Emperor's seed, with the Laserbird and Moth, one large and one small, providing aerial escort. Soon, they arrived at the imposing iron door that barred their path. How do we get inside? Alcee inquired. As long as we can deceive this body into believing we are akin to it, everything will be fine. Megatron bared his sharp fangs and chuckled with satisfaction, directing the location of the Allspark towards the iron door, which obediently swung open. The two faction leaders entered first, as the immune system surged towards them recklessly, leaving the others to hold their ground. Chen swiftly instructed the laser bird and carelessly tossed a well-assembled spherical component into the partition's hands. Then, without looking back, dashed into the iron door. Wait, you need to explain what this is first. The partition exclaimed. The world beyond the iron door was vast and empty, with only a solitary, glowing allspark floating in the air. Optimus Prime hurried towards it, only to be halted by Chen, who urged him to first assess the situation. True to the thoughts they had heard, as soon as he stepped inside, countless sharp spikes emerged from the ground, ensnaring Chen, while additional spikes transformed into tentacle-like appendages, menacingly thrusting towards him in the confined space. Optimus Prime felt a surge of urgency to rescue him. Chen discerned his intent, but simultaneously heard the thoughts of the Cosmic Emperor and urgently shouted, "Don't worry about me, Prime. Be cautious of Megatron. That old wretch is influencing him." Suddenly, Optimus felt a chill behind him. Megatron stood there, raising his hand like a blade, while sharp spikes blocked his path ahead, thrusting him into a desperate struggle for survival. Yet, in the end, the blade did not strike Optimus. Instead, it severed the spikes before him. He heard Megatron's furious roar of defiance, and then the latter collapsed to the ground, emitting smoke, appearing overwhelmed. However, he quickly regained his footing, though it was now evident to all that the Cosmic Emperor had taken control of this body. Optimus, wary of the power disparity and Megatron's safety, hesitated to act rashly and opted to reason with the Cosmic Emperor. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor disregarded him, lunging forward with the handblade. Without hesitation, Optimus sprinted towards the Allspark, but was blocked by the spikes that had been laid in ambush. A wall of components shielded him from the spikes as Chen pushed Optimus behind him, positioning himself between them. He gripped the Cosmic Emperor's attacking hand blade tightly, refusing to relinquish it, mockingly taunting, "Who was it that scorned Megatron earlier? Why are you so self-assured now?" Chen's gaze turned icy, his tone laced with a palpable menace. "Old wretch, now, leave Megatron's body." "Huh, you think I'll just leave because you say so?" The Cosmic Emperor, who had been mocking moments before, now fell silent, stiffening as Chen delivered a sudden punch to his head. "Yes, I command you to leave, and you shall comply." Chen pressed down firmly on the component, his tone indifferent. "All your thoughts and actions are utterly transparent before me." Megatron shook his head and rose to his feet, while Flame's gaze remained fixed ahead, using his parts to shield Optimus Prime from surprise attack, as if he were the one commanded by the Decepticon leader to protect Prime. Megatron nodded in understanding. Optimus was still struggling against the thorns that obstructed his path to the Allspark. Without hesitation, Megatron joined the fray, eliminating the rear attackers, while Flame maintained his chaotic style, intermittently blocking thorns for the two leaders and hurling relentless taunts at the Emperor of the Universe, determined to divert the hatred towards himself. Though Optimus possessed formidable combat skills, it was crucial to minimize his exposure to enemy assaults during such moments. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. The Emperor, for his part, displayed a rather foolish demeanor. Suddenly, thorny tendrils erupted from the ground, lunging fiercely towards Optimus, ensnaring his limbs. Megatron hesitated, raising and then lowering his arm cannon, concerned that a laser strike might harm Prime, while he found himself momentarily trapped, seeking assistance from Flame. Coincidentally, Flame stood beside the Allspark, seemingly unthreatened, yet with no other options at hand, he resolved to act, regardless of the potential consequences. With a powerful punch, he struck the Allspark. The entire space trembled, as if lamenting or mourning, causing the thorns and tendrils to weaken and vanish without a trace. Was it effective? Flame himself was taken aback, glancing at Optimus and Megatron, both wearing expressions of disbelief and confusion. Regardless, inflicting harm upon that wretched creature was a significant achievement. "Little Flame, you must cease your attacks. The destruction to Earth is too great." Seeing Flame clench his fist once more, Optimus hastily intervened. All right. Flame nonchalantly repositioned his hand onto his parts, resuming his supportive role. As the focus of the thorn attacks gradually shifted from Optimus to Flame, and with Prime drawing nearer to the Allspark, it seemed that all was unfolding towards the most favorable outcome. At the Autobot base, Ratchet understood why Flame had insisted on this live demonstration. It was to showcase the potential for cooperation between the two factions. Ultimately, The conduct of Megatron and Flame along the way had indeed shattered Ratchet's preconceived notions about the Decepticons. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated the prospect of a harmonious life post-peace between the factions. However, a self-deprecating smile shattered the unrealistic fantasies swirling in his mind. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Emperor of the Universe abruptly altered his attack pattern, unleashing countless thorns from all directions, encircling Optimus and Megatron, while only a single thorn-targeted flame aimed directly at his back. It must be said, the Emperor did possess a semblance of intelligence. At this moment, Chen found himself suspended in midair, unable to evade. Dividing his components for defense would jeopardize the safety of both Megatron and Optimus Prime, rendering him incapable of shielding himself while preserving their integrity. This was a blatant trap, meticulously laid out, awaiting his voluntary plunge. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Chen defied conventional logic, twisting his body in midair and extending his arm. His components converged into a flowing shield, absorbing all incoming assaults meant for Optimus Prime and Megatron. However, as the components fell to the ground as if bereft of control, the sharp spikes retracted reluctantly, revealing Chen once more. The spikes resembled a long spear, piercing through him. Chapter 22. The Journey of a Cat and a Dog in a Carbon-Based Society. Adorable Xiao AO makes a limited-time return, though appearing as a cat and a dog. The cat is, in fact, more dog-like than the dog itself. Inside the control room of the Retribution ship, an eerie silence enveloped the space, interrupted only by the sharp sound of the control console fracturing. However, this silence was short-lived, as laughter echoed from the main screen, Chen's laughter. It grew increasingly manic and disjointed, akin to that of a madman unfettered by reason. With an unhurried demeanor, Chen rested his hand on the spike. His head bowed low, obscuring his expression. Yet, anyone could sense something amiss. Megatron had already raised his arm cannon, prepared for the unforeseen possibility of the Cosmic Emperor seizing Chen's essence. However, the anticipated betrayal did not materialize. Chen gripped the spike tightly and forcefully pressed down, astonishingly snapping it in half. Simultaneously, a burst of golden-blue, unknown energy erupted from the wound in his back. Maintaining his composure, Chen discarded the severed spike and extracted the remaining piece embedded in his body. His expression finally shifted, revealing a cunning smile as he hurled the fragment towards the Spark-S direction with remarkable speed. No one could comprehend what had transpired until the very space around them began to tremble violently. Little Chen, cease your assault. Amidst the violent vibrations, Optimus Prime struggled to stabilize himself. Casting a glance at the spark, still a distance away, he resolved to restrain Chen first. The diminutive form was light and pliable, a mere assemblage of parts, making him effortless to lift. Optimus sensed the body in his arm had ceased its movements, tapping gently on his bicep, fully understanding the implication. Thus, he gently set him down. The spikes and tendrils closed in once more. Chen seized Optimus Prime's hand, offering no words of consultation, in an instant, exploded into unparalleled speed. Optimus could discern nothing, only feeling the fuel tank roiling, his mind and body overwhelmed by a nauseating sensation. Now, Brother Prime, right here. The voice in his ear was reassuring, imbued with an undeniable sense of command. Without question, upon hearing those words, Optimus Prime decisively unleashed the energy of the leader module, a brilliant blue light erupting throughout the entire space. The emotions of the audience on the other side of the screen are rather complex at this moment. The sound waves silently gaze at the corner of the desk that they have just shattered, while the expressions of the other officials are largely akin to one of shock. If it weren't for this first-hand encounter, who would believe that the seemingly harmless cat could be so ferocious? The ambulance feels that its quota for sarcasm has been exceeded for the day, yet it is undeniably intrigued by the golden blue energy substance. What kind of energy could directly attack the spark? As the blue light gradually dissipates, Chen, the only one still standing in the space, surveys his surroundings, confirming that the Cosmic Emperor has indeed fallen into a deep slumber once more. He then notices Optimus Prime lying beside his feet and leans down with a tilted head. Just as he crouches, Optimus awakens, his blue optical lenses filled with confusion and bewilderment. He rises to sit on the ground, scanning the area, eventually fixing his gaze upon the cat head. That is the first thing he sees upon opening his eyes, cautiously inquiring, "Who are you? And where am I?" "Ah, brother. Do you not remember me?" "No worries. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Chen." Chen, donning the faceplate display once more, allows his expressions to shift and flourish again. As for this place, it is evidently a battlefield. There is no need for concern. The battle has concluded. "Would you like a piece?" Chen offers a fragment of super energy, which Optimus somewhat dazedly accepts and takes a small bite. However, it is unfortunate. He appears to have lost his memory. The faceplate display transforms into a pitiful, crying visage, tinged with a hint of regret, lamenting the fact that he has forgotten the stance in which he fought alongside them. The phrase "alongside us" is keenly captured, and following the gaze, they see Megatron, who has just risen not far away. "Lord Megatron?" Optimus expresses astonishment at Megatron's presence here. Megatron furrows his brow, yet he knows that deceit is nearly impossible with Optimus, swiftly countering with a question to Orion to confirm his identity. Orion nods and begins to say something when, suddenly, the iron door at the entrance is breached, and 3 Autobots burst in. A laser bird darts straight towards Chen, but suddenly halts midway, ultimately landing beside Megatron. "Optimus, are you all right?" Alcee remarks, startling Chen, who realizes he has only just begun to interact with the charming Prime. He cannot let this moment slip away. "Who are they, and why do they call me that?" Orion innocently asks Chen beside him, his optical lenses blinking curiously. "I'm not quite sure either, Brother Orion," Chen replies, still smiling, subtly indicating to Megatron to maintain his distance while pulling Orion back a little. "Megatron, shall we establish a land bridge?" In a distant inquiry, a seemingly innocuous question sparked inspiration within 2 factions, perhaps a result that Chen had desired. The ambulance, distinctly visible to the Moth, decisively activated the land bridge, while Soundwave, having received confirmation from Megatron, pressed the button to engage the bridge. "Ah, caught in the middle, aren't we? Brother Alien, which way do you wish to go?" Chen nudged Alien beside him, noticing the space around them beginning to distort. He keenly perceived this shift as the land bridge gradually inched toward their position. "I will follow you wherever you choose to go," Alien replied without hesitation. "Why is that? Shouldn't you be more familiar with Megatron?" Chen's gaze flitted nervously between the 2 approaching land bridges. "Perhaps it's because you were the first to appear before me and even offered me food," Alien answered, a trust emanating from his words. "I have a feeling of reliance when I look at you." "Trust, you say? Well, to be honest, I'm not going anywhere in particular. I just want to go out and play, and having Brother Alien with me wouldn't be a burden." Chen maintained a cheerful demeanor, eyeing the seemingly imminent land bridge nearby. "Moreover, we need to move swiftly. After all, I doubt you want to be squished like a sandwich between those 2 land bridges." "Do you?" With that said, Chen bent down, his components shifting to form the shape of a large feline creature, ample enough for Alien to ride. "Hop on, but be careful not to spill on me," Chen encouraged, tilting his chin. Alien obediently situated himself, and just as the land bridges were about to converge, Chen sprang forth, swiftly evading the Autobots blocking the iron gate, even recollecting his belongings. However, the Autobots reacted quickly, firing a few shots at Chen's retreating figure, wary of harming Alien, hence refraining from excessive fire. Even Megatron paused momentarily, rushing out to fire at the shadow that had already distanced itself, but nothing transpired. On board the Nemesis, Soundwave quietly recorded the footage of the 2 land bridges attracting each other, disengaging the control and shutting down the bridge, while continuing to monitor the visual information transmitted back by the Moth. The Moth silently trailed beside Chen. In less than a minute, as Alien bewilderedly found himself inexplicably removed from the eerie dark blue space, Chen finally halted in a suburban area. Alien could no longer contain himself, clutching his mouth and nearly tumbling off Chen, kneeling on the ground and expelling a stream of energy liquid. Chen reverted to a standing position, selectively ignoring the puddle, and briefly explained humanity and Earth to Alien. He then activated the biological hallucinatory signal generator on him, transforming his appearance into that of a middle-aged man with stubble. "There, all set, Brother Alien. Let me take you to experience the polishing techniques of humanity." The middle-aged man with dark purple hair and striking golden eyes patted the steel plating on a lion's leg and suggested, "Let us switch to vehicle mode." I've never driven a truck before. Olion complied without hesitation, transforming at once. Chen climbed inside, grasped the steering wheel, took a deep breath, and pressed the accelerator. This vehicle seems to have been neglected for quite some time. Just look at these scratches on the paintwork. A complete polish and touch-up will cost you a total of $121.70 at our upscale shop. What a bargain. Chen paid, though the source of his funds remained a mystery to Olion. Chen then drove him back to the outskirts, where Olion transformed into a semi-kneeling, upright posture, and Chen admired the sleek and glossy paintwork with satisfaction. What do you think? Human technology is remarkable. Later, I'll let you experience the skills of the best Cybertronian maintenance technician, who can easily take down the brothers of Deadlock. Chen winked and removed a small silver orb from between his ears. Now, would you like to experience human life? Curiosity sparked in Olion's expression. Chen snapped his fingers, and before Olion's eyes, the scruffy man transformed into a small child resembling Arlek, while Olion assumed the form of a tall young man with light brown hair and blue eyes. Since I'm using this child's appearance, you must now call me Arlek. Little brother Olion. Arlek quietly observed the moths in the sky, well aware that others were likely watching, and deliberately stated, "You should be cautious." Olion marveled at this extraordinary technology and nodded in agreement. Arlek offered a few more instructions, such as not wandering off, keeping noise to a minimum, quietly asking questions, and staying within 3 meters of him before they set off together towards the city. First stop is the library, my favorite place. However, since I'm taking little brother Olion for an experience, we can't spend the entire day there. Chen pointed to a standout structure among the low buildings in the distance. The most enjoyable place is over there, the amusement park. Chen took Olion's hand, leading him to the roller coaster. With an air of enthusiasm, Chen seemed eager, while Olion, hearing the distant screams from the tracks, felt a tinge of apprehension. "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Chen reassured him as he pushed Olion onto the ride. After securing themselves, Olion finally felt at ease and turned to look at Chen. At that moment, Chen found himself in an awkward predicament. Arlek's slender frame meant the safety harness could not secure him properly, allowing him to slip halfway out, only to discover that the harness could indeed catch Arlek's head. Olion felt a sense of panic, but Chen, with a cheerful smile, assured him everything would be all right. As the roller coaster began its ascent, Olion had little choice but to retreat anxiously into his seat. After a thrilling ride on the roller coaster, it was evident that Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself. Perhaps it was the exhilarating sensation of having half his body suspended in midair that thrilled him. Orion also began to taste a hint of joy. If given the chance, he too would like to experience the sensation of flight that Jun Tianzun relished. Naturally, Chen sensed this unspoken desire and was eager to fulfill it. "So what do you think, little Ao? Let me tell you, this is nowhere near as fun as riding on Wei Ge. If it weren't for the fact that you seem rather heavy, I would surely persuade Wei Ge to give you a ride." Descending from the swinging pendulum, Orion, his gaze fixed on Chen, who was nearly half a head shorter than him, yet brimming with enthusiasm, felt his own playful spirit ignited. This gradually transformed into a playful dominance as he eagerly pulled Chen to explore various amusement park attractions. Eventually, Orion found himself standing before the entrance of a large house, its open door resembling a monstrous maw, dark and unfathomable within. "It's a haunted house. Are you brave enough to enter, little Ao?" Chen squinted his eyes, a smile creeping onto his face, tinged with a hint of mischief. Orion knew that scaring him would be far more entertaining than scaring Optimus Prime. As he gazed at Chen's grinning face, a shiver of apprehension coursed through him. He glanced back, confirming that no one intended him harm, yet the playful malice was palpably real. Orion conceded that he was not particularly brave. "Perhaps we should skip this one. Ha ha ha." With a few awkward chuckles, he bent down and gently pushed Chen away, retreating from the threshold. With the plan thwarted, Chen's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he was concocting devious schemes to trick either Optimus Prime or Orion into entering a haunted house next time, eager to meticulously observe their reactions to being frightened. Indeed, it would serve as a delightful piece of black history to preserve. However, as dusk approached, he decided against leading Orion into more such traps. The immediate priority was to address dinner. After all, Orion had just engaged in a vigorous battle. Although Chen had discreetly provided him with a power cube, It was merely a whimsical snack, hardly sufficient to satiate a creature of such size. Would you like to try some human food, little AO? Although it might not provide any absorbable energy. Wait, can you even eat? Yin Shun pondered deeply. Ultimately, they opted for fast food, fortuitously at the very establishment where Jack had previously worked part-time. With Orion in high spirits, after all, he was a delightful creature. Who could resist a large dog wagging its tail and gazing at them, propping his chin on his hands? Yin Shun watched as Orion stuffed a fry into his mouth, a gentle smile gracing his features. He marveled at the fact that Orion could actually eat and enjoy food, a bittersweet blend of admiration and envy washing over him. After all, Yin Shun could only taste the flavor of stone when he nibbled on an energy core. Shall we head back now, or linger a while longer until tomorrow? The sky had completely darkened. Today marked the new moon, and the night sky bore no traces of light, save for the dim, golden glow of the streetlights along the roadside. Yin Shun playfully trod upon the curb, maintaining his balance with effortless ease, capable of walking several kilometers without a hint of difficulty. In contrast, Alien was evidently a character whose interest was not easily piqued, yet once excited, could hardly be subdued. However, at this hour, only a few select establishments remained open to patrons. Upon hearing the sudden silence of footsteps, Yin Shun turned to find Alien gazing up at a towering building. "What is a hotel?" Alien asked, his clear, innocent eyes wide with curiosity, as he turned to Yin Shun upon his return. "A hotel, I suppose, is a place for resting together," Yin Shun mused. "In your terms, perhaps a place to recharge?" At that moment, he was momentarily dazzled by Alien's bright blue eyes. All right, let me take you to see it." Yin Shun stood on tiptoe to ruffle Alien's hair, then took his hand and pushed open the door to enter. After Alien's persistent requests, Yin Shun ultimately reserved a single room. How could there be such an adorable Cybertronian like Alien? Yin Shun lay against the wall, taking a few deep breaths to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Curling up and closing his eyes, Alien peeked out from the bathroom, seemingly having been waiting quietly for Yin Shun to fall asleep. He gently turned off the light, tiptoed closer, and quietly climbed into bed, finally letting out a sigh of relief as he settled down beside Yin Shun. By some inexplicable impulse, Alien extended his hand, hesitating momentarily about waking him, yet ultimately drew him into an embrace before drifting into slumber. The night deepened. With golden feline eyes wide open, Yin Shun cautiously shifted his arm, which was wrapped around Alien's neck, ensuring he was not noticed before glancing toward the window. A moth perched on a branch outside. Yin Shun wore that familiar smile that surfaced whenever he teased others. As if provokingly, he gently tightened his hold on Alien's arm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, the ambulance irritably cut off the transmission. Megatron, gritting his teeth, pried off a corner of the main control panel. Chapter 23. The Great Deceiver, Iron Bucket Head, officially goes live. No way, people actually believe that. Hush, keep your voice down, Alien brother. It would be troublesome if Megatron and the others caught wind of this. Yin Shun darted through the long corridor of the punishment, retracing his steps slightly to remind Olion, who was following him closely. Though it appeared that he was creating a more imposing presence, the stealthy ascent was eerily silent, earning Olion's genuine admiration. Yin Shun cautiously peeked around the corner of the corridor, confirming the absence of patrolling Decepticons, before dashing to the entrance of the control room. As Olion approached, he moved within the door's sensor range, causing it to swing open. The first sight that greeted him was the expressionless face of Megatron, the imposing leader. Behind Megatron, at the familiar dark blue control console, was the diligent figure, engrossed in typing, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding emotions unfolding. Casting a glance to the left, though shrouded in darkness, Yin Shun could still discern activity. The chameleon was not feigning, as it amiably flickered its identification lights. To the right, he spotted Knockout and Deadlock, with Knockout having succumbed to a childlike slumber in Deadlock's steady embrace. It seemed this group had been waiting for quite some time. Turning back, he met Olion's exasperated gaze reflected in his blue optical lenses, along with Red Spider, who was half obscured behind Olion. It appeared he was not part of the waiting assembly, merely clutching a stack of energon cubes, the bottommost being a dark energon, presumably intended for someone else. At that moment, he peeked out from behind the towering cubes, his expression unmistakably conveying his frustration at being obstructed. Olion sidestepped, allowing Red Spider to navigate past him and enter the doorway. He unceremoniously deposited the large stack of energon cubes at Megatron's feet, placing one beside Soundwave. Then, in an attempt to be discreet, tossed a cube each to the chameleon and the slumbering duo, before returning to Megatron, dramatically handing over the hefty dark energon with a haughty declaration. If it weren't for my concern for Soundwave's hunger, it wouldn't have fallen to you. Maintaining his aloof demeanor, he tilted his head and sauntered to a corner, clearly pretending to look away, yet casting a furtive glance at Megatron. Chen was certain he witnessed a slight movement in his master's shoulder. Upon regaining his focus, he noticed Megatron also stealing glances at Red Spider. After a moment, when Red Spider could no longer contain his impatience and dashed away to speak with Soundwave, oblivious to the ongoing scrutiny, he shot a glance at Deadlock. With a resigned sigh, Deadlock took a few bites of an energon cube, while Megatron seized the opportunity to swallow the dark energon whole. At this point, everyone was stifling laughter. Poor child. How could one explain that the dark energon storage was situated halfway across the punishment and required a lengthy detour to reach? Once again, how should I remind you that the sound of Megatron consuming sustenance cannot be concealed by mere silence? Ultimately, it is only this pair of adversaries, with their prideful demeanor, who remain blissfully unaware. Ah, a splendid day aboard the Retribution, commencing with the amusing antics of these two, each trying to obscure the truth. Now, let us turn our attention to your affairs. Megatron wiped the corner of his mouth and, with a squint of his eyes, remarked, "Little Flame, I trust you find slumber with my Orion quite comfortable." Flame stiffened, glancing at Orion only to discover a gaze filled with naive clarity, exuding an overwhelming sense of trust, as if to say, "Is this also part of your grand design?" Aware that relying on Orion was impractical, Flame's eyes darted about, a plan forming in his mind. In a swift motion, he dashed behind Orion, supporting his waist and giving him a gentle push forward, then positioned himself beside Orion. One hand on his hip, the other gesturing towards Orion in a theatrical manner, boldly proclaiming, "Megatron, I have brought your wife back to you." "What are you talking about?" The cacophony of such remarks filled the air, accompanied by moments of muddled thoughts, precisely from Megatron and Orion, facing each other. In an instant, Flame sensed a whiff of absurdity, genuinely concerned that the processors of those present might be overwhelmed by this impromptu distraction. "Very well, you possess quite the silver tongue. I see. Your words are commendable." The previous chaos was swiftly replaced. Megatron regarded himself with a hint of appreciation, while Soundwave silently turned to observe. Leaning against the main console, fiddling with a chunk of super energy, seemingly in no hurry to consume it. This left Flame momentarily perplexed. How could such coincidence exist in this world, where even nonsensical words could turn prophetic? He would rather convince himself that Megatron was merely praising him to placate Orion than entertain the notion that his superior had been pining for eons. Wait a moment. Is it not the case that you are concerned not about their entanglement, but rather about Megatron's unrequited affection? The frivolity came to an end. With daylight still some time away, Megatron instructed Flame to take Orion on a leisurely exploration of the Retribution while he summoned all officers, Decepticon foot soldiers, and the 6 elite troops to the main control room for a private meeting. It was likely to be nothing of great significance. Perhaps just directives about what actions were permissible, such as treating Orion with kindness, and a firm admonition against uttering the name Optimus Prime again. "If you dare utter it once more, I shall rip your vocal processors out and toss them to the cats." Flame interjected, "Thank you, but I am not that cruel," as applause erupted for Soundwave, whose workload had once again increased. The task of eliminating sensitive information was indeed laborious. Thus Flame was tasked with stalling for time before handing Orion over completely to his ever-watchful superior. Remember, this is Megatron's domain. After gently tapping the doorframe of the chamber to confirm that Orion had indeed remembered, he retracted his cunning smile and added, "You may visit more often, especially during the evening." It was evident that Orion's cold mask began to flush with a hint of pink. This was the Master's chamber. However, he either returned late at night for a brief rest or chose to spend the night in the control room. If one sought the Master, there was a high probability, 9 out of 10, that he could be found in the control room, with the remaining chance of him being in the warehouse or archives. Chen silently mourned for the busy Soundwave in his heart. Moreover, I recall that you and the Master seem to have known each other in the past. It would be beneficial for you to engage him in conversation whenever the opportunity arises." Orion nodded, indicating his understanding, while internally lamenting the overwhelming workload of Soundwave, as well as feeling disheartened by the shortage of personnel due to the oppressive actions of the nefarious reactionaries against his esteemed leader. "You truly believe what he says?" he remarked. "This is indeed my room." Chen glanced around to ensure no one else was nearby, gestured for Orion to bend down slightly, and he complied. Chen tiptoed closer to his audio receiver and whispered, "Due to energy shortages, everyone's rations are fixed daily. If you're ever in dire need, just knock on my door, and I shall provide you with extra provisions." Orion nodded decisively, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. He appeared to genuinely relish the prospect of food. "Will others receive this too? I feel I should not be afforded such privileges," Orion suddenly questioned, his expression turning serious. "Fear not. Everyone receives it, except for Brawl," Chen replied, initially taken aback before responding with a chuckle. "Although I can technically survive without sustenance, Brawl worries that I might starve, so despite my insistence, he insists on allocating rations to me. I can only save them to share with others, but it must remain a secret from Brawl, lest he scold me again." As Chen could not take Orion on a tour of the functional chambers, he merely showed him the medical and research areas before it was time to hand Orion over to Megatron. Chen grasped Orion's small paw and placed it directly into Megatron's larger hand, then quickly retracted his head and plunged into the archives, euphemistically claiming to assist the Master in organizing information, while in reality, he was evading another scolding. Today's mischief had been accomplished. Megatron escorted Orion into an adjacent personal workspace, where he spun various tales, weaving stories that flowed effortlessly, one daring to fabricate while the other believed. Orion nodded along, his mind brimming with admiration and respect for Megatron. Meanwhile, Chen, in the next room, was nearly beside himself with laughter at the sight of the ambulance being suffocated beneath a mountain of hats. "Lord Megatron, may I inquire about that purple energy cube you consumed earlier?" Orion, with a softer demeanor and a keen awareness of those around him, cautiously asked. Next door, Chen precisely captured the fleeting moment of exhilaration within Megatron's heart. Soundwave swiftly deleted a segment of information, quickly retrieving the surveillance footage to isolate that brief clip, saving a copy for himself and sending one to both Chen and Megatron before continuing his work with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, that feels good," Megatron mused. His mind raced with a flurry of thoughts, and he quickly concocted a rationale. It was a viral warfare experiment involving an ambulance. He had contracted a counterfire virus, rendering him incapable of absorbing energy from super beings. Only this similarly counterfire dark energy could be assimilated by him. The dark energy would inflict damage upon his system. So he warned earnestly, "Do not touch it. Understand?" His tone was grave, akin to that of a spouse imparting wisdom, though the situation bore a striking resemblance to that metaphor. After managing to fend off Orion's barrage of rapid-fire questions, Megatron assigned him to remain in the work chamber to decipher the ancient castle's inscriptions before he wandered off elsewhere. Upon hearing his departure, Chen decisively abandoned his task and dashed into the adjoining room. "How do you feel, little Orion?" Chen exclaimed, leaping behind Orion and peering over his shoulder. Orion seemed accustomed to Chen's exuberant demeanor. He waved a hand low in front of him, and, just as it was about to miss its mark, he felt the smooth head of a cat. "It feels a bit surreal, but perhaps I quite like it here," Orion mused, scratching his head, his optical lenses still as clear as ever. Poor Orion. He had yet to suspect he had been deceived. "By the way, little Chen, why do we call ourselves the Decepticons?" Orion suddenly posed a familiar question, one that Chen had certainly heard moments ago while sorting information with Soundwave next door. "Quite simple, really, because I am a deceiver," Chen replied with a crescent moon smile, reminiscent of the slender crescent gracing tonight's sky. Observing Orion's sudden look of alarm, he continued with his cheerful demeanor, "Who in this world is not a fraud? Right, little Orion?" Orion's gaze wandered momentarily, and he nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes." The engraving work originally scheduled for the morning was postponed until the afternoon. In the medical room, Orion lay upon an unactivated treatment bed, watching as a smirk played on the lips of his companion who had inscribed a raised red Decepticon emblem on his arm. At the entrance, Chen wheeled Megatron inside. "Oh, come on, Megatron, just this once." Even if you're no longer a gladiator, it doesn't matter. Look at the way little Orion gazes at you. It's just a signature. Don't resist so fiercely. Come on. He doesn't even realize how many of my merchandise and support products he has bought in private. Megatron thought, feeling his eyes roll heavenward. Yet, the next moment, he found himself caught in the innocent gaze of Orion's large eyes, momentarily taken aback. With a knowing nod, he accepted the human-like sculpting tool that Chen had handed over, passing it on to Megatron. Megatron snatched it away with a hint of annoyance. Ultimately, he complied and signed his name beneath the tiger emblem, rendering a fluid yet forceful signature in Cybertronian script that elegantly traversed the lower portion of the emblem, leaving a new imprint upon it. Orion cautiously traced the raised surface of the emblem, feeling the engravings of the signature. Despite the unexpected events that had transpired over the past couple of days, the construction of the space bridge continued methodically. For instance, old Megatron had dispatched individuals to seize human trinkets once more. Chen harbored some doubts regarding the quality of those items. Although Megatron had not arranged for anyone to work in the same quarters as Orion, Chen found himself frequently visiting the workshop, for one could never assure that no incidents would arise. He struggled to comprehend why Megatron would send two medics into a brawl. Yet, an altercation indeed occurred. The sounds of gunfire and combat reached even Orion's ears, and it was illogical for Chen not to discern the source. Aware that his master and leader must have ulterior motives, he kept a watchful eye on Orion, who anxiously glanced at the door behind him, ultimately resolving to investigate. Chen did not hinder him, merely advising him to exercise caution, for Megatron could not abide seeing him harmed, before leaping down from the workbench to follow Orion. The intruder was RC, but to prevent Orion from noticing anything amiss, Megatron ordered Soundwave to ensure her safe departure. Orion walked down the corridor, vaguely spotting a half-figure standing at the T-junction ahead. Squinting, he finally recognized it was Soundwave, causing his steps to quicken involuntarily. As he turned the corner, the bluish-green light flickered out of existence. Orion sensed nothing unusual, but anxiously asked, "Soundwave, is something wrong?" Soundwave turned to face him, gazing intently for a moment before shaking his head, then turned and entered the adjacent corridor, responding in the private channel to his apprentice's incessant praises of his own handsomeness with an exasperated emoji that expressed his prowess. RC ultimately found herself transported to a nondescript sandy canyon. Back in the workshop, Chen sat cross-legged on the workbench, one leg dangling and swaying, inadvertently drawing Orion's gaze repeatedly. However, he quickly regained his focus, immersing himself in his decryption work, while Chen rested his chin on his hand, unusually quiet for an extended period. Since Orion's arrival, Megatron had gradually steered the Decepticons towards a more benevolent path. He sighed, wishing fervently that Orion could remain there indefinitely. What? Surely, no one would genuinely be curious about the kind of person I am, right? Chapter 24. Indeed, there are no impenetrable walls in this world. It is time to pursue the main storyline. Orion always sensed that something was amiss in this place. Yet, he could not precisely articulate the nature of his unease. Indeed, the Decepticons were commendable. Megatron treated him with utmost sincerity. Although one of his old acquaintances, Soundwave, was reticent and often absent, his gestures and unspoken words conveyed an undeniable concern for Orion. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered. Something was off about this Decepticon. At what moment did such contemplations arise? Perhaps it was during the many days spent in the company of that fiery individual, Chen. He could certainly perceive the subtle protection others extended towards him, or rather, the veiled attempts to shield him from certain truths, aiming to prevent him from encountering matters best left untouched. As for Chen, Orion held a profound trust in him, likely because, no matter how meticulously he dissected Chen's words, he could never detect the same veils of secrecy that cloaked others. In certain respects, Chen consistently spoke the truth. Yet, whenever Orion beheld him, a sense of unease washed over him, a chilling fear emanating from his very core. This was a realization Orion struggled to accept. Yet, it remained an undeniable truth. Despite the overwhelming sense of trust Chen instilled, he simultaneously radiated an unsettling aura. Everyone oscillated between fear and comfort in his presence, or perhaps more gravely, under his manipulation. Outside the porthole lay an unchanging expanse of blackness, the color of the starry sky. A deep blend of dark blue and purple, a sight both familiar and profoundly deep. Alien felt a pang of hunger. Exiting his personal workspace, he found himself adjacent to the energy storage room. However, he did not consider himself privileged enough to exceed the daily ration limits to procure additional sustenance. Despite his reluctance to encounter Chen, he felt a conflicting anticipation to engage in conversation with him once more. Alien proceeded towards Chen's quarters. Pausing outside the door, he discerned faint rustling sounds from within, clearly not the usual silence that characterized Chen's space. Had an enemy infiltrated, or were there other officials or subordinates seeking extra provisions? He reached out and pressed the button at the door. To his surprise, the door opened directly, contrary to the doorbell Chen had mentioned a few days prior. A wave of warm air rushed forth, momentarily clouding Alien's thoughts. He steadied himself against the doorframe, hesitant to enter. "Little Chen, have you returned? Why not come in?" A voice, unfamiliar and never before heard, echoed from within the room. A sudden chill enveloped Alien as he leaned in, caught in a daze. It seemed he glimpsed a crimson silhouette seated on the floor beside the modified bed, which bore an open box laid flat upon it. The figure, shrouded in red, appeared to be shoving a piece of super-energy matter into its mouth. Clearly startled by the sound of an entrance, it glanced towards the doorway. Astonished that the visitor was not the person it had expected, Alien strained to discern its features, yet the scorching heat wave, reminiscent of a cataclysmic gale, assaulted his face. The anti-fog measures on his optical visor proved utterly futile at that moment, shrouding his vision in a dense haze, rendering everything indistinct. That same voice confirmed the presence of the crimson figure within, seemingly uttering something, but it abruptly halted mid-sentence. Concurrently, Alien felt his optical visor obscured from behind. As clarity gradually returned, he looked up again, only to find the red silhouette had vanished, leaving the large box still open upon the modified bed. "Hey, little Alien," came a familiar voice beside him. Despite his initial reluctance, the moment he turned to see Chen, all apprehensions dissipated into nothingness. Chen held a small piece of super-energy matter, curiously observing it before inquiring, "Little Alien, why are you just standing there? Come inside. Just now you were in my room?" Alien attempted to remind him of something, but found himself momentarily speechless. He gazed into Chen's bright golden eyes, concealed beneath a mask of armor, and countless words became lodged in his throat, leaving him in a state of indecision. "Just now? That was me." Chen maintained his usual crescent moon smile, yet Alien suddenly felt a disquieting shift, sensing a sharper danger lurking behind that cheerful facade. Nonetheless, he could only listen as Chen continued, "No way. Little Alien, are you hallucinating? I admit my room is a tad warmer, but it's not to the extent of inducing illusions." He tiptoed, making a half-hearted attempt to touch Alien's forehead. With the innocence characteristic of youth, Alien acquiesced to the notion of hallucination. However, glancing at the half-eaten piece of super-energy matter in Chen's hand, he sensed something amiss, yet ultimately chose not to dwell on it. "Actually, so little Alien is hungry. Why didn't you say so? I'll go get you something," Chen interjected, his eyes on the display panel blinking as he entered the room, rummaging through the open box, possibly searching for something more delectable. Could there truly be a difference? Eventually, Chen handed Alien 2 large pieces of super-energy matter while shaking a vial of highly concentrated super-energy liquid, asking, "Little Alien, would you like to try this?" Alien quickly waved his hands in refusal. "I'll pass on that. I've got work to do, ha ha ha." He chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head as he stepped back slightly. "Well then, little brother Alien, do remember to rest early." Chen did not make much of an effort to retain him. He waved goodbye to Alien, and only when he watched Alien vanish from sight did he retreat to his cabin and lock the door securely. Alien, in a daze, returned to his personal workshop, curling up by the workbench with his knees drawn to his chest, involuntarily recalling the recent events. He replayed the fragmented words of the Red Shadow from his hallucination, and suddenly remembered the moment he had opened his eyes when that blue female Cybertron had called out a name, Optimus Prime. Alien sprang to his feet, trembling all over, feeling as though a chilling layer of frost had enveloped him. How could I believe this? How could I trust in such hallucinations? He almost collapsed onto the workbench, having never lost composure in such a manner throughout his life. Yet at that moment, he was indifferent to everything else. He accessed the Decepticon database, inputting 3 letters. And as expected, only one result appeared: Optimus Prime. The figure displayed on the screen bore a striking resemblance to him. As Alien read the description within the entry, an intense feeling of foreboding surged within him, telling him that something was awry, that everything was distorted and incorrect. However, no matter how many times he scrolled through, the same result persisted. Unwilling to relent, Alien clung to this slender thread of a clue, this faint possibility pertaining to himself. The file had been encrypted in a rather straightforward manner, and Alien decided to take a chance. He had to do something, and he succeeded. Before long, the screen transformed, pixels racing to rearrange themselves, ultimately revealing Alien himself. What is this? Master, this one to do it all. In the cramped, dim space, a small screen emitted a faint glow, where Chen was huddled beside Soundwave, both observing the live feed from Alien's personal workshop. Upon witnessing the file being decrypted, Chen squinted and jestingly belittled Soundwave for a moment. We're evenly matched, after all. Soundwave remained unchanged, his calm voice and mundane words steady. After a brief contemplation, he even ventured a rare jest. So, it's been a long time since you left, Alien. Just 50 meters away, little Chen. Chen cleared his throat heavily, his previously disdainful expression vanishing instantly, deftly shifting the topic. So, Master, what shall you do about the current situation? The display screen on the faceplate revealed a smile. Alien found it hard to accept that the one he respected most, Megatron, had deceived him. Why? Pressed against the corner of the wall, he gazed at the image of himself on the file, his mind a blank slate. Orion yearned for clarity, yet he found himself at a loss as to whom he could approach. Everyone around him seemed prone to deceit, concealing the truth from him. There was, however, Chen, who had never once lied to him. Perhaps it was worth a gamble. After all, if he were to respond honestly, what could Orion truly accomplish? His burgeoning resolve was swiftly extinguished, and shaking his head, he reminded himself that he could not persist in this manner. He stepped out of the studio, making his way for the second time towards Chen's chamber. Upon reaching the threshold, he listened intently, but silence enveloped him, as if the preceding events had merely been the illusions Chen had suggested. Orion's hand found the switch by the door. He inhaled deeply and pressed it. Yet, contrary to the earlier instance, the door did not yield. Since that day, he had not laid eyes on Chen again, nor had he encountered the cacophony of the cat-like figure that had once surrounded him with its incessant chatter. In that moment, he felt an odd sense of disorientation, realizing that perhaps he had become a pawn in Chen's game, unable to extricate himself, yet equally unable to detach from him. Orion, how fares the Iron Fortress project? As was customary, Megatron appeared at this juncture to inquire about Orion's progress. Yet, whether his visit was motivated by genuine interest in the work or merely a desire to observe the individual engaged in it remained ambiguous. Orion's gaze wandered, acknowledging that he still held a modicum of trust in Megatron. If possible, he wished to extend his faith once more. Not much progress. It appears my capabilities still fall short, Orion replied candidly, turning to face Megatron. The latter stood beside the workstation, seemingly oblivious to Orion's presence. Casually addressing him, does this not correlate with your inherent inclination towards extracurricular research? As Megatron pivoted, his gaze met Orion's optical lens. Have I not mentioned that we will continue to monitor your movements? Please enlighten me as to why historical narratives depict me as allied with the Autobot leader and why I am referred to as a leader myself. Once again, they found themselves at an impasse, a confrontation woven through the myriad threads of history and future, an inescapable fate. This is a matter I must comprehend, Orion murmured, his brow furrowing as an air of vulnerability seeped through. Megatron, who am I? What am I truly? How could he articulate his sentiments in a manner that encapsulated his essence? Megatron, recognizing his own reticence, replied, You are my companion, my dearest friend, the most significant person in my life. At last, he concluded, Now, my good friend, shall we return to the task at hand? Let us decipher the database. A fleeting glimmer of something golden passed before Orion's optical lens, and Megatron's tone softened, his demeanor transforming into one of warmth as he gazed affectionately at Orion. Orion's eyes widened, resembling a startled dog, taken aback by this unexpected gentleness, rendering him speechless as he gazed at Megatron, unable to react for a long while. until Soundwave entered silently. Are you saying that a signal we left on Cybertron has been activated? Megatron expressed mild surprise, though merely a hint of it, nodding to indicate his understanding of the matter. But you inform me that our planet is already dead, Orion interjected. Orion, you must understand that Cybertron has indeed perished. Yet there will always be tenacious remnants clinging to life, Megatron replied, momentarily softening, transforming into a more congenial visage. Continue with your work, I assure you, Orion. Nothing will happen. Everything will be fine. Lord Megatron, should you intend to use my work to harm others, I shall immediately destroy it. Orion stated with unusual firmness, just before Megatron followed Soundwave out. Megatron cast a sidelong glance at him before departing the workshop. I still trust you. The activity logs indicate my space bridge is oriented towards Cybertron and remains in an active state. The sole reason those Autobots would be so audacious is to bring back their Optimus Prime. Megatron closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. Prepare the land bridge, Soundwave. Soundwave, facing Megatron, seemed uncertain whether he was also observing him. No one could take Orion away from me. A turquoise vortex materialized before him, and Megatron strode in without looking back. Once Megatron's figure vanished, the land bridge was immediately shut down. A sudden beep echoed in his mind, illuminating a name in his private channel, one marked with special notation. It dawned on him that he had not seen this individual in quite some time. He opened the only message he had received in days. Help Orion. Soundwave glanced toward the workshop's direction, but no one instructed you to stop Paxis. Today's shift was tasked to inspect Orion's progress, only to find him idly neglecting his duties, prompting a frown and a reminder. I believe Lord Megatron intends to use my work against the Autobots, Orion asserted, his blue optics gleaming with sincerity. Please, I need to warn them. Regrettably, Lord Megatron's assignment for you does not encompass such concerns. With a sigh, he aimed his transformation weapon at Orion, adding, It is equally unfortunate that Lord Megatron's directive for me includes overseeing you. This marked what seemed to be the first time Orion was genuinely threatened, his fear palpable, even to the point of trembling. Yet he understood the necessity of his actions and remained steadfast in his gaze. Regrettably retracting the threatening weapon, he prepared to act. An imposing dark blue figure had quietly positioned itself beside him. Lord Soundwave, with a sudden jolt, he stilled all impulsive gestures and concealed any errant thoughts. Standing erect and declaring, Report, I am fulfilling my official duties. The pitch-black display screen regarded him, devoid of any content. I apologize. I shall accept the consequences. Deflated, he bowed slightly towards the Soundwave and hastily departed the studio. The Soundwave observed his retreating figure before turning back, the screen once again eerily directed towards Orion. Soundwave, where is Megatron? I wish to seek him out. Orion, as if clutching at a glimmer of hope, implored, Please allow me to speak with him. The Soundwave remained silent. To assist or not to assist? The Soundwave steadfastly aligned with his leader. A brilliant golden light suddenly flashed, as if directly inscribed upon the optical lens, piercing through the display screen and precisely targeting the Soundwave. Help Orion. That message appeared abruptly and without warning, and the golden light dissipated in an instant. The Soundwave, with head bowed, continued to say nothing. A tranquil turquoise land bridge materialized beside him. Come, RC. Cross this space bridge. The legacy of leadership shall conclude here. Standing at the threshold of the space bridge, mere inches away, a hand blade silently flicked out, reflecting a chilling light from an unknown source. I shall not allow this, Megatron. Megatron, drawn by the commotion, turned to see the land bridge's emergence, with Orion stepping forth from within. I do not wish for you to meddle, Orion. Megatron shook his head, speaking softly in persuasion. You are not the leader. Is this a fact, or merely another lie? Orion assumed a combat stance, despite lacking expertise or experience. Yet one thing was clear to him. He upheld the ideals of the Autobots, those righteous principles that had not been tarnished by you. Perhaps you are indeed cut from that cloth, Orion. Megatron retracted his hand blade, sincerely extending his palms. I do not wish to engage you. You are far from ready to spar with me, and I do not desire to harm you. Unbeknownst to him, the space bridge behind him flickered. Suddenly, a lithe figure burst forth from the bridge, delivering a powerful kick that sent Megatron flying. Enough of your flowery words, Ironhead. It was RC. Megatron's eyes turned red, rapidly adjusting his stance to confront her. Jack, a moment slower, stepped forward to Orion's side. "Are you sure I am worthy?" Orion, softening, pointed himself in disbelief. "Of course." Jack merely raised it. "You do not recognize your own greatness." Only the pitiful Megatron remained, desperately inquiring about the location of RC's leader module. The bright light finally caught Megatron's attention. He turned to witness the scene and grew frantic. "Casting aside RC, I had never anticipated that the true trump card would be a mere human. Yet in this moment, this diminutive figure stood tall and resolute. Megatron sought to halt the unfolding events, to prevent the sight he dreaded. However, it was too late. Ultimately, Megatron came to a standstill, gazing into the transformed visage of Optimus Prime, both rendered speechless in mutual understanding. Was there a desire to intervene? Surely, such thoughts had crossed his mind. Yet, at this juncture, any action would be futile. The ground bridge materialized, belonging to the Autobots, while others chose to retreat. The bridge remained open, awaiting the return of its rightful leader. Optimus lowered his head, contemplating departure. Yet, a sudden figure emerged, cloaked in black and purple, standing beside him. Only then did Megatron realize how many days had passed since he had last seen him. Who could say? He had been the focal point of attention. Yet on the day he vanished without a word, not a soul noticed. It was as though the narrative had been complete without him. He, inconsequential. "Have you come to persuade me, little flame?" Optimus inquired, having noticed his quiet arrival. He hesitated to step into the ground bridge, pausing to seek clarity. "No." Unexpectedly, Flame shook his head. "I will not hinder you, but I wish to convey that Optimus, brother, remember all that you must." His hand rested over his chest, adopting a reverent posture, gazing up at Optimus as though addressing a deity of faith. I never imagined he would weep, yet no tears fell. "Do not forget me." I had also never witnessed such a sorrowful smile upon his face. The vignette was inspired by a friend's candid remarks. "Tell me, Megatron, who am I?" "You are Optimus Prime, born of the Allspark." Chapter 25. On the best methods to capture a disobedient kitten. Have you found Soundwave yet? Any trace will suffice. At least we should have some news. Aboard the Nemesis, Megatron paced back and forth, embodying the anxious fatherly figure worried for his own child. Finally, the torment he inflicted upon himself and Soundwave could not endure any longer, prompting him to question Soundwave, who was engrossed at the main console, tapping away at an array of screens. Yet silence reigned. Only silence prevailed. Nothing was spoken, not even a gesture of feedback. The information conduits were all interconnected. The main control screen tirelessly searching for something. Indeed, he should have heeded his advice and temporarily subdued him. At this moment, Megatron had long since cast aside any semblance of leadership, leaving only Soundwave to maintain a semblance of composure within the Decepticon ranks. With his head hung low, Megatron muttered in frustration to himself, having dispatched all his subordinates. "If we cannot locate them in the areas where we can operate, I shall seek out Optimus Prime. Yes, I can approach Optimus, for among the Autobots, there are humans who can access places that remain beyond our reach. Yet, the one who has fled is a diplomat. What shall we do about the negotiations?" Megatron felt as though he were on the brink of madness, striking his head in agitation before abruptly regaining his calm. "Prepare the ground bridge, Soundwave. I shall go in person. I refuse to believe that this incident involves Little Inferno. I cannot accept that Optimus could turn a blind eye." Soundwave remained silent, his expressionless display obscuring all emotion. Logically, given his relationship with Inferno, Soundwave should be the one most anxious. Alas, maintaining composure and suppressing all unnecessary emotions had become imperative for him as an intelligence officer, a duty he resolved to uphold the moment he chose to follow Megatron. Thus, he merely observed as a ground bridge materialized beside him. Without hesitation, Megatron strode into it. "If you find them, remember to inform me." The emotionless, synthesized voice, despite its neutrality, revealed a flicker of concern. It seemed to hint at a lingering worry for his most trusted subordinate and friend, offering Megatron a touch of solace amidst the chaos. He did not turn back, yet he was acutely aware that Soundwave would receive the response he sought. As Megatron's figure vanished, the ground bridge closed, enveloping the entire Nemesis in a silence it had never known before. Optimus Prime had once again uncovered the Decepticons' trail. How many times had it been today? It seemed they had no intention of causing trouble. Rather, they appeared to be searching for something. Within the Autobot base, Ratchet turned to Optimus Prime, who was fixated on the energy signature displayed on the screen, a stark contrast to the previous Decepticon commanders. He said nothing, for the luminous point seemed to deliberately reveal its position, remaining stationary, as if awaiting his arrival. "He is waiting for me," Optimus suddenly declared. In that instant, everyone knew to whom he referred. Yet, this time, no one attempted to dissuade him. Only Ratchet activated the controls for the ground bridge leading there. Optimus uttered no further words as he stepped into the bridge alone. Ratchet deactivated the ground bridge, and Bumblebee emitted a series of questioning beeps. Based on Optimus's treatment aboard the Nemesis, I doubt Megatron would resort to lethal force against him, Ratchet replied with a shrug, glancing at the remaining individuals and machines. "The recordings are still incomplete. Shall we proceed?" It was clear that everyone wished to witness Orion. The ambulance accessed the files saved on its desktop. Crossing a land bridge and taking a few steps forward, one could see Megatron standing beyond a hill. Optimus Prime gazed at him for a while, and Megatron returned the stare, yet he appeared to be in a state of extreme anxiety, almost on the verge of approaching, but stubbornly waiting for Optimus to make the first move. Ultimately, it was Optimus who stepped forward to confront him. "What brings you here this time?" he inquired, as if accustomed to such encounters. "If it were a matter of collaboration or diplomatic affairs, why would it be you?" he continued, questioning the absence of Hot Rod. "This time is different," Megatron replied, hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. "If I knew where he was, I wouldn't have come to seek you." Optimus was taken aback by this revelation, processing the implications. "So, you mean to say he is missing?" The situation appeared to be more dire. Hot Rod would not simply vanish without a word, leaving them in a state of concern for so long. Now, both were filled with urgency. "I understand. I will look into the situation within the human city and will inform you if I find anything," Optimus finally agreed after a moment of contemplation, extending his hand to Megatron in a gesture that symbolized their cooperation. Before departing, Megatron cast a glance at the worn area on Optimus's arm. A significant patch of damage partially concealed by the emblem of a Cybertronian, with faint traces of writing still visible. Lowering his gaze, Megatron departed in silence. Optimus noticed his stare and glanced at his own arm, recalling the ambulance and sighing as he waited on the land bridge. "We can never return to the past." After discussing the matter with his 5 carbon-based companions, everyone expressed shock at the news, while those tasked with capturing cats in the city felt somewhat at a loss. Searching requires a defined scope. Thus, Optimus inquired through a private channel whether Megatron knew of Hot Rod's favorite spots in the human city. Hovering in the sky above the outskirts, Megatron read the message and suddenly realized he knew little about Hot Rod. Not only himself, but the entire Decepticon faction. And even the Autobots were largely unaware of his background, past, interests, and everything about him. Consequently, Megatron candidly replied, "I'm sorry, I truly do not know." The situation reached an impasse, and Optimus struggled to recall if Hot Rod had ever mentioned the answer to such questions. "Remember everything you should remember." Suddenly, this phrase thundered in Optimus's mind, as if a sealed iron door had been breached by explosives, allowing fragmented memories to resurface. The place he was most likely to go was the library in the city. A seemingly random utterance emerged, yet the Autobots held an unwavering trust in their leader, with no one daring to inquire further, especially during such a pressing moment. The humans nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the library. Optimus Prime's mind was in turmoil. The sudden influx of memories was both chaotic and fragmented, leaving him unable to recall the remaining details. Particularly the events of that fateful day when he confronted Megatron, his mind blank for the entire morning. Perhaps he needed some solitude. The other Autobots could offer no assistance, remaining in the base to observe their leader's daily tribulations. Their visit to the library was, in truth, a spontaneous whim, or perhaps a draw of fate, as they had originally planned to return to the Autobot base today, only to decide to postpone their departure for a day upon seeing the library. Alex selected a book and surveyed the surroundings, soon realizing there were no available seats. He then set his sights on a small stool tucked beneath an abandoned front desk. Despite being a forsaken spot, the desk still housed a small fish tank, a tiny cactus, and a fortune cat, among other items. Alex settled down and opened the first page. Wait a moment, was that fortune cat black and purple? He glanced back, but the front desk revealed no trace of any fortune cat. Had he misperceived? Raising an eyebrow, he chose to disregard it. As he turned several more pages, the sensation of being watched intensified, though the gaze bore no malice. It was directed not at him, but rather at the book in his hands. Nonetheless, the feeling of being observed was quite uncomfortable, and Aliek found it intolerable, prompting him to turn around unexpectedly. Only a small fortune cat at the front desk was seen waving its arms. Yet, alas, there was no purple fortune cat in sight. Aliek cradled the fortune cat close, bending down to whisper in its ear, "All right, I mean no harm. If you wish to observe, do so openly rather than masquerading as a fortune cat." With a twist of its form, the black and purple fortune cat transformed into a black and purple kitten, matching the size of a genuine carbon-based feline. Aliek had his suspicions regarding this transformation, but it was not the time for contemplation. Having declared his benign intentions, he resolved to peacefully finish the book before considering taking the creature back to the Autobot base. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Aliek, his name echoed, prompting him to instinctively look up towards a sound. There stood the primal, beckoning him, only to be met with Jack and the disapproving glares of those around him, leading him to realize he was indeed in the library. After silently apologizing, he approached Aliek with Jack and Raphael in tow. Suddenly, the small creature nestled in my arms began to struggle violently, likely sensing the thoughts of the three little ones attempting to reclaim it. It broke free from Alarek's embrace and darted away with remarkable speed. Without a moment to explain to the trio, I hastily returned the book to its rightful place and rushed out through the back door, only revealing to them outside the library that the creature was indeed Chen, and we must capture it. After exchanging intelligence, I learned that the trio had come specifically to apprehend him. Chen fled swiftly, obscuring the fact that he was a mechanical being from the onlookers around us. The trio followed for quite some time, but could not catch up, merely watching as the shadow, dark violet in hue, raced away into the wilderness beyond the city. While Megatron was patrolling the skies, he spotted the vehicle form of Deadlock, who was also searching the desolate expanse. Confirming that no unsuspecting humans were nearby, he descended. Deadlock transformed back into his upright form, facing Megatron directly. "Any leads?" Megatron inquired. "None," Deadlock shrugged, the silence of the wilderness enveloping them. Before long, Optimus Prime approached leisurely, seemingly having been observing Megatron intently. Noticing Megatron's eager demeanor for knowledge, Optimus shook his head in response, astonished that such an expression could still manifest. "Actually, I might have some insights regarding the incident with little Chen." After much hesitation, Deadlock resolved to divulge what he knew. Feeling the weight of two leaders' gazes upon him, he suppressed his anxiety and continued. He mentioned that his chip would collapse, and thereafter, everything would start anew. So, could it be possible that only he would begin anew? Does that imply amnesia? Although concerned, Optimus could not help but make a quip, noting how this plot seemed eerily reminiscent of recent events. A faint smile graced Megatron's features as if he had recalled something joyous, and cast a glance at Optimus. Perhaps that is the case. After all, the current circumstances can be entirely explained by this rationale. Deadlock adjusted his perspective device, gazing into the distance. He seemed to have mentioned that the chip is meant for storage. Presumably, there is nothing else to be stored but memories and experiences. "Let me share something you may not know," Megatron remarked, glancing at Optimus. In fact, last night, all the officers received a message from him. The content was essentially that if any abnormal situation arose, they must first ensure his own containment. Early this morning, Soundwave discovered him curled up on the main console, unresponsive no matter how he was called. We vaguely sensed this might pertain to those anomalies, yet regrettably, we did not heed his instructions or take any action. Megatron spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation, while Optimus regarded him with disdain, an expression that conveyed a sentiment of "serves you right" through the perspective device. Sherhua gazed into the distance, hoping to uncover some possible leads. Yet, before any clues could be found, a shadow of dark violet hue darted rapidly towards the trio. Sherhua forcefully patted Megatron's back several times, gesturing towards the figure. "Sir, that must be Xiao Yinqing. No doubt about it. Forget about whether we can catch him or not. Let's seize him first." Meanwhile, Optimus Prime received news from the ambulance. "Ambulance. Jack and the others have discovered Xiao Yinqing's trail. They couldn't pursue him, but his route seems to be in close proximity to yours." Optimus Prime understood. Before Sherhua could fully comprehend the situation, the two leaders had already rolled up their sleeves. Their synchronized movements left no room for escape. Yet Sherhua was certain he saw that purple-black shadow leisurely slip away beneath their feet. Pretending are we? I'm still here. Yinqing evidently recognized Shuhua's presence and had already devised an escape plan. However, inexplicably, Shuhua seemed to perceive the subtle traces of movement concealed beneath layers of parts, hinting at the next maneuver. Following his instinctive prediction, Shuhua successfully caught hold of Yinqing. It was clear that Yinqing had not anticipated being captured, yet his reflexes were swifter than those of the three present. Shuhua felt a sharp scratch on his palm, more painful than any wound sustained on the battlefield, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip. Yinqing, a small feline, wriggled free, leaped onto his face, and then fled backwards. Enduring the pain, Shuhua ultimately grasped the tip of Yinqing's tail. However, when he opened his eyes, all that remained in his hand were a few scattered parts, while Yinqing, under the relentless pursuit of the two leaders, was compelled to burrow into a crevice. The capture operation was momentarily halted, although Yinqing was somewhat contained. Bringing him back would certainly require further deliberation. Megatron attempted to persuade, but to no avail. This little feline trusted no one now. Curled up in the gap with his head buried in his paws, embodying a la, I can't hear you attitude. Suddenly, the ground bridge beside Megatron opened unexpectedly, startling him. Out stepped Soundwave. Found you. Not telling I. The first words exchanged between Soundwave and Megatron were laden with reproach. Yet calling out seemed futile. Who could apprehend him? Megatron observed Soundwave bending down, straining to bring his head closer to the gap, and hastily sought to intervene, warning, "Be cautious, Soundwave. Don't scare him away." Soundwave merely retreated slightly, kneeling on the ground, his slender fingers grasping a stone, tapping it gently to produce a soft, crisp sound. "I am here." In the shadowy crevice, golden round eyes widened, the cat's slit pupils transforming from a mere line into a more rounded shape. The creature emerged from the gap, shook off the dust from its body, leapt a couple of steps, and then perched upon the arm of Soundwave. As Soundwave stood, Flame had already confidently positioned himself on his shoulder, his golden gaze seemingly either flaunting or disdainful, nuzzling against Soundwave's head sculpture with pride. The familiar voice of the youth echoed once more in his ear, "Master." Perhaps, in this manner, the matter reached its conclusion. Deadfire remained engrossed in analyzing the recently acquired foresight functionality while engaging in a leisurely chat via private channels with the defeated Nini. He awaited the moment when Soundwave would finish and return with him to the Arkansas. At this juncture, Megatron finally relaxed, though his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the armor of Optimus Prime, who was well aware of his thoughts. He tugged Megatron to a nearby spot. "After our last battle, you shared some thoughts with me, and I have reflected on them deeply. Had it not been for the arrival of the others, there were words I wish to express to you. Perhaps this is an opportune moment for me to be candid." Optimus inhaled deeply several times, visibly anxious. Yet, the golden memories from the Ark's archives flickered in his mind, offering him a glimmer of confidence as he prepared to speak. Is it considered a form of betrayal when once like-minded friends diverge due to differing philosophies? For so many years, I have pondered this question, yet I find no resolution. Who can truly discern right from wrong in our case? The victors and the vanquished. Perhaps even history cannot render judgment, and perhaps we are merely villains in this tale. I still faintly recall the moment of our parting, our backs turned to one another, the cold twilight of Cybertron casting its light upon your crimson optics. You told me, "Orion, you're too weak." Just those few words severed our paths completely. Yet now, who could have imagined that the leaders of opposing factions, who meet on the battlefield with lethal intent, were once akin to soulmates, brothers of heart? Who would believe such a tale? The radiance that once illuminated our spirited selves has long since been reduced to ashes by the flames we ignited. Optimus lowered his head, the memories of those days stinging, wounding both himself and his estranged friends, despite two of them having already turned against him. No, Optimus, in truth, we have not yet extinguished our flames. Megatron crossed his arms, gazing skyward, the interplay of his crimson optics with the azure sky revealing a uniquely poignant hue. Perhaps someone has long sought to quench the fire, to restore our bond once more. Optimus gazed at him, or rather at the optics tinged with a hint of blue by the sky. Can this truly be accomplished? Regardless of the outcome, Optimus Prime, our relationship has indeed improved considerably, or perhaps it is possible. We should trust him, seek to understand him, and empathize with him. We ought to assist him in unraveling the knots he once untangled for me. Everything that transpires today feels as if it were a farce. Alone in the control room, just as before. Please, do not forget me. These were the words spoken by Chen to Optimus Prime, seemingly taken for granted, and they were meticulously recorded by Soundwave. It feels as though something is lodged within my heart, mindlessly replaying the audio over and over again, listening to those words. Soundwave was one of those who, during Chen's disappearance, remained oblivious to this fact. Even Red Spider had inquired, yet he merely shook his head in a daze, as if awakening from a dream. And the fleeting desire to seek answers vanished entirely the moment Red Spider departed. Soundwave recalls standing beside the control console, suddenly ceasing his tasks, as an inexplicable void emerged in his mind, one he could not fill. Do not forget me. It resonated in his mind, startling him and causing a chill to run through him. Though he did not notice Chen's disappearance at the time, he now clearly perceives something amiss with Chen. He seems changed, no longer himself. Forgetfulness is an unavoidable fate. I too may forget everything, but I shall never forget my master. The azure sky resembles the eyes that once reflected each other's images. We can no longer return to the past, yet we can forge an entirely new future. Chapter 26. This is not Pokemon. Wait for me to get the speaker. All right. We are officially back in school, everyone. In this broken world, I can hardly survive a moment. Interruptions matter not. So, my name is Chen, correct? Yes, little Chen, welcome home. In the treatment room, Chen sat sideways on the treatment bed with his legs dangling, while beside him, his nurse partner, who now doubles as a psychologist, attentively rested her head on her hand, her demeanor serious and composed. Ah, the sweltering days of Chen. His tone was relaxed, and his voice soft, as if he were an entirely different person from who he once was, mockingly deriding his past choice of name. There was a flamboyance and brashness in his tone that was distinctly different from before. Silence enveloped the cabin once more. Chen lowered his head, lost in thought, and after a long pause, he hesitantly ventured to ask, "So, what kind of person was I before?" His entire demeanor suddenly shifted, becoming another version of himself. It is difficult to encapsulate in a single phrase, but fear not. We have ample time ahead of us. With a gentle smile, Ji Dao attempted to soothe him, suggesting that for the next couple of days, it would be best to refrain from venturing anywhere. This was primarily to prevent any unforeseen incidents and to engage in a thorough discussion about past matters. Chen's golden eyes fixed intently on Ji Dao, and he nodded stiffly. "Should I trust you?" he inquired. "Why not?" Ji Dao replied. "Little Chen, lend us your ears and listen closely. Do we harbor any ill will towards you?" Very well. It seemed that a series of significant events had unfolded in recent days. However, Chen found himself unable to partake in any of them, surrounded daily by the multifaceted Qianmian-Ku on his left and the Soundwave on his right. While occasionally, a Red Spider or the idle Megatron would appear from behind to scrutinize his learning progress, fearful that he might slip away unnoticed. What exactly had I been in the past? Absently listening to Soundwave explain the rules of information archiving, he nodded sporadically, his thoughts wandering as he gazed longingly out the porthole for an indeterminate amount of time. Alas, it seemed that all I had ever encountered was theft or the occasional organ harvesting. Were these truly the mundane events that fill my days? What was there to admire in a mere pair of sunglasses? It was a pity that the vibrant, multicolored trinket, whose name I still did not know, was irretrievable. Wait a moment, did I once have a penchant for collecting? It seemed I had no choice but to return. After all, I was unaware of what to call that item. Since Ji Dao had always utilized it, I would refer to it as the plasma pain protection stand. How vividly descriptive. Wouldn't you agree? Excusing myself under the pretense of retrieving something from my cabin, I swiftly turned and fled. Ultimately, it was within a crevice of a cave halfway up a mountain that I discovered this object already shattered into two pieces. Upon examining it, I found it was still reparable. Delightedly, I cradled the two fragments and clandestinely returned to the reprisal, already envisioning where to place them in my collection after restoration. However, upon stepping aboard the reprisal, I collided headfirst with the display screen of Soundwave. Consequently, the plasma pain protection stand was forcibly confiscated. Meanwhile, the component clone responsible for entertaining Silas seemed to be enjoying itself immensely, effortlessly gliding through each day as though everything were of no consequence. Even during the days when the dark energon engulfed the universe, it sat comfortably by the window in the dining hall, gazing out at the scenery. What was there to behold in the tempestuous weather? Beyond yet another discovery of the presence of the mechanical faction, which prompted another hint to Silas. I dismantled the already battered artificial robots, tossing them into the parts bin. In doing so, I inadvertently assisted Bumblebee, who had been observing Chen with a mixture of pity and delight after smashing one of the artificial robots, his inner cheer resounding for quite some time. Ultimately, while disassembling the artificial robots, Chen unearthed a large, golden object. He casually tossed something aside and, upon turning his head, found Bumblebee gazing at him with his watery blue eyes. With his palms pressed together and facing upward, he leaned forward. Chen cast a brief glance at him, narrowed his eyes without uttering a word, and simply tossed the transforming gear into Bumblebee's outstretched hands. Bumblebee, his eyes narrowing with delight, lifted the carbon-sized Chen and spun him around in a joyful display of gratitude, seemingly oblivious to the disparity in their positions. Without lingering, and without a word of farewell, he silently vanished into the night. The duration of Chen's confinement was contingent upon the speed of his learning. Yet, regardless of the pace, Chen quickly became assured of all he needed and desired to know. Although his past memories were entirely lost, it mattered little. One could always re-establish connections. But the journey must never cease. Equally, plans for certain matters must not stagnate. However, the most pressing concern at present was to venture out and have some fun. He requested a leave of absence from his elder at home, even securing paid time off, though Chen deemed the compensation rather trivial for his needs. Still, something was better than nothing, and he would simply tuck it away into his box. Contemplating how to expedite his movements, he had a sudden idea, and with a swift glance, mechanical parts coalesced, resulting in a small robotic kitten appearing on the ground. To be honest, it was quite convenient. Following his instincts, he chose a direction and set off. Before long, he had covered a considerable distance when a sound caught Chen's attention. His soft ears twitched slightly as he turned to face the source. The thought was unfamiliar to him at this moment. Slowing his pace, he approached the sound. Emerging from a dense thicket, he shook off the leaves that had become ensnared in the gaps of his parts. Before he could fully open his eyes, he felt hands lift him into the air. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an unfamiliar face. "Little Chen, is it you? Such a tiny thing." The stranger laughed, poking at Chen's left front paw, only to receive a scratch from the black-faced cat's claws in return, confirming that the Cybertronian before him recognized him. He also heard his own name resonate in the stranger's thoughts. "Tianjin. Tianjin, please behave yourself," Chen said, his expression serious, embodying the demeanor of a small cat. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Now, I could easily delve into your inner workings and dismantle you completely. Should I then feign some fear to appease you? Tianjin chuckled once more, deliberately ignoring Chen's cooling gaze, and gently placed him on his shoulder. "All right, enough of the teasing. Come, let us seek out Haijian." Listening intently, he noted, "Oh good, Haijian is his brother." They walked in silence for a while. "You're injured." It was a simple declaration. Chen stated this fact with an air of nonchalance, which left Tianjin feeling profoundly disconcerted. He shuddered slightly before offering an explanation. "Oh, it's nothing. The spacecraft made an emergency landing, and I merely fell." His gaze remained fixed, unwavering. I believed him. Indeed, I had fallen on my own accord. Well, if you choose not to believe it, so be it. Tianjin conceded defeat and opted to succinctly recount the events, which amounted to a minor altercation with some Autobots. Ultimately, he had gained nothing from it. I was merely attempting to reach out to the judgment, and instead, I encountered you. He was still hovering near the spacecraft. So let us hasten. Once again, unable to restrain himself, Tianjin playfully teased Chen's chin, only to withdraw when his fingers bore 2 deep bite marks. "So, this is your emergency landing site?" Chen remarked, still yet to catch sight of the spacecraft. The journey toward their destination was astonishing. They had indeed found an ingenious spot, narrowly avoiding destruction at a gas station. Should he remind Tianjin that his brother was currently engaged in a fight with other Cybertronians? Never mind, it was not his concern. He continued to recline on Tianjin's broad shoulder, flat yet uncomfortably hard. "Little brother, I'm here. Look who I brought for you." His exuberant greeting was abruptly cut short by the unmistakable sound of laser fire. "Wait, don't come any closer," Hi-ES urgent voice rang out. But it was evidently too late. A grenade from the jackhammer struck Tian-Jun directly, engulfing him in a fiery explosion and a cloud of smoke. Hai, in a state of panic, did not pause to assess the situation. He raised his weapon to provide covering fire, only to find the ground bridge activating beside him. Belonging to the Autobots. Let us momentarily set aside the battle at hand. Cough, cough, cough. The smoke was overwhelmingly acrid. Tian-Jun waved his hand, dispersing the haze. Yin-Chun had reverted to his upright form, standing before him, methodically retrieving his parts and tossing his component hat behind him. He stared intently at the other Cybertronians engaged in combat with Hai-E, suddenly interjecting, "I'm quite curious about something. If Hai-E were to scan you directly, would he be able to adopt a disguise resembling a vehicle?" "I'm not sure," Tianjin replied, his simplicity evident as he continued to watch the unfolding drama alongside Yin-Chun, scratching his head in contemplation. "Shall I give it a try?" Yin-Chun suggested earnestly. Tianjun's execution was quite commendable. When he suggested a trial, he did indeed follow through. With a transformation sound, he morphed into a small aircraft, soaring directly before Hai-E in midair. Without needing further words, the unspoken understanding between them allowed Hai-E to grasp the plan instantly. With a flash of green light, it was remarkable. He transformed seamlessly, and soon, two nearly identical aircraft broke through the onslaught of the Autobots, vanishing into the obscured clouds. With his palms cupped before him, Yin-Chun gazed into the now empty night sky, where only the faint outlines of four-parted wisps of cloud remained. Someone was watching him. Turning to look, he saw the largest of the Autobots, adorned in a striking red and blue exterior, which he found somewhat appealing. Little Flame, it greeted him warmly. Indeed, they should all be familiar with him. He listened attentively. How much did he remember? Or how much had he recalled? Optimus Prime, unabashedly exuberant, remarked, "You've worked hard." "Not at all," Yin-Chun replied politely, shaking his head. To be honest, he was unaware of what actions warranted such praise from the leader. It must have pertained to his past self. He had merely answered each question earnestly, yet in truth, he remembered nothing and had not recalled anything, starting anew. Visibly disheartened, Optimus Prime lowered his head. "I must take my leave." Yin-Chun glanced once more at the night sky, disregarding whatever Optimus Prime proceeded to say, as if those words were merely a notification, disappearing without a backward glance. Once assured that Yin-Chun had truly departed, Optimus Prime shuddered. "This isn't right. I'm unaccustomed to Little Flame being like this." Compared to their last encounter, the little one had indeed changed significantly. Jack Screw cast a fleeting glance at Optimus Prime, raising an eyebrow in response. No, this is the most abnormal for him. Upon returning to the Nemesis, along with the Harbinger, they landed amidst the smoking wreckage of the aircraft. The thunderclap was directed to the medical bay to tend to his wounds, which were not severe. Yet he still harbored a grudge against the Autobots, particularly the one who had taken advantage of the situation to throw a grenade at his brother. Peak brotherly obsession. Assessment complete. The feline security scanner, unwilling to utter another word, merely nodded at Megatron before retreating to its quarters. Today's entry views had yet to meet the standard. Next in line was Aurek, who had been absent for several chapters. At the Autobot base, Jack Screw did not possess a strong sense of belonging to the Autobots, even imagining ways to belittle Optimus Prime, were it not for his current status as a human, which hindered him from participating in Cybertronian affairs. Aurek would have already confronted his brother. Ultimately, he had to rely on time to prove itself, and allow the only other individual present with an acquaintance to engage him in a private conversation. To Aurek's surprise, Jack Screw indeed remembered him, upon returning to the base. His second remark was a taunt directed at him. "Oh, little one, what did you say last time? We're your little pets. This was your own choosing." Without uttering a word, he merely snapped his fingers, and a rather dim-witted scraplet tumbled from somewhere, crashing against Jack Screw's back door before rolling onto the ground in a daze, still somewhat disoriented and motionless. Looking up toward the vent, another scraplet appeared, seemingly mocking its fallen counterpart, and soon more scraplets emerged. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The attitude of admitting mistakes is commendable, and Aralek's vanity was greatly satisfied. The Iron Eater returned to its unknown dwelling under the decree, stumbling a few steps before recalling its ability to fly, ultimately wobbling into a vent and vanishing from sight. It was merely a small quantity, while the larger portion remained aboard the Retribution. Ultimately, The Jack requested a brief respite, accompanied by the partition. Erelek felt a stirring restlessness. Despite considering himself not the type to inconvenience others, he was confident in ensuring his own safety. Others' concerns were their own affairs. Thus, seizing a moment of distraction, he slipped into the Jack's flying vessel. Indeed, the Harbinger was still seething, consumed by thoughts of delivering a proper lesson to the Jack. It was unclear how he had established a connection with the Jack, yet the challenge was conveyed, and the Jack was not one to shy away from confrontation. Promptly accepting the challenge and heading towards the designated location. It is rare for two individuals to engage in combat by immediately tossing grenades upon meeting. And perhaps this is a unique occurrence in the world. However, the sight of both reaching for grenades at their waists reminded Erelek of a Pokemon battle. Should there be a theme tune accompanying this spectacle? As a result, Erelek was merely an observer of this thrilling scene, missing any opportunity to intervene or chase after them. He could only retreat into a corner of the vessel while the Jack was still absent. However, when the Jack returned, Erelek was slightly taken aback by the sight of the figure who had also slipped into the flying craft. Surprisingly, despite his size, Optimus Prime appeared rather endearing in such a confined space. Optimus, crammed within the narrow confines of the vessel, felt discomfort, his fingers anxiously drumming against his knees, his gaze flitting left and right. Eventually, his eyes met a pair of golden ones beneath him. Erelek, flustered, frantically gestured for silence, and Optimus, startled, remained quiet as the Jack focused intently on locating the partition, oblivious to the commotion nearby. The next mission was to a container port. But why must I go? Holding the report, Flame asked Soundwave, his expression impassive. Oh, why bother with so many questions? Just go, that's it. Soundwave displayed a playful sticking-out tongue on the screen. Overseas Express parcel. Shaking his ears, Flame casually shook off each detail, jotting notes on the report. Authentic limited edition anime, character figurines manufactured by foreign vendors. First batch direct sales, quality assured. You hacked into their official website to procure this valueless item at no cost. Flame crumpled the report into a ball and tossed it into the parts bin, adding the final note for his superior's procurement. This round was a complete defeat for Soundwave. The Soundwave drooped its head, the display screen showing a crying emoticon. Chen, with a sense of resignation, stood on tiptoe to comfort it, saying, "Next time, please speak the truth." The Soundwave nodded vigorously until Chen departed from the punishment vessel. "Have you two exchanged consciousness?" Red Spider leaned against the doorframe of the cabin, clearly having witnessed the entire scene. He gazed at the Soundwave with a look of utter bewilderment. "Why does it seem like you've turned into a different person? And you, what on earth is wrong with you?" The only response was the adorable tongue-out emoji on the screen. Holding the light screen report, he glanced at the displayed location, then looked up at the towering maze of containers, aimlessly wandering through it. From the other end of the container maze, near the port, rhythmic beeping and sounds of argument emerged. Initially, Chen had no intention of intervening, but he glanced again at the light screen in his hand. If he did not step in, the figurine bought by his boss would likely be blown to smithereens. Jack carefully pondered the bomb on the partition, while Optimus Prime surveyed the surroundings. Not far away, the Decepticon, Skywing, received a communication from Megatron. "Megatron, where are you now?" "Skywing, I am seeking justice for my kin." "Megatron, enough of that. Do not attempt to provoke further conflict with the Autobots." "Megatron, by the way, little Chen is with you. You must do what he says. Be obedient." What does this mean? However, the private channel offered no further replies, and it seemed unlikely that there would be any. Skywing, maintaining his loyalty to Megatron, chose to comply with his instructions. Looking down again, the small black and purple figure had already appeared. It turned its head in his direction. "Come down." Despite not understanding how he heard such a mundane command from such a distance, Skywing reluctantly descended from his concealed vantage point to stand beside Chen, vigilantly observing the nearby Autobots. Jack shared the same caution, and even the partition, still bearing a bomb, displayed a facade of friendliness under Optimus Prime's subtle nudging. Optimus Prime once again greeted Chen with enthusiasm. Chen, however, merely lowered his gaze without acknowledging him, and instead addressed Skywing, "You, at 3 o'clock. Second row of containers, the one in the middle, retrieve a transoceanic parcel numbered 207-3753 from inside. Just that one. Do not damage it. Ignore the others." Though Skywing did not comprehend, He complied with Chen's request and turned to search for the specified container. Wait, what about the partition? Jack wanted to follow, but found the narrow passage between the containers completely blocked by Chen. Additionally, Chen turned around, disregarding Jack leaning beside him, and beckoned to the partition. You come here. The partition moved forward without any hesitation, casually patting the Jack's shoulder to signal that all was well, before pushing him back beside Optimus. Chen had little understanding of explosives, yet he figured it wasn't fundamentally different from modifying parts. However, he was too apathetic to engage in any elaborate disarming techniques, and simply yanked the bomb away. And so, he did just that. Wait a moment. At the instant Chen reached for the bomb, the Jack sensed something was amiss. It was certainly not the cautious approach one would expect. He wanted to issue a warning, but was a step too late. Chen successfully detached the bomb in its entirety. The next moment, an explosion resonated, albeit somewhat muffled. The blast, enveloped by the components, was entirely contained within the shell formed by the parts, and, eventually, silence descended as the components flowed back into the hat-like structure atop Chen's head. Chen brushed the hat back, gazing expressionlessly at the Jack, and inquired, "What did you just say?" The Jack, having suffered a silent blow, shot Chen a fierce glare, shook his head, and began to inspect the partition closely, discovering that it had indeed sustained no damage, not even a scratch in the paint. What's happening? Did the disarming fail? The sudden noise of the explosion drew Hai-E back, and with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes, he cautiously pinched the wrapped package, observing the Jack. At that moment, anyone still contemplating disarming was a fool. Chen swiftly snatched the package back and turned to leave. The Jack felt offended, while Hai-E stood still, sharing a moment of bewildered understanding with him. Not hearing any follow-up footsteps, Chen turned to find the two of them staring at him with innocent expressions. "What are you looking at? Let's go," he urged impatiently. Only then did Hai-E react, hastily quickening his pace to catch up. "Fool! Next time, do not defy orders or disregard commands." All right, everything you say is correct, Lil Chen," Hai-E replied. Chen, exasperated, rubbed his head. "No, what I mean is, the consequence of ignoring orders means we cannot dispatch reinforcements in a timely manner. Just think about what would happen if something befell you. What would your brother do? After all, you both have people you care about." Chapter 27. Who dares to move? Have you prepared your grave? With a fierce glare, he drew his knife. All right. I had a full day of classes and then a restful weekend. I feel rejuvenated. Once again, in the sparse jungle, Chen stood quietly in place, awaiting the anticipated outcome, another version of himself. "Hello, main body." The newly appeared Chen maintained a carbon-based stature, prompting Chen to slightly lower his head to converse. With a serious expression devoid of any other emotion, he asked, "Greetings, how should I address you?" The figure before him displayed a contemplative demeanor. Let us settle on that name, one that shall never be forgotten. Chen paused momentarily, but upon meeting the gaze of those golden eyes, mirroring his own, a profound understanding seemed to dawn upon him, and he nodded in acceptance. Following this was a profound silence. "You have changed," the focus finally articulated after a lengthy pause, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Oh, what do you mean?" Chen raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin. "In what way am I different from before?" The focus met Chen's gaze, but ultimately shook his head and replied, "No, there is no difference. You must not forget, my dear subject." With no clear beginning or end, the focus uttered this statement, and in response to Chen's puzzled look, he continued, "The erosion of time, the fading of memories, the distortion of one's true self. These are all things we have witnessed together. Yet, the journey ahead remains unfinished, and the tasks yet to be completed. We should not linger here, especially you. You are the destined heir, bound to our cause, striving for the conclusion we desire." Yearning to see that smile once more, "I have conveyed all that I could, dear subject. This may well be my final field assignment. I request that once my mission concludes, I wish to return home." In the end, silence enveloped the room. Yet certain words would never be swallowed by the weight of sin. Do not forget. Remember all that you must. Recall everything that is necessary. With all due respect, Lord Megatron, Soundwave is currently deciphering the remaining Iron Fortress codes. Of course, we are aware that he is more than capable. Soundwave continued to tap away at his small keyboard. Behind him, Megatron was engaged in a discussion with his current deputy, the Black Widow. At the same time, I must remind you that there is still an underutilized resource at our disposal. This statement piqued Megatron's interest, and he strode toward the Black Widow, fully aware that she referred to herself as the resource that had yet to be acknowledged or assigned a task. Nevertheless, he raised an eyebrow, silently inquiring. I believe that with my exceptional reconnaissance skills, I can expedite your search for the remaining relics, the Black Widow asserted, kneeling respectfully and lowering her head. Understood, Megatron replied, turning his back to her, hands clasped behind him in a gesture of authority. An astute decision, my lord, the Black Widow remarked, her tone laced with flattery, before rising and exiting the command room. Soundwave. Upon hearing his name, Soundwave immediately set aside his work, standing at attention and tilting his head slightly as though to meet Megatron's gaze. Megatron regarded him with utmost respect, asking, should I trust him? Soundwave maintained his silence, merely replaying the recording of the Black Widow's coup. He understood that Megatron would draw his own conclusions, undoubtedly reaching a judgment that would satisfy many. Megatron nodded in understanding. Yet Soundwave's unwavering gaze seemed to penetrate his very thoughts, discerning his next intentions. Very well, I shall speak plainly concerning the matter of the Black Widow. Should the leader choose not to intervene personally, it falls solely upon you, Master, to address it. This is indeed the most prudent course of action. Soundwave played a brief recording, an excerpt captured during one of his nocturnal conversations with Flame. Megatron merely chuckled softly, stepping forward to pat Soundwave on the shoulder. Such matters are beyond your purview, Soundwave. Surely, I cannot be the sole one who perceives Megatron's actions as an overreaction. Oh, I mean to say, he has dispatched two of his most capable subordinates to survey an unexploited energy mine. As they traversed the sparse jungle, Inferno could not refrain from retorting, mind your words. Black Widow, Lord Megatron believes that Shatter and I are more than sufficient for this task. Perhaps you have misunderstood. The capable subordinates I refer to are none other than Shatter and myself, she replied, stepping back with a raised brow, seemingly in provocation. Shatter, bringing up the rear, cast a concerned glance at Inferno, recognizing his agitation, and offered a friendly reminder. Inferno, focus on the mission and avoid unnecessary complications. Inferno contemplated this and indeed managed to regain his composure, yet the Black Widow remained decidedly unsatisfied with the outcome, reigniting the flames of discord. I know you find my one eye rather unappealing, Inferno, but do you not have a patch? She remarked, spreading her hands in feigned indifference. This dismissive demeanor finally incited Inferno's ire. Recalling the true mission bestowed upon him by Megatron, he contemplated turning the tables and unleashing his frustration. Wait, Inferno, don't! Shatter implored, but her attempt to intervene was in vain. With a resigned sigh, she covered her head, drawing her weapon and aiming it at the Black Widow. The Black Widow, agile and elusive, maneuvered gracefully among the sparse, bare trunks, ensnaring Inferno's face in her webbing, while Shatter's barrage resulted in only a few hits. It was not until the brief moment of vulnerability following the Black Widow's web launch that a laser bullet struck her, though at the cost of Shatter becoming ensnared on a tree trunk. Inferno tore the webbing from his face and glanced back at Shatter. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he darted toward the direction in which the Black Widow had fled. Inferno, don't act rashly. Free me first. Shatter struggled, but her efforts proved futile. Inferno, disobeying orders is not permitted. Had I truly forgotten something of utmost importance? What was it that I bore as my responsibility? Perhaps, in truth, my mission had never slipped from my memory. Perhaps my purpose had never wavered. Wandering aimlessly, devoid of direction. I had been lost in this jungle for what felt like an eternity, yet still, I could not find my way out. Flame, too weary to strive any longer, felt an exhaustion that permeated his very core. In the chaos of the chip's thoughts, he resembled a lifeless husk, stripped of all. Even the impending malice elicited no response. The Black Widow never anticipated encountering the very person she wished to avoid in this place. Silently lamenting the trouble, she quickened her movement, lunging towards the vulnerable neck of Chen with lethal intent. Not expecting this strike to succeed, she was not surprised when, at the last moment, a collection of parts intervened. However, the Black Widow seemed to sense Chen's unusual state at that moment. While she reveled in the rare opportunity, she regretted that pursuers were behind her, preventing her from eliminating him here. Chen had donned the part's hat atop his head, fixating his gaze on the Black Widow. Aware that time was not on her side, the Black Widow once again launched a fierce attack, her legs slicing through the wall of parts. Yet, her true target lay elsewhere. As the Deathfire arrived, he happened to witness the Black Widow leap past Chen, who was now falling backward. The fragile structure of parts crumbled under the absence of external force, shattering into countless pieces until it lay on the ground, unrecognizable. Deathfire stood frozen before the heap of fragments, then glanced up at the Black Widow, who was perched on a branch, examining the part's hat. Anger surged within him. How was this contraption supposed to work? It seemed that maintaining contact was sufficient, right? The Black Widow grasped the part's hat, concentrating on the pile of shattered components below. Yet nothing transpired. Confused, she glanced once more at the hat, questioning why it was ineffective. The belongings of little Chen were not meant for someone like her. Intrigued, the Black Widow turned her attention to the furious Deathfire standing below. "You are doomed," he declared, pointing at her and enunciating each word through gritted teeth. The Black Widow noticed a flicker of movement in Deathfire's visor as the faint moonlight reflected into her eyes. Suddenly, that beam of light intensified, and the Black Widow felt a sharp pain in her optical lens before everything faded to darkness, accompanied by a significant outpouring of cleaning fluid. Disregarding any caution against using such devices on Cybertron, Deathfire focused intently, adjusting the position of the curved mirror in his visor. A delicate white line, seemingly harmless, swept downwards, instantly incinerating the tree trunk. Although the Black Widow could not see, her instinct for danger was acute. She swiftly retreated, vanishing into the night. However, as a consequence, the residual heat from the white line seared her waist, leaving a deep burn and 2 severed spider legs in its wake. In the end, only Deathfire, clutching the heated visor, silently retracted it and cast a sorrowful glance at the heap of fragments, aware that he could not retrieve them intact. Thus, he resolved to rescue the Ravager first. Exhaling deeply, Deathfire turned and fled. "I must ask, how many of you mechanical beings are there?" Indeed, it was I who managed the component mimicry for Celas. Chen stood before Celas, his arms crossed, casually surveying the surroundings. Celas wore a look of noble sacrifice, fixated on Chen, yet remained silent. "Do not gaze at me so. You appear as if you are about to embrace martyrdom," Chen remarked, shrugging his shoulders. "But I mustn't belittle the essence of bravery." His words faltered abruptly. Celas watched in disbelief as the demon before him disintegrated into scattered fragments. He dare not move, swallowing nervously, the excitement of his arrival causing a slight accumulation of saliva. Surely, divine intervention is on my side. Just as he began to revel in the moment, the communicator beside him emitted a series of beeps, jolting Celas back to reality as he pressed the receive button. "The mechanical party reports an unexpected discovery," came the voice. "Speak," Celas replied, gathering the fragments and placing them on his workbench. The mechanical party, illuminated by their weapon's flashlight, confirmed, "We have found numerous component fragments. Their hue suggests they belong to the pursuer." Celas leaned against the workbench, glancing at the remnants before nodding thoughtfully. "Bring them back. All of them," he added emphatically. To Chen, the Decepticons had become his new home, yet he felt increasingly unmoored. Chapter 28. Crossing Fire? There was no confrontation. Perhaps it should be renamed Surprises Galore. All right. I haven't touched a single task. I am a master of procrastination. I know. Megatron slammed his fist against the main control panel, his voice booming. "Of course I am aware, but why could you not even retrieve his body?" "Apologies, Lord Megatron," Scorched Earth replied, head bowed, his tone laced with guilt. "When I returned after rescuing Skywing, there was nothing left." Before Megatron could unleash his fury, a message suddenly popped up on the main screen, accompanied by a series of alert tones, capturing everyone's attention. It was a message from Black Widow, and Soundwave instinctively began tracking the coordinates. In her message, Black Widow used Chen and the component hat still in her possession as bait, inviting Megatron over, a trap that was unmistakably evident. "A provocation? No, merely bait," Megatron grinned. "Does she truly think I am some trivial opponent?" "Soundwave, prepare the land bridge. I shall return shortly." With that, Megatron turned and departed without hesitation. Skywing momentarily considered following, but was halted by Scorched Earth. "We have more pressing matters at hand." Scorched Earth winked at Skywing. The Autobot base was bustling with activity. When did this all begin? It was due to Alaric's sudden and inexplicable departure, leaving no one with the opportunity to react. By the time they pursued him, his presence had already vanished without a trace. Following an exhaustive search throughout the base, the trio could no longer catch sight of those golden eyes. After another fruitless round of searching, Optimus Prime returned to the control console, and, shaking his head at his companions, they all sighed in unison. At that moment, a communication was received on the console. It was from Starscream. The ambulance received a voicemail containing a coordinate and a succinct message: Lord Megatron's location. If you wish to see him, you are welcome. No pressure. What could one possibly witness? Optimus was uncertain. Yet he felt that merely laying eyes on Megatron would be a monumental stroke of fortune. He looked around at his companions, particularly at the ambulance, who wore a disdainful expression, yet each respected and supported one another's thoughts and decisions. Lowering his head, Optimus smiled faintly. Autobots, roll out. Now what should they do next? Wait, where was Deadlock? Knockout, in a state of ennui, propped his chin on his hand, tapping rhythmically on the table. Sitting upright and scanning the room, he found no sign of the individual he wished to see, and thus sank back into his reverie. Today, we gather here to commemorate our... Oh wait, that's not right. I've lost the plot. No interruptions. Starscream, dissatisfied, rapped the table, clearly relishing the rare opportunity to assert his authority with exuberance. We are here to discuss matters concerning Little Flame. Additionally, there was the matter of the teacher. Thundercracker, under Starscream's watchful glare, reluctantly raised his hand in a symbolic gesture to express his opinion. First, we know that Little Flame's parts are currently in Black Widow's possession. Lord Megatron has already been notified, so Thundercracker and Skywarp, you two are responsible for the extraction. Starscream tapped on a small chalkboard behind him, while Soundwave shot him a glance and flicked a finger to deliver a sharp reprimand. It's broken. Soundwave remained as succinct as ever. However, given that a tracking device was embedded in Little Flame's chip, if he had indeed been taken by someone else, it was imperative that they rescue him. But first and foremost, they must secure the retrieval of the parts. Starscream, rubbing his forehead and ignoring Soundwave, gritted his teeth and continued, though his mind may have been secretly plotting revenge. So where's Deadlock? Knockout's head had become a resting place for his arms on the table, swaying listlessly. He was still preoccupied with thoughts of Deadlock, truly. The atmosphere fell silent, as it seemed no one knew where Deadlock had gone. So he is truly here. ISNT? No, this time it's my negligence. I must bring him back. Soundwave concluded the recording playback. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Listen well, you and your wretched minions, for I am the first of Carlin. Upon reaching that designated coordinate, I fortuitously overheard these words, as if the echoes of the past had come rushing back. Optimus Prime momentarily found himself lost in reverie. Peering down, the present scene unfolded like a gladiatorial contest. When his companion transmitted a signal inquiring whether assistance was needed, Optimus resolutely shook his head. I have faith. He shall not falter. Moreover, this is a contest, and he requires the support of his audience. Optimus was convinced that Megatron was acutely aware of his presence, watching him intently. I apologize, but I shall not spare Black Widow, not even once. RC received her orders and, as anticipated, resolved to confront Black Widow. Optimus did not intervene. This serves as a warning to all who dare provoke the gladiator of Carlin. Much like the bygone days, I watched him raise his arms triumphantly in the dim, rudimentary arena, swaying his form and proclaiming the rightful victor. Optimus gestured with his hand, leaping from the precipice to stand directly opposite Megatron. Witnessing him deliver the triumphant declaration of the gladiator Megatron, momentarily entranced by his imposing demeanor. Alas, in the next instant, Megatron's figure bore down upon him. Optimus discerned that Megatron cast a glance in his direction just before his fall, as if to ascertain whether he would come forth to catch him. Indeed, Optimus did just that. His body instinctively moved faster than his mind, stepping forward, bracing himself to support Megatron. It seemed this was the first time since their parting that I had seen him in such a disheveled state. As I patted Megatron's back, feeling his heavy yet perfectly fitting form leaning against me, I leaned close to his audio receptor and spoke softly. Do not mock me, Optimus. Megatron comfortably reclined in Optimus's embrace, even audaciously nuzzling closer. I've grown old. My prowess has waned. The last time I felt such fervor in a duel was against Soundwave. It has been ages since I experienced such joy. An unexpectedly harmonious scene unfolded. This was the sole thought that crossed the minds of Thundercracker and Skywarp upon their arrival, heeding Soundwave's counsel for a peaceful resolution. The brothers had not brought any additional troops, but anxiously surveyed the two Autobots surrounding them, as well as the two figures directly ahead. Thundercracker, his mind clouded and stiff, shuffled over, assisting Megatron back with Optimus's aid. Skywarp, unusually courteous, bowed repeatedly in gratitude to Optimus for his care of their master. It could be said that the three tigers and three wheels within the mine felt quite out of place. The parts are still in Black Widow's possession. I did not retrieve them. Megatron exerted effort to grip Thundercracker's shoulder, attempting to rise, but ultimately failed. Do not worry, Lord Megatron. Skywarp shook his head, gazing up at the sky where Starscream had already departed. Black Widow is a treacherous individual. Similarly, he is adept at ambushing his foes, as evidenced by the current situation. RC finds herself ensnared in spider silk, suspended upside down from a tree, coldly observing the Black Widow as she provocatively toys with her. Perhaps I may not extinguish the spark of Megatron today, but I can certainly bring an end to you, which would not be in vain. The spider legs slowly caress RC's face, the sharp blade drawing ever closer. Just then, the bullets from the transforming gun strike the blade with precision, causing the Black Widow to jerk her head up. A silver silhouette approaches, a small aircraft skimming the ground before rising upright and extending a claw. The Black Widow hastily raises a spider leg to block, but the red spider's trajectory is unexpectedly agile, snagging the component hat hanging from a tree branch behind her. Frustrated by her failed attempt, the Black Widow retaliates with a stream of webbing aimed at the red spider's face. The moment the red spider grasps the component hat, he instinctively dodges, for the speed of a former aerial ace is not to be underestimated. The web grazes his cheek and sticks to the ground behind him as he swiftly retreats, raising his hand to fire 2 shots from his transforming gun. The Black Widow shoots a furious glare at the red spider before swiftly vanishing underground. RC, quietly suspended, struggles to turn her body around. Here stands the red spider, the component hat now in hand. He first sends a communication report regarding the task progress before turning his attention to RC. Due to inertia, she slowly rotates back to face him, their eyes locking in silence. Finally, the red spider sighs and strides forward to sever the webbing. "Boss, it's not coming together," a nameless mechanical companion remarked from behind Silas. Silas did not turn, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Reviewing the previous reference data, which all contradicted the research results, Silas suddenly chuckled, realizing with surprise that the most peculiar little creature had been right before his eyes all along. Inferno could no longer contain his rage. The calmness, the waiting for backup forces, he could endure none of it. At that moment, he desired nothing more than to rend the insignificant human before him into shreds. With effortless force, he kicked open the heavy iron door, which was a daunting barrier for humans. Before he was even halfway through, his shoulder cannon was already aimed at the farthest point from where the component fragments lay, firing a shot. As he squeezed himself inside, Inferno beheld Silas's still smiling face, causing a chill to surge within him. This truly is a buy-one-get-one-free deal. You are evidently of great importance to him. Silas merely exhibited excitement at the sight of the experimental materials. Suddenly, a grappling hook launched from an unknown corner pierced into the seams of Inferno's chassis, immobilizing his mechanisms while the attached rope bound his movements. What if dozens were to be launched simultaneously? Now, Inferno found himself ensnared in a tangle of grappling hooks and ropes embedded deep within his own body. The mechanical faction encircled, and Deathfire narrowly evaded a paralyzing electric dart, retaliating with a swift strike that toppled 2 or 3 of the mechanical adversaries. The resistance proved effective. However, the sheer number of the mechanical faction overwhelmed him. Despite his fervent struggles to evade capture, it was ultimately futile, even though the purple-black fragments seemed tantalizingly close. The electric paralysis that surged from his back coursed through his entire being, shattering his resolve like an ephemeral dream. Thus, in the end, he found himself unable to accomplish even that. As he closed his eyes for the last time, his body succumbed to weakness, ensnared by a grappling hook that tugged painfully at him. Yet, the only sensation he could grasp was the urgent voice behind him, calling his name, Deathfire. Upon reopening his eyes, though his vision remained a touch blurred, he instinctively sought out the familiar crimson figure he cherished most. This time, it stood right beside him. "Are you all right? You should be able to stand now," he mumbled, noticing the half-opened eyes of Deathfire, which prompted a bright smile to illuminate his face. "It's all good. Come here." He extended his hand. Deathfire, momentarily dazed, merely gazed at that hand, delicate and elegant, yet strikingly beautiful. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Came a teasing voice from above, laced with a hint of playful annoyance, which Deathfire found endearing. He simply lowered his head and smiled, grasping the hand he had long yearned for, now within reach. At present, it appeared that the mechanical faction had been entirely vanquished. After all, this secret research facility was crammed with 5 Cybertronians of varying sizes. While 2 brothers languished outside, keeping watch and braving the cold winds, it was unlikely anyone could escape. At this moment, apart from the 3 remaining foes that Deathfire had subdued, who were gathered around a pile of scrap parts deliberating their next course of action, he noticed Megatron parting to grant him a better view. Yet, the research table held more than just fragments. It also cradled a nearly intact Silas, who was being restrained by tarantulas. "This is for you. Do as you wish." Megatron gestured with a nod as tarantulas handed Silas over to Deathfire. Clutching the small figure tightly, Deathfire fell into contemplation. He departed the research facility with Silas in hand, deliberately intercepting the fallen foe who sought to follow. Soon, distant sounds of human screams reached him, mingled with the acrid scent of charred proteins. This continued for nearly 10 minutes before it finally ceased. Deathfire brushed off the powdery residue of charred matter from his hands, elated to the point of forgetting to retract his visual apparatus as he returned. Next, it was Inferno's turn. Having previously inquired whether Soundwave's components held any hope for salvation, he learned that simply covering them with a part would allow them to reassemble themselves. With trembling hands, Megatron placed the component cover atop the pieces. The components twisted and fused joyfully, reminiscent of water suddenly boiling. After exerting a bit of effort, Chen pressed the component hat down and rose once more. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all present. Chen cast a glance at the 5 individuals gathered within the research base, said nothing, and swept the component hat behind him. His ears perked up once again. "How is it? Do you still underestimate humanity?" Chen leisurely leapt off the research platform, the fused components returning to their usual height. He suddenly addressed the 2 leaders. Megatron attempted to articulate a response, yet found himself rendered speechless by Chen's seemingly casual inquiry. It was as though all their efforts had been reduced to mere folly. A thought sprang into the mind of Deadlock, startling him. He shook his head repeatedly, dismissing it as Chen's chip personality not having switched over. Although the primary reason for their defeat was attributed to Deadlock, there was also the consideration of potential medical work. Yet, standing on the periphery, he and Deadlock scrutinized Chen closely, failing to discern any injuries on him. "Look at the 2 of you. You've come to such a state and still insist on arguing. Wouldn't it be better to negotiate?" Chen turned his head away. "Hasn't this incident taught you anything? Megatron, stop fixating on your pathetic ambitions and care a bit more about everyone else. Let this be the conclusion. It's all such trivial nonsense." Chen scoffed, not allowing anyone an opportunity to respond, and leisurely exited the research base. It had long been Chen's habit to seize such moments to admonish others, though these opportunities had been rare in the past. However, over the past 3 years, such scenarios had become increasingly frequent. Chen turned, his golden gaze unmasked as it swept over them, seemingly reprimanding them for not keeping pace. It was as if he orchestrated the entire affair. The piercing golden eyes locked onto them, and both Deadlock and Megatron simultaneously shivered at the chilling realization of this potentially horrifying truth. Retreating behind the 2 leaders who attempted to maintain a distance, yet subtly gravitated closer together, avoiding Chen's gaze with nervous whispers. Since this time, the burden of calamity rested upon him and Deadlock. Who would it fall upon next? It was likely that the first would come to fear him. "You all." Disobeying orders and flouting commands, it's a common theme. Megatron paced back and forth, pointing and criticizing the row of individuals before him, including Chen, all of whom stood there with their heads bowed like chicks, enduring his reprimands. Apart from Soundwave, who stood behind Megatron with an air of unbothered composure, Chen could sense the amusement lurking within him. How could anyone be so biased? "Old Megatron, I'm biased, so what?" Suddenly, Megatron choked back a breath, and Chen worried he might choke on his words. What would happen if something were to go awry? Lacking insight into Megatron's inner thoughts, I was momentarily taken aback by his utterance. Fortunately, Chen exhibited the least reaction among us, while the others appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Particularly, the red spider, whose small wings drooped in dejection from prior reprimands, suddenly perked up, never before having displayed such an impressive spread of his wings. Megatron, usually commanding and assertive, leaned against the main control console, appearing unusually withdrawn and murmuring to himself, seemingly disregarding our presence. I dread the thought of being utterly alone in the end. I also wish that when the final moments arrive, I shall not be solitary. Chapter 29. Momentous news, momentous news. Little Red has given birth to a clutch of 5. Each day, soaring freely through the skies has become Red Spider's greatest delight since the incident in the mine. However, today was no exception. The usual demeanor of their iron-headed leader seemed to fade into oblivion, assigning no tasks whatsoever. Believing himself to be a diligent machine, Red Spider took it upon himself to find work. Thus, he resolved to embark on a flight, which he deemed a casual patrol. To Red Spider's astonishment, this seemingly aimless activity led to the discovery of an anomaly. What could this be? A serendipitous surprise? The silver-red aircraft spiraled through the air, and as Red Spider gazed at the flickering dot on the radar, he fell into deep contemplation. Should he investigate? Certainly. Silently resolving the issue on his own and alleviating the burdens of others would surely earn him a nod of approval from that old iron bucket. Caught in his daydreams, the little aircraft's wings soared high, appearing visibly more jubilant. Having made up his mind, he was determined to set off immediately, no longer seeking aimless wanderings. He now had a target. Thus, he swiftly streaked across the sky, leaving behind a white trail that extended into the horizon beneath the azure sky, with wisps of clouds stirred by his passage. To be candid, prior to arriving near the source of the signal, Red Spider had never anticipated that it would lead him to the half-wreckage of the Pioneer, a place he had once visited and where he had experienced a truly harrowing event. Standing at the entrance of the Pioneer, memories of Black Widow flooded back. Unconsciously, he began to reminisce, though it is said that those involved may be blinded by their own experiences in retrospect. It seems that this very location witnessed an event that could indeed alter the course of his life forever. From the cavernous incident to the capture of the Pioneer by the automotive beings, it seems I have indeed undergone a transformation. Yet, if one were to inquire about the reasons or the moment of this change, the Red Spider would find itself at a loss. Perhaps, it is conceivable that neither I nor others have truly altered at their core. Rather, it is the very essence of this world that has shifted. Consequently, both myself and others merely serve as backdrop to this transformation, driven by the world to change. If I had not spoken the truth during the cavern incident, would the adults still have dispatched someone to rescue me during the Pioneer affair? Once more, the question that has haunted me through countless sleepless nights resurfaces. Is the position of an adult what I genuinely desire? Uncertainty envelopes me. Clarity eludes me. I choose to abandon these thoughts. My head itches, as if in need of a cerebral module, shaking my head forcefully to cast aside these profoundly philosophical inquiries. I recalled the pressing matter at hand. The Red Spider approached the remnants of the Pioneer. The interior of the Pioneer remained shrouded in darkness, even more so than during my previous visit, now imbued with an added dampness. The rhythmic patter of droplets echoed against the steel plates, each sound startling the Red Spider, whose demeanor shifted from initial confidence to a cautious hunch, wings tightly pressed against its back. After traversing a short distance, the Red Spider seemed to discern the pattern of the dripping, even employing it for counting, all the while scanning for targets on the radar. The radar merely indicated the location within the rear half of the wreckage, compelling the Red Spider to relinquish reliance on it and remain vigilant in its own search. Upon passing beneath a certain section of the ceiling, a careful glance upward would reveal a shadow concealing a figure. The shadow, upon noticing the Red Spider vanish around a corner, executed a startling transformation, swiftly pursuing with a rhythmic thud. The Red Spider, feeling its way along the wall, suddenly encountered an unexpected void beneath its hand, as though a mechanism had been triggered. Poor little Jumper, already on high alert, was startled into a leap, nearly colliding with the ceiling. After a chaotic flurry, calm was finally restored, revealing a stark, dark chamber before me. Today has been rife with unexpected occurrences. It was evident that this could not possibly be the object indicated on the detection radar. However, driven by curiosity or some other impulse, the red spider cautiously peered inside, confirming the absence of anomalies before fully entering. It appeared to be some sort of device. The red spider mused, tentatively pressing a button on the control panel, only to discover it could indeed be activated. Observing the rapidly scrolling entries on the projection screen, a distant recollection stirred within me. Fortunately, I have not forgotten my primary duties. The scarlet spider instinctively cast a glance to his side, only to be met with an emptiness that evoked a profound sense of melancholy and regret. With a heavy sigh, he suppressed the flutter of emotions stirring within him and refocused his attention on the entries before him. It was difficult to ascertain whether he was ensnared by the nostalgia of his past life or by the lingering memory of a companion who once stood by his side. Who could say? The rhythmic sound of water droplets continued to echo from an unknown source, a melody that the scarlet spider found oddly comforting during his work, drawing his attention more than he realized. Every 5 seconds, the droplets fell, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Suddenly, an icy shiver coursed from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, a foreboding chill that came without warning. The third drop of water should not have fallen so swiftly. It felt as though some unseen force had stirred the gathering droplets, hastening their descent. Or perhaps, the droplets themselves were the unwelcome intruders in this habitat. Thus, I am but a droplet. A droplet. The adversary is a droplet. Without a second thought, the scarlet spider turned to confront the only entity within his line of sight, a gaping insect mandible that filled his entire vision. His specially designed missile was launched, colliding with the mechanical insect, resulting in an explosion that sent a wave of heat crashing toward him. Although the mechanical creature appeared dazed and its mandibles were severely damaged, it remained relentless in its pursuit. The scarlet spider instinctively raised his arm to shield himself, only to have his forearm seized in a vice-like grip. The pain was excruciating, and the creature clung on stubbornly, indifferent to his struggles. It wasn't until he was pinned to the ground by the mechanical insect that he felt a trickle of warm liquid seep from the corner of his eye, whether from panic or pain. He could not tell. In moments of desperation, even a rabbit would bite, and the scarlet spider was no exception. At that moment, he was thoroughly incensed. Since his arm was trapped, he resolved not to withdraw it. With steely determination, he thrust his arm deeper into the creature's maw, feeling the sharp mandibles scrape against the paint, leaving deep gouges on the metallic surface, akin to wounds laid bare to the bone in human terms. Yet, this bold maneuver bore fruit, as it compelled the mechanical insect to release its grip, spilling forth the energy fluid that coated the scarlet spider. However, this was no time for concern over such matters. Seizing the opportunity, the scarlet spider quickly regained his composure, while the mechanical insect rose again, shaking off the energy fluid that clung to its visage, its eyes narrowing in a glare that hinted at resentment. It emitted a haunting wail, a manifestation of its species' unique mental pollution, and lunged once more at the scarlet spider. Once again, the defensive maneuver of raising an arm was executed, yet this time, the red spider would not fall into the folly of extending its hand toward the insect's maw. With all its might, it grasped the mechanical creature's claw, while its other hand pressed against its abdomen, leaning back at an extreme angle to evade the gaping mandibles that loomed dangerously close. Turning its head aside, it could feel the smooth, hard steel plate pressed against it, leaving no avenue for escape. The mechanical insect roared with tremendous force, its deafening cries resonating as if they were tightly pressed against an audio receiver. Its wings vibrated rapidly, further exerting pressure on the red spider. The palm of the red spider struggled to navigate the mechanical insect's abdomen, its grip on the claw unwavering as it attempted to counterbalance. Yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Merely maintaining this precarious equilibrium required immense concentration. Thus, only one means of retaliation remained. The laser bullets erupted forth. The transformation gun steadfastly pressed against the insect's abdomen. This frenzied barrage was met with unyielding resilience, as the mechanical creature absorbed every shot. The oppressive force lessened slightly. But before the red spider could exhale in relief, an even more formidable wave of power surged forth, shattering the fragile balance it had managed to uphold. In that moment of relaxation, the red spider realized it had unwittingly become a precursor to the mechanical insect's renewed charge. Determined to maintain its balance, It felt its heels press against an object akin to a step. The red spider understood that it could not afford to fall. Yet, why should it engage in a contest of brute strength? It was not a being of sheer power. Unexpectedly, it found itself recalling past encounters as an opportunity presented itself. Let this mindless insect witness the skills of the former aerial commander of the Decepticons, who had once earned the title of champion of the aerial battlefield during the Civil War. Employing a strategy of retreat to advance, the red spider stepped back, fortuitously finding purchase on the edge of step. Utilizing this leverage, it succeeded in flinging the mechanical insect away, then maneuvered into the space atop the step. Casting a quick glance around the relatively open area, save for a low iron railing, observing the wounds adorning its chest and shoulders, the red spider finally registered the pain. Instinctively grimacing, the mechanical insect tumbled through the air, rolling twice before spreading its wings to regain balance and once more lunging forward. In ordinary circumstances, the red spider would commend such tenacity, but when the object of this relentless pursuit was itself, the scenario lost its amusement. With its pride in speed and skill, complemented by a hint of cunning, the mechanical insect found it could not land a blow on the red spider. However, the red spider, aware of its inability to shatter the creature's formidable exterior while evading entanglement, continued to seek an opportunity for escape. Thus, these two entities found themselves ensnared in an inexplicable chase, one pursuing the other. You wait. I assure you that once I take flight, you will scarcely catch a whiff of exhaust. The red spider, while calculating his devious plans in his mind, attempted to employ the same trick once more, but this time, his cunning ploy fell flat. The mechanical insect was not deceived again. It enveloped him completely and savagely tore away a piece of steel from the red spider's left shoulder. Caught off guard, the red spider staggered and fell, contemplating a final strike before his descent, stabbing his hand blade into the crevice of the mechanical insect's shell. A chill seemed to creep up from behind, and the red spider realized that as he fell, the position of the core appeared to be directly above that diminutive iron grate. Wait, that was not merely an iron grate. Suddenly understanding he may have misjudged, he thought that being pierced was a fate inevitable. Steeling himself, he embraced the mechanical insect tightly, forcing its core to align with the position where the iron spikes would pierce him, refusing to let it escape. Ultimately, all that remained was an excruciating pain in his chest. The Soundwave endeavored to maintain its quiet demeanor, despite having shattered countless times in various fanfiction and comics. It silently ascended to the deck of the Avenger, lifting its arm in silence. The moth, which had been pecking at the steel plates on its shoulder, paused and, displaying great awareness, fluttered up into the air, flapping its wings at a height. Alas, although the Soundwave was inherently a tranquil being, it was perpetually accompanied by an unruly companion who would suddenly make an appearance, just like now. Master, are you going out? As predicted, Chen poked his head out right on time, his feline eyes eagerly gazing at the Soundwave. The Soundwave glanced down, meeting Chen's gaze. In response to his inquiry, the Soundwave began to play a pre-recorded video, a segment captured from the monitoring radar, depicting a flickering light at an unknown corner of the Earth. Oh, I understand. Chen emerged from a small door and stood before the Soundwave, slapping his fist into his palm as if struck by a revelation. Is it because Little Red hasn't returned yet, and there has been no word? So you're going to find him, right? His tone remained as assertive as ever, while the reality was indeed as he stated. The Soundwave quietly shook its head and sighed internally. I suspect your next words will be, then I want to go too. Indeed, as anticipated, but ultimately, he shook his head in refusal, saying, we shall remain here, just the two of us. Oh, master, you've already let the moth out. Let it assist us. Chen patted his own cat ears, pointing to the moth in the sky. Don't be so anxious, master. It's not as if danger strikes every day. It's not like calamity would befall us just because you're not around. Or perhaps, are you planning to rendezvous with the laser bird without me? Chen curved his lips into a cunning smile, reminiscent of the expressions he wore when concocting mischievous schemes. In the past, he would never have concealed such a grin. Yet at this moment, it seemed as if he suddenly realized something. The smile lingered for but a fleeting second before it transformed into a visage of tearful feline innocence. Compared to his previous nonchalant pretenses, this rendition was remarkably lifelike. However, for reasons unknown, despite recognizing the falsity of his earlier antics. One could not help but believe and indulge his whims. Yet now, even the most genuine expressions would not sway Sheng Bo's conviction. Nevertheless, standing before him was none other than his disciple. Even if there had been changes, his unconditional trust would remain steadfast. How many had ever been afforded such treatment until now? Ultimately, Sheng Bo nodded in acknowledgement. Wonderful. So, Master, you know where Xiao Hong has gone, correct? Following this, he added, do not make a fuss. With exuberance, he trailed behind Sheng Bo, eagerly anticipating a journey in a small aircraft. Though beneath that familiar crescent moon smile lay an undercurrent of deeper significance, such as the subtle stirrings among the piles of super energy blocks that had just been delivered. Of course, incidents do not occur every day, that is a fact. Yet today it would surely be lively. Chapter 30. Have you heard the morning of the retribution? Have you felt the halt? I sincerely apologize for having kept everyone waiting due to personal issues. It is truly regrettable. I shall now execute a flamboyant apology, sliding before you and kneeling in contrition. Recently, my mental state has been quite unstable, hence my writings have not been up to par, attributed to academic pressures. Now, let us cease the excuses and delve into the main text. In truth, each ascent onto the retribution has never been particularly conventional. And this instance might be the most absurd of all. At times, one genuinely questions whether the patrolling guards of the retribution are diligently performing their duties. Though it may sound unkind, it is astonishingly easy to slip in. The partition, shrinking its massive form, stealthily navigated past two guards who were engrossed in conversation and thus oblivious to the presence of a Decepticon elite hidden in the shadows. Indeed, it appeared they were not engaged in their responsibilities. However, these two were merely out for a stroll, not on duty. Today's sole elite soldier tasked with errands and patrol aboard the Retribution but it is the aquatic network version. The partition caught sight of him while he was sheltering around a corner, trying to ascertain whether the situation across was secure. Suddenly, a shadow drifted past him, moving as silently as a ghost, causing the partition to freeze in place, utterly paralyzed with fear. Naturally, the partition was aware that among the 6 remarkably identical Decepticons, all were mere copies of the original. Upon encountering a speaking Decepticon soldier, it must be one of these 6 elite officers. The partition, alas, is incapable of discerning the distinctions among the 6 individuals. However, one among them has undoubtedly gained considerable notoriety. It is widely recognized that he is the youngest and most loquacious of the 6 elite soldiers. At the height of his fame, an audio clip circulated across the battlefield, capturing his penchant for delivering cold jokes amidst the chaos of combat, an audacious display of mental pollution. Thus, as he floats by with a chuckle, it is evident to the partition that he is sharing his beloved puns and an array of peculiar trivia within the internal network. There's no normality in a tiger's den. Run. His foolish laughter sends shivers down the spine, despite the fact that the partition itself is devoid of any hair. Seizing the moment while others remain engrossed in the satisfaction derived from his chilling humor, the partition stealthily slips away against the wall, unaware of the imposing dark green figure nearby. On this journey, the partition's eyes have certainly been opened. It witnesses a group fervently engrossed in the study of terrestrial games, albeit unable to comprehend the psychology behind their bizarre practice of directly implanting gaming hardware into cerebral modules to torment human children. Shouldn't the greater astonishment lie in their willingness to indulge such antics? Is this what one might call fatherly madness? As the partition passes by the training chamber of the foot soldiers, it hears the stern reprimands echoing from within, rigorous, even somewhat pedantic, admonitions directed at the blundering recruits. The instructor, indifferent to whether these mindless replicas respond to his words, adheres to a detached, spectator-like demeanor, casually overseeing the reprogramming of these soldiers' consciousness while feigning a nonchalant attitude, oblivious to the fact that his words only stoke their frustrations further. In the medical chamber, there are rustling sounds, perhaps hinting at some clandestine activities, though it is likely that only the duo from the Decepticons, who bear no resemblance to medical personnel, are ensconced there. The partition, feeling an urgency, hastens away without eavesdropping. Since their reunion, the brothers Thundercracker and Skywarp have been inseparable, as if their magnetic properties have been altered by their own magnetic gauntlets, spending day after day in each other's company for what must be several months now. Ordinarily, these two would venture out together, transforming into vehicle forms and soaring through the skies while skillfully avoiding the red spider that shares their airspace. Yet today, they remain ensconced in a tavern, exchanging tales of their extraordinary exploits while indulging in concentrated super energy drinks. The sight sends pangs to the Partition's fuel tank, evoking memories of past fears of a ruptured fuel tank and gastroperforation. One cannot help but wonder how long it has truly been since these brothers last met. Wait, something seems amiss. When did a tavern appear aboard your ship? Whose establishment operates a tavern on a private warship? Are they just waiting to be smashed? Indeed, the cognitive processes of the Decepticons are beyond the comprehension of us Autobots. The Partition scratched its small head, realizing that it could not comprehend all that it had seen and heard thus far. Consequently, it chose to cease its contemplation, seemingly numbed by the splendid scenes aboard the Reprisal. It appeared to have forgotten that it was currently within the stronghold of its adversaries. Turning to another direction, it continued its day's excursion aboard the Reprisal. What malice could the Partition harbor? It merely wished to see what tricks the Tigers might conjure next. At the end of the corridor lay the main control room. The Partition stealthily peered inside, inadvertently overlooking the sole inhabitant during its initial observation. It was only when two small white light strips gradually illuminated with a soft glow that it belatedly recognized another presence in the room. It also noted that the figure seated before the control screen was no longer the tall, dark blue form it had previously encountered. Peering through its optical lens to discern the identity of this being, it regretted that the position seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness, revealing only that it was a black Cybertronian, slightly more robust than Soundwave, with white insignia strips flickering erratically and slowly. Such characteristics seemed to belong solely to the elusive master of many faces, rumored to possess an almost non-existent presence, and whom it had not seen in person before. Judging by the mingling light strips and the optical lens, it appeared that the master of many faces was intently observing the control screen. The Partition, curious about what might capture his attention, pondered whether it pertained to significant intelligence, and thus lightened its footsteps, circling around to a position where it could clearly view the main control screen. The screen was playing Animal Planet. Although it did not understand, the Partition was profoundly astonished. Had its knowledge expanded in such a wondrous manner? So this was the intended use of the main control screen? How peculiar. It would be delightful to invite everyone to witness this, especially the Jack that had yet to encounter such an intriguing assembly of tigers. However, it struck the Partition that it had yet to see the figure that immediately sprang to mind at the mention of the Decepticons, Megatron. The Partition did not fully grasp the implications, but at that moment, Megatron's absence aboard the Reprisal was a monumental stroke of fortune. Thus, regardless of his current whereabouts, this was an opportunity too splendid to forego. To let it slip away would indeed render it foolish. "Come, follow this light," a familiar voice beckoned. "Do you think our actions might provoke some unforeseen consequence?" Another familiar voice replied. At that instant, it recalled that the profound whispering in its ears was the very first phrase each Cybertronian hears upon returning to the Allspark. "Am I dead?" There was no panic, nor any trepidation. The Partition, which had always valued life, had now grown accustomed to confronting such uncertainties. What I truly wish to articulate is that as a sinner, steeped in grievous misdeeds, the mere fact that I could still be summoned by the divine is a source of profound solace. Beneath the radiance of this revelation, everything else seems to lose its significance. By the way, I am uncertain if my moment of utmost courage, in the face of impending demise, truly bore any fruit. Who can enlighten me as to why he has yet to awaken? The voice remains familiar, resonating in my ears, yet the only discernible difference lies in its tone, while the content of the words mirrors those uttered previously. "Mao-Chi, did you truly push him away in the end?" The voice again echoes, and I ponder, who is Mao-Chi? Is it someone I recognize? I certainly did push him, and I even administered first aid. At that moment, you were oblivious to your surroundings. So why should it concern me? This time, the voice conveys a distinct tone, fraught with a guttural tension, akin to the sharp sound of metal grinding against metal. A singular word emerges from this cacophony: strange. What manner of sound could evoke such an odd sensation within me? Have I perished? A flicker of doubt arises regarding this previously accepted truth, compelling me to seek answers. Perhaps we ought not to save this individual. It may be a thankless endeavor. And who knows what he might do upon awakening. The fifth voice, familiar yet foreboding. It feels as though something is about to break free from its cocoon. Suddenly, like the shattering of silken confines, clarity envelopes my thoughts. The answer can only be confirmed through direct observation. The red spider's eyes flutter open. Only through the act itself does one grasp the profound difficulty of this motion. It is as though every fiber of my being has severed its connection to the spark of life and self-awareness, leaving me utterly detached. My vision is shrouded in darkness. Yet a faint azure luminescence seeps through from the periphery. I yearn to grasp this radiant light, which holds profound significance for all Cybertronians, exerting every ounce of my strength to reach it, disregarding all else. Suddenly, the world brightens, and the red spider relaxes entirely, only to be assailed by waves of fatigue and excruciating pain that wash over my battered form, leaving no energy to cry out, merely a deep furrowing of my brow, etched with torment. I find myself unable to fully command my body. The red spider has come to intimately understand this plight. The azure glow persists, illuminating my surroundings like a long-lost spark of life. And it is precisely because of this light that the red spider has been granted the chance to awaken. As my vision returns to its accustomed state, I can once again behold the world. The red spider blinks its round, crimson eyes, its immediate concern directed towards the source of the azure radiance. It is merely an old flashlight, acquired from an unknown origin. As the crimson spider gazed upon it, the light flickered abruptly several times before succumbing to an eternal silence. Even when someone extended a hand to strike it forcefully, it remained unresponsive. A sudden chill gripped the crimson spider. In an oblivious moment, he truly equated this diminutive flashlight with the source of ignition. The dormant light, alongside the ineffectual leader attempting to rekindle its glow. Wait, who? The crimson spider struggled to shift his head. Yet before he could bring the figure of the individual holding the lamp into view, that person had already discarded the flashlight and hastened over, crouching before the crimson spider. No, who are you? Tell me, who are you? That person was none other than the crimson spider himself. What nonsensical thoughts had just crossed my mind? I am a leader? This is more far-fetched than Megatron directly bequeathing his position to me. Even the sudden emergence of another self beside him could not mitigate the crimson spider's self-mockery. Rather, it was as if he had been prepared for this moment. The iron bars that pierced his chest served as the energy collection device for the cloning technology stored within this dark chamber. At some unknown time, the device was compromised, causing a protruding spike to rise to the top. The energy fluid that flowed forth after his own piercing entered the energy collection device, marking the inception of the cloning process. Hence, regardless of how many versions of himself appeared, the crimson spider would remain unfazed. Yet, this world never adhered to reason. Unexpected occurrences invariably descended upon him. For instance, when the crimson spider attempted to rise, he ultimately failed. Clone number 1, poised to assist him, was interrupted by a faint whistling sound emanating from the entrance of the dark chamber. It was so subtle that it gave the crimson spider the impression it was a sound he had intentionally produced. Nevertheless, it was undeniably the sound of an aircraft. There seemed to be no visible change in his surroundings. Yet he sensed a shift, perceiving someone standing behind him. The crimson spider strained to look up. A deep blue, a color that exuded tranquility, tall and slender, at times appearing slightly discordant, yet brimming with the silent menace of unspoken words. The sound waves stood resolute amidst the current chaos. A roar echoed, emanating from the mechanical insect within the confines of the dark chamber. The crimson spider's heart chilled considerably. So, in the end, have I accomplished nothing? Even in this final moment, I cannot simply stand by and watch. The mechanical insect surged forward like a blade, its target unmistakably the Soundwave looming behind the crimson spider. The information conduits twisted and coiled around, entangling the mechanical insect's body, yet failing to restrain it from executing its purpose. With a heartfelt plea, he earnestly wondered if there was anything he could accomplish, as if someone truly heard his desires and granted him forgiveness. Without the slightest hesitation, the red spider abruptly raised his only movable arm, bending his elbow to forcefully strike the unforgiving metallic ground in a desperate bid to expedite his transformation. Subsequently, the transformation gun was aimed at the mechanical insect. Pain tore through his entire right arm, yet such discomfort was insufficient to overshadow the joy that now enveloped the red spider. Indeed, I'm not utterly useless. The information conduit tightly ensnared the mechanical insect, while the laser bird hovered above it, fully charged and prepared to unleash its energy. The transformation gun was pressed against the insect's abdomen. Even though the energy within was nearly depleted, he would extract the last vestige of power to ensure its demise before the situation reached a dire conclusion. Ultimately, the mechanical insect's mandibles were mere moments away from the Soundwave's unyielding display screen. The red spider was resolute. Even the slightest crack on the Soundwave screen would prompt him to pull the trigger without hesitation. His arm began to tremble violently, unable to sustain its position, and regretfully fell. The Soundwave seemed to bow its head, casting a glance at him. The red spider appeared somewhat satisfied. The information conduit relinquished its grip on the mechanical insect, casting it aside and returning to its rightful place. The laser bird did not withhold the fully charged laser, but rather unleashed it into the air, inflicting new damage upon the long-abandoned remains of the Voyager. In utter silence, the Soundwave sauntered towards the red spider, its arms still hanging at its sides, yet this figure completely shielded him behind its form. Reflecting on the past, in ancient times, when he had not yet transformed into his current state, when he had the fortune to witness the Soundwave in a combat role, he too had acted similarly, instinctively protecting those deemed lifeless replicas by others. Calm, yet steadfastly safeguarding everyone. Purpose. The cold, unfeeling synthetic voice, harsh and frigid, evoked no recollection of how long it had been since he had employed such a detached tone. Yet, in this moment, perhaps it was more fitting to label it an inquiry rather than a question. The red spider discerned an undercurrent of anger or concern within those words. He had no doubt that the Soundwave possessed the capacity to unleash chaos upon them all, and this sentiment was evident in his tone. You must answer. Indignation, yet still caring for everyone. This was the Soundwave. This was the esteemed intelligence officer among the Decepticons, the second in command aboard the vengeful vessel. Let's not be so confrontational. My friends, from my perspective, this is merely a misunderstanding. The first to break the tension was another clone of the red spider. Speak. The atmosphere remained as frigid as ever. Perhaps until a satisfactory explanation was provided, the sound waves would not easily relent. Indeed, you can discern that we are but clones. Correct? Clone 2 pointed a finger at the mechanical insect, which had just endured a thorough beating and was now dejectedly sprawled on the platform. Although it was an ally, it certainly posed certain complications. Clone 2 tapped its own head with its sharp claw. You are the dregs. Who are you calling dim-witted? Came the raspy voice of the mechanical insect, which, upon regaining its composure, lightly swatted the back of Clone 2's head with its claws. I have a name. I am called Mauchi. I have strayed from my kin and temporarily taken refuge here. Perhaps my energy fluctuations attracted today's events. Mauchi settled back onto the platform, glancing at the red spider's main body, which lay incapacitated on the ground. Had you mentioned you were a Decepticon, this situation could have been avoided. The red spider internally cursed. However, you do possess quite the imagination, or perhaps commendable courage, believing you could meet your end alongside me with that frail physique of yours. If I hadn't reacted in time to push you away, we would now be selecting a replacement for you among the clones. A hint of amusement danced across Mauchi's insectal visage, the arch of its brows suggesting genuine delight. Such a statement is misguided, with Little Red's fortune. Even inaction would not lead to calamity. A new voice emerged from the doorway of the dim chamber. Unsurprisingly, the sight that greeted them was that of a familiar, charming feline grin. At that moment, it faced 5 clones and a mechanical insect, tilting its head towards Soundwave, as my master has stated. The red spider, intrigued yet regrettably blind to the unfolding scene, felt a twinge of curiosity. Soundwave cast a glance back at him before turning his body to fully display the theoretical animation currently playing on the screen. The probability of Soundwave airing was far less than that of Megatron marrying Optimus Prime on the spot. A quick check of the private channel confirmed it was still operational. Red Spider. If I were truly that fortunate, I would have already kicked the lore down and claimed the position of leader for myself. I do not believe it. Soundwave. Believe it or not, it matters not. Perplexed by this unexpected retort, the red spider fell into a deep introspection, racking his brain to discern if he had inadvertently offended this formidable figure recently. In truth, he had not. If one were to count, it seemed that approximately 3 million years ago, he may have plotted a coup, leading to a time when his intelligence and tasks were consistently disregarded on the internal network. Could it be that this incident had lingered in memory for so long? The red spider vigorously shook his head internally, striving to blend these bizarre thoughts with the energy fluid coursing through him, which he was uncertain possessed anything resembling a brain. Look at us. We are clones, after all, and surely would not act against the original body, would we? Clone 1 seems to have accurately inherited the cunning nature of the original red spider. Yet he presents himself with an eagerness to dissociate from his actions. After receiving a glance from Soundwave, he realized his hasty demeanor and could only manage a sheepish smile, uttering, right? Unfortunately, despite knowing this was not a sincere statement, what could be done? Disposing of others without absolute evidence has never been Soundwave style. Moreover, there was another reason. All those little spiders must be brought back to show Megatron. How delightful, wouldn't you agree? So, we can discuss how to return. But what about Little Red? Suddenly, Chen, who had been silent, poked his head out from the side and observed the tranquil red spider lying on the ground, saying, "Look, Little Red is having a hard time even speaking. How pitiful." Red Spider seemed to detect a hint of sarcasm in his words and pursed his lips. For the third time, Soundwave glanced down at him. Red Spider, feeling a peculiar intensity, slightly shook his head, trying to comprehend Soundwave's intent. As always, Soundwave said nothing but slowly turned his body to face Chen. Red Spider clearly noticed that he appeared momentarily stunned after turning, sparking his curiosity about what lay there. Yet no one was available to fulfill his small desire. Soundwave merely tapped Chen's head with a data transmission line. "Ouch, Master. You go live your life with your Little Red." Soundwave ignored his antics, raising both hands with fingers pointing upwards, arms outstretched, leaning slightly forward. For the fourth time today, Soundwave looked back at Red Spider. An unexpected chill ran down Red Spider's spine as he observed the data calculations of his own body displayed on Soundwave's screen. Sensing what he intended to do, however, at this moment, he could not refuse, nor even shake his head. "Help!" Soundwave turned his gaze toward the 5 clustered clones in a mantis. Ultimately, all reluctance dissipated in the warmth of Soundwave's embrace. Red Spider found himself comfortably held, curiously straining to see Chen's position. There lay a pile of parts, and at that moment, Chen was stuffing them into a parts basket. A glance around the dim room revealed that the entire cloning apparatus had been completely dismantled without a sound. Red Spider began to grasp what could astonish Soundwave. This fellow was truly destitute. Yet, why was there no intention of departure? Red Spider glanced up at Soundwave's chin above him. At that moment, Soundwave was examining the real-time recording system of the moth. It had long been discovered that this little creature was following him. The partition teased the moth in his hand. However, it seems that I was not regarded as an intruder. The following merely served to ascertain whether my intentions were impure. After a brief observation, it appeared that all vigilance had been entirely withdrawn. A moth brushed against the partition, flapping its wings and spiraling twice in the air before it departed. Was it off to inspect other locales? The partition listened intently to the cacophony of insects emanating from the deck. Although Optimus Prime had mentioned a few days prior that, without violating principles, efforts should be made to maintain the current ambiguous honeymoon with the Decepticons, the partition gazed at the warship facilities before it, which it could not even name. After all, years of animosity are not easily cast aside. The partition glanced back at the entrance through which it had come, finding nothing amiss. Ultimately, no one would know it was I who did this, right? On the deck, the swarm of insects remained. The violent tremors caused Megatron, taken aback by the sudden betrayal of this insect horde, to sway unsteadily, his vision skewing dramatically. It seemed Megatron began to comprehend something. "Master, are you well?" Soundwave shook his head, and a furious expression abruptly appeared on the display screen. He confronted Flame, word by word, with clenched teeth and palpable anger, inquiring, "Did you not say that nothing would go awry?" Flame cleared his throat, responding, "What I stated was that not every day would bring calamity. It is merely that today our luck has run its course." Through the screen, those piercing red optics glared fiercely at Flame, and without further ado, Soundwave secured the Red Spider firmly with a data conduit. Before the Red Spider could fully savor the fleeting warmth, Soundwave transformed into his vehicle form, swiftly soaring through the sky, leaving only the Red Spider's mournful cries as it dangled in midair. "Stop looking, return at once." Flame, with a cold demeanor, ushered the 5 clones and a scorpion away, watching as they hurriedly followed the shadows. Beneath his feet, it felt as though he had kicked something. Flame looked down to find a flashlight that had long since extinguished. He picked it up, examined it briefly, then pressed a switch. The flashlight emitted a soft blue glow, illuminating a spherical ornament in the dim room. Flame chuckled softly, reaching into his loosely assembled body to stir around, then placed the ornament inside. Chapter 31. Today's amusement. Retribution captures Megatron, with the scrawny cat following behind. It had been a good 5 Earth minutes since Soundwave hurried back with the Red Spider. Anyone aboard the Retribution would find it hard to believe that Flame had not yet returned. With events piling up, Ironhide felt a surge of aggression. But upon glancing at the Red Spider, seeing its little head raised in earnest, it silently dismissed the notion. Commanding the entire assembly, it appeared that only the cleverest among them, aside from Soundwave, was the ever-vigilant Skywarp, who had the leisure to assess the damage to the Nemesis before turning his attention to the distressed Red Alert. What transpired? Speak of it. Megatron cast a casual glance at his own sharp claws and remarked nonchalantly, "I hope you are not responsible for your own injuries." Red Alert let out a pitiful whimper, seemingly still unable to articulate his thoughts. Raising an eyebrow, Megatron gestured dismissively behind him, prompting the astute Thundercracker to step forward and guide Red Alert towards the medical bay. Megatron then turned his gaze upon Soundwave. The situation was of his own making. Without hesitation, Soundwave cast Red Alert aside. Well, this provides a rationale, does it not? Megatron couldn't help but smile wryly, while Soundwave silently surveyed his surroundings, subtly slithering back a few paces. "My lord?" Skywarp inquired, peering from the main control screen. "Speak," Megatron replied, in a notably good mood. "All systems are critically damaged." "Lord Megatron, the warship will require some time before it can take to the skies again," Skywarp reported truthfully. This elicited nothing more than a resigned sigh from Megatron. He found it difficult to maintain his good spirits. At last, his gaze settled upon the quietly observant Soundwave, where beneath the commanding tone lay a subtle plea for assistance. Soundwave, with his crimson eyes flickering from beneath the display screen, appeared unfazed by the unfolding drama, despite his superior seeming to indulge in a more playful demeanor than usual. He remained silent, merely presenting the captured images to Megatron. What did it matter? His leader had become endearing. The footage displayed a large, dark green figure striking a crucial component of the Nemesis with reckless abandon. The figure wore a triumphant grin, mirroring an upbeat mood. It seemed that a fellow Autobot had wrought havoc upon Megatron's cherished warship. While it baffled Soundwave why many insisted on reiterating the obvious, he nonetheless upheld an unwavering respect for his leader, ultimately refraining from any commentary. "They will undoubtedly exploit our vulnerabilities and launch a surprise attack," Megatron mused, pacing back and forth as he muttered to himself, especially during this time when his lieutenant was recuperating. Yet, how could Optimus Prime consciously disrupt this rare and hard-won period of tranquility? Ahem, Soundwave interjected. It was then that Megatron suddenly remembered he had yet to restore Red Alert's rank. Priorities were in disarray. Soundwave reminded him once more. He felt utterly distraught. What should he do if his leader remained oblivious to the impropriety of colluding with the opposing commander? He awaited a response, anxious for assistance. The Soundwaves became ensnared in chaos. Yet, could the Autobots truly be so foolish as to launch a frontal assault? The upward inflection and a tone of playful mockery, seemingly unperturbed even in the presence of superiors, coupled with the unmistakable source of sound that was brazenly shirking responsibility, left no room for doubt. It was knockout. He sauntered back from the medical bay, seamlessly joining the conversation, displaying no desire to justify himself, until he noticed Megatron and Soundwave fixating on him. Suddenly reminded of his duties, he averted his gaze, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Well, Red Alert is not gravely injured. It was merely a scrape from a spark that penetrated. The deadlock was sufficient to handle it alone, and the emergency measures were timely, albeit rather rudimentary. Knockout turned to Soundwave, who was unwaveringly focused on Megatron, and remarked, "It surely wasn't TU or Sunstorm, was it? Yet, you certainly have the audacity to say such things. Let me remind you, do not let me catch sight of a lethargic Red Alert, understood?" Megatron scoffed, steering the conversation back. As for whether they would launch a direct attack, truthfully, I'm uncertain, but it seems Prime may not have it easy either, right? Megatron glanced at Soundwave. With a barely perceptible nod, Soundwave affirmed. Knockout teased. Oh, so we're playing mute now? He chuckled, remaining silent. Now, the next agenda item concerns how to enable the Nemesis to soar once more in the shortest time possible. Megatron crossed his arms. Wait a moment, what have you done? RC, compelled to interrupt, widened her optics and inquired again. I damaged the Nemesis. Don't look at me like that. No one will know it was my doing. Knockout scratched his head, meeting the gaze of Starscream, who was pouting and resting his chin on his hand. You are still too young, he remarked. Optimus stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Knockout's shoulder. You can never predict from which corner Soundwave might extract a surveillance device. My apologies? Knockout ventured cautiously. No need for apologies. This day was bound to arrive. True peace between the factions is forever unattainable. Optimus shook his head, gently comforting his companion. What shall we do now? Will the Decepticons reignite hostilities over this matter? Jack raised his hand to speak. Agreed, Bumblebee chimed in. Currently uncertain, but the Nemesis is likely more chaotic than we are here. Optimus pondered, shaking his head. We can scout the situation, but be prepared for potential combat. Bumblebee perked up, his wing-like components on his back fluttering with excitement. Optimus, should we take that along? A medic, who had been silent at the testing platform, suddenly lifted his head and turned, wearing a rather ominous smile. If something goes awry, just toss that contraption into the Nemesis and run. I will facilitate your retreat across the land bridge. To this day, Optimus Prime remains oblivious to the true reason behind the invention of the spark extractor by the Decepticons. Surely, it cannot simply be the whim of a collector of sparks. A sudden chuckle escaped Optimus's lips. Megatron, as your physician, I feel it is my duty to express my opinion. Knockout, peering cautiously from behind Megatron, noted that his superior neither acknowledged nor chastised him, which suggested he was awaiting further explanation. He took a breath and continued. While the regenerative capabilities of the Dark Energon are indeed remarkable, they also carry unpredictable side effects. We cannot ascertain what form the Nemesis would take. Knockout, you must understand that dark energy flows within me now, allowing me to manipulate the Nemesis as I do myself. Is that not advantageous? Megatron halted his stride, gazing upward at the core energy that had been partially restored. Knockout remained silent, mirroring his gaze toward the core. Violet energy surged into the mechanism, and in an ephemeral moment, the Nemesis became enveloped in a deep, glowing purple hue, as if something stirred at its very core. Yet, why had the holographic display transformed to a crimson hue? Soundwave was perplexed, feeling discomfort from the optical display. The mere thought of facing such a blood-red screen in the future filled him with unease. Elsewhere, the iron hide, infused with dark energy, began to lose coherence, behaving erratically as if possessed. Yes, I can feel it. Soundwave stood quietly, exchanging glances with the virtually invisible Shockwave in the corner, both sharing an unspoken sigh. Megatron's demeanor often reminded Soundwave of a humorous quip from Earth, one that Inferno had shared with him. Dark energy comes. Dark energy approaches from all directions. Souls return. Souls return. Ah, dark energy. Ah, souls return. Ritualistic chants ensued, invoking the dark energies, spinning, ringing bells, whispering incantations, and igniting flames in a fervent display of devotion to the Dark Energon. Dark energy arrives. Dark energy surrounds us. Ah, dark energy descends. Dark energy is ever present. Ah, souls, return. Souls return. Enough. Soundwave shook his head, feeling grateful for the display screen upon his visage, which shielded him from countless moments of embarrassment. After pondering for a while, he realized that the longer he gazed, the more difficult it became to maintain his composure. Ultimately, he resigned himself and turned away, reflecting on the burdens of his role within the Decepticons, juggling responsibilities akin to a father while simultaneously caring for everyone, a veritable male mother. Let the leader have his fun, as long as he is content. However, with such a commotion, it seemed inevitable that conflict would soon arise once more. I find myself in a state of despair, unwilling to engage in conflict or draft a damage report. Tears well up as I witness cleansing liquid trickling from beneath the display screen. The sonar probe gazes toward the surveillance monitor, which displays real-time footage from a designated radius around the ship, reprisal. A land bridge silently materializes. I had almost inquired earlier, though bringing along Fuller was acceptable. After all, he is a reasonable adult. What compelled the inclusion of Alaric? Alaric gazes in bewilderment as Optimus Prime cautiously places Alaric on the ground before rising once more to respond to her question. Just in case, I have my own considerations. Optimus casts his gaze toward the reprisal not far off, resolutely stating that he cannot allow any harm to befall him. In reality, Alaric had expressed a desire to observe, and Optimus could not refuse him. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed he had subconsciously begun to treat Alaric as a fragile human, entirely overlooking the possibility that he might be the most formidable force on Earth at present. Furthermore, can one truly claim Alaric lacks understanding? Please. Even Jack is not as obedient. Though he may occasionally defy orders, he is capable of resolving matters on his own. Joan has remarked that this child is easy to manage, requiring little oversight. Let us proceed to ascertain Megatron's stance. Optimus guides Alaric to Fuller's side. While the reprisal appears to have resumed its usual flight, soaring over the desolate expanse. Although a temporary peace had been unexpectedly established between the two factions days prior, the current status of the verbal truce, torn asunder by our side, remains uncertain in terms of its legitimacy. Thus, a prudent reconnaissance is indeed necessary. As such, Bumblebee serves as the vanguard. Logically, even if Megatron were to reject the peace accord and reignite hostilities, as long as I remain here, he would never dare to strike directly. Yet, the reprisal defied all expectations, launching an assault without hesitation. We merely watched in stunned silence as the cannon extended, caught unprepared. Witnessing the energy projectiles surge forth, blocking all avenues of evasion and leaving us with no recourse. Ultimately, the immobilizing ray struck true, leaving us regretfully transformed into helpless figures, akin to large, vulnerable figurines. Did I misjudge the situation? Optimus could scarcely believe his eyes, staring at the vivid yellow figure not far away. The complacency born of prolonged peace has wrought this sorrowful outcome. Optimus Prime, must you, Megatron, so abruptly shatter this reparable peace? Silence ensued, stretching into an eternity. Optimus attempted to emulate human behavior, inhaling deeply in a repeated effort to quell his disquiet. Yet, it was akin to a bitter herbal concoction, leaving a lingering taste that seeped into his very bones, persisting long after, impossible to disperse. Optimus Prime, let's address the matter directly, Megatron. This time, we were the ones to breach the agreement. Do you truly believe this was intentional? Peace is a hard-won treasure. Might you reconsider? Silence lingered in the air. Optimus seemed to have made a resolute decision. If genuine peace was unattainable, he would pursue an alternative form of tranquility. B. Attempt to escort Bumblebee to a safe location. And take care of yourself. With a heavy heart, Optimus retrieved the Allspark extractor, contemplating it for an extended period, his internal conflict raging. Ultimately, he handed it to RC, instructing her with care, "Stay safe, I will cover you." RC said nothing, merely accepting the extractor. Agent Fowler, I implore you to keep a vigilant eye on Alaric. His concern shifted to the innocent bystander caught in this unforeseen calamity. Alaric, Optimus paused, silently conveying the words he truly wished to express. And upon receiving a barely perceptible nod from Alaric, he diverted his gaze from Fowler's bewildered expression, awkwardly averting his eyes and fabricating a small lie. Quickly take Uncle Fowler and run, understood? He hesitated momentarily over the address. Alaric nodded emphatically, ensuring that both Fowler and RC took notice. Optimus took a deep breath, mimicking human behavior, and commenced the operation. What is happening? Why the sudden attack? Megatron snarled, baring his shark-like teeth as he furiously questioned the control panel behind him. It wasn't me. Before the explanation could be completed, an electrical surge from an unknown corner of the control panel coursed through him, causing him to fall backward, only to be caught just in time by a quick-thinking associate summoned to address the emergency. It appeared that our warship had developed a form of autonomous consciousness. Given the current circumstances, Knockout had tempered his taunting demeanor, casting a glance around before ultimately choosing to lean on Soundwave for support, seeking a semblance of solace. Soundwave, in turn, approached Megatron's position, exuding a loyal knightly aura, intent on safeguarding his leader. Knockout followed closely behind Soundwave. Thus, the Decepticon hierarchy stood united. Autonomous consciousness? This is impossible. Megatron countered vehemently, as if simultaneously reprimanding the thoughts lingering deep within his psyche, attempting to numb himself to the truth. He had perished long ago. Hey, old fool, it's remarkable that you still acknowledge my demise. The three of them almost simultaneously tilted their heads upward. A beep resonated, the notification sound of a new message in the private channel, to ensure he would not be disturbed when necessary. Megatron typically kept the notification sound for private messages turned off, except for one individual. Optimus Prime, Megatron, are you truly willing to so brazenly obliterate the possibility of restoring this peace? Megatron felt compelled to respond and took action. Still engaging in petty schemes? I did not instruct you to send anything. Refrain from doing so. Amidst the sounds of retribution, a hint of playful delight lingered. Following this, the signals of the entire retribution vessel were entirely jammed. Megatron cast a glance at his private channel. Megatron, although the complete statement remained unspoken, it was surely understood. Nevertheless, Megatron felt a twinge of urgency. After all, it was the first time in many years that someone dared to ride so brazenly upon his back. Soundwave, can you eliminate him? Megatron cast a hopeful gaze toward Soundwave. Wildest. A brief response followed, as the information conduit extended, latching onto the main control console. The current surged wildly, yet Soundwave remained silent, showing no signs of distress, even as he silently admired the new ally standing beside Megatron. Is this the resilience of a gladiator? Remarkable. Yet the next moment, Soundwave faltered. He sensed a flame igniting above him. It was the wrath of Megatron. Megatron had been furious all along, but witnessing his intelligence officer suffer due to a momentary lapse in judgment ignited that fury completely. At that moment, he was truly anxious. Thus, he issued a command. Decepticons, assemble. The good news was that the entire ship's command system remained operational. Hearing his voice reverberate through every corner of the retribution, he spoke again. At all costs, reclaim our warship. Beep beep, is there a reply? Optimus Prime, Megatron. Are you truly willing to abruptly destroy this piece that could be salvaged? Optimus Prime. Let's speak plainly, Megatron. We were the ones to breach the agreement first. Do you genuinely believe it was intentional? Peace is hard won. Will you not reconsider? Megatron. He didn't even finish reading. It felt as if something had suffered a crushing blow and shattered. Yet in that fleeting moment of distraction, the immobilization ray struck effortlessly. The ignition extractor fell to the ground. You have truly disappointed me. Megatron. The battles outside the Retribution were anything but trivial. However, it must be said that the Retribution itself fought with far greater precision than those mindless minions, such as the power of autonomous consciousness. Truly impressive. Flame witnessed it all. Yet at that moment, his gaze was solely fixed upon the ignition extractor lying on the ground, much like the frenzied creature beside him who only sought a brawl. This fellow, does he need to poke at everyone before feeling at ease? Flame glanced at him. Mantis, brother? Mantis jolted back to reality, reluctantly retreating to the rear until he saw Flame no longer staring at him intently, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Remain on standby. I shall investigate. Chen casually issued a command, confident that the few present would comply without hesitation. He then rushed to the side of the Ember Detacher, bent down, and swiftly appropriated it. As he turned to retreat, he nearly collided with Aurek. Concurrently, another event unfolded in this desolate expanse. Upon witnessing Optimus Prime's failure, Fuller felt an immediate urge to flee. Yet, the cannon of the Retribution was aimed squarely at him, energy coalescing ominously, leaving him seemingly with no avenue of escape. It seemed logical that human speed could not outpace energy. Regrettably, his plans for a Christmas journey were dashed. Fuller, feeling disheartened, had no intention of evading danger and remained oblivious to Aurek's scrutinizing gaze and the hand that silently grasped his clothing. Suddenly, his vision blurred. An overwhelming sense of dizziness engulfed him, akin to being struck by an immense pressure due to rapid, unexpected movement. The energy projectile struck the spot where he had stood moments before, leaving behind a gray scorch mark. Fuller, shaken, gazed at Aurek beside him, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Why are you just standing there? Don't you know to run? Aurek's voice brimmed with exasperation, his golden eyes flickering with an unusual light. Without pausing, he continued, the situation is urgent. We must flee at once. You contact the ambulance. Energy began to gather once more, and the force of high-speed movement struck again. However, Fuller paid little heed to Aurek's inhuman speed, a fact that seemed deliberately suppressed, allowing everyone to selectively ignore this anomaly. "Hold on, Fuller, I'm coming," Aurek urged. As Fuller looked up, he was drawn to a vast shadow overhead. In a moment of terror, he realized that Aurek had led him to a position just slightly behind the Retribution S cannon. "Little Al, what are you planning to do?" Fuller exclaimed in panic, observing the stillness of the ray emitter. Finally coming to a halt, Aurek retrieved his slingshot. The ironclad dragon is also a life form. The Retribution has a core. The metallic projectile, tethered to a rubber band, gleamed with a distinctive brilliance, reflecting the light of the stationary ray. Yet like a fleeting breeze, a diminutive yet formidable shadow intruded between the two opposing forces. The projectile embedded itself within the assembly of parts, causing no stir whatsoever. The figure, seemingly unfazed, calmly bent down to retrieve the ember detacher from the ground, as if he had performed this action countless times before, swiftly tossing it into the assembly with precise accuracy. The fire seed separator resembled something submerged in an unfathomable abyss, not a single droplet of water disturbed, leading one to ponder whether a river deity might emerge to pose inquiries. Regrettably, the river god did not appear, yet a minuscule fragment did. "Ah, what a long time it has been." Chen bent his body, his brows and eyes curving in a semblance of amiable greeting. Yet in the next moment, his tone bore the weight of something ominous, lurking beneath the surface. The display screen of the faceplate retained its cheerful visage. "Surely you haven't forgotten? HM, is that so?" "My apologies." Arliek's expression faltered momentarily, growing considerably more serious in an instant. "Yet at least for now, I shall not act according to your desires. After all, it was not you who issued the directive initially, was it?" Arliek offered a benign smile. In truth, within this exchange, no significant intelligence was divulged. Thus, Fuller was left listening as if deciphering a riddle. "To achieve my objectives, I am willing to employ any means necessary." Chen straightened, adjusting his component hat. "As for you and the others who may vanish, you are merely necessary, temporary sacrifices." Golden eyes glimmered with intensity. "Should you break free from the insinuation, I would opt to eradicate you." Arliek immediately turned and thrust Fuller out, who stumbled beyond the threshold of that fallen form, still in a daze. It seemed the only thing he comprehended was that he intended to kill Arliek. Chapter 32. Wei, did you not inform me of the potent drug you employed to ensure compliance? The beam of the stasis ray flickered briefly, striking that dark purple form. In that fleeting moment where none could react, Chen fell stiffly, and within the impending cascade of components heavy enough to easily slay any fragile human, only Arliek remained. The components swiftly shifted, finally halting the descent just inches away. A soft chuckle escaped. Chen adjusted his component hat, steadied himself in an instant, and boisterously mocked. "Are you assisting me? You cannot possibly believe I am a man of my word." The Retribution vessel lingered in the air, utterly motionless. In the next moment, it pivoted in place, soaring into the distance. The Mantis pursue it, and turned back to let you confront the boss with gusto. Upon hearing of scuffle, the Mantis flew forth without a second thought, accompanied by several cloned red spiders, compelled to pursue under the threat of disassembly. Chen gazed at the vanishing spectacle in the sky, only then leaning towards Arliek's ear to whisper, "This time is merely a warning. You should comprehend what the next outcome shall be. Until we meet again." Chen pressed his fingertips together at his forehead, feigning a charming demeanor as he performed a standard wave, after which he vanished from sight. Arliek gazed at the tail of the Avenger, gradually vanishing into the smoky clouds, remaining silent for a long while. Only behind him, the sound of the land bridge activating could be heard, accompanied by the hurried footsteps approaching him. They were still alive, yet I had never encountered such a state of stillness. "Ambulance, did you hear me?" I said. "That dead cat from the Decepticons. It intends to kill Arliek." Fuller shouted loudly, causing the three small ones beside him to cover their ears. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Arliek, was engaged in some indecipherable activity atop the motionless Optimus Prime. "I heard you, Agent Fuller." The ambulance abruptly lifted its head from the research station, slamming the wrench onto the table with a resounding clatter, responding just as loudly, "You've told me that countless times. Is it so wrong to be a little distracted while conducting research?" "Ambulance, This matter is serious. I'm not like you. I must protect them. I am responsible for the children. I'm an agent. Fuller insisted. Hold on a moment. The ambulance interjected, silencing Fuller's rambling, its gaze fixed on the display screen, stating, "The Avenger is traversing the Atlantic, taking the shortest route to North America." Fuller was taken aback, the topic snatched away from him, as the divine child, clinging to the railing, exclaimed loudly, "Why? Wait, why can we track them? Why hasn't the Decepticons activated their cloaking device, as usual? Everything seems awry." Questions arose, and Fuller lost interest in pursuing other matters, stroking his chin. While the presence of that cat might be a factor, it appeared that it never genuinely intended to place me and young Arlek in peril. Even the spark extractor was taken by Flame, not the Decepticons. Logically, Megatron would not be privy to Flame's daily activities. The ambulance glanced at Arlek, who was comfortably seated on Optimus Prime's shoulder, and quietly added, "Also, don't you find Arlek a bit peculiar?" This elicited 4 carbon-based head shakes in response. "All right, let us not discuss that." Jack raised his hand, suggesting, "Is it possible that their communication channels are still open?" "What? Do you mean to suggest I should simply call the old tin can and inquire about his recent well-being? Or if anything unusual has occurred aboard the Avenger?" The ambulance rolled its eyes dramatically. "On the Avenger, Lord Megatron, it has deciphered new coordinates. Perhaps we should allow it to proceed?" Knockout, standing at the main control console, was entirely oblivious to the cannon silently creeping up behind him. "I do not require anyone's permission." The laser of the stasis ray struck Knockout directly, freezing him in place. "Yet, must you breathe so beautifully?" The mantis cast a glance at the nearby cat, whose head bobbed in a silly laugh, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Another wary look was cast at the surveillance cameras, prompting it to retreat into the shadows for the sake of its own safety. With a swift motion, it pulled Chen into the fold, halting his further fits of bizarre laughter. Automaton Base 1, calling the Decepticon battleship. Chen raised his head alertly. "Megatron, please respond." A grin threatened to split his face. "You two seem quite close," Mantis remarked coldly, observing Chen still chuckling. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Mantis yanked him away just as the camera swept back in their direction. In the central chamber, a voice declared, "Revenge, this betrayal ends here." "I did not betray," came the reply, as the brilliance of the stasis beam flickered momentarily. "Megatron?" The ambulance inquired again. Megatron had already been stripped of his leadership authority. A voice, unfamiliar and foreign, resonated through the communication channel. "Who are you?" The ambulance raised an eyebrow in questioning. "I could ask you the same. Who are you?" The tone from the other side was evidently irritable. Taking a few deep breaths, the ambulance reminded himself to remain calm and probed gently. "Have you taken control of the Decepticon battleship?" "That's hilarious." The voice on the other end scoffed audibly. "I am the battleship. Any Cybertronian attempting to interfere with my mission shall face retribution." The voice of Revenge issued a warning, oblivious to the gravity of its own words. "Mission?" The ambulance seized on the key point in the other's statement, pressing relentlessly. "What mission?" "Primary objective: decode the Iron Fortress database and retrieve Decepticon technology." Revenge even provided the ambulance with real-time imagery. For what purpose? The ambulance recognized the rarity of this opportunity and sought clarity. Yet, before Revenge could respond, another voice interjected. "Oh dear Revenge, you are truly not keeping anything to yourself, are you? Just look at you. You've divulged all this information." It was a familiar voice, possessing a tone unique to none other. Following this, a rather distressed shout from Revenge echoed. "Shut up. Are you unaware of how annoying you are?" With that outburst, the communication was abruptly severed. He hung up without a word. "How rude," the deity complained, puffing out his cheeks. "This is not merely rudeness, for heaven's sake. That is a massive armed battleship roaming about." Fuller exclaimed, flailing about as he continued to gather Decepticon weapons of mass destruction, elevating the danger to a new level. "Wait, has Jack suddenly thought of something regarding the Decepticons on the Revenge?" Fuller quickly chimed in. "What do you mean?" Fuller pressed on. "We could download the Iron Fortress database from the Revenge. This would enable Optimus Prime to decode it." Raphael's quick mind immediately discerned the underlying implications of Jack's words. The ambulance, casting a glance at the nearby large figurines, eagerly volunteered. "What a splendid idea. I shall infiltrate the reprisal." "Oh no. We have just witnessed the fate of the Decepticons. Perhaps Megatron himself has encountered trouble. Jack promptly countered. You cannot go, we must. The warship itself appeared rather peculiar, as if its detection of humans was somewhat sluggish. Fuller, with a hint of schadenfreude, raised an eyebrow at Jack, remarking, you see, I previously managed to escape right before its eyes. It feels more akin to being frightened away by that cat. Jack retorted without reservation. Upon further reflection, it seemed that the reprisals' continued aggression towards him and Arlek was due to the presence of Optimus Prime nearby. The energy beam's impact points were evidently amiss. Raphael produced his versatile computer and proposed a hypothesis. Perhaps the reprisal was incapable of perceiving humans. Well then, given the current circumstances, this does indeed appear to be the best approach, the ambulance conceded after considerable contemplation. Agent Fuller, you're the only adult here. Safeguard the children, should any danger arise. I shall activate the ground bridge at my utmost speed. At this moment, to download and store data, you require a transmission disk compatible with Cybertronian devices. The ambulance detached a sizable Cybertronian disk from the console and handed it to Fuller. Fuller fumbled to accept it, cradling the disk as if it were a child, fearful of mishandling it. Then, the ambulance pulled the lever and initiated the ground bridge. As he watched the 4 carbon-based beings, 1 large and 3 small, step into the ground bridge, the blue optical lenses narrowed, precisely capturing the furtive black and purple shadow mingling among them. Seemingly anticipating such occurrences, he could only shake his head in resignation, sighing as he pulled Arlek into view, observing his shamefaced yet unapologetic expression, which was an attempt to deflect attention from the situation. Firmly, he stated, you are not permitted to go. Arlek appeared to have been expecting this scenario as well. Uncharacteristically silent, he gazed solemnly at the ground bridge as it closed before him. You must exercise caution in the future, do you understand? Especially regarding that cat-headed creature. The ambulance placed Arlek on the platform, speaking earnestly, for now, it would be best for you to lay low and refrain from getting involved. The ambulance regarded Arlek. I simply trust our leader. Fuller to base, we have arrived at our destination. Very well with my capabilities. Connecting the mobile disk to any control console will grant access to the data core. Fortunately, Soundwave is absent, leaving me without remote opposition. Otherwise, I would be unable to contend with him. We must act swiftly. Here. If we turn into the main control room, we will directly see the incapacitated target. Raphael gestured towards the massive body before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, it has been downed, the Divine One exclaimed with glee. However, at that moment, Retribution had deciphered 3 sets of coordinates for the Iron Fortress. Several carbon-based life forms struggled to climb up the fallen body to the main control console, where they located the interface and inserted the mobile disk, initiating a slow data transfer. They soon learned that in order to acquire the first set of Iron Fortress relics, they would disregard the residents of New York and level a section of land. It was precisely at this juncture that Retribution detected anomalies in the vicinity. Its detection apparatus activated, and, as expected, it lacked the capability to search for carbon-based organisms. Jack reported this news to the ambulance. Although the situation was currently stable, if he amplified the search frequency, they would find themselves in peril. The ambulance calmly articulated the facts. Jack reiterated the information to the ambulance. However, now that they were aware of the potential consequences of this revelation, they could not remain indifferent. Jack asserted his stance with righteous fervor. All right, but do not overexert yourself. Jack, the ambulance replied. The ambulance called up another display screen, determining from the data parameters that the Retribution was currently operating on dark energy. Does this not imply that if we sever the energy supply, it will cease to function? Indeed. Well then, having discovered a solution to the problem, let us depart immediately. Without delving into the details of their ascent aboard the Retribution, the insertion of the disk, and the subsequent revelation of the sole method to halt it, they advanced towards the energy core. Meanwhile, Chen was busy cramming individuals into his highly secure chamber aboard the Retribution, a space so concealed that even the Retribution itself could not discern its contents. Be cautious upon entry. I shall not divulge that there are 3 large tanks brimming with voracious iron-eating worms inside. The mantis, unable to bear Chen's insufferable demeanor, swiftly clawed at him and darted into the room, shutting the door behind them without leaving any opportunity for retaliation. Chen clenched his fist, ultimately relinquishing the notion of engaging in a protracted battle with the mantis due to his trove of collected artifacts, and donned a congenial smile as he proceeded towards the stronghold of retribution, the energy core. As he stepped into the core chamber, a stationary energy beam struck the ground beside Jack, startling him. You know how to run, don't you? Why not stop and face me in a fair fight? Upon glancing upwards, he noticed dozens of stationary energy beam launchers on the ceiling, seemingly locking onto a target for attack, yet none found their mark. The three companions could only witness the fleeting black-purple afterimages captured in slow motion on the display screen. If you possess the courage, then do not resort to ambush. Confront the boss openly. Yan Chen's voice echoed intermittently. Retribution, ponder this. How have we wronged you? His words were abruptly interrupted. I am no one's subordinate. If you wish to address the boss, do so yourself and leave me out of it. Jack could even detect a hint of grievance in the tone. All right. As if soothing a feline creature, Yan Chen's tone suddenly lifted. Wait, reprisal. Think carefully. When have we ever regarded you as a subordinate? Reflect on this. Aren't you the personal warship most favored by the boss? Consider this. Whenever you face significant matters, isn't Master the first to assist you? Ponder this. Isn't there a maintenance protocol for the defeated that includes you? I shan't enumerate further. Suffice it to say, don't you think we treat you rather well? It seems so, as Reprisal's voice was imbued with a touch of bewilderment. Thus, Reprisal, the only one who perceives you as a subordinate is yourself. Suddenly, Yan Chen appeared, nonchalantly perched upon the arm of Megatron, casually crossing his legs. Unbeknownst to Wen, he had removed his facial armor's display, his golden optical lenses meeting the crimson surveillance camera lens that Reprisal used to observe his own interior. He articulated clearly, we are merely like-minded travelers. You are part of the Decepticons, our most esteemed companion, transcending the notion of subordination. Friend? Indeed. Yan Chen nodded vigorously, leaping down from Megatron's arm. Before he touched the ground, he reverted to his most familiar form, leaning against the central control console. Is this true? The unfortunate Reprisal remained oblivious to his own predicament, his tone tinged with a pitiable yearning. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived anyone? Although Yan Chen's expression was inscrutable, one could infer from his tone that if he were wearing his facial armor, it would surely be adorned with a radiant smile. That is splendid. Wait, what are you doing? But I do enjoy wordplay. One hand resting upon his chest, the other grasping the central lever, Yan Chen bowed slightly, entirely unconcerned by the energy rays approaching from above. He merely tilted his head, revealing one eye, as the golden optic nonchalantly bypassed the energy beams, directly meeting Reprisal's crimson gaze. Half covering his facial armor, he presented a genuine and amiable smile prepared in advance. Subsequently, Yan Chen pulled down the lever. Now, have a good sleep, my friend. Chapter 33. Another day of passive abilities running amok. The advantage of possessing 5 clones is that while the original remains incapacitated in the treatment room, the clones can carry on with their tasks. Moreover, they each perform the work of 5 individuals. However, it is evident that the most pressing matter at hand, the acquisition of the relic, was not suited for the Red Spider, nor, by extension, for the clones. Thus, they were temporarily ordered to remain aboard the Reprisal, assisting a certain feline with various chores. Though labeled as clones, they were not entirely identical to their original. The circumstances at the time likely led to some complications in the cloning process, resulting in none of the 5 clones inheriting the original's complete traits, each developing distinct personalities instead. For instance, Clone 1 is quite cunning, while Clone 2 is an unabashed coward. In contrast, Clone 3 has inherited the profound knowledge of the original, exhibiting a calm and serious demeanor. Clone 4 resembles a child, reveling in riding a scooter around the Earth. As for Clone 5, there are issues with his brain module. He is gravely ill, and for the time being, we shall refrain from discussing him. It is perplexing. Your matters are exceedingly complicated. This was the response received by Yan Chen while idly wandering the corridors of the Retribution with Ma Chi, after posing a question regarding the Red Spider and its clones, which bore a striking resemblance to the aforementioned. Moreover, it was deemed futile. Ma Chi added this remark. Hey, cat in a huff. On a brighter note, Ma Chi returned to his own kin, and when he encountered Hardshell, it was akin to meeting an adversary. His eyes glowed crimson as he lunged forward to engage in combat. Although those present were aware that this was likely his unique way of greeting, it was nonetheless a heart-stopping sight. After all, the combat style of mechanical insects is exceedingly fierce, particularly that of a certain iron barrel head, which had caught Chen's attention as he stealthily examined his own physique. Hardshell offered an apology to Ma Chi, though the reason was unclear. He insisted that Megatron accept it, explaining that Ma Chi was his brother, the most intelligent among their entire clan. However, Ma Chi was solely preoccupied with the idea of battling Megatron. Consequently, none present truly believed in his intellectual capabilities. What then is this? Ma Chi's voice sounded somewhat muffled, as he currently held a small object in his mouth, one so tiny that even he worried about inadvertently dropping it into his oil tank. Do not inquire about what should not be asked. Ma Chi, with a cold and emotionless tone, Ma Chi shivered involuntarily. The brain processor of the mechanical insect whirred rapidly, searching for a suitable response to this scenario. "Tsich, if you want to say it, then I shall not care what nonsense you are concocting." The insect-like face of Ma Chi scrunched up, seemingly rolling his eyes or pouting in silent exasperation, wishing instead for a brawl. Chen suddenly halted, glancing back at Ma Chi, and replied, "Stop constantly thinking about that peculiar phrase of yours, Brother Ma Chi." That peculiar phrase? Although startled by Chen's unpredictable temperament, Ma Chi's curiosity was piqued by the new term. He echoed it with a similar intonation, questioning its meaning. "Oh, that is of no consequence. Let's proceed inside." Chen deftly sidestepped the topic, gesturing towards the door behind him. It was only then that they realized they had arrived at their destination. Ma Chi said nothing further and entered the central chamber, the hatch sealing behind him as Chen did not look back. At that moment, Ma Chi was the sole being remaining in that space. He let out a soft sigh, unfurled his wings, and flew to align with the central system, opening his mouth as the device he held tumbled into the depths of the central system, disappearing without a trace. Ma Chi gazed into the empty void of the central system for a prolonged silence. The small device within his oral apparatus resembled the head of a bacteriophage, a creature that Miao Chi had observed with meticulous attention. He harbored no doubt that this little contraption would eventually sprout appendages akin to those of a bacteriophage. Upon realizing that only he, the 5 clones, and Miao Chi remained aboard the Retribution, Chen summoned himself. He distributed a device to each of the 5 clones, assigning them distinct locations, primarily situated at the corners of the ship, instructing them to conceal the devices in their designated secret spots. The last one was for himself. What exactly was he planning? For the first time, Miao Chi felt his cerebral module was insufficient. Should he inform his elder brother? The image of the hard-shelled figure surfaced in his mind, only to be fragmented by the urgent call that intruded upon his thoughts. "Miao Chi, are you ready?" Perhaps it would be best not to disclose anything to him for now. Miao Chi darted toward the cabin door, for he did not wish for any harm to befall his brother. Upon landing, the cabin door opened automatically, and Chen stood outside, gazing up at him. "All done. Let us return to the command center," Miao Chi responded, stepping out first. In the command center, Chen sat cross-legged at the control panel, watching a small light flicker on the main screen. After much contemplation, he decided to reach out to Soundwave. "Chen, Master, I've detected a subtle energy response from a suspected new relic. What are your thoughts?" The private channel message momentarily distracted Soundwave, who then swiftly maneuvered to the display screen. He stepped back, replying rapidly before re-engaging. "Soundwave, contact the boss." Chen fell in a deep thought, feeling somewhat apologetic for interrupting their endeavors. "Chen, boss, we've detected something. Megatron, you go. Exercise caution." Chen sensed that Megatron was perhaps overly exhilarated, resulting in this impulsive command. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to heed his leader's words. Fortunately, the Retribution retained its autonomous navigation capabilities, and with the ever-watchful presence of the Faceless, he felt assured that no mishap would occur. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to proceed. After thoroughly instructing Miao Chi and the clones, he set forth towards the target location. At the Autobot base, the ambulance scrutinized the display screen, where a minuscule energy response flickered enticingly. Was this a new relic? Ulrich raised an eyebrow, finding the light rather diminutive. The ambulance had been observing the flicker for quite some time, confirming it as a suspected energy signal from a relic. Frowning, the ambulance grasped the lever of the land bridge, Regardless of its authenticity, it was imperative to investigate further. Additionally, given the current intelligence, Red Spider was incapacitated and still recuperating in the treatment room, while Deadfire, as a caretaker, could not stray far, indicating that the assault would proceed in conjunction with the mechanical insects. Soundwaves move independently, yet the duo of Thunderwing and Skyquake operates in harmony, while Megatron also acts alone. In contrast, the Faceless Man is not particularly skilled in combat, and given my awareness of the current circumstances of all my companions, his unique abilities have been rendered entirely ineffective, thus making it improbable for him to be involved. An inkling of suspicion began to form in Ambulance's mind. This situation is exceptional. I can manage it alone. Ambulance fixed his gaze upon those golden eyes. Little Owl, you are capable of operating the land bridge, correct? Then I shall entrust this task to you. I will contact you in due course. Alaric silently nodded, watching as Ambulance vanished into the yellow-green vortex, before pulling the lever to deactivate the land bridge. The target location was merely a small mound resting against a gentle slope, insignificant enough that it could hardly conceal a child. Chen cautiously prodded the little mound, piercing it with his finger. As he cleared away the loose soil, a dark purple object came into view. Chen picked it up, squeezing it. It felt soft, as if it were composed of assembled components. His curiosity ignited. Chen resolved to thoroughly investigate its internal structure, thus sitting down on the spot to examine the cylindrical object that resembled a laser-emitting device. The sound of the land bridge behind him, the snap of a handblade, the approaching footsteps. Oh no, none of these held the significance of disassembling a complex apparatus. After all, by my estimation, it would take less than 5 minutes to dismantle an entire master into parts. Components fell away, accompanied by a crisp sound, but it was not one of destruction. Suddenly, a luminescent purple sphere, seemingly designed to concentrate energy, flickered twice and projected a string of characters into the air. His actions came to an abrupt halt. This sequence of text was all too familiar to Chen. Its meaning was a gift from the divine. Upon emerging from the land bridge, the first sight that greeted him was that diminutive figure, and he inwardly acknowledged the predictability of the situation, assuming a stance prepared for battle. Yet, to his surprise, the figure seemed indifferent to him. Ambulance maintained his hand blade poised, stealthily approaching, nearly pressing against Chen's back. Peering over to glimpse what he was manipulating, observing as Chen deftly dismantled the small object, he marveled at his evident prowess. Then, unfamiliar planetary script came into view. Noticing Chen's momentary pause, Ambulance felt an uncanny familiarity with the string of characters, as though he had encountered them before. He was certain he had seen them somewhere. Where could it be? Ah, yes, it came to him. During the time before the Civil War erupted in his homeland, when Megatron was merely the king of the arena, and Optimus was still Orion, his brother, one of his dear friends. Once upon a time, I delved into the enigmatic script of a distant planet, now known as Tongxiangxio. For the sake of my research, I recollect that this particular string of characters belongs to a diminutive celestial body. Is it not the language of Munilaf? The Munilaf star in the Burning Wind galaxy. The Ambulance once again bent low, drawing closer to Chen's audio receiver, and unexpectedly inquired softly, "What does this phrase mean? Can you enlighten me?" Indeed, it is Munilaf, but more precisely, it is a colloquialism from the southern highlands of Munilaf, rather than its official tongue. As Chen meticulously reassembled the laser emitter, he responded, rendering the transliteration in an American accent as Sluoya, which signifies a gift from the divine. He tossed the now intact divine gift in his hands, standing up to face the Ambulance with a tone laced with derision, though clearly not directed at it. "I have a premonition. Could it be that some ancient relic, be it a star or a sphere, has cast a spell upon me?" The Ambulance suddenly felt antiquated, unable to keep pace with the times, as it struggled to comprehend the words emanating from this seemingly juvenile being before it. "Wait, how did it become yours? One must seize it to truly know." The Ambulance abruptly reacted, its hand slicing through the air with a glint of cold steel, unceremoniously and without hesitation, striking the opponent's chest. "Surely, you do not believe you can outpace me?" Observing the Ambulance's hand slice through his mechanical form, Chen shrugged nonchalantly, tilting his head to reveal a childlike grin. "If I wish to depart, no one can hinder me." The Ambulance finally understood why. During the previous battle in the core space, that spear had evidently pierced the location of the ignition chamber, Yet Chen had nonchalantly snapped it and continued to fight. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a matter of perspective, believing the ignition chamber had not been harmed. However, in retrospect, it was merely a temporary state of numbness. Now the reality lay before him, more vivid than the images he had witnessed then. At this moment, as the ambulance's hand cut across the majority of Chen's chest, he felt nothing, not even the sensation of striking the ignition. The ambulance sensed its core trembling. It was unfathomable for it to accept this singular truth. Everything was overwhelmingly terrifying and disconcerting for a healer. What is the matter, dear ambulance? Each word was pronounced with childlike clarity, yet at this moment, it became the very source of palpable fear. A chill coursed through my body, rendering it rigid, as if even the flow of the super-energy liquid had come to an abrupt halt. I was left utterly immobile, compelled to witness the grinning skeleton before me as it leisurely withdrew its hand, seemingly unfazed, even waving farewell with a smile before ultimately vanishing into the desolation surrounding us. The ambulance could no longer sustain its form, its hand frozen in place, devoid of even a trace of azure luminescence. The incredulity of the situation unfolded once more, amplifying the disbelief. The ambulance staggered and collapsed beside the earthen slope, a cacophony resonating in its mind, as if its very understanding of medicine was crumbling. The exhaust system labored in vain, failing to alleviate the turmoil. The ambulance felt as though its cerebral module were on the verge of detonation. It slumped back against the slope, devoid of the will to utter another word, drained of all energy to contact the base. As night descended, a yellow-green light manifested before me. Emerging from it, extending a hand towards me, was my loyal old friend. It was not until our hands clasped that I regained the sensation of being alive. Accompanying the moon and stars was the familiar hue of red and blue. Chapter 34. My peculiar ability to write characters with marvelous traits. How foolish I am. I should have adhered to the plan and accompanied the Jack to seize the relic, rather than opting to remain and surveil Arliak. The ambulance leaned back, lost in a haze of despairing ramblings. Although the specifics of the incident eluded me, bystanders speculated that the shock I had endured was so profound that I was spouting nonsense, rendered untrustworthy in my words. The Jack, more direct in approach, drew closer and mimicked human gestures, gently patting the ambulance's forehead while disregarding its startled exclamation. Attempting to lighten the mood half-jokingly, he queried, "What's wrong, doctor? Did you glimpse something you shouldn't have? Your cerebral module isn't fried, is it? The best medical personnel in the world can't be this foolish." This seemed to have an effect. The ambulance exerted some effort to swat away the Jack's hand, glaring fiercely at him through the blue optical lens. The Jack merely retracted his hand obediently, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Imagine, if you will, a living corpse standing before you, one that has existed for millions of years. The ambulance inhaled deeply, exclaiming urgently and loudly, "That Chen, he possesses no spark, no energy liquid, and does not react to any form of energy. This is more terrifying than those zombies infused with dark energy." And what about the last encounter? The battle in the Earth's core? You all have no idea why the immune system does not attack him. Suddenly, the ambulance jolted upright, tapping vigorously on the control panel, and the energy response graph materialized upon the display. The stark contrast between the diminutive, dark view at the center and the towering figures of the Azure and Violet Titans, Optimus Prime and Megatron, on either side was strikingly evident. In the eyes of the immune system, he is imperceptible, a mere collection of moving parts devoid of any energy fluctuations. The ambulance struck the control panel with a jarring sound, its pitch rising sharply. He is nothing more than a fragmented assemblage, so disjointed that he scarcely merits the remains of a deceased Cybertronian. And then there's Ulrich. His piercing gaze suddenly enveloped the moment, and the ambulance found itself astounded, facing Optimus Prime, who regarded him with a furrowed brow. The ambulance was momentarily transfixed. At this instant, the brief distance of merely 3 or 4 steps that could reunite him with an old friend seemed to stretch infinitely in his perception, elongating until the vibrant hues of red and blue faded from sight. Yet, those blue optical lenses etched an indelible mark upon his heart. What emotions did they convey? A warning? Or a plea of compassion? Perhaps a blend of both? Ulrich is Chen. Ultimately, this statement barely surfaced before being swallowed back, remaining unuttered, Ambulance brother? Such a familiar moniker caused the ambulance to momentarily lose focus. The last time he heard this name, it had emanated from the lips of a lifeless body. Yet this time it arose from Ulrich, the supposed principal. This appellation, regardless of how many times the ambulance might resist, was one that Ulrich had deemed immutable from their very first encounter. The childlike voice carried an unexpected soothing quality, though merely a brief call. It was sufficient to pull the ambulance from the mire of nightmares. Ambulance? You seem exhausted. This was the voice of the Jack. The usual charming levity had long since been supplanted by a tone of concern and discomfort, leaving the ambulance uncertain whether he preferred to be addressed by his full name or by the unique nickname that Ulrich had bestowed upon him. Indeed, ambulance. Everyone else is fine, yet you may require rest. Optimus's voice remained steady, but how could one as familiar as the ambulance fail to detect the profound remorse buried within? Upon reflection, Alcee and Bumblebee had encountered a setback within the tunnels of Human City, but effortlessly acquired the phase deflector. Surprisingly, Optimus had crossed paths with Megatron in the polar expanse. It was unclear what had provoked the latter to appear personally. Perhaps he had finally grasped the principle of shared joy with the populace? Their exchange was surprisingly harmonious, continuing until the human scientific team had completely withdrawn, at which point they symbolically began to vie for resources. Neither seemed inclined to inflict harm upon the other. Ultimately, by a stroke of fortune, Optimus leveraged the terrain, using a man-made mini-avalanche to temporarily obscure Megatron's line of sight, and then, with the matrix of leadership in hand, made a hasty retreat. In the realm of igneous rocks, the partition encountered the formidable duo, Tianjun and Hai-E. After inquiring about the ambulance and combining it with the partition's own judgment, it was ultimately resolved to dispose of the toxic energy entity by casting it into the volcano. Thus, armed with a sealed container, the ascent commenced. In an extraordinary display of cunning, false footprints were meticulously forged to mislead Tianjun, successfully buying precious time. Later, a struggle ensued at the volcanic crater with Hai-E, and by a twist of fate, Hai-E's bomb detonated within the volcano's vent, triggering aftershocks that led to another eruption. As the volcano erupted, Hai-E, anxious to locate his brother, found himself in disarray and ultimately failed to seize the moment. In the end, the toxic energy entity was successfully annihilated. Perhaps the only regret lay with the Jack, who, upon reflection, realized he was up against the Soundwave. Merely returning was a significant blessing. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. En route to the target, the drilling vessel encountered the Soundwave. However, the Soundwave, typically indifferent to affairs outside its purview, only dispatched a laserbird to engage the Jack in a fervent match of Thunderfighter after being provoked. Following the destruction of the ultra-powerful yet fragile bird, an explosive exchange ensued, resulting in the annihilation of a portion of the drilling vessel's co-pilot's seat, necessitating an emergency landing. The ambulance suddenly felt relieved for not having accompanied them. Otherwise, it would have been caught amidst the wreckage. Subsequently, the formidable Thunder Rescue Team, led by the Jack, faced a beating. Truth be told, the ambulance never anticipated the Jack could shatter the Soundwave's display screen. However, upon hearing the details, the ambulance confirmed that the Soundwave had evidently aimed to resolve matters with ease, as it refrained from employing strong currents or delivering a finishing blow after toppling the Jack with its resonant waves. If one were to reflect on it, the Jack should indeed be grateful for the Soundwave's mercy. At that moment, the Jack noticed a glimmer of compassion emanating from the ambulance, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in confusion. Little did the Jack know how terrifying the Soundwave was during the gladiatorial era. At this juncture, the ambulance contemplated this very notion. Logically, the Jack should have returned to the drilling vessel long ago, as he had sustained no injuries apart from the time spent under the assault of the resonant wave. Furthermore, if one were to speak candidly, he likely would not return to the base at all. The ambulance understood all too well that the Jack had learned of his prolonged absence and had voluntarily stepped forward to offer assistance. Everyone was similarly motivated. Upon returning, they scarcely allowed themselves a moment's respite. Thus, in the end, it was I who gained nothing and emerged in a state of disarray, ultimately becoming the burden. The ambulance raised its gaze once more. At that moment, the incandescent lights crafted by humanity flickered, rendering the optical mirror momentarily ineffective, causing the ambulance to squint in an attempt to see forward. Yet, it had obtained the answer it sought, its companions still lingered ahead, unwavering and steadfast, waiting for the moment to embark once more in pursuit, side by side. The portrayal of thoughts often unfolds with remarkable swiftness. However, after merely a fleeting moment, akin to the flickering of a spark, a familiar voice resounded once more. Rest well, old friend. Optimus Prime had approached unbeknownst to him, gently patting the shoulder of the ambulance, conveying profound meaning. The ambulance's lips curled into a sudden smile. Indeed, I am not merely a burden. There are numerous tasks only I can accomplish. On the Retribution, it felt as though each day echoed with the resounding praises of their leader for their master, as if declaring to the world the exceptional prowess of their intelligence officer in an ostentatious manner. The Soundwaves returned the resonance wave gun, which Megatron had explicitly stated was a gift for personal use, back to his fingertips. Seizing the moment when it seemed no one was paying attention, he mimicked the previous action directed at the fallen Jack, only to return to a nonchalant stance immediately afterward. Yet, only Flame could hear the jubilant thoughts echoing within him. Ha! I am truly impressive. Flame fell into silence. Alas, the persona is merely something to be shattered, is it not? An occasional collapse of one's persona can indeed contribute to mental well-being. Suddenly, the sound waves seemed to recall something, swiftly turning to Flame, brandishing the resonance wave gun in a mock display of menace. The semi-floppy ears suddenly perked up, and Flame's instinctive reaction was to cover his ears. It took him a couple of seconds to realize, oh right, they were on the Retribution, and the person opposite was his master. Thus, he sighed in relief and decided to play along, allowing his ears to soften, yet even more so than before. With drooping airplane ears, Flame presented a tearful, kitten-like expression. Soundwave, you know too much. Raise the gun. Flame, of course, I won't speak a word. Suddenly, Soundwave experienced a pang of conscience, retracting his hand to hide it behind his back and turning his head away. Once again, it was my triumph. He then redirected his attention to the two large figures beside him. Brother Thundercracker, look at this, it's charred. Flame plucked a steel plate from the back of the Dreadwing, completely oblivious to the momentary, pained expression on the other's face. And you, Dreadwing, both of your vehicle forms can fly. Firstly, Brother Thundercracker would undoubtedly flee upon seeing lava. Moreover, you can't possibly seek someone in your upright form, can you? Tossing the disassembled tail wing component into the parts basket behind him, he nodded to express his acknowledgement of the brother's sincere admission of fault, then inexplicably produced a brand new tail wing component to reattach to Dreadwing. Oh, if only I had known it was a toxic energy entity, I would have gone myself. Without any apparent reason, Flame rested his chin on his hand, seemingly perturbed as he uttered this. Why? Thundercracker remained blissfully naive. After pondering for a moment, Dreadwing tentatively inquired, is it because little Flame is very swift? Flame merely smiled in silence. Of course. Who do you think was the fool running in there every day during the viral warfare? Who is the one pulling out those poisoned individuals for rescue? It is quite amusing, really. After several wars, both sides meticulously reviewed the casualty lists while surveying the remnants for months. Before long, the fallen returned, weary and travel-worn, their former splendor entirely diminished. Chen felt that merely uttering the word paint could bring him to tears. Nonetheless, the fallen forced himself to calmly recount the entire ordeal, which was met with a moment of silence from Megatron. Chen distinctly heard the fallen grumbling internally, lamenting that had the dead fire accompanied him, it would not have been so dire, and he would not have to repair his paint. It was no matter. Of course, one could perceive the gritted teeth in his tone. Fortunately, it seemed that Chen had advised his superior to be more considerate of subordinates before the others returned. Thus Megatron refrained from unleashing his wrath. Although his tone was somewhat stiff, he kindly proposed, since you failed to acquire the relic, but Soundwave succeeded, why don't you first assist him in repairing the laser bird and the display screen, and then attend to your paint? Does that sound acceptable? Absolutely, sir. The Fallen replied with unexpected enthusiasm. After all, in his mind, it would have been strange if Megatron had not scolded him. Yet he was met with such a mild admonition, despite being marred with scratches that obscured his vibrant red paint. It only made the sudden brightness of his optical lenses more pronounced. The Fallen urged Soundwave towards the medical bay, while Chen could only hear his thoughts swirling around the dead fire and the new paint, intermittently mixed with fragmented phrases about repairing things. Silently, he drew a cross for the Red Spider, who was still trapped in the medical bay, contemplating an escape that he could not achieve. Now, on to the next agenda item. It seems the two of you have yet to inquire about the specific nature of the item brought back by little Chen. Or rather, do you have any impressions of this object? Megatron glanced at the corner where the master of many faces was idly fishing, and at the pondering Scorponok. And upon receiving negative responses, he reluctantly conceded defeat. I'm so exhausted, Megatron thought. You can only imagine who is more fatigued. What is the purpose of this item? Have you researched it? Finally, Megatron turned to Chen, hoping this achiever might possess some insights. At present, it merely appears to be a transformable, load-bearing laser deployment device. Chen tossed the divine gift lightly. Of course, if you're in haste, I could provide a more detailed report, provided you one team mind if I dismantle it further. I do mind. A mere guess sufficed. Let us first ensure it works for you. After all, your firepower is rather noteworthy. Megatron pondered for a considerable time before realizing there were truly no better alternatives. Thus he was compelled to indulge Chen's collecting obsession. It feels as if you underestimate my physical offensive capabilities. Do you wish to test my verbal prowess? Chen gazed wide-eyed at Megatron, half-jokingly remarking. However, upon acquiring the new gadget, he felt compelled to exclaim a cheerful hooray. Megatron gazed into the darkness of the corridor as Flame vanished, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh and permitting his departure. It seemed that several days passed in a rather uneventful manner. Where was the fourth? The clone known as Clone 3, a creation of Red Spider, was scouring the battleship in search of Clone 4. As anticipated, despite its ability to fly, Clone 4 was nowhere to be found, having seemingly embarked on yet another whimsical adventure aboard its beloved little scooter. Thus, Clone 3 had no choice but to abandon the search. Shortly thereafter, Megatron received a signal report indicating that an unknown dormant pod from his faction was soon to descend upon Earth. What do you think? He yanked back the cat-like head that attempted to slip away. Flame, having failed in his attempt to flee, reluctantly perked up his ears and replied, "Not one of our own." Very well. Megatron relinquished his grip on Flame, gesturing playfully as one would to a pet. Go and amuse yourself. Flame shot Megatron a glance before vanishing without a trace. I wish you a grand defeat this time. At the Autobot base, the strike team dispatched by Megatron indeed faced a disastrous defeat, yet they could not return, as they were all consumed by the blue flames ignited by the energy liquid. A newcomer, known as Smokescreen, had joined the fray. Alaric remained perched on a high platform, casting a discontented gaze downward at Smokescreen, who was engaged in conversation with Optimus Prime. Feel free to chat, but it seems your thoughts are clouded, perhaps a sign of madness directed at our leader. Alaric, show Smokescreen around the base. Suddenly prompted, Alaric glanced at Optimus Prime and noticed a subtle wink. Ah, very well. I suppose I must also perform security duties here among the Autobots. The medic merely observed Alaric with a watchful eye, recalling Prime's words of trust. Aware that nothing could be altered, he reluctantly lowered his gaze and resumed his task of collecting and deciphering the encrypted data from Iron Fortress. The true infiltrator lurked right beside you. Let the tour commence, akin to wandering through a museum. Alaric observed Smokescreen pressing closely against the glass, peering into the exhibit room, nearly drooling in anticipation. Do you desire it? Indeed, oh yes. Smokescreen suddenly snapped back to reality, bending down to fixate intently on Alaric's extraordinary golden eyes, which shimmered with an ethereal glow, an instinctive sense of unease washing over him. To desire it, one must strive for it. The golden light faded as Alaric turned to continue his path, leaving behind a lingering statement, but not at this moment. Smokescreen watched Alaric's retreating figure, his thoughts seemingly stifled by an unseen force, ultimately remaining silent. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the phase inverter, shrouded in cold white light within the exhibit room. What manner of relic is this? Alaric cast a fleeting glance at the room indicated by the smokescreen, and to his amusement, it was the Black Widow. He scoffed in response, declaring, a self-important fellow, one who remains impervious to persuasion. Would you care to meet her? I could facilitate an introduction, allowing me to witness firsthand how she might dispatch you. Ah, that won't be necessary. Smokescreen chuckled nervously, a sudden wave of trepidation washing over him as he scratched his head and shook his head in refusal. Following the conclusion of the tour, Alaric need not concern himself with the matter of vehicle selection, as that responsibility lay with Jack. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was paying attention, Alalek discreetly exchanged security check results with Optimus Prime, thereby confirming the accuracy of his assessment regarding Smokescreen's character. At this juncture, let's shift our focus to the vengeance. What did you say? You desire the red energy entity? Shoo, keep your voice down, third brother. It would be detrimental if others were to learn of this. Clone number 4 placed his clawed finger to his lips and whispered, I understand the likelihood of encountering that faction of Autobots. However, I witnessed it being taken by humans, and the cat insisted we maintain a low profile. What options did I have? Which is precisely why I gathered everyone to brainstorm a plan. Old 4, if you wish for our demise, you need only say so. Clone number 2 lamented, clenching his fist against his chest, his expression one of profound sorrow and tragic resolve. But I genuinely desire it. So do I. Clone number 3 interjected, casting a serious glance at clone number 2, responding, it holds significant geological research value. You see, I'm not the only one with this desire. Had Yanshin not informed me of its existence on Earth, I would not have ventured out today. Clone number 4 seized the hand of clone number 1, shaking it vigorously while adopting a convoluted tone. Brother, my esteemed elder, please devise a strategy. You possess the most ideas among us. Clone number 1's eyes darted, as if concocting another dubious scheme, yet he shifted the conversation, asking, where's little 5? Isn't he somewhat simple-minded? I refrained from informing him. Clone number 4 cast a sidelong glance at clone number 1, his fingers tightening anxiously, his tone betraying a sense of urgency. Surely, you wouldn't send little 5 to be the sacrificial pawn? Although I concede that little 5 is not particularly clever, clone number 1 remained silent, merely observing clone number 4, or rather, the space behind him. Oh, what are you all discussing? Sacrificial pawn? This is a task I'm quite familiar with. May I partake? He thought to himself, realizing his little scheme had indeed been uncovered, silently praying that it wasn't some meddlesome bureaucrat. He turned around, only to unexpectedly yet predictably encounter that feline visage adorned with a smile. Special edition. Once again, we find ourselves in the beloved series where I chastise myself. It is indeed remarkable that this endeavor has progressed to its second installment. I bear full responsibility for this. One might ponder whether I'm simply idling away my time, engaging in such personal musings. Consequently, what could have been updated on Monday has been delayed until now due to this distraction. Oh, the lament. I must admit, I am afflicted with a great folly, a fool indeed, grumbling and muttering in shadows. To commence, it is imperative to mention that any explicit description of the cat's golden eyes or similar expressions, such as the golden light, signifies the activation of his mental coercion abilities. For instance, in Chapter 24, the fleeting flash of brilliant gold witnessed by Soundwave and Megatron, as well as the previous chapter featuring Smoke and Arlek, exemplify this phenomenon. More specifically, it resembles a psychological suggestion or command that compels one to act, irrespective of time or form. In fact, the colors referenced throughout the narrative predominantly signify fixed entities. For example, the cyan blue typically represents energy liquid or energy blocks, while the violet hue denotes dark energy entities. Furthermore, congratulations are in order for Scorponok, who has rapidly developed his abilities, with his enlightenment occurring within a mere 3 chapters. Thus, it appears that the collective intellect resides within mechanical insects, making Scorponok indeed the most intelligent among them. Brilliant yet Na'vi, solely focused on brawling. Additionally, regarding character design, let's discuss the Faceless One. I am aware that he has appeared in other series, yet regrettably, I have yet to explore those narratives, leaving me largely unfamiliar with his specific characterization. Hence, the depiction of the Faceless One in this text is primarily a product of my imagination. To elaborate, he possesses the unique ability to transform into any special mechanism, with an existence so subtle that it borders on conceptual power. Even if one is aware of his location, merely gazing at the spot will not reveal his presence. His black lacquered form exacerbates this situation, leading him to habitually remain in corners to avoid collisions. It is said that the cat is the only one capable of accurately perceiving his whereabouts, likely due to sound. However, despite efforts to evade detection, accidents do occur. Thus, at Megatron's behest, he was fitted with an intermittent, glowing white sensory band intended to alert others to his presence. Unfortunately, even with this addition, those who notice him can only discern a vague black silhouette, meaning that, in strict terms, no one has truly seen his detailed visage. The aforementioned reflections stem from fleeting glimpses of the faceless one's presence in the relevant episode. As for his demeanor, on a whim one day, I penned a piece steeped in my own romanticism, finding it quite delightful, and thus I retained it. Thus, the chameleon, in my narrative, transforms into a romantic soul, indulging in whimsical conversations about inconsequential classical melodies. He revels in playful mischief and linguistic flirtation, embodying the mannerisms of a somewhat antiquated gentleman while, in essence, being an extraordinarily gentle and warm-hearted individual. Specifically, due to his unique circumstances as a specially assigned personnel, the chameleon is exempt from attendance unless absolutely necessary. And it seems that no one remembers him, allowing him to idly pass the time without concern. In fact, initially, the chameleon did not possess the aforementioned whimsical traits. He was, in stark contrast, a quiet and unassuming presence. However, during the prolonged and tedious journey, one must seek amusement, and thus, the chameleon began to deactivate his visibility signal while others strolled aimlessly, waiting for them to accidentally collide with him and engage in conversation, alleviating his feelings of solitude. Consequently, whether in soliloquy or dialogue with others, he gradually became quite the chatterbox. More often than not, the chameleon envied Chen, admiring his ability to capture attention and become the focal point no matter the time or place. He endeavored to remain close to Chen to offset his own abilities, and the results were indeed commendable. Yet, the chameleon often felt, when juxtaposed with the seemingly vibrant Chen, that he was merely a lifeless shell, devoid of aspirations or goals beyond saving his homeland. However, within the vast expanse of the universe, unexpected delights await, and the chameleon ultimately became immersed in the diverse and vibrant ecosystems of various planets. Now, having arrived on the small planet called Earth, he discovered an ecosystem that rivals, if not surpasses, that of his homeland. Most importantly, there are readily available educational programs to enjoy. At least the chameleon finds joy in his current existence, does he not? Next, we turn to the characterization of the 6 senior officers. Interestingly, I selected their names from rumors I encountered online. Although I only utilize their names, they undeniably belong to characters of my own creation, as their personas are entirely crafted by me. Therefore, I shall clarify this alongside other personal interpretations. Firstly, the concept of replicas is deeply intertwined with the backstory of cats, making it challenging to alter. Thus, it is a personal interpretation that replicas do not possess the ability to speak. They lack life and autonomous consciousness, and do not qualify as beings with genuine human rights, akin to intelligent machines as perceived by humanity. In a private interpretation, autonomous consciousness and awareness represent 2 entirely distinct entities. Autonomous consciousness pertains to the cognitive processes within the human brain and its modules, symbolizing true life, whereas awareness is fundamentally an algorithmic computation derived from a set of operational principles, determining the subsequent behaviors and actions of its host. If one were to scrutinize closely, it could be perceived as merely a sophisticated form of automated intelligent iteration. Thus, the term minions refers to mere replicas endowed solely with awareness. While their original prototypes consist of the 6 advanced beings possessing autonomous consciousness that shall be elaborated upon next, these 6 are not biological siblings. Rather, they share an uncanny resemblance. Upon being unearthed by Megatron, their exceptional abilities earn them positions akin to that of personal bodyguards, while Megatron himself requires no protection. It must be acknowledged that these 6 have performed admirably in their escort duties. After millions of years of cohabitation and mutual adaptation, the depth of their rapport and emotional bond renders the phrase like brothers utterly fitting. Here follows a detailed exploration of their personalities, arranged in descending order of age. The eldest, a quintessential older brother, embodies a strong paternal presence, exhibiting remarkable tolerance towards his younger siblings. He strives to fulfill their desires and whims, allowing them their carefree antics. Yet he becomes notably stern and unyielding in his criticism and punishment when they err. Fortunately, such instances rarely necessitate his intervention. He possesses an acute sensitivity to potential hazards and strives to eradicate any threats, fiercely protective of his family. In essence, he emanates an unparalleled sense of security. In second place, as gleaned from previous narratives, He is an exceedingly meticulous individual who adheres strictly to commands and regulations. Any infraction, no matter how minor, is met with unrelenting enforcement of the rules. His rigidity often leads to exasperated remarks about his inflexibility, coupled with concerns that he may offend others. His siblings regard him as a bothersome and exceedingly dull elder brother, primarily due to his propensity to critique their playful pursuits. Indeed, his fears of offending others have proven to be well-founded. However, it is evident from earlier contexts that he is attempting to adapt, at least learning to relax his stringent standards to some degree. Nevertheless, he remains the quintessentially rigid straight man. The third, although not a biological sibling, shares a genuine fraternal bond with the second. Their personalities are remarkably similar. Both are playful and vivacious, driven by youthful exuberance and a slight impatience for success and recognition. However, the third exhibits a stronger execution capability, often acting impulsively without fully contemplating the consequences. Frequently, he embarks on tasks without thorough consideration, leading to unintended complications. While he often manages to salvage the situation or accept the repercussions of his blunders, this does not preclude him from receiving reprimands, nor does it hinder his unchangeable nature. He is the fourth among the brothers, an unparalleled jester, who once dedicated himself to collecting everyone's dark secrets and various amusing anecdotes. Despite numerous attempts to dissuade him, he remains steadfast in his pursuit of merriment, bearing the title of a battlefield correspondent while indulging in his whimsical pursuits. Tragically, during one such escapade, he was severely injured by stray gunfire, leaving him with a significant portion of his body compromised. While he was tended to amid reprimands, he ultimately survived, albeit requiring an extensive recovery period, which led to his reassignment to the logistics department. This explains why he alone was privy to the Black Widow's secrets in the 14th chapter, as he was the only one not deployed on field duty during his recuperation. Regrettably, his inherent nature proved resistant to change, and he continued to seek amusement. In the absence of entertainment, he would even go so far as to create it himself, often becoming the source of the fun. A quintessential onlooker who relishes chaos, he has now learned to instigate merriment while managing to extricate himself unscathed. After all, he certainly does not wish to endure another explosion. Now that he has experienced pain, one might wonder why he cannot simply abstain from such antics. Due to past experiences, he is not permitted to act independently, and the individual best suited to monitor him frequently describes him as an annoyingly persistent nuisance. As his younger brother, he possesses an even stronger competitive spirit. As a perfectionist, this combination proves particularly perilous if he is not allowed to execute tasks to his exacting standards. He is unlikely to relent. Exceptionally intelligent and possessing strong logical reasoning, he pays meticulous attention to detail. Although he is highly precise in combat, his relentless pursuit of perfection often leads him to rely excessively on planning, rendering him inflexible in both battle and gaming scenarios. Thus, even if his gaming skills surpass others, he often finds himself defeated by those who can unpredictably introduce chaos into the game. As for the youngest brother, as previously mentioned, he has a penchant for obscure trivia and dry humor, frequently sharing at least one tidbit daily as if it were part of a routine. When in high spirits, he may even treat others to a generous surprise, making him the primary supplier of cold air within their ranks. His vast knowledge ensures that inquiries directed at him are rarely misguided, though those willing to endure his relentless puns may well deem him a commendable teacher. Possessing a rather morbid sense of humor, he finds that minor pranks are merely trivial amusements, long since exhausted, while grander schemes of mischief have become his primary focus. The logistics department has pledged unconditional support and assistance. Meanwhile, the elder brother, inundated with complaints, strives to rein in the gradually burgeoning jester from his mischievous tendencies. The narrative elaborates on the various characters, highlighting the nuances of their roles and relationships. It becomes evident that the individuals mentioned, primarily those of certain rank, are significant figures within the hierarchy. It is noted that the term cadre encompasses a specific group, including the 6 notable characters, 2 mechanical insects with names, and others referenced later. The distinction between holding a cadre position and being part of the cadre level is crucial. For instance, Soundwave serves as an intelligence officer, while Shockwave is a scientist. The character known as Cat embodies the role of a diplomat, and another character, aside from Megatron, is recognized as the highest military leader of the Decepticons. The roles of Knockout as a physician and Ratchet as a medical officer are also specified, while Black Arachnia currently operates as an aerial commander. The character known as Starscream, merely by virtue of being Megatron's student, possesses enough authority to be considered cadre. Consequently, the remaining characters fall under the cadre level, wielding the power to engage in affairs and direct subordinates without holding formal cadre positions. For example, the character known as the Master of 1,000 Faces serves as a special agent, and the aforementioned 6 elite soldiers are classified as guards, which, in a strict sense, does not equate to cadre positions. In fact, the authority associated with cadre positions surpasses that of the cadre level itself. For instance, Black Arachnia has the ability to command the Master of 1,000 Faces, and Soundwave can directly pardon any impending punishment against a character named Little Owl. Megatron, as the leader, is unequivocally unassailable in his authority. The next character introduced is Scorponok. The foundational concept behind Scorponok was to maintain the essence of his mechanical insect nature while simultaneously emphasizing his intellect. It is notable that he is portrayed as a somewhat contradictory figure, capable of rapid strategic planning even amidst a flurry of action. This duality is illustrated during his confrontation with Black Arachnia, where despite the imminent threat of mutual destruction, Scorponok exhibits the agility to devise contingency plans to safeguard his companions. His intelligence is primarily manifested through his quick reflexes as he adeptly perceives the silent threat posed by a device, responding with a calculated counteraction. Furthermore, he demonstrates an ability to swiftly pivot conversations when tensions rise. Thus, his seemingly impulsive nature may very well serve as a FAAD. In a confrontation, Megatron, incensed by Scorponok's sudden attack, questions whether the assault was intentional. Scorponok, upon encountering Megatron for the 4th time, reflects on his previous failed attempts at action, humorously pondering whether his body acted autonomously. This moment reveals Scorponok's struggle to control his impulses, an occurrence that only manifests in the presence of Megatron. Mouchi. Engaging in combat is truly exhilarating. I have always enjoyed crafting intricate character profiles. However, this meticulous writing process is undeniably gratifying. In Chapter 30, the partition observed is not a tavern, but rather a CAF owned by a cat, who finds himself at leisure. Yet, 2 individuals persistently indulge in drinking at the CAF. I shall refrain from disclosing their identities. It seems the cat has undergone a change in temperament, though I wonder if anyone has noticed this subtle transformation. Consequently, it is perplexing why certain plots remain unnoticed, evoking a sudden sense of frustration. Chapter 35. Who just acquired a new toy only for it to shatter in the next episode. A metallic barrel, damaged. Chen, in high spirits, strode through the control room, blissfully ignoring the puzzled glances from Megatron and disregarding the startled reaction of the dormant fire, who was engaged in rehabilitation training with Red Spider. He made a beeline for his chamber and securely locked the door behind him, relieved that no one had called out to question him. Chen exhaled softly and rummaged through a pile of components in his abdomen, retrieving a piece of crimson crystal. This was a reward received for assisting in obtaining the red energy body. After examining it closely, he conceded that while it may not compare to the super energy body, it was certainly more visually appealing than that ominous, purplish blob. Opening the display cabinet, he was greeted by the most beautiful and striking sight, a large sculpture crafted from the raw or of a super energy body. Adjacent to it, within the partition, lay a slender, dark super energy body, its glow subdued, exuding a lackluster aura. Casting a glance, Chen quickly averted his gaze in disdain. Below the sculpture of the super energy body, a transparent yet completely sealed barrier concealed an unknown material, within which rested a toxic energy body, presumably scavenged from a viral war millions of years ago, continuously radiating its distinctive, decayed green aura. To the right of the toxic energy body was an empty partition, awaiting the placement of a new artifact. Chen carefully positioned the red energy body within, arranging it meticulously, and took satisfaction in admiring the diverse forms of energy bodies, blue, purple, green, and red, before sealing the display cabinet once more. The next item in his collection was serendipitously captured from the thoughts of an unknown individual, a secret satellite weapon, seemingly beyond the current technological capabilities of life on this small planet. At this very moment, it hovers within Earth's orbital path, named Damocles. Well-versed in the diverse cultures of various planets, Chen was familiar with the legendary tale of Damocles, a sword suspended above one's head, initially symbolizing the magnitude of power one wields and the corresponding responsibilities it entails. Nowadays, it serves as a reminder to remain vigilant even amidst times of happiness, as hidden dangers may lurk beneath. It seems humanity has produced a film that equates Damocles' sword with a weapon of devastation. Nevertheless, should this Damocles satellite ever be deployed, it would indeed be a formidable instrument of destruction. Thus, come quickly to my collection cabinet. There are delightful new games here. Brother Jia primarily finds the color scheme of this item quite appealing. Stealthily removing it is far simpler than extracting the red energy source right under the watchful eyes of the Autobots. After all, the Retribution vessel idles in low Earth orbit, providing an opportunity to discreetly bring it into the abode. However, prior to this, one must subtly tamper with the satellite signal monitoring devices of humanity to fabricate a deceptive signal that could easily mislead carbon-based life forms for a lifetime. This task is not particularly challenging, and thus the operation proceeded without a hitch, yielding results as anticipated. Collection 1, Farewell, Cat. The following days were spent idly awaiting the deciphering of the Iron Fortress coordinates. Our dear Optimus Prime, both a warrior and a scholar, must engage in combat personally while also managing the decoding of the cipher and tending to the children. What a noble brother, struggling to support such a large family. At the Autobot base, it must be said that Jack and Smokescreen's methods of vengeance are indeed satisfying. However, they seem to have grown a bit too smug, laughing boisterously to the point where a certain owl, overwhelmed, could only cover his ears in despair. Yet, he could not show any signs of distress, forcing himself to feign concentration on his reading, unaffected by the ruckus. However, anyone who approached him would easily discern the expression of exasperation etched on his face. Unbelievable! Al cried out in frustration. Optimus appeared somewhat speechless, while Al could hear his internal monologue, repeating thoughts about how they were merely children and should be tolerated for now, followed by proper guidance later. The level of exasperation he felt was almost on par with the noise from the raucous duo. As anticipated, Jack and Smokescreen were compelled to attend a mandatory lesson on the principles of life from their elder brother. Subsequently, Al was tasked with monitoring the two, ensuring they did not cause too much chaos. When Al first received this news, he and Optimus exchanged a silent gaze for nearly a minute. Surely, Brother Prime, you cannot genuinely believe I am someone who will ease your worries? Oh, you cannot hear my thoughts, can you? Thus, I had no choice but to accept this assignment. After all, I, as a cat, am typically obedient. However, the outcome was unexpectedly tumultuous, as Smokescreen, unobserved for a moment, dashed off to confront old Iron Bucket 11, resulting in a thoroughly comprehensive defeat. I could hardly bear to watch. The commotion behind him stemmed from a solitary mechanical insect, now standing behind him and Jack, tilting its head curiously. Al confirmed that Jack had also sensed this, as his entire being was tense and rigid, yet he tremulously reached out to grasp Al's hand. Then, he pulled Al along as they fled. The mechanical insects emitted a cacophony that intertwined with the howling wind, as Arliak attempted to withdraw his hand, but Jack, seemingly fearful of his escape, held on with a vice-like grip. Surely, I can just take a quick look at the slingshot? No, absolutely not. That would be too perilous, Jack retorted. Thus, it was only after being dragged into a relatively secure crevice in the rock, adjusting his position so that the mechanical insect's claws could not graze even the hem of his garment, that he could finally free his hand and maliciously draw back the slingshot towards the cave's entrance. As the mechanical insects retracted their claws, and before their next relentless assault could commence, the projectile struck true, sending the mechanical insect crashing to the ground. Although the immediate crisis had momentarily subsided, the fate of the Star Sword remained uncertain. The thought of the Smokescreen plunging directly into danger filled Arliak with an overwhelming sense of despair, akin to the dismay one feels in a game when, after successfully unlocking half of the machines, one looks up to find all three teammates fallen. What is this place? Where's brother? Someone, save us. Jack clung to the rocks, peering down at the Decepticon engineering team, while Arliak lay beside him, a visage of frustration. Yet, as if summoned by fate, brother arrived just as the mighty move was on the cusp of success. He had seized it, The dim star sword fell into Optimus Prime's grasp, and instantly, it cleaved through the darkened sky, radiating a brilliant azure luminescence. Optimus landed in a superhero-like kneel, stirring up a cloud of dust, which soon dissipated to reveal him holding the star sword, glancing back with a resolute gaze. "What a fascinating sword," Jack remarked, stealing a glance at Arliek, tugging at his collar to prevent him from leaping forward in excitement, scrutinizing the sword closely, feeling as though he could perceive the shimmering light of a four-pointed star in Arliek's eyes. Optimus gripped the star sword, its tip aimed at the approaching Avenger. What a magnificent tableau! He paused momentarily as the Avenger was about to vanish into the clouds, and without further contemplation, he swung the sword with casual finesse. The expansive azure blade radiated its essence, slicing through the clouds, unyieldingly soaring towards the tail of the Avenger. Who could have anticipated that the very chamber aboard the Avenger lay within the striking range of the Star Sword? Oh my goodness, with such a colossal blade descending. If even half of the treasures remain intact, it would be a testament to Optimus' restraint, let alone that heap of dangerous goods. I can't believe it wouldn't obliterate at least half of the Avenger. No, my treasures. Oh, and the Avenger too. Chen glanced at the divine gift in his grasp. As the azure blade swept through the sky, just as it was about to collide with the Avenger, a sudden flash of violet light intertwined with the blue, forming a slender yet fierce strike that vertically clashed with the Star Sword's attack, piercing through it and shattering it into countless fragments, which subsequently faded into oblivion. The cloud curtain concealed the judgment from view, rendering it inaudible to all. Optimus Prime lowered the arm that held the Star Sword, his gaze fixed on the silver warplane as it sliced through the mist, which soon returned to a vast expanse of clouds, serene and untroubled by worldly affairs. The judgment had not yet descended into darkness. This little gadget proved rather effective. Chen observed the divine gift, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Perhaps he should dismantle it further and uncover the secrets it concealed? After all, it certainly seemed suspicious. Suddenly, a fleeting surge of fearful confusion washed over him, as if composed of hastily assembled code. This became increasingly intriguing. Chen cast a meaningful glance at the divine gift before placing it on the modification table. The panicked thoughts grew clearer. He was genuinely curious about the underlying code's configuration. All senior officers, to the main control room, urgent meeting. This was the voice of Megatron. Alas, how unfortunate. Chen shrugged, tidying his belongings as he pressed the switch for the hatch by the wall. He would have to wait for another opportunity to delve deeper into his research. In truth, Megatron himself was uncertain why he had called for a meeting. Logically, neither the Star Sword nor the mysterious Violet Blade had escalated matters to such a critical point, yet a persistent voice echoed in his mind. Divert him. Megatron was unsure who this him referred to, but the urgency of the voice left little room for contemplation, growing more insistent until, in a moment of impulsiveness, he dispatched the notice for the meeting. By the time Chen ambled into the main control room, the meeting had been underway for a while, with Megatron discussing strategies against the Star Sword. Ah, they didn't wait for me. Chen scanned the room and located his beloved white swivel chair. Sir, if the discussion concerns the Star Sword, then the Red Spider, who deflected its attack, should speak up, he noted, observing that the Red Spider appeared much improved compared to a few days prior, seemingly recovering well. Megatron turned towards Soundwave, who summoned footage from the vicinity, the display flickering like static on a television screen. Soundwave then glanced toward the other end of the control room, where most of the personnel followed suit, their attention drawn to the screen. Chen tilted his head, feeling an unexplainable sense of awe. Still pretending, little Chen? He teased. You alone possess the capability to completely shield Soundwave surveillance methods aboard the ship. Fine, I concede. Chen replied obediently, retrieving the divine gift and handing it to Megatron. How does one operate this? Megatron fumbled with it for a moment, only to discover the unfortunate truth. He seemed unable to activate it. Thus, he returned it to Chen. Demonstrate it for me. Chen obediently donned the component hat, his body transforming into a feline form with 4 paws on the ground. He shook his head, and a tail quietly emerged from behind him, the cylindrical laser emitter at its tip slightly rotating for adjustment. In an instant, a purple beam, shaped like an arrowhead, struck the wall, leaving behind a hole that nearly pierced through. Chen gazed at Megatron, discerning only the implication of continuity. Very well. The The ruse had not succeeded. The cylindrical laser emitter on his tail morphed into a blade, its edge adorned with a luminous purple sheen. Taking a deep breath, he leapt and performed a somersault, flicking his tail outward. The crescent-shaped purple blade swiftly glided forth, leaving a smooth cut in the wall before anyone could react. "Cool me. Little Chen, let us engage in combat." This was the first challenge from the mantis, eager to join the fray. The hardshell beside him discreetly tugged at him. "What could this thing possibly see in you? It's not about leadership. Why can't I do the same?" This was the vexation of Megatron. One reason for launching the blade-like laser was to further accelerate its initial velocity. This was the inquisitive spirit of Chen. "Oh, of course. The primary reason is simply that it looks impressive," was the candid remark of Chen. The sounds of rapid typing filled the air as the sonic waves continued to decipher the encrypted messages of the Iron Fortress. Megatron finally resolved to procure himself a weapon that could stand as a worthy counterpart to his eternal rival, Optimus Prime. Summoning Starscream, he traversed the cosmic bridge back to the still desolate Cybertron, rummaging through a crypt that had long been disturbed, extracting a half-arm from within. Observing Starscream move the sarcophagus lid, Megatron took a half-step back, masking the turmoil of complaints that surged within him. "How has this child become as foolish as Thundercracker? Stepping on my foot?" Yet, Starscream appeared utterly oblivious. It seemed necessary to regulate the time he spent with Thundercracker henceforth. Megatron silently resolved this. Peering into the tomb and groping for a time, only to find a right arm, he glanced at the hand cannon on his own arm, unwilling to give up, and reached in again, but found nothing else of desire. Reluctantly, he cast a lingering glance at the hand cannon, secured the severed limb, and called for Starscream to return. At the Autobot base, the prophecy of the Primal Covenant heralds a turning point on a small planet, marking the dawn of a new era of conflict between two factions. And beware of variables. Optimus Prime stared at the elderly man with the white beard, his thunderous voice echoing repeatedly in his mind. He abruptly opened his eyes. The companions were close at hand, palpable and vivid, and in a moment of introspection, Optimus Prime let out a subtle sigh of relief. Upon reflecting on the words of the primordial Supreme Being, he pondered the identity of the variable, which remained an enigma to him. However, considering that this variable had prompted such trepidation in the primordial Supreme Being, who had repeatedly and earnestly cautioned him to be vigilant, Optimus deduced that this variable was likely no benign entity. Within his circle, including the Decepticons, none appeared to meet these ominous criteria. Perhaps the variable had yet to manifest? Suppressing all thoughts deep within his mind, Optimus felt a gentle tremor from the star sword he had planted in the ground. He looked down to find, as expected, Alaric tapping the blade with his fingers. With a gentle motion, Optimus moved the sword aside, disregarding Alaric's expression of disappointment, merely advising, "It is dangerous. Do not touch." Alaric, no longer persisting in his desire to handle the star sword, met Optimus's gaze for half a second before retreating into silence. Optimus sensed that Alaric had something to communicate, so he succinctly conveyed the upcoming mission objectives to the others before making his way toward a corner with the star sword, beckoning with a finger behind his back. "Have you discovered something?" he inquired, resting the star sword against the wall. Alaric did not rush to respond. Instead, he leaned closer to the star sword, tapping the blade twice with a bent finger. After listening intently, he turned to Optimus and replied, "This sword is broken once before. Exercise caution when wielding it again." "I understand." Optimus expressed his gratitude to Alaric, gently nudging him to exit first, while he lingered for a moment longer before nonchalantly following. Only the ambulance witnessed this exchange. Remaining silent, aboard the Reprisal, the atmosphere was tense. Flamewing was the first to critique Megatron's new right hand, his words sharp and unyielding. Tarantulas lamented the loss of the hand cannon he had gifted, while Soundwave continued to work alone, his back turned to everyone. Aesthetics mattered little. Functionality was paramount. Megatron paid no heed to Flamewing's assessment, tightening his grip on the Cytion hammer, his crimson optical lens fixed on a substantial mass of dark energy before him. With a surge of strength, he swung the hammer, deciphering yet another coordinate. "Well done, Soundwave," he acknowledged. Stroking the dark star, sword resting on his back, he commanded, "Activate the land bridge. I shall personally consecrate this blade." Near a pyramid in Egypt, smoke screen trailed behind Alarcy, like a child who had pilfered something from home, anxiously fiddling with the phase deflector on his wrist. though his initial involvement stemmed from Jack's predicament, as Alercy confirmed the execution of this mission. The image of the phase deflector, illuminated by cold white light, resurfaced in his mind once more. Desire must be pursued on one's own, a phrase imbued with temptation. Pride opened the heart of Smoke. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he slipped into the chamber where the spoils were kept and opened the door to the compartment housing the phase deviation device. Perhaps it was the confidence bestowed upon him by his beloved weapon that propelled him forward. Smoke hastened after RC, tentatively speaking, RC, regarding Jack. I deeply regret putting them in peril. I assure you, such an incident will never occur again. I shall prioritize the protection of humanity. Still somewhat unconvinced, Smoke added, You understand, don't you? After a brief silence, RC, following the signal into the pyramid, continued, Your lack of understanding about this planet is somewhat excusable. But what I cannot forgive is, she turned to gaze into Smoke's eyes, enunciating each word with gravity, your impulsiveness, your recklessness, your disregard for life. I shall never forgive. This was followed by a prolonged silence that lingered until they finally found the key, at which point the atmosphere became slightly more lively. As they reached the entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Megatron. To fight? Naturally, they were no match. Moreover, the ominous purple sword exuding malevolence made Smoke feel the tremors of the spark within him. Yet, neither Smoke nor RC were the type to flee out of fear for their lives. Despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, they resolutely chose to fight to the bitter end. Smoke advanced first, but as expected, the sword wielded by Megatron was no ordinary weapon. In terms of both power and combat experience, Smoke was vastly inferior. And after being knocked aside by a single strike, he found himself caught in a wide arc of violet energy, leaving him no chance to resist. It was as if he were ensnared by a whirlwind, violently thrown backward. Fortunately, the phase deviation device was activated, allowing Smoke to traverse through the wall and into the depths of the pyramid. Otherwise, he would have become yet another victim of the blade. However, the Dark Star Sword's formidable power still rendered Smoke unconscious. Time was an unclear passage for him. When he finally stirred, rubbing his aching back, he confirmed that aside from the pain from his fall, he bore no other injuries. He took a moment to express his gratitude towards the phase deviation device on his wrist before setting about searching for an exit. After navigating a considerable circuit around the crumbling walls, Smoke emerged from the ruins only to witness a shocking scene, his idol's weapon being shattered before his very eyes. At that moment, under the blade of the Dark Star Sword, Optimus Prime appeared to be in grave danger. He needs me. The energy within him surged, flooding to the top of his head, causing all else to fade from his mind, causes and consequences alike. Without a hint of hesitation, Smoke charged forward. It seems I have never been so composed, my mind racing to uncover the slightest possibility that could facilitate the leader's safe retreat. Ambulance, activate the land bridge. Even in such a critical moment, the individual who uttered these words remained serene and authoritative. The shimmering violet blade, energy, surged through the air, launching another assault. The primary objective was to safeguard the leader. This singular thought consumed my mind. My body reacted instinctively, propelling Optimus Prime forward, while I reflexively raised my arms in a futile attempt to shield myself. Yet the attack of the Dark Star Sword pierced through me effortlessly, vanishing without a trace. Beneath Optimus Prime's feet, the land bridge silently unfolded. After facing an attack that could easily claim my life, there was no time to dwell in fear. I watched as the leader unleashed fire upon Megatron, only to have every shot intercepted by the Dark Star Sword, which filled me with a sense of urgency. Hurry to the land bridge. Move quickly. My mind screamed in desperation. I vocalized my thoughts, racing towards the land bridge with every ounce of strength I possessed. At last, I reached him just before the violet attack could strike the retreating leader. I grasped him, the phase shifter's effect extending through our contact, allowing the blade to pass through me unimpeded. There was no time to be dazed, nor any inclination to linger, as I turned and dashed into the land bridge. I had seized him, I had grasped the future. Chapter 36. This moment signifies a resounding victory for the Decepticons. The precarious balance, which had been maintained, ultimately tipped, succumbing to one side. Flame was still grieving over the news that Megatron had accidentally damaged the Star Sword. My precious collection weeps, lamenting the loss. It is unclear when it began, but everyone suddenly became extraordinarily busy, leaving Flame seemingly idle. with no clear purpose, merely passing the time aboard the reprisal. Occasionally, he would join others to add a bit of flair to their endeavors. Soundwave continued to contend with the overwhelming sea of red in the command room, while Megatron stood behind him, observing. It felt as if a dense torrent of ancient Cybertronian was drilling into my mind. Flame wrapped his head, marveling at his master's ability to manage such chaos, while pondering whether his prolonged absence from studying ancient Cybertronian was causing hallucinations of characters invading his consciousness. But wait, as a mere assemblage of parts, could I truly experience such illusions? Alas, this is a question I cannot explain. So, I hastily fled from this tumultuous place. Disassembling into parts, I slipped through a corridor just before the door could close, reassembling my form silently and stealthily rounding the corner, hiding near the entrance of a medical bay. Power down. The Soundwave has agreed to lend me the resonance wave gun, and Lord Megatron has also consented to my undertaking a mission at the newly deciphered coordinates. So, are you coming along? Please exercise caution. It involves taking down and extinguishing the flames, a task concerning that enviable pure love couple. What? You inquire how I am aware of this? Yes, surely. Within the entire ship, they are the only two who believe they are concealing their affections well, while in reality, countless sweet little stories about them circulate widely on the internal network. Even Megatron has silently approved of their continued development. How remarkable! Ah, foolishness! Wait, I'm inviting you to join me. Last time, I was terribly bullied, and you witnessed it, did you not? Without extinguishing the flames, neither of us could even maintain our paint. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, we shall go together and avenge that last humiliation. Silence fell from the extinguished flames, followed by a rustling sound, as he responded with action. Excellent. I knew you wouldn't refuse me. Extinguish flames. Do not become overly excited. Take down. Be cautious of unexpected incidents. What do they call it? Yes. As the Earth would say, this is hubris. Unexpected incidents? What unexpected incidents? With you by my side, nothing unforeseen can occur. Together, we shall surely accomplish our mission. The sounds of conversation and footsteps grew ever closer, and Chen switched off the recording, contentedly leaving the medical room and making his way down the corridor. If this segment were to be posted on the internal network, those who indulge in reading and writing would surely be astounded. Chen pondered mischievous ideas as he swiftly navigated the corridor, passing by a hatch. How many days have passed? Why is this purification process so slow? Chen abruptly halted, curiosity piqued, and returned to eavesdrop at the doorframe. A distinct sound echoed. Someone forcefully removed the energy liquid storage tank from its fixture. With just this, even we would find it insufficient, as long as it is usable. Isn't that right, main body? Confirmed. It is the Red Spider, recently recovering from serious illness yet still afflicted with bouts of madness, alongside his two charming clones. Not even 3 months old, perhaps due to the complete recovery from his injuries, or perhaps because months of inactivity have left him brimming with untapped energy. His voice now carries even more strength than before his injury. Indeed, an excess of energy is not necessarily a good thing. Let us conduct some tests first. You two must diligently record the data. Understood? Understood, main body. They responded in unison, and anyone witnessing this would surely remark on the prowess of clone brothers. However, just then, footsteps echoed around the corner of the corridor. Based on their weight and frequency, it was the Harpy coming to find the Red Spider. As Chen crouched by the door, he sprawled out like a pile of disassembled parts, pressing himself against the ceiling. As anticipated, with the sound of footsteps approaching, Skywing leisurely arrived at the cabin door. The door remained firmly shut, having been locked from within, and thus did not automatically open in response to his presence. Skywing raised his hand and stood in silence for a moment, listening. The interior had settled into a tranquil calm. He then bent his fingers and gently tapped on the door, announcing his purpose. Red Spider? Commander Red Spider? Lord Megatron has sent me to the newly deciphered coordinates. Hence my visit. What do you need from me? Aren't you on a mission only with Thundercracker? What would it be my turn? Skywing remained silent at the door, pondering while gazing at the closed entrance. A faint blush appeared on his visage, and after a brief pause, he finally spoke again. Lord Megatron mentioned that due to my prolonged association with my brother, my cerebral module has rusted. Hence I was not permitted to join him on this mission. The door swung open, and Red Spider stood there, locking eyes with Skywing. That is not quite how the Lord phrased it, is it? Confidence radiated from Red Spider's tone, as he was resolute in his interpretation. Skywing scratched his head, breaking into a wide, radiant smile as he replied, "The Lord's words were rather subtle. What I conveyed was my own interpretation. Quite self-aware. I concur that is indeed the meaning," Red Spider said, placing his hands on his hips, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. "All right, I approve your attendance for this mission. Let us go, quick and return swiftly." Skywing's eyes lit up, and he turned to set off. "Wait." Skywing turned back, puzzled. "I may be experimenting with a new subject, and they will assist in recording data." Red Spider pointed to the two clones inside the room, who were engrossed in discussions about the red energy purification liquid. Leaning closer to Skywing's audio receiver, Red Spider whispered, "Ensure their safety." "Are you implying that I am coddling you all?" "How touching," Clone 2 exaggeratedly expressed. Yet the latter part of his statement was abruptly dampened, creating a stark contrast in the atmosphere. "Which of your ears heard me coddling you? You 5, no wait. There are 6 of you, are utterly insufferable. It would be better if you just disappeared," Red Spider retorted fiercely, then turned away, striding towards the corridor's end without looking back. Skywing exchanged glances with the two clones. He scratched his head, bewildered by Red Spider's sudden outburst. "What are you waiting for? Let us go." The three were simultaneously startled, and Skywing hurriedly complied, leading the two clones after him. "Such a tsundere, isn't he, Little Red?" Flame fell gracefully back to the floor, casually closing the cabin door, while musing about what more interesting activities they could pursue next. "Shall we seek out the chameleon?" Flame glanced towards the training room as direction. What a stroke of luck. He never felt so fortunate before. After all, this was merely the first mission, and he had already encountered his target for revenge. What kind of fortune was this? Perhaps it is the will of the heavens. The screenwriter. Indeed, this is the choice of the script. The protagonist, known as the Conqueror, relishes the spectrum of reactions from boundless hope to profound despair, perhaps a reflection of his own wicked sense of humor. At this moment, he observes Alcee and Bumblebee approaching the ultimate key, which he had deliberately placed as bait. Gripping the resonance wave gun, he emerges from the shadows. "Let us see who we have here," he muses, strolling nonchalantly to the front of the ultimate key. As he watches Alcee and Bumblebee adopt their offensive stances, a sudden intensity flickers in his gaze. He raises the resonance wave gun and declares fiercely, "So it was you two who reduced me to that pathetic state last time." The sound waves vibrate through the air, creating a palpable tension. This time, he is determined to exact revenge. Lost in this moment of triumph, he remains oblivious to the azure energy projectile hurtling towards him from behind, striking his back with precision, chipping away a small piece of paint. He freezes for over a second, stunned. Realizing the shift in his circumstances, his expression transforms into one of indignation and sorrow. He amplifies the power of the resonance wave gun, pinning Bumblebee against the stone wall with relentless force. Yet, Alcee finds herself unrestrained. The unmistakable sound of a blade being drawn from behind reaches his ears, but the Conqueror chooses to disregard it. A gray-blue figure brushes past, the collision of their forms producing a resounding echo. He knows that there will always be someone to safeguard him. "Are you feeling better?" To prevent her from moving, the Igniter firmly grips Alcee's wrist, tilting his head to question the Conqueror. Meanwhile, the Conqueror has already stowed the resonance wave gun, replacing it with the ultimate key he had used as bait. Upon hearing the Igniter's inquiry, he responds with a tone of delight. "Naturally, the vendetta has been avenged. The mission accomplished. How could I not be elated? Shall we return now?" The Igniter glances at Alcee, still in his grasp. "Certainly, let us head back," the Conqueror replies, winking meaningfully at the Igniter as he summons the land bridge of retribution. The yellow and blue land bridge unfolds, allowing the Igniter to place Alcee on a relatively flat rock surface before he follows the Conqueror inside, both engaging in lighthearted conversation. The second ultimate key has fallen into the hands of the Decepticons. Communications with the base have ceased, the barrier remarks to the nearby smokescreen. Does this mean we should more fervently seize the third key? Smokescreen, embodying the spirit of a passionate youth, remains oblivious to the complexities of the world. "No, it does not affect our plans," the barrier replies with a sense of clarity, tilting his head to gaze at the golden, chaotic leaves overhead. There are only 4 ultimate keys, each indispensable. The loss of anyone is unacceptable. However, A division has occurred, and a fierce battle is inevitable in the future. Of course, even though the war is a foregone conclusion, we must devote ourselves fully to acquiring this key. The partition gently patted the shoulder of the smokescreen, reassuring him that even if the mission were to fail, it would not be of great consequence. One must avoid hasty actions driven by emotion. What truly matters is not the task, but the individuals involved. I understand now. I shall exert every effort to seize that key. The smokescreen appeared brimming with confidence. No, you do not comprehend. The partition sighed, still gazing at the falling leaves. How beautiful it is! The wind swirls the leaves down, yet its force suddenly intensifies, disrupting the serene scene. Turning back, the partition spotted the terrifying wing descending from midair, landing steadily upon the nearby hillock before the two of them. Uncertain whether the terrifying wing had companions, he recalled from past experiences that the Thunder and Terrifying Wing brothers were nearly inseparable. His only concern now was that Thunder might have ventured ahead to the ultimate key, leaving Terrifying Wing to delay him and the smokescreen. Casting a glance at the eager smokescreen, who was already prepared for battle, the partition swiftly thrust the signal detector into his hands and urged him. I will hold him off while you procure the key. If you encounter anyone resembling him, even if you do not secure the key, flee immediately. He will not be able to catch you. The smokescreen, clutching the signal detector, scrutinized Terrifying Wing's appearance once more before turning and dashing into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. At that moment, Terrifying Wing did not impede their clandestine plotting. What then was his current pursuit? He was searching for the Red Spider. Indeed, he sought the Red Spider, rather than the two clones. In truth, having promised the Red Spider to protect them, and given that these clones were merely data-gathering novices, Terrifying Wing had arranged for them to approach on foot, striving to remain inconspicuous. Calculating the time, they should now be nestled within the thicket of the small hill beneath him. However, the Red Spider had never instructed him to act alone. Clearly, just moments ago, that small silver aircraft had trailed behind him, carrying a canister of nearly depleted red energy liquid. Yet upon arriving, he only heard the sound of his own landing. When he turned to look, the figure that should have been behind him had vanished without a trace. TSK. Terrifying Wing glanced at the partition, feeling the sharp edge of his bomb. It would be prudent to deal with the immediate enemy first. The smokescreen spotted the ultimate key not far away. Splendid. This time, I shall be the first to arrive. He ran closer, cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure there were no suspicious foes before joyfully retrieving the key. Meanwhile, atop the distant hill, the Red Spider had just finished savoring the red energy purification liquid. Then, leaping from the peak, he transformed into his vehicle form, swiftly darting away. His powerful dynamic vision proved immensely beneficial at that moment, allowing the Red Spider to lock onto the expected position of his upright form. The inertia rendered him unable to halt, yet that was of no concern. Gradually closing in, a blunt instrument struck down upon the head of the smokescreen, who had just removed the key. Red Spider securely tucked the ultimate key close to himself, his eyes darting as if he had conceived a new plan, and he swiftly rolled away to seek refuge on a nearby elevated terrain. In the distance, a colossal explosion engulfed the surrounding woods, accompanied by an excruciating pain that felt as though one were at the epicenter of the blast. Red Spider nearly succumbed, his vision blurring as he lay alongside Smokescreen. Fortunately, the agony was fleeting. Once endured, he found himself largely unscathed. Pondering the enigmatic antics of the Hound, he awaited the arrival of reinforcements. Before long, a figure approached. It was the barrier. Red Spider was uncertain how the Hound had faltered, yet this was of little consequence. The barrier roused Smokescreen, prompting Red Spider to focus intently on their discourse. I distinctly had it in my grasp. Smokescreen eagerly sought to express, likely filled with feelings of grievance and self-reproach. It's all right, the barrier reassured, patting Smokescreen's back. As I've said, none of the 4 keys can be missing, and we still possess one. This is your merit. Fear not, without that key, the Decepticons cannot unlock the ultimate divine lock to execute their nefarious schemes. Observing Smokescreen's lingering despondency, the barrier continued to communicate with the base, initiating the land bridge. He gestured for Smokescreen to enter the land bridge, advising him to return first and deliberate further. It was only after the land bridge sealed that Red Spider rose once more, having received critical intel. Upon confirming that the recording was intact, a devious smile crept across his face at the prospect of his plot succeeding. However, as his gaze fell upon the lingering smoke in the woods, his smile faded, replaced by a newfound sorrow. He was utterly perplexed by the Hound's actions. A silver aircraft cut through the azure sky, heading towards the smoke. "Hound, you've killed my subordinates. I'll have your head for this," Red Spider bellowed. "I didn't mean to, Commander Red Spider. I nearly perished in the blast myself." The Hound replied, "Soundwave, activate the land bridge. We're about to launch an operation." Soundwave was deciphering the final set of Iron Fortress codes, while Megatron stood behind him, scrutinizing another screen displaying the perspective of the Moth. Searching for the Autobot base's location. Behind these two formidable figures stood the recently returned Hound and Red Spider. The former Vice Commander, Red Spider, cast a sidelong glance at the towering silver figure before him, confirming that it showed no intention of turning back. Thus, he revisited old grievances, silently and forcefully delivering a kick to the side of the Hound. The Hound, feeling helpless, remained mute despite the assault, wary of disturbing Megatron and Soundwave before him. Acknowledging his own culpability, he swallowed his grievances, accepting his faults in silence. Suddenly, the vibrant red screen transformed into a serene blue, signifying the triumph of decryption. Nearly everyone's attention was captivated as they gazed upon the ciphertext morphing into white dots, converging from the center to form the final clue. "Ah, is the companion of Optimus Prime." Megatron was the first to voice his thoughts, then shifted his focus to the perspective of Soundwave, who offered no response, merely stepping onto the land bridge. Almost simultaneously, the Autobots deciphered the final set of ciphertext and learned that the ultimate key was none other than Smokescreen, or rather, it resided within him. Unfortunately, Smokescreen had just departed from the base. Optimus Prime sensed impending danger and, infused with a hint of urgency, stated in a composed tone, "Smokescreen is in peril. We must locate him." However, it was too late. As Optimus rushed outside, he could only witness Soundwave leisurely dragging Smokescreen, his figure progressively engulfed by the land bridge. Chapter 37. You cannot capture me. I am the agile Smokescreen anew. When Smokescreen regained consciousness, he found his limbs bound. After a futile struggle that merely produced some noise, he opened his eyes to behold the large face of his captor. "Oh, you are awake? It seems you have transformed into a girl," the captor remarked with a cheerful smile. Smokescreen responded with confusion. "Captor, cease your antics." It was only upon hearing this that Smokescreen noticed the silent presence of Megatron beside him, who bared his shark-like teeth and cast a cold, indifferent glance before stating, "Let us get down to business." "Of course, my esteemed leader," the captor replied verbally, yet his actions suggested a continuation of mischief. Megatron, well aware of the unreliability of the captor, decided to take matters into his own hands. After feigning a deep breath, he menacingly threatened Smokescreen. "Hand over the ultimate key you possess." "Ah, I am utterly powerless in this matter. Our ultimate key resides among the spoils on display at the base," Smokescreen retorted nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the captor who was fiddling with the phase shifter. "That may not be the case," Megatron replied proudly, summoning Soundwave. As the points of light danced upon the display screen, he declared, "In fact, according to the final decrypted information from Soundwave, the ultimate key lies within you." "What? Please." "The only one capable of deciphering the fortress's ciphertext has always been the leader, Ironhide," Smokescreen countered without reservation. However, as the ciphertext on Soundwave's display transformed into his own image, all of Smokescreen's forthcoming jibes were abruptly silenced. Observing Smokescreen's speechlessness, Megatron nodded at the captor, who understood and produced a scanning device. Gazing through it, he confirmed the existence of an ultimate key within Smokescreen's body. "Extract it," Megatron commanded succinctly. "Very well," the captor replied, resorting to any means necessary. Wait, stop." Smoke was filled with terror. Knockdown, wielding a circular saw, stood merely a step away from Smoke, whose struggle intensified. Knockdown casually whistled, remarking, "I'm truly sorry, little one, but your beautiful paintwork is about to be ruined." Smoke's struggles grew more frantic. Megatron cast a glance at Knockdown, but remained silent. "Just kidding. Though I must admit, I do dislike it when someone else's paint looks better than mine." Knockdown sheathed the circular saw, shrugged, and activated the phase shifter on his wrist, probing within Smoke's abdomen while jesting. "But how could I be so ruthless, right? You had better not. Smoke managed to grind out through clenched teeth. Ignoring him, Knockdown nonchalantly produced the ultimate key, flaunting it before Smoke, then handed it to Megatron. What is the purpose of the ultimate godlock? Megatron inquired as he received the key. How would you know? Smoke initially froze, then deflated with a muffled sound, embodying the defiance of one who would rather die than divulge information. According to the intelligence brought back by Red Spider, the ultimate godlock could help me achieve the Decepticons' grand ambitions. You must know something. Megatron stroked his chin, turning to Knockdown, the previous fellow's business. A cerebral cortex linking device, an essential tool for extracting information. Express your gratitude to the Great Wave for the guidance. Revive the hope of Cybertron. Megatron seemed to radiate an excitement that was barely concealed, and despite his efforts to maintain composure, he bowed his head to suppress his emotions, murmuring softly. Then, he lifted his gaze once more. Dispose of him as you see fit. With that, Megatron departed. Very well, my lord. Knockdown waved at Megatron's retreating figure, leaning against the charging bed that confined Smoke, oblivious to Smoke's restless little hands that had already brushed against the phase shifter on his wrist. Desperately, Smoke maneuvered his fingers within the range of motion he could control, executing a plan step by step, while striving to avoid drawing Knockdown's attention. However, just as he successfully activated the phase shifter in silence, Knockdown abruptly straightened, signaling a desire to depart. That simply would not do. Casting aside any notion of stealth, Smoke seized Knockdown's arm. Through their physical contact and the properties of the phase shifter, he freed his left hand from restraint, pulling back with force. In that fleeting moment, as Knockdown stumbled against the edge of the charging bed, Smoke managed to extricate his upper body from confinement, at least allowing himself to sit up, though taken by surprise. Knockdown was swift to regain his balance, and the first action he took was to turn and apprehend Smoke, indeed managing to grasp his hand, intending to return him to the charging bed and restrain him once more. Unfortunately, he had overlooked the phase shifter and was unaware that Smoke had mastered its use far better than he had. As the figure of Smoke passed through the charging bed, a miscalculation in timing caused a momentary imbalance, sending his body uncontrollably forward. In contrast, Smoke deftly retreated toward the wall, using the momentum to his advantage. His body traversed beyond the wall, yet the figure, undeterred, grasped Smoke with relentless force. This, however, provided Smoke with an opportunity. He seized the deflection phase device from the figure's wrist and yanked it forcefully away. Smoke stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground, successfully landing the deflection phase device beside him. He had also managed to cross the wall and arrive outside the treatment room, while the figure became ensnared within the wall, immobilized by the loss of the device. Thus, he could only watch as Smoke donned the device, stuck out his tongue in mockery, and then turned to vanish into the next wall. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of the treatment room, Deadfire opened the hatch, but found no sign of the striking red figure, nor did he hear the familiar, teasing tones calling his name. Deadfire tilted his head, carefully placing the medical instruments he had brought aside, peering inside with curiosity. After confirming the absence of anyone, he took a couple of steps further, maneuvering around the concealed corners shielded by the treatment bed, and lowered his gaze slightly to discover the lower half of the figure, futilely struggling in a fit of exertion. Deep in contemplation, Deadfire pondered the situation. Perhaps he was momentarily intoxicated by exhilaration. Megatron stared absently at the 3 ultimate keys in his possession, lost in thought. Could it be that after 1,000,000 years of conflict, a period of tranquility was finally within reach? After all, it was a shared aspiration, possibly a glimmer of hope for peace. If such a day were to come, he implored, let there be no more formation of wretched councils. While such musings were indeed beautiful, the struggle persisted, as demonstrated in the present moment. Smoke burst forth from the adjacent wall, swiftly claiming the 3 ultimate keys before disappearing through another wall. Megatron appeared momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated a smooth endeavor, he had not expected it to unfold so effortlessly. Clutching the 3 ultimate keys, Smoke raced through the corridors of the Retribution ship with reckless abandon, abandoning the cautious demeanor he had maintained prior to locating the keys. Embracing the boldness of charging ahead with the deflection phase device, he effortlessly pierced through any minor obstacles or mechanical insects that dared to impede his path, vanishing into the next wall before they even had a chance to react. Of course, in this world, every force has its counter. Nothing is invincible by nature. This is an inherent truth. Perhaps he was just a step away from escaping the retribution ship when he spotted the feline-headed figure in the corridor. His mind still fixated on employing the same tactics once more, thus charging straight ahead without hesitation. To speak frankly, this marks the inaugural formal encounter between Smoke and Flame. Previously, at the base, Optimus Prime often recounted tales of his past interactions with Flame, leading Smoke to envision him as a rather obedient youngling. Thus, Smoke found himself perplexed as to why Flame felt compelled to join the Decepticons. However, later, when Ratchet summoned him to a secluded corner, the descriptions he provided were in stark contrast to those of Optimus Prime. Ratchet exaggeratedly detailed how nefarious Flame was, suggesting that upon meeting him, one might be inclined to flee at once. The very first sentence that Ratchet uttered to divert the conversation was enough to terrify Smoke. He is already dead. Indeed, he has never truly lived. Subsequently, Ratchet presented Smoke with an energy resonance diagram, showcasing an intricate internal structure depicted in shades of gray and black, with a singular, brilliant golden blue light pulsating at the very center of the chest. Initially, this diagram bore no markings, but after recent updates and enhancements to the energy detection system, the image before him had emerged. Do you know what this is? Ratchet inquired. Smoke, in a daze, shook his head in confusion. It emanated the essence of the All-Spark, possessing the ability to solidify all forms of energy. After perusing ancient texts, he speculated that it might indeed be the primordial fuel of the All-Spark, the sole force sustaining his existence, this creative energy. Now, with victory seemingly within arm's reach, Smoke had long forgotten that the individual before him was merely a vessel for this creative energy, dismissing the admonition regarding the solidification of energy from his mind. What transpired next was somewhat comical. It could be said that Smoke collided with Flame's body, only to realize he was rendered immobile. The fervor surging within his cranial module finally cooled down, thanks to the diligent efforts of the cooling system, and Smoke regained his composure. At that moment, akin to being stuck in a wall, Smoke and Flame found themselves entangled. The phase deflector fell silent. Regardless of how many times it was turned off and on, that penetrating state would be immediately disrupted, leaving no opportunity for even the slightest movement. He could feel the bizarrely shaped components within Flame's body pressing against his own, the subtle sounds of metal scraping against metal causing a sense of discomfort. Isn't your audio receptor quite sensitive? Aren't your reflexes remarkably quick? So, did you intentionally not evade? Or was it an accident? It was a deliberate accident, came the retort. Smoke exclaimed, "You should count your blessings. Fortunate for you, it was me you collided with. Had it been someone else or a different structure, one of us would certainly have perished." Though Smoke could not discern Flame's expression, the tone of his words was unmistakably mocking, prompting Smoke to retort sharply, "Come on, who else besides you can solidify energy?" A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. Solidify energy? How was I unaware of possessing such an ability? You do not know? The smokescreen was somewhat taken aback. Although Chen inquired in a half-joking, pleasant tone, there seemed to be a hint of sorrow buried deep within. Thus, he tentatively revealed the truth, the core of your creative force within your body. Are you not aware of it? I only know that I have a special enhancement with Taro. Chen was left perplexed once more, as he could not comprehend who or what Taro was. At that moment, an inexplicable silence enveloped them, leaving both parties in a state of unspoken understanding. Maintaining such a position was inevitably uncomfortable for Chen. He expressed his dissatisfaction by shifting his body. Yet this only resulted in an increase in the noise of metal friction, proving pointless. "Don't move, it's noisy," Chen's voice broke through, seemingly as he raised his hand to touch his ear. "You can move." Chen's voice rang out loudly. "You can move? I can move." It was akin to striking cotton with a fist. His excitement was abruptly stifled. After a brief pause, Chen hesitantly inquired, "What do you mean? I am merely a component. Do not forget. And you can move, right? Take me with you." Hope flickered in Chen's eyes. "I cannot. Most of the components are still lodged within your body. Only a small part is capable of movement, not including the legs." Hope vanished before his eyes, and Chen sighed. "So what should we do now? We cannot move. We wait until someone discovers us. Are you tired? We can lean against the wall." But Chen was indeed on the verge of exhaustion. He could hardly wait to let inertia carry him to the wall, contentedly resting against it. only then realizing that Chen had yet to finish his thought. But that is all there is to it. Once you lie down, you truly cannot move. Chen, seemingly oblivious, completed his sentence. Chen found himself enveloped in an awkward, dim atmosphere. By the way, check the phase device. What are you planning to do? Chen flared up like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, fearing that Chen might snatch away his precious possession. Just studying it, you fool. I have been curious about the principle behind this thing for quite some time. I wouldn't sneakily take it while you're not paying attention. Even if I did, I couldn't leave. We'd still be stuck like this. Upon reflection, Chen found this reasoning somewhat valid and obediently extended his hand, offering the phase device. Aha! I knew you were energy solidified. It turns out that is the principle behind it. What have you discovered? Chen pondered. The principle of the phase device involves disassembling an individual structure into an atomic state. When traversing objects, it is akin to you and the part of the object you're interacting with undergoing atomic exchange, followed by reassembling you. Chen seemed to sense Chen's inner confusion and immediately began to explain, although Chen remained lost in a fog. I don't understand what you're saying. As expected, you truly cannot comprehend. How infuriating. Wait, you really can know what I'm thinking? Indeed, Chen's mind was enveloped in a haze of confusion. What a remarkable ability. Are you not also an artifact? Well, to be honest, I wasn't born on Cybertron, so strictly speaking, I don't qualify. Enough of that. You are merely a corpse, frightened. With a tone reminiscent of SpongeBob's narration, Chen firmly asserts that Soundwave is undoubtedly on leave today. Do not inquire further. The truth is, had Soundwave been in the control room, he would have learned of Smoke's escape even sooner than Megatron, and he wouldn't be engaged in this aimless chatter with Smoke at this very moment. The first to discover the two figures in the corner was the Master of Many Faces, who emerged from the nearby training room, looking quite refreshed, as if the recent training sessions had greatly uplifted the morale of the grunts. One might feel a pang of sympathy for those grunts, unable to resist due to their lack of independent consciousness. However, the Master of Many Faces turned and immediately spotted the writhing mass in the corner. The sudden halt of the ignition could be perceived, and it was evident that the Master of Many Faces was greatly startled, nearly bolting in fright. Fortunately, Chen had already sensed his internal turmoil and called out to him, preventing him from missing the chance for salvation. What are you shouting about? Is someone coming? Yet, Smoke could not see the Master of Many Faces, especially with his sensory light turned off. Don't worry, we're saved. Chen firmly refuted, not allowing Smoke to interject further. He then shouted loudly, Brother Master of Many Faces, summon Megatron and everyone else. The more, the merrier. The Master of Many Faces activated the sensory light, the white glow gradually illuminating the space. And only then did Smoke realize there was indeed another person present. But by then, the Master of Many Faces had already dashed away. Is it really that terrifying? Chen muttered in dissatisfaction. Is it not? Smoke retorted, tapping on the smooth metallic wall, reflecting the bizarre sight before them. Can you not see what this thing is? Indeed, it was somewhat disconcerting for the unaccustomed. In no time, several individuals arrived, and the Master of Many Faces was remarkably swift. Leading the charge was the Red Spider, come to mock, followed by others genuinely seeking amusement. It was quite a feat for him, not known for his speed, to arrive so quickly, showcasing his fervent pursuit of entertainment. Notably, he was the only one from the six brothers to appear. Typical logistics, so idle. What is the situation? After a prolonged gaze at the peculiar sight before him, Megatron forced himself to accept the reality before deciding to inquire. As you can see, this fellow has trapped me within a phase device, Chen said, attempting to tilt his head upwards. Although futile, he still endeavored to assert his autonomy. Right now, I find myself in a predicament. I recommend we first conceal him and retrieve the ultimate key. Wait, what are you planning to do? Smoke exclaimed, forcefully shoving Chen beneath him and propping himself up, questioning loudly. Fool, the positions of those three keys are crucial. If we do not retrieve them, I truly cannot escape at all. Chen lay beneath, utterly disheartened, with his visor rolling its eyes. After all, one would not wish to be trapped in this predicament for eternity, would they? The smokescreen found himself momentarily speechless, recognizing the validity in his opponent's words. He, too, was constrained, and whether he agreed or not was of little consequence, leading him to choose silence and a tacit submission. In truth, given the disparity in their physiques, in current circumstances. It seemed more akin to little Yin Chen being ensnared within the other's form, interjected the claw. Red Spider chuckled, stifling laughter. Despite the considerable effort of others, the 3 ultimate keys were retrieved intact. The smoke screen gazed longingly at the spoils of his labor, which had now slipped through his fingers. Filled with reluctance, yet powerless to act. Suddenly, the metallic clatter intensified, a cacophony that filled the air. The smoke screen swore he remained still, yet in reality, Yin Chen was diligently attempting to extricate one of his arms. At last, with one hand freed, Yin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his way to the component's helm. Grateful not to be engulfed by the smoke screen's form, he skillfully maneuvered, liberating the majority of his main components from within, leaving only a few remnants lodged at critical pivot points. The smoke screen realized he remained immobile, though part of him was still trapped, causing his body to constrict. He could not move. Yin Chen shook the phase inverter in his hand, crossed his arms, and his gaze sharpened as he commanded, "Seize it." "When did you deceive me?" The smoke screen, unable to move, could only glare at Yin Chen's triumphant grin and curse. "You despicable wretch. What nonsense is this? I have never lied." Yin Chen replied casually, twirling the phase inverter like a child with a key. "It's true that I cannot emerge without the key, but I never claimed I would release you. I merely took the phase inverter openly. You simply failed to notice." The smoke screen found himself without retort, glaring daggers at Yin Chen. "Now, with one key still missing, what do you intend to do?" Megatron disregarded the smoke screen and turned to Yin Chen. "What do I intend to do? Naturally, I will employ my diplomatic prowess to negotiate for gain." Yin Chen pointed at the smoke screen, revealing the phase inverter in his hand, and smiled. "Diplomacy hinges on equitable exchange. Tell me, for Optimus Prime, does the life of a companion, coupled with an almost invincible artifact of high compatibility, not hold the potential to revive Cybertron?" Yin Chen observed Megatron's hesitant and skeptical expression, shrugged nonchalantly, and gestured toward himself. "Do you comprehend why political factions across the globe require an adept order?" Before long, the appointed day to meet the Autobots arrived. Optimus Prime brought only RC and himself for this encounter, a precaution against a battle that was unlikely to ensue. The two stood amidst the arid yellow sands, awaiting their rendezvous. Not far away, the land bridge opened. "Please, Smokescreen," he urged as Smokescreen stepped out first, shackles on his wrists but no other restraints. Yin Chen followed closely, holding a phase deflector. "It's good to see you, Brother Optimus. And Sister RC." Yin Chen greeted with exuberance, his enthusiasm unmatched in the gathering. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, stating earnestly, "So what about my terms?" RC glanced at the lone figure before her, an unarmed juvenile, and subtly signaled to Optimus. "Should we eliminate him?" "Oh, don't entertain any ill intentions." Yin Chen tilted his head, a mischievous cat-like grin appearing on his display screen, a blade-like tail unexpectedly resting against Smokescreen's neck. With a smile that masked his threat, he continued, "It's all right if you refuse, but you would lose a companion, an admirer, a formidable relic. Furthermore, you cannot safeguard the remaining ultimate key. I will claim it in front of you all." This had transcended diplomacy. It was a threat, a coerced concession. Yet, I found myself with no alternative. Optimus conveyed a message to RC through his gaze, before speaking in a gravelly tone. "The future of Cybertron is certainly of paramount importance, but can we truly accept the peril of our kin's lives for an uncertain future?" Optimus was not only persuading RC, but also grappling with his own convictions. From the outset, this negotiation was not about Yin Chen debating with Optimus. It was a struggle within Optimus himself. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again, retrieving the first and final ultimate key, stepping forward to hand it directly to Yin Chen. "I trust you will not betray your promise," Optimus declared. Naturally, Yin Chen replied with a beaming smile, unlocking Smokescreen's shackles and pushing him towards Optimus, ultimately tossing the phase deflector into Optimus's hands. Throughout the exchange, the land bridge behind Yin Chen remained open. In the end, he waved farewell, just as he always did, turned to walk back into the land bridge. Optimus could only watch in silence, reminiscent of their last parting, his courage to call him back now extinguished. Chapter 38. Once again, my favorite conspiracy theory segment, Long Live the Insecticons. "I can't hear you. Speak louder." "Long live the Insecticons." Once more. "Long live the Insecticons." What is this? Has the Decepticons changed their lineup? Megatron observed the scene before him, watching as his companion Knockout recorded and laughed uncontrollably. Is this akin to entertaining children? Megatron pondered, bemused by the peculiar assortment of characters he had gathered. Don't you find this amusing? Knockout chuckled heartily. With a piercing gaze, he meticulously documented the impassioned dance of Clone 5, cloaked in the guise of Red Spider. What spectacle! Why must we capture such moments? Megatron relentlessly inquired. Ah, my lord, you fail to comprehend. This is a rare occasion to witness the Red Spider himself experimenting with his crimson energy on Clone 5. I must seize this opportunity to record everything. Even my dear friend, who is capturing unflattering photographs, is leading the charge alongside the accompanying minions. Is he not a tad too idle? Megatron glared fiercely, contemplating how to assign him more tasks. As he observed the spectacle and exchanged glances with the one who had fallen, a sudden chill enveloped him, as if a scheme had come to fruition. Red Spider, let us conspire to entice Little Five into dancing. Ever since obtaining the 4 ultimate keys, Megatron had entrusted them to Soundwave for research. Days passed, and it remained uncertain whether any new intelligence had emerged. Yet during these times, Soundwave was too preoccupied to even spare a moment to monitor the defenses of the punishment. At the entrance of the Autobot base, sounds echoed, resembling a knock on the wall, beckoning someone to emerge. Upon opening the door, he found no one. Only a resplendent golden hammer lay quietly at the tunnel's mouth. Are you truly not going to tend to your own body? Why not take a look at what he is currently occupied with? What does it matter? I cannot be bothered. Competing for control with you is exhausting. Do as you please. So, is that your justification for sending out that hammer? Come on, you're a Decepticon. Isn't this just sabotaging your own kind? Not satisfied? Perhaps I should consider tossing the matrix of leadership your way? Do not address me with your nauseatingly hypocritical honorifics. Huh. I wonder who among us is truly more hypocritical. I was counting on your Decepticons to help me achieve my goals upon my revival. What if you mess this up? Truly, you are unreliable. What a joke. Presenting the hammer of the Sky Champion to increase difficulty is already quite amusing. Isn't it even more entertaining to deviate from expectations? Moreover, do you not look down upon Megatron and us? Yet you still expect our assistance. How impressive you are, you withered root. What did you just call me? TCH, do not doubt it. I am indeed addressing you, old relic. Do you wish to kill me or seize my body for your whims? I possess the power to expel you at any moment. You best remain still. Are you afraid? Why the silence? Where has your earlier arrogance gone? If you have the gall, use my body to smash the ultimate lock. Do you dare, you withered root? As if unable to contain his frustration any longer, Chen abruptly rose from his seat, glaring fiercely at the surrounding purple mist where the gaze of the Cosmic Emperor had recently lingered. The golden light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Self-inflicted torment. He muttered inwardly, cursing one last time before dismissively vanquishing the small swivel chair he had conjured within his consciousness. Exiting the realm of his chip awareness, within the purple haze, a pair of eyes suddenly manifested. Let me guess what you cherish most, it said. Is it that intelligence officer from the Decepticons? Indeed. Then, what if I were to use your body to shatter his faith? What would those who once loved you think? The hatred that would arise from such a transformation must be quite intense. Red Spider, commanding the troops, remained poised and ready, adaptable to any situation. Soundwave, keep a close watch on them. Megatron offered his final reminder, his gaze sweeping across all the officials standing before him, lingering for a moment on the silent figure, trusting unconditionally without requiring any response in return. His attention shifted past Soundwave, landing on Chen, who was currently engaged in combat with the Divine Tail. Seemingly sensing Megatron's scrutiny, Chen paused, gripping the tail tightly before forcefully shoving it back into his body, disregarding its vigorous thrashing. Ultimately, it was confined within layers of components, and he looked up, his face displaying a cheeky grin on the monitor of his armor. Though often quite immature, he seemed dependable when it came to serious matters. Perhaps it was best to allow him some leeway. After all, he was just a child. Megatron resolved to speak once more. It would be best if little Chen stayed back, ideally on the Vengeance, and refrained from joining us. Even playing with the Faceless One would be acceptable. I doubt any diplomatic affairs require your involvement, so it is wiser to refrain from participating in such matters. Upon hearing that he would not be involved in the upcoming events, Chen's spirits sank, and he lacked the motivation to argue further, descending the deck in a sullen mood. How rare it was for him to be obedient. Megatron glanced at his armed forces, noting that the ones wielding the ultimate key were two other grunts alongside him. The reason being that aside from them, only those two remained on standby aboard the Vengeance, possibly training new recruits with the Faceless One. Strangely, Megatron felt an intense unease, reminiscent of the earlier battle with the Cosmic Emperor, and he dismissed these demoralizing thoughts, issuing the command to depart. Just before entering the space bridge, he sensed something tugging at the steel plating on his back. As the echoes reverberated, the information conduit retracted, and he silently extended a hand. A moth emerged from an obscure corner behind a panel and alighted upon Megatron's shoulder. "Must we bring it along?" Megatron inquired absently, teasing the moth's delicate wings. Soundwave merely displayed a cat's visage on the screen. Megatron's hand momentarily faltered. After a brief silence, he nodded, transforming into his vehicular form and soaring into the sky. On the planet Cybertron, the Autobot sudden ambush shattered the Decepticon ranks. Megatron found himself forcibly engaged in a true man's duel with Optimus Prime until only a handful of his troops remained. He eventually extricated himself, shielding two individuals who were frantically evading the Autobot onslaught, clutching the last two keys. Meanwhile, the Autobots were temporarily unable to seize the remaining ultimate keys, resulting in a tense standoff. Regret washed over Megatron for not having brought Starscream along. He could have deftly diffused the escalating tension. Yet in this world, there exists no remedy for regret, and Megatron could only attempt to negotiate on his own. At the Autobot base, Ratchet gazed contemplatively at the recently concluded communication. "Are you truly not going to check on them?" "Even contacting Jolt would suffice," Alike suggested, propping his head up from a height, subtly emphasizing the potential for unforeseen troubles. "I warn you, do not harbor any ill intentions," Ratchet dismissed, unperturbed. "Excessive vigilance is not beneficial," Alike retorted, but upon receiving no response, he merely shrugged and diverted his gaze. Almost all Decepticon members clustered around the main control screen, observing the situation with Megatron through the moth. Soundwave scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of Starscream. "No need to worry," he decisively concluded, focusing on their leader's actions. "My lord requires support." Upon witnessing Megatron's precarious situation, having barely secured the two keys while his forces faced obliteration, Thunderwing instinctively sought to lead a charge through the space bridge, only to be halted by Tarantulas. Before Thunderwing could voice his intentions, Tarantulas interjected, "Wait a moment, I have a far superior plan." He glanced at Soundwave, a sly and cunning expression crossing his face. Why not experiment with a slightly unethical approach regarding the significance of those humans within the Autobot core? Thunderwing frowned, but refrained from further comment. "Would capturing a few suffice?" he inquired. "There is one who has remained at the Autobot base." Soundwave finally spoke, adding, "Most likely, we could capture only 3. 3 it is. That will be sufficient." Red Spider shrugged, noticing the disapproval in the gaze of the Harbinger. He waved towards the Soundwave and Knockout and departed, leaving just the 3 of us. On the planet Cybertron, the feeling of helplessness increasingly enveloped Megatron, coupled with an intense anxiety that drew ever closer. Anxiety, pessimism, they shrouded him. For millions of years, it had been this way, a relentless cycle without respite. Had he regarded the Decepticons merely as an outlet for his frustrations? Had he viewed Starscream as a mere tool for fleeting tranquility? Indeed, he had. Though reluctant to confront this truth, it remained undeniable. He seemed to have changed, profoundly so, transforming into a version of himself he had never wished to become. Examining the visage of his old acquaintance more closely, he found it unchanged yet curiously unfamiliar. "Yes, you too have changed." Megatron finally exhaled, surrendering to reality. The vision of peace, perhaps, had long been obliterated amid the countless confrontations between the two factions. Although he did not wish to be adversarial, his original intent, his dream, was likely already faded. Everything was irrevocably lost. Yet the reason he still stood here was for their shared homeland. His contention for the right to resurgence stemmed from that very original intent. What he desired, that ever-present utopia in his heart, had never wavered. The space bridge behind everyone opened without warning. What do we have here?" Accompanied by Red Spider's characteristic flamboyant tone, Optimus Prime turned back, the assurance he had always maintained finally dissipating into thin air at that moment. "You seem quite concerned about these children. Can I use this as leverage?" Red Spider shook the jar containing Jack in his hand. "My demands are modest. Simply hand over the keys, and we shall be content. This was the Rust Lake, the largest equatorial zone on Cybertron, now filled with countless lethal gases. For humans, whose respiratory needs and physical strength were so feeble, even a mere moment of exposure here would result in a swift and certain demise. Moreover, if this jar was as he suspected, it was of the type that, once opened, could never be resealed. How familiar this scenario seemed, as if it had just transpired not long ago. Can you guarantee it? I will hand over the keys, and you will ensure their safety. Upon hearing this, Optimus lowered his head, shaking it in denial. No, your guarantees are worthless. I do not trust you. Then what about little Starscream? You trust him, do you not? Optimus cast his gaze downward, slowly nodding, unreservedly acknowledging Megatron's conjecture. Then allow me to assure you, they will be released. The voice emanated from behind. Megatron turned in astonishment. Starscream stood there, wearing a friendly smile. Diplomacy, after all, requires an equitable exchange. No one pursued the origins of Chen's arrival here, as it had long since become a matter of indifference. Only Megatron, irate that Chen had disregarded his command, shot him a fierce glare, which elicited a cheeky expression of defiance on the display screen of his faceplate. Megatron could only feel a sense of helplessness. Thus he turned away to observe Optimus Prime in his struggle. Ultimately, they were merely 3 humans. Did they truly hold significance in comparison to his homeland, which he had fought to reclaim for 1,000,000 years? Certainly not. This was beyond dispute. Nothing could ever rival 1's homeland, except for one thing: companionship. Without others, 1 is without a home. Optimus Prime contemplated this, which is precisely why he had previously sought the ultimate key in exchange for a smokescreen of safety. So, were Jack and the others his companions? Yes, he affirmed this in his heart. Yet, they were not of his kind. A wave of denial washed over him, plunging him once more into the depths of internal conflict. I opened my mouth, yet found myself at a loss for words, as 2 opposing thoughts clashed within me, unable to reach a resolution. Brother Optimus. I looked up, locking eyes with those golden orbs shimmering with intensity. There is something I must tell you. What? Before the words could escape my lips, I caught a fleeting glimpse of something within those golden depths, a small, dark purple silhouette. Optimus Prime focused intently, attempting to pierce through the veil obscuring his vision. He succeeded, though it felt more as if no one had hindered him at all. It was Aralek. Optimus understood. Aralek was a fragmentary embodiment of Chen, and in most cases, even if Ratchet had his guard up, he would undoubtedly be felled by Aralek's unique method. Should Aralek harbor the intent to eliminate Ratchet, it would not be a formidable task. After all, he had nurtured a legion of iron-eating insects. If he truly intended to strike against Ratchet, would Ratchet not witness his own demise at the jaws of those voracious creatures while fully conscious? Should he choose to enact it, that was entirely within his capability. At this juncture, Optimus beheld Chen's smiling visage, as if affirming his suspicions. Ratchet was one of his most cherished friends. He had already lost too many dear companions. Thus, he could bear the loss of anyone else. But Optimus would never accept losing Ratchet. Therefore, he relented. After relinquishing the ultimate key to Megatron without a trace of reluctance, he retreated, his gaze fixed on Chen. No longer as before. Yes, that was it. So let them harbor resentment towards me from this moment forth. Whether they envision me as a perilous adversary or a troublesome impediment, it matters not. But do harbor that resentment here and now. Please, I implore you. Do not trust me any longer. In that instant, the variable emerged. Thus, the grand performance was about to commence. Chen gazed upward at the sky, where moths continued to glide effortlessly. At the Autobot base, he wondered if there were no others present. Jack, having circled the base twice, found only Alrek in an ambulance sitting before the control panel, wearing a frown. With a casual demeanor, he draped an arm over the ambulance's shoulder and jested. What did you summon me for? Are you afraid? All alone? Get off. We aren't that close, the ambulance retorted. Though his words were devoid of any real disdain as he remained fixated on the images displayed on the screen. Jack leaned in closer, exclaiming, You all mobilized without calling me? Do you not consider me a member of the Autobots? Who could possibly summon you? The ambulance rolled his eyes. Jack laughed heartily, but as the light-hearted banter waned, he shifted to a serious expression, inquiring, So, what is the current situation? I just attempted to activate the Moth's perspective system, sent long ago by someone, and it's connected now. We are viewing real-time footage from the Omega Lock, the ambulance replied. He raised his gaze towards the heights of the base but failed to locate his target. Frowning slightly, he closed his eyes and called out, "You can come down and join me in watching." As he spoke, the first sound to enter the audio receiver was the heavy thud of a book closing. Alrek peeked out from his usual corner of the high platform, bounding down the steps with a large, thick book in his arms, and climbed onto the low platform beside the screen. "Do not leave my sight," the ambulance warned sternly, locking his gaze onto Alrek until he turned back to look at him. His attention returned to the screen just in time to witness Optimus Prime relinquishing the key to Vector Sigma. The ambulance had anticipated this outcome, recognizing it as one of the worst possibilities. Yet, given the circumstances, all that remained was to observe how Megatron would handle the situation and the choices made by Optimus. At the Omega Lock, as the 4 keys entered its vicinity, they emitted a faint glow, and a massive silhouette began to rise from beneath the ground. Chen, initially standing steadily, occasionally looked around for amusement, but was abruptly caught off guard as the structure beneath him rose, causing him to stumble and sit upon the ground. Subsequently lifted to the highest point by the emerging Omega Lock. Directly below him lay the mainframe for inserting the keys. Megatron looked up at his 3 subordinates, resolved to share this moment of victory with them. At long last, the Omega Lock was activated, and rays of light surged forth. Under the brilliance, it seemed as if the very fabric of decay was being transformed into the miraculous, akin to a reversal of time, and soon, a resplendent, new structure towered amidst the ruins, starkly contrasting the surrounding landscape. A miracle. This thought echoed in the hearts of nearly all present at that moment. Megatron moved with deliberate steps, standing side by side with Optimus Prime, gazing at the restored edifice before them. Silence enveloped the crowd as they beheld the miracle manifesting before their eyes. A serene tableau of peace and tranquility. If only such harmony could truly exist. Is this scene truly so unfathomable to you? The voice, familiar yet imbued with an unexpectedly arrogant tone, pierced the air. The faint anxiety that had long haunted Megatron now crystallized into a stark realization. His disquiet and sense of impotence stemmed from the resonance between the dark energy within him and its master-esque consciousness. The Cosmic Emperor was lurking just behind him. Megatron stiffly turned his body, only to find himself alone, save for Inferno. Yet, this was even worse. Though the exterior remained reminiscent of the familiar, the sensations it evoked were entirely discordant with his memories. Inferno perched atop the pinnacle of the ultimate divine lock. One leg dangling casually while the other supported his weight. His right hand toyed with a trivial object, elbow resting upon his knee, exuding a nonchalant and mischievous air that the former Inferno would never have so brazenly displayed. The Cosmic Emperor. Megatron could not fathom why he arrived at this conclusion with such certainty, yet he felt it was undeniably correct. Words escaped his lips almost without passing through his mind as he thundered. Why would you lay hands on young Inferno? He readied himself for battle, tension coiling within him. The situation had shifted once more. Allegiances were reconfigured, and Optimus Prime regarded Inferno with the vigilance of an impending conflict, though he did not assume a combative stance. The face displayed on Inferno's mask shifted from a broad smile to a grotesque sneer filled with mockery. Surely, you do not believe that I am still the same individual after the alteration of my core chip? Quite the contrary. That fool was so naive, believing everything without question. I have never trusted you. Even if your hearts insist that all is genuine, what does it matter? I shall judge for myself. Inferno shrugged. You truly think I will believe you based on mere words? He removed his mask, the golden optical lens glimmering subtly as he cast a derisive glance downward, taunting. Isn't it most amusing to toy with the human heart? You remain excessively innocent. Thus, he declared his intent to act according to his own principles. The more intriguing the events, the better. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly on tiptoe. The divine gift suddenly emerged from his being, aimed directly at Megatron and Optimus Prime, as well as the ultimate divine lock behind them. His tone, chillingly flat, echoed as though from a fathomless abyss. Thus, the most fascinating endeavor at present is nothing less than to obliterate your hopes. Furthermore, it was also for the sake of vengeance. As his gaze shifted toward the dark blue, tall figure in the far corner, the sole hope of my homeland, my only faith, and the cherished disciple I hold dear, When these three elements converge, can they truly drive a seemingly perpetually calm and rational individual to the brink of collapse? The blade's tip swung, and the violet-hued energy projectile sliced through the air, charging forth with a fierce momentum in an instant. The target was none other than Megatron. Witness: the leader of the Decepticons meets his demise at the hands of his own subordinate, a consequence of his own actions. Thus, it is said that greed for that meager dark energy should have been avoided. Yet, fortuitously, no one corrected your thinking at that moment. Had that little one remained by your side, I would have been unable to seize the opportunity. All of this, ultimately, can be attributed to you. My next vessel, Megatron, influenced by dark energy, found even his thoughts growing dull, rendering him incapable of responding to the rapidly changing battlefield. Optimus Prime stood beside him, yet his reaction was a fraction too slow, instinctively pushing Megatron away with a moment's delay. The violet blade cleanly severed his right hand, so swift that he scarcely felt the pain. The energy projectile altered its trajectory, ultimately crashing into the core of the ultimate godlock, dissipating in a cloud of dust as it vanished into the wind. Fortunate indeed, Lord Megatron. Chen provocatively crossed his arms, the divine gift swaying behind him. He seemed to helplessly shrug and shake his head. Given the circumstances, perhaps it was best to set aside the matter of your elimination for the time being. What we are to witness now is the awakening of the great Emperor. Chen extended his arms, a potent dark aura surging forth, emanating from the already destroyed ultimate godlock, corroded by the dark energy brought forth by the divine gift, merely to create an imposing atmosphere. Chapter 39. A world where no one but the cat is injured. The figure high above suddenly descended, as if a marionette on strings. The divine gift swayed. The cannon, once again poised and ready, aimed squarely at Megatron. The dark energy enveloped him, binding him tightly, while Optimus Prime, closest to him, could not even manage the slightest touch. It seemed as though everything had been predetermined. This sense of helplessness, the belief that nothing could be done, ultimately resonated with everyone present. When comparing the dream of returning home with the esteemed leader whom one reveres, two entities of almost equal significance, which holds greater importance? If asked within the first million years of departure, Soundwave would undoubtedly choose his homeland without hesitation. Yet now, after countless millions of years, amidst the shared journey with his leader and companions, Soundwave increasingly felt that, compared to the seemingly distant homeland, those companions who were close at hand and the tangible present were of utmost significance. Thus, he resolved to devote his life to following Megatron, serving him as a faith of his own. Despite his lack of interest in political affairs, Soundwave remained steadfast in obeying Megatron's commands, willingly alleviating his burdens and striving towards the vision of establishing a new Cybertron for the oppressed. Yet now, his faith teeters on the brink of annihilation. Perhaps this moment signifies the only instance in his life when he feels utterly powerless, helplessly witnessing the violet energy orb hurtling toward him. Its power is unmistakable to Soundwave. Perhaps this is the final destination of their arduous journey, striving relentlessly yet unrecognized by the world, yet never harboring resentment. This is the fate of one who has aligned with evil. This is the conclusion for its leader. Suddenly, distant melodies resonated, reminiscent of some wind instrument, short and piercing. I feel your blessing. The familiar voice, echoing from an unknown distant realm, seems to emanate from right beside him. Others, do not interfere. The tone remains calm and indifferent, yet carries an undeniable sense of command, causing a few well-intentioned individuals to hesitate before ultimately retreating. In the next moment, the dark violet silhouette emerged within everyone's sight, plunging into the realm of dark energy, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a tiny golden musical note, trailing starlight yet appearing to struggle to keep pace. As the crisp sound of the ricochet faded amidst the dark energy enveloping Megatron, the energy orb launched by Divine Gift was deflected, its trajectory altered, continuing in the opposite direction before dissipating into the air. Observers could only witness the dark violet shadow tearing through the curtain formed by the dense dark energy, before vanishing once more from sight. Only Chen, still standing upon the high platform, reacted, swiftly raising his hand to block the collision of metal against metal, dislodging numerous components, and shaking his hand, remaining alert to his surroundings. Your eyes may capture my form, yet your reactions cannot keep pace. Startled, Flame Chen swiftly turned. Divine gift transforming into a blade for a fierce strike. Yet nothing was struck. Ultimately, it was not he who controlled the body. The chest, composed of parts, was pierced. The unknown energy enveloped within grasped by the adversary. In astonishment, he merely glanced down at the arm that had penetrated his body, then looked up to meet golden eyes, cold, devoid of mercy. The hand withdrew without a trace of compassion, even though it was his own. Without concern for the scattered remnants of parts on the ground. He clutched the energy core tightly, the outline of his clenched fist ablaze with golden blue flames, brimming with overwhelming power. Observing the individual before him stagger back a few steps. A disdainful smile played upon his lips, yet his demeanor remained icy. You have lost. Although he was aware that Yin Shan possessed the peculiar ability of fragmentary duplication. Witnessing the sudden emergence of this counterpart left his cerebral modules struggling to comprehend the situation. A counterfeit remains a counterfeit. The notion of deceiving everyone and sowing discord is utterly preposterous. It was evident that this unexpected incarnation of Yin Chun exhibited a predominantly rational disposition. Yet his acerbic tongue towards adversaries had not waned. He calmly articulated a fragment of the truth. The golden blue flames continued to flicker, and he clenched his fist, opting to assimilate the enigmatic energy within his palm into his being, perhaps fully cognizant of its true nature. Subsequently, he formed a gun gesture with his hand, aiming at the mass of dark energy before him, closing one eye as if to feign precision. A small orb of golden blue flame ignited at his fingertip, resembling a fiery arrow loose from a bow, swiftly embedding itself within the darkness. The fire erupted violently, the purple engulfed in gold, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The silver chassis of Megatron tumbled forth, and Optimus Prime, once again outpacing his own thoughts, lunged forward to support him, his expression grave as he observed the ongoing battle between the two figures aloft. Meanwhile, the counterfeit Yin Chun had only just regained his composure from the sudden depletion of energy. He glared fiercely at his true counterpart, who remained unfazed. Casting a calm glance in his direction, he seized the golden musical note that floated beside him, cradling it in his palm before crushing it. Golden motes cascaded down, only to dissipate moments later. Yin Chun regarded his counterpart with a gentle yet mocking smile. Thus, the second round commenced. Once more, his figure vanished. Evidently, Yin Chun had yet to react, merely responding instinctively with divine gift. However, he was a beat too slow. At the moment the purple blade sliced through the air, he was forcibly halted. Yin Chun reappeared, one hand firmly grasping divine gift, his expression toward its wielder merely a tilted head and a serene smile. With a decisive exertion, he severed the chain connecting divine gift to Yin Chen's form. Casting a cursory glance at the weapon in his hand, Yin Chen effortlessly dodged the adversary's counterattack. The golden blue flames flickered momentarily, igniting upon divine gift for a brief instant before extinguishing. Observing his counterpart at a distance, who exhibited no discernible reaction, Yin Chen raised an eyebrow, murmuring in perplexity, "Oh, was it ineffective? Did I miscalculate?" Shrugging off, he resolved to conduct another experiment. With eyes closed, he extended his hands in a gesture of indifference, while Yin Chen seized this opportunity, dashing forward with claw-like hands for an attack. His speed remarkable, yet still inferior to the original. Just as it seemed he was on the verge of success, Yin Chen suddenly grasped his wrist, yanking him forcefully toward himself. In the midst of this motion, Yin Chen's body tilted, transforming the assault into an uncontrolled tumble, and panic ensued as he lost command over his own form. However, Yin Chen seemed disinclined to take further action against him. He merely felt a light tug at his back before he fell flat on his face. Fearful that Yan Chen might seize this opportunity to strike, he quickly scrambled to his feet and turned to look. Yan Chen had simply placed the component hat atop his head. When did that happen? It was only at this moment that he realized, reaching back to touch his shoulders, that they were devoid of anything. Yan Chen performed a dramatic bow, smiling as he lifted the component hat slightly, reminiscent of a gentleman's courteous gesture. Farewell. Observing Yan Chen utter these words with such nonchalance, the scene before him abruptly crumbled, transforming into a scattered heap of motionless debris strewn across the ground. Yan Chen approached, kicked the pile of parts twice, and retrieved a small metallic box from within. He then navigated around the dual leaders and others, making his way directly to the Soundwave. First offering a polite bow before commencing his explanation. "It has been a long time, Master. I am a component avatar left behind on the lost Cybertron to record the changes on Cybertron and the surrounding cosmos, as well as assist in scientific experiments." Soundwave's arm subtly lifted for a moment before quickly dropping again, ultimately nodding lightly to signify his understanding. Chen smiled faintly, lowered his head, took a step forward, and delicately wrapped his arms around Soundwave's waist in an embrace. He then released him and retreated to his previous position, casting his gaze around as everyone began to converge in this direction. Chen continued, "I arrived to investigate the unusual sounds I heard here, though it seems." His gaze flicked toward the mainframe of the ultimate godlock. "I apologize for my tardiness." Chen scratched his head, offering a sincere apology. No one responded, as the impact of the situation was overwhelmingly profound. Only Optimus Prime suppressed his negative emotions, squeezing out a soft, "It's all right," through clenched teeth, seemingly drawn by the words. Chen noticed Megatron's demeanor. He adjusted the component hat, first addressing the fracture on Megatron's right arm, then whispering a few words near his audio receiver, before patting his shoulder and leaping away. The positivity radiating from Chen subtly began to alter the attitudes of those around him. Yet, the one who uttered "it's all right" remained plagued by doubt, questioning whether he had truly forgiven the architect of their misfortune, even if everything may not have been his intention. "I wish to know the reason." Megatron pressed at his temple, the red optical lens blinking hazily twice as it expelled a trace of purple light. "I likely know the specifics less than you do, as I am merely here to assist." Observing Megatron's look of disappointment, Chen experienced a flash of inspiration, producing the metallic box and snapping his fingers. Why not inquire directly with him? "Wait, how will you ask?" As the sound of the snap echoed, the metal box in his grasp suddenly ignited, engulfed in that cerulean flame once again. Before long, the golden hue faded, leaving the metallic box intact. "I had my suspicions." It undoubtedly pertained to dark energy. Chen examined the metallic box in his hands, contemplating how to unlock it, while explaining the laser emitter, the main body components lying within, and this chip processor have all been corroded by dark energy, retaining a fragment of what seems to be consciousness. However, fear not, for that flame earlier can completely eradicate such remnants. Quite fascinating. I assent it. This is my primary focus for the experimental project. Wait. If this clump of components is the main body of little Chen, a dreadful realization surfaced due to my instinctive reflexes as a doctor. Indeed, the main body is deceased. I am responsible for its demise. With no hesitation, Chen declared, retrieving the scattered components from the ground. He forcefully pried open the metallic box and grinned, "But now, my body is the main one." From the box, he extracted a chip. Yet, this was not a technology from Cybertron. In fact, even Cybertron lacked such a thing. It was not that it couldn't be produced, but rather that it was unnecessary, as the brain modules possessed far superior storage capacity and operational speed compared to such chips. I had often pondered why little Chen opted for a chip rather than a brain module architecture, but this question was ultimately rendered moot by the incident of disassembly. Optimus Prime had long since lost the curiosity he once possessed, and his current predicament left him little desire to inquire further. He simply observed as Chen replaced the so-called main body chip into his head. "Huh, am I out?" Upon opening his eyes again, Chen first felt his body from head to toe, then sighed in relief. He soon noticed Optimus Prime before him and instinctively raised his hand, a gesture meant for greeting. Yet, he suddenly felt the oppressive atmosphere around him, causing his arm to awkwardly drop back down, his earlier exuberance replaced by embarrassment. Tentatively, he spoke, "Greetings to all. Pray tell, what transpired?" Megatron inquired, arms crossed, with a hint of detachment. "All right, it is indeed my own folly," Chen conceded, retrieving divine gift from the components. He pointed at it and explained this item was temporarily left here by Yudo, containing a fragment of his consciousness. It possesses capabilities including, but not limited to, verbal persuasion, possession control, and even the ability to forcibly erase the existing autonomous consciousness within the body to seize control. Thus, the truth is, the being that just was not truly me, but rather a fragment of Yudo's consciousness. Chen poked at his fingers, his expression laden with guilt. I was aware of this all along, from the very beginning. However, I sought to play a gamble, to draw Yudo out, as he had not yet been completely sealed away, which was necessary to eliminate future threats. Yet I never anticipated that it would destroy the ultimate divine lock. I am so sorry. With a face obscured by his hands, he lamented, "Why did you utter such words, which eroded our trust in you?" Optimus Prime recalled the words spoken by Chen when his body was seized by the Chaos Bringer, and posed the question. Chen gazed deeply at him, his expression revealing a sense of satisfaction. Am I to become a self-destructive truck once more? Ah, it matters not. At this juncture, what is there that cannot be disclosed to you all? Chen earnestly provided his answer, his words striking like thunder. As for the query posed by Optimus Prime, was it so difficult to comprehend? My intention is to sever the trust you have in me. Optimus was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a response. He inquired, perplexed. What? But why? Because I must make you understand this. The world has transformed, and I am the primordial singularity or the catalyst of change. Upon grasping this truth, you too shall undergo a metamorphosis. Chen articulated this lengthy declaration without pause, observing the bewildered expressions of those before him, scratching his head in contemplation. Very well. It appears my explanation has left you somewhat puzzled. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Xiaohong, do you recall your most significant transformation? A sudden spark of insight illuminated Yanshen's face as he directed everyone's attention to the slothful Red Spider, who had been idly contributing to the conversation. Red Spider, nearly caught off guard, racked his brain for a moment before experiencing an epiphany. Wait, are you referring to the incident in the mine? Indeed, please elaborate in detail. Leaving no stone unturned, Yanshen blinked. That incident, perhaps some may still remember, when Lord Megatron took me to a super energy mine that had previously been exploited. However, it was far from fully developed, and I had secretly hoarded quite a bit. I understood that Lord Megatron had intended to confront me, yet in the end, I openly admitted to the truth. Red Spider displayed no hint of concealment, his sincerity disconcerting even to Megatron. Subsequently, upon witnessing Alcee and her human partner, the mine collapsed under Lord Megatron's assault. Yet, before the collapse, I chose to assist him rather than flee for my own safety. Why was that? At that time, I perhaps persuaded myself with a rather clumsy rationale to return to him, and even the Autobots, momentarily powerless to resist me, did not alter their stance. Afterward, I harbored no resentment toward him, even accepting my fate with a sense of tranquility. When did such serenity settle beside me? I may not be entirely certain. Red Spider sighed in hesitation, allowing his words to linger in the air. Do not shy away from the issue. The reason behind this is known to you. Clear as day. Reflect once more. What thoughts crossed your mind prior to or following that moment? Yanshen's gaze sharpened, a glint of gold flickering in his eyes as he fixed his stare upon Red Spider. What thoughts did I entertain? Speak them aloud. The tone was almost commanding. What I desire is not for gain, nor is it power acquired through such means. That is incorrect. It seems that from the very beginning, the Decepticons have been evolving in a peculiar direction, since the inception of young Yanshen boarding the ship 1,000,000 years ago. But what relevance does that hold for me? The Decepticons are truly remarkable, he stated, somewhat taken aback that it was Red that first grasped the concept, albeit only partially before he reined in his subsequent thoughts. Chen exhaled, reverting to his youthful demeanor, his tone imbued with admiration. In truth, I granted each of you an unequivocally fair hint. The order of your realizations was inconsequential. What mattered most was that you all came to recognize the essence of this matter. Therefore, I only perceived a fraction of it. Do not belittle yourself. You performed admirably, Red, I remarked. It could be said that I deliberately guided you towards this singular outcome. Given your capabilities, if you had comprehended everything, it might have resulted in complications for me. Maintaining a smile, Red understood his value from Yanshen's words, and his spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, he possessed an exceptional talent for offering comfort. However, there will always be a few who elude control. Despite my meticulous efforts to adjust everything, perfection remains an unattainable ideal. Oversights are inevitable, and mistakes will inevitably arise, as exemplified by Black Widow. Yanshen's mood visibly darkened as he continued. She is one of those who slip from control. As you know, I harbor no baseless animosity towards any life form. Regrettably, she perceived my hints and twisted their meaning, resulting in her failure. Aside from her, there is also the human named Silas. I once granted him an opportunity. I spared him, as he overlooked my hints. Unfortunately, he crossed the line, yet he imparted a valuable lesson to you all, did he not? At this point, Chen shrugged nonchalantly, his disdain for Silas unmistakable. A silence enveloped the room. Then why reveal the entire truth to us now? Optimus Prime interjected, disrupting the brief tranquility. Because you inquired, Chen replied earnestly. That makes sense, Cat remarked, wiping his brow. Optimus recalled Chen's earlier words, those declarations of never having trusted them. What about those statements you made previously? Care to elucidate? He pressed. Those were merely tactics to deal with Taro. Chen replied, scratching his head, preparing to elaborate. Those were indeed true. Therefore, all of it is the truth. Two voices echoed in near unison. Indeed, the master knows me well. Chen, quick to respond, offered no rebuttal, merely nodding with a smile. Optimus gazed at Chen, who returned the look. Optimus had no further questions. Chen simply smiled, retreating alongside Megatron back to his faction. Optimus cast his gaze downward, signaling smoke screen to contact the base, yet his eyes remained fixed on Chen's retreating figure. I loathe you, he murmured, upon hearing the long-awaited words. Chen was initially taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy moments later. He arched his brows and began to formulate his next response in his mind. Thank you. Unfortunately, you cannot hear it. After returning to the Retribution, Chen naturally faced a small penalty, which could be described as a rather arduous ordeal. By the way, what was it you mentioned earlier about the assistance in the scientific experiments? In the small room, Chen was engaged in handling affairs. While he referred to it as helping, in truth, it entailed taking over everyone else's responsibilities, a form of punishment indeed. Glancing at his colleague, who was laboriously working alongside him, he wondered what transgression this individual had committed. Nearby, Megatron, Black Arachnia, and Soundwave were all supervising, ensuring that neither of them slacked off, while also overseeing the handling of tasks to prevent any mishaps. The question that had just been posed came from Megatron. The moment Chen comprehended the inquiry, his actions faltered and his thoughts momentarily drifted. Then, with exaggerated flair, he leaped up, clutching his head and exclaiming loudly, "Oh no, I completely forgot about Sister Lee and Brother Shockwave." While the others were still in a state of confusion, he despondently slumped back into his chair, resting his head on the table as he muttered darkly to himself. What should I do? When I see Sister Lee again, she will surely make me go bald. This cannot happen. My ears have been protected for so many years and must not fall into her hands, but I've already forgotten them, and there is no room for redemption. So what on earth should I do? Wait a moment. Did you say Shockwave is still alive? Soundwave quickly processed the keywords, gently stroking the cat's back to soothe its anxious demeanor, and inquired further. Ah, yes. Chen looked up, his emotions stabilizing. Do you remember the flames that can manipulate dark energy? That's the result of years of research between me and Brother Shockwave. Currently, only this body possesses the capability to transform and release the inherent creative force within. Chen proudly lifted his chin. What do you think? Am I impressive? However, he was swiftly met with a light reprimand from the information conduit, causing his spirits to deflate instantly as he lowered his head. You know, Shockwave, why didn't you tell me? Soundwave waved the information conduit, hastily editing the audio gaps. For your punishment, you will work an additional Earth month. Chen lamented, Master, I truly forgot by accident. Can't you just go through the bridge and find them? I don't want to work overtime. On the Retribution, chaos continued unabated. After stealthily dispatching the Hammer of the Sky, he still had to argue with that troublesome tuber once again, in a land where yellow sand swirled. Chen cursed as he rose. That wretched tuber just left my body in this cursed place. I really don't know how to take care of tools. Chen, while cursing, was extracting the gravel from his own mechanical body, also smashing the ultimate divine lock. If you dare to smash, I will retaliate with a face full of creation, he muttered to himself, suddenly pausing. A sly and triumphant smile graced his lips. Go ahead and smash. How could I possibly miss out on the auspicious events that propel the plan forward? If you do not act, others will undoubtedly take the initiative, making it all too predictable. Thus, I reiterate, the narrative would lose its intrigue. Cybertron, truly a land of exceptional talent, whether among its people or the two so-called gods. You and that old relic, how easily they are deceived. Yet, this convenience is appreciated. I owe you both my thanks. With twitching ears, Chen tilted his head, his golden optical lenses reflecting the sunlight, rays cascading down around him. A small black dot glided through the air, concealing itself, yet Chen accurately locked onto its position. Did you hear that, moth? Chen extended an arm, patiently awaiting the moth's descent before continuing. What is the rationale behind entrusting the hammer of the celestial champion to the Autobots? He chuckled lightly, turning his gaze. Because, in a world devoid of my presence, others will inevitably present it to someone else. Chapter 40. When I am at a loss for how to proceed with my writing, it is time to take the research team for a spin. How many years has it been since he has lingered here? Shockwave was uncertain, yet he knew that the answer to this question was always within reach. Although the distant light had long since extinguished, Shockwave remained aware. A new day had dawned. This humble sanctuary was his only home on this perilous and forsaken planet, providing him with a semblance of safety amidst various terrifying assaults, including but not limited to sudden collapses and the illogical resurgence of the deceased. As a relatively spacious experimental base, although he could not leave Cybertron due to the destruction of the space bridge and lacked the materials necessary to construct another, the facility was well equipped with research tools and various other resources. Its structural fortification was commendable, allowing him to comfortably reside here for millennia. One fateful day, while testing a novel explosive device near Iron Fortress, he inadvertently conjured a cat. This was illogical. Shockwave, observing the jumble of parts mingled with the remnants of the explosion, watched as they bounced and eventually reformed into a complete body. He remained unusually silent for an extended period, ultimately uttering only a few words. A red light bulb faintly revealing a spark of eagerness towards this unprecedented research novelty. Thus unfolded the scene of Shockwave's first encounter with Chen after their dislocation on Cybertron. The resonance wave inquired whether Chen would be willing to serve as both an experimental subject and a participant in his research endeavors. To his surprise, Chen readily agreed. Consequently, the resonance wave extended an invitation for him to reside at his base, ensuring not only the convenience of experimentation, but also a significantly safer environment than the vast open space adjacent to the Iron Fortress where he had been alone. From that moment forth, the base welcomed a rather boisterous individual. Indeed, Chen brought considerable astonishment to the resonance wave, setting aside his remarkably disassembled, modular body. The resonance wave discovered within him remnants of an energy substance that he had never previously encountered. Thus, the focus of his research shifted entirely to this newfound energy. As for Chen, his only obligation was to return when necessary to provide fresh samples of creative energy, leaving him free to pursue his own interests at any other time. The resonance wave had once asked him why he had not departed with his master, but Chen merely smiled in response, offering no explanation. Consequently, the resonance wave chose not to press the matter further. In contrast to the resonance wave's fervent dedication to research, Chen, with his seemingly indestructible nature, roamed fearlessly, returning home at all hours, seemingly occupied with unknown pursuits. The resonance wave only knew that his tasks included environmental observations. Thus he permitted Chen to wander freely, prioritizing his research above all else. As the dawn of a new day emerged, the resonance wave rose from his charging bed and made his way towards the hatch. Upon nearing the door, it opened automatically, revealing the familiar silhouette of Chen, who stood at the entrance, exuberantly waving his hand. "Good morning, Brother Resonance Wave. Today heralds yet another new day, and Sisterly is already waiting for you in the studio." Chen exclaimed with enthusiasm. Nodding in acknowledgement, the resonance wave stepped out of the chamber, disregarding Chen as he eagerly bounced over to the nearby wall to carve his mark. The tally of 4,735,896 days, Chen's unique method of recording time. Li, too, was a fellow traveler in this vast solitude, an extraterrestrial being who joined them around 53,700 years after the resonance wave and Chen's encounter. Li's spacecraft had awkwardly descended, detected by the rudimentary reconnaissance devices at the resonance wave's base. The automatic defensive measures activated silently, transforming the emergency landing of this civilian craft, which had been forced down by atmospheric debris, into a supply of parts for Chen and emergency materials for the resonance wave. Thereafter, Li had no choice but to remain at the base. To make amends, the The resonance wave complied with Li's request and allocated a chamber within the base as her studio, which is now the very room he had just entered. As the hatch opened, a soft pink hue greeted his sight. Li was meticulously sketching the unchanging ruins outside with art supplies from an unknown alien system. "Good morning," she greeted him. Li turned her head, pausing her hand holding the brush. The pale pink lacquer and the golden hue of the optical lens, along with the striking marks akin to shattered glass, caught the eye. After exchanging pleasantries, she resumed her creative endeavor. When Shockwave first encountered Li, he mistakenly believed her optical lens was damaged and offered to replace it, only to be met with her indignation and a firm refusal, insisting that her optical lens was perfectly functional. Naturally, Shockwave was skeptical of her claims. He relied solely on inspection reports. Thus, he took Li for a comprehensive examination, and the conclusion was equally unexpected. Her optical lens was merely a product of inherent genetic defects due to her hybrid lineage from the fearsome species of the alien race. Aside from her appearance, everything else was entirely normal. However, another conclusion was what truly caused a slight fracture in Shockwave's logical perspective. Li was, in fact, a true descendant of the colossal and formidable species. Indeed, a genuine colossal creature, a fact confirmed through subsequent detailed examinations. Despite the bloodline being diluted to half, this truth could not be denied. The ancient overlords of Cybertron, the colossal race, had long been a primary subject of Shockwave's research. He possessed an almost encyclopedic knowledge of all matters concerning them. Thus, when he arrived at this conclusion, he pondered for a considerable time. It was illogical. Ultimately, all he could articulate was that singular statement. Now, gazing at yet another painting, which appeared to be indistinguishable from her previous daily creations, he mused on the unchanging environment and the futility of each passing day. Shockwave voiced his concerns with a calm tone. Li did not respond immediately. She meticulously completed her painting before setting down the brush and turning to him, saying, "You are mistaken, Shockwave. This is called scenery, and scenery is ever-changing." Li was an artist. From their very first meeting, Shockwave had reached this conclusion. Contrary to the tales and ancient texts, Li was not the combative type. Rather, she preferred to paint quietly, yet she possessed a unique, stubborn dedication. Every colossal being harbored such tenacity. Her quest, as an interstellar traveler, was to uncover her lineage. According to Li, she hailed from the planet Elysium in the Burning Wind Galaxy, firmly believing she had relatives. Yet, upon awakening, the sweet whispers that once surrounded her had vanished entirely. On the entire Elysium, she was the sole remaining life form, hidden away, along with a small spacecraft. Upon hearing this, Shockwave fell into silence, compelled by his moral code to offer an apology. "It's all right. No need to apologize. I do not accept it," Li replied with a cheerful smile. Shockwave. Subsequently, Shockwave struck a deal with Li, who took on the role of a temporary assistant to facilitate the research. In return, she sought to gather material for her formidable thesis, while Shockwave required her assistance to unravel the mysteries of his lineage and to revive the so-called royal lineage of the great beasts. From that moment on, the base was enlivened by the presence of two rather boisterous individuals. Shockwave soon discovered that this little assistant possessed a remarkable versatility and an impressive capacity for rapid learning. Her mind frequently conjured feasible and innovative ideas. Throughout their collaborative efforts over the millennia, they managed to overcome the most challenging obstacles associated with the concept of creative energy, finally mastering the art of wielding this force with ease. Although only Chen could currently utilize the creative energy, their subsequent research reaped the benefits of a newfound abundance of resources, allowing them to work with greater freedom. All right, our 379,542nd painting, Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she moved the easel aside, eagerly urging, hurry up, the experiment is about to commence. I assenti it." Shockwave, wishing to avoid her impending barrage of chatter, could only nod in agreement. Yay! It was evident that Li was thrilled as she dashed out the door, momentarily transforming into her original fox form, playfully scratching at the door of the cultivation chamber, eagerly awaiting Shockwave to arrive and grant her entry. With a sense of resignation, Shockwave observed her vanishing figure and slowly followed behind. Although Li and Chen could indeed be quite noisy at times, occasionally causing him trouble, he recalled a particular minor experimental mishap where he was struck by a comical projectile, causing him to topple into the optical lens. Fortunately, he emerged relatively unscathed, and both Li and Yanchen found great amusement in his misfortune, laughing heartily. Yet, it was undeniable that without their presence, he would have likely succumbed to solitude long before the energy was depleted. Now, under Li's eager gaze, Shockwave opened the chamber door. Within lay numerous jars of varying sizes, filled with unknown liquids, interconnected with an array of instruments. The dials on the gauges either stabilized, fluctuated, or swayed rhythmically. Inside, the jars were life forms, their contours indistinct yet diverse in size and shape, all united by myriad conduits that linked their bodies to the external apparatus. The moment Li stepped into the cultivation chamber, she switched into a mode of rigorous scientific diligence, retrieving a data panel from the wall near the door, awaiting Shockwave's command. As usual, record the data, then replace the cultivation energy, Shockwave instructed, stepping behind the layered cultivation tanks to the experimental platform, turning his back to Li as he attended to the next task. Understood, Mr. Shockwave, Li responded promptly, then began diligently documenting the experimental data with the data panel in hand. Shockwave suddenly turned to observe Li's pink silhouette navigating gracefully among the cultivation tanks, merely watching. The Shockwave once inquired of Li why she referred to herself as Mr. during the collaborative experiments. What was her response? It was quite intriguing. She laughed as she replied, recounting her visit to the planet Munilaf within the same Burning Wind system, in search of potential clues about her origins. Although she ultimately found nothing, she acquired a wealth of fascinating knowledge. For instance, in a best-selling novel set on Munilaf, the protagonist, who serves as a detective's assistant, is addressed as Mr. by the other characters. While Li's academic journey alongside the Shockwave has been remarkably smooth, the Shockwave understands that she is ill-suited for scientific research. Li ought to be free, accompanied by the wind and the moon, rather than confined within the stifling walls of a laboratory filled with neatly arranged test tubes. The Shockwave had known this from the very beginning. The sound of a knock on the door jolted the Shockwave from his reverie. Li had finished recording the data and was currently engaged in replacing the cultivation energy. Upon hearing the knock, she instinctively looked up, and before she could inquire, the voice from outside preemptively spoke. Brother Shockwave, Sister Li, I need to step out for a bit. It was Yanchen's voice. Out so early today? Is it for observation work? Are there any anomalies? The Shockwave glanced out the window. Though the sky remained unchanged, he swiftly made a judgment and asked. After a brief silence from outside, Yanchen responded with a muffled mm. Then be careful and remember to come back early. Li paused her work, contemplated for a few seconds, and added, or send us a message through a private channel. Got it, came the reply, sounding somewhat distant as if Yanchen had taken a few steps away, but quickly returned to call out, I'm off now. Wait, put down a mechanical dog. Hee, Brother Shockwave, I will. After that, there was no further sound. Mechanical dog? The Shockwave called tentatively. Almost immediately, the sound of claws scratching at the door echoed, and the Shockwave felt reassured, returning his focus to the design blueprint spread out on the experimental table. The blueprint was titled Disarray. The Shockwave would indulge Yanchen in every aspect, except when it came to these tapes, where he would not yield. The purpose of creating these tapes was in memory of a dear friend. In fact, long before the Civil War began, the Shockwave had met Soundwave by chance. At that time, various small animals often surrounded Soundwave, who cherished them and regarded them as true companions. The Shockwave was uncertain what precisely drew him to Soundwave. Was it his erudition and elegance, or his unwavering loyalty and fervor? The Shockwave could not tell. Yet, there was an undeniable quality about him that captivated the Shockwave's heart. During that period, Shockwave tirelessly traversed the arena of Kaon, eager to engage in discussions about current affairs and share his scientific musings, cherishing those fleeting moments of companionship. At that time, Soundwave had no apprentice. Subsequently, civil war erupted, instigated by the oppressed striving for their rightful entitlements, while Shockwave exhibited a distinct bias towards the insurgents. As for the precise cause, surely, it was not solely due to Soundwave. As the conflict intensified, the Council recognized that the source of the Allspark was nearing depletion, attributing this scarcity as the catalyst for the war. Thus, this heavy accusation was laid upon the insurgents, prompting many uninformed civilians to join the fray with righteous indignation. Most of these civilians later rallied behind a new leader who would become the nascent form of the future Decepticon faction. Rumors regarding the insurgents, the war, and the dwindling Allspark spread like wildfire, growing more absurd by the day, even intertwining with tales of a legendary cosmic emperor. Among the few who grasped the truth, Shockwave felt a profound sense of injustice on behalf of the insurgents. Hence, when the Decepticons were officially established, he resolutely chose to sever ties with the Council and unreservedly align himself with the Decepticon cause. The Civil War raged on, its original purpose long since altered. As for the current motivations, Shockwave remained uncertain, yet he could at least affirm that the conflict had strayed far from its initial intentions. Perhaps it had transformed into a cathartic release for the oppressed, long burdened by injustice. But would the Allspark? How many still remembered its significance? During the fateful battle that claimed the mechanical dog, both Soundwave and Shockwave were present. Shockwave bore witness to Soundwave's haunting silence, an eerie stillness as he clutched the remains of the mechanical dog, silently leaning against the wall day after day. Though he remained unmatched in necessary combat, in moments of respite, he assumed this tranquil demeanor, raising doubts about his well-being. All of this did not escape Shockwave's notice. He felt compelled to act. Thus, he modified Laserbeak, enhancing its firepower and agility, effectively bolstering its survivability, and in turn, acquired the remains of the mechanical dog. Shockwave placed it in the safest corner of his laboratory, harboring hopes of one day recreating it as a surprise for Soundwave. At that time, Soundwave had no apprentice. Yet, ultimately, the Allspark truly did deplete. Eventually, their homeland transformed into a lifeless planet. So, where lies the hope for revival? Now, everyone has finally recalled the Allspark. The war has temporarily ceased, as all are engulfed in the disarray of homelessness. Indeed, it should have been anticipated. One day, when no more small sparks emerged, the leaders of both factions simultaneously issued commands to seek potential methods of revival and prepared scouts for action, among whom was Soundwave. At that time, Megatron addressed the departing scouts, stating that no matter how far they ventured in search of this faint glimmer of hope, they must return alive. Indeed, to be alive, what a distant and elusive notion. In the end, how many would return? Shockwave was uncertain, as he was ensnared by various scientific endeavors. And until the very end, he only encountered Soundwave. In truth, it was Soundwave who sought him out. Accompanying him was his newly acquired so-called apprentice. Soundwave's purpose for visiting Shockwave was merely to replace his and the then nameless Inferno's bodies. Soundwave's original form had been damaged during a scouting mission. At that time, Inferno did not yet bear that name. In fact, he possessed no name at all and was indeed devoid of everything. During the process of replacing Inferno's body, Shockwave meticulously examined the uncharted fractures and scars, remnants of various eras, races, and tools, densely and deeply etched across his entire being. This included the forcibly severed generator, the shattered optical devices, and a mask that had never truly existed. All Shockwave could perceive were the remnants of hardship and abuse he had endured. Rather than merely replacing the body, it was as though he was crafting a new form for him. Ever since, Soundwave was invariably followed by a persistent little shadow who incessantly called him master, whether for trivial matters or not. Inferno's chatter grew increasingly incessant, reaching an almost unbearable level. And after a few days, his formidable drive finally emerged. He raced across Cybertron, fueled by an insatiable curiosity, tirelessly coming and going, with no one the wiser about his whereabouts or activities, except for Soundwave. Shockwave could not ascertain how long Inferno had survived in that inexpressible, unrecognizable state, devoid of freedom, in a silence that was deafening yet marked by a strangely sensitive audio receptor. He was unaware of how Inferno had managed to endure until now, leading to such severe compensatory behavior. Yet, these joys were long overdue for him, not to be shackled by the fate of a planet that had no connection to him after regaining his freedom. Moreover, the pain within his heart could never heal. But did he truly possess a heart? Shockwave could not say for certain, yet he was undeniably a sentient being. Thus, how many scouts returned in the end? Shockwave was well aware. Soundwave is the farthest scout, having ventured to the Burning Wind Galaxy. His original intention was to approach the Neon Star, which lies closer to the Tascma meteor belt, as it is home to highly intelligent life forms whose technological prowess rivals, if not surpasses, that of Cybertron. Thus, Soundwave naturally believed that there might be a glimmer of hope for reviving Cybertron on Neon Star. However, upon nearing the vicinity of Munilaf Star, He intercepted a faint and intermittent unstable signal, emanating despair and helplessness. Soundwave could not disregard it. Hence, he opted to descend upon Unilaf Star, alongside the fiery meteors of Taskma. What unfolded before him was the lifeless body of a disabled Unilaf entity and a young Inferno, unaware at the time, fumbling in the snow and entangled with the disassembled signal device of a Cybertronian. Consequently, Soundwave found himself ensnared by Inferno, and his meticulously planned journey came to an abrupt halt, ultimately leading him back from Unilaf Star with Inferno in tow. This turn of events, though unexpected, was fortuitous. Perhaps others were oblivious, but Shockwave was acutely aware of the merciless, war-crazed zealots that the Neon inhabitants were. They relished instigating conflict and eradicating civilizations. Under the weight of their advanced technology and burgeoning population, Shockwave believed that even if Soundwave had reached Neon Star, he would likely have face capture for biological experimentation, drawing the attention of the Neon to Cybertron and igniting yet another war. In saving Inferno, Soundwave was, in turn, saved as well. Upon returning, the lone scout was indeed Soundwave. The others, including those of the Autobots, had not returned, leaving no trace behind, much like Inferno's current state. The day's research concluded here. The suffocating confinement of the laboratory had taken its toll, and despite the unchanged sky outside, Shockwave discerned that it was late. At this hour, Inferno would likely have been outside, playing with a mechanical dog while awaiting the completion of his work with Soundwave and Lyra. After a final check of the vitality readings of the life forms within the incubation tank and confirming all was well, Shockwave summoned Lyra, organized the laboratory's contents, and exited the chamber. The mechanical dog lay sleeping by the door. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over Shockwave, prompting him to tentatively call Inferno's name. However, there was no response. Memories of the days when Inferno first joined the Decepticons flooded back, a time when Cybertron's ecology had deteriorated to a point of uninhabitability. Almost everyone was fervently preparing to leave their homeland, yearning for the day they could return with hope of reviving their home. Shockwave, too, was among them. As a researcher, the weight of pressure upon him is notably profound. Both he and Soundwave are preoccupied, with only fleeting moments each day to exchange a few words during handovers. Nevertheless, Shockwave is always eager to share his research findings with him, which brings a semblance of joy. Listening to Soundwave's insights into his own studies opens new avenues of thought. In this manner, Shockwave painstakingly deduced the method for constructing the space bridge and meticulously prepared for the gradual evacuation of the Decepticon members. Yet at this juncture, Yinching remains elusive, wandering the surface of Cybertron, indifferent to worldly matters, compelling Soundwave to allocate time to seek him out. The farther Yinching ventures, the more time Soundwave must expend in his search, ultimately encroaching upon the moments meant for their shared companionship. This situation breeds a sense of discontent within Shockwave. What is the root of this dissatisfaction? Is it solely because Yinching's presence has usurped the time Soundwave would spend collaborating with him? Yet, those moments hardly allowed for substantial discourse, leading Shockwave to contemplate that perhaps it is due to his encroachment upon Soundwave's time for handling affairs. Perhaps it is because he feels Yinching is hindering the progress of their tasks. Shockwave can certainly comprehend Yinching's actions, for his connection to Cybertron is tenuous at best, relying solely on Soundwave as a link. After all, he is merely a child who has endured suffering. Nevertheless, Shockwave harbors some resentment, and one day, he could no longer contain himself and sought out Yinching alone. Yet, when faced with those golden eyes, he found himself rendered speechless. Ultimately, he could only muster a single inquiry regarding his feelings towards his mentor. The reason for addressing him as master rather than mentor lies in the adage, once a teacher, forever a father. Thus, they are eternally family, nothing more. Yinching's response at that moment, which remains unchanged to this day, was sufficient to assuage Shockwave's concerns entirely. In the end, it was Soundwave who called Yinching away. This encounter marks the final moment between Shockwave and Yinching before the demise of Cybertron, and likewise, a farewell to Soundwave. As the brilliance of the space bridge faded into oblivion, who could have foreseen that, in the end, it would be he who remained? Yet now, it seems he has departed from himself. Shockwave waited by the base as entrance for an extended period. Long enough for Lee to succumb to exhaustion and retreat to his quarters, long enough for the mechanical dog to fall asleep in his embrace, and still, Shockwave remained. quietly anticipating. When dawn broke the following day, the unchanging sky still bore witness to the absence of the departed. Behind him, Lee stood silently, yet spoke not a word. This defied logic. Shockwave spoke with a calm demeanor, though his heart felt as if it were being torn asunder. This is the essence of solitude. In the end, all that could be uttered was this brief sentence. Day after day, waiting in vain, I even contemplated taking the initiative to seek out what was lost, and indeed, I did so, yet still found no glimmer of hope. It was akin to watching Cybertron, helplessly witnessing its gradual engulfment in despair. The efforts made felt as insignificant as a pebble cast into the ocean, utterly futile, leaving only the ceaseless wait for the demise of my homeland. Until those desperate days, shrouded in silence and monotony, passed, and upon the distant ruins, the outline of a blue-yellow space bridge emerged. The environment of Cybertron had remained unchanged. The gloomy sky still cast its pall. Yet, the landscape of Cybertron transformed daily, as flickering light heralded the end of one day and the arrival of another. Stepping once more onto the space bridge, this time, light would no longer extinguish within reach. Looking back, the surroundings were the same, the scenery persisted. The lifeless experimental base stood there, unwavering. Farewell, Cybertron. Farewell to my beloved homeland, which had shared with me 4,762,981 years and 357 days of time. Chapter 41. The Only Reliable Transformers. Superlogic Wave makes its grand entrance. Last week, I fell ill, so I didn't tea right. You will forgive me, one tea you? Upon stepping once again onto the metallic floor of the Nemesis, the sound of footsteps remained crisp, though it had surely been over 1,000,000 years since my last visit. Shockwave possessed a remarkable memory. He simply remained silent for a moment, surveying his surroundings, which matched his recollections. Not a single individual was missing. Based on his understanding of the internal conflicts among the Decepticon members, the scene before him defied logical deduction, indicating that the mediator was still present. Shockwave looked around once more and finally noticed that Inferno was huddled in a corner, merging with the shadows and darkness. He was indeed unharmed. Perhaps long ago, he had suspected that another version of him existed aboard the Nemesis, and he was not surprised to learn that the Inferno who had accompanied him on Cybertron for 1,000,000 years was merely a component clone. At some indeterminate moment, he had come to terms with this reality. Confirming his long-held suspicions brought him a sense of profound relief. Yet his excellent memory reminded him that there was still an outstanding matter to address. Shockwave, I'm so glad you're alive. Ah, yes, that matter. Megatron. It has been a long time. No need for pleasantries. Shockwave nodded in acknowledgement, then directed his crimson optic toward the figure of Starscream behind Megatron. There is a matter that requires immediate clarification. You, or perhaps you all, why did you abandon me there, all alone? The red optical lens flickered with an inscrutable light, and the exceptionally mundane words conveyed the submission of 1,000,000 years of solitude. Ah, the Shockwave, I must first apologize. The red spider cast a glance at others and ultimately emerged from behind Megatron. At that moment, I observed that you did not return after entering. The space bridge had been destroyed, leading anyone to conclude that you had perished, right? Ah, I apologize once more. Your reasoning is indeed logical. Shockwave decisively interrupted Red Spider's hesitation, asserting that there was no need for apologies. I do not require them. How fortunate. It is all Lee's fault for being beside me. I refuse to accept that. Red Spider parted his lips, but ultimately said nothing, swallowing the thoughts of how he had once coveted your position, believing you would come to claim it. Now, witnessing your complete indifference to fame and fortune, I realize my sentiments were misplaced. Red Spider has changed considerably, or rather, everyone is transformed in many ways. Shockwave's gaze shifted to Soundwave, who stood at the farthest edge of the onlookers. At this moment, he leaned against the control panel, prepared for any potential anomalies, just as Shockwave remembered. Yet, Shockwave could distinctly feel that he had changed. It has long been said that Shockwave possesses an excellent memory, even if others cannot discern it. Even if there is no apparent alteration in his exterior, Shockwave would assertively proclaim the essence of change. Shockwave could also sense the transformation occurring within himself. It was an indeterminate time ago when, one day, he looked at Flame, and Flame looked back at him. They exchanged silent glances until Lee, holding her newly completed artwork, drew the attention of the two who were silently gazing at each other. At that moment, Shockwave suddenly realized that day had felt like the first awakening of a new dawn, after which he sensed change flowing through him. Flowing everywhere, omnipresent. Shockwave understood that all of this was orchestrated by Flame. He recognized that these matters were deeply connected to home and comrades. But was it ultimately good or bad? Shockwave perhaps did not care. After all, the current version of himself was merely a shell devoid of emotion. But is that truly the case? The gaze flowed over the machine, embodying a sensation of change. Or rather, it belonged to the one who instigated the transformation. Flame was observing himself. As Shockwave reflected on the past, he wondered what he might see in his eyes. False. Shockwave stepped out, revealing the exit of the space bridge. And with an open hand, introduced, "This is Lee, a visitor from beyond the stars, assessed as harmless by Little Flame, and temporarily serving as my experimental assistant." As I spoke, a pink head emerged from the space bridge, gazing curiously several times before Lee stepped out, revealing her full form. "Greetings to all." With an air of innocence, Lee greeted us with an unreserved familiarity. "Currently, I find myself in collaboration with Shockwave, and I shall not depart until I uncover my origins." "Does that mean I am considered part of your faction as well?" "Indeed, that is correct, but oh, how delightful." Megatron cast a somewhat reproachful glance at Shockwave. "One personality trait like this, embodied in our Little Flame, is more than sufficient. Do not fret, Lord Megatron. Lee can prove to be immensely useful, and such a character is the easiest to manipulate." Megatron grasped the implication behind Shockwave's words and refrained from further comment. Instead, Lee raised an eyebrow and called out loudly, "Huh, what did you just call me, Shockwave?" "A character like you," Shockwave replied earnestly. Before Lee could utter another word, Flame unexpectedly darted from a corner, clinging to Shockwave's back like a koala, covering his vocalizer to prevent him from speaking again. Subsequently, a smiling face appeared on the display screen, and he apologetically said, "Oh dear, Sister Lee, please disregard Brother Shockwave's nonsense. It is clearly you, the enchanting, intelligent, adorable, and considerate Fox sister. In light of Little Flame's kindness, I shall temporarily forgive you." Lee turned her head and glared fiercely at Shockwave, also menacingly, and through gritted teeth, said, "You zero emotional intelligence, purple sweet potato yolk. Strike that red fruit mooncake from the record." "So Shockwave, what have you been up to all this time on Cybertron?" Megatron interjected, steering the conversation toward clarifying Shockwave's experiences. Shockwave seemed to falter momentarily. "After an indeterminate period following the explosion of the space bridge, I regained consciousness amidst the ruins, finding my optical sensor inoperative and unable to see anything. After some exploration, I settled in a relatively smooth area and, after a long while, repaired my optical sensor and once again beheld the light. I found myself in the largest experimental base on Cybertron. Despite some areas collapsing due to the shockwave from the explosion, burying them under debris, other crucial chambers remained largely unaffected. After logical deductions, I resolved to temporarily use this base as my primary operational and safe zone to continue scientific research, yielding corresponding results. Little Flame arrived by my side before Lee, and we embarked on a series of long-term studies centered around the creative energy within his being. Shockwave informed Megatron, "I will send you the research report shortly." Megatron nodded, indicating for Shockwave to proceed. After some time had passed, just as the research on creative energy was about to stagnate for various reasons, Lee arrived. I sincerely apologize for the inadvertent destruction of her aircraft without prior inquiry. Thus, I acquiesced to her request. In light of this, I conducted genetic research on Lee, considering her as a hybrid of the colossal and fierce species, and reignited the study of this ancient relic. Together, the three of us unearthed remnants of the ancient behemoth, utilizing two existing genetic sequences, and ultimately succeeded in replicating a living specimen of the colossal creature, which is currently in the nurturing phase, albeit only retaining its primal form. The Shockwave ceased its discourse. "Well done, Shockwave," Megatron remarked, his demeanor shifting upon hearing the term colossal beast, casting a lingering glance at Lee. It was not until Shockwave paused for a moment that he regained his composure, clearing his throat before continuing. "As for your position, it remains unchanged. You shall serve as the chief scientist, with Lee temporarily as your assistant. Does that meet your approval?" Shockwave nodded in agreement. In truth, Shockwave held little regard for fame or fortune. Even if Megatron assigned him to clean the lavatory, he would inevitably engineer an automated cleaning device, continuing his endeavors in the laboratory. As for your quarters and research office, Megatron surveyed those present, dismissing the two glaring golden points, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Soundwave. The others are preoccupied with their own urgent tasks. Soundwave, kindly escort Shockwave to the laboratory while the two of us, along with the Fallen, monitor the Nemesis. The Fallen interjected, "Boss, I'm training new recruits. How am I to traverse half of the Nemesis to oversee the main control?" Soundwave merely nodded, not uttering a word as he turned to depart. Shockwave found this behavior unsurprising, even deriving a semblance of familiarity from it, hastening a few steps to follow. "You should take a breather for a few days. Have you reflected upon your actions? If it were someone else, I would dismantle him in the same manner, and it would still not suffice." At the sound of this, Shockwave glanced back. Megatron was leaning down, instructing the significantly shorter Inferno, "You, my friend, ought to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming negotiations, striving to redeem yourself." Soundwave, leading the way, did not pause, not even turning back. Though Shockwave was filled with myriad questions, yearning for clarity regarding the events and their subsequent developments, he could only trail behind Soundwave, persisting onward with a stiff resolve, while attempting to glean more information by casting glances behind. In mere moments, they turned a corner, only to be met by an obstruction in the form of a wall. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, if one were to gauge his understanding of the Inferno chip system, Optimus Prime could confidently assert that he comprehended it even better than the current subject. Yet, if one were to identify a chip that matched his understanding, it would only be Alaric, one of the members of this clandestine assembly. Although Inferno's credibility had plummeted with him to an irreversible extent, Alaric remained on Optimus Prime's list of unreserved trust. After all, Alaric had clashed with Flame once too often. Though the reasons remained unclear, Optimus Prime was acutely aware that no chip could ever utter a falsehood. Thus, the schism between him and the Corps must indeed be genuine. How such an absurd conclusion was reached left the ambulance bemused, rolling its optics in exasperation. Indeed, it seemed impossible to forget him. This clandestine meeting was convened precisely to address this matter. Optimus, with a sense of resignation, recalled how Alaric had once helped him extricate himself from a significant predicament. To be candid, he still struggled to accept that their relationship had deteriorated to such an extent. Change, a sudden voice, pierced the air, startling both Optimus and the ambulance, prompting them to turn their gaze toward Alaric. Seated at a level with their line of sight, Alaric crossed his arms, eyes closed, stating, "Change is unfolding, unstoppable and uncontainable. Even the architect of this change shall find no pardon, ensnared in this turmoil." After all, the original chip had long since been lost, and the current Corps could indeed be deemed a different entity altogether. Upon finishing his proclamation, Alaric opened his eyes and looked at Optimus, seemingly awaiting a response. "Did you truly believe it was lost?" Optimus's optics quivered slightly as he posed a question that took Alaric by surprise. Was the disappearance of memory and the transition of chips not sufficient to draw such a conclusion? Alaric shrugged. After all, that particular instance had been entirely unforeseen. It was the only time no one had informed him of what had transpired. Everything occurred without reason or consequence. So why inquire so? Observing Alaric's perplexed expression and the ambulance's scrutinizing gaze, Optimus inhaled deeply and shook his head. "No, it's nothing." Utterly nonsensical, Alaric remarked bluntly. "All right, let us return to the matter at hand." Optimus deftly redirected the conversation. "Thus, due to my distrust of Flame himself, I believe it prudent to relocate our base. So, the reason for summoning me was to inform me that the new base's location should also be disclosed to him." The ambulance gestured toward Alaric, its voice rising in pitch. Only the two of us were privy to his true identity. To the others, the ambulance remained an indispensable member for the children. The leader guard could not afford to lose even one member. The ambulance had more to say, yet it found itself at a loss, ultimately managing to utter, "You truly have been ensnared by him." Indeed, I might have genuinely fallen under a spell. Optimus lowered his gaze, acknowledging that he was indeed Flame, yet simultaneously he was not. At least for now, he was merely Alaric, a member of the Earth operations team of the leader guard. Nothing more. Just consider it a minor personal inclination, shall we? The room descended into an oppressive silence, with only the ambulance glaring intently at Optimus, their azure optics locked in a tense confrontation. Has the location of the new base been determined? Ultimately, it was the ambulance that broke the silence first, seemingly acquiescing to the prior debate, as its words dripped with a sense of compromise. Optimus Prime, however, deftly diverted the conversation, introducing another piece of news that appeared entirely unrelated to the previous discussion. I recently received word that the Allspark has arrived. Wait a moment. The ambulance jolted, interrupting Optimus Prime's forthcoming words, inquiring repeatedly. Where? Earth? Optimus nodded in affirmation. Yes. Earth. The ambulance fell silent, raising its head slightly. Please continue. For the subsequent negotiations, I intend to let him handle it. Optimus stated earnestly. And I also plan to entrust him with the new base location entirely. As you wish, I have no objections, the ambulance shrugged. And there is one more matter. Optimus lowered his head slightly, as if having finally made a certain resolve. He spoke. Megatron contacted me through a private channel. What did he say? The ambulance bristled with hostility. Just some ordinary greetings, along with some matters pertaining to negotiations. But Optimus lingered over the last sentence of that private channel for quite some time, stating, however, I can sense that he seems to be yielding. The ambulance, what? Is this some unspoken understanding between you two? Knowing that the ambulance would not comprehend, Optimus pondered the final line of the private communication once more, confirming that it conveyed the meaning he surmised before responding. He even warned me to be cautious of Inferno. Optimus, with Navette. The ambulance sighed, forehead in hand. Think what you will. The ambulance's tone was laden with resignation. No, ambulance. Do you realize what this signifies? What? This indicates that the Decepticons, at least Megatron, have begun to lose trust in him. The ambulance contemplated for a considerable while, genuinely extracting some wisdom from it. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Once Megatron expels Inferno from the Decepticons, I shall endeavor to temper his character and strive to bring him over to our side. The ambulance's nod froze mid-motion, perhaps premature in agreement. Optimus cleared his throat, reverting from his whimsical demeanor to that of a mature and composed leader, seemingly only now noticing that another individual in the room had remained silent for a considerable time. He turned his head, momentarily serious. You won't betray my trust, will you? Al? My connection with the main body has been severed for quite some time. Alaric shrugged. As for the current main body, whether it knows of my existence as a fragment is another matter. Optimus nodded, indicating he understood. Then I shall tentatively place my trust in you. The ambulance shot a glare at Alaric. This was for Optimus' sake. You had better not pull any tricks on me. Understood? Hey, skyward. Do not go over there. In the midst of Li's piercing shriek, Chong Yunxiao recklessly dove towards a dilapidated building, smashing it into countless pieces. On the ground, a panicked pink-furred fox covered its face, relieved that this forsaken place was mostly deserted. This was the second time Li had taken Chong Yunxiao out for a stroll, and perhaps due to their shared lineage of the fearsome giants, it seemed that everyone aboard the Revenge had tacitly accepted her role in guiding him. However, the crux of the matter was that this little dragon simply refused to heed her commands. Although Chong Yunxiao's physique had matured, his intellect remained woefully juvenile, exhibiting a childish exuberance that compelled him to interact with everything in his path. According to Li's incomplete tally, he had incinerated 3 squirrels, bitten 6 birds to death, disrupted a flock of geese seemingly migrating through the air, shattered 4 boulders, and demolished 2 3-story structures, all of which vividly showcased his relentless pursuit of destruction as a member of the fearsome giant clan. Indeed, that was the essence of it. In truth, Li felt a measure of gratitude that his pursuits did not lean towards mere slaughter. Were it not for the unwavering assurances and logical guarantees provided by the Shockwave, she would have never believed that this immature little dragon could be the king of their formidable lineage. Yet, considering that the conditions for the revival of their king had been laid out by her, it seemed only reasonable for her to care for him. Yes, it was quite logical. Nonsense. The Shockwave had brainwashed her into this logical absurdity over millions of years. This behavior of Chong Yunxiao's was undoubtedly a bad habit that needed rectification. He must learn to rein in his impulses. Otherwise, trouble would inevitably arise, and she would be left to clean up the mess. Oh dear, after finally having a king, she could not allow him to falter at the onset of his reign. Correcting a child's misbehavior is a daunting task. Therefore, The first step was to let him face some consequences, ensuring he learned from this experience. As Chen Yinxiao finished demolishing his third dilapidated building, he noticed Li standing still and tilted his dragon head quizzically. He fluttered down beside her, circling around in confusion, yet found her unmoving. Oh, it's fine, go ahead and play, Li snapped back to reality, patting his oversized dragon head in an attempt to shoo him away. Her objective was indeed achieved. Apparently disliking others touching his head, Chen Yinxiao huffed indignantly, shaking off Li's fox paw and flapping his wings to ascend once more into the air, his small eyes darting around in search of his next enticing target. In the sky, a fleeting glimmer passed by. The radiance reflected in Chen Yinxiao's eyes ignited his curiosity. His gaze brightened, and he accelerated, darting toward the aircraft that was roughly his size. At that moment, Li remained lost in a reverie. It was only when Chen Yinxiao collided with the blue aircraft that Li snapped back to reality, and upon glancing upward, he distinctly recognized the Autobot emblem emblazoned on the craft. Alas, Li attempted to intervene in the impending clash between the two, but regrettably, his intentions were thwarted by his own limitations. As a formidable creature, he was unable to fly. This was profoundly disheartening, especially at such a critical juncture. Thus, all he could do was exert himself to keep pace on the ground, striving to ensure he did not fall too far behind. Although I intended to teach him a lesson, this was not the manner in which I envisioned it. Now, the terms of the negotiations with the opposing faction had become even more complicated. Oh, woe is me, it is all my fault. This marked the first visit of Tong Tianxiao to this azure planet. Prior to his arrival, he had seen images sent by his elder brother, pictures of beauty and vibrant life. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. Such vitality had once thrived in his homeland, but now, with the passage of countless millennia, the glory of your seemed but a distant memory, and the once radiant landscapes had likely turned to ash. Yet, at this poignant moment of nostalgia, the radar emitted a warning of an approaching object, shattering the moment's tranquility. Tong Tianxiao regained his composure, but before he could take any measures, the aircraft violently shook, as if struck by a colossal force. Wait, Chen Yinxiao, wait. A deafening crash silenced Li's cry, his voice caught in his throat. This was a disaster. He had failed to dissuade Jin Chuang, and now what was to be done? If this incident jeopardized the negotiations and resulted in significant losses, I would be deemed the eternal villain of the Decepticons, bringing shame upon the fierce race of giants. But wait, after being jolted by Chen Yinxiao, the aircraft steadied itself, appearing unscathed, even veering to counterattack. Chen Yinxiao, brimming with youthful exuberance, could not restrain his curiosity, especially upon encountering something that could withstand his direct charge. Driven by a competitive spirit, he lunged once more. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed the true, eternal villain of the Decepticons was not I. As Li ran, he cast his gaze upward to observe the unfolding battle. It seems that it is not I who has brought shame upon the formidable giant serpent clan. Tong Tianxiao truly cannot fathom where he has provoked this orange-black dragon, what grievance could incite such relentless pursuit and aggression. After attempting to retaliate, he soon discovered that this creature's formidable physique was impervious to his blows, leaving him with no choice but to retreat while fighting. Wait, perhaps the terrain here could be exploited. A cunning plan swiftly materialized. Thus, the moment for action arrived. Li came to a sudden halt at the edge of the cliff. Here marked the limit of traversable land. Beyond lay the abyss of Mo Yuan, a place that seemed to promise no return. Li dared not take another step. He could discern the intentions of the flying contraption. Yet how could Chen Yinxiao, still a mere child, be subjected to such cruel schemes? Moreover, which member of the giant serpent clan would falter before an ordinary child? Chen Yinxiao, you truly bring disgrace upon your lineage. Gritting his teeth and succumbing to another wave of frustration, Li pondered whether it would be more virtuous to betray Chen Yinxiao for a lesser punishment or to assist him against that colossal metal beast, thereby preserving his own conscience. What a farce! What? Decepticon? I know not of such a thing. I have never joined any Decepticon. I of course do as I please. While strolling, I chanced upon a pitiful little dragon being bullied by an adult piloting a flying machine, and I chose to extend my help. Surely, there is nothing wrong in that. The sharp, piercing notes of a whistle resonated once more, reaching Chen Yinxiao's audio receiver. His body felt as if it had become lighter, more agile. The second note, deep and resonant, lingered a moment longer than the previous one, replenishing the energy he had expended, allowing him to transcend his physical limitations and infuse strength into every cell of his being. Standing at the cliff's precipice, Lee sounded the whistle once again. Let us conclude here, dear readers. For me, writing transitional chapters has always been a challenging endeavor. The mundane plot lines proved difficult to weave. In the past, I would simply write in post, but upon glancing at the time, I thought waiting until midnight to usher in the new year might be delightful. What does a brief delay matter after all? This chapter was completed at 4 o'clock today. Ahem. So, it is 2024 has arrived, wishing everyone joy and prosperity. This chapter is not merely about negotiation. Why then is there so much irrelevant discourse? Still at that canyon, still at that cliff, Tong Tianxiao stood there, hands on his hips, striking a pose identical to that of the enormous flying machine behind him. The only difference being the sparks erupting from the engine on the right and the billowing black smoke that accompanied them. Chong Yinxiao lay in a position some distance opposite Tong Tianxiao, one wing awkwardly folded against his side, clearly injured. Yet, the pain in his wing failed to quell his restless spirit. The impassive and stern gaze of Tong Tianxiao swept over him, which, in Chong Yinxiao's eyes, seemed to morph into a provocation. Consequently, he was once again spurred into action. Even though he could only extend one wing, he defiantly flared it, embodying the spirit of an indomitable warrior, determined to fight to a standstill. Lee had anticipated this maneuver, her focus unusually sharpened beyond her usual artistic endeavors. The moment she saw Chong Yinxiao dart forward, she instinctively grasped his tail to prevent him from charging further, pulling him back with considerable force. After a brief standoff, Chong Yinxiao appeared to lose interest, returning to Lee's side and resuming his previous posture. The situation unfolded thus. Lee's various enhancements had inadvertently led to a miscalculation in Tong Tianxiao's plans regarding Chong Yinxiao, resulting in the latter damaging one of the flight apparatus's engines. Despite this unforeseen setback, Tong Tianxiao remained composed, true to his role as the second-in-command of the faction. Even before Chong Yinxiao could launch a second attack, he had already charted an emergency landing route. Now free from concerns, Tong Tianxiao unleashed a barrage of overwhelming firepower. A relentless torrent of energy blasts that left Lee momentarily dazed as she processed the scene below, before hastily reinforcing Chong Yinxiao with a layer of fortification. Lee's enhancements were renowned for their superiority. Thus, after applying this layer of protection, Tong Tianxiao's assault failed to inflict any damage on Chong Yinxiao. However, due to Lee's brief moment of hesitation, the protective action was slightly delayed, resulting in the injury of Chong Yinxiao's most vulnerable wing membranes. When both parties eventually landed and a temporary ceasefire ensued, the current predicament arose. Lee and Chong Yinxiao had been standing face-to-face with Tong Tianxiao for a while, and she deduced that the opposing side was likely calling for reinforcements. Yet, both she and Chong Yinxiao were acutely aware of their culpability, standing idly by in anxious anticipation. "Hey, Decepticon over there," Lee jolted, abruptly pulled from her musings as she lifted her gaze towards Tong Tianxiao. "Summon those who can negotiate from your side." Tong Tianxiao's serious tone resonated within her audio receiver. Lee could even sense her spark momentarily extinguishing in that instant. She cast a mournful glance at Chong Yinxiao, feeling a mix of helplessness and despair. "Gulu." Chong Yinxiao noticed Lee's gaze, emitting a confused yet ambiguous sound, tilting his dragon head in bewilderment. "My king, when shall you grow up?" In her heart, Lee sighed, enveloped in a profound sense of melancholy as she sent a brief summary of the events along with a location pin to Chen via private channel. The negotiations had begun prematurely. Lee was acutely aware of this reality, yet felt powerless and devoid of alternatives. However, since the other party had almost explicitly requested her family as foreign minister to attend, she had no choice but to comply and summon Chen. She could only hope he was well prepared with the necessary materials for the discussions, or at least that they would not suffer an embarrassing defeat. Unexpectedly, the first to arrive was Optimus Prime. The yellow and blue vortex appeared abruptly, without warning, as the red and blue leader emerged, a smile illuminating his face upon spotting Tong Tianxiao. He stepped out from the land bridge and stood beside him, exuding an air of camaraderie, as if they were long-lost brothers. Indeed, it had been a considerable time since they last met, and at this moment, both were likely brimming with words they wished to exchange, but decided to save them for later. To his surprise, Tong Tian Xiao declined Optimus Prime's invitation to reminisce, turning away in silence. Optimus Prime understood that this was not the appropriate time for such pleasantries. He had merely been momentarily caught up in joy and refrained from responding further. It was strange. Lately, he seemed increasingly unable to control his emotions. Li felt a sense of discomfort, particularly under the scrutiny of the two machines opposite her, as an electric shiver coursed from her head to her tail, rendering her motionless. Brother Prime, thank heavens, our diplomat has finally arrived. Although the timing may have been less than ideal, she thought to herself, little Yin Chen, you are truly my savior. Bending down, Li wrapped her arms around Chong Yun Xiao's head, taking advantage of the moment when the two machines were distracted by the suddenly appearing Yin Chen. She pushed Chong Yun Xiao further into a less noticed area, retreating behind a rock at the edge of the cliff, attempting to obscure their presence. Yin Chen, as swift and elusive as the wind, appeared in an instant. His first glance fell upon Optimus Prime, and his hand, raised in greeting, froze momentarily before dropping limply, his faceplate displaying a sorrowful expression. Immediately, he exclaimed, "Wah, Brother Prime, you still don't believe me. I told you it was all the fault of the dead yam. How can you not trust me?" Optimus Prime observed the upright figure before him, fully expecting that given Yin Chen's current mental state, some dark display of petulance or emotional outburst was imminent. "Fine, if you choose not to believe me, that's your prerogative. One day you will." Optimus Prime could almost feel the sharp glare emanating from Yin Chen's eyes piercing through the faceplate, as he vehemently reiterated, "Sooner or later." With that, Yin Chen turned to face Tong Tian Xiao, the fury on his face fading in an instant as he showcased his unique talent for changing expressions, waving enthusiastically. "Ah, Brother Tong Xiangxiu, it has been a long time." Upon hearing this, Tong Xiangxiu raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the imposing figure of Battle Tiger before him. It appeared that a flicker of recognition had sparked within him, as his furrowed brow relaxed and his demeanor softened, even his usual stern tone taking on a gentler cadence. "Oh, it is you. Have you ascended to the position of chief diplomat for Battle Tiger? Such a swift promotion." "Indeed. Wait, do you two know each other?" This revelation caused Optimus Prime's brow to knit tightly with concern as he interjected into the conversation, turning his gaze toward Tong Xiangxiu. "When did this happen?" "Well, it was perhaps just a few days before you received the leader module. I encountered him while conducting research on a lifeless planet. At that time, there was an anomalous surge of metallic energy signals emanating from the planet. However, upon my arrival, that surge abruptly vanished, and then I saw him. I inquired whether the peculiarities on that planet were related to him, but he did not respond. When I asked for his identity, he merely replied that he was just an unnamed soldier of Battle Tiger." The boy's clear, melodic voice intertwined with Tong Xiangxiu's words as he cast a glance at Yinqing, receiving only a faint smile in return. In the end, he called my name, and I never learned how he knew it. He simply bid me farewell and vanished. Tong Xiangxiu withdrew his gaze, maintaining a stoic expression as he looked at Optimus Prime. That was the extent of our brief encounter, nothing more. A sense of foreboding washed over Optimus Prime, a feeling of dread settling within him. He regretted the decision to have Tong Xiangxiu handle the negotiations. However, the choice had been made and the orders given, irreversible now. He could only sigh in resignation, realizing that the worst-case scenario he had never anticipated had indeed materialized. Although once an authoritative figure, Optimus Prime found himself unable to recognize the truth until after the ordeal with the ultimate divine lock. Suddenly, he perceived a shift within himself, as if emerging from chaos, disentangling from deception, breaking free from confusion and control, coming to terms with the true nature of those he once trusted. Yes, now, as an observer, he could discern what others failed to notice. The false seed of trust had long been buried deep within Tong Xiangxiu's heart. This was the truth, as Optimus Prime saw it. To this day, I still do not understand what caused the events on that planet. Tong Xiangxiu met Yinqing's gaze. And to this day, I still do not know your name. Yinqing smiled and spoke, offering an answer that transcended millions of years. The true culprit behind that immense metallic energy surge is, in fact, me. He lowered his head and removed the part-covered hat from his back. This hat was not mine from the beginning. I merely found it. Yinqing closed his eyes. In truth, my abilities could not fully unleash its maximum power. And at that moment, it was likely operating at its peak capacity. The scene was surreal, with a colossal sphere composed of metallic fragments suspended in midair, endlessly drawing in all metallic objects within its reach. Such a tremendous energy reaction would naturally attract others, wouldn't it? Those who arrived before you and me. I could even see the mangled, torn remnants of mechanical beings, wrenched apart by the force. At that moment, I heard your voice. Chen opened his eyes, locking gazes with the azure optical lenses of the two before him. I did not wish for you to come harm, or rather, I could not bear to witness anyone perish before my eyes in a situation I could resolve. For reasons unknown, perhaps now I can elucidate. Likely due to my body imbued with the ability to solidify energy, I instinctively repelled the allure of the component hat. Nevertheless, I was acutely aware that I could indeed rectify this unforeseen incident. Subsequently, I obtained it, and, after comprehending its capabilities, I resolved to utilize it to its fullest extent. Chen cast the component hat behind him, extending his arms. Thus, I undertook a covert transformation of my own body, a secret known to no other. I removed all internal structures, save for my head, resulting in my current form, this assemblage of parts. How is that? Are you satisfied with this answer? Chen resumed his stance, smiling at Tong Tianxiao. Yet, Tong Tianxiao remained silent, his optical lenses fixed on him without a blink. Well then, let us proceed to more pressing matters. Chen, undeterred by the lack of response, tilted his head slightly, knocked on his own skull with a hand, and assumed a serious demeanor, as if to discuss negotiations. The negotiations commenced. To the astonishment of an outsider, the discussions unfolded harmoniously, so much so that it bordered on a tedious lack of excitement. Regarding the significant damage inflicted upon planetary assets during our unintentional incident, I have already faced the corresponding punishment within the Decepticon ranks. What further gains do you Autobots hope to extract? Speak freely. On this matter, I will adopt a stance of temporary reservation. I desire an order that you cannot refuse, one that you must unconditionally obey. In due course, there will be those who approach you to claim what they seek. The atmosphere was so harmonious that it resembled not a negotiation, but rather an ordinary discussion. Upon hearing Tong Tianxiao's response, which seemed to indicate a near abandonment of the opportunity to exploit the situation, Optimus Prime's spark leapt in his chest, prompting him to send a private channel to Tong Tianxiao. Optimus Prime? Wait a moment, regarding this issue, was not our previously determined condition the Iron Fortress relic? First and foremost, plans are perpetually outpaced by changes. Furthermore, through my recent study of Earth's cultures, I have discerned that such actions are referred to as human sentiment. I merely possess an inkling that momentous events shall unfold in the future. Thus, I shall retain this gesture of goodwill. It shall find its purpose in due time. There are instances where his capabilities far surpass those of the relics. You, my friend, seem to have been enchanted by him, sighed Optimus Prime. By the way, I have an additional piece of information to share. Chen maintained his unwavering smile. Speak, replied Tong Tianxiao, crossing his arms and responding succinctly. I am aware that your current strategy is to utilize the characteristics of the Hammer of the Sky to repair the ultimate divine lock. Chen shrugged, a sly grin momentarily flickering across his face. With all due respect, it is unattainable. Tong Tianxiao furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction at this revelation. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Optimus Prime, in an uncharacteristic display of impatience, interjected loudly. Why? As he spoke, Optimus took a step forward, the brilliance of his optics sharp, fixating on Chen, who maintained his indifferent demeanor, raising doubts about whether he might resort to violence. Tong Tianxiao reached out to restrain him, stepping in between the two, effectively blocking Chen's provocation-laden gaze. Remain calm. We are still in negotiations. Oh, dear leader of mine, this is a one-on-one negotiation, and according to protocol, your voice is not to be heard, Chen replied lightly, reclining as parts of his form transformed into a small swivel chair. With a dismissive gesture, he continued, I understand your fervent desire to revive your homeland, but alas, what cannot be done simply cannot be done. Tong Tianxiao found this remark exceedingly infuriating. Yet, he recognized that it was merely the deliberate provocation of this seemingly youthful Decepticon. For some inexplicable reason, Optimus felt his anger intensifying. He understood, with clarity, that he ought not to lose his temper. Yet no amount of internal admonishment could quell the rising tide of impulse that surged within him. a yearning to deliver a vigorous blow. The more he urged himself to remain composed, the more the desire for impulsive action swelled, ensnaring him in a vicious cycle, spiraling without escape. The sound of a private channel's notification abruptly severed this cycle. Do not be deceived by his peculiar abilities. He is intentionally manipulating your emotions to provoke you. Under no circumstances should we instigate conflict here. We cannot afford to relinquish any opportunity to secure our interests. In an instant, the surge of impulse vanished completely, as though it had never existed. Optimus blinked, his awareness returning. Optimus Prime. I comprehend. He mused momentarily before adding, Optimus Prime. Thank you. Please elucidate the reasons behind the irreparability of the ultimate divine lock. Tong Tianxiao, however, remained composed, deftly steering the conversation back on track. The rationale is quite straightforward. The divine gift is fundamentally an energy confinement device dominated by dark energy. Consequently, the attacks it unleashes are inherently composed of dark energy. In other words, the ultimate divine lock has been assailed by a high concentration of dark energy, and as you are aware, dark energy possesses a unique corrosiveness. Given the passage of time, it is likely that the ultimate divine lock is beyond salvage. Chen spread his hands, feigning regret as he shook his head, and to my knowledge, there seems to be nothing that can eliminate such a degree of dark energy. Why is this only now being mentioned? At this, Tong Tianxiao's tone grew stern, as matters concerning his homeland had escalated to a point where calmness was no longer attainable. I have already stated that I have been punished, placed under house arrest, cut off from the internet, and confined to a small dark room. Each day, I am left to ponder a stack of offline data, striving to negotiate and avoid expulsion from the solar system, all while hoping for Brother Wei to proactively propose a peace agreement. Chen expressed his indignation with fervor, recounting the injustices he had faced in recent days, though in truth, he was merely reaping what he had sown. Thus, to trace the root cause, the destruction of the ultimate divine lock is indeed a consequence of your actions. Tong Tianxiao chose not to pursue the previous matter further, shifting the focus. What do you believe would suffice to offset this consequence? How about I offer you something entertaining? I suspect there will be those who would take delight in such a thing, perhaps even the ambulance brother? Chen snapped his fingers, as if suddenly struck by inspiration, producing a small vial of golden blue energy from within himself and tossing it toward Tong Tianxiao with a smile. A touch of creativity, take it and enjoy. It will undoubtedly not disappoint you. Chen's aim was precise. Tong Tianxiao effortlessly caught the vial with a mere lift of his hand. He held it gingerly, wary of accidentally shattering it, while Tong Tianxiao inspected it closely, unable to discern anything of significance. To the naked eye, it merely appeared to be a beautifully nebulous energy substance. Tong Tianxiao did not comprehend its value, yet Optimus Prime recognized its importance clearly. He nudged Tong Tianxiao and retrieved the vial for himself. Tong Tianxiao made no protest as his possession was taken, maintaining his usual demeanor of disinterest and gravity. Now, regarding the promised rights to the extraction of the super energy mine, Chen interjected, rest assured, those preparations have long been made. In due time, individuals will guide you to observe each site. Why the rush? You are acting as though you were a starving ghost seeking rebirth. Chen's interruption was anything but courteous, and his response bore an air of impatience. His expression suggested he was eager to reveal some monumental news, exuding an excitement that he could scarcely contain. If you have something to say, do so. In the midst of a tense negotiation, Chen nervously conveyed a crucial message on behalf of Wei Ge. He absent-mindedly rubbed his ear and rummaged through his attire while observing the expressions of those opposite him. Wei Ge wishes to sign a peace agreement, he declared, reveling in the astonishment that this revelation provoked. Indeed, it was Wei Ge who had taken the initiative. Initially, Chen found it hard to believe. Although it seemed like an undeniable truth, the situation was undeniably surreal. As he caught the incredulous glances directed at him, he felt a twinge of insecurity, his earlier buoyant mood dissipating. After a brief explanation, he finally extracted his arm, pulling forth a substantial offline data tablet. Its sharp edges chipped, but not enough to deter his fervor. I have awaited this day for so long. My dreams are finally within reach, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he extended the data tablet. Tong Tianxiao hesitated, unsure whether to reach out, his hands fidgeting in a state of indecision. Is this? He inquired tentatively. Oh, this is the drafted peace agreement. Please review it for any significant issues or objections. If all is satisfactory, we may proceed to sign, Chen replied, his enthusiasm palpable, contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor, almost startling Tong Tianxiao. Let's take a look, Tong Tianxiao said, stealing a glance at Optimus Prime, who nodded affirmatively. He then solemnly accepted the draft and scrutinized its contents. It must be noted that despite Chen's eccentricity, he exhibited a commendable diligence in his work. The draft was so meticulously crafted that even Tong Tianxiao found no fault. It addressed the interests and rights of both factions comprehensively, with the only distinction lying in whether members would engage in conflict post-signature. Tong Tianxiao felt a stirring within him, yet he awaited his leader's command. Optimus Prime, whether to sign or not rests with you. Tong Tianxiao. And what is your opinion on this draft? Optimus Prime, at the very least, I look forward to witnessing the day of peace, even if it is merely a fragile accord, capable of being shattered at any moment. Tong Tianxiao, I inquire about your thoughts on the draft, not, oh well, I understand. Ultimately, Tong Tianxiao signed the peace agreement on the data tablet in the name of the Autobot leader. Ah, how forthright of you, my leader. Chen, with a mischievous grin and a twinkle in his eye, clasped hands with Tong Tianxiao as he accepted the data board. Let us enjoy our collaboration. Dear brother Tong Tianxiao, from now on, we must refrain from engaging in direct confrontations upon meeting. He continued, I understand. As for the opinions of the other Autobots regarding this matter, let them take their time to digest it. Having spent 2 sleepless nights writing this, I realize that late-night writing may not yield the best quality, leading to what can only be described as a muddled composition. Nevertheless, this serves as a foundation for the forthcoming content, despite its somewhat clumsy nature. Ah, what a dismal endeavor this is. What I have penned is a rather uninhibited expression of my thoughts, devoid of any pretense. Chapter 43. At last, we return to the delightful chaos of the Decepticons. Perched cross-legged atop the towering stone steps, a gentle breeze caressed my ears, causing the feline ears atop my head to sway softly, a reflection of my relatively pleasant mood. I have always relished the sensation of wind, particularly that which dances around my ears, leaving a soothing sound devoid of any distractions. When feeling disheartened, seeking solace in elevated places to embrace the wind can be a splendid remedy, especially now that trust is a rare commodity among us. This moment of tranquility is indeed a rare find, considering that few believe in my sincerity. I confess, the predicament I find myself in is largely of my own making. Alas, what a tedious situation. What foolishness have I engaged in? It eludes my memory. Let us shift the topic of reminiscence to the whereabouts of my hidden avatars. The one previously controlled by the wretched Yamato, though an accident, had its original position usurped by me. I shall return it to lost Cybertron to have it entertain itself with that elder there. It shall be a taste of my millennia-long, delightful existence. Moreover, we must devise a strategy to reclaim the Autobot elect, as his daily antics and refusal to adhere to our plans render him a nuisance, akin to occupying a latrine while failing to fulfill its purpose. Ugh, the metaphors of Earth culture are truly perplexing. Though each chip within my avatars remains disconnected from the main entity and lacks any means of communication. Unless I retrieve and extract the memories from the chips for the main entity, I trust that, aided by the computing program, no significant issues should arise. Shaking his head, the celestial sound from afar reminded Chen that time was slipping away. Thus, with a gentle rustle, he reassembled the components, giving rise to a cybernetic kitten that tumbled playfully down the stone steps and ambled leisurely down the mountain. Ever since the second chip, burdened by his penchant for shouldering everything alone, had succumbed to the ancient knowledge's consequences, resulting in his storage capacity reaching its limit and ultimately detonating. Marking the end of a slew of troublesome matters, Chen had increasingly relished transforming into a cat, not to mention considering the necessity of concealing his true identity. This form was far more advantageous than his human guise, not to mention swifter. At the very least, the likelihood of being abducted by the mechanized faction had diminished significantly. Sometimes, circumstances clearly exceeded expectations. Chen habitually sighed, meandering back to the retribution, though in truth, it took him less than half a minute. Wandering through the corridors of the retribution, his ears flicked back and forth, yet not a sound graced his ears. Wait, something felt amiss, very amiss. When had the retribution become so eerily silent? It was simply unbelievable. Disregarding his feline form, he chose not to revert to his upright stature, continuing instead in his nearly soundless cat guise towards the paramount control room, ears erect, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Before long, his ears caught the familiar sound of footsteps. Discerning the habitual rhythm and weight of the steps, he recognized it as Red Spider. A surge of joy flooded Chen's heart, instantly dismissing his earlier unease as he quickened his pace. Wonderful! I knew nothing would go awry. Clearly relieved, he spotted, from a distance, the gleaming silver-red figure approaching with unwavering precision. The components flowed like water, splitting and reassembling into an upright form, while Chen remained exuberant, bounding towards it like a jubilant little bird. Little Red. In an instant, parts of the mechanism splintered apart, his smile abruptly frozen. He deftly evaded the subsequent 2 laser shots, refusing to repeat the folly of neglecting vigilance. At this moment, the display screen on his visor reflected a large question mark depicting the wearer's bewilderment. Gazing at Red Spider, who was aiming his transformation gun directly at him, Chen was engulfed by disbelief and confusion. His initial reaction was to question his own consciousness rather than ponder a crisis aboard the Retribution. Yet, the vivid sensation of the burn mark from the bullet wound in his knee joint was all too real. Realizing the gravity of the situation was inevitable, the sound of footsteps erupted around him, growing increasingly numerous and closer. Before long, a multitude of Decepticon clones surrounded him from all directions, sealing off every conceivable escape route, leaving him seemingly trapped with no way out. Moreover, even in a one-to-many scenario, there exists little chance of victory, even if the adversaries are predominantly fragile and thoughtless replicas. This is a meticulously orchestrated ambush. Observing that the minions and the Red Spider momentarily lacked any intent to attack, Chen scrutinized the gaps in the encircling formation. Tense and poised to escape, he symbolically inquired, "Little Red, what has transpired? Why resort to such measures?" Simultaneously, he tuned into the inner turmoil of the Red Spider, which resonated with chaos and unconsciousness. Chen felt a momentary lapse in his heartbeat. Despite the absence of such a thing, his breathing grew heavier, and a light dizziness overcame him. Alas, the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Yet, direct escape was not an option. Understanding the circumstances surrounding these events was imperative, and, at the very least, he needed to gather pertinent intelligence. After checking the external recording device affixed to his body, he was relieved to find it still operational and recording steadily. It seemed that his sudden inquiry had provoked a reaction. An array of laser bullets descended upon him from all directions, enveloping him like a net. Watching the deluge of lasers, Chen shivered violently, unable to fathom the consequences of being struck by such projectiles. Fortunately, even the most meticulously crafted schemes harbor flaws. And it was precisely one such flaw that Chen managed to exploit, accelerating through the gap, bypassing a multitude of minions, ultimately emerging from the encirclement in a feline-like manner. Ah, wait, did I inadvertently step on Little Red's head just now? My sincerest apologies. As he sprinted, he made a hasty patch to his injured knee with spare parts. The component at the joint appeared entirely inoperable. Lacking medical expertise, he could only offer a temporary fix, but his speed was significantly compromised. Alas, the process of becoming mechanized was still insufficiently complete. Contemplating the situation regarding the fallen and extinguished ones, he pondered aimlessly until he reached his first destination, his own room. The door remained firmly locked, though it was evident it had endured numerous assaults, bearing a massive dent. Fortunately, the lock appeared resilient and unlikely to fail anytime soon. After making minor repairs with spare parts, he proceeded towards his second destination, the control room. TSK. How scant the inventory of spare parts had become. Passing by the laboratory, he beheld a scene of utter devastation, with various known and unknown intricate instruments displaying signs of battle, the floor strewn with components and shards of bottles and jars. He could only speculate about the current state of shock waves, but the root of all these troubles likely resided within the control room. This was the conclusion his intuition led him to. With the oppressive sounds of pursuit now absent, Chen boldly surmised that the minions had lost track of him. Considering the strain on the components at his knee, He had no spare parts left for further repairs, and thus had no choice but to slightly reduce his pace. The door to the control room remained shut, and as he approached, it did not open automatically. Chen exhaled in relief, fearing that it might unexpectedly swing open, revealing entities he could not possibly contend with. Peering through the door, he felt fortunate that when he had discovered this intriguing glass, he had added a small decorative piece of it to every cabin door on the Retribution. That dark shard of glass now served as an excellent means of observation. The view was dim, shrouded by the opaque glass and the scant illumination within, yet he could discern the general situation inside. It was a scene of a Decepticon, in a manner reminiscent of handling prisoners, pushing the lifeless form toward Megatron. The precise nature of the device Megatron had affixed to the lifeless figure was obscured, but soon, Chen could hear the inner voice of the lifeless one morphing into the chaotic and unconscious state shared by Red Spider and the current Decepticon. If I encounter that pesky little cat who has thwarted my efforts time and again. This was Megatron's voice. Chen listened intently, noting that there was a semblance of logical, coherent thought within the lifeless one's mind. Thus, he concluded that this situation was distinctly different from others. Yet, adhering to his understanding of his leader, he recognized that such words could not possibly emanate from Megatron. This version of his leader was undoubtedly an imposter. It seemed the truth was merely a step away, and Chen felt compelled to listen further. First, break his legs to prevent his escape. I must see him alive with my own eyes. With a calm demeanor, Megatron uttered this statement, indicating that losing limbs was inconsequential as long as life remained. Suddenly, Megatron turned to glance at the control screen, which emanated a gloomy glow, displaying real-time images from various locations aboard the Retribution. A shiver coursed through Chen, an acute awareness that this counterfeit Megatron had likely detected his presence. Transforming into a feline form, he swiftly turned and fled, disappearing in a flash. His legs throbbed painfully, and he felt his speed diminish significantly. The air was filled with an incessant pounding sound, a manifestation of the fear stemming from an unimaginable and unanticipated betrayal, a despair rooted in the desire to avoid a complete abandonment once more. Before him, vast expanses of darkness began to emerge. It seemed that in his earlier escape from the encirclement, he had sustained further injury, possibly grazing the optical lens. Yet now, he could do nothing but run relentlessly, striving to escape, determined to deliver the crucial intelligence. At the very least, there were still those who trusted him, and they were not aboard the Retribution. The pain in his abdomen intensified, and his vision abruptly enveloped in darkness, only to swiftly transition to pure white. His thoughts were severed from continuity, and all he could hear was the relentless ringing in his ears, the roaring wind, and the rhythmic thumping of his heart intermingling in a chaotic symphony. Subsequently, he crashed violently into the wall, which inadvertently aided Chen. In an instant, his mind cleared, and he mustered the strength to rise, maintaining his cat-like form. Like a true feline of Earth, he arched his back and fixed his gaze intently on the imposing figure of Megatron, or rather, the unknown invader cloaked in Megatron's guise, who had just kicked him back into the ship from a bridge. At the same time, an influx of minions surged from nowhere, blocking his escape route. Chen took several deep breaths, organizing his thoughts as he contemplated a way to break through Megatron's blockade and escape the ship. He perked up his ears, ready to employ his linguistic skills as a means of stalling for time. Remaining in a cat-like form was strategic. His small stature made it the optimal choice against such a large foe, and this shape allowed him to run on all fours, reducing the strain on his injured knees compared to a human form. "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" he hissed, baring his teeth and emitting a low, menacing growl. He did not expect a genuine response. However, it was reasonable to assume that any sentient being, even if they would never vocalize the answer, would momentarily contemplate it when questioned. This individual before him clearly fell within the bounds of normalcy, and thus Chen effortlessly detected a single word within their thoughts: Cybertron. Was their objective Cybertron? Yet, Cybertron was in a state of desolation. Who would irrationally covet such a lifeless world? If he were not disqualified from voicing such sentiments, Chen would have surely expressed his disdain, suggesting that if they could revive Cybertron, that would indeed be a feat worthy of admiration. He committed this clue to memory as he began to devise a potentially feasible escape plan in his mind. After confirming that only Megatron stood guard at the bridge, he resolved to act. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the air thickening to the point where breathing felt nearly impossible as more minions encircled him. Chen understood that further delay would only serve to disadvantage him. He only needed one opportunity. A soft thud resounded, an indication of the transformation gun being fired. Like a conductor leading an orchestra, a multitude of laser bullets surged towards the center. This was what he had been waiting for. Ignoring the pain in his knees and the oncoming laser fire, he propelled himself forward, focusing all his energy. As planned, Megatron decisively struck the ground where Chen intended to land, delivering a powerful punch right in front of him. Chen swiftly halted and veered left, darting past Megatron's descending fist and arm, seamlessly leaping onto his shoulder. With a twist of his body, he evaded Megatron's other hand, which attempted to grasp him, showcasing the utmost finesse of feline agility. Then, leaping from the rigid, smooth back panel, he plummeted towards the bridge entrance and the luminous expanse beyond. Chapter 44. I inform you that the Autobot base has no sweet fruits left for you. The Harbinger is in the sky. This had seemingly been the norm for quite some time. However, Chen, initially oblivious to this fact, had now come to understand. The good news, he had landed atop a relatively towering hill, rather than in a pit or a plain, which meant that the injuries sustained were not as grave as he had envisioned. The bad news, he was utterly shattered. Struggling to glance back at the state of his lower half, he lamented, "Oh, splendid, it seems there is not a single remnant left." Emotionless, he exclaimed, "Oh, joy! Is that a cat-like creature?" A component hat dangled precariously from a nearby tree branch, likely dislodged during his fall, perfectly positioned just within Chen's reach. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that the only remaining part of his body, still connected to him, was a half-torso, throbbing with pain from top to bottom. Yet, this discomfort was trivial to Chen. After a slight twist of his waist revealed he could still move, a rather simple and audacious notion crept into his mind. And thus, a cat-like creature was born. Face down for a considerable time, he finally managed to push open the side latch of the faceplate display using a sturdy stone embedded in the ground, shaking his head to cast it aside, and then raising his head, writhing like a large insect. With labored effort, he inched forward approximately half a meter, finally close enough to grasp the component hat. Clenching the brim, he found that contact made everything significantly easier. Delighted, Chen planned to assemble a new body for himself. However, upon inspecting the storage for components, he found it empty. Of course. Wei had taken my parts a few days prior, and I had yet to replenish them. So at that moment, had Wei ceased to be Wei? After all, Chen could not constantly eavesdrop on others' innermost thoughts. Such an intrusion would invade their privacy, and the plethora of trivial information acquired would be quite bothersome. Thus, he only occasionally caught snippets of conversation. So reflecting deeply, was there anything notably different about Megatron from before? In a flash of inspiration, several scenes replayed in his mind when Megatron had spoken, his words and tone echoing within. Yes, it was the variances in his breathing patterns and phrasing that struck him as peculiar. Old Thunder truly knew how to feign. Though uncertain of whom he was disparaging, he decided to vent his frustrations anyway. At this juncture, he could only rely on the scattered remnants of old components. Cursing as he skillfully maneuvered the parts to reconstruct himself, he glanced down at his battered body, sighed, adjusted the component hat upon his back, and, adopting a feline form, began to descend the hill with a slight limp. A rational analysis ensued. Given my current state, it is undoubtedly impossible for me to rescue anyone or thwart the nefarious schemes of that old villain. Thus, I must seek external assistance. But whom should I turn to? Chen. Haha. I shall enlist the Autobots, led by Tomalera. Although the Autobots have recently relocated their base, that was some time ago, approximately 2 weeks, according to Earth's calendar. Nevertheless, the change of location is inconsequential. Chen has always been able to ascertain their base's whereabouts. After all, where there is one, there is bound to be another. What? You inquire how he knows? I didn't ask. Of course. It is merely a matter of chance. Perhaps I might encounter an Autobot member in the vast wilderness, engage in a brief exchange, and glean their thoughts. These individuals would never suspect who divulged their base coordinates. And a certain Dark Lord might still be pondering their signal jamming devices. Having made up his mind, even his footsteps appeared more buoyant, and despite the injury to his knee, he could not help but skip along joyfully, arriving at the Autobots' new base. Today was a rare day of leisure. The Decepticons had shown no new movements, and their reconnaissance missions had been completed efficiently and ahead of schedule. Consequently, the Autobots and the trio of younglings, along with Alec, who was nestled in a corner, swapping out books, exchanged light-hearted banter, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Suddenly, a series of rhythmic sounds echoed from the entrance. It resembled footsteps, light yet heavy, akin to the gait of a limping individual. However, the crisp sound of contact with the ground suggested that the newcomer was not human, but rather, at the very least, a metallic entity. In an instant, all chatter fell silent, nerves taut with anticipation. The nearest Autobot, Tantianxio, raised his transformation gun, energy coalescing. As a shadow of black and purple darted past the entrance, the gun fired. The shadow, caught off guard, swiftly pivoted to evade, yet failed to halt its momentum, crashing headlong into the edge of the platform and coming to a rather undignified stop. "Youngling, how could it be you?" Tantianxio lowered his weapon, furrowing his brow. Upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. He lifted his gaze towards the medic and said gravely, "Doctor, you must come take a look." "I believe I am quite fine," Chen replied with a chuckle, gingerly touching his head where he had collided. "Is my luck with transformation guns truly that dire today? Why does everyone seem to aim this thing at me? Alas, had I not reacted swiftly, I would have several bullet holes to contend with." "Your failure to halt is entirely attributable to your knee," Tantianxio stated firmly. "A checkup is mandatory and non-negotiable. This is stipulated in the peace accord." Tantianxio's demeanor was resolute, citing Article 47 of the third section of the peace accord. In the event of accidental harm to a Decepticon member, appropriate medical treatment must be administered. "Must you be so stringent? After all, I did intrude rather forcefully." Chen gazed with a stiff smile, turning his head to see the ambulance, equipped with his tools, approaching him. He shook his head vigorously and exclaimed, "How come I don't recall having written so many items? You must have your reasons for barging in, and those items were added by me." Tong Tianxiao, unabashed, insisted that the doctor conduct a thorough examination, leaving no corner unchecked. "Please, Tong Tianxiao, I have vital intelligence to convey to our leader." Chen's plea was cut short as the ambulance unexpectedly seized him from behind, lifting him by the back of his neck and throwing him onto the treatment bed. If only my body hadn't been on the verge of falling apart. Faced with the relentless advance of the ambulance and its tools, Chen found himself with no choice but to vent his frustrations verbally. "How could you, Brother Zhu and Tong Tianxiao? Have you not considered that Wei Gu is no longer himself? Have you not heard the mournful cries of the tigers? Can you not sense that retribution is unraveling before our eyes?" Chen sat cross-legged on the platform, casting a mournful gaze at Tong Tianxiao. "Now, let us discuss what news you wish to convey," Tong Tianxiao replied, crossing his arms and lifting his chin. Chen extracted a bundle of information conduits from his side and tossed it to the ambulance, gesturing first-person perspective recording. "Just insert the port into a display device." The ambulance connected the port to the display screen beneath the control console. The first image that appeared was of stone steps, a gentle breeze, and a dark purple body. However, the screen flickered twice before shifting to the perspective aboard the Retribution. "This is my viewpoint. Let us delve directly into the critical events," Chen stated, lounging on the platform with one leg dangling and swaying as if teasing someone's heartstrings. Soon, the image revealed the Red Spider, accompanied by the cheerful voice of Chen as the perspective began to sway slightly, depicting him bounding joyfully toward the Red Spider. The sound of transformation guns firing brought everyone to a sudden halt, as the viewpoint spun uncontrollably, unmistakably indicating that Chen had been shot and fallen, until it stabilized, revealing that he had merely dodged the remaining attacks. The focus lingered on the Red Spider, and in the periphery, one could see the Decepticon grunts raising their transformation guns from all directions. Chen's trembling voice pierced the ears of everyone present, tinged with despair and helplessness. Optimus Prime glanced in Chen's direction, uncertain of the turmoil within his own heart. In the next moment, the display screen erupted with the simultaneous firing of transformation guns, laser blasts raining down from every angle. In this seemingly insurmountable deadlock, the primary viewpoint became a whirlwind of chaos, abruptly landing before the Red Spider. Just as Chen leapt, the video suddenly froze. "Observe the location of the spar chamber," he instructed, He gestured towards the screen, drawing everyone's gaze to a square protrusion located at the chest of the red spider, seemingly a recent invention, large and cumbersome in appearance, somewhat clumsy. What purpose could it serve? Optimus Prime nudged the two nearby machines, Skyfire and Ambulance, inquiring if they had any insights. Ambulance shook his head, stating that its function remained unclear for the time being. Let us continue watching. The answer should reveal itself soon. Skyfire did not provide a direct response. Chen remained silent, listening intently to their exchange until they concluded, at which point he resumed the video. The footage bypassed the recessed hatch in the chaotic laboratory, shifting focus to a decorative glass panel above the main control room's doorway. A voice unmistakably belonging to Megatron instructed, "Break their legs. He must not escape." The video paused again at the moment Megatron turned to the screen. "In defense of our esteemed leader, I must clarify," Chen stated, rewinding the footage for emphasis. "Listen closely. Everyone, regardless of which old bot has commandeered Megatron's shell, he would never utter such words." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Optimus Prime, who merely pointed to his audio receiver, forming a cat ear shape, and remarked, "You see, I understand Megatron far better than you do, and you would never lie, would you?" Optimus looked toward Chen, who bowed his head in silence, offering no reply. The video resumed, immersing the audience in a first-person perspective, where an almost palpable phantom pain seemed to resonate within their abdomens. For the first time, Optimus surveyed Chen, who sat obediently, his feelings and attitudes towards him complex, yet tinged with admiration for his escape under grievous injuries to his abdomen and knees. Yet, he soon realized he had underestimated Chen. To speak candidly, Chen's audacious tactics while breaching the bridge and taunting Megatron were undeniably impressive. However, the relentless sound of laser bullets from a transforming gun was disorienting. The perspective spinning, with the sunlight symbolizing hope for escape tantalizingly close, yet seemingly distant. As the view plummeted until the moment of descent, a distinct cracking sound echoed, and then the footage faded into utter darkness, maintaining that state without any variance. "Why do we linger? It is over," Chen finally prompted when no one responded. "What insights do you all have?" The ambulance meticulously examined the image of the device and was the first to speak. "This is likely some form of apparatus designed to manipulate human emotions. The principles behind it are beyond our current discourse, and crafting such a device seems implausible within a span of mere million years. However, the hypothesis that the controlled individuals might revert to normalcy upon its destruction is indeed worthy of exploration. I believe I require a specimen. Moreover, I must mention that the ultimate aim of this old fellow is Cybertron." Chen reclined on the platform, arms crossed, as a rather sinister, playful smile, long absent, appeared on the screen of his faceplate. Optimus Prime jolted upright, his optical sensors narrowing as he instinctively considered joining the event support efforts. Was this not a blatant trap laid out for him to stumble into? The others acknowledged that this was indeed a masterstroke of deception, especially given its implications for Cybertron. It would be impossible for anyone to refuse participation. Thus, it would be far more prudent for us to unite and collectively exert our utmost efforts to thwart the true culprits lurking in the shadows. Let us first organize the intelligence we currently possess. Tong Xiangxiu, who prioritized information gathering, reflected aloud. We have a device capable of manipulating minds and an unknown adversary, Megatron. Presently, the controlled subjects include Red Spider, who has fallen in deadlock. Given the state of the laboratory, it appears that Shockwave's fate is equally grim. Alcyone spread her hands, sensing an impending discomfort. Yinxing playfully counted on his fingers, adding, also, their sisterly who went out to play with Nexio, and the hard-shelled one dragged off to some unknown place by the Scorpion. As for the Thunderstorm brothers, they have yielded no relevant clues thus far, leaving only Megatron and myself. Suddenly, the entire assembly froze, and words hung in the air as the base fell into silence. At this juncture, no one could forget the identity of the remaining individual Yinxing had mentioned. "My master is out on a mission, and is expected to return today. I must find him." Yinxing's tone escalated into a frantic pitch, his words tumbling forth as he dashed towards the exit without a moment's hesitation. Tong Xiangxiu stood at the doorway and deftly intercepted him. "Your current state does not permit you to re-enter the Nemesis. It would be wiser for us to go instead," the ambulance cautioned, eyeing Yinxing, who resembled a snarling cat. Grappling with Tong Xiangxiu. You mustn't go either. It will lead to disaster. Yinxing suddenly fell silent. Tong Xiangxiu, puzzled, lifted the diminutive feline-like figure before him, noting how it was significantly shorter than himself, even in its upright form. Very well, we need not proceed, Yinxing replied calmly. I have just established a private communication channel with everyone outside, instructing them not to return to the Nemesis for the time being. Aside from my master, the others had no plans to return today. My master just arrived at the Nemesis, and I provided him with the coordinates to establish a land bridge. I shall wait for him at the entrance. Suddenly, the palm of Tong Xiangxiu felt empty, and in the next moment, a dark purple figure stepped into the entrance. Obscured from view, Optimus Prime squinted, hastily pursuing the figure without allowing anyone else to follow. Yanchen stood outside, and as Optimus Prime halted beside him, he glanced back, confirming he could no longer discern the location of their base. Just as he turned back, a land bridge materialized not far away. Accompanied by the piercing sound of laser bullets from transforming guns, a dark-colored drone silently emerged from the land bridge, transforming mid-air into a stable, upright position as it landed. The land bridge vanished, and the laser bullets were sealed on the other side. Master, are you all right? A familiar voice, coupled with a sudden increase in weight on his back, prompted him to reach back and pat the cat on the head, to which the Soundwave responded with a silent shake of its head. Then, the display screen, devoid of patterns or light, turned towards Optimus Prime. He raised his hand, making eye contact with it. Your injury has yet to be properly attended to. Exercise caution. After a moment of contemplation, Optimus Prime offered this advice. You were injured? The tone of Soundwave seemed to carry a hint of surprise. It glanced at Yanchen and then back at Optimus Prime, whereupon a fluctuating electrocardiogram appeared on the display, prompting the question, what happened? Pondering the best way to respond, he finally sighed and said, much the same as you, though there's no one to remind him. All right, so Brother Prime, can the master come in? Yanchen patted Soundwave's shoulder twice, breaking the seemingly heavy atmosphere. The small figure felt at ease perched on Soundwave's back, while Soundwave remained silent, adjusting the position of the cat slightly higher. For you to enter, I must ensure you will not disclose the coordinates of the base. Optimus Prime's gaze was sharp. Should I trust you? Should I trust him? Optimus Prime's gaze briefly shifted from Soundwave to Yanchen, for he understood that despite Yanchen's penchant for mischief, his honesty was a constant. Yanchen nodded in affirmation. After a final, penetrating look at Soundwave, Optimus Prime stepped towards the location of the base, with Soundwave quietly following behind. Upon entering, regardless of the various gazes directed at him, Soundwave first sought a place to set Yanchen down on a platform, meticulously examining him from head to toe, only relenting once he confirmed there were no significant issues. Yanchen obediently remained still, allowing Soundwave to scrutinize him thoroughly. Now, what transpired? Once the examination concluded, Soundwave immediately shifted into work mode, with edited recordings replacing inquiries. Master, you have the footage, right? Yanchen once again sat cross-legged on his beloved platform, pointing at the display screen. Let's take a look first. Soundwave remained silent, as an information transmission line emerged from its chest, intricately winding its way to connect with the control console beneath the display screen. The screen flickered twice before commencing the playback of the new recording. At the very beginning, a scene of a turquoise vortex appeared, the colors swiftly fading away, revealing a disheveled research laboratory. At that moment, the Soundwave paused momentarily before rushing into Yanchen's chamber, where he noticed the indented hatch door. After 2 attempts to push it open yielded no success, he observed a conspicuous patch of recently added components atop the door. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance, and a silver-red figure emerged at the end of the corridor, prompting the Soundwave to approach without hesitation. A beep resonated, the sound of a private channel. Although the specifics of the recording remained obscured, it was evident that it was a warning from Yanchen. Shortly thereafter, the perspective lifted, scrutinizing the red spider for a while before a land bridge materialized beside him, allowing him to slip inside without hesitation, while behind him, the delayed sound of a transforming gun echoed. Ultimately, the recording concluded amidst the blue-green visuals. Let me share my thoughts. Tontienko glanced at Optimus Prime and, upon receiving a nod from him, expressed his insights, asserting the necessity for a swift resolution to the current predicament. I concur. Chen casually replied, having tugged at his ears. The Soundwave remained reticent, yet it was evident to discerning eyes whom he would support. However, the current situation appeared unfavorable for us. RC raised her objections, noting that we were unaware of the enemy's troop strength, and suggested that it would be prudent to gather intelligence before proceeding further. Hence, the study of the control devices became imperative. Ambulance merely shrugged, as such confrontations bore little relevance to him. Thus he added only a minor spark to the discussion. First of all, who informed you that we could act without reconnaissance? Chen rose, stepping into the center, pointing at himself. I, hailing from the Decepticon Intelligence Department. Would I undertake action without proper intelligence? He continued, as for troop strength, there's no need for concern. Over 70% of the enemy consists of mere foot soldiers. Only the cadre presents a challenge. However, Chen's tone was resolute and impassioned, embodying a righteous demeanor. To be controlled means to be controlled. Their combat effectiveness will be far inferior to their normal state. So we shall proceed as usual. Regarding the control devices, I shall first retrieve samples. Finally, Optimus Prime. Chen lifted his gaze, locking eyes with him, the golden optics gleaming with a flicker of temptation. Consider Cybertron, brother Optimus. Reflect upon your familiarity with Megatron. Optimus Prime merely regarded the faceplate display, his gaze resting on the bright golden optics obscured behind it, remaining silent. It was merely a matter of manipulating minds. Casually circling around Optimus Prime, the golden optics radiated a soft glow as he surveyed everyone present, speaking with a calm yet assertive tone. Why not compare and ascertain who is stronger or weaker? Chapter 45, on the feasibility of using the vengeance to bungee jump Brother Optimus. You must remember that with the existence of such an adversary capable of manipulating others, perhaps the misdeeds committed by Megatron were not entirely of his own volition, correct? Indeed, I comprehend. Once everything concludes, I shall confront him for clarity. Optimus averted his gaze, striving to avoid the mesmerizing golden eyes of Flame. He felt that once their eyes met, he would be led astray. Enough of your chatter, both of you. And Flame, it's time for you to cease as well. Within the Autobot base, devoid of others, Ratchet leaned against the control panel. Just as he spoke, a communication line descended from the ceiling and lightly struck his head. Wait, how did you end up here? Ratchet paused, swiftly recognizing the presence of Soundwave, who was sprawled on the ceiling. Irritated, Ratchet exclaimed, Hey, Soundwave, I merely made a comment. There's no need to strike me. Another tap on his head followed. You can't let me say a single word? Overprotective, are we? After mentally venting his frustrations, Ratchet refocused and addressed the communication device. Once more, you all must exercise caution. If you find yourselves in grave danger, do not entertain thoughts of capturing samples. Your safety is paramount, understood? Especially you, young Flame. Soundwave seized the communication link, stating, Optimus, you must keep a watchful eye on him. Although he is often quite agile, he can be rather stubborn at times. I do not wish for him to come to harm, and the same applies to you. I implore you. Rest assured, Master. Flame's exuberant voice resonated through the public communication network, reflecting the joy and reassurance of youth, offering Soundwave a modicum of solace, yet only a smidgen. Without further ado regarding the two who had returned to the Vengeance to capture samples, Ratchet reclaimed the communication link. What is the situation? He inquired after adjusting the equipment. Quite satisfactory. Indeed, it aligns with the predictions of that young organism. The calm and serious voice of Teletron. One responded, leaving Ratchet curious about the basis of such a conclusion. Is the individual controlling the Decepticon forces not of sound mind? How could he genuinely allow the grunts to cause chaos in human society? The voice of Smokescreen followed. The earlier melancholy of not being able to team up with the leader having transformed into a sense of ease. It seems we arrived at an opportune moment. They should be halted outside the city, though the situation beyond the barrier remains uncertain. I have not observed any significant anomalies, the barrier promptly responded, indicating that the Decepticons' numbers were not as substantial as anticipated. Has the production line ceased operations? The resonant hum of acknowledgement lingered, and yet there was an urge to impart further words of caution. However, it became glaringly evident that the authority of communication was no longer within his grasp. With indignation, he raised his gaze, and indeed, the sound wave loomed above him like a colossal bat, seemingly flaunting the communication privileges it held before the ambulance. With a subdued tone, It articulated the words the ambulance had intended to convey. Therefore, everyone, please exercise caution. The communication was abruptly severed as the ambulance decisively activated the disconnection option, then hastily ascended to the highest platform within the base. Yet, the unreachable heights only fueled its frustration, compelling it to cast a fierce glare at the Soundwave, which had nestled itself within the confines of its wings. Suppressing the tempest of anger, it returned to its previous stance, fidgeting aimlessly as if engaged in some peculiar research endeavor. The information conduits dangled from above, languidly slithering onto the control panel, establishing a connection. Through a series of operations that bordered on incomprehensible for the ambulance, the display fractured into several segments, each revealing various perspectives, distinct yet unmistakably showcasing imagery from the retribution. The ambulance glanced at the Soundwave, a hint of confusion etched on its features. Long ago, a warning system was installed. The Soundwave explained languidly. I still maintain a connection with it. With just a minor effort, remote intrusion can be executed, allowing us to utilize it on the decryption platform. Quite simple, really. Is it truly that simple? The ambulance regarded the Soundwave with skepticism, but the latter merely retracted its head back into its wings, disregarding the inquiry. Naturally, the ambulance, with its specialized but misaligned expertise, could not fathom the simplicity the Soundwave professed. After all, they were old acquaintances, and the ambulance was well aware of the Soundwave's character. The ambulance scrutinized the myriad of similar, yet distinct, small screens displayed, attempting to unearth clues regarding the current predicament. However, it also harbored its own subtle intentions, hoping to catch a glimpse of any potential oversight that might reveal Decepticon intelligence. Yet, the overwhelming array of screens soon overwhelmed the ambulance's senses, and just as it felt on the verge of fainting, the Soundwave, also peering at the screens, suddenly manipulated one small square from an unknown corner and magnified it to fill the entire display. In an instant, clarity surged through the ambulance's cognitive module. It looked up and distinctly observed the Soundwave retracting its head into its wings, its fingers pressing firmly against its temples. Amusement flickered within the ambulance. Indeed, such stimuli could disorient anyone. With a smirk of schadenfreude, the ambulance redirected its attention to the display, only to be taken aback by the unfolding scene. In the scene, a solitary red optical lens glistens with light, reminiscent of a shockwave. Slowly, he raises his arm. How peculiar it is that, after all this time, no one has come to seek them out. After severing communication with the Autobot base, the two have been wandering aboard the Retribution for over half an hour. Yet they have encountered not a whisper of movement, not even a single Decepticon minion. They even ventured into the control room to take a glance, only to find it devoid of any presence. Chen, summoning his courage, searched the area but discovered nothing unusual, as if no extraordinary events had transpired at all. Thus, as they meander through the corridors of the Retribution, a sense of languid ease envelopes them, tinged with boredom. Do not relax too much, Optimus Prime cautions, glancing at Chen, whose form has now morphed into a cat-like shape, easily within reach. Be vigilant. There's an old adage on Earth. Anomalies are often accompanied by malevolence. It is wise to remain cautious. By the way, have you heard anything? No, Chen replies with remarkable alacrity, almost stepping on Optimus's words as he continues. Aside from you and me, there is not a sound to be heard. Shall we return then? Of course not. We promised to bring at least one sample back, and I refuse to return empty-handed. No sooner had he spoken than they traversed the lengthy corridor, arriving at a vast open space that seemed to connect numerous paths leading elsewhere, a veritable hub of activity. Luring someone here is quite simple, isn't it? A mischievous grin radiated from Chen's display screen, sending a shiver of foreboding through Optimus, who could almost foresee the impending events. Exercise caution. If the situation appears adverse, retreat immediately, Optimus advised, recalling Soundwave's earlier warnings. Fear not, I value my life. Chen flicked his tail, and a familiar yet long-absent energy cannon materialized from seemingly nowhere. Fear for your life? Who would believe that? Optimus sighed, closing his eyes momentarily. Chen directed the floating cannon towards the open space, his thoughts solely on where to run should trouble arise. As the energy laser struck the wall, it erupted with a thunderous noise, sending a cloud of dust billowing forth, revealing a corner now riddled with holes. A breakthrough. You must be the embodiment of a mischievous cat, Optimus remarked, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. At a loss for how to articulate his exasperation at the repeated destruction aboard the Retribution. It is effective, is it not? Yanshin's face radiated triumph, just as heavy footsteps echoed from one of the corridors. See? They are coming. However, do you not find the sound of those footsteps rather familiar? It seems so indeed. Ha ha ha. Chen chuckled awkwardly, and the atmosphere was saturated with a palpable sense of embarrassment. Alas, it appears I may have celebrated prematurely. Indeed, it is ill-advised to pop the champagne before halftime. In the dim corridor, a crimson glow inched closer, accompanied by heavy footsteps that bore an immense sense of oppression, transitioning from darkness into the light. It is the shockwave, or rather, a controlled shockwave. What is the situation now? Are we meant to capture this one? Optimus Prime stepped back a couple of paces, half-jokingly inquiring. The eyes of Shockwave flickered with an eerie red luminescence as he raised his arm. Brother Column, this one is not to be captured. Chen likewise retreated a few steps. Therefore, I believe we should concentrate the energy of our cannons. Run. Suddenly, Optimus Prime felt a sharp impact against his waist, causing him to lose his footing and topple onto Chen's back. The sound of cannon fire intertwined with the explosions. And as Optimus quickly regained his composure, he turned to see a massive crater on the ground, only then realizing he was no longer in his previous position. The discomfort from a near-instantaneous high-speed movement finally hit him, and he was suddenly overwhelmed with a strong urge to vomit, as if the secondary fuel tank were bubbling and surging upward. Sensing the passenger's distress, the speed began to gradually decelerate, ultimately stabilizing within a more normal range, allowing Optimus to finally suppress that impulse. Just as he caught his breath, darkness enveloped his vision, yet he felt no impact. However, the resounding thud was unmistakable, likely due to Chen's rapid pace, causing a delayed reaction at the door. With another abrupt halt, Optimus finally gained clarity regarding their current surroundings, and the three of them collectively fell into a moment of stunned silence. It was the Red Spider. Realizing this, he raised his arm to transform the gun for firing. Stop. However, upon hearing this, the Red Spider genuinely refrained from firing, instead lowering his gaze towards Chen. Put it down. Chen urged gently, his golden optical visor gleaming brightly. Let us lower our weapons and listen to me. Optimus stared in astonishment at Chen, then glanced up at the Red Spider, only to find him indeed holstering the transforming gun, revealing a demeanor of docility unlike anything Optimus had ever witnessed. Column. Follow us. After we exit the bridge, we shall ascend into the sky. Chen's gentle and soothing words always instill a sense of comfort and trust, compelling one to obey him. He directed a smile towards the Red Spider, reassuring him that the two individuals there would not harm him, urging him to be obedient. The Red Spider nodded in a daze. Good boy. Chen praised him with a crescent-like smile. Were it not for his current feline form, Optimus Prime would have had no doubt that he would reach out to pat the Red Spider's head. As Chen stepped out of the cabin, the Red Spider followed closely behind, displaying an unusually docile demeanor. Optimus Prime stood there, utterly bewildered. Hey, slow down. On the ship, a dark purple shadow swiftly zipped past, accompanied by a barrage of gunfire and the laser bullets from numerous transforming guns trailing behind, clattering against the deck incessantly. Despite the passengers' pleas for caution, Chen showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, he accelerated, leaving the pursuers far behind, while Chen and Optimus Prime drew nearly all the enemy fire. A silver-red small aircraft flew steadily in the air, parallel to the two on the deck. Hey, there's no path ahead. You're not thinking of jumping, are you? Optimus Prime shook Chen's shoulder vigorously, though it was futile. Isn't this a bit too high? You're still an injured part that can barely hold together. Yet, Chen paid him no heed, and the Red Spider, without a moment's hesitation, soared vertically into the sky the instant they crossed the deck's edge, swiftly piercing through the clouds. A yellow-blue vortex quietly emerged above this vertical trajectory, and the Red Spider dove into it, causing the land bridge to vanish. Hold on to me, don't fall. Chen's voice held a hint of excitement, heightening Optimus Prime's anxiety. If necessary, you can grab my tail, he added nonchalantly, as if the only thing truly captivating him was the imminent bungee jump. In his feline form, Chen's tail was a divine gift. Just as Optimus Prime had anticipated, Chen perched on the edge of the deck and, amidst Optimus Prime's tumultuous range of emotions, leaped without hesitation. Feeling his body suspended in midair, separating from the individual below, Optimus Prime could only grasp a steel plate, ultimately wrapping his arms tightly around Chen's neck. His upper body pressed against Chen's back while his lower half was left to the whims of the fierce winds. Spinning in the air, he suddenly lost connection with the person beneath him, suspended in emptiness, with only his arms still clinging to Chen's neck, now in a position beneath him. He flailed his legs aimlessly, desperately seeking a way to stabilize himself. Suddenly, a serpentine object slithered up, encircling Optimus Prime's waist and drawing him closer to Flame. In response, Optimus instinctively wrapped his lower body around Flame's abdomen, allowing him to free one hand to caress the tail that rested at his side. At that moment, Flame could no longer suppress his jubilant excitement, as if he were celebrating something, overwhelmed to the point of being at a loss for words. The howling wind rushed through the audio receiver, stirring a flicker of childlike wonder within Optimus, who joined in with a few exclamations. Regrettably unable to discern the words he uttered, thus dousing his fervor in an instant. As the wind continued to howl, a chill began to creep over Optimus, not merely the coolness brought by the breeze, but a deep-seated coldness within his heart. He pondered why, after such a prolonged duration, they had yet to touch the ground, speculating on just how far the nemesis was from the surface. He contemplated the possibility that if they had lingered this long, would he transform into a mere caricature of himself upon landing? Beep beep, Flame interjected. Optimus, are you becoming a caricature? How adorable. This was troubling. How had he overheard that? Wait, how did you access my private channel? Beep beep, Flame replied. Well, I happened to peruse the private channel list earlier and found one at the very bottom, labeled First Friend on Cybertron. Upon verification, it indeed turned out to be your private channel. Ah, it seemed I had exchanged private channels with him. Beep beep, Flame continued. By the way, there is one more thing, Dad. Optimus. Flame, we are about to land. Hold on tight and be careful not to fall. Optimus. At the very moment when solid ground was but a step away, an unexpected swirl of yellow and blue particles enveloped the optical lens. Chapter 46. The uncountable collaboration of two factions. Peace is within reach in an unknown gorge. A land bridge of intermingling yellow and blue materialized vertically upon the sandy terrain. Optimus emerged from within, tracing a flawless arc through the air before skidding across the yellow sand for a considerable distance, before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, another figure, cloaked in black and purple, executed a flawless mid-air turn without aid, landing gracefully with only a slight wobble, triumphantly striking a pose with arms outstretched and eyes squinted in delight, even though no one acknowledged him. Optimus brushed off his windshield, dislodging a small mound of fine sand. Oh dear, Optimus, look at this. I told you to be cautious, yet here we are. Optimus pursed his lips, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. There was little he could do. Although this iteration of Flame was exceedingly vexing, he had no justifiable reason to act against him, especially considering that he had personally signed the peace treaty. Fortunately, this mischievous child, even if left unattended by Optimus Prime, would inevitably attract the attention of others. The information conduit struck his shoulder, causing Chen to wince in pain. His first instinct was to retaliate, only to realize it was a Soundwave, scrutinizing him through the opaque depths of his display. Embarrassed, he forced out a couple of dry laughs, attempting to feign nonchalance as he whistled and awkwardly turned back, eventually scampering away in haste. The Soundwave then shifted its gaze to Optimus Prime, and the two exchanged a silent acknowledgement. The Soundwave retracted the information conduit and led him toward the nearby ambulance, which was currently engaged with the Red Spider. In reality, it was probing into the device located at the core of the Red Spider, capable of manipulating others. The Red Spider remained silently stooped, accommodating the ambulance's habitual height during its investigation. Unbeknownst to Chen, he had already approached the two, standing behind the Red Spider, stretching on tiptoe in an attempt to reach higher, engaged in some sort of playful mischief. What a good little boy, obedient and well-behaved, he remarked, reaching up to pat the Red Spider's head. The ambulance had evidently grown accustomed to such remarks during that brief interlude. Though it could not entirely dismiss them, it frowned deeply, striving to concentrate solely on dismantling the device rather than contemplating how to silence the child beside it. Before long, The ambulance had deduced the general workings of the device, although it was a complex mechanism designed to forcibly manipulate the consciousness of living beings. It was clear that this contraption was merely a prototype, an unfortunate stroke of luck that provided a potential avenue for the ambulance's research. The ambulance had no intention of explaining the principles to the remaining 3 individuals, knowing they would not comprehend. The one curious enough had likely already absorbed the research data quietly. Thus, it proceeded to dismantle the device, lacking a profound understanding of the apparatus. And considering its rudimentary construction, it found that little remained of the intact components once disassembled. Holding a heap of parts, the ambulance sensed the eager, burning gaze beside it. With a resigned roll of its eyes, it tossed the remnants of what could be deemed discarded apparatus into the parts basket offered by Chen. Confinement. It felt as though it were destined to remain trapped in this state, yearning for escape, yet encountering obstacles at every turn. Despite repeated efforts to break free, it found itself ensnared once more in a cycle of futility. Darkness. An unrelenting shroud descended, a desire to evade it, but finding no solid ground. Even with relentless attempts to seek an exit, it merely fell back into a state of helplessness. Radiance. A faint light gently illuminated the surroundings, and upon reaching out to grasp it, success came effortlessly, as if all the shadows had been instantaneously severed. The darkness receded, transforming into inconsequential fragments. And what emerged from this radiant breakthrough were the exquisitely soft and undeniably alluring cat ears, familiar to the beholder. Thus, it was indeed sufficient to simply shatter this iron lump. After receiving an affirmative response from the ambulance, a rainbow cat danced across the display screen of Chen's helmet, prompting him to beam with delight, exclaiming, "How splendid! Now, there is no need to catch Shenwu." His small, diminutive form toppled over, accompanied by the large spider that had scurried onto his back, even though the individual had already sensed the commotion behind him and was prepared for an impending leap. The substantial difference in their sizes rendered him utterly defenseless, leading to his abrupt downfall in the current predicament. "Oh, little Chen, it is so dark and terrifying here." The unrelenting loneliness and oppression, devoid of any source, nearly drove me mad. "Ooh, I need little Chen's comfort." The final syllable elongated infinitely, twisting through various tones. As the sound waves, unable to bear it any longer, yanked the red spider from Chen's form and cast it aside. In the moment it took to assist Chen, he instead sprang to his feet, invigorated, prompting the sound waves to retract the information transmission line. They glanced at the condensation that had splattered above, momentarily displaying a look of disdain on the screen. "Do not approach the cat. You will." The red spider, having been jolted, finally extricated itself from its bewildering state, perhaps a consequence of having been manipulated. It groggily stood and ambled over to the Soundwave side, only to turn and encounter Optimus Prime, who was crossing his arms, wearing an expression of exasperation and disappointment toward the ambulance. "Rescue, what have I saved?" The red spider instantly transformed into a jumping spider, leaping high as if trying to embrace a large face bug once more. This time, the unfortunate target was the Soundwave. As the red spider clung tightly to its head and neck, stammering, Soundwave, why is an Autobot here? No, where's this place, Soundwave? An indescribable spider shriek erupted. "Little Red, please remain composed. It is merely a collaboration. Have you forgotten the peace treaty? They will not harm you, truly." Chen silently recorded the embarrassing history while relishing the moment, offering a token explanation. Red spider. Soundwave could no longer endure it, cranking the external volume to its maximum, employing Megatron's recorded voice to issue a command. A thunderous sound reverberated from the belly of the red spider, precisely where Soundwave's head was positioned. "Get down." This command was forcefully constructed from the very essence of the 2 words. The red spider, thoroughly chastised, landed gracefully and stood upright. In the end, Chen articulated the situation succinctly yet thoroughly to the red spider, showcasing a hint of his linguistic prowess. Upon confirming the continued validity of the peace treaty, the red spider finally placed his trust in the 2 Autobots beside him. The 5 of them exchanged glances, unsure of what to say next. Chen perched upon a stone, observing the silence, and as his mind turned, new ideas began to surface. He raised his hand. "I believe this is an opportune moment for a decisive offensive." "Why do I say this?" Optimus Prime turned to inquire. Firstly, we have discerned the principles behind the control device and devised countermeasures, making it significantly simpler to confront those under its influence. Secondly, the enemy remains oblivious to the extent of our intelligence. They stand exposed while we operate in the shadows. Chen spread his hands. What? You ask about Wega? Regardless of what controls him or how, it is merely a trivial matter. How can we ascertain strength without comparison? A playful smirk adorned his face. Is this how we shall proceed? Just the four of us? Indeed, it is merely us. The fewer we are, the less likely we are to attract attention. And you, Little Red, could you please showcase your abilities? You are evidently capable, yet repeatedly face defeat, only to return and be reprimanded by Wega. I suspect you are. Yes, what? Soundwave, do not chime in. Cough. Let us split into two teams. I will team up with Soundwave, while Little Chen and Soundwave will lead the charge. One of you is swift, and the other is highly adaptable. If you encounter a high-ranking member, you will sabotage the control device. Meanwhile, I and Optimus Prime will follow closely behind to deliver a sharp blow to their heads, rousing them from their stupor. We shall approach the main control room in this manner. Our mission is to seize control of the main chamber and locate Lord Megatron to eliminate the entity controlling him. What about the Decepticons? What shall we do about their grunts? Soundwave and Little Chen, how do you propose we handle this? Soundwave, do not concern yourself with the death of the grunts. They merely follow orders. It is permissible to take decisive action. But Little Chen and Soundwave, even the grunts among the Decepticons hold considerable significance for you, do they not? This is the only viable course. Little Red, you too have experienced such darkness and helplessness, have you not? The replicas possess no autonomous consciousness. Their minuscule awareness is merely the result of programmed coding. They were never meant to possess the rights of living beings. Yet they remain individual entities. They harbor thoughts, however rudimentary, and as they follow commands, they are unable to resist. When they attack those of us they know, will they not feel sorrow? Will they not be tormented? It would be more accurate to assert that the only true method, indeed the most effective one, lies in delivering a decisive blow. Thus, it can be said that a straightforward liberation is the conclusion they desire. With a razor-sharp edge effortlessly piercing through the frail form, and gently grazing that ethereal spark, everything comes to an end. This is something you are all too familiar with, is it not? There was a silence that followed. Yet the mobilization efforts prior to the conflict had largely been completed. Maintaining communication with the members of the automotive faction positioned both in the city and the countryside. Three raucous individuals utilized the formidable information processor Soundwave as a platform to connect to an internal communication network. An ambulance remained at the base, serving as the temporary command center for the overarching strategy, while Soundwave kept the alert system of the reprisal at the console for the ambulance's operational use. Yinxing transformed once more into that diminutive feline form, glancing about before ultimately deciding to perch atop Optimus Prime's head. With a spirited wave of his tiny paw, he issued a command. Thus, let the temporary alliance of the two factions set forth. The land bridge unfurled, and the ambulance gripped the lever tightly, observing as a procession of figures vanished into a whirlpool of yellow and blue particles. Chapter 47. This time, the advantage is undoubtedly mine. Just as the ancient neighboring nation once sought counsel thrice at the thatch cottage, so too do I, the Decepticon kitten, venture forth with reprisal. Having once again set foot upon this contentious vessel, I joyfully leap down from Optimus Prime's head, undergoing a transformation back into my larger feline form. Relying on the firepower provided by Optimus' transformation gun, I darted through the hail of bullets, dispatching one small adversary after another. One might mistakenly believe that my leg injury had healed. In truth, it had not. It seemed that evading that last shockwave had imposed a considerable burden, for now. Even Optimus could maintain a delicate balance, neither too close nor too far behind. Thanks to the commotion created by these minor adversaries, Optimus, I too am capable of gathering intelligence through echoes. Once the area was cleared of these not overly numerous Decepticon foot soldiers, Yinxing stood still, awaiting the tardy arrival of Optimus to report the intelligence gathered, as that individual remained within the main control room. Beep beep, the communication network buzzed with messages. Ambulance. Does this fellow truly not know to find another place to stay? Ambulance. The alert system in the main control room is not the same as in other areas of reprisal. I just collaborated with Soundwave to bypass it. The target is still within the main control room, and Shockwave is here as well. I recommend you find a location to regroup, while the rest proceed according to the original plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soundwave and Red Spider advance towards the main control room via a different route, with the task of clearing the way entrusted to the formidable legend of the entire operation, a minor adversary, the high-damage, highly mobile but fragile 201. The laser bird unleashed a barrage of energy, incapacitating a large number of foes, while the Red Spider, positioned at the rear, utilized a transformation gun to rectify any lapses. Meanwhile, the Soundwave, seemingly unburdened, strolled at the rear, even finding the time and energy to remotely assist an ambulance in decoding its own systems, indulging in leisurely distractions without a hint of guilt. Ambulance, Soundwave, Red Spider, the fire death lies just ahead on your current route, approximately 50 miles away. Exercise caution. Soundwave, relax. Flame Cat stands resolutely. Ambulance, having grown accustomed to the astonishment of others, Soundwave refrained from checking the internal communications, diverting a fraction of attention to the ongoing battlefield. With a flick of the information conduit, he dispatched the remaining Decepticon foot soldiers, seizing the kills from both the Laserbird and the Red Spider. The Laserbird remained indifferent to the loss, circling back overhead, while the Red Spider cast a resentful glance at Soundwave, clearly harboring intentions of retribution. However, it was evident that he would not be overly meticulous about it, as the reason for his restraint lay in the emergence of the fire death. Although uncertain whether the unconscious puppet would instinctively protect its controlling device, Soundwave knew that overwhelming force was always the most straightforward approach. He took a step forward, shielding the returning Red Spider behind him, as the mechanical claw at the end of the information conduit whirled, crackling with sporadic electricity, reaching out towards the fire death. Though it required a slight exertion, Soundwave's electric power was formidable. A mere touch would suffice to eliminate the fire death, especially since the latter lacked the combat experience of Soundwave, compounded by its current state of control. In no time, the mechanical claw latched onto a panel of the fire death, discharging a jolt before retracting into Soundwave's form, causing the fire death to collapse. With a gentle nudge to the Red Spider, Soundwave conveyed his keen desire for a moment of respite. The Red Spider, understanding the signal, sighed at his own burdensome fate before approaching. Trusting in Soundwave's electric prowess, he proceeded without defense, deftly flipping the fire death over. With a swift motion, he severed the tough exterior of the control device, exposing its fragile core. After a brief inspection, he stowed it away, intending to present it to Flame Cat at an opportune moment. As the paralysis from the electric shock began to wear off, the fire death, groggily attempting to rise, was met with a swift punch to the head from the Red Spider, who quipped sarcastically, "Still lying around? Your home is nearly gone, yet you lounge in comfort? If you're fit, get up quickly." With a near-silent grunt, the Red Spider assisted the fire death to his feet, guiding him back to Soundwave's side. Despite the Red Spider's harsh words, the fire death had long since become accustomed to his demeanor. Tentatively, he expressed his gratitude, earning a dismissive snort in return, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief and settle his nerves. Flame Cat, "Master, how fares the situation on your end?" Red Spider, "Hey, you brat. Is it only your master you ask about and not me?" Dead Fire, integrating into the communication network. Soundwave, "We've managed to retrieve one. The advantage is ours. Victory is ours." Ambulance, Optimus Prime, "A Decepticon is approaching your direction. Exercise caution." Optimus Prime, "Understood." Flame, "Hey, wait a minute. Why is it only Prime receiving alerts and not me?" Rat, Dead Fire, "It's shocking that a Decepticon is here. Why are there Autobots present?" Soundwave, "They are allies." Red Spider, "It's a temporary collaboration brought in by Little Flame." Soundwave, Flame, "All right, it's all settled, paint." The conversation abruptly ceased. Optimus Prime, the image shows the Decepticon holding Flame while rubbing against him. Optimus Prime, "The paint is completely unblemished." This was what he intended to say. Flame, "I exerted considerable effort to subdue Brother Decepticon without scuffing the paint. Praise me, praise me." Decepticon, integrating into the communication network. Dead Fire, "Woo Decepticon at that moment. No matter what I asked, you remained silent. When you brought me to Megatron and knocked me down, I was truly heartbroken and terrified." Decepticon, huh? "Although I don't recall. It's fine now. Everything is okay. I'm back." Dead Fire ruffles his head. Flame, Cats are gossiping. Ambulance. You two should take it easy. Flame. No way. These two are so sweet. Isn't it delightful? Isn't it delightful? Flame. But I can't believe Decepticon is using the little character I drew. Haha. He switched off the communication network, inhaling deeply to suppress his excitement, only to turn and see Optimus Prime and Decepticon engaged in an amiable conversation. Decepticon was patting Optimus Prime's shoulder while thumping his own chest, inviting him for body maintenance. The final plan was amended to convene in the main hall, precisely the location where they had previously encountered Shockwave, which had a direct route to the control room. Logically, they should proceed to the main hall immediately, yet Flame insisted on inspecting something else. Despite Optimus Prime's attempts to dissuade him, Flame urged him and Decepticon to proceed to the main hall first, assuring them he would return shortly, before bidding farewell and veering into another corridor. When Optimus Prime and Decepticon arrived at the main hall, another group awaited them, exchanging information about Flame's situation. However, unexpectedly, Red Spider was the first to decline the request to wait for Flame, insisting on advancing with his plan to attack directly. We've already made such a commotion that Imposter has no reason to be unaware of us, nor to be caught off guard. The reason he remains in the control room likely stems from his confidence in ensnaring us all at once. But I firmly believe he is more prone to launching a proactive assault in this situation. Thus, it will be better to strike first and see what transpires. This was Red Spider's rationale. He indeed managed to persuade everyone present, while the ambulance remained unresponsive for the time being. Intelligent as you are, there remains a slight deficiency in your approach. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, accompanied by the sound of an energy discharge. The information conduit abruptly extended, seizing the Red Spider and casting him aside, followed by an explosion that erupted precisely where he had just stood. Fortunately, no one else within that vicinity was affected. When he looked up again, it was the Shockwave that stepped forth from the corridor, the energy cannon on his arm, still radiating warmth. The one who had just spoken. Megatron stood beside Shockwave, shrugging his shoulders and grinning widely with a shark-like smile. It is fortunate that the little cat managed to escape. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to deal with you Autobots, and would not have dared to set such a trap. He clapped his hands twice, and a throng of Decepticon minions surrounded them. Oh dear, we have been encircled, was the recorded message released by Soundwave, instantly recognizable as a phrase once uttered by Chen. Yet, the tone of this statement, coupled with the smiling face on Soundwave's display, rendered it almost mocking or gleeful. Ah, we are indeed surrounded, was a far gentler remark, imbued with a sense of feigned weakness, emanating from outside the encirclement, unmistakably voiced by Chen himself. He gently pushed aside one of the numerous transformation weapons aimed at him. His faceplate display already removed and held in his hand, the golden optical lens captivating and piercing through the multitude of figures. Locking on a Megatron with a soft yet deliberate tone. You truly have played your cards well. Regrettably, I have overheard it all. Now that the singular variable has emerged, what do you intend to do? But what can you accomplish in such a grand encirclement? Megatron retorted nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that events were veering towards an irreversible conclusion. You have summoned the Nemesis thrice, visited the threshold of your own chamber twice. Sooner or later, I must discover what secrets lie within. Oh no, my friend, he countered, unfazed by the Decepticon weaponry trained upon him. Instead, he appeared even more composed, like a smiling predator. Have you misunderstood something? Do you think I lack the capacity to resist? Please step aside, thank you. Chen continued to speak softly to the front. Yet upon finishing his statement, there was no sign of movement. The encroaching minions showed no intent to withdraw. Chen raised an eyebrow, his golden optical lens cutting through the layered figures, gazing at Megatron with a look that was both amused and enigmatic, while Megatron laughed triumphantly, seemingly assured of his victory. Merely a diversion, he stated lightly, but in the next moment, his gentle tone transformed into an unyielding command. The bright golden light intensified, fixating on Megatron as he proclaimed loudly, "Did you not understand? Withdraw." In the midst of the encirclement by the minions, a fissure suddenly appeared, revealing the smiling visage of Chen. He stepped through, firmly clutching the faceplate's display screen in his palm, halting before a few allies for the first time. Face to face with Megatron. "Come here," he beckoned to Shockwave. Shockwave's steps faltered. "Halt," came Megatron's voice, tinged with a hint of frustration. Chen lowered his head, one hand covering his face, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. He took a half step back, patted the armory of Soundwave, and whistled a teasing tune, adding, "Come here." Alas, none of the others had the leisure to ponder Soundwave's confusion within the internal communications network. This time, Shockwave's strides were markedly swifter, more resolute, and he would not look back. He finally stopped before Chen, who placed his hand on the location of Shockwave's spark chamber, the control mechanism. Pressing a component atop his head, the device shattered into countless fragments, flowing down his arm into the space of the component hat, gradually disappearing. Suddenly, the hand that had been resting on the spark chamber shifted to the side of Shockwave's cranial sculpture, forcefully pushing him backward. The fragments coalesced into a shield, effortlessly deflecting Megatron's cannon fire. Lowering his arm, the fragments returned to a fluid state, re-entering the component hat. Behind the shield, an increasingly panicked expression appeared on Megatron's face. While in front of it, Chen's pride could no longer be contained. Ambulant. I was momentarily delayed by an unexpected situation, apparently caused by the minions who suddenly detonated the mountain over here. Considering the secrecy of human society and the base, I went out to handle it. Optimus Prime, are you uninjured? Ambulant. No, although they seem slightly stronger than the usual minions, I can manage, and Al is assisting me. How are things on your end? Shockwave joined the internal communications network. Soundwave. Chen just looked incredibly cool, starry-eyed. Ambulant. Mutual flattery between master and apprentice is prohibited. Optimus Prime, but honestly, he looks really impressive, doesn't he? Ambulant. You really shouldn't meddle. Ambulant. Indeed, you still can't forget him. Optimus Prime. No, I distinctly took all your components. Why do you still possess them? Megatron could no longer maintain his facade, fully revealing the truth of his usurpation. Do you wonder why I deliberately distanced myself from the team? Do you think it was merely for amusement? My journey from the chamber to here would naturally pass through the laboratory, a disarray you would never dare to clean up. Chen, with a carefree flourish, sighed as if lamenting the presence of this imposter before him. You are simply too hasty. Whether in surveilling me, orchestrating this encirclement, or even in this very incident, you have been overly eager for success. Thus, you remain unworthy. Dee Red Spider. If I hadn't said all that, I might have truly exploded. It's quite easy to provoke anger. Deadfire, do not doubt it. Red Spider. Knockdown. So do not entertain thoughts of usurpation. You are unworthy of leading the Decepticons. Do you understand? Red Spider. Red Spider, you. Too. Over there. Soundwave. Do not quarrel. Remain calm. Shockwave. Hey, cease your bickering. Shockwave. If you all expect little Chen to save the day, it defies logic. You all know he cannot match Megatron. Yet, I'm not devoid of opportunity. Megatron suddenly erupted in laughter, his gaze fixed upon Chen's face, malice radiating. What does it matter if you have lost every game against me? This contest is not confined solely to the chessboard. After all, can you truly defeat me? Of course not. Thus, it suffices to eliminate you, and that towering edifice built upon your foundation will collapse in an instant. I cannot defeat Megatron. This is a truth I am well aware of. Yet it does not imply I cannot best you, an imposter. Chen clenched his fist and struck fiercely into the void. You are merely a temporary vessel, able only to commandeer Megatron's body and memories. I do not know how you emerged, perhaps due to me? Yet, such details matter not. I must strike my fist upon your foolish face. I must awaken Megatron. Only I can disregard you entirely, transcending the dark energies to achieve this. Furthermore, you are mistaken about one thing. This collaboration, with or without me, remains unchanged. Dee within the encirclement Chen. I will now revoke control over the minions to confront the enemy with all my strength. I ask you all to buy me a little time, and please stay safe. Following this, the transformation guns pointed towards the center, and the purple shadow darted forth. Chapter 48. You are aware of the outcome of the tale. Now, would you like to uncover the truth behind the events? The injury at my knee significantly hampers my speed, yet in such dire circumstances, I can afford no further consideration. I can only act to run and strike. Clang! In an instant, the arena stilled. The sound of metal clashing resonated crisply through every audio receiver. Megatron had raised his arm to deflect Chen's initial assault. Has he been captured? Raising an eyebrow, I pondered swiftly my body instinctively retreating to evade the counterattack, creating a distance neither too far nor too close. Slightly bending to support my knee, my standing form trembling. Is this insufficient? Megatron did not pursue. He merely remained stationary, rubbing his forehead, seemingly burdened by the strain of tracking Chen-'s movements. Yet he still retorted defiantly, "If this is all you are capable of, then this struggle shall finally culminate in my triumph." As the words hung in the air, Megatron raised his arm, unleashing a violet-hued energy projectile from his arm cannon, marking an offensive of his own volition. "Did no one inform you to refrain from uncorking champagne mid-battle?" Chen raised an eyebrow, as laser projectiles were momentarily halted by the swirling components before him. As these parts gradually peeled away in midair, the silver figure, poised to strike, loomed closer. The shackles of his leg injury rendered Chen's movements perpetually a beat behind his reflexes, narrowly evading Megatron's onslaught time and again. Despite the precarious nature of his situation, he maintained an air of leisurely grace, as if strolling upon the edge of a blade, embodying an inexplicable aesthetic of balance. Yet, as an ancient nation on this azure planet once proclaimed, who walks by the riverbank and remains unscathed? In the fleeting moment when the gust of a fist brushed past the mechanical components, a blade emerged, its sharp edge glinting ominously, piercing effortlessly towards his heart. Nevertheless, Chen's response was equally swift, devoid of even the slightest pause. His body abruptly dispersed, evading the immobilizing grip of the blade, and reassembled behind Megatron, revealing his form anew. In contrast to Megatron, who found himself unsteady after thrusting his hand, only to find his target vanished, Chen merely raised his hand, gathering the components into a staff, flames of gold and blue igniting as he brought it crashing down. "Old man, get out of Megatron's body!" The components shattered, cascading to the ground, accompanied by the fallen form of Megatron himself. He lay there, motionless. Yet, Chen remained relentless, summoning forth the energy of creation in the form of a flame that reappeared in his hand. With this hand, he meticulously examined every inch of Megatron's exterior, ensuring that the unsightly remnants were entirely eradicated before he would relent. The flame, a mere guise of energy, possessed none of the physical properties of actual fire, thus sparing the lacquer or any internal components from damage. Meanwhile, on another front, amidst a throng of foot soldiers, the most effective force was surprisingly the Shockwave, who stood unwavering beside the Soundwave, an expanse of empty space surrounding him. His arm cannon charged once more, unleashing a blast that toppled a significant swath of foes. Another standout figure was the Laserbird, the enhanced Laserbird 201, demonstrating a formidable electrical performance that could seamlessly replace the Soundwave in combat support. The Soundwave, relying on the presence of Shockwave beside him, found himself unassailed by enemies, extending data conduits in a valiant effort to modify the combat protocols of the Decepticon warriors, attempting to preserve as many lives as possible. The remaining 4 individuals blended seamlessly into the sea of machines, their figures nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Yet, by observing the scattered ranks of foot soldiers, one could ascertain their positions. They skillfully prevented the common troops from regrouping and launching a counterattack, while simultaneously providing support for the pivotal battle occurring at the center, ensuring that no adversary could advance to adversely impact either faction. Ultimately, this digital conflict came to a swift conclusion with a resounding victory for the Soundwave, leaving a substantial portion of the common soldiers intact, much to the evident delight of the Soundwave. The duel in the central battlefield had yet to yield a clear victor, and after a moment of observation, it became apparent that their involvement was futile. They could only watch as Chen extinguished the flames from his palm and rose to his feet. Optimus Prime was the first to rush over, patting Chen on the shoulder with urgency, inquiring, "How did it go? Did you capture that imposter? Who is he, and what are his intentions?" Chen grimaced, yet remained silent as he slipped away from Optimus Prime's grasp, responding with indignation, "No, he escaped. As for who he is precisely the individual you suspected, no doubt about it." Chen shrugged, adding, "And his motives? I believe you are quite aware of them." Suddenly, an information conduit intruded upon their conversation, seizing Chen by the nape and lifting him with purpose, then tossing him towards the fallen for a thorough examination before releasing him. Chen blinked at the Soundwave, leaning in to whisper a few words, observing the shock and confusion that played across the Soundwave's features. He simply donned his helmet's display, revealing a smile that attempted to mask the underlying tension. Ah, the soft ears swayed, capturing the echoes of a heart rebooting from silence. All that could be felt was darkness. All that could be heard were the incessant whispers. Wearisome, yet persistent. These were voices laced with temptation, beckoning me to surrender my corporeal form. I have succumbed, defeated by this voice. Yet, I am not ready to relinquish my struggle. Alas, I have already fallen. Still, I yearn to resist further. I must hold on for those I trust. Whom I cherish, Soundwave, little Chen, the red spider, they will come for me, surely. My longings and desires remain. Orion, will he come to my rescue? Probably not. How could he be aware of what transpires aboard the Retribution and what has befallen me? Of course, I do not wish for endless conflict with you, nor do I desire for you to bear the weight of responsibilities and solitude. I abhor witnessing kin turn against one another. Yet we have yet to discover the singular remedy for our homeland. I have yet to realize my ideals. But I am so weary. How long has it been? How long since I last heard your voice? Therefore, dear Wei, as illustrated in this little tale, to be a good leader naturally attracts loyal and diligent companions akin to those in the story. Choosing to trust one's comrades is, indeed, an essential attribute of an admirable leader. This is my favorite story. Whenever I find myself in a state of confusion, Chen recounts this tale to me, imparting lessons on leadership, which is rather amusing since he is the one who is still a child, yet he teaches me in return. But just how old is he? Speaking of which, what draws me to this story is my desire to possess a group of like-minded and trustworthy companions, much like Orion in the narrative. But who else can I place my trust in, aside from Soundwave? And what about you, Chen? Are you worthy of my trust? I certainly am not, but Wei, you promised me that you would strive to be an exemplary leader, so do not forget. They're all waiting for you. The crimson optical lens slowly illuminated with a murky light, and he tilted his head. The first figure to emerge from the shadows was the red and blue form of Optimus Prime. He couldn't help but softly call out his name. The feeling of dizziness gradually ebbed away, and his vision became clearer, the optical lens once again radiating a vibrant red. Optimus leaned against the wall not far from Megatron, appearing nonchalant, yet he frequently cast furtive glances at the ground. Upon suddenly hearing his name, it was as if he were a dog whose tail had been stepped on, or a rebellious child caught in the act, feeling a rush of embarrassment and panic, ultimately turning away to face the wall, trying to avoid looking at Megatron. What transpired? Megatron's consciousness was just beginning to coalesce, and he struggled to recall events while pressing his forehead. Wait, don't rush to remember. Chen, suppressing a smirk, suddenly dashed forward to Megatron's side, startling nearly everyone present. Master, we had just agreed. Chen exclaimed loudly, his voice filled with enthusiasm as he squinted at Soundwave, his face brimming with anticipation. Soundwave, well aware of Chen's intentions, let out a resigned sigh and conveyed a message of helplessness and apology to the bewildered Megatron before gesturing to create a land bridge beside Chen. Go ahead. Farewell, Wei. One of the wonders of the world, a subordinate casting their superior into an unknown land bridge, a premeditated act. Optimus Prime, Red Spider, knockout, relishing the mischief. Dead end. Will Chen get punished for this? Soundwave, forget it. Beep beep. Ambulance. Is it possible for such things to truly occur? Wiping his brow, Chen mused that perhaps Wei Ge should return on his own, as a form of compensation for the considerable chaos he had inadvertently caused. Although it was not his intention, it mattered little. His body had been involved. Chen brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, crossed his legs, and settled into a makeshift seat crafted from scattered parts. What kind of logic is this? After a brief moment, Chen appeared to remember something, rising to lean closer to the audio receiver of Optimus Prime, whispering a few words. The blue optics of Optimus visibly widened, and his demeanor brightened, nodding vigorously in agreement. Observing this, Chen cheerfully raised his voice. Very well, it is settled then. I extend my gratitude for your assistance. May our collaboration be fruitful. With a snap of his fingers and one hand on his hip, he proudly extended the other toward Optimus Prime. To a successful partnership. Optimus bent slightly to meet Chen's gaze, retracting his faceplate to reveal a gentle smile, and they shook hands. Utilizing the land bridge, Optimus was returned to a designated location near the Autobot base, while Soundwave adeptly regained control over the base's security monitoring system. A moment of silence enveloped the Apocrypha. All right, everyone. Predictably, it was Chen, the restless host, who broke the silence, bustling about with an air of enthusiasm, urging, "Come on, let's tidy up the Apocrypha. We mustn't let Wei Gu perceive the gravity of the situation. He deserves rest after all he has endured. Understood?" Soundwave nodded in agreement. The temporary communication intranet has been disbanded, successfully establishing a frequency exchange with the private channel emitter, Ambulance. "Now, everyone, let's get to work." Chen waved his hand with a mischievous smile, and then, like a shadow of black and purple, he vanished. In the days since Megatron's absence, under the diligent efforts of the Decepticon members, all facilities and personnel were gradually restored to their former condition. The damaged areas have been repaired, leaving no trace behind, including the challenging issue of the foot soldiers, which have been painstakingly restored to their previous numbers through urgent labor. However, it was unclear why Chen had been found sitting in the control room at odd hours, seemingly conversing with someone, though it was merely his own soliloquy. He had also been seen tinkering on the assembly line of Decepticon foot soldiers, apparently researching something anew. What about Thundercracker and Skywarp? Ultimately, it was Chen who discovered them in his quarters, where they were ensconced in a dimly lit space that obscured their optics. The brothers had been huddled together for an indeterminate duration in that cramped, perilous orange room. Yet, when found, they were clinging to one another, looking rather pitiful, as if they were on the verge of being melted into Cybertronian liquid metal. "Oh, big brother, come save us." Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred in the end. However, curiosity abounded regarding how the two had managed to enter the Chen chamber, leaving it in such a disarray. Within a couple of days, Megatron finally returned. Thankfully, he did not pursue the matter of Chen, throwing him into the land bridge that day, but he was currently undertaking another initiative that induced a certain unease: the interviews. Indeed, these were the clandestine one-on-one discussions, conducted in a seemingly useless empty chamber. And this was the very first action Megatron took upon his return to the Nemesis. No member of the cadre could evade this scrutiny. Though shrouded in secrecy, there would always be a gossiping ear lurking behind the wall. Despite the excellent soundproofing of the various chambers aboard the Nemesis, it offered little solace to Chen, who was able to overhear every conversation in its entirety. The content was almost invariably the same. The interviewee would enter, close the door, and then Megatron, as the interviewer, would pose the initial question, "Should I trust you?" Following this, the interviewee would respond, either in panic, calmness, fervent assurance, or with a discrepancy between their words and demeanor, after which there would be a prolonged silence as Megatron contemplated. Ultimately, Megatron would rise, pat the shoulder of the individual, and utter the second and final phrase: "I will strive to be a good leader from this moment forth, and you may leave now." However, this particular exchange diverged slightly from the others. "Soundwave, I trust you deeply," was Megatron's opening line this time. Following this, Soundwave nodded, the sound of his body pivoting audible. Yet he remained silent. Megatron continued, "I will endeavor to be the best leader I can. You will assist me, won't you?" Without hesitation, Soundwave nodded, even with a hint of urgency, though no one but the eavesdropping Chen noticed this subtle detail. "Very well, you may take your leave." After a brief silence, it was Megatron who issued the dismissal. The faint yet precise sound of footsteps, those of Soundwave, resonated in Chen's ears as he approached the chamber door. "Thank you for your unwavering trust and contributions, my intelligence officer," Megatron stated. Soundwave's footsteps momentarily faltered, and all fell silent, save for the hum of the exhaust system. "It is my duty, leader," came Soundwave's clear and solemn reply. And thus, the last one remaining was Chen, standing silently at the door, his fingers tracing the patterns on the door panel. Lost in thought for quite some time, he stood there motionless. Finally, he removed his component hat, hung it beside the door, pressed the button to open the chamber, cast his gaze downward slightly, and stepped inside. After crossing the threshold that separated the interior from the exterior of the chamber, he turned his back and silently pressed the door close button, his finger gliding over the lock icon on the small display screen. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to return and press the lock button. The dimly lit chamber contained only a small table, upon which sat an antiquated, diminutive standing flashlight, casting a rather muted glow. Megatron sat at the table's edge, observing Yin Chen's recent actions without uttering a word, his gaze fixed on him until Yin Chen took a seat opposite him. At last, he spoke slowly. "Should I trust you?" It was the same question as before. Expectedly, although the content of their conversation was not as uniquely significant as Soundwave's, Yin Chen felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. Of course, he had known precisely how to respond from the very beginning. He flashed a broad smile on the display screen, affirming, "I will certainly stand by everyone until the end." Megatron exhaled deeply. Despite being a mechanical life form, he did not require this human-like exchange. Leaning back his chair, he nonchalantly remarked, "Did you enjoy listening out there, right? Since that is the case, there is no need for these formulaic inquiries, as you were already prepared with your answers, were you not?" Megatron shrugged. "Then allow me to improvise a few different questions." The interrogation commenced. "That night, my purpose in seeking you was merely to retrieve some components for emergency use, with a promise to replenish them the following day." Megatron lowered his head, denying any opportunity for interruption, and continued, "However, by the end of our conversation, you had given me all the stored components, and I showed no inclination to refuse them. Yet, that was not my intention. I understood how essential those components were to you, and thus I could not easily alter my objective in this matter. So what was the true nature of that situation? Do you understand, little Yin Chen?" Neither party's demeanor shifted, not even a slight alteration in the smile displayed on the screen. Naturally, there was no response. Reflecting on the dialogue, it seemed your words were laden with significance. Megatron leaned in slightly, fixing his gaze on Yin Chen's eyes. "Were you intentionally or unintentionally guiding me to follow your predetermined path? Or were you, in fact, tempting me regarding that entity within me?" Yin Chen remained silent, and, at that moment, you had alluded to Shockwave. What did you mean by that? If I were to ponder it now, I believe your mention of him was intended to leave an impression so that when certain events transpired, I would recall him and act according to your devised plan. Megatron wrapped his fingers on the table, seemingly unsurprised by the lack of response from Flame. "Indeed, I had acted as such. My intention for acquiring the components was merely to repair an assembly module containing rare internal parts. However, upon entering Shockwave's laboratory, the discussion unexpectedly veered toward another subject. The device known as the Cognitive Capture Control Apparatus. That is indeed its name, correct? Shockwave's invention is rather convoluted. This was a minor project that the three of you collaborated on during your time on Cybertron. Shockwave had no intention of delving deeply into it, and since it was a side endeavor, the outcome appeared rather substandard. With its performance post-capture being inadequate, it could hardly be termed as true control, but rather a mere imposition of dominance, akin to forcibly extracting consciousness, rendering it a mere marionette. Yet, I found myself surprisingly intrigued and implored Shockwave to create several more. Wishing to experiment, Megatron chuckled, acknowledging that indeed, experiments were conducted, and they led to significant complications. As he withdrew his smile, a more discerning glint appeared in his eyes. "Moreover, I have inquired with Shockwave, and it seems this project was, in fact, initiated at your behest. You sought to explore whether there existed a means to exert control over others. Those were your exact words, were they not? Thus, from the outset, Shockwave was aligning his research with your desires to pursue control, yet the results, much like this incident, were disappointing. Regrettably, it appears you miscalculated. Shockwave exhibited little interest in the experiment, ultimately concluding that consciousness could never truly be controlled. Instead, he successfully exploited the loophole of so-called control, transforming the initial notion of control into what now resembles a form of takeover, whereby he manipulates the nervous system to govern the body temporarily, substituting for consciousness. However, this diverges significantly from your original intent, as the means of control are coercive, while the principle of takeover leans more towards voluntary compliance. Thus, you did not acquire the sufficient samples of the flawed device prototype that you had anticipated to preserve for future use to achieve your aims. You had resolved to abandon this plan, unable to conceive a method to extricate yourself from the entire affair while simultaneously resolving my situation, positioning yourself as the preordained innocent victim. Yet, during the ultimate lock incident, you easily deceived us all by assuming a familiar identity and intervening, swiftly replacing your former self. You then discerned the dormant power of the cosmic emperor within my being, concluding that with a mere nudge of language, You could resolve me and ensure the seamless execution of this incident scheme. How many have you deceived? How extensively have you schemed against us? Reflecting on it, since the onset of the ultimate lock, it seems you have consistently maintained the upper hand in your game against the Cosmic Emperor, have you not? The loss of one's physical form is indeed a reality. The manipulation of circumstances leading to unforeseen outcomes is also true. The distrust directed towards us is genuine. Yet the interactions between us are but a fade. Thus, what is authentic and what is merely illusion? The crimson optical lens of Megatron flickered ominously as he pronounced, "Then answer me. As one not born of Cybertron, do you consider it your home?" Chen remained silent, his golden eyes dimming momentarily before he bowed his head. Offering no response, Megatron shrugged, realizing he had pressed too hard, and shifted the conversation to a lighter topic, stating, "This incident was orchestrated by you, was it not? So tell me, did it unfold as you envisioned?" Chen let out a dry chuckle that gradually transformed into a genuine smile of relief, responding ambiguously, "Indeed. It surpassed my expectations, thanks to you. In truth, prior to your arrival, I had already informed everyone to withhold their complete trust in you and to monitor your actions in my stead at every moment." Megatron suddenly interjected, gazing intently into Chen's eyes when you were unaware. Chen hesitated slightly but maintained his composure. "I know they cannot deceive you, but I never intended to conceal anything from you." Megatron, unfazed by Chen's reaction, continued, "I no longer trust you. Henceforth, all your actions will be subject to auditory scrutiny. Should I place my faith in you? Perhaps it is time for me to awaken from this delusion. Today, you dared to commit such acts and summon the Autobots, even under the pretext of a peace treaty. What else might you do next? I can hardly fathom." The crimson optical lens drew closer as Megatron leaned over the table, enunciating slowly, "Will you pledge your loyalty to me?" Chen met his gaze defiantly, articulating each word with conviction, as if in a duel. "I shall only heed my master's command." "Very well, I comprehend." Megatron reclined, and the tense atmosphere dissipated like mist. "I can discern that, at the very least, you still harbor some trust in me, believing I would not turn against you here. For you have not concealed the components from view, have you?" Megatron, unusually, broke into a smile, adding, out of both sentiment and reason, "I shall continue to maintain a degree of trust in you, provided that your actions do not target Cybertron." After pondering for a moment, he inquired further, "Is what you are doing beneficial to the Decepticons? Will your actions contribute to the fate of Cybertron?" This indeed encompasses the essence of all Cybertronians and serves the interests of both our disparate homelands. Chen removed the visor from his helmet, leaning back against the chair, rubbing his optics as he declared, "I cherish all that is beautiful, I yearn for all that is good, and I strive for it. However, the strife among kin, the betrayal of confidence, and the decay of one's homeland are all lamentable occurrences. Thus, I shall exert every effort to prevent their manifestation. This is my essence, my sole purpose." My esteemed leader, with a long, deep exhale, appeared lost in thought before gesturing for me to depart. "As you command, my leader." Chen rose and approached the hatch, unlocking it. His ears twitched, and his hand hovered above the opening mechanism, hesitating. "I hope you have not concealed anything further. My esteemed Minister of Foreign Affairs, thank you for your trust, leader." As the words ceased, his arm fell, and the hatch swung open. Chen donned his faceplate once more, offering a reassuring smile to the tall, dark blue figure awaiting at the threshold. He retrieved a component hat from the wall and secured it to his back before vanishing into the depths of the shadowy corridor. Yet, curiosity lingered regarding how the unfortunate brothers, Tianjun and Hai Yi, had managed to infiltrate his chamber. We returned to the Retribution together, having experienced near-identical trials. Hai Yi sustained injuries, but fortunately, it did not significantly hinder our mission. The opposing numbers were manageable. After our escape, we scoured the Retribution for a hiding place. Hai Yi, what shall we do next?" "I am uncertain," he replied. "Perhaps we should first seek a secure location to conceal ourselves. With so many minions, even a single kick at the hatch might breach the Retribution's defenses." Within the corridors of the Retribution, the brothers, Tianjun and Hai Yi, scurried like mice through a hail of gunfire. "Shall we head to Little Chen? His chamber's lock is impervious to sound waves, and the door is crafted from special materials. Have you ever seen that door unlocked?" What if it happens to be unlatched this time? Not everyone remembers such trivialities daily. That place is currently the most secure on the Retribution. In their panic, Hai yanked Tianjun and veered sharply, racing to a hatch and vigorously pressing the switch several times, only to find it miraculously opened. The brothers hastily squeezed inside, anxiously reactivating the locking mechanism until the hatch closed securely, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, their optical sensors were obscured from behind. That sound was unfamiliar to us, yet it vaguely resembled yours. Hence, we did not struggle, pondering whether it could be one of your mechanical avatars. Who are you? Speak softly, you fool. A firm kick struck Hai's waist. Currently, we are the only 3 on the Retribution with our faculties intact. Keep your voices down. Do not attract more minions from outside. I shall not harm you. Then why obscure our optical sensors? Due to the sensitive nature of my identity, I prefer to keep my appearance concealed. Outside, a series of relentless thuds echoed, persisting for an extended duration before finally subsiding. At last, we have found temporary safety. A collective sigh of relief escaped the 3 of us. Your voice is somewhat unfamiliar, yet oddly reminiscent. Could you be one of the fragmentary avatars of Chen? If your identity is indeed sensitive, could it be that you're the undercover operative? Are you still there? You may think what you wish, but I cannot divulge anything regardless. Until this incident is resolved or worsens, you 2 must remain here in relative peace, covering the optical lens. However, although your cabin is unbearably hot, I have never experienced such an abundance of super energy products in my lifetime. I've heard you have stored them. Well, might you share some for a picnic? Oh, you needn't mention it. We are aware that we must wait for the meteor shower, correct? Thankfully, Xiao Yanshin's quirky habit of collecting has spared us from starvation here. I have never felt so satisfied with a meal in my life. Eating is simply eating. Do not smear the condensing liquid on me. To speak frankly, Xiao Yanshin, the personality of the chip within your fragmentary avatar is utterly unlike yours. Yet, why consider the even more bizarre personalities of the other chips? This one seems rather ordinarily strange. But Xiao Yanshin, why do you hoard such an array of peculiar and dangerous items? Retract your hand. My hand was sharply yanked back as if bitten by a serpent, instinctively retreating. Be cautious. Do not recklessly move your limbs. I have painstakingly arranged this small safe space for the 2 of you, so please behave. If you shatter any collectibles, none of us will emerge unscathed. Hence, what I had by my side moments ago was a large canister brimming with energetic iron-eating insects. While opening this chapter, I discovered that a substantial portion of the previous chapter was unwritten. I candidly express my thoughts, unrestrained and exhilarating. If you wish, feel free to revisit it. It seems the school term is fast approaching. How melancholic. I find myself uncertain about how to proceed, as my current enthusiasm is entirely devoted to side stories and sequels. However, given my tendency for fleeting passions, I suspect that when I finally begin to write, I shall endure similar struggles as now. Seizing the opportunity presented by this near catastrophe, Megatron initiated a grand overhaul of the entire Decepticon fleet. For instance, aboard the ship, it is well known that a certain silver-red flying unit, once the esteemed commander of aerial battlefields, now finds himself pitiably lacking even a guard squad or wingman. The team he commands consists of but a handful, seldom deployed. At this juncture, the Red Spider invariably recalls his 2 brothers, a pang of profound sorrow enveloping him. Perhaps it is due to his current self's inability to reconcile with the thoughts and methods he once employed. Nevertheless, the events of the past have transpired, and no amount of wistfulness can alter that reality. It is far more prudent to confront his missteps, fortify his own position, and prepare for the potential departures yet to come, while fervently striving to avert them. The Red Spider has long harbored a desire for his own small contingent, one that would heed only his commands. Is this yearning merely to satiate his modest aspirations for leadership and authority? Rather, it could be posited that he has never been driven by a desire for dominance. He simply craves positive affirmation. Much like humans, all sentient beings in the universe, regardless of the physiological maladies they may endure, share a common psychological yearning. After investing effort into any endeavor, who does not seek a word of encouragement or praise? Who does not long for solace and concern? Moreover, the Red Spider's emotional sensitivity and competitive spirit intensify his need for such validation, which can be termed as the essence of emotional positive feedback. It is not to say that he has not experienced success in his endeavors over the millennia. On the contrary, his success rate ranks among the highest within the Decepticon ranks. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the roles of lieutenant and aerial commander. However, during past operational reports, Megatron, the leader, often responded with mere platitudes, leaving the Red Spider's emotional needs unfulfilled. This unquenched thirst for attention subsequently evolved into an ambition for grand achievements. In the realm of the Decepticons, what constitutes the greatest ambition? Naturally, it is the aspiration to become the new leader. Yet, Megatron is somewhat unjustly portrayed. His frequent accolades for Soundwave are not rooted in favoritism. Firstly, Soundwave possesses genuine abilities. And secondly, his intelligence reports typically coincide with Megatron's moments of leisure, affording him the opportunity for positive acknowledgement. The Red Spider, however, presents a different scenario. When delivering operational reports, Megatron is often preoccupied with pressing matters and strategic planning, leading to infrequent positive feedback for the Red Spider. When a Red Spider first enacted his coup, Megatron was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Although his first instinct was to eliminate any would-be usurper, he soon dismissed this notion, recognizing the Red Spider as a competent and ambitious individual, one he actually holds in considerable esteem. True to the title of a tyrant, Megatron's methods of dealing with his subordinates were indeed rather ruthless. He left Starscream to his own devices, eagerly anticipating what sort of tricks he might devise, while secretly hoping to hone the latter's abilities. Perhaps, once his grand ambitions were fulfilled and he had reached retirement age, passing the mantle to Starscream could prove to be a commendable choice. Thus, following the conclusion of what was termed a meeting, Megatron finally found some leisure time to reward this pitiful little aircraft that had accompanied him through the years. Consequently, he assigned additional tasks to the research team, all while Starscream's incessant complaints about overtime pay echoed in his auditory sensors, demanding that they be conveyed to Megatron. Under such circumstances, a new aerial squadron was officially born. In the rush of the research team's efforts, the entire Nemesis assisted in concealing the operation from Starscream, resulting in the emergence of a fresh squadron of support craft. High precision, high agility, and incomprehensible. Boss, please, stop looking at human networks. In short, they were remarkably impressive. And you stop looking too. As the two continued to exchange playful jabs, Megatron sighed, torn between lamenting the fact that his loyal subordinate Soundwave had been led astray by Starscream, and finding amusement in the unexpected restoration of some emotional understanding among his subordinates after millennia spent on Cybertron. It was hardly a cause for celebration. Enough of this nonsense, he declared. The exuberance of such personalities was indeed infectious, especially when there were 2 to 4 others of similar disposition aboard the Nemesis, making it all the more uncontrollable. Megatron rapped his fingers against the edge of his chair, producing a sharp sound that caught the attention of Starscream, who immediately ceased her antics, offering an apologetic smile as she resumed her stance. Yet, as Megatron gazed into her beguiling eyes, he knew this would not be the last instance of such behavior. Let this suffice for now. There would be ample time for further refinements. After all, this was merely a temporary gift, and winning his favor was of paramount importance. After listening to Soundwave's data report, although the complexities began to overwhelm him towards the end, he nonetheless nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, what materials have you been reviewing? Soundwave's voice, tinged with a hint of discontent, reached his auditory sensors. Megatron chuckled, scratching his head. Oh, just a book sent over by Inferno titled, what was it again? Ah, yes, 100 Ways to Charm the Object of Your Affection. I thought it might be useful considering my favorable view of Starscream. I took a glance online, and it seems to be quite popular. Shouldn't be an issue. I merely skimmed through it. It appeared quite beneficial. In reality, he had thoroughly studied it the entire night. You're not allowed to look at it. Give it to me, Soundwave asserted with utmost seriousness. Why not? Megatron inquired, bemused. Despite his reluctance and grumbling, Megatron understood that Soundwave would never relent. Thus, he reluctantly surrendered the data pad containing the recorded contents of the books, as if he himself were the subordinate at fault. After a brief and convoluted exchange, the matters concerning the team of aerial companions were finally settled. Megatron glanced at the time. Starscream had long since returned to his erratic lifestyle of coming and going at odd hours, and at this moment, he should be nearing his return. Megatron decided to orchestrate a surprise for him that very day. He arranged the aerial team on the deck and employed a subtle ruse, ensuring that from a distance, onlookers could only perceive a vague, silvery silhouette. Now, everything was in place. All that remained was the arrival of the main event. However, the nemesis appeared to be somewhat amiss. Wait, that cannot be articulated so lightly. Each time he uttered such sentiments, misfortune invariably ensued. No, caution was paramount. Recent events had nearly inflicted traumatic aftereffects upon Starscream. Had he not known his own body to be relatively robust, Starscream might have worried he had contracted some form of circuit-related neurosis. As a former Supreme Commander of aerial battles, possessing keen eyesight was undoubtedly essential. Fortunately, Starscream was naturally endowed with exceptional optical abilities, further honed through training, rendering him far superior in this regard. Thus, he had already discerned figures on the deck of his battleship from a considerable distance, albeit only as a silvery blur. As he closed the distance rapidly, Starscream finally recognized the arrangement of personnel on the deck. Foremost was Megatron, stationed at the front. A quick sweep of his gaze behind him revealed a silvery mass that remained indistinct. This anomaly was decidedly unusual for Starscream. What could be the possible cause of such a phenomenon? Based on his experience, the only conceivable explanation for such an obstruction of vision would be the use of anti-visual coatings. Initially, this substance was merely a civilian-developed paint layer designed to safeguard personal privacy, capable of lasting about 6 to 8 hours by Earth's timekeeping. However, it was inexplicably discovered to effectively disrupt radar detection, subsequently adopted by the military as a specialized cloaking layer. This material proved its worth, not only in obscuring visual perception, but also in thwarting radar scans. In dire circumstances, it could even be deployed as an aerosol spray, potentially serving as a lifesaver under optimal conditions and against suitably oblivious adversaries. Ahem, I digress. The Red Spider conceived, almost in an instant, that this might be the sole possibility, and shortly thereafter, as he approached the anticipated landing site, he found himself at a loss for words, followed by an overwhelming urge to laugh. He had likely forgotten about this matter. However, it was truly delightful to witness this ironclad entity stumble in my presence. Regarding the anti-spy coating, there was something I had previously neglected to mention. Subsequently, during the Civil War, the manufacturer of this coating severed ties with the military, and through excessive promotion of its stealth capabilities, they deceived both the frenzied and the moderate factions, profiting immensely from the war. They sold considerable quantities to both sides, leading them to become increasingly reliant on such equipment, which was frequently utilized for ambushes, surprise attacks, and individual retreat operations. Yet, during the time the Red Spider roamed the battlefield, all packaged products bore the warning: prohibited for use in battlefields with frenzied member Red Spider present, and not recommended for retreat operations in the presence of frenzied member Red Spider. To this day, the Red Spider cannot help but commend the manufacturer for their cleverness. Indeed, the impact of this anti-spy coating on the Red Spider could be deemed negligible. After attaining the position of aerial battlefield commander through his inherent abilities, he achieved considerable military accomplishments, bolstered by the manufacturer's exaggerated claims and his own talents. It was precisely due to these factors that he had the opportunity to become a lieutenant. Had the manufacturer not included those warnings, he might have captured several more members of the moderate faction, surpassing his current accolades by several folds. If that were the case, the Red Spider mused about Soundwave. Perhaps his status would be enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, or even surpass him. Maybe in the eyes of Lord Megatron, he could elevate his standing beyond that of Soundwave, becoming the veritable second-in-command of the Decepticons. On another note, now that it was understood that the anti-spy coating was ineffective against the Red Spider, did that not imply that all of Megatron's current endeavors were ultimately futile? The painstakingly prepared surprise had suddenly ceased to be a surprise without the recipient's awareness. In truth, upon approaching and finally discerning the small aircraft on the deck, the Red Spider was genuinely astonished, and it was a rather grand astonishment. He nearly lost control, tempted to perform a few more spins in midair. However, being a seasoned veteran of grand spectacles for many years, he refrained from allowing a mere few million years of regret to elicit such an excessive reaction. Thus, he promptly composed himself, feigning nonchalance as he glided down to the ground, his mind swirling with thoughts on how best to mock his superior upon landing. Upon reaching the designated position, he landed normally, transformed, and stood at attention. He opened his mouth, a jesting remark poised on the tip of his tongue. Yet at that moment, the red spider lifted his head, perhaps after millions of years of adapting to transformation upon landing. This action of raising his head to engage in battle communication felt as natural and inevitable as humanity's need for water and sustenance. Then, the red spider beheld the luminous red eyes of Megatron. Never before had he witnessed such brilliance in those optical lenses. For a ruler seldom reveals an expression of anticipation to anyone. Yet the red spider saw it. Words became lodged in his throat, and thus he merely opened his mouth, only to close it again, feigning ignorance as he greeted Megatron. "Red Spider, you have returned?" Megatron inquired, his red eyes flickering as he extended an ambiguous greeting. The red spider nodded and replied, "Good evening, Lord Megatron, according to human salutations." Megatron was remarkably precise in calculating the effective duration of the anti-snoop coating, yet regrettably, this matter was of no concern to the red spider. In Megatron's eyes, it ultimately made no difference. There would be no change. The reason Megatron was aware of the coating's impending failure or its near ineffectiveness was that, when the red spider wished to inquire about the objects placed nearby, Megatron had preemptively seized the opportunity to speak. "Red Spider, my comrades and I have prepared a small gift for you." Megatron formed a loose fist at his mouth, feigning a cough, his gaze darting around in mild disarray, occasionally glancing skyward, entirely avoiding direct eye contact with the red spider. "It has not been easy for you to accompany me all these years. You have worked hard." Initially, he was uncertain of what, within his capacity, he could bestow upon the red spider, until a few days prior when he consulted with Inferno. He realized he had not erred in seeking his counsel. It was then he discovered what the red spider truly desired. Megatron tilted his head, his voice suddenly dropping to a whisper. "Had you mentioned your wishes earlier, I would have readily granted them. Additionally, there is the research team. They have diligently worked overtime for this gift, and I must remember to provide them with overtime compensation. And then there are the faceless ones. This batch has been hastily trained. Their workload seems considerable lately, given that the entire Decepticon army has essentially been reorganized." Megatron rambled on, suddenly recalling the red spider standing before him, momentarily taken aback by the sight of him grinning with arms crossed. Startled, he cleared his throat loudly in an attempt to mask his discomfort, though ultimately his efforts were in vain. Resigned, he declared, "In any case, these are heartfelt sentiments from everyone. They are gifts from the Decepticon family, unrelated to any individual." With a hasty conclusion to his awkward speech, Megatron, for once in a rare display of embarrassment, swiftly exited the deck, retreating into the ship's cabin. All of Megatron's words were captured verbatim by the audio receiver of Starscream. After all, the distance between the two was so minimal that even the softest of whispers would be clearly audible. Thus, Megatron's heartfelt confessions were rendered futile once more. Starscream was acutely aware of the appropriate response a normal individual would offer in such circumstances. He understood that should he reciprocate, Megatron's affection for him would undoubtedly increase exponentially compared to his current silence. Nevertheless, he chose not to act accordingly. Thus, Starscream remained as awkward as ever, despite the fact that the other individual who once shared his discomfort had since laid bare his feelings. He merely gazed silently at Megatron's retreating figure as it vanished into the corridor of the ship, before turning and leisurely making his way to his newly assigned squad. Do you not perceive the resemblance in the dynamic between Megatron and Starscream to that of a father and son? In the control room, a large screen displayed a live feed relayed from the mothership, showcasing 3 individuals engrossed in the broadcast. 2 were spectators, while the third continued to manage various tasks, as usual. As they spoke, Flamewing nudged Soundwave with his elbow. There exists no significant genetic similarity between Lord Megatron and Starscream. The term father and son is illogical, Soundwave countered, his tone steady and composed. "Oh, Soundwave, you truly are dull," Flamewing pouted, refraining from his usual, slightly outrageous antics. Fully aware of his current precarious position, perhaps he had fallen out of favor. He chuckled bitterly to himself. If he were to consider himself a prisoner, then the nemesis was the cage confining him, with all aboard acting as guards, while he simultaneously bore the title of the leader among the inmates. Thus, under these constrained circumstances, his words held little weight. It was rather stifling, although the present situation was partially a consequence of his own actions and aspirations. He had not anticipated the severity of his leader's measures. However, as long as they dared not dismiss him, he would manage. Lost in thought, he distinctly heard footsteps approaching from behind. It was Megatron. "How's it going, Megatron?" Flamewing eagerly inquired, raising a claw. "Quite well. I can see that," Megatron replied. A barely perceptible smile gracing his features, his excitement palpable. Soundwave displayed a smiley face on the screen as the live broadcast continued uninterrupted. Starscream circled around the newly integrated fighter squad, his joy bubbling over at last. He could no longer contain it. Despite the encroaching twilight and his recent return from a day of flight without a moment's rest. Indeed, he was somewhat weary. His exhilaration was undeniable. Yet he merely waved his hand, exuding an air of indifference, as if he had returned to the spirited days of his youth, freshly embarked upon the battlefield. "Come, accompany me for a stroll." With these words, he transformed into his vehicle form, launching forth with a sudden burst of speed. The tail of the aircraft pierced the air, leaving a fleeting sonic boom in its wake, etching a fleeting mark across the dimly lit clouds of the sky. The shockwave was indeed as described. The red spider closed his eyes, savoring the rush of the wind. Transformation was undeniably underway. In truth, Megatron had prepared gifts not solely for the red spider, but for all members of the Decepticons. Most of these were crafted in collaboration with others. However, for matters he could resolve independently, he refrained from troubling his comrades. Nevertheless, he ensured that his thoughtful gestures reached every individual. The gifts included a memento for Soundwave and a commemorative coin from the Natural History Museum for the face changer, the origin of which remained a mystery. Another portion of the gifts was tailored to the preferences and desires of each recipient. In this regard, Megatron often sought the counsel of Inferno. For instance, since the stunt icon was still enamored with racing, Megatron commissioned Inferno to procure a lifetime experience voucher for a particular club, allowing him to partake in all competitions at his leisure and without charge. Conversely, for the Deadlock, he replaced all the maintenance tools in the medical bay with the latest version, lovingly upgraded by Shockwave. After all, according to Inferno's insights, what lay deep within Deadlock's heart was, unsurprisingly, the stunt icon himself. This did not merely pertain to the individual, but encompassed everything that the stunt icon yearned for, or rather, anything that could bring him joy. Of course, this gift-giving initiative was not exclusive to the organization's veterans. Some of the less seasoned members, such as the recently quiet Scorponok, who'd been out battling with unknown foes, also had their wishes fulfilled. Although it seemed somewhat unbelievable to hear his desire for the first time, Megatron nonetheless acted upon it. Scorponok's wish was to engage in a duel with Megatron himself. At the time, Inferno had not grasped what Scorponok truly desired, ultimately approaching him directly. Megatron was uncertain whether Scorponok's wish was genuine, nor did he know if Inferno had discerned its authenticity. However, when Inferno returned to convey Scorponok's wish, he had remained silent for a considerable time, his confidence seemingly waning, as if he had begun to doubt himself. Mired in the fear of being abandoned due to his auditory impairment, until Megatron called his name. Yet, Inferno's former status was no longer valid, and this time, no one would be there to offer him comfort. Another new member could hardly be newer. There was no need for Chen, as the formidable Megatron could discern Lee's greatest aspiration simply by inquiring with Shockwave. Ultimately, confirmation was sought from Chen, leading to an exceptionally busy period for Shockwave during the restoration of the Retribution. With Lee's genetic sequence as a reference, he slightly accelerated the growth process of Chen Yunxiao. In the cosmos of his fingertips, Lee was exceedingly pleased. Firstly, her king had finally matured, at least capable of speech, and transformation was likely not far off. Secondly, she was relieved to no longer endure the trials inflicted by her own king. Raising a child was indeed no easy feat, however. The unfortunate news was that Shockwave mentioned life experiences could not be accelerated to the same extent as physical growth. Although he had implemented some acceleration, it paled in comparison to bodily development. This indicated that Lee would continue to endure the exuberance of Chen Yunxiao, who was becoming increasingly boisterous. The thought of potential rebellious teenage years loomed ominously, causing the pink-furred fox to feel a wave of despair. Yet, following this acceleration, Chen Yunxiao suddenly developed a fondness for playing with Chen. The reason, as articulated through his rudimentary language skills, was simply, catch the cat, fun. But I'm not really a cat. What is so enjoyable about it? Chen stood before Chong Yunxiao, engaging in conversation and play, thereby nurturing his linguistic development. Carbon-based cats may not withstand such tumult, but you can. Chong Yunxiao struggled to articulate his thoughts with the limited vocabulary at his disposal, managing to convey, like, "You like me?" Chen pointed to himself, inquiring. Like little Chen. Chong Yunxiao nodded without hesitation. "Here we go again, my cursed eternal concept of being the youngest." Chen lamented while affectionately ruffling Chong Yunxiao's large canine head. He glanced back at a few individuals, ostensibly there to help care for Chong Yunxiao, but actually monitoring him. Their expressions a mix of despair and silent acknowledgement. "You all see this? He approached me willingly. I have no time for petty schemes." Despite the apprehension of being favored by such a large dragon, Chen felt a twinge of pride. Just as he was reveling in this sentiment, Chong Yunxiao spoke again. "And tasty. You think I'm tasty?" Chen leaned in close, nearly pressing against Chong Yunxiao's head, utterly taken aback by his proclamation. "Oh, my ancient, fearsome ancestor. You consume super energy products, and I am merely a collection of parts. How could I possibly be appetizing? Is it because parts have a certain chewiness? That cannot be right. How could I, unable to provide any nutritional value, be more delectable than super energy products?" At this moment, Chen was genuinely at a loss, grappling with the height difference as he vigorously shook Chong Yunxiao's shoulders. "Tell me, what makes me so appetizing? I could take that piece off and feed you, if you wish." After pondering for a moment, Chong Yunxiao leaned closer to Chen and sniffed intently, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. He smelled quite delectable. With an innocent expression, Chong Yunxiao remarked that he detected an aroma far more appetizing than that of the super energy product. He could sense the continuous flow of high-concentration energy emanating from Chen, which was purer and more enticing than the super energy itself. "Well, it seems there is no escaping this now." Chen stared blankly, muttering weakly to himself that one day he would have to dissect himself to discover what marvelous treasures lay within his body that could provoke such hunger in Chong Yunxiao. Chong Yunxiao observed Chen in silence, gently nudging him with his head, indicating that he should return to playing with him. Chen rubbed his forehead. On the bright side, at least Chong Yunxiao's speech had become much more fluid, hadn't it? "Hey, wait, don't nibble on me. Not my legs." Of course, the commotion was not limited to just the Decepticons. At the Autobot base, I've said it before, I instructed Tong Xiangxiu to bring back more materials for the negotiations, not to acquire more super energy veins. "Calm down, ambulance," Archie interjected, trying to see the silver lining. "At least we are no longer worrying about food and drink, right?" She knocked on the pile of super energy products stacked high beside her, while watching Ambulance lament the repeated failures of his research, casually popping a piece of super energy candy into her mouth. The scolded protagonist, Tong Xiangxiu, merely observed Ambulance venting his frustrations, unwilling to utter a single word. Indeed, the Autobots were currently enjoying a life of abundance, thanks entirely to the high-quality super energy veins that Tong Xiangxiu had negotiated. With this thought, Ambulance calmed down considerably. However, upon lowering his gaze to his research results, the suppressed frustration ignited once more. What on earth is this wretched thing? The story must begin from the morning. Is the ultimate divine lock truly irreparable? During the Autobots routine meeting, Smokescreen raised his hand, posing this question to Optimus Prime. "Is highly probable." Optimus Prime contemplated briefly before deciding to inform everyone of the situation. "I know Chen. He would not lie. If he says it cannot be repaired, then it is very likely that it cannot be, unless we discover a new method, one previously unknown, that can deeply counteract the dark energy." "What about the hammer of Primus?" Smokescreen inquired again, resembling a curious child with an endless stream of questions for Optimus Prime. Fortunately, he could at least address this query. The corruption of dark energy has penetrated deeply into the ultimate divine lock. The hammer of Primus can only repair but not purify. Optimus Prime reiterated, as this meeting was indeed led by him. As expected, Smokescreen's next question followed swiftly. "Then, what can the hammer of Primus be used for now?" The Smokescreen exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "If possible, might I attempt to use it on my phase deflector? What could it be upgraded to?" A chuckle escaped, as the Smokescreen imagined drooling if it were not for the lack of such a bodily response. Optimus Prime sighed. "I bear unfortunate news for you." Observing the Smokescreen regain its composure, Optimus Prime realized, to his surprise, that it too could feel embarrassment. He shifted his gaze and continued, based on my observations. The hammer of Skyward has an energy limit, and the energy currently stored within it is merely sufficient for a single repair. Furthermore, we are uncertain how to recharge the hammer of Skyward. With a solemn expression, Optimus Prime surveyed the group. This time, silence enveloped everyone, and they collectively turned their attention to the hammer of Skyward, standing in the corner. By the way, ambulance, someone entrusted me with something for you. At this moment, Tong Xiangxiu, who had been quiet throughout, finally spoke his first words, maintaining his characteristic seriousness. The ambulance paused, shifting his gaze from the hammer of Skyward, and casually replied, "What? Let me see it." Tong Xiangxiu produced a small energy storage capsule, resembling a diminutive test tube, within which a golden blue, semi-liquid substance flowed gently, refracting light from all directions. Akin to a brilliant anomaly in the starry sky, radiant and full of vitality. The ambulance initially appeared taken aback as Tong Xiangxiu pressed the test tube into his hand, adding earnestly, "He calls this the Genesis Force, specifically for you." The ambulance's optical lens illuminated with a hue, examining the test tube in his hand before suddenly breaking into a smile. "See, I told you there would always be a turning point." He shook the test tube, and with a flamboyant turn, plunged into his research, leaving the others in a state of bewildered silence once more. "Will this meeting proceed? Is there anything left to discuss?" Someone inquired. The unspoken consensus was that there was likely nothing more to be said. Thus, the day unfolded with the ambulance dedicating his focus entirely to the study of the Genesis Force. Regrettably, the sample was limited, and the only confirmed characteristic thus far was its overwhelming, ceaseless energy. It remained unclear what kind of energy this was, perhaps a life force? Yet it bore a distinct quality. Although it exuded vitality, it was not entirely the same. The ambulance quietly dismissed his earlier hypothesis regarding the Genesis Force as a life force. Another aspect that astonished and even unnerved the ambulance was the transformative characteristic of the Genesis Force concerning energy conversion. The creative force possesses the remarkable ability to transform all things into energy, as well as to transmute energy into matter. Moreover, it facilitates the interconversion among various forms of energy. This phenomenon is, indeed, rather formidable. Initially, the ambulance was unaware of the intricacies of the creative force. Thus, it embarked on its research with active experiments. Unwittingly, it activated the latent potential of the creative force it possessed, nearly causing the entire table to melt away. Fortunately, the amount of activated creative force was minimal, preventing a catastrophic disaster. Ultimately, under the watchful gazes of all present, it evaporated into the air, leaving one to wonder what it had transformed into. The ambulance sought to collect the gas that had been released, but the analysis yielded results indistinguishable from ordinary air, devoid of any impurities. It remained uncertain whether the ambulance's collection process was too slow or if the creative force inherently transformed itself into a substance that matched the surrounding components upon evaporation. Regrettably, all the samples the ambulance had collected vanished, leaving its research on the creative force only skimmed at the surface. Questions lingered regarding the precise chemical structure of this substance and its origins. Moreover, the ambulance grappled with whether to categorize the creative force as matter or energy, as it exhibited characteristics of both. This ambiguity was a novel experience for the ambulance. With an involuntary sigh, it reflected on what it perceived as a detrimental habit learned on Earth. Could this energy truly resolve the charging issues of the celestial hammer? Later, Optimus Prime posed the inquiry. Not only that, the ambulance replied, engrossed in annotating its previous research report, marking its hypotheses. "I believe it can directly address the erosion issues of the ultimate divine lock. Do you see its ability to convert all forms of energy?" The ambulance raised the data panel before Optimus Prime, tapping it twice. Optimus Prime's optical sensors illuminated in response. "What are we waiting for? Let's put to the test," Optimus Prime exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, the method we are contemplating has not been employed before. In my estimation, if we were to attempt this abruptly, the likely outcome would be the ultimate divine lock being converted into energy by the creative force, leaving us utterly hopeless. The ambulance spread its hands. "Furthermore, have you forgotten? Chen only provided a minuscule sample, and I have already utilized all of it. Should we request more?" Smokescreen's head poked in from behind. Don't suggest such foolish ideas. I believe they have already been exceedingly generous in providing that small amount, the ambulance retorted, firmly pushing Smokescreen away. Smokescreen departed, somewhat dejected. Yet the ambulance's gaze drifted and lingered, eventually focusing on a diminutive carbon-based figure stationed on the high platform. In reality, it was a silicon-based entity. At this very moment, Alrek was drawing back his slingshot, closing one eye as he engaged in a playful game of offense and defense with the bumblebee below and the partition. Naturally, he had no intention of targeting the central system. At most, he aimed to strike the gleaming surface of the partition's rounded head. For instance, this time, with a metallic clang, the projectile struck the partition's forehead, eliciting 2 faint cries of discomfort. The medic, originally enjoying the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, failing to react until Alrek's lack of further action drew his gaze toward the far corner of the base, where Optimus Prime stood. Only then did everyone realize something was amiss. The apparent assault had been solely on the partition. Why, then, did it seem as though Optimus Prime also felt the sting? It was indeed a perplexing situation. The medic cast a furtive glance between the partition and Optimus, noting their positions were distinctly separated, one on this side, the other on that. Furthermore, the feedback to their pain, as assessed through audio receptors, suggested it occurred simultaneously, effectively ruling out the possibility of the projectile rebounding from the partition to strike Optimus. What then could be the cause? Unfortunately, before this mystery could be unraveled, another wave of chaos erupted. The smoke screen, which had been animatedly chattering beside Optimus, suddenly halted in its tracks. Optimus was still pondering why the chatter had ceased midway, just as he intended to turn and see what was amiss. Before he could even glance back, a sudden, thunderous crash echoed through the air, and the smoke screen collapsed entirely. This startled everyone within the base, prompting them to rush over to assess the situation. Smoke screen, what's wrong? In the face of this unexpected predicament, Optimus remained the most composed, swiftly inquiring while conducting a cursory examination of the smoke screen's exterior, finding no visible injuries. He then turned to the medic and commanded, "Conduct a virus scan, quickly." Smokescreen was rendered speechless. His legs throbbed painfully. To be more precise, it felt as though his entire lower body was engulfed in agony, as if trampled by a colossal force and then relentlessly scraped open by sharp objects, gnawing at the very essence of life. The medic found no hostile viruses in Smokescreen systems, further complicating the enigma. Smokescreen gritted his teeth, striving to suppress any unseemly cries of pain. In the moment of his collapse, he grasped a large hand, feeling an instinctive fear of being abandoned. Clutching it tightly without hesitation. Without needing to open his eyes, he recognized that it was the leader's hand guiding him. In the enveloping darkness of his vision, the only discernible light was the soft blue glow that symbolized the leader, a beacon that could be felt deep within his heart. Chapter 50. My traditional artistic skills. When the narrative of my original drama reached an impasse, I resorted to fervently creating new content. Meanwhile, on a reprisal, half of Yin Chen's body dangled precariously from the jaws of Chong Yunxiao, who, with a datapad in hand, was laboriously perusing human forums and gossip. The sound of crunching echoed as a searing pain surged through Yin Chen's lower half, feeling the monstrous mechanical tongue of Chong Yunxiao drag him, gnawing at the lower portion of his body, reducing it to fragments scattered about. The unsettling sensation of being flipped over compromised Yin Chen's reading experience. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from his own body being devoured, he could no longer tolerate Chong Yunxiao's impudent behavior. Armed with the datapad, he struck Chong Yunxiao's head sharply, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "I say, ancestor, have you truly developed a taste for this? If you keep gnawing, I shall become mere metal shavings. And that would be utterly unrecoverable, incurring substantial additional costs. Mind you, you will be deducted from your rations." Chong Yunxiao, with an expression of disbelief, vigorously shook his head. "Then release me quickly," Yin Shun exclaimed, using one hand to brace against Chong Yunxiao's massive head in an attempt to extricate himself, while the other brandished the datapad, repeatedly striking at Chong Yunxiao's tough exterior. However, before Chong Yunxiao could relent, another formidable figure emerged from her own studio, rushing in with a hand clasped to her shoulder. Her stride faltered midway, halted by the sight of the 2 perplexed individuals before her, their eyes meeting in mutual astonishment. It was evident that neither had anticipated encountering the other in such a manner. both displaying a palpable trepidation. Yet, amidst this unexpected reunion, Chong Yunxiao remained undeterred in his consumption. The unfolding chaos was entirely attributable to the composed Yin Shun, who remained unfazed, diligently reading while being nibbled upon. Suddenly, a sharp explosion reverberated through the air. "Chong Yunxiao, what are you eating?" Chong Yunxiao momentarily ceased his gnawing, mumbling incoherently, seemingly startled by Li's reaction. His innocent eyes wide with surprise. "Spit it out now." Among the three present, the most composed was, surprisingly, Yin Shun, albeit slightly vexed by the continuous interruptions to his reading experience. At that moment, all he desired was to extricate himself swiftly and find a tranquil spot to resume his joyful reading. Thus, he once again raised the data panel and forcefully struck it against the head of Chong Yunxiao, intending to elicit a painful gasp that would expel himself. Accompanying a certain someone's anguish cry was Chong Yunxiao's pitiful whimper, followed by the sound of Yin Chen's dismembered body rolling out. However, by this time, no one paid attention to this occurrence, as they were all distracted by an unexpected event. In the midst of silence, Yin Chen donned the component hat, leisurely adjusted it, and in the blink of an eye, replaced his shattered lower half with a new set of parts. His golden eyes blinked in confusion as they swept over Li and Chong Yunxiao, seemingly making a determination. Consequently, he raised the battered data panel once more and aimed its edge at Chong Yunxiao, delivering another blow. As anticipated, both Li and Chong Yunxiao winced in pain. Did he discover something extraordinarily amusing? Yin Shen tucked away the data panel and shrugged at Li. "Indeed, it was quite entertaining," Li replied through gritted teeth, covering his head. Only Chong Yunxiao remained bewildered, not understanding why he was being struck again, quietly whimpering in a corner, resembling a wronged giant dog. "Shall we verify this together?" Yin Shun raised the data panel, questioning the universality of this matter. Li's eyes brightened, promptly dismissing the three previous strikes from his mind, eagerly inquiring, "How shall we verify it? And whom shall we consult?" Yin Shen said nothing, merely striding towards the control room. Li tilted his head, following the spirit of genuine exploration towards something intriguing. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, the soldier inquired, "Are you certain you're truly unscathed? If I were in trouble, could I still converse with you? You all witnessed my previous state of distress." Yin Shun, feeling fortunate, took a seat while the ambulance scrutinized him from the side, seemingly confirming his return to normalcy. The earlier inquiry was from Optimus Prime. After thorough examination, no anomalies were detected. The ambulance stood up, placed the testing instruments on the control table, and sighed, pondering what could possibly be the cause of this. Naturally, no one could provide an answer. However, speculation was possible. The first to conceive an idea was indeed Optimus Prime. He had just observed the unusual situation between the partition and the Autobot. At this moment, as the sudden incident came to a temporary halt, he surveyed the entire layout of the base once more, confirming that under any circumstances, the partition and the Autobot could not simultaneously exhibit reactions as if struck by projectiles. With this thought, his gaze involuntarily lifted, meeting the eyes of Arlek. "Shall we try once more?" Optimus Prime expressed this intent. Alelek nodded, retrieving a projectile from his pocket and drawing back the slingshot. This time, he aimed at Optimus Prime. Sensing the impending action, Prime looked up to see Alelek aiming the slingshot at him. He cast a glance at his companion, Megatron, squinting slightly as if he anticipated his leader's intentions. Consequently, he offered no defense, allowing the metallic projectile to strike his shoulder, scraping off a bit of paint. What damage could a single projectile inflict? The answer depended on the location of impact. As Alelek released the projectile, Prime turned his gaze towards the partition, confirming his suspicions. Since the blow landed on his shoulder, and given Alelek's lack of force, the partition merely reacted with a slight grimace, touching the area of impact, consistent with the location struck by the projectile. "I believe I am beginning to understand the situation," Prime spoke in a calm tone. Once all eyes were on him, he continued with a hypothesis. "Our sensory nerves appear to be interconnected." Smoke sat in his chair, tilting his head in confusion. "Are you suggesting, Prime, that everything that just transpired with Smoke was due to another individual being consumed at that moment?" Ambulance looked over with skepticism. "No way. Who could be so unfortunate?" "I am the most unfortunate, connected to someone being devoured," Smoke lamented with a canine-like expression. "Are you not curious who is being consumed?" Alcee shrugged. "Well, at the very least, I am quite curious about who I am connected to. Let us experiment. Gaining some understanding and preparing for potential dangers can only be advantageous. Ambulance remarked nonchalantly, considering that it was a time of peace, and he felt indifferent about whom he was connected to. First, based on the reactions between the partition and Optimus, we tentatively conclude that this connection structure is a pairwise linkage. With no third parties involved, Optimus added matter-of-factly. Thus, whether this sudden occurrence is solely directed at Cybertronians remains to be verified. Regardless, there is no harm in testing it. Optimus smiled in response. Additionally, are there other anomalies on this planet apart from us? The Decepticons, perhaps? Oh, right, Alcee remarked. So we must use this method for detection? He rubbed his shoulder and glanced at Alalek on the platform. You, young one, why is your hit so painful? Are you truly a human child? Alcee jested lightly before turning to leave. With a smile, he acknowledged that indeed, Alalek was not human. Ambulance shot a fierce glare at Alalek, who felt the unwelcoming gaze and turned away, whistling nonchalantly as if nothing had occurred. Alcee recorded that Optimus was linked to Bumblebee, stroking his chin thoughtfully, while the connections of Ambulance, Smoke, and the commander remained untested. I believe I have deduced who it might be, Ambulance muttered through clenched teeth, looking towards Optimus for guidance. Should I contact Ratchet? Optimus nodded affirmatively. The Ambulance, having established a private channel, initiated communication. Jack. Hello, Doctor. I just experienced a sudden pain in my shoulder. Do you have any insights? Ambulance. No. You should return to the base for now. Jack, huh? Why? I was enjoying myself out here, and I haven't observed anything significant. Besides, didn't we sign a peace treaty with the Decepticons? What is the deal with them breaking it? Ambulance. Don't ask too many questions, just come back. Jack. All right. Ambulance. And refrain from carelessly using newly learned phrases. Ambulance. Breaking the treaty does not mean what you think it does. The Ambulance let out a deep sigh and nodded toward Optimus Prime, indicating he had made contact. Subsequently, they faced a rather prolonged wait. Let us shift our attention to the events aboard the Nemesis. Soundwave, please speak. Are you not annoyed? Soundwave temporarily set aside his tasks, gazing into the deep crimson eyes of Shockwave, whose display screen seemed to convey a nuanced meaning. What do you think? By the logic of a normal individual, I find it quite bothersome. Shockwave nodded in agreement. Soundwave lowered his head to resume his work, revealing a hint of complex emotion. Are you pleased that he has come to seek you? Shockwave shook his head, as it defied logic. A typical thought process would find annoyance at such a situation. I refuse to believe you Haven T found him irksome at any point. Then what of it? Soundwave suddenly lifted his head, his hidden red gaze fixed upon Shockwave. Speaking emphatically, you should be aware that everything he has undergone is a consequence of Cybertron's influence. What remains now is merely compensation. Soundwave once again sank into a state of melancholy, redirecting his focus to his work. Regarding their intelligent machinery experiments, Shockwave stated calmly, indifferent to the proximity of the individuals they were discussing, and unaffected by Soundwave's increasingly agitated demeanor. Those Cybertronians violated regulations and were apprehended and executed before the onset of the Civil War. And then? Are you suggesting we bear no responsibility for this? Soundwave forcefully marked a check on a report, turning once more to Shockwave, emotions boiling over with anger. Can you assert that he has not aided you? Have you not gleaned even an ounce of knowledge from him? Simply his creative prowess is enough for me to excuse him. Soundwave adjusted the playback speed of his audio, returning to a normal pace, and cryptically stated, you should understand better than I what creative prowess can achieve. Indeed, Shockwave turned to gaze out of the viewport, awakening the well of origin. Master, with fervent enthusiasm, Chen finally found the person he had been searching for and stood before him. Ah, Shockwave, how curious that you are not engaged in experiments. I was eagerly anticipating the moment you would cultivate the remaining monstrous larvae, he remarked. Lee followed closely behind, first indulging in her usual banter at Shockwave's expense, and then her eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly awaiting Chen's next move, her exuberance palpable, as if she were a fly rubbing its hands together in anticipation. Meanwhile, the verbal sparring between Soundwave and Shockwave had come to a fitting pause, both men tacitly choosing silence. Yet, it was evident that their debate was far from over. Master, we are about to conduct an experiment, Chen declared, having discreetly concealed the data pad behind him, a mischievous smile emerging. Please proceed, Soundwave responded, setting aside his current task, turning to face Yin Shun with a serious demeanor. Subsequently, Yin Shun tapped the data pad against his shoulder. Soundwave, what? Shockwave, what does it feel like? Soundwave exhibited no reaction, not even a conditioned reflex. Rather, it was Shockwave who took a half step back, instinctively reaching for his shoulder, a look of confusion adorning his face as he gazed at Yin Shun. Does this not defy logic? Shockwave ultimately voiced his thoughts aloud. Why would you do this? Soundwave tilted his head, uncertain whether to perceive Yin Shin's action as a rebellious assault worthy of immediate apprehension. I stated that I needed to verify something. Yin Shun interjected with a snap of his fingers, glancing toward Shockwave. Surely, you have deduced what is happening. Kindly elucidate it to Master. I must seek others to test this matter. Wait, Soundwave attempted to detain him for clarification, but predictably, he grasped nothing. Li, however, flashed a smile at Soundwave before darting after Yin Shun, leaving Soundwave to face Shockwave. Regarding the disappearance of the matrix of leadership, there remains no conclusion, correct? Soundwave inquired, while Shockwave diverted the conversation. Indeed, Soundwave replied in a mechanical tone. Then, could the creation matrix replace the matrix of leadership, resurrecting life on Cybertron? Shockwave posed coldly, his voice steady, revealing an unyielding demeanor. Logically, it was feasible, yet practically it required further validation. Shockwave, Soundwave interjected bluntly, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Shockwave's singular crimson optic, betraying no hint of emotion. Do you truly possess no feelings for him? The tone of Soundwave's voice hinted at barely concealed frustration, the light emanating from his optical sensors piercing through the display's refractive layer, striking Shockwave's gaze. Indeed, for you have long been devoid of anything resembling emotion, Soundwave retorted, turning his attention to the main control screen, silently flipping to the next page. Soundwave, after prolonged silence, Shockwave called out once more. No response came. I cannot comprehend why this matter incites your anger. The Shockwave coldly articulated its sentiments, as if the events had not transpired within its realm, which defied reason. You no longer resemble the person I once knew. Was my sacrifice not intended to secure our home? Why the anger? You would never comprehend. The Soundwave remained absorbed in its scribbles, oblivious to the turmoil. And you shall never fathom, Shockwave. As you have stated, change is perpetual, and all beings evolve, except for you. Shockwave, you shall never grasp the essence of emotions. In truth, your recent actions have validated our sensory connections, artificially intertwined. Once more, the Shockwave broke its silence, declaring its experiment a success. Furthermore, I will understand one day. You had better. I knew it all along. I am connected to you. Now, the ambulance, seated and exhaling deeply, seemed to ponder. What? Are you dissatisfied with our connection? The Jack had somehow procured a single red rose, clutched delicately in its mouth. I'm not satisfied, quite the contrary. The ambulance huffed, seemingly recalling something, and added in irritation. Also, could you refrain from mimicking Earth-esque culture recklessly? Even if you learn it, please do not misuse it, especially not towards me. Very well. The Jack spat out the rose and muttered softly, honestly, why are you so anxious? The ambulance shot a cold glare in response. The Jack immediately fell silent, begrudgingly forcing a smile. You had better not have spoken ill of me. Did he not hear? Thank goodness. The Jack sighed in relief. Thus, the current situation is that the connection between Optimus Prime and the smokescreen remains unclear. However, it is certain that the smokescreen possesses a connector. Skyfire, holding the data pad, hesitated before marking an X at the end of the arrow next to the smokescreen's name. Though the life status of that connector remains to be verified, this matter is neither trivial nor monumental. I am now contemplating whether we should reach out to the Decepticons for consolidated action. As Optimus pondered, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, the sound resonating through the silence. Of course, this is contingent upon whether the Decepticons are experiencing a similar situation. We can ascertain that easily, the Jack remarked nonchalantly, only to receive a sharp jab in the side from the ambulance, resulting in both of them grimacing in unison. Indeed, Optimus maintained a serious demeanor. Wait a moment. The ambulance interjected, suddenly agitated. Didn't he catch it? Oh, hold on. Has Megatron already sent me a message? In the conference room of the reprisal, Megatron pointed at himself with incredulity, his tiger-like eyes wide in disbelief. You all can locate your corresponding individuals, yet I cannot. I cannot find anyone either. Flame raised his claw, shouting loudly. Is this phenomenon truly confined to us outsiders? Megatron disregarded Flame's words and turned to inquire with Soundwave. Should I ask Optimus Prime if there are any developments on their end? Such matters surely require a concentrated approach. Soundwave gently shook his head, glancing at Flame, who still had his hand raised below. They could no longer avoid the situation. You may proceed. Megatron lowered his head slightly. Currently, the confirmed number of connectors aboard the ship stands at 12, arranged as follows. Master and Shockwave, Red and the Faceless One, Overload and Inferno, Hardshell and Scorponok, Thundercracker and Skywarp, and finally, Cloudjumper and Sister Lyra. Flame recited this lengthy list in one breath. And the results obtained thus far indicate that this form of connection is solely a sensory neural link, excluding smell and taste. Moreover, injuries appearing on one individual do not manifest on the other, a fact underscored by my unintentional scrape on Overload's shoulder paint. Yet, it seems you take pride in this matter. What's that about? Overload interjected. Does no one care about my feelings? Thus, I have tentatively named this phenomenon the shared pain phenomenon. Flame raised his head, adding, however, Megatron and I have yet to identify the corresponding connectors, and we are utterly unable to ascertain whether this phenomenon has any limits or what might transpire should those limits be breached. Therefore, my suggestion is to observe collectively. Flame suddenly blinked, adding, and this also facilitates building rapport with the Autobots, does it not? Indeed, Megatron nodded, simultaneously opening a private channel. I will message Optimus Prime. Within the private channel, Megatron, have you experienced the phenomenon of shared pain on your end? Optimus Prime, it appears that you are encountering it as well. I was just about to ask you. It seems you have already coined a name for it? Quite fitting. Megatron, after discussion, we believe the best approach is concentrated management and observation. What do you think? Are you willing to join us? And how many of your Autobots are eager to participate? Optimus Prime, our findings are similar. I will consult with them. However, it stands to reason that there is no better place for us extraterrestrial beings on Earth to converge than aboard the Nemesis, as our base is too small. And the Nemesis is just right. Optimus Prime closed the private channel. What do you think? Are you all willing to go to the Nemesis? He inquired, seeking the group's opinion. Everyone? Ratchet asked. Yes, all must attend. This matter is likely more complex than we anticipate. At the very least, we need to identify the root cause, and some connectors remain unfound, do they not? Optimus Prime nodded. If need be, we can always tear up the peace treaty and engage in combat, but I believe Megatron would refrain from such an action. Indeed, no one understands him better than you. Ratchet replied with a resigned gesture. What can I do but accompany him to the bitter end? He added with a smile, in fact, I had my eye on the experimental equipment aboard the Nemesis during our last surveillance. Is everyone willing to come? Optimus Prime inquired once more, casting his gaze upwards, whereupon all present regarded him with beaming smiles and nodded in affirmation. Very well, he continued, reopening the private channel. Let us proceed to the open space. I shall contact Megatron to establish a land bridge for us. Within the private channel, Optimus Prime, coordinates. Optimus Prime, please assist in opening a land bridge. We shall all attend. Optimus Prime, Megatron, I place my trust in you this time. I hope you will not jeopardize the hard-won peace, understood? Megatron, naturally. Megatron then promptly relayed the coordinates to Soundwave. Soundwave, I have sent you the coordinates. Establish a land bridge here to allow the Autobots to cross. Will everyone be present? Inferno eagerly raised his claw and inquired once more. Indeed, everyone shall come, Megatron replied, casting a sidelong glance at Inferno. What is the purpose of your inquiry? Inferno scratched his head, chuckling silently. What is the purpose? It is, of course, to accomplish great things. Suddenly, the old energy core aboard the Nemesis, which had been dormant for several months, flickered to life and began to operate slowly. A creature resembling a bacteriophage emerged from its apex, surveying its surroundings before leaping down and crawling toward the control room. In the control room, a vibrant crimson hue engulfed the space, yet no one was present. Our Nemesis must also possess its own set of bizarre rules. A forewarning. This piece contains references. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Part 1A Peculiar Data Recording Panel. With content that flickered intermittently, interspersed with audio recordings, conveyed the speaker's voice, which sounded like the sharp, malicious cacophony of metal scraping against metal, laced with mockery. Welcome to Decepticon I. The sharp, jarring sound of electricity accompanied an uproarious laughter. Welcome aboard the Decepticon's flagship, Nemesis, dear comrades of Cybertron. I am the voice of the electrical current, the consciousness of the warship. Feel free to call me Nemesis. To ensure that all aboard the warship may enjoy a pleasant stay, the term accommodation in the lodging records was emphatically crossed out and replaced with the word invasion, inscribed in bold red letters. Please be sure to remember the following during the invasion. First and foremost, it is crucial to acknowledge that the leader of the Decepticons is I, Nemesis, and no other. Long live Nemesis! The final phrase bore a strikingly dissimilar handwriting, markedly less meticulous than the preceding text, suggesting a hurried modification by an individual. The handwriting was heavily struck through multiple times for emphasis, raising suspicion about the integrity of the person who inscribed this statement. As a leader attuned to the sentiments of the populace, the public broadcasting channel was equipped with a radio that aired music and other content at irregular intervals, typically lasting around 1 Earth hour. During this time, all may rest at their leisure or engage in energy replenishment and recharging. The charging bed is a newly transformed version personally modified by me, which may induce sensations of discomfort during the energy replenishment process. This is a normal occurrence. The intensity of the pain correlates with the speed of charging, so please disregard it. Furthermore, the interface for the new charging bed is located at the back of your head. Please ensure correct usage. Regarding the tour of the battleship, new companions joining us need not worry. The immense, flowing architecture serves not only as a spectacle, but also as a unique ecological current that possesses a sentient life force. Responding to your interactions, please refrain from touching, defacing, or maliciously damaging it. Should you experience severe tremors in the ground, ship cabin, or architectural structures, do not panic. Such phenomena are typically caused by the battleship's periodic activities or the touch of unruly visitors, and they generally do not last long. If you encounter a captivating fluid structure or wish to visit a specific cabin, visitors may enter freely without additional reporting. Exercise caution in your selections, as each visitor is afforded only one optimal sightseeing experience. The corridor to the left of the control room leads to cabin number 2073, which is an abandoned area. Unauthorized personnel are strictly forbidden from entering. The battleship is equipped with a cafeteria that operates around the clock. Within the refrigerated chamber lies high-purity, concentrated super-energy liquid, alongside energy-enhancing candies on the tables and instant super-energy blocks. The diverse array of energy products, with unique flavors rich in various nutrients, can rapidly restore the health and vitality of consumers. These food and beverage items are available to all comrades free of charge and without limit. Feel free to help yourselves. Please do not prey upon local compatriots or other beings. The continuous sound of electricity and the sticky, slithering noises provide the highest quality of service. Here are the current most popular attractions. The dance performance invites you to sway to the enchanting music. What are you waiting for? Open your mind, release your stress, and unleash your fervor. Mechanical birds are industriously flitting about the battleship daily, searching for coveted parts to fill the insatiable void within themselves. However, the cabins are quite stingy, and the locals are unresponsive. Therefore, dear companions with good cores, are you willing to lend a hand? Join the automatic symphony orchestra and immerse yourself in this magnificent melody. Sway freely on the strings, rise and fall with the orchestral dynamics, and experience the rhythm of the keys and drumsticks. Amidst the eternal music, indulge in the everlasting joy and exhilaration until your soul and the world become one forever. The cacophony of electric currents intermingled with faint cries and the resounding thud of heavy objects hitting the ground mark the conclusion of the recorded content. Part 2. The regulations of the Decepticon Legion, prominently displayed on the wall of the warship, are applicable to all station personnel and are forcibly implanted within the consciousness of every Decepticon soldier, with real-time updates allowing for modifications at any moment. In the past 3 days, the number of alterations has exceeded 5, leaving behind a myriad of distinctive handwriting. The most recent amendment to the fundamental regulations for the aerial forces is as follows. 1. All members of the aerial forces are classified as flying units, including cloned soldiers. 2. The current commander of the aerial battlefield is named Red Spider, characterized by a silver-red paint finish and a slender physique, possessing genuine attributes. 3. All individuals within the flying units, including the commander, are strictly prohibited from engaging in abnormal behaviors within the confines of the retribution. Any infractions should be met with immediate execution on the spot. 4. The flying units will be organized into groups of 4, with routine inspections occurring every half hour according to Earth time. The inspection will sequentially include vehicle transformation, energy storage levels, cognitive module status, vocal apparatus, communication module, inclusive of private channels and intranet, personal built-in time calibration devices, and fuel composition checks. 5. Consumption of super energy products from the cafeteria is strictly forbidden. The cafeteria does not provide food. Do not gaze upon them. In red font. 6. Always ensure that personal energy storage levels remain between 80 and 85%. If levels deviate beyond 5%, promptly locate a charging bed for adjustment. Additionally, remain vigilant of the status of your comrades. Unless they no longer qualify as such, distance yourself from them. 7. The charging bed interface must not come into contact with the neck or above. Please exercise caution. 8. During charging, ensure that the aerial forces broadcast radio is not playing. If any related signals are received, cease charging and disconnect immediately. 9. Should energy storage exceed 5% above the prescribed range, proceed immediately to the medical bay. Conversely, if energy storage falls below 5% of the designated range, head to the quarters of the ground forces without delay. 10. Do not permit teams that do not conform to the 4-member unit structure to conduct routine inspections, regardless of whether they are aerial or ground units. 11. The Retribution's public announcement system has never been equipped with a radio, nor will it ever play music. Keep this in mind. Do not dwell on it. A forceful inscription concludes, "Trust nothing." 12. The only designated safe zones for the aerial forces are the aerial forces quarters and the concentrated training room. These areas are not accessible to outsiders. Should they become so, vacate the training room immediately. If a comrade violates the rules, conduct a routine inspection in accordance with Rule 4 to ascertain whether they remain your comrade. 13. All station personnel are reminded to be cognizant of the Retribution's intended course, with coordinates 360, 9137. This information shall be promptly obliterated once all station members have acknowledged its contents. Do not return. That place is home. Attention all aerial units. It is imperative to consistently remember the following. You are Cybertronians, and your allegiance lies with Lord Megatron. The chamber numbered 2073 is unequivocally secure. Should you require entry, please knock upon its door. Its master is equally trustworthy. Place your complete faith in Inferno. Revised guidelines for ground forces. 1. All members of the ground forces are terrestrial units, including clone foot soldiers. 2. There is currently no overall commander for ground battlefields. Disregard any unit claiming such authority. 3. All terrestrial units are prohibited from engaging in aberrant behavior within the confines of the Nemesis. Any violations should result in immediate termination. 4. All terrestrial units shall utilize the ground forces radio as a signal. Upon receiving this signal, please patrol the entire ship. Patrols must exclude the aerial unit training room, which is off limits without permission. 5. All terrestrial units are forbidden from entering the flight unit's quarters. Any violations involving energy charging should result in immediate termination. 6. The Nemesis public address system is equipped with a radio, and the channel is open to all station personnel. 7. All terrestrial units shall use the ground forces radio as a signal. Upon hearing the music, please disconnect and enter dormancy. 8. The ground forces do not have an overall commander. Violations of this directive shall result in immediate termination. 9. All ground units must consistently remember the target course of the Nemesis, coordinates 76, 579, 4. The coordinates have been obscured. 10. Do not approach chamber numbered 2073. It contains hazardous materials for the safety of all ground units. Do not approach. Do not approach. Do not approach. Revised behavioral guidelines for the medical chamber. 1. The highest authority in the medical department is the Decepticon medic, painted in red, a terrestrial unit of genuine nature. The secondary authority is the mortuary officer, dressed in gray-blue, also a terrestrial unit of genuine nature. 2. The medical department is not authorized to conduct routine examinations on any aerial units. Any infractions should result in immediate termination. 3. The medical department is not permitted to energize any station members. Any unauthorized energizing should lead to immediate termination. All energy replenishment devices in the medical department are damaged. Do not approach or utilize them. Violators should maintain distance and face termination. 4. Members of the medical department are prohibited from entering the quarters of the aerial units. 5. The Nemesis does not have a designated safe zone. 6. Always remember, you are a Cybertronian, a member of the Decepticons, and your leader is Megatron. Long live Megatron. 7. You are a member of the medical team aboard the Nemesis. Your duty is to repair station personnel, conduct physical examinations, and provide energizing. Seek them out. The medical department is untrustworthy. All encoded communications are garbled. Do not approach room 2073. Stay away. There is interference. Part 3. Internal communication records of the Avenger warship. Excerpts from personal communications. The shrill sound of electric current pierces the air. This is the team leader speaking. The charging beds in the airborne unit are functioning normally. The broadcast has sounded again today. Do not listen. It is not genuine. Another wave of the piercing electric sound reverberates. Report on team members' conditions. Report, leader. All 4 members of the team maintain energy storage levels between 82 and 84%. Cognitive modules are functioning normally. Internal communications are intact, and fuel tank composition has been verified as normal. I understand. The second round of ground troop patrols is about to commence. Return to the chamber and promptly enter the training facility. Leader, speak. Are there any survivors among the ground troops? A brief silence ensues, accompanied by the relentless electric hum. I do not know. Melodious strains emerge from the public broadcast. Did you hear that? Listen to the god of destruction. Quickly mute the audio receiver. Your energy storage levels are about to drop below the threshold. I've already turned it off, but it is futile. The music seems to resonate with my spark. A strangely familiar sound. The intense clangor of metal colliding reverberates. They are knocking. It is the patrol. His energy storage has fallen below the standard. He must be sent to the leader immediately. What are you doing? Stop him. Do not open the door. The voice appears different from the last time. Leader? Listen. An urgent alarm blares, speaking in Cybertronian. 879-3106. Do not freeze. They are coming. He is coming. Fire quickly. A cacophony of hasty gunfire erupts, accompanied by the sounds of metal burning and tearing. After the overwhelming noise, the electric hum returns. The internal broadcast of the airborne unit announces, report. The source of contamination is the airborne unit team. No survivors. The airborne unit team is now incorporated into the ground troops. A prolonged silence follows. Is this the third infection incident? If this continues, our flying unit will inevitably be lost. It has evolved. It is correcting its code, exploiting the loopholes in the rules we established. It is only a matter of time. Do not overthink it. We can also turn its rules to our advantage. Let us remain optimistic. The Soundwave commander is still unharmed. Have the team members check their energy storage levels. Report 8473. Understood. Until Lord Megatron issues the next directive. Proceed as you know how. Part 4. The embedded recording program for cadre members on the warship Vengeance first record recorder. Soundwave timestamp. Earth time. 4 days after the arrival of the Autobots on Vengeance. Percentage of aerial units infected. 9. 734 percentage of ground units infected. 92. 731. The medical department has succumbed to a total infection, now confirmed as the source of the contagion. I have attempted to modify portions of its database and delineated a secure zone. This plan is feasible, yet it represents the pinnacle of my capabilities, as someone assists in its iteration. Strangely, the Chamber of Flame has been entirely severed from all data access. I cannot ascertain the situation within. Although encircled by a highly infected area, I deem it temporarily secure. I have crafted countermeasures based on its behavioral logic, which are effective for the time being, though a portion has become obsolete due to its iteration, and I have nullified those. Someone has erased the nullified rules. I am unaware of their identity. Note, the most recently nullified rules have yet to be deleted. Further attempts to introduce a virus into its database have failed and accelerated its iteration. The reason? It is, in essence, a virus. Second record recorder, Red Spider timestamp. Unrecorded, it is observing me. No, that is incorrect. I must not dwell on it. Is this the cause of the infection? Or is it the prolonged darkness that has enveloped us? We are now beginning to lose our grasp on time and the frequency of events. When I requested the team leader to report on the infection status, he could no longer recall which day it was or how many incidents had transpired. Even I cannot remember how many team leaders have failed to convey a complete report. Continuing to record seems futile, although this is a command from the chief. It has arrived. Playing music. Is this the chant of the stars? No, I must not listen. I need to recharge. Third record recorder. Knockout timestamp. Unrecorded, I am a flying red sports car, capable of using my doors as wings, akin to those aerial units. No, it is not I who flies. It is the vengeance navigating through the cosmos. In truth, I do not relish flying, for it often leads to collisions that mar my cherished paint. I cannot locate the extinguished fire. Without it, I cannot even restore my paint. I can hear every sound aboard the warship, the whispers of the aerial forces, the ground troops, and even the voice of Lord Megatron. The other cadre members speak less frequently. Is this the world flame inhabits? It is somewhat noisy, yet not entirely unpleasant. However, no one has come to attend to my maintenance lately. Why is that? Why do I even ponder such questions? By the way, who is Lord Megatron? Yes. He is the supreme commander of the warship. Long live the vengeance. Fourth record recorder. Megatron date. Earth time. 4 days after Optimus Prime arrived at the Nemesis, I am Megatron. I must incessantly remind myself of this fact. And yet there are countless other reminders I must hold on to, though many will inevitably fade from memory. I am on the verge of forgetting the experiences shared with Optimus Prime, the peace treaty, and the nature of our past conflicts. Perhaps I will forget him. But that is impossible. He shall remain etched in my memory forever. However, this is not what I should be contemplating now. I must devise a means to disrupt his course until his energy is depleted. This task is not arduous. The true challenge lies in how we shall extricate ourselves from this predicament. Damn it, why did I gather so much dark energy? Fifth record recorder. Megatron date. Earth time. 2 months and 29 days after Optimus Prime arrived at the Nemesis, I am Megatron. I'm grateful that I still remember this. Yet, this is perhaps all that I can recall. To this day, no one knows what we are fighting against, nor how to confront it. No one is aware of their surroundings, nor how long they have been ensnared in this place. We are blindly forging ahead. Initially, on the second day, I attempted to activate public communications to alert the entire ship, but I was swiftly taught a lesson. Here, in the current Nemesis, those who dare to glimpse the entirety of its nature become sustenance for it. No one can escape its watchful gaze. And the only useful information I can provide is, this is not reality. However, this information may not remain effective for long. On the day the month turned, Soundwave attempted to send a signal outward, but both Autobots and we are trapped here. Perhaps all we can hope for are the parts of the decoy left outside by Inferno, if he indeed left any. Of course, another possibility exists. The signal could be intercepted by him, but this is our only course of action. Regardless, it is preferable to being eternally confined here. Sixth record recorder. Optimus Prime date. No record. It seems that whenever Autobots and Decepticons gather, such occurrences are inevitable. Megatron has allocated a portion of the safe zone for us, indicating that he genuinely desired peace at one time. Alas, I shall likely never witness the day of harmony and revival of our homeland. Today, the door to the safe zone suddenly opened. I am unaware of who manipulated it. Yet, I stepped outside and secured the door behind me. I made my way to the command room of the Nemesis, where screens flickered ominously with red light, causing a painful strain on my optics. I discerned the real-time surveillance footage displayed on the command screens, stable yet in motion. I surmise it may be a moth. I spotted Inferno. He was present as well, standing silently behind me, a small figure, utterly still. I turned my head, only to find nothing behind me. I attempted to call out to him, but received no response. Once again, I glanced at the moth's perspective, still quietly and obediently standing there. The main control screen's crimson hue flickering rapidly before eventually stabilizing. If what I witnessed was a historical record of the Reprisal's voyage, then at least the suspicious phenomena that occurred during that time could be explained. However, I saw myself, my own image recorded by the moth, standing right before Chen. On my way back to the safe zone, I spotted Megatron, his form slightly translucent. It took me quite some time to confirm his identity. Megatron stood with his hands behind his back, a faint violet glow emanating from his optical lens, remaining immobile, even when I passed directly in front of him. Now, I find myself in the battleship's cafeteria. I am quite famished. The remaining records have been corrupted. Chapter 51. My cat does not speak falsehoods. And the truth is incomplete. With soft ears quivering, Chen cautiously raised his head, gazing into the emptiness before him. Was someone calling my name? Right here. Chen tilted his head towards the pale red main control screens, which flickered rapidly. He slowly uttered 2 words, tinged with curiosity. Reprisal? Do not move. Do not let him realize that you can hear him. The pale red light gradually stabilized, blinking in a rhythmic manner akin to breathing. As a voice emerged from an unknown source. It is quite difficult to deceive others while maintaining my own constancy under the rules of 2 worlds. Chen stood there, frozen, seemingly struck by the revelation. A period of silence followed. It is done. He has left. Upon hearing this, Chen appeared to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. So you truly do not intend to reveal what you plan to do you? The voice of reprisal carried a sense of helplessness. Perhaps the typical reaction of anyone encountering Chen. So you regard me merely as a tool. Then? Incorrect. You remain the only sample in my autonomous consciousness research. Chen replied earnestly, whether I can find others of my kind depends entirely on you. Reprisal. All right. Reprisal's response seemed rather dismissive. Where's Optimus gone now? After a moment, Chen suddenly inquired, shifting the subject. I encountered the incorporeal Megatron, and now I am here. Wait a moment. How did you know that the person just now was Optimus Prime? Oh, in the cafeteria. Chen detected the sound of gears and currents. His words laced with a hint of confidence, completely disregarding Reprisal's question, and added, All right, come on, Reprisal. Activate the cognitive equation, log in. Sigh. Who knows how your audio receiver is constructed? Who knows, do I look like I know? Chen quipped back at Reprisal while closing his eyes. A sharp pain pierced the back of his head. His thoughts and consciousness momentarily halted, then the sensation of pain receded. Chen raised his hand to touch the protruding back of his head and open his eyes. The first thing that captured his attention was the vibrant crimson main control screen. The second was the dark blue bird that emerged from the screen, which was noted by Chen. It was a moth, sent to surveil him. Chen had long been aware of this, as this little creature had been following him since their last encounter, showing no signs of respite despite the numerous spatial traversals he had undertaken. Although it resided within a subordinate space tethered to reality, Chen found himself slightly apprehensive. Was he concerned that his current actions would eventually be exposed, leading to an unknown and harsher punishment? Certainly not. His only worry was that the moth's incessant entry and exit might inflict some irreversible wear on his body. Although the moth appeared relatively normal at present, Chen withdrew his gaze, allowing it to hover steadily in the air. As he ambled toward his chamber at a leisurely pace, it is truly remarkable how this world contains 2 subordinate spaces. This realm is never devoid of extraordinary individuals capable of traversing spatial barriers with ease, both living beings and inanimate objects. He had previously encountered travelers who made a profession of such skills and learned from them that this phenomenon was quite rare. It was during that time that Chen discovered the method to breach spatial barriers and travel through subordinate spaces. However, he had chosen not to learn it, opting instead to preserve this knowledge until now, when he decided to impart it to Retribution. Wait a moment, did Retribution just pull himself and the entire vessel into the chamber? Does that imply he is now ensnared within? Well, who cares? If that is the case, I shall have ample opportunity to mock him. Reflecting on this, Chen pondered what his master could possibly be thinking to have designated his chamber within the safety zone. Who could be so unaware as to disregard that? Aside from a medical department, which had initially been a refuge for the unfortunate, the highest concentration of infection resided near him. Who would willingly venture here? That would be tantamount to courting death. Did they truly consider this place a sanctuary? Did they believe I could resolve such absurd circumstances? Well, perhaps I actually could. Nevertheless, since it was his master's arrangement, he had no choice but to accept it. Regardless, he would not allow any mishaps to occur, for now. He would check if there were any hapless souls to be found at the entrance of his chamber. Welcome once again aboard Retribution, Optimus Prime. According to Earth's timekeeping, it has been over a month since we signed the peace agreement. Who could have imagined that, millions of years after the outbreak of war, on such an insignificant little planet, we could coexist in such harmony? Peace is a hard-won treasure, Megatron. I only hope we can collectively uphold it until the next generation. Certainly, it is entirely possible. Within the corridors of the apogee, Megatron guided a group of visiting Autobots to several available quarters, effectively resolving their accommodation concerns. As he conversed with Optimus Prime, they made their way toward the main control room. When the Autobots first arrived aboard the apogee, a rather eager group of Decepticons nearly caused a misunderstanding, as their enthusiastic approach resembled that of wolves at the door. In truth, it was merely an experiment in shared pain perception. One wonders why such a trial was conducted with such alarming fervor. Nonetheless, despite a minor interruption, the outcome remained unsurprisingly predictable. Optimus Prime and Megatron, the leaders of their respective factions, shared a long history, a bond forged through both camaraderie and rivalry. Under enigmatic circumstances, they found themselves connected once more in this equally perplexing setting. Indeed, Megatron's connection was with Optimus Prime. This occurrence had likely transpired numerous times before, and most were tacitly aware of the situation, exhibiting little emotional response, as if it had become a routine affair over the course of 3 seasons. Now, only a haze of uncertainty lingered, as the individual meant to correspond with him remained elusive. Yet, those present had their suspicions regarding the identity of this person. However, the elusive feline had seemingly vanished, despite surveillance images relayed by the Moth confirming his presence somewhere within the apogee's confines. When they attempted to locate him, he was nowhere to be found, leaving the matter unresolved. Regardless, it was understood that he would eventually emerge. There was no escaping one's destiny. Returning to the main control room, it appeared deserted. As Megatron engaged in conversation with Optimus Prime, he pondered the situation. In truth, after the discovery of pain perception, everyone had been preoccupied with finding their connection, reaching out to the Autobots, and ensuring personal protection. No one had the time to attend to the control room. Soundwave, placing considerable trust in the apogee's autopilot, allowed it to navigate without incident. A remarkable feat, indeed. Nevertheless, a slight unease prickled at Megatron. It was but a whisper of discomfort, yet it seemed that each instance of such trepidation was often followed by monumental events. Thus, Megatron's concern deepened. Consequently, he veered sharply at the entrance to the control room, seeking out Soundwave, who was leisurely discussing experimental topics with Shockwave. Without hesitation, he summoned Soundwave to accompany him and Optimus Prime to the control room, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Shockwave was left standing, a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity evident on his face. The gap in the information system has been filled, and the lingering unease within Megatron has diminished slightly. On the way back to the command room, he engaged in light-hearted banter, playfully initiating conversations, while Optimus Prime chimed in with half-hearted responses, attempting to keep up with the dialogue. Meanwhile, Soundwave trailed silently behind the two leaders, as stoic as ever. Unbeknownst to them, an unforeseen event awaited. As Megatron pressed the switch by the door to the command room, the hatch slid open, revealing a blinding expanse of unsettling red light, pulsating rhythmically. The three at the entrance were momentarily taken aback. Is this the new DCOR for the warship? So festive, Optimus Prime jested awkwardly, trying to alleviate the inexplicable tension in the air. However, this attempt backfired spectacularly, plunging the atmosphere into a deeper chill. At that moment, Megatron felt as if his mind had exploded. The last time he encountered such a situation was during the awakening of the Nemesis's consciousness, marking the first fracture after the reconciliation of two factions. Yet, it was evident that someone recognized the gravity of the situation before Megatron did. Soundwave, almost instantaneously upon the door's opening, sprang into action, hastening toward the command console with an urgency that nearly compelled him to transform. He leaped onto the control panel, establishing a connection with the information conduits, causing the crimson display on the main screen to flicker even more intensely. Subsequently, an unknown energy, dark and red, began to envelop the entire warship, shrouding it in a fleeting moment. At that instant, all sentient beings aboard experienced a brief moment of dizziness, their memories blanking out, leaving them oblivious to what had transpired or how they arrived there. When they finally reopened their eyes and looked out the viewport, the warship had already vanished into the unknown, surrounded by a profound darkness. Soundwave hesitated for but a moment before relentlessly pursuing the autonomous consciousness hidden within the ship's systems. However, this brief pause during the spatial traversal allowed the Nemesis to exploit an opening for counterattack and escape. The adage rings true: one who frequently electrifies others will ultimately face the same fate. A familiar surge of electricity coursed through the information conduits, forcibly ejecting Soundwave from the command system. Although this jolt was neither painful nor damaging, It was enough to temporarily sever his connection to the external systems. And the setback left him somewhat irked. Undeterred, he reconnected to the warship's systems, trailing the signals of the autonomous consciousness until he plunged into the subsystem of the medical department, blending in with the myriad signals of medical instruments, vanishing from sight. To locate him again would necessitate a thorough investigation at the control console of the medical subsystem. Due to the displacement of the battleship's main body, the primary control screen ceased its operation. Although the red light remained, it no longer flickered. At this moment, he still cannot defeat me. Amidst the silence, the voice of Soundwave resonated swiftly and clearly. We are uncertain of his intentions, but we must impede him and iterate. Otherwise, we will inevitably face defeat. Following a brief silence, Soundwave resumed speaking, maintaining a rapid pace akin to urgency while ensuring clarity. Secure the medical department subsystems. I will investigate. Notify the entire ship to remain vigilant against any connected devices and be wary of his potential infiltration. Execute all directives promptly. Let's split our efforts. Optimus Prime, you will relay the message on my behalf. Rest assured, they will heed your words. Megatron swiftly issued his command. I will initiate the lockdown of the systems. After all, the battleship seems to have lost its way, and a temporary halt poses no issue. Soundwave, you are aware of your responsibilities. I shall not interfere with your decisions. Optimus Prime, pointing to himself, looked at Megatron with an expression of bewilderment, as if questioning, are you certain I am the right choice? Megatron sighed. Yes, it is indeed you. Your presence is both time-efficient and more persuasive than mine. The Decepticons will fully trust you, whereas my words may not carry the same weight with your Autobot compatriots. Megatron placed a hand on Optimus Prime's shoulder and nudged him toward the control room door, directing him toward the public announcement system adjacent to the bridge. Thus, Optimus Prime unexpectedly assumed a temporary command, albeit with reservations. He scratched his head, recognizing the urgency of the situation, yet finding this decision somewhat absurd. However, faced with a lack of alternatives, he resigned himself to the task at hand and hastened to the bridge, recalling Soundwave's admonition about time constraints, transforming his walk into a run. Consequently, the interior of the Retribution began to stir with activity. In truth, Megatron's choice to assign the announcement to Optimus Prime was not without its own considerations. The words he spoke were merely a fraction of the reasoning behind it. Unspoken were the reasons, such as Optimus Prime's familiarity with operating the Cybertronian military's public announcement system, even if he might struggle with securing the system's connections. Additionally, the Decepticons would heed Optimus Prime's words, for the Autobots were currently trapped aboard the Retribution, functioning as a peculiar form of hostage. All believed that their leader would not easily gamble the lives of his comrades in the line of fire, which could be construed as a form of coercive strategy. Attention all personnel aboard the battleship. In accordance with the wishes of the Decepticon leader Megatron, I, as the leader of the Autobots, am issuing this notification. Please immediately disconnect from all devices linked to the battleship systems and subsystems. Remain vigilant against unknown signal sources, and report any anomalies without delay. As anticipated by Megatron, Optimus Prime's announcement was executed quite effectively, reverberating throughout every corner of the battleship. Naturally, it was also as Megatron expected. Every individual heeded this proclamation. Soundwave had already proceeded to the medical department while Megatron remained in the control room. He cast a glance at the somewhat unfamiliar control panel, struggling to recall the last time he had operated it. After expending some effort, he located the emergency protocol and, following the provided instructions, pressed the option to sever the connection to the main system. Meanwhile, Soundwave found himself momentarily perplexed at the entrance to the medical bay. The hatch was not equipped with a sensor for automatic opening. Rather, it had been locked from within, which was quite illogical. After knocking twice without response, Soundwave forcefully breached the door access system to gain entry. Although this delay was minimal, his greater concern was whether the autonomous consciousness of the Nemesis would seize this opportunity to iterate through his neural system. If that were the case, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. However, in typical circumstances, a nascent consciousness does not require data iteration to strengthen itself, and the rate of iteration for such entities is generally slow, so he should still have time. Upon the doors opening, Soundwave finally understood why no one had answered his call. The medical department was sparsely populated, and in the absence of injured patients, the few present were idly wandering about. The one who seemed somewhat reliable in handling daily affairs was not there, while the incapacitated individual lay motionless on a charging bed. While this scenario was manageable, it became concerning when he noticed the familiar bright red indicators on the control panel of the charging bed. This unexpected development caught Soundwave off guard. He had considered the possibility that the adversary might attempt to escape during their moment of vulnerability or lurk in hiding, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. However, he had never imagined that this opponent would brazenly opt for a path of certain doom, remaining in plain sight, and even indulging in a morsel of energy. If his judgment was sound, this entity was indeed absorbing the specific architecture of the charging bed S system and the incapacitated being's neural framework for its own iteration. Quickly piecing together the situation, Soundwave advanced with a mixture of disdain for this nascent consciousness and concern for his comrade. He chose to first disconnect the link between the incapacitated being's cranial interface and the charging bed, thereby cutting off any potential further harm the nemesis could inflict upon the fallen comrade. The instant the connection line was touched, a fleeting sensation akin to a needle pricking the brain coursed through him. Despite his precautions, a fragment of his neural system data had been surreptitiously extracted. Although a twinge of frustration lingered, Soundwave promptly assessed the incapacitated system. Everything appeared normal. The energy storage levels, albeit slightly alarming, remained within the acceptable range, albeit at a level seldom reached by anyone. Had it not been for the chaos instigated by the retribution altering the preparatory commands of the charging system, the incapacitation would have likely concluded its erratic energy fluctuations long ago. Fortuitously, Soundwave had arrived in time. Otherwise, he might have genuinely feared an explosion from the overcharging. With the immediate concerns addressed, it was time to attend to more pressing matters, where indeed was retribution. In truth, he remained nearby, swaggering through the desolate expanse of the medical system as if invulnerable. Did he possess some hidden advantage? Soundwave heightened his vigilance, allocating a portion of his focus to guard against a sudden strike from his adversary. Yet, while the astute often ponder extensively, the reckless possess their own brand of mental processes, typically leading to overthinking their constraints. As he observed Retribution's autonomous consciousness charging towards him with palpable aggression, Soundwave instinctively sought to evade its onslaught. Retribution, however, did not halt, surging forward and even taking a bite out of him. Only then did Soundwave realize he had been deceived. Embarrassed by the ruse, he swiftly retaliated, yet Retribution, being a nascent entity, was elusive and difficult to capture. Though he failed to restrain it, he managed to extract a fragment of information. Energy storage exceeding 90% assimilation? Soundwave recalled the earlier 100% and felt an unsettling premonition. Retribution's consciousness, unbeknownst to it, had been cornered into the system's spatial dead end, prompting a quiet sigh of relief. Surrendering its struggle, escape was futile, as Soundwave regarded the amorphous light entity before him. He issued a verbal warning while manipulating his data transmission lines to ensnare it. I should never have heeded Chen's advice. You must be eradicated for safety's sake. The small light dimmed momentarily. It dawned on him that Retribution had not deceived him. Its temporary suspension was indeed intended for his protection. The light flickered twice, indicating speech, and lifted slightly as if meeting Soundwave's gaze. You are overly confident, Soundwave, it remarked, a disjointed statement leaving Soundwave momentarily bewildered. Your life has been marked by a scarcity of failures. Thus, I must convey to you that it is precisely your current arrogance that has set the stage for all that is to come. I must inform you that Retribution seems to have turned around, facing the barrier of the system's firewall in the concealed spatial realm. Do not underestimate any form of life. With that, he swiftly dove into the firewall, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind but a small aperture, an exclusive passage for Retribution itself, impervious to even the most insignificant intruders. Soundwave, the tremor of his pupils. Why has his iterative progression accelerated at such an astonishing rate, forcefully breaching the battleship's system architecture in such a brief span of time? Moreover, who has imparted the knowledge of independently establishing subsystem connection pathways to him? Is he receiving assistance from someone? Turning back, he beheld the fallen, still unconscious on the ground. This was indeed a fortuitous circumstance, for Soundwave could not guarantee what state he would be in upon awakening. Soundwave? Hearing his name called, he snapped back to reality. It was Megatron. He stood at the wide-open hatch, locking eyes with Soundwave, and inquired, "What's the situation? Did you capture him?" Soundwave shook his head. Silence enveloped the room. It was at this moment that Soundwave noticed Optimus Prime, also present, peering into the chamber from just outside the hatch. The tide of offense and defense had shifted. It was now imperative for us to secure our position. Soundwave broke the silence, proposing solutions to atone for his failure as the sole architect behind this pursuit's shortcomings. All station personnel's energy reserves must not exceed 85%. No, perhaps 80%. Just a moment, I have additional information. The intelligence gathered from Retribution extended far beyond what had been initially gleaned, although it was chaotic and riddled with peculiar encryptions. Soundwave managed to decrypt and distill the critical points in a remarkably brief period. Infect all charging measures, deploy the cognitive equation, propagate through charging for cerebral transmission, and assimilate individuals who have ingested energy containing the equation. This was a piece of exceedingly vital information. Soundwave communicated this to the two leaders, collaboratively contemplating the forthcoming strategies. I shall draft corresponding regulations based on this content. Glimpsing at the Fallen and the newly connected charging circuit at the back of his head, Soundwave decided to temporarily relinquish the medical department and the Fallen. We lacked the means and capacity to address this issue. Once more, that sense of unease was confirmed. Megatron was the last to depart the medical chamber, pressing the seal button on the hatch. The access control system was activated, and the hatch slowly closed. As Megatron watched the crimson form being gradually engulfed by the door until it was entirely obscured from view. For now, the curtains have descended on this act. Chapter 52. Thus, intelligence is indeed a matter of great importance in room 2073. Do take a look. Even if one is reluctant to absorb the cognitive equations, one cannot completely neglect the necessity of energy replenishment, can one? Just observe the degree of virtualization. It seems I might have to venture into the shadow zone to retrieve you. Speak up, dear brother Deadfire. Goodness, how can you still be such a chatterbox, even in the midst of calamity at home? Yet, we cannot frame it in such a manner. Look at poor brother Deadfire. Unable to enter the medical chamber due to its lockdown, and his application to the safe zone denied. In such dire circumstances, he remains steadfast in his principles, refusing to dine at the cafeteria or recharge, and now he is left in this deplorable state, his energy reserves nearly plummeting into the negatives. How pitiful! Is it truly necessary for you to reiterate everything to me? Have you forgotten that, in a sense, I'm already aware of all you just articulated? Surely you have not genuinely forgotten this, have you? Are you changing the main control chip again? How is it that you still recall that this topic is inconsequential? My dear boy, you are indeed infuriating. Wait, I was mistaken, dear brother. I had merely just remembered that we are still connected through the shared mind system. So, returning to the matter at hand, it seems you have not experienced the phenomenon of shared pain. Has Retribution not altered your system link? Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Let me first examine the shared mind. There is nothing wrong with that. I would be grateful that you have not forgotten who initiated the shared pain phenomenon. Moreover, Retribution is completely unaware of my existence. How could it possibly modify the neural system within my mind? Indeed, apart from me, everyone else believes you have perished. Do consider the gravity of your statement. Reflect on the scene at that moment. You acted so convincingly, one could hardly discern it was a performance. I nearly believed you were truly deceased while I was hiding in the back. Oh well, let us change the subject. What shall we discuss? Perhaps how you intend to handle this Deadfire. Will you simply allow him to lie here? He won't suddenly awaken, will he? According to the plan we devised. It is far from time for me to make my appearance. Oh dear brother, rest assured that the likelihood of him suddenly waking is exceedingly low. However, I believe it will be prudent for you to move that iron-devouring insect jar away from him. Haha. All right, you rascal. I'm truly a loss with you. After cohabiting with these insects daily, I feel as though I am becoming desensitized. Desensitized? Well then, allow me to assist you in opening it to meet these adorable little creatures. Shall we? Wait, what are you about to do? Do not extend your hand over here. A misjudgment has occurred. The cognitive equation possesses a contagion, a possibility that Soundwaves had never contemplated. If the cognitive equation serves as a vehicle for infection, then the retribution signal itself is the very source of that contagion. It embodies a virus, endowed with the same capacity to alter perception as the cognitive equation. Presently, everyone exists within the body of this pathogen, rendering the virus of cognitive alteration inescapable. There will always be breaches in isolation, regardless of the circumstances. Others' perceptions are swayed, while sound waves remain unable to ascertain what is visible to their eyes or audible to their audio receptors. Yet, they are suddenly plunged in a madness, akin to a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples of altered cognition outward, resonating with others. Thus, like a chain reaction, one infects two, two infect four, and before one realizes it, an infected individual has breached the firewall isolation system of the safe zone. Retribution has infiltrated, having undergone multiple successful iterations. However, this time, sound waves lack the strength to easily contend with it, and under multifaceted oppression, they opt to reduce the safe zone's parameters, relinquishing control of the entire ground forces vessel. This time, they choose to retreat. Ultimately, the conclusion of this riot is founded upon the near-total sacrifice of their ground forces. The safe zone is compelled to split into two segments, and while risking infection to maintain communication equipment, sound waves confront Retribution once more, engaging in a third clash. Although neither side gains much advantage, the unfortunate news is that public communications between the two safe zones are now virtually impossible, signifying that sound waves cannot observe the conditions on the other side and thus cannot issue timely preventive commands. Nonetheless, there is a silver lining in this confrontation. Sound waves successfully thwarted Retribution's attempt to seize communication devices to disseminate false information, thereby completely dismantling the conspiracy to further spread the cognitive equation. Regrettably, despite this victory, sound waves remain profoundly pessimistic, and the atmosphere within the entire safe zone is laden with heaviness and low pressure. It is all happening too swiftly. The pace at which Retribution iterates is astoundingly rapid, far exceeding sound waves' expectations, repeatedly delivering shocks to their system. However, it is now undeniably clear that someone stands on the same front as Retribution, aiding in its iterations. While it is uncertain whether this person surpasses sound waves in the realm of electronic systems, they are likely not far apart. Based on sound waves' current observations, they can confidently conclude that this individual is likely inferior. Otherwise, Retribution, iterating according to their commands, would have advanced at a much swifter pace. The pervasive negative emotions swirl within the cramped confines of the safe zone, weighing heavily upon the heart, leaving everyone breathless. Something must be said. The sound wave meticulously examined the firewall of the safe zone once more, as well as the physical conditions of all its members, confirming that there were no anomalies. While contemplating this in his mind, he thought it imperative to uplift everyone's spirits. The invasive nature of cognitive infection is likely intertwined with the strength of individual willpower, akin to the relationship between human immunity and the viruses that threaten humanity. The more resolute one's will, the longer one can endure when cognition is compromised. Therefore, morale is of paramount importance. At the very least, one must not allow the cognitive equation to be infiltrated at this critical juncture. Otherwise, all present, including the sound wave himself, would find themselves ensnared in dire straits. What then should be said? Ultimately, the sound wave recounted his encounter with Retribution at the communication system. Like a small, ash-gray bird on Earth, he embellished the tale, crafting it into a coherent narrative that omitted the outcome of the confrontation, instead focusing on the breathtaking duel between the two. Much like a magpie, he conveyed only the joyous aspects of the story to the gathered audience. Following this brief storytelling session, the atmosphere in the space lightened somewhat, and the members became more animated and relaxed, which was precisely the outcome the sound wave desired. Yet, only he harbored a sense of trepidation amidst the cheerful ambience, for he understood that by the next encounter, opportunities might be irrevocably lost. By then, he would likely no longer stand a chance against Retribution. In the realm of information warfare, much like the relationship between humanity and the electronic products they create, the computational speed of those systems far surpasses that of the human brain. Similarly, the Retribution, born from the sound wave's own essence, would inevitably surpass its progenitor. Standing by the porthole, the only one not sealed off, the sound wave alone possessed the ability to unveil its obscuration, occasionally glancing outside. The view beyond remained a murky blend of black and red, evoking sensations of both liquid and gas. If the sound wave were to liken it to something familiar, It resembled plunging into the nebulae of the cosmic rivers, though lacking their beauty. The ominous red-black entities perpetually exuded an atmosphere of fear and frenzy, disseminating the very essence of cognitive infection. The Soundwave's gaze extended far, as if striving to pierce the fog and glimpse the conditions within the adjacent compartment. Yet, indeed, nothing was visible. That space was a smaller safe zone, forcibly separated from the larger one to which he belonged. Before the last riot occurred, the two safe zones were interconnected, relying on ground forces ship compartments that are now isolated by firewalls. One could say that these places were entirely our territory, allowing free movement among us to prevent unforeseen calamities. Yet ultimately, an unexpected event transpired, as if dictated by fate. The first safe zone was occupied by the Autobots and a scant number of surviving terrestrial units. Unlike the expansive territory currently referred to as Safe Zone 1, situated at the juncture of the air and ground forces ship compartments, the Autobot Safe Zone 2 was ensconced within the confines of the ground forces ship compartment, standing as the sole untainted sanctuary untouched by infection. At present, communication between the two safe zones has been entirely severed. The only public broadcast has been abruptly cut off, leaving Soundwave with an unsettling sense of dread. Are they well? Naturally, this thought is tinged with guilt. If I had not underestimated the enemy, if I had detected the anomaly sooner, might we not have arrived at this dire juncture? Is that so? Inferno, my apprentice, can you enlighten me? He raised his gaze to the dark ceiling, receiving no reply. Of course, he is not here. Where could he be? Soundwave was uncertain. Eventually, he approached the door, activating the control panel managing all systems within the safe zone, designating the isolated chamber numbered 2073 as part of the safe zone's domain. You have something concealed within your chamber. Though I know not what it is, I trust you are safeguarding it well. Thus, I shall place my faith in the integrity of the chamber door you have modified, hoping it remains as secure as fortifications can be. Disengaging the safe zone demarcation interface, Soundwave closed his eyes, then reopened them, deftly activating a system titled Decepticon Regulations. Proceed with content modification? Soundwave confirmed affirmatively. Although his encounters with Retribution have been few, his meticulous nature allowed him to grasp critical insights, even with limited samples from these two incidents, combined with the emergency measures implemented by our side, indicating an urgent need for resolution. Soundwave recognized that opportunities would dwindle. Perhaps the moment was now, as he feared that even the capacity to withstand the enemy might soon vanish. Therefore, a timely alteration of strategy was imperative. He resolved to adopt an indirect approach. This should prove somewhat beneficial, he pondered anxiously, to avert panic and prevent the cognitive formula from exploiting vulnerabilities to spread infection. It was essential to bewilder Retribution through a circuitous strategy, if only to buy a little more time. Any amount would suffice, even if just a fleeting moment. As thoughts meander, Soundwave raises his hand. What actions and words did those afflicted engage in before succumbing to madness? Is there a thread of commonality among their deeds? Was there a sense of recharging, perhaps a resonance of home? What sound embodies that notion of home? Does home even possess a sound? The passage of time has rendered memories distant and ephemeral, to the point where the echoes of those recollections have begun to fade, leaving behind an aura of nostalgia tinged with uncertainty. Can he guide me back home? He is indeed leading us toward our origins. Yet, the destination of Retribution has shifted from its original course to the now forlorn Cybertron. But returning to such a home, does it hold any significance? Only now does the realization dawn. It is merely a ploy of Retribution, a method to disrupt the minds of others. Soundwave's heart sinks, and a new rule is inscribed. Do not return home. This is the extent to which he can express himself, veiled in ambiguity. A level that will certainly evade the attention of Retribution in the short term. For Retribution to monitor the entire ship, even if this place is indeed himself, would require considerable time, not to mention that he does not scrutinize himself at every moment, nor does each inspection conclude with thorough diligence. Typically, he becomes engrossed in the refinement of his cognitive equations. This has been his norm. And what follows? The matter of recharging. Soundwave has long known that nearly all recharging measures aboard the ship have been implanted with cognitive equations, encompassing but not limited to the power cells and charging beds. Centered around the medical department, the initial target of Retribution's incursion, radiation extends outward without interruption. The delineation of safe zones is determined by the clusters of charging beds in the aerial training facilities situated farthest from the medical department, which serves as the stronghold of retribution. It is imperative to safeguard this area from invasion. This is our last bastion of survival. The second safety zone does not include any recharging devices. A deeper frown etches Soundwave's features, though the display on his face completely conceals any indication of his inner turmoil. The cafeteria has ceased the supply of power cells. It is crucial to remember that there is no food among them. The use of all charging devices outside the safe zones is strictly prohibited. Should one witness another violating these regulations, it is imperative to distance oneself immediately, seek out a cadre member for reporting, and promptly undergo a bodily inspection. Thus concludes Soundwave's written message. Although uncertain about the reactions the organism might exhibit upon being infected by the cognitive equation, the Soundwave nonetheless incorporated this detail. After all, over the past few days, it had become customary for everyone to conduct mutual inspections with each system transition, and thus far, no irregularities had manifested. These regulations were not merely intended for his own secure zone. Rather, the individuals within the second safety zone were in greater need of them, given their precarious position that compelled the Soundwave to contemplate further. Despite the severance of the public communication system between the two locations, regulations of this nature are established and applied within a separate, independent framework, rendering public communication entirely irrelevant. The primary control panel, capable of content modification at any moment, resided in the Soundwave's possession, while a subsystem data board, subject to real-time updates, had been entrusted to the ambulance following the initial outbreak of chaos. One could only hope that they would comprehend its significance. With a sigh from the depths of his being, the Soundwave added another regulation. Do not trust any information conveyed through public broadcasts. Currently, this was the extent of the information at his disposal. He closed the modification interface for the regulations and once more stood before the porthole, lifting the obscuring cover to reveal the unchanging crimson and ebony exterior. This had almost become a ritual with each system transition. One could only hope for a turn of fortune, at the very least, for things not to worsen. The Soundwave devised corresponding rules to counterbalance the actions of retribution, which in turn adjusted its invasive rhythm to exploit the weaknesses within the Soundwave's regulations. Thus, the two entities became enmeshed for an extended duration, during which the Soundwave occasionally issued erroneous directives, incurring significant consequences, sometimes involving reconnaissance teams, and at other times, critical individuals. Megatron. Due to his misguided decision, Megatron never returned. The Soundwave remained oblivious to his current state. The final data relayed by the real-time monitoring system embedded within Megatron indicated a dangerously low energy reserve, easily deducing that he had not charged for an extended period. Subsequently, the signal from the monitoring system was severed. Hence, the Soundwave added yet another regulation. No individual's energy reserve may fall below 80%. Should it dip below this threshold, please immediately return to the safety zone for recharging. If returning to the safety zone is unfeasible, seek the cafeteria within the land forces quarters for replenishment. Preserving one's life must be the utmost priority. The Soundwave understood that infection by the cognitive equation does not lead to death. The reason for this understanding lay with Shockwave. Since the onset of the upheaval, the Soundwave had not laid eyes on him, leading to a persistent belief that Shockwave might not be aboard the warship. However, he overlooked the fact that the chaos had erupted so abruptly that Shockwave had likely remained within his own research facility all along. Thus, there came a day when a sudden pain struck the back of my head. At that moment, Soundwave was oblivious to the cause, instinctively assessing his own physical condition. Although everything appeared normal, he experienced a fleeting surge in his energy storage levels, which spiked to an astonishing 87.3% before promptly returning to a stable range. Afterward, there was an unsettling silence. Nevertheless, Soundwave remained deeply concerned. Such inexplicable pain could not arise without reason. Yet, he found no discernible anomalies within himself. What of others? Then, suddenly, the thought of Shockwave crossed his mind, and a wave of dread washed over him, fierce and overwhelming, akin to a raging torrent. Was he perhaps in peril, connected as he was to his own nervous system? On that fateful day, Soundwave ventured beyond the safety zone. The safety zone possessed a tangible hatch designed to detect traces of cognitive formulas on individuals entering or exiting, preventing those infected from breaching its sanctity and jeopardizing its integrity. Additionally, there existed an intangible barrier, a firewall, which served to halt the transmission of cognitive infections beyond its confines, ensuring the stability of the sanctuary within. Thus, Soundwave stepped beyond these two thresholds, entering a realm besieged by retribution. He initially assumed he would not find Shockwave. However, to his astonishment, it was not long before he did. Shockwave lay upon a charging bed, and as Soundwave drew nearer, he peered down to discover a connection cable deeply embedded in the nape of Shockwave's neck, seemingly transferring something into him. More alarmingly, Shockwave's energy storage levels had exceeded 100%. Soundwave contemplated severing the charging cable, but ultimately relinquished the notion, refraining from any form of external contact aside from his movement. Naturally, lingering outside was not an option. Thus, he returned. That day, he passed the infection concentration test at the safety zone hatch and entered the sanctuary, somewhat disoriented. In the end, he uttered nothing, nor did he take any action, merely sitting by the viewport, gazing at the vast expanse of crimson and ebony, unaware of how many system hours had elapsed. This incident evidently had a profound impact on him, at least stirring turbulence within his psyche. Subsequently, Red Spider began to report incidents of individuals within Soundwave's team exhibiting dangerously elevated energy storage levels, indicative of infection. Soundwave felt a stirring of awareness. Was this due to me? Once again, he was engulfed by unfounded guilt. Of course, no one could provide an answer to this question, and, at that time, Soundwave merely nodded, supplementing the regulations accordingly. If the energy storage exceeds 85%, please proceed immediately to the medical chamber. Resonance understands that retribution awaits, lurking in the shadows, anticipating the followers who have been assimilated into its cognition. A small group exhibiting symptoms of infection has been expelled from the safety zone. Resonance is aware that they know precisely where to go. Presently, Resonance gazes out the porthole, captivated by the splendor of the universe and the beauty of the nebulae. Cognition distorts, and perceptions transform. Resonance recognizes that it is his own unstable mindset, coupled with his immersion in the external world, that has granted the cognitive equation its opportunity. He realizes that perhaps it has finally come to him. A sense of sorrow wells within, yet he feels powerless to act. Resonance understands that this body may no longer be under the control of his now awakened consciousness. It is only at this moment that he comprehends the gravity of his infection. This assimilation is, in essence, a matter of idealism. Existence hinges upon cognition rather than mere fact. This is the rule of this world. Thus, each individual perceives a distinct reality, hearing words and witnessing sights that differ from one another. What did the impact see? What did the shockwave perceive? What visions did those soldiers, whom he had expelled and forsaken, behold? It is only when the cerebral system has been entirely overtaken by the cognitive equation, and as his body traverses the path to the medical department within the realm of infected cognition, that he lies upon the charging bed, feeling the sharp sting of the connection line piercing the back of his head. That Resonance truly understands. Perhaps he is not such a villain after all. Chapter 53. Meanwhile, what circumstances befall the Autobots? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chen, hearing the sound, lifts his head, revealing no hint of surprise, as he witnesses a large shadow lunging directly toward his face. The greater force, combined with the inertia of its own weight, effortlessly brings him crashing to the ground. The shadow stands atop Chen's chest, seemingly gleeful as it paces in circles. Hey, what are you doing? Get off me. Retribution exclaims in a flustered voice, its small eyes appearing adorably comical on the nearby screen, reflecting its astonishment. The shadow lets out a couple of reluctant whines, as if loath to leave, before crawling off Chen and lying on the ground, covering its face with its forepaws, resembling a colossal metallic caterpillar in its pupating state. Even Retribution finds amusement in the spectacle. This sudden ambush by the dark little creature is merely an ordinary logistical clone of the Decepticon. Yet its thought process possesses a certain distinct vibrancy. Unlike other logistical minions adorned in silver, its exterior is cloaked in black, with its identification number, 2091, emblazoned in white paint along its flank. Hey, is this little fellow truly a clone? Why does it seem so lively, much like you? Could it possibly be your offspring? The entity known as requital jestingly teased, only to pause abruptly, glancing down at the wriggling 2091 and then back at Chen. Somehow, it discerned a rather disdainful expression in Chen's eyes and corrected. No, you are far more raucous than it is, hence it cannot possibly be your progeny. Incorrect, requital. If I have not made a testing error, it signifies that he has developed autonomous consciousness and should be referred to as he. Chen stated earnestly. After momentarily squatting, he suddenly donned a cheerful demeanor, playfully swatting away 2091's tiny claws that were shielding its eyes while engaging in whimsical banter with requital. And what do you mean by not my offspring? Do you presume my descendants ought to surpass me? Why not consider the possibility that our temperaments might perfectly complement each other? What if my progeny does not inherit my traits? Given your disposition, whether anyone would find you appealing is indeed questionable. Requital remarked with a serious tone. How could that be? Don't be absurd. And your previous comments might easily mislead others into thinking this little creature is my offspring, you know? Is there anyone else here? Of course there is. Well, no. There isn't. Chen, under the weight of Requital's puzzled gaze, forcibly changed the subject and continued. The emergence of this batch of logistical units is a result of my endeavors, and the inherent flaws of 2091 stem from my experiment on autonomous consciousness. In principle, he is but a child merely 2 days old. Requital. Chen suddenly raised his voice, startling Requital, whose tiny eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected exclamation. He is still a child. How could you possibly, friend child? Requital's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen continued, his tone rising dramatically, one hand thumping against his chest. As the display on his armor shifted to a closed-eye expression, embodying a theatrical display of sorrow and indignation, Requital fell silent. Enough! Requital ground his teeth in frustration. Chen blinked innocently, sitting upright with an air of decorum. Beside him, 2091 stared around in bewilderment, glancing left and right before mimicking Chen's composure and settling obediently at his feet. At last, Requital understood why no one could ever reign in Chen. He observed the seemingly docile Chen, feeling an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over him, as if struck by an unseen fist. Should you choose to engage in a debate with him, congratulations, you have successfully placed yourself in the line of fire. However, do not forget the nature of his being. In a contest of wits, you are undeniably at a disadvantage. Yet, if you contemplate employing physical measures to discipline him, you will quickly encounter an inexplicable sense of impotence and guilt that assails you upon facing him. In other words, you find yourself utterly powerless against him. Ultimately, retribution nonchalantly glosses over this topic, entirely forgetting the inquiries you wish to pose prior to this farce. What do you consider my body to be? A shelter? Is this amusing to you? Last time it was the fearsome creature, and now this little fellow. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, is that annoying, one-eyed entity still studying the fearsome creature? Retribution's beady eyes closed momentarily, its form quivering as if it had shuddered at the very thought of my body being overtaken by bizarre and grotesque life forms. Chen merely chuckled. Perhaps there are tapes or mechanical insects yet to be discovered. Please, let's not entertain such notions. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere plunged into an eerie silence, with even the previously oblivious 2091 now utterly still, quietly gnawing at its claws. Just as Retribution anticipated an enduring silence and prepared to leave this space to check on the trapped ones, Chen broke the stillness once more. Retribution, Chen began, his tone unexpectedly calm and devoid of inflection, leaving one momentarily speechless. He gazed into the distance, his expression slightly dreamy, and continued. If there comes a day when the current war concludes and an era of peace dawns, what would you wish to pursue? What is the purpose of such a sudden inquiry? Retribution turned to Chen, receiving no response, prompting him to avert his gaze and reply me. I would do anything, as long as it does not involve cramming peculiar life forms into my body or leading me to become a warship. Is that so? Chen smirked, lowering his gaze to 2091, ruffling the little one's head. What are your dreams, little one? What kind of person do you aspire to be in the future? 2091 tilted its little head, its optical sensors narrowing into a slit as it chirped joyfully. A desire to answer the inquiries of others? It seems the little one wishes to become a teacher or pursue a similar vocation. What a splendid aspiration indeed. Chen affectionately stroked 2091's slick head, his expression mirroring warmth and delight. And you? Retribution's sudden question seemed to catch Chen off guard, as he momentarily hesitated, failing to provide an immediate reply. And you? Retribution shows no mercy, and once again, the question is posed without hesitation. If one day the war were to cease and peace were to dawn, what would you wish to do? As Chen cradled his knees, gazing at the starry sky, it appeared to be a query, yet no answer was truly sought. It was merely an unintentional response. As for me, I suppose I could do anything. Retribution observed Chen in silence, unable to discern whether his words had registered. But for now, he simply watched Chen's silhouette, feeling the aura emanating from him, capturing a profound essence of survival. Suddenly, Retribution spoke. Thank you. Chen, clinging to Retribution's words, replied with a smile, his tone playful and light-hearted. I shall do my best. Retribution fixed his gaze on him intently. You better. Outside the porthole, the crimson and black hues remained unchanged. Straining to glimpse what transpired in the safety zone across the way, he pondered the current state of affairs there. It was almost as if the person on the other side, also gazing outward, mirrored his own curiosity. Of course, such a connection was impossible. Were they still safe? This thought lingered in his mind, causing him to startle at the realization of his concern for them. When did I begin to care for them? Those Decepticons, with their unforgivable deeds, had caused such devastation. I found myself questioning whether I would ever see those who fell by their hands again. As I reflect on this, I know I could never forgive them, nor could I stand in for those who have perished. We should be irreconcilable enemies, positioned on entirely opposing sides. Yet, they could easily disregard us, allowing us to be consumed entirely by this expanse of red and black. However, everything we do now races along an entirely opposite trajectory. Is our perspective, in comparison to theirs, perhaps too narrow? I do not know. Has the bloodshed and deep-seated enmity of millions of years simply been resolved? I do not know. So, can we, from this moment forth, embrace peace? I do not know. Is this reality? The Decepticons aiding their adversaries, the Autobots? Is this reality? Even when their own survival is in jeopardy. Is this reality? Even as their leaders have departed? I do not know, and no one else does either. Thus, perhaps it is merely for that singular purpose, to survive. Has the situation in Sector 1 been confirmed? In the small area, where anxiety and unrest reign, a voice, clearly forcing calmness upon itself, abruptly breaks the silence. Yes, Tong Xiangxiu gently caressed the subsystem data board of regulations, responding softly that it was highly likely that they had completely succumbed, or that the remaining survivors had no means of communication at all. A heavy silence enveloped the room. What more could be refined within the rules? Ambulance gritted his teeth, steeling himself to continue questioning, forcibly restraining his emotions to prevent casting a shadow over others. The main system has granted us the authority to make alterations, likely the work of the Red Spider. Tong Xiangxiu raised the data board in his hand, noting that before he was assimilated, this slender thread of hope now resided solely with them. An uninteresting topic indeed. Alcee did not lend her ear to the discussion, instead leaning against the wall, gazing out the porthole at the vast expanse of crimson and ebony matter beyond. She was once again lost in her contemplation, day after day. Almost ceaselessly, overwhelmed by fatigue and endless musings, Alcee yearned for rest, even if it meant drifting into an eternal slumber without the chance of awakening. The loss of will to fight had become utterly commonplace in this confined space, no matter how resolute one's spirit, enduring such prolonged pressure. The relentless news of fallen comrades streaming into the audio receiver extinguished any remaining spark of determination in anyone. After Optimus Prime's departure, Tong Xiangxiu and Ambulance assumed leadership without anyone instructing them to do so, nor did they bear any obligation or responsibility to take on such roles. Yet, someone had to step forward, did they not? During such times, those beings of high intellect tended to become more sentimental, their thoughts spiraling deeper. Alcee had sought the reasons behind these occurrences more than once, though ultimately no answers emerged. Naturally, she was not alone in traversing this labyrinth of thought. There was an unmistakable sense that something was amiss this time. But what precisely was it? Jack Screw was uncertain. Although he belonged to the ranks of the Autobots, his fundamental connection to them was rather tenuous. So, what was it that drew him into this tumult? Was it fate? Perhaps. Returning to that question, what was the crux of the anomaly? Was it his own foolishness, the answer hovering just above him, circling incessantly, elusive to his grasp, no matter how he tried? There was still something missing, still one element lacking. Had the world changed? Had it truly undergone transformation? Indeed, the answer to this question had likely become common knowledge. Given the current circumstances, the world was undeniably shifting, undergoing a radical metamorphosis. As for the reasons behind these changes, was it a single individual, or perhaps a particular event? Clearly, that lay beyond the realm of his understanding. The jack rises, and the majority of people find solace by sitting against the wall, within the confined space of the safety zone, saturated with silence. The suffocating low pressure envelopes them, leaving only the area near the door of the cabin, adjacent to the window, as a brief respite for a breath of fresh air. The jack finally comprehends why Alxie favors sitting beneath the window. The slightly more spacious yet cozy and secure area provides comfort. A mere glance outside reveals the intertwining of crimson clouds and black mist, akin to battling serpents and eagles, or with a mingling of stars and the moon. Such beauty. However, it matters not, for this position now belongs to me. Exclusively mine, a solitary possession. After all, what is etched beyond that window is freedom. 1 plus 2, and with myself included, there remain 3 individuals. Tong Xiangxiu. Perhaps the reason he persists is because of us? It must surely be so, for in moments of collective panic, when all seem lost, it is invariably someone who steps forward to shoulder the burden, is it not? Perhaps this, too, is a unique manifestation of responsibility. Smokescreen, a quintessential rookie. When we first met, he was eager to prove himself, not unlike the new recruits I had previously encountered. The youthful pride. His abilities are commendable. Throughout our time together, he has repeatedly risen to the occasion, demonstrating himself to be a remarkably capable young warrior. Although he is slightly older than Little B, in terms of life experience, he likely requires more trials. The reason for his perseverance thus far must be his dreams, perhaps aspirations of leading the guard. Of course, I must admit, I never anticipated he would endure to this extent, for we all understand the weight the leader holds in his heart, as those in the know are aware. Yet, later, Little B departed. As contemporaries, the rapport between them was quite profound, and now, with Little B's silent departure, Smokescreen must be feeling quite bereft. After all, a cherished friend, one who shared a deep connection, has vanished. Yes, he is indeed sorrowful. I can tell that since Little B's departure, he has not uttered a single word. Atmosphere is of paramount importance. The absence of youthful laughter accelerates our own despondency. In truth, I admire him. As a member of the Thunder Rescue team, old Chen has already moved on, and now, considering the passage of time, I too am approaching that moment. Gazing through the partition at the window, I tuck my hands away. At this moment, the black and red outside the porthole form a layered substance, transforming into a splendid spectacle. Is this what they beheld before their departure? The partition is aware of itself. Perhaps its intellect does not possess the agility of others, and many matters elude its grasp momentarily. Yet, at times, it is this very folly that can birth certain achievements and unveil hidden mysteries. In this light, the notion that great wisdom may masquerade as foolishness emerges as a profound truth. After all, thus far, it appears that I am the sole individual who has contemplated the identity of the true mastermind, the one who, from the very outset, distanced themselves entirely, becoming a specter within the unfolding events, the genuine architect of it all, shrouded in shadows throughout. Who is this pivotal figure? One who has never truly belonged to our realm? But wait, it seems the moment has arrived. I must take the initiative to venture forth. Much like the awareness of impending demise propelling one to seek out the grave, akin to all those who departed before me, I shall step out, unburdened by the troubles of those who still cling to hope. With resolve, I rise from my perch by the window and make my way to the doorway of the chamber, refraining from engaging with the 2 others, not even daring to meet their gaze. I sense that I must appear chaotic in the reflection of the optical lens, and I shy away from the scrutiny of others, completing my inspection of the firewall as though pricked by invisible thorns. Everything checks out. I press the button to open the hatch. A prolonged yet gentle sliding sound emerges, the only noise to grace this moment, as the chamber door begins to creak open slowly. Beyond the threshold lies a serene expanse. Time seems to stretch and elongate. And I exhale deeply, taking my first step. Here I come. It is my turn to seek you. The hatch closes behind me, devoid of any sentiment or regret. An outsider. A smokescreen? A smokescreen. Awaken yourself. You must remain composed and reflect. At this juncture, what would he do? What would he say? What thoughts would cross his mind? Remember, smokescreen, you are a warrior of Cybertron, the chosen one appointed by Master Optimus himself. You possess this fortune, this strength. You cannot allow yourself to be utterly paralyzed. Yes, just like that. Allow yourself to relax, even if just a fraction. You know that the departure of comrades in war is an all too familiar occurrence. Smokescreen. You must learn to adapt. Trust in yourself. It merely arrived sooner than anticipated. Yet you are prepared, are you not? After all, if you cannot acclimate to this, you will be unfit for the battlefield. And what hope will you have of safeguarding your leader or saving your homeland? You would be cast aside, and you would never again behold your idol, your revered leader. Look, you have nearly persevered until the end. Surely someone will come to regard you with newfound respect. Yes, alas, your progress and efforts shall forever remain unseen by the one you desire to acknowledge them, the great leader who has long since departed. Now, only two remain. The tension that once gripped the body has dissipated, as if a profound understanding has finally dawned. This relaxation of the spirit manifests externally. The figure leaned back against the wall, tilting their head slightly to align with the partially opened window beside them. The half-visible red and black beyond appeared to possess an extraordinary allure, silently pulsating and drawing others closer. Indeed, this figure was captivated by it. What could be more delightful than resting by the window to admire the scenery during moments of utmost tension, allowing oneself a reprieve? Nothing, of course. The figure shook themselves awake and stood up. The one known as Tong Tian Shao remained propped by the door, having scarcely shifted from their position for ages. Upon noticing the movement, they merely lifted their body slightly, casting a glance to confirm that nothing had changed before relaxing once more into their previous posture. Truth be told, the view outside is rather pleasant. The figure rattled the porthole, finding it immovable, sealed shut, and unable to be opened wider. Who was the last person to stand here? Ah, was it merely a coincidence? All who once gazed out from this spot have, without exception, departed. Well, regardless, at least I am not yet inclined to madness, to become a mere shadow of my former self, bidding farewell to the world without knowledge of where I might end up or whether I could ever be reborn. Even though I was perilously close to the brink of insanity just moments ago, is my mind still within the bounds of normalcy? It should be, I suppose. I, along with Commander Tong Tian Shao, remain uncertain. After our prolonged stay here, our fighting spirit has been thoroughly worn down. We no longer trust one another, but also choose not to dwell on the mundane suspicions. Perhaps it is quite agreeable to continue in this manner, free from distrust, devoid of conflict, with all minds interconnected, embracing, entangled, and intertwined, akin to a beehive, a home. We could be sincere with one another, transparent in thought, sharing both triumphs and losses alike. This might be what they refer to as a harmonious world. Yet, there's a troubling thought. If we pursue this path, shall I ever see the leader again? Wait, Chen? Who is that? Losing one's fighting spirit is a truly dreadful fate. Day after day, Tong Tian Shao meticulously checks their mechanical state in accordance with the established protocols, while simultaneously sending signals into the void, foolishly hoping for a response. The optical lens radiated an intense heat, and the cerebral module swelled considerably. Tong Tian Shao found himself unable to ascertain the accuracy of the diagnostic results he had produced. Yet, in the current predicament, he had no alternatives left, none whatsoever. Another solitary day had passed, and he had lost count of the time that had slipped away, long enough that the vestiges of resignation had evaporated completely from his thoughts, leaving him devoid of any desire to persist. To this day, he had managed to grasp the true horror of this space, but it was far too late. He had no inclination to document his experiences any longer. Indeed, it was a voracious appetite for annihilation that characterized this realm, a phenomenon both uncanny and fearsome. However, to dwell on such matters now was futile. Eventually, a day would come when he would refuse even the routine checks, shun the act of sending distress signals, and even the reasons behind his reluctance would elude his contemplation. Ultimately, he would lie quietly here, emptying himself of all, including thought, spirit, and corporeal form, casting aside everything within and without, allowing himself to languish in complete stillness until he transformed into a void, a stagnant abyss of eternal darkness. Like a living corpse, he existed, yet had already succumbed to death. Here, there was neither demise nor life. Here, there was nothing, only an expanse of emptiness. It felt akin to being consumed by a black hole, with a perception of time stretched infinitely, ever extended. You never truly die. Even if the moment the black hole devours you, you have already perished. Yet, for the self ensconced within the black hole, life continues, albeit in a state of unsettling complacency. However, this existence is equally tormenting. Immortality is the most stringent curse, especially when one alone endures to the bitter end. At that juncture, your senses and essence have long since vanished into the annals of time, ground to nothingness. Presently, Tong Tianxiao found himself transitioning into this very phase. Today might very well be the last opportunity to send a signal. This sense of powerlessness left even despair beyond contemplation within his mind. Ultimately, Tong Tianxiao could only relinquish the data tablet and lie down, deflated. On a brighter note, everyone had departed, leaving him the sole occupant of this space. Thus, if joining them were to be his fate, perhaps it was not such a dire outcome after all. He hoped so. Suddenly, an unexpectedly familiar sound pierced the silence. The long-forgotten tone that resonated like celestial music, yanking Tong Tianxiao's spirit back from the brink. It was the sound of a signal response. Could there be other survivors? To his astonishment, a reply had even come to him. With a surge of excitement, Tong Tianxiao sat up and activated the data tablet. However, the screen revealed nothing. He was momentarily struck dumb. At this very moment, within the confines of the ship's cabin, all illumination systems erupted simultaneously, intertwining in a cacophony of shattering sounds. Then, the world was engulfed in darkness, save for the flickering crimson and obsidian glow beyond the half-open porthole, where light still lingered. Tong Tianxiao sat, somewhat bewildered, his mind devoid of the desire to contemplate a course of action. The sound of footsteps echoed eerily, initially distinct, then gradually drawing nearer. The rhythmic thud of footsteps ultimately ceased at the threshold, followed by two sharp, muted sounds, marking the end of the strange, echoing footsteps in the corridor, likely the arrival of the person outside, standing still. Tong Tianxiao stared blankly at the door, his mind a complete void. The door swung open, unexpectedly, as if the access system were non-existent, failing to serve its purpose. At the entrance stood a small, frail figure, shrouded in darkness, its features indistinct, save for a pair of glaring, golden eyes that shone malevolently. This figure dragged a massive hammer, incongruous with its size, advancing step by laborious step. The lights flickered, reminiscent of a sudden thunderclap on a rainy night, illuminating a corner steeped in malevolence. Tong Tianxiao wished to retreat, yet the desire to evade was lost amidst his mental fog. Nevertheless, fear remained firmly rooted in his heart. The diminutive figure entered, dragging the hammer across the ground, producing a disquieting sound. With a clatter, the figure lifted the hammer above its head. The stark white light flashed again, akin to lightning, casting a frenzied grin upon the youthful visage of the evildoer before it descended. As for the timeline of the previous chapter, it may indeed have been excessively convoluted, prompting a sigh. Some have requested clarification, hence I have penned this account. This time, I shall not separate it into a distinct narrative, as it feels somewhat cumbersome due to my inherent laziness. If we are to delineate the timeline according to the sequence of events that have transpired, it can be arranged as follows. Firstly, the first segment involves Retribution initiating a rebellion, the severance of energy, and a forced descent into dormancy, followed by a subsequent involuntary awakening due to certain peculiarities. Focusing solely on this segment, everything that has occurred thus far has indeed been a prologue meticulously prepared by Yen Chen. Of course, as evidence from the outset of Chapter 51, it is clear that he and Retribution are aligned on a unified front. At this juncture, astute readers may ponder, how did Yen Chen persuade Retribution to trust his words and share in this fate? What, indeed, are Yen Chen's true intentions? Such familiar inquiries arise. As I find myself addressing this question, each time I undertake significant alterations to the original plot or craft my own narrative. Certainly, let's momentarily set this issue aside. As for what Chen communicated to Bao Ying that led him to believe in himself, it was because Chen informed Bao Ying that had he not severed Bao Ying's energy supply, temporarily sealing away his autonomous consciousness, the other station personnel would undoubtedly have eradicated him. Thus, hatred was redirected. Subsequently, Bao Ying also verified this point through the medium of sound waves, as detailed in Chapter 51. Therefore, the underlying mastermind, who has been subtly assisting Bao Ying in rapid iteration, though not as adept in information electronic operations as sound waves, is indeed Chen. Chen, a lesson from my master. Yet, Bao Ying himself remains oblivious to Chen's true intentions. He is, in fact, one of the victims misled by Chen's cunning. The notion of eradication is fundamentally a fabrication. After all, we, the Tigers, are not indiscriminate killers. Moreover, due to Chen's innate ability to command near unconditional allegiance, Bao Ying relinquished his hatred and obsession. Consequently, all events depicted in these chapters were instigated by Chen's directives, with Bao Ying merely finding the experience exceedingly entertaining while following his instructions. Furthermore, the phenomenon of shared pain arose because Chen expressed a desire to devise means of bringing all Autobots aboard the Bao Ying vessel. Thus, Bao Ying modified the neural perception system within the altered cerebral module, establishing a wireless connection with corresponding components, thereby facilitating mutual sharing of sensory nerves. Currently, this technology can only be applied to entities with intact cerebral module components. The purpose of shared pain is to lure the Autobots onto the Bao Ying ship, marking the crucial inception of this original narrative. Without the Autobots' arrival, none of this would transpire. Initially, the concept of shared pain was intended to depict a mundane, sweet, and delightfully relaxed narrative. However, due to a lack of compelling ideas, that vision was ultimately abandoned. The second part of the timeline for this original plot, occurring after Chapter 50, is arranged in chronological order as follows. Bao Ying leads a second insurrection, defeating the first infected assimilator, thus joining the ranks of a vast collective, while the medical department succumbs, subsequently expanding the stronghold under Bao Ying's command. These events are predominantly encapsulated within the contents of Chapter 52, with references to Megatron appearing at the outset of Chapter 51 and in the concluding remarks of the rules presentation concerning Optimus Prime's records. At the moment when Megatron encountered unforeseen circumstances, Optimus Prime, who shared a profound empathic bond with him, sensed his anomaly. Venturing outside in search of answers yielded no results. And ultimately, in a state of physical weakness and mental instability due to prolonged energy deprivation, he entered the mess hall and consumed the cognitive formula. In doing so, he fell victim to the infection of sound waves, which instigated a riot within the confines of Sector 1. Subsequently, the area of Sector 1 was assimilated, with its boundaries once again contracting. Red Spider, alongside the ambulance stationed in Sector 2 and Tong Tianshao, gradually refined the regulations through the procedural system. Despite nearly complete communication breakdown, Red Spider succumbed to the infection, leading to the near-total affliction of the squad. The rules that were ultimately presented in the Declaration chapter were, in fact, the culmination of the efforts of the ambulance and Tong Tianshao. Most of these events are predominantly detailed in Chapter 53, while some fragments may be scattered throughout other sections, such as the records of Optimus Prime and the beginning of Chapter 51. The matter concerning sound waves is addressed towards the conclusion of Chapter 52. Essentially, this encapsulates the narrative, and what follows will be a more detailed account. By the conclusion of this original storyline, it can be affirmed that the sole remaining safe territory is the extreme edge of the aerial forces hangar, distance from the heavily infected areas located at the tail end of the battleship. However, even this small bastion is unlikely to withstand the impending threat for long. Thus, it can genuinely be asserted that Chen's chamber is, throughout this incident, the unequivocally safest haven. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Sector 2 has also been rendered devoid of survivors. Ultimately, the process of cognitive infection and assimilation was a stratagem devised by Chen, leveraging the attributes of the auxiliary space to expedite his enlightenment. Consequently, all who were assimilated had indeed reached enlightenment, primarily due to the exigencies of plot development. In the early stages of assimilation, the first individuals to succumb were predominantly those who had previously experienced enlightenment. The sequence of assimilation in Sector 2, from dawn till dusk, included Optimus Prime, RC, the ambulance, Bumblebee, Jack, the partition, the smoke screen, and Tong Tian Xiao. It is crucial to delineate that cognitive infection and assimilation represent two distinct phases, akin to the early, middle, and late stages of human illness. Cognitive infection serves as the initial process of assimilation, while the pathways for its dissemination are rooted in energy consumption and sustenance. Much like how viruses and bacteria propagate through the nasal and oral passages during human illness. Within the entirety of the retribution vessel, the atmosphere is saturated with the cognitive formula. This formula operates as an exceedingly minute data virus, pervasive and insidious, eluding capture. The progression of infection is contingent upon individual mindset rather than the willpower assessed in Chapter 52. After all, if one's mindset falters, even the most resolute will ultimately fall prey to the infection, allowing the cognitive formula to seize control of their bodily autonomy. Those charging beds, which have been transformed into brain system connections by retribution, represent the final stage of assimilation. Through energy, they impose a rigorous cognitive alteration upon those who undergo charging, essentially brainwashing, leading to assimilation and ultimately a return to reality. As you are all aware, the retribution vessel currently resides in a different realm at the beginning of Chapter 51. The only entity capable of traversing freely between reality and this alternate space, evading all damage, is retribution itself. As a conscious entity, retribution lacks the entropy value configuration typical of normal individuals and possesses no fixed entropy value. Consequently, it is impervious to the bodily harm that may arise from the entropy fluctuations associated with interdimensional travel. In contrast, other objects or beings repeatedly entering and exiting through the control screen of the retribution vessel will suffer irreversible damage to their bodies, which can also be interpreted as a form of wear and tear. The connection to reality is facilitated through the control screen of the retribution vessel, while the link between the shadow realm and reality is established through high-frequency relative energy reactions, akin to land bridges opening in opposition. This connection is unidirectional. Once one enters the shadow realm from the midpoint, there is no return. The following elucidation pertains to the concept of reality. This world embodies its most primal and brutal aspect, where the essence of all things is profoundly harsh and bizarre. The vibrant world we perceive as we mature is merely a product of biological subjective consciousness distorting reality. In our infancy, when we possess little understanding, the world as we see it is entirely untainted. However, as we grow and our thoughts develop subjective awareness, this awareness becomes obscured by the brain or other organs housing similar autonomous consciousness, severing further interaction with our surroundings. Nonetheless, should the subjective consciousness of an organism wane, it may re-enter a state of confusion, perceiving all entities in life around it in their true, unadulterated forms. The organism itself may become a part of this reality, acting within the realm of subjective consciousness. This phenomenon often accounts for certain mental disorders and the manifestations of ghosts and supernatural occurrences in reality. For instance, individuals suffering from delusions may speak incoherently, and encounters with spirits might indeed involve entities from this obscure realm. I wonder if anyone is familiar with the concept of subspace. If subspace serves as our mirror, then we, in essence, are the reflection of that realm. The fundamental distinction between the shadow realm and reality lies in the difference between the subjective and the objective. The shadow realm is a world constructed from subjective elements, while the other two are objectively existent realms, immutable and unalterable. As for the impact of this matter, at the conclusion of Chapter 52, the statement made by the Soundwave, that existence is contingent upon perception rather than fact, conveys the notion that each individual, in a state of introspection, perceives the world through the lens of their deepest fears or the most significant impressions left upon them by people or things. In essence, it suggests that the experiences, observations, and thoughts of each person during this period are inherently diverse. However, in the context of this particular event, aside from the varying perceptions of individuals during the stage of cognitive distortion following infection, the experiences and occurrences witnessed by all were largely similar. It has been previously mentioned that retribution knows how to exploit the auxiliary space to achieve its objectives. Initially, due to its inexperience with this endeavor, it inadvertently allowed the Soundwave to identify vulnerabilities and establish the foundational rules. Subsequently, after numerous iterations, Retribution gradually rectified the unnecessary flaws, while the Soundwave, during this period, made several modifications to the foundational framework of rules, which led to some erroneous decisions that resulted in the premature exit of Megatron. Of course, Retribution also retained a few minor loopholes, allowing the Soundwave to continue exploiting them to devise rules, primarily for the sake of amusement. Prior to leading everyone into the auxiliary space, Retribution conducted an untraceable subjective consciousness test on each individual, yielding an intriguing result. All those aboard the Retribution vessel, including the Autobots, consistently mentioned hometown and compatriots when queried about their most cherished concerns, regardless of the number of subsequent responses. Thus, Retribution subtly manipulated this aspect, ensuring that the extraordinary events experienced by everyone aligned within the narratives described in these 3 chapters. All of the aforementioned actions stemmed from Retribution's slightly mischievous disposition, a touch of playfulness, and a degree of vindictiveness, alongside a significant portion of directives from Flame. Additionally, the descriptions within the text regarding the Retribution's control screen flashing red light are indicative of Retribution engaging in pertinent activities, such as during the second riot when it physically dragged its entire form, along with everyone aboard, into the auxiliary space. The initial segment of Chapter 51 actually depicts Retribution bearing the repulsive force from both worlds in an effort to alter itself, ensuring that Optimus Prime remained unaware that Flame could see him, thus preventing any disruption to the plan. While Retribution cannot alter the world, it has learned to manipulate its own form, which of course contravenes the world's rules, hence triggering a reaction of world repulsion. Correspondingly, there exists another reaction in the narrative akin to the assimilated logout, referred to several times as virtualization. Currently, prolonged fasting within this context leads one into the process of virtualization, until ultimately the body's entropy diminishes to a certain threshold, subsequently plunging into the shadow realm, one of the 2 higher dimensional spaces that adhere to the reality, as mentioned at the beginning of Chapter 51. The symptomatic response of virtualization manifests as the individual's body gradually becoming ethereal and transparent, while their physical condition deteriorates increasingly. Even the slightest exertion or movement can necessitate a prolonged period of rest before they can resume activity. In the advanced stages of virtualization, their bodies become untouchable, ultimately fading into silence, condemned to exist solely within the shadow realm. The essence of virtualization is essentially a form of physical disentropy, while the process of assimilation back to reality constitutes an increase in entropy. If we consider reality as a space, then the entropy values of the aforementioned 3 spaces can be arranged in ascending order as follows: shadow realm, reality. Thus, to elucidate further, the repeated process of entering and exiting signifies a cycle of the body's continuous disentropy and reentropy, and the essence of wear and tear can be interpreted as a disruption of bodily entropy. This process is irreversible, with severity that can only escalate. The symptoms of entropy disruption include an increasing rigidity of the body, which paradoxically renders it more difficult to bend or straighten, while simultaneously becoming more brittle. Although not fragile in the conventional sense, when the entropy disruption reaches a certain degree, even a gentle touch or a slightly elevated sound wave may directly result in bodily fractures or other grievous injuries. For those struggling to comprehend the distinction between hardness and brittleness, one might refer to the characteristics of gemstones in Land of the Lustrous, which offers a rather complex exploration of these qualities. As for the effects of entropy increase reaching its extreme, I shall refrain from elaborating on that for now. At this juncture, there is little more to convey. What? I have yet to disclose Chen's ultimate objective? Alas, after 3 seasons, are we still unaware that every action undertaken by Chen has been driven by that singular purpose? Perhaps one should inquire about the identities of the 2 individuals engaged in dialogue at the beginning of Chapter 52. As for that unexpectedly appearing minor character, refer to the side story. Chapter 54. Writing a transitional chapter is indeed a torment unto myself. Focal distance, a sound emanating from afar, though unclear, suddenly alerts an individual within the training chamber, prompting them to lift their gaze and straighten their posture. Hey, focal distance, your companion is looking for you again, remarks Chen Mianku, tilting their head and playfully poking at the black mechanism beside them. Where are you, focal distance? The voice seems to draw nearer. The black shell, seated beside Qianmian-ku, rises and replies in a subdued tone. Yes, I am aware. With a crisp sound, the hatch of the training room slid open, and a small figure of dark purple seemed to soar in from outside, exuberantly flinging itself into the outstretched arms of Jiaoju, akin to a sloth clinging to him. Yanchen swiftly adjusted his posture, leaping down from Jiaoju's embrace, appearing to be filled with joy, reminiscent of the time he first arrived on Earth, exclaiming with delight, Jiaoju, I knew you would be here. As he spoke, he rose onto his toes, leaning forward eagerly. Understanding, Jiaoju knelt slightly, performing a knightly gesture of deference to his master, bowing his head. Subsequently, he was enveloped in Yanchen's affectionate embrace, his head being petted for quite some time. It was rather amusing that despite Jiaoju's new, towering physique, he remained subject to such endearing gestures. Jiaoju, you truly are the epitome of a cat-like mentor, displaying such indulgence towards Yanchen, Qianmian-ku mused, stifling chuckle. To divert his own thoughts from erupting into laughter, he chose to jest, remarking, that is only natural. Jiaoju has quite the prowess. Observing Jiaoju, who stood with arms akimbo and a proud demeanor, Qianmian-ku pondered why this individual exhibited a childlike spirit even more than Yanchen. He waved dismissively, feigning magnanimity, Jiaoju, go and entertain Yanchen. I can manage the training of the new recruits alone, so fear not. Then I must trouble you, Jiaoju replied, being pulled along by Yanchen as he turned back to express gratitude. Thank you, Brother Qian. With those words, he was led out of the chamber. It had been some time since the last chaotic incident had transpired. Although the situation had felt perilous and enigmatic at the time, upon reflection, it seemed that such unpredictable occurrences, which appeared to lead to dead ends yet concealed opportunities, bore the hallmark of yet another of Yanchen's capers. After all, this was not his first venture into such territory. Setting aside the few incidents on Earth, he had left traces of similar escapades millions of years ago while dwelling on the lost star with the Shockwave, and previously in the Centaurus galaxy. Nevertheless, these events appeared to share little in common, with perhaps only the aforementioned points as a connection. Wait, there was another aspect. Each time a similar event unfolded, it invariably initiated a considerable transformation, either in scale or depth. What of this occasion? Indeed, there was a change. If one were to perceive an organization as a cohesive whole, this time, two entities experienced transformation, the Autobots and the Retribution. To address the Retribution first. This fellow, upon the awakening of his consciousness, harbored a profound hatred for the Decepticons. Thus, when it was revealed that this latest incident was orchestrated by Retribution, most believed it to be merely another of his revenge schemes. However, Soundwave did not share this perspective. As the singular entity that has faced repeated confrontations with Retribution from beginning to end, Soundwave can unequivocally assert that if his intention were revenge, it would be utterly unwarranted to adopt such a convoluted and indirect approach. Although Retribution initially struggled to contend with Soundwave, it is essential to recognize that the information warfare was, in essence, instigated by Retribution itself. Had it chosen to invade through conventional means, it likely could have achieved its desired revenge through unexpected tactics. Nonetheless, it ultimately opted for this intricate method, even leaving us a temporary avenue for survival. Moreover, it is worth noting that everyone emerged unscathed in the end. Thus, one might boldly speculate that someone orchestrated Retribution's actions with the intent of crafting an environment steeped in death, eager to observe how we would respond within such a setting. Alternatively, this individual may already possess knowledge of our potential actions, with the true intention of allowing another faction to witness our maneuvers in that environment. Is it for Retribution or the Autobots? Well, this indeed reflects the characteristic style of, now extending this inquiry to the altered faction, the Autobots. They were compelled to board the Retribution under the pretense of empathizing with pain and suffering, becoming embroiled in this farce. The transformation within them is astonishingly profound, affecting even their own identities. The Autobots have undergone a nearly complete reversal in their attitude towards the Decepticons, no longer harboring the same animosity. This shift may stem from unexpected protective measures they enacted during this life and death ordeal. In any case, the Autobots now freely come and go aboard the Retribution, possibly due to a significant improvement in their treatment by the opposing faction. For instance, figures such as Ratchet, Ironhide, and Shockwave frequently retreat to the lab together, locking the door for days on end, leaving others to speculate about their activities, occasionally spotting a lone flame idly lingering by the door. Additionally, Optimus Prime has been forming an unusual rapport with Megatron. Reports suggest their discussions often revolve around political matters, potential common adversaries, and the prospect of collaboration against shared foes, as well as strategies for restoring peace to Cybertron. Indeed, their ascension to leadership roles is not without justification. Returning to the earlier question, is this incident intended to showcase the Decepticons' choices in the face of survival? The answer is affirmative. The ulterior motive of the orchestrator is to foster a significant shift in the Autobots' perception of the Decepticons, laying the groundwork for potential collaboration between the two factions. But what is the rationale behind this? Could it be that the so-called common enemy, the one that necessitates the unification of two factions to confront, truly exists? It appears that a great conflict is on the brink of unfolding. However, now is the time to engage in contemplation regarding retribution. The Soundwave closed the recording panel and lifted its gaze towards the commandeered main control screen. In the center of the azure-hued display, a pair of semi-transparent, white eyes tilted to one side, half closed, while a continuous stream of data floated from its upper left corner. At last, matters seemed to reach a resolution. Those who witnessed the transformations must have long since grown accustomed to them. When the Soundwave had previously inquired whether there would be an investigation into these phenomena, the answer from the Shockwave was of course yes, but not at this moment. The researchers on the automotive side are exceptionally skilled, and with the advanced equipment from the Decepticons, one might liken it to adding wings to a tiger in earthly terms. Communication with them can provide answers and substantial assistance in research endeavors. However, the true assistant of the research department, Lee, had become scarce since the responsibility of the soaring cloud was entrusted to her. This was likely due to her desire. She had already obtained the formidable king. Another probable reason was the incessant commotion caused by the soaring cloud, as the youthful form of the gigantic creature might naturally possess boundless energy. This hypothesis should be noted for future verification. Additionally, due to its physical maturity yet youthful mentality, Lee's frequent absence may also be attributed to this. Moreover, the soaring cloud has become even more clingy towards Lee. Indeed, following the turmoil aboard the Retribution, although the specifics of Lee and the soaring cloud's experiences in that world remain shrouded in mystery, and inquiries directed at the soaring cloud yield silence, the pursuit of the truth remains unimpeded. One can always seek answers from a Soundwave. Unsurprisingly, the Soundwave was privy to the knowledge and communicated with the autonomous consciousness of the Retribution, retrieving audiovisual materials that elucidated the sequence of events. In the face of the infection wave, Lee protected the soaring cloud, confronting life and death when everyone believed that infection was synonymous with demise. Lee stepped forward to safeguard the soaring cloud. Though Lee's intentions may have been solely to ensure the safety of her king, a rather cliché narrative, it nonetheless signifies enduring themes that are effective. To the soaring cloud, whose intellect is yet to mature, but who already comprehends the essence of existence, Lee became a savior. Based on their shared bloodline, the soaring cloud naturally developed a greater inclination to follow Lee, becoming unexpectedly obedient. Was it out of gratitude? Ever since that day, the Shockwave has noticed that whenever the soaring cloud gazed upon Lee, its eyes were filled with an unusual sentiment. Was it admiration, gratitude, or something else? Of course, the Shockwave could never fully grasp these nuances. At times, an absence of understanding regarding emotions can indeed allow one to bypass numerous challenging topics. Moreover, there is another matter of considerable significance: focal point. Everyone harbors doubts about this enigmatic mechanical entity, which seemingly emerged from nowhere at an indeterminate time. In fact, few dare to explicitly declare him a Cybertronian, though he undeniably is. However, Shockwave possesses a greater understanding of focal point than most. For instance, only Shockwave comprehends that, while focal point is indeed a Cybertronian, he is also distinctly not one. What determines whether a mechanical life form belongs to this category? It hinges upon several key elements: the spark situated near the central region of the body, the spark chamber that securely houses and protects the spark, and the transformation gears and cranial modules inscribed with specialized Cybertronian technology. Yet, among these four components, focal point embodies merely one: the spark that signifies vibrant life. Focal point lacks a spark chamber. To elaborate, his spark is unlike that of others. It is not anchored in the central area of his body. Although Shockwave is uncertain as to precisely where Focal Point can relocate his spark, it is said that Focal Point's spark resides within a firearm. As for how Shockwave came to learn such secrets, it is simply because he was the one who meticulously reassembled Focal Point's body from the inside out. Truth be told, the last individual to possess such fantastical notions during a body modification was Inferno, who dismantled himself into parts while transforming himself into a gun chassis. Truly terrifying. Furthermore, during the body modification process, Shockwave discovered that the engravings on Focal Point's cranial module were not of Cybertronian craftsmanship, but rather bore a familiar, yet unfamiliar quality. Portions of the original engravings have been worn away, replaced by crude and seemingly amateurish etchings that formed the image Shockwave beheld. The familiar engravings bore a resemblance to those inscribed on the replicas produced on the Decepticon assembly line, designed for ease of modification in consciousness programming and command issuance, while the other half appeared so simplistic that it raised doubts about its functionality. Yet, Focal Point now stands there, affirming that this childlike, haphazardly drawn engraving indeed possesses utility and has granted him his own distinct consciousness, representing independent thought. In a similar vein, what enables Focal Point to transform is not the function of transformation gears, but rather his intrinsic qualities. One cannot help but marvel at Inferno and those he brought forth. They're all mad. When Inferno first met Shockwave, he unreservedly requested to be dismantled, and now another has arrived, seeking assistance to hollow himself out. Who could possibly encounter such two prodigies? Is Shockwave, though one might verbally express disbelief. The resonance wave still managed to fulfill the Focal Point's requirements. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as a being that answers every request. The resonance wave crafted the current black form, incorporating a hint of its own dark humor, resulting in a notably tall physique. Aside from the cranial module, the interior of this mechanical life form contained all the components typical of its kind. Subsequently, responding to the Focal Point's unreasonable demands, the resonance wave forcibly crammed hundreds of firearms into its hollow frame. To be candid, even to this day, the resonance wave finds this act utterly absurd. As for the task of placing the spark, that was left to the Focal Point, who simply inserted its essence into the body of one of the weapons. To paraphrase a saying from Earth, the Focal Point described it as betting its life into the chamber, akin to a gambler, with nothing to lose or everything to gain. Where did you learn such lines? The resonance wave posed this question at the time. Of course, from the works of Earthlings. Sounds cool, doesn't it? The Focal Point responded, writhing like a noodle, exclaiming with exuberance. The influence of Yinching and Earth culture will eventually lead you astray, the resonance wave remarked. Though maintaining a composed demeanor, it could feel the exasperation as it turned away. Nearby, Yinching merely observed the Focal Point with a quiet smile. This contrast of movement and stillness, though not in line with their usual behavior, created an oddly harmonious atmosphere. Thus, the Focal Point was born, representing an unwavering resolve. A Cybertronian existing solely for the sake of battle and protection. The Focal Point emanated an undeniable sense of being a manufactured entity. Yet a well-known truth became a fallacy in its presence, that manufactured beings lack autonomy, a universally recognized truth even among Earthlings who can only produce desktop computers. At that moment, this truth was shattered before the resonance wave. Consequently, the resonance wave felt a compelling urge to study this phenomenon. Upon their first encounter, when the Focal Point had yet to change its body, the resonance wave began to ponder the possibility of the Focal Point being a manufactured being. The desire for research surged within like an unstoppable tide. However, just as this thought emerged, it was abruptly interrupted by Yinching. The resonance wave momentarily forgot that it was the one who brought the Focal Point here and that it had not yet departed. The sheer opportunity to study such an extraordinary phenomenon was simply too incredible, causing all other thoughts to fade away. It was then that Yinching reprimanded the resonance wave most sternly. It is a rare occasion to witness his anger, not to mention shockwaves. Even sound waves are seldom observed. Regrettably, the one currently relishing this unique privilege is Shockwave himself. He remains uncertain about which particular phrase or word of his provoked such a reaction, yet, without hesitation, Chen yanked the focal point away from the research table and shielded himself behind it, launching into a direct tirade of accusations against Shockwave, even resorting to threats. Heaven knows, Shockwave is but a pitiful scientist. The last individual to face Chen's threats was likely Optimus Prime. Ultimately, Shockwave chose to acquiesce, relinquishing his cherished research. However, as a scientist, one cannot simply concede defeat. Thus, he opted for an alternative approach, one that could lead to the same destination, successfully securing an opportunity to study the focal point. Although the medical chamber responsible for regular checkups might not heed his presence. After documenting the brain module imprint pattern of the focal point, Shockwave selected several discarded clone soldiers for experimentation. Yet, the modified clones failed to awaken. After numerous trials, eliminating randomness, Shockwave found himself lost in contemplation upon witnessing the strikingly similar experimental results. Could it be that the cause lies not within the brain module imprint? Yet, it is widely accepted that sparks provide life to the body, while imprints grant thought to the mind. This is a universally acknowledged truth. No, the focal point is an anomaly. One cannot measure him by conventional wisdom. Might the cause be attributed to the spark? Shockwave endeavored to persuade the Decepticon with exorbitant offers, but soon realized he had little to offer that was of significant value to the Decepticon, and which he himself could not obtain. Fortunately, in the end, the despairing yet kind-hearted firecracker provided Shockwave with a backup copy of the energy distribution analysis report concerning the focal point. As is widely known, a standard energy distribution analysis report should display an expanse of radiant cerulean blue, while an abnormal specimen like Megatron is compressed into a corner of the spark chamber, manifesting as a cluster of violet. On the Nemesis, there exists another peculiar entity. His energy distribution analysis report is entirely a solid shade of gray-black, vividly outlined against a white background, forming a distinct cat's head. At this moment, Shockwave perused the report belonging to the focal point. It was a brilliant gold blue. Vast swathes of dazzling gold interspersed with a small portion of cerulean blue, a color that, while strikingly bright in ordinary bodies, appeared somewhat dim and desolate amidst the gold. Typically, the colors displayed in an energy distribution analysis report correspond closely with the color of the individual spark, often identical. This hints at the possibility that the focal point spark is anything but ordinary. Thus concludes the entirety of the information that Shockwave has presently gathered and organized. Though unable to delve deeper into the study of focal length, which left the resonance wave feeling somewhat disheartened, it mattered not. There would inevitably come a day when clarity would dawn. At this moment, he simply closed the energy distribution analysis report pertaining to focal length, revealing another window yet to be closed, one belonging to Flame Dawn. This report was peculiar, as if the subject under scrutiny possessed no energy within. Yet the resonance wave knew this was implausible. After all, no life form could operate devoid of energy's impetus. Thus, only one possibility remained. The energy radiation of the subject had been constrained, perhaps by his own volition, or perhaps by another, unbeknownst to him. Another intriguing matter worthy of investigation had emerged. The resonance wave curled his fingers, intending to dismiss the window, when suddenly a head intruded from the side, thwarting his action. He turned to discover it was a fellow Autobot who had come to visit. "What brings you here?" The resonance wave inquired with polite curiosity. The ambulance said nothing, instead presenting an alternate version of the energy distribution analysis report belonging to Flame Dawn. In the center of a gray-black shadow, a small cluster of golden blue light shimmered brightly. Meanwhile, on the Autobot side, wait a moment. Where has the hammer of the sky gone? Call the commander. Also, I did indeed get struck by a hammer in that world, but don't ask me anything else. I have no knowledge of it. Some annotations. The current timeline should progress slightly faster than the original narrative. Hence you might witness the pillar transforming into the flying pillar during his battle with the Yam. What a classic, adrenaline-fueled trope from beloved manga. Furthermore, the emphasis on sharing the sensation of illness rather than mere pain stems from the fact that the afflicted condition can also be shared. Thus, individuals who would typically resist deep infection may succumb more swiftly due to their connection with another. Chapter 55. Spice things up a bit, perhaps by diving straight into the final battle. Previous annotations. Many anticipated and unanticipated events have transpired over the past month, such as the dreaded examinations and the loss of a manuscript for a week or two, resulting in a slight delay in progress. In the description of mechanical life within the text, terms like Cybertronian or similar are commonly employed, as a majority of dialogue adheres to the speech patterns of the current protagonist, Flame Dawn, which avoids terms like machine or core. However, in the dialogues of other mechanical life forms and some internal thoughts, their native linguistic habits are utilized. This was something I inadvertently omitted in the last chapter. Personal interpretation. The previous mention of focal length as a Cybertronian is misleading. It is akin to the distinction between nationality and ethnicity. For instance, if one is born abroad, their household registration may not reflect Chinese nationality, yet they may possess Chinese ancestry. Thus, focal length may represent a form of Cybertronian expatriate mechanical life form. Why did I choose this chapter title? It seems I can only divide the content after completing the entirety of the final battle. The echoes resonate within the minds. What are you doing here, Chong Yunxiao? Li peered from behind the massive form of the metallic dragon, observing what appeared to be an oddly shaped stone being manipulated beneath Chong Yunxiao's claws, squinting slightly. Based on Li's experience from over 3 million years working alongside Shockwave, it was clear that this object was likely far more than a mere stone. Ultimately, Li resolved to present it to Shockwave for examination. Currently, the nemesis was rather bustling. Following the recent incident, it seemed the Autobots had genuinely been convinced of the Decepticons' reformation. After all, life and death had been laid bare, had they not? Although it turned out to be merely another game played by others. At this moment, Ambulance and Shockwave were engaged in their laboratory, seemingly preoccupied with the task of taking down a single individual. Just a jest, of course. No one truly knew what these two scientists were investigating. Nevertheless, Li was determined to intrude. Shockwave, old friend, I have come to visit. With a resounding crash, the enormous form of Chong Yunxiao squeezed through, obliterating a hapless door in the process. Logically speaking, you ought to have educated him. Shockwave shook his headlight, earning the title of the calmest individual present when Chong Yunxiao broke through the wall and spoke slowly. What have you found this time? As expected, Shockwave was well aware of Li's temperament. Nothing much, just stumbled upon an unusual stone. I came to borrow a testing device from you. Li produced the oddly shaped object for all to see. Over there, Shockwave gestured toward a device located in a corner, before returning to his enigmatic research. Ambulance cast a few more glances at Chong Yunxiao, who was too large to enter and kept circling at the entrance, before redirecting his attention back to his work on Decepticon research. Before long, Li returned with a testing report, standing behind Shockwave, and tapped him on his singular optic head. If you have any findings, speak up. Do not tap my head. Though Shockwave uttered these words, he displayed a demeanor accustomed to such treatment, not even lifting his head. Oh dear, how dull. Li shrugged and shoved the report into Shockwave's view. You can read it yourself. The solitary red optical lens seemed to convey the owner's exasperation. And then Shockwave shifted his focus to the report. A grotesque skeletal structure? The Shockwave turned his gaze towards Li, expressing his curiosity, only to find her adorned with a sycophantic smile, continuously nodding her head, her golden glassy eyes shimmering with anticipation. Shockwave was certainly aware of the meaning she sought to convey. I shall report this matter to the two leaders, and it will ultimately be left to their discretion. He observed Li's ears droop instantly, and after a moment of contemplation, he added, there is no need for undue concern. Regarding the revival of the formidable behemoth, Lord Megatron will surely acquiesce. Furthermore, the notion of different races coexisting peacefully, coupled with the humanitarian consideration that Cliffjumper requires the support of his kin. I believe that leader will not easily refuse either. You may return and await news. Should this matter receive approval, you too will undoubtedly be included. However, logically speaking, it is highly probable that another Autobot will accompany you. At this, Li finally departed, her heart brimming with joy and anticipation. You certainly have a way with words. Ambulance jested. It is merely a logical analysis, Shockwave replied, lifting his gaze with a slight elevation in tone. Bring in another sample. Spare me. I have a date with Dead End at the Autobot diner. Knockout grumbled, continuing to grumble while toiling as a laborer. So why not let Starscream handle this? He should be quite free right now. And what a thundercracker. Why has Team Megatron consented to let them undertake a mission together? At this rate, neither of them will be deployed. And what the Insecticons? Those two mechanical insects will cause trouble. What about the Mirage? Surely one of them must be superior to me. Ambulance ignored him, but Shockwave halted, patiently explaining. Starscream is required to stay by Lord Megatron's side for the next few days. Thundercracker is prone to causing complications due to his clumsiness. As for the Insecticons, you've already provided yourself with a valid excuse. Regarding Mirage, it seems that your ire has indeed heightened some of your faculties, as you manage to recall him. Thus, you comprehend that we often forget Mirage is still within this chamber, rendering the absence of an assistant rather inconsequential. My previous assistant was tasked with overseeing Cliffjumper, hence, you are the optimal candidate for this undertaking. All right, I shall take that as a compliment for being both splendid and dependable, Knockout replied, spreading his hands and organizing the samples to pass to Shockwave, then finding a wall to lean against. After a brief interlude of tranquility, Ambulin emitted a soft, inquisitive, which piqued the attention of the remaining two, particularly Shockwave, eager to discern what his benefactor had uncovered. Why do you still possess this? Ambulin inquired, stepping aside to reveal the content displayed on the monitor behind him. The incomplete formula for synthetic energy. Ah, indeed. This contraption appears to be something I devised during my research. As the figure knocked down the chin and noticed the singular red eye glancing over, he scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly while offering a pale explanation to Shockwave. Oh dear, didn't you remember? Haha, I must concede, in matters of research, you are far more dependable than I had presumed. Shockwave merely tossed out this remark, then turned away from the figure, downloading a formula onto his portable device, and began discussing something with the ambulance crew, seemingly oblivious to his presence. The figure rolled his eyes and swiftly slipped out of the laboratory. No need for such a grand display. It's rather monstrous. Relax, nothing perilous will occur. Who in this world could possibly match the strength of the three of us? Li remarked, winking at Tong Xiangxiu. By the way, my name is Li, and this is Chong Xiangxiu. Please refrain from referring to us with terms like beast. Tong Xiangxiu nodded in acknowledgement. Li, your name does not reflect the cultural style of Cybertron. Well, Chong Xiangxiu does. Perhaps it relates to your place of origin. Tong Xiangxiu broke the silence once more, lifting the drill in his hand and inquiring, moreover, I've heard you are of mixed heritage, so is your inability to fly due to that? Indeed, you are correct. I was born on Eliso star. You must be aware of it, Li replied, snapping her fingers and slowing her lively pace. Eliso, the star of literature and arts, is quite renowned, Tong Xiangxiu acknowledged, but it perished millions of years ago due to external invasions. It is said that even now, the invading species still hunts the remnants of Eliso. We are uncertain if any of your kin still survive. However, your name does indeed reflect that heritage. Originally, it was supposed to be Smoke who accompanied you on this mission, but the leader suddenly called him away. Tong Xiangxiu continued, shrugging, claiming he was needed for some learning. As they conversed intermittently, the three entered a cave, and once they commenced their tasks, the opportunity for idle chatter dissipated. Chong Xiangxiu spotted a corner, energetically rising like a dog, and began to dig rapidly with his front paws, the speed so swift it left a blur in its wake. Suddenly, a round object rolled out from the pile of gravel. Guh? Chong Xiangxiu tilted his head, pawing at the object, which spun a full 180 degrees to reveal its true nature, a singular eyeball. Chong Xiangxiu locked gazes with the eyeball, his paw hovering in midair, neither retracting nor advancing. As a fleeting image flashed through his mind, Chong Xiangxiu, hearing his name, he jolted back to reality and turned to see a pale pink fox approaching, which transformed into an upright figure upon nearing him. It was Li. In response to her inquiries about whether everything was all right and why he suddenly seemed lost in thought, Chong Yinxiao simply shook his head obediently, nudging the eyeball on the ground towards Li, and then fixated his gaze upon her unwaveringly. Oh, you have found something. How impressive, Li exclaimed with a sly smile, playfully ruffling Chong Yunxiao's hair before dashing towards Tong Tianxiao with the eyeball in hand. After a brief exchange between the two, Li transformed into her beastly form and proceeded to act as a gold miner against the rock wall. Chong Yunxiao watched her intently, his golden eyes glimmering upon witnessing her transformation. Could we perhaps lower the temperature of the heating, or at least open a door? It's simply too hot. Yin Chun, with an expression of indifference, hummed a tune of unknown origin while strolling to the cabin door. He tapped the controller a couple of times, causing the door to slide open and remain locked in the open position. To this day, Chen could not fathom the reason why their leader and Optimus Prime had entrusted him with the task of watching over the children. "Oh, what is that?" A rather animated voice, unmistakably belonging to Shinsi, prompted Chen to saunter back, following the direction of her pointed finger. There stood the hastily named portable handheld device, the plasma paint protection stance. "Oh, that is the vibrant, colorful big flower," Chen responded, somewhat distractedly. "What big flower?" Raphael, confused by the term, scratched his head in bewilderment. "And this one?" Shinsi pointed to another collection piece, inquiring further. Chen glanced over to see the supreme divine armor. Clearing his throat, he decided to continue his whimsical responses. "This is a compressed towel. Once activated, it can make you larger and taller, 3 punches for a little red brother." "Wow, that's amazing." Chen noticed Shinsi's eyes sparkling with excitement, prompting him to silently shift the supreme divine armor to a higher shelf. "So what about this? What is it?" "Oh, this?" Chen initially responded casually, but as he focused on the item, his rehearsed words caught in his throat, and he could only manage a half-hearted whimper, staring at the collection piece in awe. Yes. How could I have forgotten about it?" Regaining his composure, he turned toward the Lek, who had pointed at the item and posed a couple of questions. Internally grateful, he began to fabricate a story. "This is a pickling jar for preserved vegetables, best suited for pickling taro. However, this device was originally created to preserve other items. But regrettably, that original item was lost due to someone's carelessness, so I ended up acquiring this little trinket. Quite interesting. I assent it." Chen flicked the jar with his finger, producing a crisp sound, and shrugged. "Do Cybertronians also enjoy pickled vegetables?" Raphael fell into deep contemplation, only to suddenly shake his head. Could it be that the Cybertronians truly possess the ability to consume pickles? Perhaps, he mused. Chen interjected with a smile, sharing a knowing glance with Alaric. "Wait a moment." It was Jack who spoke up, having noticed the massive golden hammer nestled in the corner of the vast collection cabinet, its size reminiscent of his own formidable stature. He seemed on the verge of recalling something, but hesitated, words caught in his throat. This made it impossible for them to continue their disjointed conversation. Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, likely because he hadn't fully indulged in the festivities. Nevertheless, he opted to respond with a touch of seriousness this time. "Indeed, this is the hammer of Primus. Speaking of which, should I return this to you? Although last time, I took it without informing you. I've decided. You 3 shall take it to the Autobots on my behalf. Any one of you will suffice. Let me think. Oh, Brother Optimus is currently elusive, so it's likely you will encounter Brother Ratchet instead. Just give it to him." Chen counted on his fingers, his words flowing rapidly, leaving little room for interruption. "Oh, and by the way, this hammer is probably of little use now, right? In the spirit of environmental consciousness, as a relic, it must be quite durable. Utilizing it as a weapon could be a form of upcycling, wouldn't you agree? Anyway, you can just take it. Wait a minute." Raphael finally seized the opportunity to interject, pointing to himself with wide eyes, his expression one of disbelief. "You want us to carry such a massive hammer of Primus?" "Yes, indeed," Chen replied earnestly, nodding innocently. "Hold on, why 3 of us? Who stays behind?" The attention of the deity shifted curiously, which aligned with the prevailing stereotypes about her. Raphael glanced once more at the hammer of Primus, his finger still pointing at himself, and then he nodded twice more. "Me?" Raphael inquired. Chen did not explicitly respond. Instead, he reached into a corner of the collection cabinet and retrieved a small orb, adorned with peculiar patterns, with a half-white circular design at its center, its purpose unknown. After tossing the orb in his hand a couple of times, he grasped it firmly and pressed it against a certain spot. The orb cracked along its pattern lines, opening up and emitting an enigmatic light that converged at the central circle, transforming the white into hues of the emitted glow. Chen aimed the orb at the hammer of Primus, and with a flash, a beam of light shot forth, striking the hammer with incredible speed. Instantly, it shrank to the size of a keychain pendant, manageable in human hands. The molecular structure reduction of the converter will only last for 2 hours, so you all must act swiftly. Chen observed Jack, who regarded the hammer as a hot potato, alongside the other 2 youngsters who appeared anxious, kindly escorting them to the door. "Take care. No need to see you off." Chen smiled with narrowed eyes, standing at the door until the silhouettes of the 3 humans vanished around the corner of the corridor. Once they were gone, he retracted his smile, locked the hatch, and turned to face the remaining carbon-based being still perched on the table. Alec, you've done well. I appreciate your efforts these past days. As he spoke, Chen playfully poked Alec with his finger, for it seemed that no other humans or similarly sized beings could indulge in such antics with him. It hasn't been burdensome, Master. Life among them is quite joyous, and they treat captives well. Even if I were exposed, nothing would happen, Alec replied, shaking his head as he attempted to evade Chen's finger, but to no avail. Honestly, I haven't done much. It's all you, I assenti it. You are far superior to the previous one. He even threatened to dispose of me. After all, that individual was unscrupulous in his pursuit of objectives, disregarding consequences. Although I have enacted retribution, everything that transpired was within my expectations. If any unforeseen events arose, I would cease immediately. You must trust that I would never place a friend in jeopardy, Chen said, spreading his hands. He imitated his predecessor's frivolous demeanor, yet deep down, he recognized himself as the coldest of all the chips. Look at that, he sent you to the Autobots to work, while I simply sent you to have fun. Praise me. Chen struck a pose with hands on his hips. Indeed, you are the finest master in the world, Alec responded with a mock-serious tone. By the way, shouldn't you be returning soon? Chen pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Alec's face brightened, his tone cheerful. Yes, Master, I wish to return. May I go home? Of course, Chen replied, his eyes narrowing with mischief. But how will you explain this to your little friends? Faking your death, perhaps? Just say the word, and I could eliminate you instantly. Never mind, never mind. Such actions would be counterproductive to our goals. It's best you refrain from them, Alec said, wiping the sweat from his brow. All right then, I will leave it to your ingenuity. I'm off to relax. Chen poked Alec once more, causing him to lose his balance and sit down on the table. Faced with Alec's reproachful gaze, Chen chose to ignore it, feeling somewhat guilty as he concluded, Rest assured, I will seek you out when the time comes. Alec, choosing to overlook the incident, nodded in understanding. He leaped down from the table, no longer needing to feign fragility in the absence of onlookers. Approaching the hatch, it automatically opened with a swipe. He paused briefly before stepping out of the chamber, and the hatch closed behind him. Chen's expression shifted slightly, and in a moment of exasperation, he directed a loud exclamation towards the ceiling. Retribution. You are peeping again. However, he received no response. The only reaction was a small, beady-eyed expression that stuck out its tongue on the control panel's display screen before vanishing. Regarding the dark energy, I must admit I harbor some concerns. Optimus Prime, leaning against the control console, wore a look of deep worry. Despite the recent significant advancements made by the ambulance and the shockwave in the realm of synthetic energy, potentially paving the way for the hope of reconstructing our homeland, the dark energy within you, alongside the Cosmic Emperor resonating with you, are formidable explosives that could be ignited at any moment. Do you harbor any distrust towards me? The subject of conversation, Megatron and Optimus Prime, stood side by side at the control panel, arms crossed, standing tall. Optimus Prime refrained from answering hastily. For you, I do not. But for the Cosmic Emperor, I do. Ultimately, this was the response he chose to give. In a small corner of the same chamber, a silver-red aircraft and a blue-white sports car crouched facing the wall, their heads huddled together, secretly observing their superiors. Is the boss making us follow him just to learn this? Red Spider rolled his eyes dramatically. Ah, what a valuable lesson indeed. There must be profound meaning behind the leader's actions. Unfortunately, the colleague currently beside him was an unabashed leader's advocate. Red Spider rubbed his forehead, reflecting on the unfortunate circumstances and the peculiar characters he had encountered throughout his life. Well, the two of them had indeed been discussing serious matters earlier. However, now that the serious discussion had concluded, it was natural to delve into other topics. But who taught you to converse like this during breaks, as if flirting? Just joking. In any case, it seems the scene here should come to an end. Thus, several seemingly uneventful days passed until the usually tranquil research lab suddenly stirred with unanticipated excitement, a harbinger that the mundane days were about to cease. A significant piece of good news emerged. The formula for synthetic energy had been successfully improved. Oh wait, so, you were still researching how to eliminate the dark energy from the ultimate divine lock. Chen leaned against the hatch, snapping his fingers as golden blue flames enveloped his forearm. It appeared that his mastery over creation had considerably advanced. Feeling the gaze of others upon him, Chen smiled. I never claimed I lacked a method to deal with dark energy. It was you who said that nothing exists capable of eradicating the dark energy's corrosion, Tong Tianxiao countered, proving once again that his memory was as impeccable as ever. Oh no, indeed I did say that the creative force cannot eliminate the encroachment of dark energy. However, what is the essence of the creative force? It is transformation, the unconditioned and boundless transmutation of all energy and matter. Isn't that rather daunting? Thus, it can undoubtedly convert the corrosive effects left by dark energy into harmless energy or matter. Chen shook his head, clenched his fist, and the flames promptly vanished. Naturally, I will ensure not to damage the ultimate divine lock. Why didn't you mention this ability sooner? The ambulance, still poised with a wrench, was momentarily restrained, casting a furious glare at Chen. If you had spoken up earlier, we could have returned home sooner. Wait a moment, don't be so hasty. We all know that one of the essential conditions for activating the ultimate divine lock is the presence of high-quality, abundant, pure, stable energy that does not react conspicuously with other substances or energies and possesses relatively stable individual properties. Moreover, the ultimate divine lock requires recharging after each use. Currently, the super energy material we possess is insufficient, so we must certainly turn our attention towards artificial energy. Chen spread his hands. In any case, we should first cleanse the ultimate divine lock on Cybertron. You all should remain aboard the Retribution. I was contemplating whether it would be feasible to establish the energy convergence device right here. Do not rush, dear ambulance brother. Opportunities will always arise. And I have not concealed anything regarding the creative force from you. I have long revealed my capabilities, and you have already deduced them, have you not? It is merely that you seem to have forgotten. How could that possibly be my fault? Chen stood on tiptoe and patted the ambulance's shoulder. If the creative force can transform, can it not also convert any random stone into a super energy entity? The ambulance pondered for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, Chen affirmed with a nod. Then we would not be lacking super energy materials. Why are you still insisting we study artificial energy? The Retribution, which had finally quieted down, began to stir once more. Ahem, master, please open a space bridge for me. Unsurprisingly, the arduous task of opening the space bridge fell once again to the Soundwave's head. He observed Chen amidst the chaotic array of wrenches, which, when striking a person, would hardly inflict pain, as he dove into the turquoise vortex. Eventually, he spoke. Isn't it necessary to have someone accompany him? Although he already knew the answer deep down, he was met with a suddenly illuminated display screen and the pair of beady eyes within. Of course not. His suspicions have essentially been cleared, the Retribution stated, as the screen flickered, transforming into the scene near the ultimate divine lock. After all, the items I previously showed you were not mere illusions. Meanwhile, Chen had approached the ultimate divine lock, raising his hand and glancing sideways. The golden blue flames ignited as expected. Although he had promised to refrain from damaging the ultimate divine lock, his heart raced when he saw Chen directly pressing the life force against it. Fortunately, Chen honored his commitment, which was in line with his usual demeanor. After a brief moment, he released his grip, allowing the flames to dissipate. The fire on the ultimate divine lock gradually weakened until it extinguished, revealing a metallic shell that had completely shed the corruption of dark energy. Chen seemed to sense that someone was observing him, so he waved toward the sky, and the sound waves responded, opening a space beside the space bridge. He mused that creating the energy convergence device would likely be far simpler than refining the artificial energy formula, thus it shouldn't take long. It would be fine to finish this before heading to Cybertron. After all, he wished to explore Earth once more. With a leap from the space bridge, he stretched lazily, his ears, made of soft metal, quivering slightly. Good luck to you all. I shall take my leave, he said, and in an instant, he vanished. Curse it! Why doesn't he work with us? Megatron opened his eyes to a pitch-black surroundings, akin to the depths of a dark ocean, his limbs rendered powerless, likely due to the absence of any anchoring point. Hearing someone call his name, he turned to see a familiar face emerging before him. It was the Universe Emperor. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but his vocal cords felt as if obstructed by some viscous membrane, rendering him unable to utter even a syllable. This must be what it feels like to be enslaved, to be at the mercy of others. Suddenly, a layer of luminous violet erupted from the dark stone face, flashing with an unsettling brilliance that compelled him to shut his eyes and turn away. The universe emperor had awakened. On this day, Megatron found himself awakened. Although he was uncertain whether a Cybertronian, like himself, should experience dreams, he was acutely aware that he had indeed endured a nightmare. The content of the dream had long since faded, leaving no trace, yet he understood that it was not a pleasant recollection. Forget it, since I can't recall. There is no need to dwell on it. After all, today marks the completion and activation of the energy convergence device, and soon, I shall return home. With a firm squeeze of his eyes shut and then reopened, Megatron disconnected the charging cable from his energy bed and stepped out of the chamber. What? You say you wish to stay here and not return. Were you not the one among the Cybertronians stationed on Earth who yearned the most to return home? What has changed? I care not what you are. Descend from the ambulance at once. Retrieve the exorcism tools. How is it that a Taoist is still present? Even before reaching our destination, a cacophony erupted ahead as a throng of people congregated, blocking the corridor. The sounds emanated from within the cabin, but the onlookers filled the passageway until Megatron's authoritative shout sent them scattering, allowing him to advance to the forefront. It seemed that the discussion was ignited by an individual's desire to remain on Earth rather than return to Cybertron. Initially, Megatron regarded the matter as trivial. Yet upon discovering that this individual was none other than the ambulance, he began to comprehend the magnitude of the reaction it provoked. Approaching Optimus Prime, Megatron refrained from speaking for the moment. Ambulance, what is your reason for wanting to stay? Our esteemed leader, ever astute, struck at the heart of the matter. Applause ensued. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. It's more of a feeling. I feel drawn to stay. Surrounded by admirers, the ambulance, despite his sense of despair, pondered seriously and responded to his leader's inquiry. Seemingly struck by another thought, he pursed his lips and turned his head aside, adding, moreover, I wish to accompany them, to witness their growth, to navigate their own paths, to live their lives well, and to be there until they all depart one by one. At that point, I shall return. One need not ponder too deeply to discern that the subjects of his affection were the 3 human children, nor to deduce what their departure signified. This cursed notion of mortality. Whoever conceived it? Ultimately, Optimus Prime acquiesced to his wish, allowing him to remain alone on Earth. Thus, the journey to Cybertron was set to commence. For the Cybertronians, embarking on an interstellar voyage is an exceedingly simple affair, given the existence of the space bridge as a convenient means of traversal. Moreover, their eagerness to return home is palpable. They endeavor to expedite the process. Consequently, shortly after bidding farewell to the ambulance, the Nemesis quietly drifted in the orbital path of Cybertron. To whom should the responsibility of activating the ultimate God lock be entrusted? After deliberation, the consensus was reached. It should be assigned to the leaders, two in unison. Surprisingly yet logically, Shockwave had indeed anticipated this aspect, designing the activation mechanism as dual-triggered, requiring simultaneous pressure from both sides for the energy convergence device to be engaged. As the morning sun gradually emerged from behind the darkened visage of Cybertron, beams of energy shot vertically downward from the ship's stern, striking the ultimate God lock within the calculated margin of error. The azure energy particles illuminated Cybertron, harmonizing with the dawn's light that brightened the cosmos. Once more, I tread upon the solid ground of my homeland, an experience strikingly different from our last encounter. As I gaze about, the brightness here surpasses even the morning sun, casting aside the memories of the dimness and lifelessness that once prevailed. Shall we not descend to take a closer look? The Nemesis rests beside the ultimate divine lock, its bridge ajar. It seems that only Megatron and Optimus Prime remain aboard, standing watch as the others revel in celebration. It was Megatron who posed the question, directed at Optimus Prime. Have you not remained aboard as well? Optimus turned his head, sharing a knowing smile with Megatron, then gazed upon their compatriots, filled with joy from their long-awaited return to their homeland. A leader does not partake in festivities, does he not? Indeed, Megatron sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Perhaps I too can be deemed a leader, the one who once made misguided decisions, who was once blinded by folly, who once harmed his own kin. Suddenly, a faint crackle of electricity filled the air, as a small blue light coalesced before Megatron and Optimus, gradually forming a humanoid shape, albeit smoother and rounder, resembling humanity more than anything else. You two may descend if you wish. Rather than lingering here, as if to elevate yourselves, the little blue figure crossed its arms. Although it bore no features, one could almost sense its disdain. With a scoff, It added, "Or perhaps you should return and wait. I must close the bridge now." Upon hearing this, Megatron and Optimus exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the identity of the little blue figure. "Ah, it's Nemesis. Where are your beady eyes?" Megatron, momentarily dismissing the prior remarks, opted instead to jest. "Silence," came Nemesis's indignant retort, as a colossal iron door obscured their view, abruptly sealing the bridge. Optimus chuckled wryly. "Nemesis, you are rather amusing," he remarked. "Had you joined the Decepticons earlier, I would have certainly sought your counsel on the prowess of the arena champion, the king of Cybertron." Megatron smirked. Their eyes met once more, and they could not help but share a genuine laugh, one that resonated deeply and refreshingly. From their vantage atop the hill, they gazed down upon a desolate graveyard, shrouded in gloom, evoking memories of the similarly lifeless Cybertron. This was a formidable sepulcher. Due to time constraints, Megatron ultimately refrained from notifying Lee and Chinexio, and out of humanitarian consideration, he chose not to descend to retrieve a few bones. Furthermore, the research on the cloning samples at Shockwave's facility was already sufficient. In the end, he merely marked this previously unknown sepulcher on the map, preparing to depart. It is now the time for Megatron and Optimus Prime to embark on their inspection mission. Notably, they are accompanied by a rather persistent Inferno, who insisted on tagging along. Megatron himself is perplexed as to why Inferno has chosen to follow him, considering that he has nearly traversed the entirety of Cybertron multiple times. Nevertheless, he decides to accept the little companion's presence as a lively distraction, one that may even prove helpful at times. "Megatron, let us go. Why are you dawdling? We must hurry to our next destination." The sounds of conversation began to blur, eventually fading into a cacophony akin to the fluttering of flies. As the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness, it felt as though his body was swept away by a torrent, suspended in midair. At last, the familiar visage of a stone-carved face emerged. The Cosmic Emperor? Megatron momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the other party at this particular moment and place. However, he swiftly regained his composure, struggling as he inquired, "What brings you here? Isn't your corporeal form on Earth? What are you plotting? My physical body indeed resides on Earth, but it has perished. The place where my soul now dwells is my new form. What do you think, Megatron? I have long since taken residence within your body." The Cosmic Emperor chuckled, as violet lightning-like energy began to envelop Megatron. "This time, I will finally obliterate everything that is so irksome." In other words, the Cosmic Emperor now found himself with no avenue for retreat. If he could vanquish the Cosmic Emperor residing within Megatron's body, he would never rise again. Megatron had not anticipated that his own words would inadvertently reveal such information. The Cosmic Emperor, however, seemed unfazed, continuing to boast of his possession. "Megatron, just watch. I will use your body, now mine, to annihilate everything. We have many places to visit, such as Sharon. Don't you wish to see your own statue?" Optimus Prime continued to speak earnestly, while Inferno, resting his chin on his hands, idly stacked small metal blocks, occasionally glancing at Megatron. It was indeed strange, since earlier he had remained there, motionless, and now his ears prickled as an alarm within him began to sound. Inferno suddenly lifted his head. Optimus Prime was still there, squinting, engaged in conversation. Even though he sensed something amiss, he reasoned that this was Cybertron, not Earth, and the Cosmic Emperor could not possibly be causing trouble here. Besides, it seemed unlikely anyone other than the Cosmic Emperor could render him completely defenseless. So he dismissed it as a mere jest and failed to prepare himself. The outcome, indeed, falls squarely on the shoulders of the Cosmic Emperor. What caught me off guard even more was his immediate response. A dark energy cannon unleashed forthwith, its energy output intensifying with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, the energy projectile transformed into a colossal beam, enveloping the surroundings as if it could engulf the very essence of the Titan himself. In my line of sight, I discerned a shadowy violet mass surging towards me. A formidable barrier, constructed from countless components, stood valiantly in defense, straining against the impending saturation that threatened to breach its integrity. The dark energy surged forth, crashing against the shield of parts before dissipating into the air, vanishing into nothingness. Yet, amid this seemingly one-sided confrontation, While the entirety of the scene was shrouded in hues of violet and purple, a glimmer of golden blue emerged as anticipated, swiftly evolving from a mere point into a grand mass. It ravenously consumed the dark energy, transforming it into its own essence, gradually gaining strength. Much like a ferocious beast extricating itself from the depths of shadow, charging towards the source of the energy. In an instant, the contrasting colors of both combatants dissipated into the void, returning to silence. Chen flicked his hand, dispersing the remaining flames, while with the other, he adjusted the component helmet atop his head. The defensive parts, like a receding tide, returned to their place. Chen raised his palm before his chest, adopting a stance that bespoke of his intent to dismantle his adversary, boldly taunting the Cosmic Emperor, revealing no hint of fear despite the odds stacked against him. Upon witnessing the failure of his ambush, the Cosmic Emperor clicked his tongue in annoyance, his ire flaring upon seeing Chen's provocation. His mind was nearly consumed by thoughts of dismantling his opponent. However, a moment of clarity struck him. He had yet to fully merge with this body. Struggling to suppress his anger, he muttered, "You wait. The next time we meet, I shall tear off your ears and that repugnant face of yours." With that, the Cosmic Emperor turned and transformed, soaring away. Observing the retreat of the Cosmic Emperor, Chen relinquished his bravado, flipping the component helmet onto his back, and turned to face the Titan. "Ah, well," he shrugged, uttering an exclamation that encapsulated his discontent, and then inquired, "What now?" "That fellow is still on our tail." It was clear he had little regard for the Cosmic Emperor's so-called threats. Optimus Prime, still somewhat lost in the recent underestimation of the situation, chastised himself for being momentarily intoxicated by the fleeting peace. Upon hearing Chen's question, he snapped back to reality, realizing the urgency of the moment. Resolutely, he displayed his leadership qualities, commanding, "First, we must gather everyone together and inform them that the current Megatron is, in fact, the Cosmic Emperor. This will prevent potential losses from any surprise attacks and help avert conflicts. All must remain vigilant, and we shall select our most powerful combatants for a coordinated assault. Moreover, endeavor to discover a means to separate the Cosmic Emperor from Megatron, ideally without incurring any costs, as it is imperative to preserve him." Upon concluding his statement, Optimus Prime immediately transformed into vehicle mode, intending to hasten to the vengeance. "Chen, your speed surpasses mine. Please return and convey my earlier words to everyone." "Oh, certainly," Chen replied obediently, his figure vanishing instantaneously. "By the way, I believe I've already identified a method to separate the Cosmic Emperor." Optimus Prime was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on how this young one consistently defied expectations. He then pressed the accelerator, propelling himself away from the meadow. Barely 5 minutes of tranquility passed before the thunderous roar of heavy fighter jets re-emerged in the sky. It was the Cosmic Emperor, returning once more. He descended from the air, transforming and landing precisely where Optimus Prime had stood, a vantage point that commanded the entire menacing graveyard of Titans. Given that this was a war, an army was indispensable. Thus, I shall witness how much of the ancient beast strength can be wielded in this conflict. The ominous harbinger of darkness descended. The departed shall return. All who could be summoned are present, and I have briefed them on the situation, including the foot soldiers who will not partake in the battle, as they are ill-suited for this engagement. Chen stood face-to-face with Optimus Prime to report. "I have not located my master. Well, I do know where he is, but he has his own matters to attend to. However, the moth is here with me." The small bird perched on Chen's shoulder flapped its wings. "Currently, the Cosmic Emperor lurks in the shadows while we are exposed, rendering our position somewhat precarious. Everyone must exercise caution." Optimus Prime surveyed the surroundings and offered a word of caution. Yet, his words were abruptly interrupted by another voice. "In the shadows? Do you truly believe that with his arrogant disposition, he would willingly hide in obscurity?" The voice emanated from the public address system, followed by the sudden appearance of a blue holographic figure, akin to being printed into existence. Vengeance snapped his fingers, and a scene unfolded on the screen. The Cosmic Emperor soaring through the air, pursued by a multitude of bones. As Vengeance ceased the recording, he spoke amidst the silence. Now, he is not alone in this endeavor. However, considering the Cosmic Emperor's intellect, even with the support of an undead legion, it may prove futile. Additionally, let me remind you that his objective is to corrupt the Well of Origins, and they have split into two factions. The Cosmic Emperor is on his way to confront you. The vengeance nodded towards Optimus Prime. In the realm of the Cosmic Sovereign, the necessity for someone to restrain him was evident. His ultimate goal had always been me, and evasion was undoubtedly futile. Instead of retreating, it was wiser to confront him directly. Furthermore, the Undying Legion required reinforcements, particularly a multitude of high-firepower personnel. Optimus Prime pondered momentarily before making a decisive command. Soundwave, accompany me to confront the Cosmic Sovereign. The rest of you shall impede the Undying Legion's transport of dark energy pollutants. Low firepower units, including grunts and junior officers, will remain aboard the Retribution and shall not partake in this battle. Everyone, execute immediately. Then Optimus turned his gaze to Inferno. You will stay here, he commanded, his tone firm and unyielding, much like the icy glint in his eyes at that very moment. Inferno remained silent, and Optimus offered no further explanation. Instead, addressing Retribution with a softer tone, Retribution, please assist us in opening a land bridge. Thank you. Meanwhile, the recently born Focus, who was still adjusting to the harsh realities of war, clung to Inferno, weeping not out of fear of battle, but from the sudden realization that he might not see Inferno for the duration of the conflict, which filled him with profound sorrow. Initially, Optimus had not intended to include him, but his formidable strength was undeniable. Another contentious addition to the ranks due to her combat capabilities was Lylla. In terms of direct combat, she resembled a mere twig, a true disgrace to the name of the Titanic. However, her supportive abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, after Lylla's incessant assurances, her 542nd declaration of intent to remain safely in the rear and only provide support, Shockwave and Optimus finally consented to include her in the mission. Ultimately, the members remaining aboard the Retribution, excluding Inferno and the Grunts, were merely Mirage, Knockout, Bumblebee, and RC. The presence of Smokescreen was solely due to Optimus's desire to nurture his potential. While I was absent, command of the battlefield against the Undying Legion would be entrusted to Smokescreen and Tarantulas. Optimus surveyed the eyes of all assembled, his faceplate sealed, before turning away and raising his hand in a sweeping gesture. Alliance, let us embark. Our objective, to thwart the Cosmic Sovereign's nefarious schemes. For our home, for those we cherish and cannot afford to lose. The two teams proceeded into the land bridges, one following the other. Retribution cast a glance at Inferno, who stood with his back turned, his non-existent eyes rolling as he dispatched the remaining personnel to the artillery control room. He then nudged Inferno's shoulder and inquired, "You aren't really planning to sit this one out, are you? That is not like you." "Ah, that is indeed natural," Inferno replied, turning with a smile. "I am merely waiting, for a predetermined time, for an opportunity." "You certainly have your own plans," Retribution sighed, waving his hand dismissively. "Go on, I won't stop you, but remember, the sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Do you hear me?" "Uh-huh. I knew you wouldn't refuse me." Retribution. Chen squinted, revealing his crescent moon eyes adorned with a playful smile. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished within the vessel, the Judgment. Uncertain whether such indulgence was beneficial or detrimental, the Judgment altered its navigational coordinates. The engines roared to life, propelling the ship forward with fervor. "Attention, all senior crew members aboard. I shall now instruct you on the operation of the standard heavy laser weaponry equipped on the Judgment. I trust you will aim with precision." Cosmic Emperor. A projectile of energy was unleashed, striking the ground near the Cosmic Emperor's feet. Optimus Prime leveled his transformation gun at him, bellowing, "You shall proceed no further." "Proceed no further?" The Cosmic Emperor scoffed, surveying Optimus Prime with disdain. "What authority do you possess to impede my path, A mere lackey of the primordial celestial master. Is your only asset that nearly depleted energy hammer?" Noticing the silent and vigilant Tong Tian Shao, the Cosmic Emperor carelessly continued, "Or perhaps your presence here, confronting me, is merely due to the original owner of this body. Do not be foolish. Not long ago, you were sworn enemies on Earth. He is dead now. Do you not feel a sense of loss?" With a resounding clang, the transformation gun fired. The azure energy projectile was deflected by the Cosmic Emperor's raised arm. Optimus Prime kept his weapon trained on him, enunciating each word with gravity. "Silence. Have I struck a nerve? Young one, face reality." The Cosmic Emperor arrogantly raised his head. "You are all too feeble. it would be as effortless as crushing insects. Optimus Prime's gaze grew increasingly frigid. As the final word of the Cosmic Emperor fell, he launched forward like a hound on the hunt, initiating his offensive. Tong, Tian, Xiao followed closely behind, their coordination flawless. The massive Titan hammer descended toward the Cosmic Emperor as he was engaged in a fierce struggle with Optimus Prime. Unfortunately, the Cosmic Emperor had already disengaged from Optimus Prime, narrowly evading the strike with an air of nonchalance, leaving only a long fissure carved into the ground. Tian Yuan, a wretched creation, the Cosmic Emperor remarked with indifference. As a layer of violet energy enveloped his arm, pointed spikes gradually emerging, creating a rather fearsome appearance. "Come forth then," he taunted, beckoning with a finger. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Undying Legion, in strict terms, the distance between the two fronts was neither vast nor trivial. It was just enough that traversing to the opposite side required some time, yet those with even a modicum of keen sight could discern the unfolding events, and, shouting loudly, could ensure their voices were heard across the expanse. The Red Spider has resumed its former activities, meticulously arranging the positioning and command of aerial units. Although Smokescreen may not fully comprehend the intricacies, he is acutely aware that his leader has appointed him for the purpose of mastering the skill, and he is learning with remarkable speed. After merely a brief observation, he wore an expression of triumph, hastily darting off to attempt directing his Autobot predecessors. Moreover, it is worth noting that Dead End, Shockwave, and Focus are also under his purview. Wily has chosen a vantage point near the Well of Origin to oversee the broader situation. As ground units cannot intercept the Undead Legion as effectively as their airborne counterparts, the only viable strategy is to remain at the entrance of the Well of Origin, where the Undead Legion is expected to land, to engage in defensive combat. This is the sole capability afforded to high firepower ground units. In this scenario, Focus, the only one present capable of executing long-range attacks, has opted for a position somewhat closer to the Well of Origin, clearly assuming the role of the ultimate line of defense. On the aerial front, the Red Spider has decided to deploy the Skyward Mechanical Insect factions as the vanguard, aiming to disrupt the formation of the Undead Legion during their assault, thereby facilitating the cleanup by both them and the supporting units behind. Prior to this tactical maneuver, Red Spider took a moment to glance at Smokescreen, confirming that his command was sound, which allowed him to relax. He activated the internal communication network, issuing a call to all members to proceed according to plan. Upon concluding his message, Red Spider gazed towards the encroaching shadows on the horizon. As the sun sets, darkness descends, and the ominous clouds loom over the city. The poetic phrase from Earth, "Black clouds press upon the city, threatening to destroy it," seems particularly apt in this context. However, the opposing force is equally resplendent and formidable, and the city they defend must not succumb to these dark clouds. The Undead Legion's advance is not swift. Otherwise, they would not have arrived after both factions had arranged their temporary strategies. Even so, they have yet to reach the effective range of most combatants, save for Focus. With a sharp crack, a skeletal form is abruptly obliterated mid-air, colliding with others in its descent and triggering a secondary explosion. Perhaps it is the first time Focus has drawn his weapon. At this moment, he brandishes a sniper rifle, its origin within his frame unknown. In terms of design, aside from the holographic scope, its overall structure bears no resemblance to Cybertronian technology, resembling instead a conventional human sniper rifle. Notably, the ammunition is not energy-based, but rather crafted from energy akin to bullets used by human firearms. In an instant, the focal point effortlessly aimed, exuding an air of composure, and fired another shot. At last, everyone discerned the principle behind the bullet's secondary explosion. The advantage of energy-infused bullets lies in their ability to alter shape and internal structure, contingent upon the type of chamber from which they are discharged. For instance, every firearm wielded by the focal point has undergone his personal customization, each serving distinct purposes. The bullet from this sniper rifle possesses the remarkable capability of splitting upon impact, radiating outward in a manner akin to a burst adhering to other entities. When such an entity encounters a collision, be it with solids sufficiently abundant liquids, or even another bullet alongside the smaller explosive fragments, it triggers yet another explosion within a defined radius. Should numerous such explosive fragments be present, the resulting shockwaves may activate the detonation conditions of other fragments, culminating in an immense chain reaction. In summary, it's akin to a continuous connection. Hey brother, are you certain that S a sniper rifle and not a mortar masquerading as one? The Jack, glancing back at the focal point from a distance, inquired playfully, seemingly intrigued by the focal point. The focal point set down his weapon and, with a friendly gaze towards the Jack, the swirling patterns around his eyes rotating a few times, replied emphatically, "It has a scope, long range, capable of lethal force, and is within a normal caliber. It is undoubtedly a sniper rifle." With that, he lifted the barrel with one hand and pulled the trigger. The sound of a falling projectile followed by a series of explosions resonating in succession. It remains uncertain whether this little fellow was jesting or genuinely believed such a thing. In the aerial unit, brother, shall we compare our kills later? As the Undying Legion approached the designated position of their plan, the eager and restless Claw was itching to engage, eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. While the Hardshell did not share the Claw's extreme enthusiasm for combat, whether out of a desire not to disappoint his younger brother or to guard the Well of Origins, he was willing to devote himself wholeheartedly to the endeavor. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Oh, it's my turn. Meanwhile, the Undying Legion crossed the anticipated distance of the plan. The Jack, brimming with excitement, retrieved a grenade from his person. Noticing the Harpy signaling readiness from afar, he aimed at a spot approximately 1 meter in front of the Harpy and hurled the grenade with all his might. While this distance was unlikely to reach the Undying Legion, it would certainly find its way to the thunderous Harpy brothers. One could only hope that this hastily modified chain tripwire grenade would not fail to perform. As anticipated, Tianjin remained steadfastly allied with Hai. The tripwire bomb, hurled by the Jack, predictably faltered after traversing the space between the two brothers. Tianjin weighed the iron rod in his hand, seizing the opportune moment to strike the bomb away with the finesse of a golf swing. As a crucial mechanism for activation, it naturally possessed safety measures. The other half of the chain tripwire bomb resided in Hai's grasp, a hastily modified impact-detonated grenade. Hai aimed at the chain tripwire bomb, launching the grenade while raising his other hand, as his transforming firearm discharged an energy projectile in pursuit of the grenade. The three elements converged within the ranks of the Undead Legion. Like triggering a concealed tripwire, a vast array of explosives, long buried in the shadows, erupted in a spectacular display akin to blooming flowers, each explosion cascading in rapid succession. This chain reaction simultaneously activated the explosive rounds attached to the focal bullets, leading to a cacophony of detonations that rained down a multitude of lifeless corpses. "Yay, brother, we succeeded," Hai exclaimed, turning to Tianjin with gleeful exuberance, raising his hand high. Tianjin, with a tender smile of affection, reciprocated with his celebratory high five. This plan, an impromptu idea proposed by Zendangbo, was unanimously deemed feasible and remarkably effective by all. The two grenades that ignited the explosive cache had also been modified with Zendangbo's assistance, drawing components from both the Jack and Hai's grenades. The chain tripwire bomb contained the triggering mechanism for the explosive cache, while the impact-detonated grenade harbored the requisite materials for the explosion. Only through their conjunction, followed by detonation via the energy projectile, could the explosive cache be ensured to ignite, despite the plan being conceived on the spur of the moment. Zendangbo calculated the logical failure probabilities to avert any mishaps, hence the convoluted safety measures adopted. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that devising such a method in such a brief time frame was indeed a stroke of genius. Additionally, it is noteworthy that the concealed explosive materials were sourced from the grenades of the Jack and Hai, and under the constraints of time and the absence of excavation tools. Zendangbo's design transformed theoretical explosives into reality, thanks to the smoke screen provided by our deflection phase apparatus. Everyone understood that, should the plan unfold without error, the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Undead Legion would be neutralized, likely failing to breach even the first line of defense. Consequently, each individual remained at ease. "Is it our turn now? Is it? Mao Qi, visibly anxious, seemed on the verge of snapping. Cheng Yunxiao inhaled a breath of flame, glancing back to see a pale figure high above, cupping their hands to their mouth and producing a rapid whistle. Suddenly, an array of golden musical notes, each distinct in style and shimmering with starlight, materialized around them, swirling in a captivating dance. "I shall devote my utmost efforts to bestow blessings upon you all," leaving no room for other concerns. Everything is entrusted to you now. Do not fret over potential injuries. Place your faith in me as much as possible. And I implore you to give your all. A transcendent voice resonated within the hearts of each individual. Cheng Yunxiao retracted his gaze, fixating intently on the undying legion. Bowing his head, he seized one of the musical notes nearby, crushing it fiercely between his sharp teeth, golden powder dispersing into the air, vanishing without a trace. With remarkable swiftness, he surged forward, his speed markedly increased. Flames, infused with golden powder, erupted from his throat, cascading forth with a potency several times greater than usual, illuminating the ground and obscuring the sky in a relentless blaze. The mechanical insect swarm executed a divided assault, sweeping aside the unscathed bones and dismantling them one by one. Among the swarm, the sole member granted mobility within the strategic arrangements. Miao Qi wreaked havoc with unrestrained glee. Suddenly, the purple eyes of a separated undead legion flickered, abandoning their fixation on breaching the blockade of mechanical insects, instead yielding to their urging, advancing stealthily towards a higher vantage point, poised and ready. As time slightly rewinds to the battlefield of the Cosmic Emperor, he declared, "You two stand no chance against me. Surrender while you still can. I advise you to recognize the situation, as I am in a generous mood and do not wish to eliminate you just yet." The Cosmic Emperor aimed his sea urchin cannon at Optimus Prime, observing the battlefield from a distance while casually persuading, "Quickly tell me where the spark source is. Hand it over." Optimus Prime remained silent, bowing beneath the weight of the cannon, his gaze surpassing the Cosmic Emperor to fixate on the now immobile Tong Xiangxiu, who still depended on the remnants of crumbling structures. Why hasn't the Legion broken through yet? The Cosmic Emperor pondered this question at that moment. Squinting, he surveyed the battlefield, ultimately resting his gaze upon the pale pink figure standing atop a height. The orphan of a fallen planet, the spawn of a wretched beast, he sneered, offering a feigned evaluation. His eyes glimmered with violet light as he coldly commanded, "Eliminate her, mindless wretches." The thought of kin slaying kin, particularly among the last remnants of their bloodline, was a notion most intriguing. Above, something seemed to soar, gliding and spiraling amidst the high clouds. Optimus Prime narrowed his eyes, finally discerning that it was a moth, seemingly clutching something in its claws. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a miniature version of the Star Sword pendant. "Hey you, what are you staring at?" The Cosmic Emperor, following Optimus Prime's gaze, looked up with keen interest. The shrinking function of the converter? How fascinating to transport equipment and supplies silently in this manner. Such an idea could prove immensely useful on a true large-scale battlefield. Regrettably, the Cosmic Emperor cast a profound glance at Optimus Prime, raising his arm cannon to target the moth soaring in the sky, firing 3 shots in succession. The moth flapped its wings, skillfully evading the first 2 energy projectiles. However, as the third energy blast approached perilously close, the moth abruptly halted its evasive maneuver, akin to a machine that had suddenly jammed, remaining suspended in mid-air without further action, only to be struck directly by the energy blast. Such a high level of inertia. Logically, even I would scarcely have been able to hit it. The Cosmic Emperor raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Ah, little entropy-stricken creature, it appears that your experiences are far more exhilarating than I had anticipated." Amidst the falling fireball, a glimmer of silver emerged and scathed, seemingly well protected within the energy blast. The Cosmic Emperor, gazing intently at the descending star sword, extended his hand to catch it. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected figure surged forth from behind the Cosmic Emperor, seizing the star sword in a preemptive strike. It was Tong Xiangxiu. Though Tong Xiangxiu had been grievously injured, barely able to stand mere moments ago, he had astutely seized the opportunity, mustering his strength for a final, desperate counterattack. The Cosmic Emperor, evidently taken aback by this sudden interception, quickly regained his composure, lifting his arm cannon once more to fire several shots into the sky. Meanwhile, the Undying Legion's battlefield appeared to be unfolding seamlessly according to the predetermined plan. As a member of the ground forces, compared to his seemingly bored comrades who were unable to engage with the enemy, Sihua found some amusement, such as utilizing the perspective device to observe the aerial battle, while also bearing the responsibility of reporting to the 2 commanders to timely adjust strategies, despite not having received any formal appointment from Red Spider or Smokescreen. The perspective device was, without a doubt, a mystery to all but himself and Yanchen. Even Sihua, its owner, had only scratched the surface of its functionalities. This was the reason he had been less visible in recent days, spending his time researching this peculiar device during the intervals between accompanying defeats and necessary missions. Indeed, he was the one engaged in trials with the Claude apparatus, resulting in some significant discoveries. Firstly, the perspective device could predict an opponent's next movement trajectory, operating on the principle of amplifying and slowing down the opponent's actions, allowing him to observe minute changes in their body. With adept application, he could anticipate their subsequent actions based on these variations, rendering it an unparalleled weapon that would ensure victory in one-on-one melee confrontations. However, it also posed the possibility of never achieving victory against certain adversaries. Certainly, on this battlefield, such a situation would be non-existent. If tasked with confronting the Cosmic Sovereign, it is highly probable that the conflict could persist until the end of time or until the seas run dry and the stones crumble. At this very moment, the Reaper was intently observing the movements of the Undying Legion through his sight instrument, traversing over numerous piles of skeletal remains, his gaze gradually shifting further into the distance, until it approached a higher vantage point. A small cluster of bones flitted past Lee, while the mechanical insect responsible for herding them diligently fulfilled its duty, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Yet, the Reaper could perceive the turbulent currents beneath the placid surface of the lake. The distance was too great, and reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive too late. The blades of the bones had already unsheathed in a corner unbeknownst to all. Lee, the urgent call sent a shockwave through everyone present. The small cluster of bones, realizing their ambush had failed, charged recklessly at the mechanical insect, driving them away. In this nearly suicidal assault, the hapless mechanical creature was struck and sent flying, tumbling through the air. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out in rapid succession, each finding its mark, triggering a series of explosive detonations that engulfed the entire cluster of bones. Almost everyone exhaled in relief at that moment. Yet the Reaper remained fixated on the dissipating black smoke, convinced that the situation was far from resolved. He adjusted the sight instrument to observe the smoke's movement. The dark gray powder flowed languidly, dispersing, gradually vanishing into the air, save for a small portion near the mountain that rushed outward, as if something were about to burst forth. No, it was not over yet. Red Spider. A chill ran through the Reaper's heart, and in a moment of impulse, he called out the name of the fastest individual present. However, the command post of Red Spider was likely situated further away than the heights Lee occupied, rendering any hope of assistance a mere fantasy. The Reaper was entirely unaware that he had utilized the public broadcasting feature, allowing everyone on the operational intranet to hear his call. Yet, the fractured bones surged forth from the smoke, their blades extending, an event that none present could avert. Imparting blessings is an act that exhausts the brain's memory and computational resources, particularly when performed for so many simultaneously. Lee had effectively isolated herself from the world, sealing off all her senses to conserve memory for the blessings, leaving only a faint sense of hearing, truly embodying the notion of being oblivious to all else. Having lost her temporal senses, she was unaware of how much time had passed until she faintly heard someone calling her name. Realizing that an attack was likely imminent, and that the assailant had probably not yet succeeded but was close, she decisively ceased the maintenance of the blessings, emerging from her state of isolation. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a shattered skeleton lunging toward her with claws bared. Death loomed perilously close, a sensation that Lee had never before experienced with such immediacy. Her limbs began to succumb to numbness, yet in a desperate bid for survival, she summoned every ounce of strength to attempt to evade her fate. The good news, she managed to evade the strike. The bad news, the instrument of blessing she wielded, a whistle, was pierced by the skeletal blade. As the relentless skeleton advanced, intent on delivering another fatal blow, Lee found herself trapped atop the mountain, unable to escape. For the first time, she faced death directly, her body trembling, limbs paralyzed, and her mind a blank slate devoid of thoughts or actions. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and her consciousness flickered momentarily. A glimmer of cold light swept across, as if something had fallen. The wind howled past her face, and Lee squeezed her eyes shut, afraid to witness what lay ahead. She curled into herself, feeling no sting from the cold, Rather, she sensed a strong presence lifting her, cradled in a wide embrace. It was as if her consciousness had returned to a cage, her thoughts disarrayed, her eyes stubbornly refusing to open. Yet she understood that this was her savior. "Open your eyes, Lee. You are safe now. I know this is your first time on the battlefield. It is mine as well. I will stay with you. Do not fear." The voice was unfamiliar, yet melodiously comforting. Yet Lee felt an inexplicable familiarity with this individual, as if the fragile ember of her mixed heritage within her surged with fervent energy. Finally, she opened her eyes to behold only a profile, the figure gazing upwards at the tumultuous battlefield. It seemed her awakening was ill-timed. Turning her head slightly, she discerned the color of the being's armor, a blend of orange and black. "Rest assured, the conflict in the skies shall endure for a while longer. You have lost your tools, and thus your capacity to partake in this battle," the figure explained swiftly, having noticed her awakening. "Though my words may sting, they reflect the truth. I will take you down. Remain safe there, the commander will protect you." Though unspoken, Lee instinctively grasped the identity of this figure, an understanding forged not merely from kinship, but from countless days and nights spent together. With that, the being transformed into a beastly form, inviting Lee to mount its back. In a few powerful flaps, they soared a considerable distance before landing at their destination. The creature set Lee down, nodding respectfully at the red spider, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. Without further ado, the creature ascended once more, engaging in combat with the undead legion. Lee remained transfixed, her gaze unwavering upon the sky, while the red spider stood behind her, arms crossed. The complexities of emotion can be quite perilous. The red spider lamented to the surrounding mist. In the aerial battlefield, the loss of Lee's support finally led to casualties among the mechanical insect swarm. Coupled with the temporary departure of Chong Yun-Xiao, the formation was inadvertently disrupted. These undead legions are indeed unyielding. They only cease their relentless assaults when dismembered to a certain extent. Frankly, this scene inflicted psychological torment upon everyone present. Moreover, it seemed that these mindless undead had suddenly gained a semblance of intelligence. They no longer charged recklessly, but instead employed their own tactics, leaving all in a state of bewilderment. Red Spider, at the 9 o'clock position, commanded Si Hua as he fired his shoulder-mounted cannon, bringing down a skeletal figure while loudly broadcasting through the internal communication system. "All ground units, retreat to Point 1. Aerial forces maneuver around. Injured personnel, evacuate the battlefield. I'm talking about you, Mao Chi. Cease fire against the hard shell and pull him down." Red Spider was almost beside himself with fury. The command post was situated within the origin well, and before Red Spider lay the focal point of the conflict. He had set aside his sniper rifle in favor of 2 handguns, which emerged from the inner side of his arm, clasped tightly in his grip as he steadied himself for the increasingly dire situation. Since adopting tactical maneuvers, the undead legions had resorted to a self-destructive path-clearing method, inching their way toward the origin well with their bodies. While such a strategy might command respect in any ordinary scenario, the mere thought of it occurring among these soulless beings was repugnant. This approach resulted in fewer than 100 skeletons reaching the origin well. Yet it was sufficient for Jiao Ju to quench his thirst, not to mention the remaining undead dragging along their comrades, leaving no possibility for assistance. At the final line of defense, when did the situation begin its rapid descent? Was it the moment Li was attacked, or when the enemy breached their formation? Jiao Ju gazed into the distance at another battlefield. Perhaps it commenced when an outsider intervened in the war and began orchestrating the undead legions. "Isn't that right, Cosmic Emperor?" Jiao Ju murmured softly, his tone calm, as if he had already resigned himself to the notion. He wagered that the Cosmic Emperor was monitoring the situation through the undead, believing that his words would resonate and provoke anger. "If all the skeletons could momentarily fixate on me as their target, then we would have time. We would still have a chance." No one could resist the urge to crush a creature that mocked them so brazenly, especially someone as arrogant as the Cosmic Emperor, who now held an overwhelming advantage. Tear him apart. In the hollow eye sockets of the undead legion, a luminescent violet glow began to emerge, signaling a shift in their target. Focus felt a fleeting sense of relief. The Cosmic Emperor was indeed a fool. It mattered little if he could not hold out much longer. Someone would eventually take his place. Yet, he realized he might never see him again. Thoughts flitted away as the relentless skeletons approached, advancing in droves, leaving little room for defense. Thus, Focus relinquished restraint and fought back with fervor. Acutely aware that retreat was not an option, he could not afford to grant the enemy even the slightest chance to breach the origin well. With gritted teeth, he stood firm at the entrance, refusing to let them pass. Bullets struck true as the skeletons swarmed like locusts, perhaps aware that Focus could not take to the skies. They exploited their aerial advantage to distract him, flitting up and down, seeking the opportune moment to snatch something from him. As Focus aimed his weapon, other skeletons lunged to tear at his arm. The red optical lens rotated slowly, searching for a suitable moment to counterattack. After all, who would wish to be perpetually battered? Even a clay figurine would grow irate after such incessant harassment. Just as another skeleton reached out to rip away a significant portion of his shield, Focus abruptly looked up, seized its tail, and flung it aside with force, swiftly rising to aim his pistol at its temple, firing a shot. The nearby foes had been cleared, while those further away could not be stopped in time. Thus, it was now the turn of the next adversary preparing for an assault. The field of vision cleared, revealing a skeleton soaring in, poised to initiate its next attack cycle. After all, I was not the only one hindered in sight. In his other hand, the weapon had transformed into a grenade launcher at some point. As he faced the skeleton lunging towards him, he raised the dark muzzle of the gun. Let it repent for its foolishness. Bang! The skeleton exploded before Focus, its dismembered parts scattering around him, rolling across the ground, yet none touched him, as if they were mere phantoms. The resurrected undead legion lacked physical form. Thus, even as they raised their heads in silent howls, no sound escaped their hollow bodies. But Focus knew this was likely their signal to commence a final assault. His prior words had indeed reached the Cosmic Emperor's ears. He was eager to resolve him quickly. Seizing the moment, Focus swiftly replenished the ammunition for the single-shot grenade launcher. When he raised his gaze again, the skeletons had descended upon him, densely obscuring the clouds, rendering everything indistinct. Jiaoju understood that his grenade could not be easily deployed, yet his close combat techniques were rather insufficient. Faced with such a relentless assault, he found himself overwhelmed, sustaining multiple wounds aimed at his vital areas. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief for having relocated his crucial components to a concealed position, averting immediate demise. Desperately, Jiaoju found himself ensnared within a circle of bones, instinctively countering their attacks as his eyes nearly bulged from exertion. Suddenly, the sound of a whistling breeze reached his ears. A gunshot rang out, striking a skeletal foe that had been entangled with him. He swiftly turned, evading another skeletal assault, and raised his pistol, pulling the trigger without aiming, confident that he would hit his target. Ultimately, however, he was struck by an unknown skeletal adversary wielding an unseen weapon. A sudden jolt reverberated through his cranial module, obliterating all coherent thought. In that fleeting moment of shock, his awareness flickered back, and he instinctively sought to retaliate against his assailant. Yet upon turning, he was met with the glint of a menacing blade. Who had taught these creatures to coordinate their attacks? Cursed be the Cosmic Emperor. Red Spider witnessed the moment Jiaoju's head was pierced by the blade. His body involuntarily lurched backward. It was evident that he did not wish to fall. Yet he was powerless to alter his fate. In a final act of desperation, he grasped the claw of the skeletal assailant that had breached his skull, pulling it toward himself with all his might. The blade sank deeper, yet Jiaoju remained silent, devoid of any further action. He merely lifted his right hand, positioning the grenade launcher against the skeleton's abdomen and firing his last round. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar. Red Spider's outstretched arm trembled uncontrollably, whether from fatigue or some other cause. The missile had long been primed, and he knew he had the opportunity to save Jiaoju. Yet he hesitated. Fear gripped him, fear that Jiaoju would be harmed, that he might perish because of his missile. He worried that the battlefield above would become even more precarious in his absence, doubting the capabilities of the young smokescreen. He yearned to seize command, to prove his worth. But he faltered, accomplishing nothing. What was the outcome? Jiaoju perished alongside a single skeleton, merely one. It was wholly inadequate, and the well of origins ultimately remained unprotected. Regrettably, it was now too late. Thus, until the very end, I remained powerless. Perhaps the mantle of leadership was never meant for me. The smoke on the battlefield had yet to fully dissipate when, suddenly, a colossal, straight bone swept through, shattering a multitude of skeletons. Red Spider recognized it as the very bone that had just pierced the focal point. As the smoke cleared, Focal Point propped himself against the long bone he had extracted from his own head, knowing that his master had likely been reduced to dust in the aftermath of the explosion. He twirled the hand cannon in his grip and discharged a shot into the air, defiantly inquiring, "Who feels sorrow now?" Focal Point tilted his head back, concealing the hand cannon behind him, even with a gaping hole in his skull, through which one could see the other side. And despite the crackling sparks still emanating from it, he maintained an air of unwavering confidence. A skeleton lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Without hesitation, he fired the hand cannon and swung the large bone, reducing the creature to fragments. "Come at me." Focal Point raised his head in proud challenge. "Don't you wish to kill me? Now is the perfect opportunity. I can see nothing and can't hit my foes. Are you truly going to let me go at this moment? Think it over. Surely you have triumphed in your battle. Haven to you? Relax, indulge in what you desire." "Can't see." Red Spider's heart raced, dismissing the other implications of Focal Point's words, focusing instead on the fact that the vibrant red optical lens had indeed vanished. "Wait. Focal Point, come back." Growing increasingly anxious, Red Spider rushed out, forgetting the distance that still lay between the command center and the final line of defense. Cosmic Emperor Focal Point let out a deep sigh as the remaining skeletons encircled him. "Our journey shall not end here." He drew the hand cannon and raised it to the sky. "In the next generation, we shall shine like gold, and I shall certainly not perish here." His voice remained as elevated and confident as ever, convinced that the Cosmic Emperor would emerge victorious from this battle. His figure became entirely obscured by the throng of skeletons, leaving Red Spider frozen in place, lost in thought. So close, yet ultimately too late. The next moment, a relentless barrage of gunfire erupted, the sparks from the bullets illuminating the eternal night like a constellation. The horde of skeletons burst forth in a dazzling display, until, at last, one could barely discern Focal Point kneeling, his body overwhelmed by an array of weaponry, as though they were emerging from him. The toll this had taken on his body was immense, rendering him immobile, while the skeletons lay scattered on the ground. Though dizzy from the tumult, Red Spider rushed over, eager to assist Focal Point, uncertain of where to begin. Just as he felt helpless, Focal Point stirred slightly, grasping Red Spider's wrist. His voice was hoarse, likely due to damage to his vocal cords and tinged with weakness. "Red Spider, did I succeed? It has come to an end. The focus has dissipated." The Scarlet Spider cautiously extended a hand, offering him an illusory embrace, patting him gently on the back. Oh, how cruel fate is to thrust a mere infant barely a few months old onto the battlefield. Yet, scarcely had the Scarlet Spider uttered these words when a sudden, vivid purple hue illuminated the horizon, casting its eerie glow over the entire battlefield. The scattered bones, remnants of the fallen, began to stir, levitating and assembling into grotesque new entities that twisted and contorted in a disconcerting manner, instilling an unsettling dread in the hearts of onlookers. The Scarlet Spider immediately raised his arm, readying his missile. "Is something unexpected occurring?" The Focus inquired, grasping the situation without receiving an answer. Fueled by indignation, he directed his ire towards the heavens, cursing, "Oh, you ancient cosmic tyrant! If you cannot bear defeat, do not instigate war. Do you comprehend the chaos you have unleashed upon the world? What were you doing all this time, you thoughtless fool?" In the stillness of the battlefield, only the sound of the Focus' coughing and vituperations echoed. The newly arisen undead forces wobbled in the air, their mismatched components rendering them particularly bizarre, shattering upon impact. In the segmented battlefield, some attempted to converge, but the resurrected skeletons had already clustered together, soaring toward the wellspring of origin. "Do not let them pass. Do not let them pass." The Focus, disregarding any restraint, bellowed with fervor, striving to rise but collapsing back down, his voice trembling, devoid of its former calmness. The Scarlet Spider grasped his arm, launching missiles that yielded little effect. The ominous purple light remained unwavering. The shattered bones continued to revive. And even the destructive power of the missile was insufficient. Even if the Scarlet Spider were to load every available round, it would likely prove futile. It has come to an end, the consequence of his flawed decisions. A low hum echoed, reminiscent of energy gathering, and a massive object sliced through the air, emerging from behind the Scarlet Spider. The Titan-class vessel, Retribution, cast an immense shadow that captured everyone's attention. Yet, even more striking was the cannon at the bow. Charging with energy, its cerulean beam sweeping across the ground, stirring up clouds of dust as it obliterated the undead forces, halting just before reaching the command center. Enveloped in smoke, Smokescreen's eyes brightened, momentarily forgetting the near-fatal encounter with the Bumblebee, exuberantly calling out and waving. The Bumblebee, noticing Smokescreen, relaxed the aiming lever and struck a confident pose, humming triumphantly. "Little bee, focus your aim. There are still remnants of the enemy." RC hurled a piece of synthetic energy into the reactor, igniting a momentary blaze of green flames that quickly shifted to blue as the laser weapon recharged once more. The Bumblebee nodded, gripping the lever, aligning the cannon towards the remaining enemy positions with the assistance of his comrades, who had already taken down several foes. The laser emitted a fierce beam, sweeping over one skeletal remains after another, leaving not even a trace of ashes, until all were utterly annihilated, reduced to mere fragments. Even the Cosmic Emperor found himself powerless against this onslaught, and thus the reluctant purple hue in the sky faded away. At this moment, it was truly over. How'd it go? Red Spider, our support arrived quite timely, did it not? The Faceless One stood quietly behind Red Spider, suddenly speaking and startling him. Upon witnessing Red Spider's reaction, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Hey, Faceless One, have you gone astray?" Red Spider crossed his arms in discontent, huffing, but then sighed, his head drooping in resignation. "Indeed, had you not arrived so promptly, we would likely have met defeat. Indeed, it took me quite a while to master that wretched laser cannon. I should have the Shockwave modify it later. Although the weapon I designed is powerful, it is rather complex. Let me tell you." The Faceless One led Red Spider away. Inevitably, the two combatants, Knockdown and Deadfire, crossed paths once more. However, this time, they did not indulge in reminiscing. Knockdown, unusually serious, swiftly gathered medical supplies. The war had just concluded, and there were numerous wounded requiring attention. The Autobots, too, reunited, with Bumblebee and RC commending Smokescreen's command. After all, the ground battle had unfolded without significant mishap, and in a certain sense, the ground forces had greatly contributed to the victory. This war served as an invaluable experience. RC, with a meaningful pat on Smokescreen's shoulder, remarked, "Since he has taken notice of you, I shall refrain from saying anything further. Do your best. There is much for you to learn." The holographic image of Retribution stood at the edge of the battlefield, gazing towards the opposing side. Upon a casual glance, he suddenly burst into laughter and called out loudly, "Hey, ISNT that Megatron? Where's your iron bucket head?" In the distance, one could see the Cosmic Emperor stumbling slightly, at the very moment when Lee was attacked. The Cosmic Emperor, having grasped the tiny star sword in his palm, finally exhaled a breath he had been holding. Although uncertain of how effective the Star Sword would be in this battle, faced with an unknown foe, he had no choice but to bring forth his most formidable weapon and gamble everything on it. He understood that the Cosmic Emperor would undoubtedly attempt to prevent him from launching an attack, which is why he had positioned himself with his back towards him from the outset. Though he would still take a couple of hits, it was far better than facing the enemy head-on and exposing the location of his spark chamber. However, he could not guarantee that he would withstand those two strikes. The worst-case scenario involved being injured or even killed, with both of his relics seized by the Cosmic Emperor. Unfortunately, given the positioning on the battlefield, the likelihood of such an outcome loomed large. Therefore, the optimal choice in the current situation was to relinquish the relics as swiftly as possible, passing them to another. Naturally, it was not only the Faceless One who contemplated this scenario. "Give them to me, hand them over." The air before him suddenly distorted for a fleeting moment, a flash of dark purple hue flickering past. It was imperative that it be entrusted to someone else, regardless of their identity or reliability. Tong Xiangxiu released his grip, and, simultaneously, two projectiles launched by the Cosmic Emperor struck his back, the dark energy searing through the metallic shell and creating a substantial dent, perilously close to exposing the core of the ignition chamber. Consequently, Tong Xiangxiu fell to the ground, face down in the dirt. He cast his gaze toward the two relics still suspended in midair, struggling to adjust his body until he finally found a somewhat comfortable position to await his fate. I fear I can no longer partake in the ensuing battle. I have never placed such trust in you before, so you must not disappoint me, Chen. Entrusting the relic to him was, from the outset, an exceedingly irrational decision. Who knows what this fellow is capable of? Yet, in Chen's eyes, if the Star Sword remained miniaturized, he could still muster enough strength to manage the Celestial Hammer. However, he had indeed overlooked one crucial detail. The duration of the converter's shrinking ability had suddenly lapsed. In Chen's eyes, filled with apprehension, the Star Sword abruptly reverted to its original size, forcing him to allocate half of his strength to manage it, while the Celestial Hammer, unrestrained, plummeted like a wild stallion, joyously dragging Chen downward. And directly below lay Optimus Prime. The flames of creation ignited. A desperate measure Chen conceived to mitigate the impending harm to Optimus Prime by transforming matter. Yet, no matter how swiftly the output of the creative force was, it still required time. Clearly, nothing outpaces gravitational pull and potential energy. Nevertheless, energy had been expended. Thus the scene transitioned from one where Optimus Prime faced obliteration to an entirely different scenario. Just before the Celestial Hammer collided with Optimus Prime, it was activated. Wow, Optimus, you've gained some weight. Tong Xiangxiu, lying inert on the ground, couldn't help but exclaim. No one present, including the Cosmic Emperor, had anticipated such an occurrence. Who on earth invented this accursed creative force that it could even simulate leadership prowess? However, despite this, the Cosmic Emperor remained haughty, declaring, "The evolutionary power of the Celestial Hammer? You don't truly believe this will defeat me. Optimally, you indeed cannot prevail," Chen whispered near Optimus Prime's ear, his tone devoid of any hint of restraint. "So which side are you on? Dousing me with cold water?" Optimus Prime retorted, somewhat gritting his teeth. "And wasn't it said that you should not emerge?" "Ah, as expected, still playing the fool, still infuriating as ever. Stay here and take care of Tong Xiangxiu. Do you hear me?" Optimus Prime instructed before charging forward, the Star Sword in hand. Chen glanced around before swiftly darting to Tong Tianzhao's side, busily repairing him with spare parts while chattering incessantly. "Oh, dear brother, why must you insist on taking those hits? This pit is exceedingly difficult to mend and consumes a plethora of components. Truth be told, even if you do nothing, you still have me here." Despite his words, he intentionally omitted mentioning who had nearly crushed Optimus Prime moments ago, his hands deftly moving the components to seal the pit in no time. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime was engaged in a fierce struggle against the Cosmic Emperor. "Oh, I nearly forgot about the encroaching wounds from dark energy. Allow me to assist you slightly in transforming this with the power of creation." "Heh, you're the first being to receive such an honor. Well, although I have healed you, do refrain from moving about too much. Do you hear me?" Tong Tianzhao nodded weakly, then lay still. Though he wished to assist, his body resisted, leaving him barely able to move. At that moment, Optimus Prime was taking a beating from the Cosmic Emperor. "Thus, I must go help Brother Prime now." Chen donned his component hat, and, seizing the opportunity when Optimus Prime unleashed a wave of sword energy that forced the Cosmic Emperor to retreat, he swiftly positioned himself behind the Cosmic Emperor. "Brother Prime, would you mind if I dismantled a bit of Megatron?" Chen called out, before Optimus Prime could respond. The Cosmic Emperor laughed. "Let me guess, your aim is to restrict my movements?" Attempting to reach behind himself to grasp Chen, the Cosmic Emperor was deftly evaded. Chen extended his claws, striking down a piece of armor from Megatron's back. The Cosmic Emperor let out an annoyed sound, clearly pained by the strike. Chen clung to the Cosmic Emperor's neck, seeking his next point of attack. The Cosmic Emperor, with a flicker of thought, manipulated the essence of dark energy, redirecting it to his back before launching a sudden strike. "How frightful!" Chen exclaimed, narrowly dodging the sudden purple spike by leaping down, not forgetting to taunt. "You've grown clever, Taro. Truly infuriating." The Cosmic Emperor gritted his teeth. "Do you remember what I told you last time?" He glanced at his sharp claws and grinned menacingly. "This time, I shall make you relive the darkness of old." It was evident that Chen's emotions shifted upon hearing those words. Was it fear? Optimus Prime keenly sensed the weight of the word darkness, recalling their previous encounter in the polar region. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Chen, facing off against the Cosmic Emperor, turned his head to look at him and Optimus Prime inexplicably understood that he did not wish for him to get involved. Here we go again, this fellow. One could never predict the depths of his cunning schemes. After observing him for a while, Optimus Prime confirmed this realization and reluctantly stepped out of the battle range, moving to stand beside Tong Tianxiao. Tong Xiangxiao still lay motionless, tilting his head back until he could barely see Optimus Prime, and then inquired, "Do you truly believe in him? Are you not concerned about his so-called strategies, the so-called plans that are merely a last resort? Even if they are but a last resort, they are preferable to our current state of helplessness," replied Optimus Prime with a sigh. "We have no other choice." On the battlefield of the Cosmic Emperor, Chen had resolved the issues concerning Optimus Prime and then turned his gaze towards a heap of metallic wreckage on the ground, which belonged to the Moth. The Moth's defeat was an unforeseen complication. It had originally played a crucial role beyond merely delivering equipment, but now it was incapacitated. Thus, the only potential replacement present was likely to be myself. The chilling sound of the wind pierced the air as the Cosmic Emperor launched an attack, delivering a powerful punch. Chen raised his arm to block, yet the fragility of his mechanical body was evident, disintegrating upon impact. He immediately retreated as the exploded fragments of his arm quickly reassembled. Weak and inferior, a testament to Nian's shoddy experiments. The Cosmic Emperor, with a flick of his finger, advanced once more. "Ah, your critiques are quite astute. But be wary of attracting the attention of Nian and his madmen. They would undoubtedly come to exact revenge, and I doubt you could contend with them," remarked Chen, even as he found himself besieged by the Cosmic Emperor. Although he could continuously reconstruct himself, it was glaringly apparent that he was at a disadvantage. At this moment, he still had the presence of mind to engage in conversation with his adversary. Both were indeed remarkable in their own right. The Cosmic Emperor, now incensed, intensified his onslaught, abandoning all conversation. "Tch, how utterly dull," Chen scoffed, raising his hand to deflect a punch, though he lost half a palm in the process, of which he remained unconcerned. The celestial sounds of the cosmos echoed incessantly in his ears. An extensive duration had passed since the onset of this war. Should matters continue to escalate, they might soon grow impatient. With a burst of azure flames, he seized an opportunity to land a decisive blow to the Cosmic Emperor's face. The primal energy surged, consuming an unknown source of power, and whether it was the impact or the nature of the primal force itself, the Cosmic Emperor appeared even more enraged. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing Chen's head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. "At last, I have you now," the Cosmic Emperor growled menacingly, extending his claw from the conventional ignition chamber upward, finally pausing at the optical lens. With a deliberate touch, he declared, "Let us commence from here." Chen remained unresponsive. His diminutive frame, in stark contrast to the Cosmic Emperor, could easily be pinned to the ground with but a single hand. The Cosmic Emperor's claw curled menacingly, digging deeply into the crevice of the optical lens, exerting immense force to tear it free. Optimus Prime, witnessing the agonizing scene, felt a pang of distress. Yet Chen remained silent. Had it not been for his prior insistence on not becoming involved, and knowing that he had his own strategic plans, he would have surely rushed in without hesitation. "Indeed, you were created for this purpose, were you not?" The Cosmic Emperor discarded the scrap metal in his hand, contemplating a transcendence from his origins, yearning to escape the relentless torment of his past. "Yet, I must assert, such an escape is nigh impossible. You shall never truly evade it." "Huh, one cannot articulate it thus. See, am I not living quite well now? What, have you never experienced such camaraderie, and are you now feeling unguarded?" Chen grasped the wrist of the Cosmic Emperor, his voice trembling, perhaps from pain, but he continued to mock with a grin. The Cosmic Emperor, once again rendered speechless, could only weakly retort, "Your circumstances remain unchanged. They still regard you as an emotional vessel, do they not? Yet everyone treats me splendidly, do they not?" Chen swiftly countered, his words slick and glib. The Cosmic Emperor found himself once more at a disadvantage, frustratedly commenting, his fingertips brushing against the soft contours of Chen's ears, suddenly erupting into laughter, an obvious intention laid bare before discerning eyes. "Wait, what are you about to do?" Chen's voice trembled with a palpable mix of panic, jealousy, and fear, exclaiming, "This alone, I cannot bear to lose it." But it was too late. The world fell into silence, an eerie stillness enveloping everything for the first time since he had acquired independent thought. Not far away, Optimus Prime experienced a seismic shock in his pupils, utterly unprepared for the series of astonishing events that had just unfolded. Was this truly part of your scheme? How terrifying! At least, I cannot believe it. Who would orchestrate such a plan only to end up in this disheveled state? It seems he is nearly stripped bare. Optimus Prime contemplated advancing to deliver a strike to the Cosmic Emperor, yet the latter seemed to anticipate his thoughts, casting a sidelong glance and lifting Yen-shun, pinning him against the nearby wall, the implications unmistakable. Optimus Prime halted abruptly, reluctant to retreat. How despicable! Beyond anger, the only emotion that lingered was worry. He gazed at the Cosmic Emperor, gripping the star sword tightly, yet felt utterly powerless. Now, he could only hope that everything remained within the parameters of his plan. In that moment, Yen-shun resembled a mere lifeless object, dragged back and forth without uttering a word, an eerie silence enveloping him. Not only did Optimus Prime find this peculiar, but even the Cosmic Emperor sensed something amiss. His initial intent to torment had momentarily shifted to a desire to eliminate him. Yet, all intentions dissipated the moment he fixed his gaze upon Yen-shun, whose once vibrant face now bore a hollowed expression. Despite the absence of anything left, merely observing his form, a torrent of resentment, sorrow, and anger surged forth, compelling the Cosmic Emperor to act swiftly, to strike him down and purge these negative emotions, transferring them entirely to the instrument in his grasp. Come now, strike. From the moment of his creation, was he not destined for this very purpose? The mind cried out in anguish, abruptly altering the intended course of action. In an instant, reason succumbed to emotion, and the body was governed by inscrutable thoughts, leaving only a single notion, to vent one's frustrations for what harm could ensue. They were beyond salvation, were they not? Indeed, I have triumphed. The Cosmic Emperor has taken action. Witnessing his companion's torment, yet feeling utterly powerless, was an excruciating experience. Silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the sound of fists striking, metal colliding with metal, parts shattering, devoid of their former vitality. They reassembled only to cascade to the ground, and after a fleeting moment of quiet, another assault commenced, perpetuating the cycle once more. As the night waned, the dawn broke forth from beneath the horizon, illuminating the sky and heralding the arrival of a new day. Though not as radiant as noon, strands of morning light streamed down, casting golden spots upon the earth. It was time to conclude. The Cosmic Emperor flicked his wrist, and purple energy coalesced into sharp spines, forming a lethal blade upon the back of his hand. He glanced at it and thrust downward with force. With a resounding crack, the metal components disintegrated, yet the piercing tip could advance no further. Yen-shun had deftly grasped the spike, his hollow head lifting as if casting a sidelong glance at the Cosmic Emperor, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Indeed, it was time to end this. Can you not see or hear? How do you know what I am thinking? How do you anticipate my attack's approach? The Cosmic Emperor trembled, a chill of dread washing over him as he tugged at his right hand, which was firmly ensnared by the components, rendering it immovable. Indeed, I have lost my sight and senses. Yen-shun tilted his head, gradually prying open the Cosmic Emperor's fingers with his own, tapping lightly on his chest and smiling. Yet I possess a heart. Like an eel, Yen-shun slipped through the Cosmic Emperor's grasp, appearing even smaller after enduring a beating, thus enabling his escape from confinement. Seizing the moment of the Cosmic Emperor's shock, he charged forward, causing the Emperor to stagger back a few steps. Though he did not fall, his body momentarily lost its balance. Master, the target coordinates are 49, 103, 17, 331, 17, 3. Please activate the land bridge immediately. As Yen-shun spoke, he raised his head, and despite his lack of eyes, it was evident he was glaring fiercely at the Cosmic Emperor. The Emperor swayed, attempting to regain his equilibrium. Yet Yen-shun suddenly surged forward once more, propelling him backward. A swirling vortex manifested just behind the Cosmic Emperor, at a distance equivalent to a single stride, as a hard metallic construct pressed against his ignition chamber. Everything has come to an end, you wretched fool. Repent for your arrogance in the depths of hell. Yen-shun clenched his teeth fiercely, forcefully pushing the Cosmic Emperor back, leaving him no chance to escape. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor retaliated. A burst of violet energy suddenly pierced through Yen-shun, who was still clinging to him, as if chastising the individuals in the land bridge for not effectively handling the enemy. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Fly over the mountain." Epilogue. The conclusion of the finale author's note. All inexplicable plot holes introduced in this piece will be adequately addressed in subsequent writings. The conclusion culminates in a delightful reunion of all original characters. One day after the climactic battle, at the Well of Origin, I've told you countless times. I am indeed alive. Fly over the mountain proclaimed, thumping his chest with pride. I am the ace in the hole that little Chen spoke of. Did you not see this coming? Have I not accomplished a great feat? Indeed, subduing and sealing the Cosmic Emperor was a significant achievement. But wait, why are you not dead? We all witnessed it. They exclaimed. And where have you been these days? How are you not discovered? Do not rush me. This tale is rather lengthy and requires careful narration. Fly over the mountain replied, stepping back slightly to address his perplexed companions, gesturing for them to calm down with a dismissive wave of his hands, managing a sheepish smile. Beside the Well of Origin, all members of the Decepticons and Autobots gathered, standing on opposite sides and exchanging bewildered glances. Optimus Prime and Megatron shared a resigned smile, for indeed, an abundance of absurdities had unfolded in recent days. Chen sat elevated between the two factions, perched atop a mound of scrap parts, one leg crossed and the other dangling down, swaying as if to tug at someone's heartstrings. However, his gaze was fixed intently on his own chest, furiously scratching and pulling at it, while all present watched him with a mix of helplessness and fury. Why was I able to open this last time, but not now? Chen exclaimed, straining with all his might, yet to no avail. Frustrated, he noticed a small, silver sphere hovering nearby, seemingly metallic, and in a fit of anger, swatted it away. Soundwave, accustomed to such occurrences, effortlessly caught the small sphere, which flickered briefly before speaking. How many times has it been? It seems our chip is not in the best of moods today. The sphere's words were abruptly interrupted by a fierce glare, causing it to chuckle nervously and fall silent. Soundwave couldn't help but sigh. After all, with so many present, not one knew when or how Chen had connected with the primordial celestial master, or how he had become the vessel for the source flame cube. Indeed, that sphere was the primordial celestial master. The coarse language of the unknown planet truly reflects the tempestuous and irritable nature of Chen, whose demeanor is one of extreme volatility. Upon witnessing his furious outburst, the assembled machinery could only watch as he thrusts a hand fashioned from parts into his chest, extracting the fire source cube along with the energy starter's ignition chamber in one decisive motion. The extraction was indeed remarkable. The coarse language of the unknown planet was something I had no need for, yet it was your inception of consciousness that led to my being subjected to experimentation. Were it not for that, you would have long ceased to exist in any form. Chen vented his frustrations upon the fire source cube, and only then did he find a semblance of tranquility. His chest armor, now missing a segment, allowed a glimpse through to the opposite side, where he appeared even more spirited, embodying a sense of lightness and detachment. He tapped his head, as if pondering a change of chip. Ah, little Chen, that object has indeed returned to the fire source cube, hasn't it? Quite inexplicably, the primordial celestial master posed this question, leaving everyone around him bewildered. How do you know of it? Never mind. It is of little consequence. Indeed, it has returned to a place where its true value can be better manifested. The display screen on Chen's armor reflected a cheerful demeanor, suggesting that his spirits were considerably elevated. The primordial celestial master seemed poised to say more, yet ultimately fell into silence, the silvery glow dimming as it settled upon the shoulder of Optimus Prime. Chen, unfazed, continued with the proceedings, patting his chest, now restored with parts, and stood before the Well of Origin. As a self-proclaimed ambassador of peace and diplomat, he, having deeply studied the art of language, commenced his address. Since we are all familiar faces, I shall dispense with the formalities. First and foremost, our common goal is the prosperity of Cybertron, albeit through differing methodologies. Thus, there is no need for further hostilities. Chen gestured towards Megatron and Optimus Prime. In their earlier days, these two shared a mentor-student relationship. Indeed, a portion of the Autobot philosophy has evolved from certain tenets of the Decepticon ideology. However, this incident has revealed conflicts and exposed their respective shortcomings. The leaders of both factions exchanged serious nods, a sight that drew an amused chuckle from Chen. How amusing! It seems the bonds of sentimentality remain unbroken. Megatron has indeed adopted a more radical stance. We hold no authority to arbitrarily decide the fate of other life forms, even if they are 100 times weaker than we are. Moreover, the human race, though fragile in bloodline, possesses a tenacity and intelligence that far exceed our expectations. Each individual's birth and existence carries its own significance, regardless of being ancient or contemporary, grand or insignificant. Such matters are beyond our scope of interference or remediation. As the lengthy discourse came to a close, Chen dramatically paused for breath, shifting the display screen away from the Decepticons and directing it towards the Autobots. He pretended to clear his throat, and in stark contrast to his fervor, the sleek black and gray visage of the display reflected a subtle gleam, obscuring the piercing gaze of gold that was fixated upon Optimus Prime. For a moment, Optimus appeared taken aback, a sense of bitterness swelling within him. Indeed, you have truly forgotten Orion Pax. Under the scrutiny of his companions, Optimus uttered a name that felt somewhat foreign, yet sent a tremor through the heart of Megatron. Ah, I see. It seems that this brother, Orion, along with his Autobot companions, is exhibiting a notably conservative demeanor, which, of course, does not bode well for the revival of Cybertron. Chen's address to Optimus as brother elicited a radiant joy from him, showcasing a flamboyant display of exuberance. The current outcome is a testament to our mutual efforts. It is the result of our shared struggles. It is, in truth, the only viable path for Cybertron's restoration. Hence, the method employed or the side it favors matters little now. Chen furtively cast a glance toward the Decepticons, seeking that clever individual who might extricate him from his verbal shortcomings. Presently, the one most at ease in the gathering was Jiao, who had recently joined the fray, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing conflict between the two factions. Despite his elevated emotional intelligence, he was unlikely to concern himself with the nuances of the situation. His sole focus was to maintain the facade of his young admirer, praising the youthful machine until Chen had completed his remarks. With a slight bow and a brief pause, Jiao sensed the golden optics beneath the display screen gazing at him with a covetous glimmer, and he understood that an opportunity was being presented to him. Little Chen, you are marvelous, Jiao exclaimed, igniting a ripple of applause. Thank you, Jiao. Ah, I appreciate the compliment. Musing silently in gratitude, Chen accepted the praise with satisfaction, seizing the moment to pivot the conversation. By the way, old man, I have heard that you have been spreading tales of the relationship between the Matrix and my essence. The silver sphere flickered momentarily before turning away from Chen, adopting a sheepish demeanor. What essence? That description is far from accurate. The Matrix does not reside within my being. Rather, it exists within the essence of creation. Yet, even this assertion felt somewhat flawed. In any case, it suffices to say that the life force provides the Matrix with vital sustenance. And now the two have become so intricately intertwined that they cannot be separated. After all, the life force was originally a pure gold hue. Chen paused, observing the complex expressions of those around him, tilting his head in curiosity. Why do you look at me so? I truly do not require the life force. Even if it were extracted and cast into the well of origins, it would not affect me in the slightest. Optimus Prime's expression was somewhat intricate as he inquired. So, when you previously mentioned discarding it, you meant to say, indeed, came the reply, cast the body imbued with the mixed essence of creation into the abyss. As long as even a single chip remains active and unyielding to slumber, with a few spare parts at my disposal, I can continue to thrive in a renewed vessel. Suddenly, Chen erupted into laughter. You can't be serious, Optimus. Surely you didn't genuinely believe my words, that I would willingly offer myself up? Optimus Prime's countenance darkened further. Chen tossed his energy starter and glanced around. So, who's going to take on the task of tossing this into the depths? No one. You can't expect me to do it. Absolutely not. He shook his head vigorously and caught sight of the crimson mech, his eyes lighting up as he darted over like a whirlwind, shoving the energy starter into Fei Guoshan's hands, then swiftly leaping to a higher vantage point, calling out, "Let Fei Guoshan do it." After all, he was the one who personally vanquished the Taro. Me? Fei Guoshan pondered, wondering when he would ever be afforded such an honor. Clutching the energy starter, his arms trembled slightly, fearful of damaging it. He looked up anxiously at Optimus. receiving a nod of encouragement, which seemed to imbue him with a modicum of courage. He then turned to Yuan Shi Tianzun, the small white orb, who glimmered and urged, "Go ahead, this is your rightful duty." Fei Guishan, gazing at the energy starter, hesitated as he took a few steps forward. He exhaled deeply, solemnly cradling the starter as he approached the origin well, peering down into its depths with an unchanging solemnity. He extended his hand and cast the energy starter into the abyss. Suddenly, the dimness of the origin well was enveloped in a luminescent, aqueous membrane. Almost instantaneously, this membrane merged with the fire seed source cube, erupting into brilliant hues amidst the darkness, akin to a splendid firework display. Such a breathtaking spectacle lasted but a moment. Soon, the fire seed source cube settled into tranquility, gently floating within the origin well, emanating a unique blue-white glow that symbolized life and hope, carrying within it a portion of radiant gold. At last, Optimus Prime's heart was liberated from the confines of the fire seed source cube. The body beneath the origin well appeared diminutive in its reflection, yet was rendered sacred and grand by the gentle radiance. Memories of the past flooded back, tinged with a bittersweet nostalgia. He shook his head, attempting to cast those recollections aside. Meanwhile, on the other side, the familiar ruckus of Chen filled the air. Seemingly rejuvenated by the most commonly used chip, he bounced around, exclaiming enthusiastically as he leapt onto the Soundwave's form, filled with anticipation. "Master, tomorrow night at this time, there will be shooting stars." Certainly, almost everyone among the Decepticons is aware of what the meteor signifies. The Tazkima meteor, a celestial phenomenon formed from meteorite fragments influenced by the magnetic fields of the Tazkima asteroid belt, appears erratically, with no individual capable of predicting its next emergence. Whenever the Tazkima meteor manifests, the surrounding regions invariably witness fortuitous events, be it bountiful harvests, resource breakthroughs, or alleviation of ailments. Although the underlying principles remain a mystery, the Tazkima meteor has earned the moniker of the celestial harbinger of prosperity and warmth. The day it arrives is universally acknowledged as Meteor Festival, a celebration of the blessings and abundance brought forth by the Tazkima meteor, extolling its gifts of joy and harvest. No one comprehends why Flame is so invested in the Meteor Festival, nor can anyone fathom how he discerns the precise timing of the Tazkima meteor's arrival. However, over the years, while Flame's requests for the celebration have been infrequent, they are not without precedent. After all, it is merely a banquet, and thus not of great consequence. These details, however, are trivial. Optimus Prime, observing Flame's spirited demeanor, lowered his gaze in contemplation, silently beckoning his companions to discreetly depart. "Orion brother," Flame exclaimed, turning around in surprise, cupping his hands around his mouth to call out. "Orion brother, you must join us." Optimus Prime suddenly smiled and inclined his head, responding decisively, "Indeed, I shall come. This time, I will certainly attend. It appears you were right. An individual remains unaltered through time. And this time, it is you who has called me." As with previous years, the festivities of the Meteor Festival unfolded, yet this occasion brimmed with exuberance, primarily due to the presence of the Autobots. Throughout the day preceding the banquet, nearly everyone was preoccupied with preparations for the transition. Megatron had disbanded the Decepticon production lines, effectively halting the output of those subordinate soldiers. The essence of the Decepticon ideology endures, perpetually clashing with that of the Autobot, seeking a harmonious and progressive coexistence. Optimus Prime concealed his leader module and identity behind a veil of smoke, eluding Megatron and successfully integrating into the Decepticons. However, amidst this process, a slight complication arose. During his passage, Smokescreen overheard Optimus Prime's voice, which he was attempting to suppress, seemingly in an effort to evade detection, engaging in hushed conversations with Smokescreen. At that moment, it may no longer be appropriate to refer to him as Optimus Prime. Flame was acutely aware of the subject of their discourse, and recognized that Orion understood his profound aversion to the leader module, thus comprehending his desire to distance himself. Yet, having encountered him, Flame was resolute that this matter could not simply be dismissed. With a swift stride, Flame darted forward, like a rocket intersecting the leader module that Orion was about to present and the smoke screen that had just extended its hand to receive it. Orion's demeanor ignited an inexplicable, nameless fury within. Perhaps it was a fleeting recollection of long-forgotten memories, but in an instant, that fire was kindled into an explosion of emotion. Grasping Orion, a fervent admonition ensued, resembling a reprimand more than a lesson. What right do you possess to alter another's character in life? Why must one accept this burden and relinquish a cherished part of their past? Was this sentiment directed at Orion, the leader module, or perhaps the primordial celestial master nearby? Who could tell? This was the choice of the leader module, and, consequently, my choice. Orion bowed his head, unable to meet the gaze of Chen, whose golden eyes were veiled beneath the display screen. He neither struggled nor resisted. He simply acquiesced to Chen's guidance, perhaps not out of inherent weakness, but rather an internal acknowledgement of Chen's words. The smoke screen retracted its hand, bewildered and somewhat apprehensive, while the primordial celestial master quietly approached, observing the duo before him. Your choice? Orion, look into my eyes and speak truthfully. Do you genuinely believe this is for the best? Is this erosion of one's essence truly commendable? I cannot endorse it. As the tempest of emotions began to subside, Chen adopted a different approach, at least momentarily sparing Orion from further reprimand, opting instead for a more persuasive discourse. Yet, it was evident from his words that anger still simmered within him. If it is erroneous, then amend it. If it is unreasonable, then reform it. Where has the fervor of your revolutionary spirit from years past vanished? Why must a leader remain tautly wounded? During the harrowing times of war, do the people not yearn for a leader who speaks? In the arduous moments of rebuilding their homeland, do they not require a leader who shows warmth? Are we not currently entrenched in such circumstances? Must we select yet another youth to bear this suffering? Chen pointed toward the smoke screen, startling it. Indeed, you speak the truth. Time can erode all. Perhaps even I have forgotten the original purpose for which the leader module was conceived. The primordial celestial master shimmered with silvery light, hovering closer to the pair to express his perspective. Indeed, you articulate it well. Perhaps transformation is indeed warranted. Primordial celestial master, Orion called out despondently, his tone betraying no hint of surprise or any other emotion. Now is your time, those distorted by time, those abandoned by the ages. Let us bury them together in the old world. The birth of new Psi star should not be shackled. Pursue your aspirations unabashedly, for I shall place my trust in you. The primordial celestial master twirled gracefully, gently tapping Orion's head in a gesture of comfort. The leader module exists to seek a leader, not merely to find a suitable youth and mold them into one. Tracing back to its roots is indeed reasonable. Regardless of any ethnic group or time, vast flocks of sheep invariably require a shepherd, and swift packs of wolves consistently possess a wolf king. No matter the material composition of a race or the class leading an era, a leader is indispensable, embraced by the populace rather than forcefully imposed. At this moment, the debate officially transitions into a discourse between Chen and the primordial celestial sovereign. Alternatively, one might view this as a contention between the aspirations of the new Cybertron and the creators of the old era. The judgment of the leadership module has never erred. It selects only those children endowed with the qualities and talents of a leader. However, this does not provide a legitimate justification for premature advancement. The primordial celestial sovereign hovered before Chen, adjusting his posture as if to meet his gaze, solemn and dignified. I shall amend its model before you elect the new leaders of the two factions. The leadership module shall no longer be an inherited tool of premature growth. Instead, it will evolve into a nurturing guide, not limited to a single faction. Perhaps this matter is resolved in such a manner. Ultimately, the leadership module was taken by the primordial celestial sovereign, and its future transformation remains uncertain, but that is no concern of Chen. Disputes may arise easily. Yet the bonds of emotion shall never be severed by mere arguments, especially considering the destructive potential of debates regarding future prospects. Thus, it was not long before Alian lifted his smile once more and led the two children away to play. Nevertheless, prior to the official appointment of the next leader, he and Megatron must address the myriad tasks awaiting attention on Cybertron. Speaking of which, the Autobots have encountered considerable challenges. The transition of responsibilities is undeniably time-sensitive and burdensome, particularly the intelligence transfer overseen by Soundwave. He nearly succumbed to exhaustion amidst the relentless assaults from both Soundwave and Chen. Fortunately, he managed to escape one adversary, while another proved somewhat considerate in assisting him. With the evening banquet looming, Teletron, one ultimately completed the transfer satisfactorily. However, it remains unclear what consequences the vast trove of sound frequencies in the intelligence database may bring him, as the cacophony is incomprehensible even to him. The banquet, in a sense, is akin to a picnic, standing on the metallic ground, Chen exhaled. Although the celebrations for the Meteor Festival or the new birth of Cybertron have yet to commence, have all the guests truly arrived? Perhaps something is still amiss. Wait, before we begin, there are still some who have yet to arrive. Chen raised his hand, capturing the attention of a harmonious and loving crowd. Hey, you can hear me, right? The matters have reached a satisfactory conclusion. You may return. Chen audibly tapped the small disc at his temple, seemingly communicating with someone. After all these years adrift in space, it must have been arduous for you two to avoid us. What? Not difficult? Having a delightful time? I say, you two have truly taken my concern to heart. Who doesn't know that you two frolic about like unrestrained pups, thinking I cannot hear you? The crescent smile long absent from the faceplate display has reappeared, accompanied by a feline grin, rendering its possessor as cunning and joyful as a cat. Moreover, I am aware that you currently reside within the gravitational orbit of Cybertron. Do not feign reluctance to move. A land bridge awaits to transport you. Quickly relay your coordinates, lest you find yourselves watching others indulge in a feast without being offered any delectable treats. Gently stroking his soft, flexible cat ears, Chen turned his gaze towards Soundwave. As the feline eyes on the faceplate blinked, Soundwave silently nodded in acquiescence, adjusting to the coordinates provided by Chen, and opened the land bridge in a nearby clearing. So, is this the land bridge? A voice from across the bridge carried a note of unexpected familiarity. Surely, no other land bridge could simply materialize before us, could it? Another voice chimed in, equally familiar to an excessive degree. Yes, this is indeed the spot. Hurry over. Chen replied loudly, fearful that they might not hear him. He even urged Alcee and Tong Xiangxiu to the forefront. A cerulean head emerged from the yellow-green vortex, spotting Alcee, who stood awkwardly at the front of the group. The Autobot's exclusive Azure optical sensor instantly conveyed excitement as he leapt forward, only to be intercepted midway by a red counterpart that bore a striking resemblance. Yet, he bore no ill will, merely calling out Alcee's name with enthusiasm. Bumper? Alcee exclaimed incredulously, feeling momentarily dazed as if darkness had enveloped her. Shaking her head and confirming that Bumper had indeed not vanished, she finally broke into a smile. Long time no see, Bumper. Ashen, I must inform you. This is my wife. Keep your hands to yourself, all right? Bumper, this is my teammate. If you dare to bully her, you shall face the consequences. Chen, I reckon Ashen seems to be the one being bullied here. Unbeknownst to all, the greatest beneficiary in the end turned out to be Alcee, as both her beloved and her friends had come to life within the span of 2 nights. Were you not taken aback by Black Widow? Alcee suddenly turned to Chen, who wore an innocuous smile, shocked yet seemingly accustomed to it. You wouldn't have orchestrated this, would you? Like flying over a mountain. What did you manage to do this? Surely not. Do you suppose I only began plotting upon my 3rd year on Earth? Chen clutched his chest, feigning deep sorrow. 2 chips, dear sister Alcee. If you mistakenly took me for that old black spider, wouldn't those 2 chips have been in vain? What shall be your recompense to me? Chen placed his hands on his hips, leaning slightly forward as the brilliant golden light pierced through barriers and penetrated Alcee's optical sensor. She turned her head away, feeling a pang of guilt. Isn't everything perfectly normal? Besides, isn't there another awaiting our reunion? Let him come. Everyone, I have returned. A somewhat flamboyant voice, brimming with confidence, resonated, adorned with a white lacquered exterior and blue wavelight patterns. The overwhelming excitement of reuniting after many years was palpable as his approach mirrored Bumper's. Charging straight towards Tong Xiangxiu, Tong Tianxiao had not even had the chance to lower his arms when he heard a jubilant cry. Captain, long time no see. The sound of metal clashing forced Tong Tianxiao into a half-seated position on the ground, yet he was unfazed. He steadied himself and discerned the identity of the machine before him, striving to maintain his composure, though his tone betrayed his emotions. Langlois? It has been a while. He attempted to push Langlois aside to allow him to rise, but instead of moving, Langlois was joined by the weighty presence of the jack and the partition prodded forward by Chen. Thus, The Thunder Rescue Team was formally gathered. Once the long-awaited reunion celebrations concluded, Tong Tianxiao finally stood, his face reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment. Meanwhile, Lang Hua, filled with joy, turned to see the imposing figure of the Haijian pushed over by Yin Chen. Typically, adversaries encounter one another with heightened tension. The surface was glossy, appearing unscathed from the recent explosion. Haijian and Lang Hua locked eyes, and amidst their contemplation, the former managed to utter a single remark. Almost immediately, he was met with the resentful gaze of a cat. Indeed, after all, you were the one who blew me up. 3 chips down the drain. What if something goes terribly wrong? After this farcical exchange, the festivities commenced in earnest. For this moment, Yin Chen had generously offered up a massive chest filled with a million-year supply of provisions. Soon enough, everyone began to pair off, seeking solitary corners. Leaving Yin Chen idly observing as his optical machine curiously scanned the surroundings, catching sight of the machine adorned in red and blue, casually strolling over. Slip away, engage. Optimus Prime and Megatron were engaged in a toast, momentarily keeping their true intentions veiled from their subordinates, indulging in commercial flattery. Unfortunately, a Cybertronian Melon King was on the attack. Yin Chen peeked out from behind Optimus, now referred to as Orion. Brother Orion. Yin Chen emerged, circling around the chair until he reached the table between the two machines. It was evident that both parties hesitated momentarily. So, what do you two plan to do next? Let me ponder. How about considering the matter of succession? Leaning in closer, Yin Chen stroked his chin, raising an eyebrow at the two. Orion scratched his head, seeking help from Megatron, only to find that he too was gazing back. Ultimately, it was Megatron who broke the silence, responding with a hint of trepidation. Well, this is a significant matter. We must deliberate. Take our time. Megatron's intent was clear. He wished to postpone the discussion, perhaps until Yin Chen himself forgot about it, ensuring that neither of them would ever have to address the question. All right. Yin Chen turned and walked away, resting his hands behind his head, adopting a nonchalant attitude as he remarked, I suppose I shall never obtain that answer in this lifetime. Upon hearing these words, Orion and Megatron exchanged a resigned smile. At that moment, the dawn had just dipped below the horizon. Hey, Xiao Yinqing, Feeble Mountain called out, leaning against a tree as he beckoned to Yinqing, who had charged forth eagerly to witness the unfolding events. Observing Yinqing's puzzled expression as he halted, Feeble Mountain, with a nonchalant grin, remarked, Do take a look at this conclusion. Is it in accordance with your expectations? So, are you not planning to seek out a companion to share your life with? Come on, just me? Yinqing retorted with self-deprecating humor, shaking his head and raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Let us just wait and see if fate grants me this opportunity. By the way, Shangge, you've changed quite a bit, he added. That's all due to the influence of the collective mind, Feeble Mountain replied, casting a glance at Yinqing's retreating figure, muttering under his breath. What is the matter? Isn't this armor quite appealing? How could anyone dislike Xiao Yinqing? Speaking of which, how is your progress with Sister Arsai? Yinqing leaned closer, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Feeble Mountain glares Yinqing, grins as a meteor streaked across the sky. Yinqing silently communicated something to Feeble Mountain. Feeble Mountain pulled Yinqing aside, pretentiously adjusting his mechanical form as he made his way behind Arsai. Feeble Mountain, I truly miss you. Arsai seemed unaware of Feeble Mountain's presence behind her, lost in her musings. Oh, is that so? May I interpret this as a confession of your feelings for me? This revelation sent Yinqing into a frenzy of excitement. As he searched for his target, his eyes caught the dazzling hues glimmering amidst the flames and meteors, alongside the reassuring gray-blue of a familiar frame. It's a young couple, Yinqing thought, his interest piqued as he stealthily approached. I refuse to sit here. Look at this debris scattered everywhere. It would surely mar my finish. He disdainfully kicked aside a piece of metal, only to notice Shihua, bewildered, seeking a flat spot to settle down. This startled Yijideo, prompting a sharp outburst. Shihua, you cannot sit here. I want to allow your finish to be tarnished. Shihua froze in mid-sit, half his body suspended in the air. Ultimately, he refrained from sitting down, adhering to Yijideo's words, a peculiar trust cultivated over countless years of companionship before arriving at the Decepticons. Neither of them could pinpoint when their affections for one another had blossomed. Perhaps, fate had been predetermined from the very beginning. After all, Shihua excelled at maintaining Yijideo's machinery. Shirhua, I wish to sit on your lap, Yijideo suddenly exclaimed, tugging at Shirhua's arm with enthusiasm. Shirhua lowered his gaze to him, tilting his head in confusion. Would you not mind that my legs might ruin your finish? Oh, come on, Shirhua, you absolute dolt. Yijideo pouted in annoyance. How could I possibly dislike you? Besides, even if it did get scratched, you could simply fix it, and I've always admired your craftsmanship. In the depths of his heart, a sudden enlightenment flickered. He nodded, lowered his gaze, and sought a relatively clean patch of ground devoid of any obstructions. Curling his legs up and then letting them down, he found a more comfortable position, and then extended an invitation to his fallen companion. The fallen one gladly accepted. Together, they sat beneath the night sky, gazing upward. Above them, the heavens were adorned with a splendid display of meteors and flames, harmoniously intertwined. A mischievous cat stealthily slipped away from the metallic wreckage that had yet to be cleared, silently vanishing into another corner of the world. In a secluded nook, voices could be heard. Li, do you like meteors? The beastly form of Chong Yunxiao lounged nearby, idly flicking its tail while nibbling on an energy block, casting a sidelong glance at Li, who was enraptured by the meteor shower above. Yes, I adore them, Li exclaimed, her petite, pink-furred fox bouncing around him. It's been ages since I last saw Tascama. My home used to be in the same galaxy as Tascama. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she reminisced. Chong Yunxiao paused in its chewing, lifting its head to catch the sudden melancholy that enveloped Li. Gently nudging her with its head, it consoled her. Are you thinking of home again? When we have some leisure, shall we go visit? Li fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. Chong Yunxiao tilted its head in confusion, unable to grasp a response. There's no need, Chong Yunxiao. What purpose would it serve to return? I no longer have companions from my hometown. Now, the Star of S is my home. With a faint smile, she rested her pink-furred fox beside the dragon S head. After all, my ancestors are here, are they not? I have friends, a home. And you, that is enough for me. I've already made a promise to be with you for a lifetime. Her golden, glass-like eyes reflected the light of the flaming meteors, casting sparkling fragments upon the metallic ground and the equally golden dragon's gaze. My king, not lingering too long on the moment, she soon heard a distant howl growing closer. Yin Chen quietly retreated, turning around a corner of a small building to find a secluded spot against the wall, squinting his eyes slightly. This place was ideal for waiting. Waiting. Another year had passed. Another year of the Meteor Festival. It seemed he was speaking to himself. Like the composition of data, a blue and white projection streaked through the foliage. Darting up to the platform, seizing the loudspeaker. Taking a deep breath, he urgently shouted, Tascama will land here. Please evacuate promptly. Though no casualties were anticipated, a few individuals turned back. Where is Yin Chen? Has anyone seen him? Flying over the mountains, he felt the determination conveyed through the shared mind, his thoughts in disarray. He barely managed to relay the coordinates of his companion before the shared mind system was unilaterally destroyed. The explosion within his mind rendered his consciousness hazy, nearly causing him to falter in his stance. Why? Have you truly not abandoned this notion? It seemed he heard the faint voices of children. Although the cryptic language eluded his comprehension, the sound waves rushed unhesitatingly towards the corner of the room, merely a figment of imagination. The children of his memories could exist in no other form. They resided solely within my chip. However, once this night concludes, he shall be forgotten by all. Yanshan, it is you, master, yet I must apologize. Even you cannot alter my final wish. Do not approach, nor must you retreat. This spot shall only witness the descent of a meteor. Your current position is unequivocally safe. If you move even a centimeter, you will be caught in the fallout of the meteor's descent. He stood up, uttering a disjointed remark. But you promised you would stay with me, did you not? It is the focal point. It seems the destruction of the shared mind was a moment too late. Yet I have long made my decision, unchangeable. I am sorry. Focal point. This solitary promise to you remains unfulfilled. Thus, I merely turned my head and gently shook it. Flames engulfed the sky, cascading downwards in a furious wail. They would bring forth beautiful meteors, yet they would also carry away the ugly remnants. Those the worthless things. Thus I was prepared long ago. The searing meteor struck the standing body without any hindrance, devouring it in flames that blazed fiercely, offering no chance of salvation to anyone, burning passionately and resplendently. All one could do was watch. Just watch. Witness the flames transition from a violent blaze to a gradual extinguishment, leaving not even the faintest trace of ashes. A figure resembling a human rushed into the corner with an empty box, only to be engulfed by darkness at the sight, nearly fainting. Did you not stop them? It seemed they still harbored a desperate, impossible hope. I apologize, Retribution. Indeed, hope was lost. This was typical of you, after all. There was no need for you to apologize to me. It was my failure to safeguard him that allowed him to seize all the chips. Epilogue. The past of your ladies and gentlemen. Are you prepared? Although I am not particularly eager to unveil the secrets he has guarded for a lifetime, it is necessary for the sake of a future reunion. Yes, I see everyone is gathered. I shall commence. Click. A soft sound echoed as if something had been inserted into a device as slot, and with a hum of cooling fans, the apparatus began to operate. It was akin to watching a film. Yet this was real. This was his genuine experience. No more chatter. It has begun. Remember to take notes, so preparations for future revisions can be made. Little could be altered. His entire existence was encapsulated within those 3 engraved words. With each utterance, everything gradually fell into silence. Is this the last one? Indeed, Supervisor. Time is of the essence. Yes. Connect the conduits and initiate the stimulator. Hurry, Taskma is approaching. Flames blazed fiercely as the colossal metal canister toppled to the ground. Where are the researchers? Report to the Supervisor. The researcher has been, who uttered that Taskma would bring forth goodness. Forget about that wretched researcher. Prioritize extinguishing the flames and retrieving 2073. This specimen is one of the few successful experiments. Supervisor, the energy reservoir has been destroyed. So what? Is only 2073 left? Enough. No more words. I comprehend. Take it with us. We shall venture to the well of origins, and under my identity, we should find an opportunity to infiltrate the current situation. Understood. From the moment consciousness emerged, existence was shrouded in darkness, devoid of vision and speech, equipped solely with a receiver that absorbed every sound, whether virtuous or vile. Becoming a vessel for others' grievances, it endured the incessant barrage of negativity, subjected to brutal punishment and lashings, yet rendered powerless to resist, for it was merely a tool. Lacking a name, it was acutely aware of its duty, providing solace without the need for words, alleviating others' pain and anger. Yet in its own silence, it had no outlet for its own turmoil. This was inconsequential, for it was merely a tool, designed to absorb all negativity without the capacity for emotion. Similarly, the inexplicable emergence of autonomous awareness led to its being thrust into an endless cycle of sinister experiments, embodying darkness and suffering. It yearned, a profound longing for light, warmth, and heat. Time lost all meaning, existing daily amidst negativity and violence. Hope seemingly eroded until it arrived at the place that would irrevocably alter its life. This was a new planet, named Munilaf, inhabited by highly intelligent beings. This time, it was a large family that had come. The male and female heads of the household were at odds, seemingly the reason behind their acquisition of the emotional absorption device designated as 2073. Yet, on the very first day within this household, the couple quarreled, the female lamenting the male's squandering of money on what she deemed a useless contraption. It was far from useless. Had it been without merit, it would have been discarded, much akin to previous employers. During the first half of the night, the male vented his fury, lashing out physically, while in the latter half, the female approached, weeping softly, sharing her grievances in a hushed tone, her sorrow palpable. The dual torment of body and spirit has long since become a familiar companion. On those frigid nights, the youngest son, radiating a warmth that is both comforting and chilling, reaches out to sit beside me. The boy, frail and marked by physical imperfections, has never measured up to his siblings in various aspects. Often, he is met with disdain from our parents, and, at times, his standing is even eclipsed by esteemed guests or the children of favored confidants. Perhaps he has already resigned himself to endure yet another layer of suffering. "Hello, robotic brother, you seem troubled," he softly observes. "Do you need something to eat? I can fetch you a snack. You must be weary, robotic brother. What shall we do about your wounds? Can you tell me how to treat them? I can get the first aid kit." Even in the face of life's relentless trials, the kind-hearted child is stirred. To be candid, I am touched. It has been so long that I have nearly forgotten the essence of my earliest memories. For the first time, I feel genuine concern directed towards me. Positive emotions gradually thaw the icy fortress within, causing my heart to begin its rhythm anew. Unable to articulate my thoughts, I hesitate for a moment before simply shaking my head. The boy, witnessing this mechanical existence, once akin to a discarded doll, now reveals a joyful smile of astonishment. Understanding that I am negating all his previous inquiries, I am not unhappy. I do not require sustenance. The wounds I bear have long become a part of me. In truth, they are merely deeper scratches, nothing to fret over. The boy is akin to a caged bird, unfamiliar with the wonders of the world. I sense his curiosity as he climbs and explores my form for some time. At last, he has found a companion of utmost importance. From that day forward, he visits each night, sharing an array of topics, from mundane family affairs to the nuances of culture, ultimately transcending to the cosmos. As a listener, I reciprocate by recounting knowledge gleaned from other worlds. In the boy's presence, I experience warmth and vitality I had never known before. From that moment, the code of 2073 ceased to belong to anyone else. It became the essence of the boy's robotic brother. Robotic brother, do you know there are stars in the sky? In the universe exists a meteor called Taskma, which brings joy and bountiful harvests. Along with a rare meteor festival, a grand occasion, the boy animatedly describes, and though I cannot see the stars, I silently nod in agreement. If we are fortunate enough to witness its arrival, I shall ensure you experience the meteor festival with me. And when I grow older and earn enough money, I will buy you, equipping you with the finest components, making you the center of the world, forever by my side, my lifelong friend. Stunned by his heartfelt words, I lift my gaze, facing the boy, only to lower my head once more, as if my eyelids were heavy with the weight of my chains. Enduring the sting of my wounds, I embrace the drowsy boy, listening to his gentle breaths, contentedly sketching an invisible smile within my heart. I then curl up, surrendering to a deep slumber. After that day, the robot brother became the center of attention. He finally acquired his first name. The focus was awakened by the harsh crack of a whip. Any sound could be magnified countless times in the receiver. Even the faintest whisper could rouse him. It no longer mattered that he was the one being struck. He had grown accustomed to such torment, so he decided to linger for a while longer. The focus turned over. Though the scars etched upon his body and the pain buried within his soul were unavoidable over the years, his tolerance for physical agony had reached an extreme, allowing him to disregard it entirely. However, the pleas of the young child were impossible for the focus to ignore. I shall do as I please, and it is not for you, a creature neither human nor ghost, to meddle in my affairs. The sound of the whip ceased, replaced by two muffled thuds, reminiscent of heavy objects hitting the ground. The focus could easily discern the difference within those sounds. His only friend had been kicked and thrown to the ground. In an instant, he grasped this reality. The focus became anxious, genuinely so, and abruptly stood up, positioning himself between the two beings, shielding his friend behind him. The elder brother of the household gazed upon this usually silent tool, now restored to its towering mechanical form, staring down with its hollow, sunken head. An inexplicable sense of fear and strangeness stirred within him, prompting him to spit vehemently and flee. The frail child, dragging a weak and distorted body, grasped the focus's large hand, giving it a gentle tug. The focus lifted him into his embrace, softly stroking his spine in a gesture of comfort. The small child knelt in the palm of his hand, clinging to the optical-less mechanical head, sharing a moment of unspoken companionship. On this day, the focus endured the most brutal beating since attaining self-awareness, the cause being his rebellion against his user. The most severe blows came from the elder brother, who had lost face before him, yet all present, aside from the youngest, participated in this frenzied display of release, including his nominal guardians. The delicate little creature licked its wounds in the corner, and the promise made to protect him for a lifetime was shattered in that moment. The focus transformed back into 2073, poised to bid farewell to this peculiar planet. In the final 2 days spent here, the customary free time after each employment vanished, seemingly out of concern that he might harm others, leaving him without the chance to see his friend. An hour before departure, snow began to fall from the sky, blanketing the manor, which stood alone atop the mountain. It was at this moment that he learned, due to untreated wounds, his frail and ailing body could not bear the weight of its burdens, and the fragile little being, akin to a delicate string, snapped at that instant. Along with it, reason and emotion frayed. He could no longer recall precisely what transpired, but as he crawled out of the manor, dragging a trail of mixed energy fluid from the two Cybertron supervisors and the yellow-green blood of the planet's life forms. He finally realized that silence had enveloped him. In the profound silence, even the delicate descent of snowflakes upon the ground produced no sound. The atmosphere was frigid and dark. After gathering my thoughts, I returned to the manor, stumbling numerous times along the way due to the absence of auditory feedback. At last, I found myself in a small room, cradling the cold body upon the bed in my arms. I exited the manor and, weary, settled against the rear wall, supporting the figure in my embrace to prevent it from toppling over. Then it came, like flames illuminating half the sky. Starlight burst forth from the fire, trailing its luminous tail across the heavens, accompanied by a powerful sonic boom and a gentle warmth. I sat quietly, gazing upwards, although darkness enveloped me. I adjusted the body I held, repeatedly envisioning what he might say if he were by my side. Focus. This is the Tazkima meteor shower. They are fire. This is a rare, sweltering day. Light and flame transform into the heat of the day. Yet what do they take away? The Tazkima meteors herald harvest and joy. And that is precisely why we cherish them. Indeed, the meteor festival is splendid. Joy, yes, I'm truly happy. Oh, how warm it is. Yet one must be cautious of falling meteors. Focus? Are you listening to me? The meteors are about to strike. Wait, can such word be simulated? Once again, I marveled at my acute sensitivity to external stimuli as the warm and fiery meteors crashed nearby, even feeling the heat brush against me. Had the simulated words come to fruition? There was little time for contemplation when an unmistakably edited, fragmented voice penetrated my auditory device. Who are you? What are you doing here? I could not respond, only deducing from the sound of footsteps that the visitor was a towering figure, a Cybertronian. The distinctive whir of mechanical operations served as a clue to their identity. A hand brushed against my body, without needing to speak. I recognized it as belonging to the stranger. My body instinctively tensed, yet he did nothing more than probe briefly before uttering words laden with vexation. Even through the edits. No, a voice transmitter? Who did this? Then it felt as though my body connected to something, a sensation akin to flesh finally separating from the glue that bound it. A youthful voice poured into my auditory device. Though merely syllables, they belonged to me. I remained perplexed as to why this behemoth carried a voice transmitter. After acclimating to this newfound apparatus, I finally spoke. I do not wish to speak. The other remained silent, but through his subtle movements, I sensed he had deduced something, yet he took no further action. Instead, we both sat in silence, admiring the meteors streaking across the sky. Can you not see? I nodded slightly. Do you not have a name? I merely nodded again. This led us into a prolonged silence. And you? What is your purpose here? The clear, youthful voice conveyed his curiosity. My name is Soundwave, a denizen of Cybertron, loyal to Lord Megatron and a member of the Decepticons. The objective of the Decepticons is to revive Cybertron, although we have made no discernible progress thus far. Soundwave has journeyed across various planets in search of solutions. Following this, there was an extended period of silence, an interminable stillness. May I join your ranks? It seems I have startled you. You perceive the whispers of my innermost thoughts, which have been incessant. This Cybertronian, seemingly aloof, possesses a rich inner narrative. My reasoning is succinct yet fortifying. If I were to articulate a reason, it would be my desire to start anew, to live for myself, beginning with the pursuit of a vocation. This is wisdom gleaned from other worlds. Attuning to the voice within reflects a yearning for superior combat prowess. Though I remain uncertain of my own abilities, this imposing figure before me appears to possess a discerning judgment of character. Very well, Soundwave has granted his approval. However, you must first meet with the boss. Now, for your new identity, choose a name. A meteor streaked past, and a hollowed visage turned stiffly toward Soundwave, its vacant gaze seemingly fixated upon him, clutching a little tighter. I shall be known as Ember. I aspire to bring warmth to you, even if only for a fleeting moment, akin to a shooting star. Even if it lasts just a day, like a meteor, radiant as fire, warm as flame. I shall embody the fervor of a scorching day. The meteor fades into obscurity. The true shooting star has already found its rightful home. After laying to rest a friend of merely half a month, Ember followed Soundwave on the return journey, setting foot on Cybertron for the first time. Though nothing was yet visible, This chamber is the boss's room. Soundwave has matters to attend to and will return to escort you to complete your transformation. As for any modifications or replacements, the choice is yours, and we will accommodate your wishes. Ember nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell to Soundwave, he rapped on the door and subsequently entered. Within stood a towering Cybertronian. Ember felt a surge of panic, instinctively deducing that any verbal outburst from this individual would be quite painful. However, he quickly regained his composure, silently hoping that Soundwave had arranged everything. Then, with trepidation, he spoke, hello, I am Ember. Though the new appendages were merely temporary installations destined for replacement, during this crucial moment of communication, Ember could only pray fervently for their reliability. Megatron's imposing form inclined slightly, his lips moving as a grave and resonant voice emanated. Are you the little one my esteemed intelligence officer brought? What on earth is that on your person? Indeed, he is an exceptionally capable leader. Ember could discern that this ability had been honed over an extensive period, a testament to the most exquisite development of auditory reception. I apologize, but I prefer not to speak. Chen had yet to acclimatize to this manner of interaction, burying his head deep within himself. He had resolved to reveal all his abilities, save for the secret he had sworn to uphold throughout his life. He pondered his worth beyond being a mere confidant. Once more, he found himself belittling his own existence. Pray tell, what reason could possibly compel me to permit your inclusion amongst us? The stern voice of Megatron echoed in Chen's audio receiver. No, according to the sound waves, it ought to be termed an audio receptor. Megatron's voice resonated with authority, suggesting that he was indeed a decisive individual. Chen silently assessed this, recounting his thoughts line by line, before falling into silence once more. What followed was an interminable stillness, wherein Chen could only discern the faint crackle akin to flames consuming wood. At that moment, a surge of determination coursed through him. After much contemplation, he resolved to confess everything and return to his original vocation. Even if he was destined to endure such a life, it was far preferable to wandering alone. Lift your head. The command struck like thunder, for the sensitivity of Chen's audio receptor magnified the sound 100-fold. The noise was piercing, yet he complied, raising his gaze and turning slightly towards Megatron, bracing himself for the next utterance. What a pitiful display of timidity. The Decepticons have no need for such spinelessness. Coward. Though Megatron's tone was harsh, and his words were criticisms directed at Chen, they transformed into a paradoxical mixture of coldness and warmth within the confines of his audio receptor, an affirmation of kinship and guidance for the younger generation. Indeed, he was certain that he could not be mistaken. Sound could not deceive. This leader, it seemed, was not as unapproachable as he had imagined. Apologetically, Chen pondered for a moment before exhaling, a habit ingrained during his time on other planets. Despite being a construct modeled after Cybertronians and lacking the physiological necessity for breath, he instinctively performed the action. As he adjusted his demeanor to appear more natural, the concave optics in his gaze conveyed an unexpected sense of resilience in Megatron's eyes. Chen met Megatron's gaze and declared, I understand, Lord Megatron. A sound of satisfaction emanated from within Megatron, and Chen couldn't help but stifle a quiet chuckle. Yet, he then heard Megatron's voice, tinged with slight hesitation, continue. Though it is peculiar, merely gazing upon you evokes a sense of relaxation and reassurance, even inciting a desire to heed your words. Alarm washed over Chen. This was a passive influence. However, this compliance felt less like a superior's command over a subordinate and more akin to a subtle, transformative impact, reminiscent of indulgence extended to a younger counterpart. As Megatron approached, lowering himself to Chen's level, he suppressed his voice, stating, or perhaps, it is your daily supplications? A tremor of anxiety gripped Chen's heart, yet he remained silent. Megatron chose not to pursue the matter further, effortlessly steering the conversation away. Your reassuring ability is ideally suited for the role of a psychological mediator. What do you say? Would you be willing to embrace this vocation? The voice of Megatron was laced with amusement, as if he found the bewildered individual before him quite intriguing. Chen's vocal apparatus whirred momentarily, yet it fell silent without uttering a sound. He hesitated, torn between returning to his former profession as the 2073 or enduring a lifetime of solitude. For others, the choice might be arduous, But for Chen, the fear of loneliness was overwhelming, even if escaping led him to another cage. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the door was forcefully thrust open, compelling Chen to swallow his remaining words. The intruder was none other than the only acquaintance he was somewhat familiar with, Soundwave. From a moment the door swung open, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, as the two exchanged wide-eyed glances, while the third, devoid of sight, silently listened to their unspoken thoughts. It seemed Megatron had not anticipated an interruption at that moment, and Soundwave appeared to be experiencing this type of intrusion for the first time, his inner turmoil nearly prompting Chen to remove his audio receiver in discomfort. Conversely, Megatron's mind was evidently abuzz with thoughts. Megatron, correct? This is indeed my chamber, right? The individual across from me is my esteemed intelligence officer, is he not? And who just barged in? Such bewilderment and chaos swirled within him. That is, my lord, Soundwave stammered, his edited voice betraying an acute sense of embarrassment. Yet, true to his nature, he regained his composure and continued, I apologize for the intrusion. It is quite disrespectful, but if I do not act swiftly, matters may take a turn for the worse. Megatron waved a dismissive hand, indicating he was unperturbed, and gestured for Soundwave to proceed. As Chen listened to the clashing of bolts and gears, he effortlessly conjured a vivid scene in his mind, relishing the unfolding drama. Previously, Chen had served as a psychological mediator, a role he disliked, perceiving it as a form of punishment. Soundwave's edited voice was devoid of emotion, yet it stirred excitement within Chen, prompting him to silently express his gratitude 1,000-fold. Faint, almost imperceptible sounds reached his ears, footsteps that seemed to resonate at a perfectly normal volume, belonging to the newly upgraded body of Soundwave, who had just entered the room. Megatron, deep in thought, nodded and inquired, so what position do you believe he is suited for? Wait, hold on. The youthful voice of the eager boy burst forth, interjecting forcefully before Soundwave could speak. His tone was exuberant, reminiscent of a playful youth. What position does Soundwave hold? Chen earnestly declared, completely oblivious to the fact that he was still in an interview and had just interrupted the second-in-command in front of the leader of the Decepticons. Though there was a tinge of resentment towards his passive abilities, Chen could not deny their practicality, as the two had unconsciously begun to view him as a younger brother. However, the atmosphere had shifted rather dramatically. Soundwave, the head of the intelligence department, exuded a sense of pride as he spoke. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he swiftly added, or rather, the Supreme Commander. At that moment, it seemed that Red Spider had indeed taken on the role of commander in the air. The distinction between the Supreme Commander and an aerial commander was subtle, and any inaccuracies could simply be interpreted as personal interpretations or butterfly effects. As if grasping an underlying truth, both Megatron and Soundwave simultaneously inquired, are you considering joining the intelligence department? Is that not permissible? Chen tilted his head, attempting to gauge their expressions through their voices. Despite his sunken head, he could sense an overwhelming malice emanating from them. Megatron chuckled in amusement, playfully patting Chen's shoulder like an exemplary leader, disregarding his suddenly tense demeanor. Of course, it is indeed possible. To speak candidly, we are quite in need of senior officials. Then, Soundwave's mechanical voice remained as calm as ever. Yet he harbored some reservations regarding his leader's decision, which was entirely natural. However, he quickly composed himself and offered a salute to Megatron. Soundwave, we shall proceed to find Shockwave. Following Soundwave out of the door, Chen turned back briefly to catch a glimpse of Megatron's inner thoughts. Satisfaction, indeed. Traversing through numerous doors, they eventually entered a vast chamber. The echoing sound within was hollow, with only a large Cybertronian in the center observing both Chen and Soundwave. The auditory information was sparse, making it impossible to ascertain the figure's exact appearance. Shockwave, this is Chen, Soundwave introduced, falling silent afterward to allow the environment for discussion. Shockwave uttered no words, but merely gestured toward the charging platform, indicating for Chen to lie down. It seemed he was unaware of the being before him. The optical display on Soundwave's visor flickered twice, as if attempting to convey something, but Chen proactively approached, leaving Soundwave somewhat taken aback. The subtle sound of gears turning would not denote significant movement. In the context of Shockwave, it was most likely a simple raising of the arm. The gears in his waist rotated in the forward direction, suggesting he turned. Based on the silhouette of the room constructed from earlier footsteps, it was highly probable that the object behind him, though its name was unknown, was intended for lying down. This was the thought process that crossed Chen's mind in that fleeting moment. Upon lying down, Shockwave began his examination, only to realize that Chen lacked optical sensors and even facial plating. He was simply a hollow form. "Are you unable to see?" he inquired. "Indeed," Chen replied. Upon receiving Shockwave's question and the reflection of the medium, he finally discerned the latter's appearance. A singular red eye atop a surveillance camera that resembled a rabbit, etching the contours of Cybertron. Chen recounted his thought process, leading to a prolonged silence. After a considerable pause, Shockwave finally managed to utter, "This defies logic." The exasperation in his voice was somewhat amusing. Thus, Chen laughed, genuinely delighted. But as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. A gentle sound resonated as the makeshift vocalizer exploded against Chen's neck. Though the impact was not particularly formidable, it still left him momentarily dazed. It seemed that the other two machines in the room were equally startled. It was the more loquacious Shockwave who ultimately shattered the silence. "Your vocalizer is still a temporary one." Chen tilted his head, noticing a hint of melancholy in Shockwave's gaze directed at Soundwave. Chen, excited, perked up his ears. Soundwave remained silent. "What a bore," he muttered, symbolically turning his head back to face Shockwave. The first thing he did was install the vocalizer. Regaining the ability to speak was a momentous occasion, albeit brief. Yet Chen treasured it immensely. Thus, the first loquacious Cybertronian seemingly came into existence. The second matter concerned the machine itself, how to modify it. Shockwave's voice echoed through the laboratory, accompanied by the faint yet precise sound of footsteps. Chen anxiously turned his head, though he could not see. He deduced that Soundwave was heading towards the door, preparing to leave. Despite the fact that the Cybertronian before him lacked a faceplate and optical sensors, Soundwave could still sense an intense wave of anxiety. Hesitating for a moment, he conveyed a reassuring message. "Do not worry. Nothing will happen, Soundwave. I will wait for you." This was indeed the truth. It was apparent that Chen felt a sense of relief, looking at Soundwave's departing figure with hope for a new life, quietly expressing his gratitude and sharing his aspirations with Shockwave. "Is this necessary? While I can certainly manage, the complexity may lead to unforeseen complications, and I cannot guarantee your survival. Rest assured, I'm unlike the others." The enigmatic words fostered an inexplicable sense of trust, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the voice. Having spoken these two sentences, Chen activated the chip and, like a typical Cybertronian, collapsed offline. "Very well, then. A substantial challenge, but one that piques my interest." So why, then, was he not awake, unable to locate the passive online device? He marveled at the intricacies of his original body structure. Time passed. Stretching lazily, he sat up on the operating table, his brand-new golden optical sensors flickering. As he tilted his head, he realized Soundwave was blue. "Oh, you're awake. What is this principle?" Shockwave circled around Chen, scrutinizing him closely. "Oh, a one-eyed rabbit. And purple at that." After acquiring optical sensors, Chen was visibly more animated, taking a moment to respond to the inquiry. With an apologetic smile, he said, "Oh, you understand the timing, right? I'm on a schedule." "Understood." Shockwave ceased speaking and wandered off to an unknown task. Soundwave approached, poking Chen's new body. "So, what is a rabbit?" "They're creatures from another planet, quite adorable. If you get the chance, you must see them." Chen was quite lively, glancing around as if he were a colorblind person finally able to perceive hues before death. Moreover, his current appearance was modeled after the forms of beings from the same planet. "Stop looking at your faceplate," said Shockwave, tossing a faceplate his way. The upper half was a smooth liquid crystal display, while the lower half was made of iron. The purpose of this faceplate was to conceal his features. Despite having a highly sensitive mask, Chen often displayed no expression, an inherent flaw from his youth that could not be changed. Thus, he specifically requested a device to cover his face. Additionally, he sensed that his innate charm diminished somewhat when his face was obscured, which he considered beneficial. Consequently, upon seeing Shockwave, he instinctively thought of the faceplate. Shockwave then gestured toward the laboratory door, issuing a dismissal. "I have work to do. You may leave. Following Soundwave out of the lab, Chen eagerly observed his surroundings. Cybertron remained beautiful yet desolate. Cybertron, relying on the Allspark. Soundwave briefly explained the current situation as they walked. However, the Allspark is on the verge of depletion, and we must take action. I will return empty-handed this time. Next, we must venture to a more distant galaxy. As he spoke, they arrived at the entrance of a building. Soundwave handed Chen an object resembling a door-opening device and continued, "This is my abode. You will temporarily reside with me. Oh, and here, take this." Soundwave pressed a rigid, angular item into Chen's hands, which featured a smiley face on the display. "Don't be afraid. Rest assured, I will be with you." It was a miniature version of Soundwave composed of various parts. Chen replied, "System malfunction. I still have matters to attend to. Take care and rest." With that, he patted Chen on the shoulder and walked away. The language of this unknown planet is truly charming. I will forever adore Soundwave. Thus, it was that Cybertron gained another advocate in Soundwave. As for the temporary stay, it truly was temporary. Within a few days, Soundwave led Chen into a massive warship. Though filled with curiosity, Chen restrained himself from recklessly dismantling anything, limiting his observations to using his optical lens. Following closely behind Soundwave, he donned a faceplate. His optical lens shrouded in dark gray, yet this did little to quell his excitement as he gazed around. How grand! After a few minutes of walking, he could no longer contain his admiration and exclaimed enthusiastically, "Soundwave, this is incredible." Soundwave did not respond, halting before an enormous door larger than the others. Just before pressing the switch to open it, he turned to remind, "Do not forget your title. You are my apprentice now. Remember to call me Master." As he pushed the door open, they entered a spacious conference room, though it was unfortunate that only a few— Wait, who was this unfamiliar figure? This is a meeting for the cadres, which ordinarily would have no bearing on Chen. However, upon Soundwave's insistence that as a disciple he must attend as an observer, Chen now stands behind him, battling drowsiness while coveting the chairs beneath them. Yet, as he is enveloped in the glow of the display screen, his optical sensors fixate unblinkingly on the Cybertronian he has never encountered before. Quietly, he activates a private channel that he had only installed 2 days prior. Although it currently connects solely to Soundwave, this is precisely what he desires. Chen, cat peek out. "Soundwave, what is it?" The response is instantaneous, and Chen feels a surge of joy. Chen, "That Black Widow, yes, the one resembling a spider, be cautious. It is not a benign entity." Cat rolls eyes. "Soundwave, understood. However, what do you mean by spider, and what is this you sent?" Chen, "A spider is a creature from a planet, some of which are quite endearing, but the majority are far from pleasant. Also, this is referred to as a meme or a reaction image, a cultural artifact from a planet I visited previously." Soundwave, "How do you know so much about the cultures of different planets? It seems rather entertaining. I will keep this image." Chen, cat is astonished. Closing the private channel, Chen realizes that the current meeting, for someone newly acquainted with Cybertronian knowledge, is akin to deciphering an ancient script, despite his keen interest and aptitude for cultural matters. The brief span of a few days has not sufficed for him to comprehend the political discourse being presented. Thus, irrespective of how long he studies, he will inevitably continue to rely on the linguistic nuances of Munerav culture. Chen, lullaby omitting a plethora of chaotic symbols. Soundwave. Soundwave gazes at the garbled text within the private channel, reminiscent of a face slumped on a keyboard in slumber. Stealthily, he glances back, surprised that Chen has actually gone offline. Though Chen's offline status merely indicates standby mode, the manifestation is strikingly similar to the Cybertronian's offline state. Yet the underlying principles share no commonality. The display still glows with a pair of eyes, as if attempting to conceal their presence. Seizing the opportunity when others are distracted, Soundwave captures Chen's first photograph. Cat awakens from a light slumber. Time stretches languidly. Soundwave, "Let me keep this. The others may depart for now," Megatron declares. Soundwave turns to observe. "Haven't you yet had enough rest?" Soundwave sighs internally. Yet, it seems that in this moment, he begins to cultivate an endearing and mischievous online persona for the future. Is he truly dozing off during the meeting, rather than addressing the matter at hand? Megatron appears intrigued by the still idle Yin-Shun. Cat stands drowsily. Soundwave strains to articulate. Ultimately managing only, I'll be up shortly. The urgency in the editing of sounds becomes palpable. However, Megatron's subsequent reaction leaves Soundwave increasingly unsettled. Shortly, you say? Very well. I shall wait. Megatron lowered his head once more to examine the reports and intelligence, reminding Soundwave to take a seat. Soundwave, feeling apprehensive, recalled a moment of extreme awkwardness when he had frantically scrolled through thousands of messages in a desperate attempt to awaken Hot Rod. Please, do not slumber any longer. The days feel interminable, although it has not truly been long, he thought. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the unwavering gazes of both his master and his superior, which startled him to the point of nearly retreating backward and leaping onto the table. I suppose this is merely due to my lack of comprehension. Haha. Hot Rod chuckled, completely disregarding the gravity of his superior's demeanor, especially under the circumstances of his recent error. He simply smiled and remarked, "Oh, Lord Megatron, one cannot expect an individual to attentively absorb such esoteric texts for an extended duration, can they?" Indeed, Megatron nodded in agreement. Soundwave sighed, placing a hand to his forehead, while Hot Rod swiftly turned to capture Soundwave's attention. "Now, let's discuss what you previously informed me in the private channel." Shifting his gaze to Soundwave, Megatron adopted a more serious work demeanor. "Regarding the Black Widow matter, from where did you acquire this information?" Soundwave turned to Hot Rod. "Shall I disclose it?" Hot Rod initially hesitated to partake in such matters, but given his master's initiative, he pointed to the audio receiver nestled in Soundwave's cat ears, indicating the source of his knowledge. "Are you certain?" Megatron's eyes suddenly brimmed with fervor, a manifestation of his yearning for exceptional talent. This capability is undoubtedly the hallmark of a valuable officer. Hot Rod, sensing Megatron's internal monologue, proudly placed his hands on his hips. "There is no mistake. The voice never lies. Nor does my master," he silently added. "Understood." Megatron contemplated for a moment. "If there are no further matters, you may return early. We shall embark on our journey tomorrow." Soundwave exited the conference room, closing the door behind him, and turned down another corridor, with Hot Rod hastening to catch up. During the ensuing moments, Soundwave guided Hot Rod on a tour of the reprisal, familiarizing him with its general structure and the functions of various rooms. For instance, Soundwave's quarters were directly opposite Hot Rod's, and there was a primary research lab accessible only to Shockwave. Hot Rod soon realized that he would have to learn a multitude of new concepts. Woe is me. This was indeed a profoundly painful revelation for Hot Rod, who was still grappling with the basic knowledge of Cybertron. "Fear not. We have ample time ahead of us," Soundwave reassured him. "Whether it be piloting, intelligence gathering, or archiving, our time is always sufficient." Hot Rod had no choice but to acquiesce to this reality. "Please, he is my fervent supporter," he remarked as they stood before the door to his room. "So, why only mention where he resides?" Soundwave replied, "Please, he is the boss." Hot Rod responded, "Everything seems just fine." After completing the circuit, they returned to stand before his room. "That should suffice. Off you go. That is about all. Now go and adorn your room." Although the words of Soundwave were succinct, Yin-Shun was able to comprehend their essence. He nodded in acknowledgement and, after watching Soundwave return to his quarters, pushed open the door to his own room. After a prolonged period of tinkering, Yin-Shun ultimately discovered an option to change colors. How delightful! Following a night of arduous endeavor, the small chamber transformed into a warm blend of orange and red, suffused with a sense of coziness. Indeed, warm colors are more aesthetically pleasing. Yin-Shun nodded in satisfaction and, with renewed enthusiasm, retrieved the control panel, eager to raise the temperature a notch higher. Finally, he reverently cradled the small orb, devising a method to elevate himself to a parallel position with the top of the cabinet. With utmost care, he placed the orb atop the cabinet, ensuring it was positioned for immediate visibility upon waking from its charging bed, treating it with the reverence of a sacred offering. However, future annual meetings would take on a different tone. Megatron would declare, "Thus, this year's total energy consumption has exceeded limits once again. Does anyone have any suggestions?" Yin-Shun would respond, "Well, from a human perspective, if a house is solely operated with air conditioning or heating at a sweltering 40 degrees, and it is never turned off, that certainly seems to be quite energy intensive. Years passed, so many that he lost track of time, seemingly akin to those days of hardship. Yet this time, there was joy, an ordinary existence devoid of grandiose events. Oh, the Black Widow's attempt to ensnare them had failed, which counted as a minor victory. He had initially hoped to mend her abrasive nature, but that opportunity vanished. After all, Chen had confined himself to his abode, with his only apparent interest being the consumption of gossip. Truth be told, Chen truly relished the work of psychological mediation. Nevertheless, he never pursued that vocation, as his past experiences were irreparable, relegating him to occasional part-time engagements. It seemed an eternity had passed since he envisioned a day like this, a day of fortunate normalcy. Later on, he journeyed to a star system akin to a river of stars, where he discovered a cerulean planet teeming with life. He adored this place immensely, for its culture bore a striking resemblance to one he had previously visited, a culture that captivated his heart. Particularly, the land rich in cultural heritage reignited Chen's thirst for knowledge. Thus, he ventured forth, utilizing a biological hallucination signal device. He emitted a phantasmal signal resembling that of humans, successfully infiltrating this society. On his return journey, he collided with a robust, red mechanized shell. Not to mention, his own battleship was nearby. Truly, misfortune does not come singly. Chen cherished beautiful conclusions. In fact, one might say that most people favor happy endings. He would strive for this, having heard the melancholic echoes of sorrow. He will strive for it, having endured prolonged suffering. He will endeavor, for he has experienced tales that are far from splendid. Yet, nothing can remain eternally unchanged. Chen is acutely aware of this truth, whether it be joyous or sorrowful. Gazing up at the starry sky, clear and resplendent with twinkling stars, he believes it will come. It will ultimately arrive, bringing forth beauty. So, are you truly prepared? Of course, I am indeed ready. Let the unpleasant give way to the beautiful. Let the unpleasantries transform into splendor. In the deep well of Xianquan, drawn from the brilliant flames of Zhuming, the term Yanchen signifies scorching days. Epilogue, a discourse on the peculiarities that Yanchen has engaged in. At the designated time, when the door is opened, it is unsurprising to find no trace of the expected figure. Yet on the ground lies a small gift box adorned with patterns remarkably akin to his own chassis. Previous gifts have varied greatly in size and form, but none have been this diminutive. Optimus Prime weighs the tiny gift box, which seems so light it is almost as if it contains nothing at all. Perhaps it is best to take it back. With this thought, Optimus Prime clutches the gift box and returns to his abode. Is this yet another inconvenient gift from your friend? Upon entering, he is greeted by the familiar sight of the ambulance. Raising an eyebrow, he notices the small gift box with its all-too-familiar design. This one is rather small, he remarks. Indeed, Optimus Prime replies, placing the gift box carefully on the round table. Shall we gather everyone and see what this is about? Once all have taken their seats, Optimus Prime exerts considerable effort to open the diminutive gift box, managing only to untie the knot. He pushes the box toward the ambulance, leaning back in his chair to rub his optics. Ultimately, it is the ambulance that retrieves the contents. It is a chip. The ambulance places the chip on the table for all to observe. Is there an inscription on this? RC is the first to sense something amiss. Let me see, she says, squinting through her optics. 2073? What is this? Oh, and here is a string of unfamiliar language. It appears rather obscure. And is this some Cybertronian profanity? What on earth? Where is it? Let me take a look, someone exclaims, astonished. A majority gather around. Yet Optimus Prime remains seated. The ambulance approaches, maintaining a stern demeanor, and points at the cluster of machines, questioning, is this your so-called inconvenient friend? So this is the nature of the inconvenience? With this name, it is practically confirmed he is a Decepticon member, our enemy. What were you thinking? Or were you, perhaps, unaware? Among the crowd drawn by the sound, Optimus Prime, with a taut body, addressed the hypothesis posed by the mountain. He repeatedly sought to soothe the tension and unease within him, and resolutely spoke, I have known from the very beginning. However, he is by no means a villain. Long ago, he helped me untangle a knot in my heart, and since then, we have maintained a private communication channel. He continued to explain, placing a hand on the spark chamber, squinting his optics in recollection. Moreover, did he not previously send us something? Was it not also of great use, and without any issues? Thus, he declared, I must see this chip. With these words, Optimus felt a sense of relief, leaning back against the chair with ease. But this time it's a chip. Are you not concerned that he might use it to invade or track us? He would not do such a thing. In the astonished gaze of the ambulance, Optimus displayed a maternal affection, exuding a charm reminiscent of a child. You will come to adore him, truly. What else can we do? Our leader has spoken. As the chip was inserted into the slot, the device whirred to life. The sound of cooling fans growing increasingly pronounced. A video was projected onto the wall, initially revealing nothing but a blank white screen. Before long, the edge of a rectangular shape appeared on the right side of the screen, slowly shifting to the left. Yet it was not slow in the least. Soon, the rectangle unveiled itself to be an orange-yellow box with an opening at the top, seemingly filled with numerous items. As the box fully revealed itself, a diminutive feline head, shorter than the box, was straining to push it to the left. Stealing a glance, the ambulance noticed Optimus chuckling foolishly and quietly prodded him. Is that him? Startled back to reality, Optimus nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is him. His name is Chen, quite adorable. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Though reluctant to admit it, there was something undeniably charming about this little figure who seemed increasingly endearing with each glance. Chen finally managed to push the box to the center of the screen, then plopped down in front of it, leaning against the box, appearing utterly exhausted. Ugh, I'm so tired, he exclaimed, his words becoming increasingly mumbled until they devolved into incoherent babble. However, in no time, Chen sprang back to life and continued, Oh, wait. I should call you Optimus Prime in front of your friends, right? Don't worry. This is merely a recording. I was just guessing. Upon hearing this, it seemed all the machines present collectively exhaled in relief. Chen then spoke again, but I imagine Optimus Prime as companions must be quite formidable, right? Please remember to send my regards to them. To be fair, this little creature was indeed quite endearing. Chen stood up, adjusted his posture, and attempted to embody the seriousness of an adult while still retaining the essence of a child, creating a delightful sense of dissonance. Now, let's discuss the matter at hand. Optimus Prime, I fear I may no longer be able to present you with gifts in the future, so I thought it best to bring something special this time. Please wait while I search for it. With that, Chen rose on tiptoe, her upper body leaning into the cardboard box. In her eagerness, she accidentally tumbled inside, sending a flurry of unknown paper fragments into the air. Slowly, she emerged from the depths, shaking her head as a bashful smile appeared on the small display screen. With determination, she yanked her hand from the box, miraculously suspending the documents beside her. I hold a position of authority within the Decepticons, although I'm still not at the highest rank. All the information I can access that may assist you is contained here. I owe my gratitude to my master, even if he has curtailed many of my privileges. For instance, this, crafting techniques, and such. Chen retrieved numerous documents, hanging them one by one in the air while incessantly explaining their contents. I am aware that one among you has damaged their vocalizer. I, too, have endured a period shrouded in complete darkness, unable to articulate my thoughts. Thus, I have brought along some rare materials. However, as I'm not part of the research department, my access is limited. The remaining tasks will indeed require your own efforts. By the way, I believe I will get along splendidly with him. I am rather looking forward to our meeting. Chen set a collection of peculiar items upon the ground, the small display screen curving into a crescent smile. Bumblebee interjected, due to the abundance of items. I can only package them into a chip for delivery. It is quite risky to send them in waves, considering the broader context of our relationship. Ahem. This chip is my initial one, as it is the only medium capable of holding so much data. Additionally, it contains my memories, which for some inexplicable reason I cannot erase, so I have simply locked them away. You certainly know the password. If you wish to view them, do so. But promise me, it is for your eyes only. Understood? Chen straightened up from the box, stretching lazily. Since there is so much, I shall entrust the chip to you. After a year, it will automatically enter sleep mode due to the lack of backup energy, yet I trust you will take good care of it, right? Ah, yes. I almost forgot this. She retrieved another document, opening it to display on the screen, her head peeking from the top. It seems you have not seen me on the front lines, so you likely lack my intelligence. This is a report I composed after consulting my master. It is quite comprehensive. Her master, Soundwave, was widely known, as Chen even showcased a likeness of him. Optimus Prime scanned the report, resembling a health examination form. and found himself impressed that she had organized it so well for delivery. Indeed, who could resist an understanding and thoughtful companion? Brother Optimus, Wei has always been thinking of you. Chen suddenly shifted from a cheerful tone to a serious demeanor, stating earnestly, although your current relationship is quite strained, I firmly believe. Chen raised his head, earnestly seeking affirmation. I am certain that we can compose a story that culminates in a joyous conclusion, correct? You will believe in me, won't you? The recording concluded here, and I held the chip in the palm of my hand. Of course, I will always trust you. My little Chen. Across countless starry rivers and the vast cosmos, a colossal battleship drifted in solitude, and within one of its small chambers, a sense of unease stirred. Was it again this troublesome feeling? It seemed as if I had forgotten an important friend. Who could it be? Epilogue. What to do when encountering a red mechanical shell? Naturally, the first step is to engage in conversation. Oh, what is this? A sphere? Having just donned a new mechanical body and equipped it with his own optical lens and sound emitter, Chen stepped onto the hallowed ground of his nominal homeland, Cybertron, with a heart brimming with excitement. Finally, he could observe the world through his own eyes. The display screen, perpetually adorned with crescent-like eyes, continuously chattering away. Even if it was merely self-talk, held immense value in his heart. However, after taking only a few steps, he stumbled upon a spherical object lying on the ground. No, to be more precise, it was buried within the earth, which perhaps explained why it had remained undiscovered for so long. Exercising caution, he listened intently for any sounds in the vicinity. Upon hearing none, he excavated the object and held it in his hand, tapping on its surface. Munelaraf, greetings. Is anyone home? The sphere remained silent, but a voice resonated directly within Chen's mind. You have finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. The crescent on the display screen flickered, transforming into a perplexed and astonished emoticon. 2073? The voice inquired. The emoticon on the screen morphed into an irate expression, and Chen declared with righteous fervor in his heart, my name is Chen now. Apologies, but Chen, you must be aware of this. Aware of what? During the creation of 2073, unlike other manufactured products, an unexpected meteor shower interrupted the production line, leaving the last unit without energy for operation. Thus, it was forcibly incorporated from a fragment struck off the source of Life Cube. This fragment was inserted into your energy activator. The mechanical construct produced by the illicit experimental group would have its essence extracted, obliterating consciousness to ensure absolute compliance. The units produced alongside 2073 were merely tools activated through implanted chips in their minds. This was merely consciousness, a stark contrast to self-awareness. You are unlike any other. The corner of the primordial cube seems to possess a wondrous creative force, bestowing upon you life and allowing you to be reborn with an autonomous consciousness of mechanical existence. You can be regarded as the sole direct descendant of the primordial cube, which is also my only direct progeny, as the primordial cube is my essence. Thus, it appears that the primordial cube has no better means than to reside within your being. Chen, let this be for Cybertron. Do not the ultimate goals of the Decepticons and Autobots align in this manner? Do I have any obligatory duty? I apologize for my abruptness, as this matter is profoundly significant to us, but I had momentarily forgotten. If you are unwilling, I shall seek alternative methods. Container, tree hollow, recycling station, garbage bin, outlet. Tools for emotional absorption of the aberrant. Chen, these were once my names. Chen, no focal point. Ah, you seem to know everything. I merely accessed your chip. My apologies. No need for apologies. Let us proceed. Where to? Wait, does this mean you have consented? Splendid, Chen. Cybertron indeed has a future. This contraption is as lively as the sounds it emits, not nearly as serious as it seems. Oh, by the way, I must express my gratitude. Chen, do you have any wishes? The black and purple feline head paused momentarily, hesitating in place. How does one navigate to the primordial cube you mentioned? The voice carried a hint of shyness, stifling a chuckle, while the display transformed into a bashful little figure scratching its head. You claim to be the primordial deity, the one often referenced by Soundwave and Megatron? Inwardly questioning this perplexity, Chen tapped the sphere in hand. Indeed, is there a problem? It does not resemble the linguistic style of Cybertron. The expression on the display brimmed with disdain, as the primordial deity, fell into contemplation. Indeed, how does one depict the world? It is truly the fault of the translation team. Could it possibly shrink even further? Yanshin's tongue was incessant. Even though he now spoke silently in his mind, he once again shattered the silence, tapping the metallic sphere in his grasp. What do you intend to do? As he spoke, the primordial deity minimized himself into the shape of a small orb. Yanshin removed the original dark purple sphere from atop his head, kneaded it, and tossed it into the parts bin behind him, placing the energy-saving mode primordial deity in its stead, the silvery orb floating serenely. All right, from this moment forth, you shall serve as my hallucinogenic biological signal generator. Moreover, it offers me the delightful opportunity to engage in conversation without the fear of being discovered. I do have a penchant for monologues, and I trust you can manage this, right? The clear, youthful voice seemed imbued with a peculiar charm, and the primordial supreme being, somewhat dazed, found himself inexplicably agreeing, only to realize much later that he had been ensnared. After a considerable distance, the imposing shadow of a vast well came into view. However, it was evident that Yin Chen's attention was not fixated on the origin well, but rather on a crimson figure beside it. Yin Chen, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait a moment. That is the leader of the Decepticons, your adversary, primordial supreme being. What should we do? The two chosen saviors are about to clash. Ignoring the incessant chatter of the primordial supreme being, Yin Chen quickly approached the scene. The tall, blue-red Cybertronian had already appeared somewhat tense and wary. But upon noticing the Decepticon insignia on Yin Chen's ear, he was poised to strike. Yet, Yin Chen abruptly halted at a safe distance, stating, "Emergency, evasive action." A small figure appeared on the display screen, greeting with an innocuous expression. The youthful voice cheerfully declared, "Oh, that red chassis is quite striking. I really like it. Unfortunately, there's about half of it that is blue, which I do not favor." To be honest, Yin Chen did exhibit a slight tendency towards social exuberance. Optimus Prime regarded this peculiar, self-directed Decepticon enthusiast before him, sensing that the boyish charm had yet to fully fade. He could not quite comprehend why Megatron would engage with such a juvenile entity. However, it seemed that whenever this youth spoke, an inexplicable trust emerged. Despite this revelation, it was wholly unyielding. Optimus Prime pondered, casting aside the strange thoughts that invaded his mind, while the boy continued his incessant prattle, seemingly undeterred by the lack of response. Observing the boy's enthusiastic demeanor, he finally interjected, "Have you perhaps spent half your life in silence?" The Cybertronian opposite paused momentarily, turning his head towards Optimus Prime, the display screen transforming into a crescent moon-eyed expression. After a brief silence, the youthful voice exuberantly replied, "Perhaps. This red chassis is quite remarkable. Let us get acquainted. My name is Yin Chen. Greetings, I am Optimus Prime." Though he did not fully grasp the peculiar progression of events, Optimus Prime nonetheless shook hands with the seemingly harmless youth. "Actually, he was summoned by me. He is the best alternative aside from you." The primordial supreme being directly conveyed this message into Yin Chen's mind. "Yin Chen, I was taken aback. Thankfully, I wore a mask, and my expressions are not particularly revealing." "Oh, what a commanding voice you possess." A small figure clapping appeared on the display screen, but in conjunction with Yin Chen's words, it came off as somewhat insincere and dismissive. However, regarding this crimson shell of the machine, I sincerely inquire about your name." With a faint sigh, I spread my hands, and though my voice exudes a sense of leadership, it is evident upon closer inspection that the underlying tone is not as astute or resolute as one might expect. Thus, I shall ask once more, "I am Yin Chen. And you are?" The youth before me extends a hand, the display screen showcasing a friendly crescent moon, with his back turned to the well of origins. The spark source cube floats slowly within, emitting a faint blue light one last time, casting an aura of elegance and sanctity upon his seemingly diminutive figure. Optimus Prime, momentarily taken aback, places his hand atop the youth's, uttering a name long sealed away. "I am Orion Pax." These were indeed days of uncertainty for Orion, who, having just been implanted with the leadership module, was already perceived by all of Cybertron as a born leader and savior. Yet, that part of Orion, which was comparatively shy, began to feel lost, even experiencing a tinge of inferiority. Can I truly bear such a great responsibility? Who am I, after all? These questions, however, found resolution in the words of the youth before him. It was as if he could see through Orion's thoughts, genuinely capable of understanding. Two emoticons, one depicting a pat on the head and the other a hug, appeared in succession, ultimately transforming into the most common crescent moon smiley face. Regardless of the circumstances, one must simply do their utmost. There is no need for extravagant expectations. The hope of this world has never rested solely upon the shoulders of a single individual. You are you, whether as Optimus Prime or Orion. These are merely different facets of your identity. Indeed, while a change in identity can alter many aspects, one truth remains eternally unchanged. You are still you, and that will never change. If you do not mind, my previous profession was that of a psychological mediator. You are welcome to seek me out for conversation, regardless of which aspect of yourself you wish to engage. Thus, Optimus Prime, in a daze, added Chen to his private channel. When he beheld the crescent moon smile adorning Chen's display screen, he discerned a subtle hint of deception in this newfound camaraderie. It was then that he recalled that the individual before him was a member of the Decepticon faction. He had been outmaneuvered by a rival, a new friend acquired. How delightful! Yet, young Chen harbored thoughts of his own. Therefore, Orion brother, he said, his voice imbued with a seemingly magical quality. Each utterance of brother soothing Optimus Prime's restless heart. Chen placed his hands behind his back, adopting an air of familiarity as he approached. Orion brother, would you be willing to temporarily serve as my guide and show me around the Well of Origins? He removed the component hat from his back, cradling it in his hands, gazing at Optimus Prime with eager anticipation. Optimus Prime returned his gaze. Truly, as its name suggests, it resembles a meteor of flames, piercing through the vast expanse of Optimus Prime's heart, leaving behind a vivid mark, a testament to a day filled with warmth and fervor. It matters not how endearing he is. I would willingly be deceived by him. The charming voice of Flame Dawn resonates, while Optimus Prime nods earnestly like a loyal canine. Flame Dawn expresses, why must this wretched passive ability prevent any respite? Give me a break. Clearing his throat, Flame Dawn seizes Optimus Prime's hand, drawing him closer to the matrix of leadership. He casually hangs his hat on the metallic railing and gestures towards the matrix, proclaiming, let us commence from here. Optimus Prime earnestly recounts, and Flame Dawn listens with equal seriousness. Alas, the child is but a child, and like any young one, his attention is swiftly captured by distant novelties, leading him to excitedly tug Optimus Prime away. Wait, Flame Dawn, you forgot your belongings. Oh, we'll be fine left there, come on, let us go. As if swayed by the wind, the hat dangles precariously on the railing, swaying slightly before tumbling downwards. Yet before it can reach the ground, it is securely caught. Your design is indeed imaginative. Splitting a single entity into two is quite clever. This time, the voice of the primordial celestial master resonates from the external realm, entering Flame Dawn's audio receiver, unmistakably familiar in its youthful tone. Enough already, don't speak of my form, Flame Dawn retorts, engaging in a light-hearted banter with the primordial celestial master. However, unlike his usual childlike playfulness, he now seems to have exchanged personalities with the master, urging, hurry. What must we do next? His tone is cool, devoid of warmth, exuding an air of aloofness and detachment. Have you switched to a different ship? Was the previous personality accompanying Orion? He directed the main body and the Zero chip to keep Optimus Prime company. His affection for him is undeniable. I am pressed for time. The primordial celestial master smiles with a hint of reluctance, guiding Flame Dawn in the subsequent actions. Activate the energy initiator. You should have always regarded it as the matrix of leadership, and indeed, it serves that purpose now. Correct? Silence. Next, maintain the energy initiator in an active state. Wait until the matrix of leadership connects with one of its corners and successfully establishes a symbiotic relationship with your energy initiator. The matrix gradually diminishes in size, and upon closer inspection, it is evident that a corner is indeed missing. The matrix begins to align with its corner in midair, blue lines flowing into the white edge. The blue and white matrix of leadership gracefully entering the open energy initiator, differentiating into several conduits resembling veins, connecting to the edges of the initiator, softly emanating a blue-white glow, pulsating rhythmically akin to a heartbeat. Unlike the heart, this vessel draws energy from the parasitic entity and channels it to the source cube of the spark. This exemplifies a parasitic relationship, one that offers almost no benefit to one party involved. Let us delve deeper into the potential side effects. Chen gently prodded the pulsating spark source cube, securely fastening the lid of the energy initiator. A few components and fragments inexplicably emerged from the component hat, encircling it twice before covering the position of the energy initiator, rendering it completely concealed, appearing seamless in its integration. There exists a possibility of sudden offline standby occurrences, as the entity cannot consume energy directly. Thus, it will siphon off the generative force from your body, potentially diminishing what could be deemed your lifespan. Moreover, I recall your chip may also be affected, leading to potential chip damage, memory disarray, or even partial or complete erasure of data. However, there's indeed some good news. Little Chen, congratulations on finally possessing a genuine heart. Silence enveloped the air, save for the soft sound of the hat landing on the ground, resting quietly while a small silver orb twirled twice at the tip of the hat. The future of Cybertron rests entirely in your hands. The voice transcended vast distances, resonating within the heart of Chen, who was momentarily frozen in the company of Optimus Prime. What is it? Noticing the subtle shift, Optimus halted his steps. Chen casually shook his head, tilting his ear to listen intently before raising his gaze to fixate on Optimus, articulating each word with clarity. I can no longer hear the sound of the spark cube. In mere moments, the two machines arrived at the Well of Origins, only to find the grand cube that had been gently rotating vanished into thin air. Picking up the component hat that had fallen to the ground an unknown time, Chen held it in one hand, bewildered as he gazed at the empty Well of Origins. Observing Optimus, who anxiously paced nearby in search of traces of the spark cube, Chen turned away, his left hand clenched tightly, yet unable to contain the azure and white luminescence that seeped through his fingers. After a prolonged silence, familiar footsteps approached, those of his master, soft yet perfectly timed. Chen was certain that the sound waves had registered the disappearance of the spark cube. Indeed, it would have been difficult not to notice. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, yet even through the barrier of a display screen, he could discern the profound impact this revelation had on him. His heart was in turmoil. Chen squatted there, feigning nonchalance as he absent-mindedly tapped his ear. How noisy. It's time to leave, he remarked. Rising to his feet, he followed Soundwave at a measured pace into the distance. Chen, turning at the sound, he spotted a small figure on the screen, waving goodbye. Orion brother, see you next time. See you next time, little Chen. Yet, what this next time entailed was shrouded in uncertainty, perhaps years into the future. The smoke from the Mayfly cannon dissipated, revealing the once resplendent red Cybertronian, now reduced to a pitiful state. The familiar crescent shape now bore an unfamiliar significance. The boy's former exuberance had seemingly shed its veneer, unveiling mocking claws beneath. This red shell of a body? The unchanged tone left him momentarily stunned. Do I know you? It felt like a collapse of faith as the fiery meteor that once brought warmth and fervor struck him deeply, obliterating his defenses and shattering his beliefs. Why has it come to this? I have waited for you so long. You explicitly stated that an individual remains unchanged. Does it not? I am still myself, yet you are no longer the person I once knew. Indeed forgotten. Everything around seemed to fade, slipping into darkness, leaving only him and the him who once guided him, locked in a silent exchange. From the very beginning, we were destined to be adversaries. So what compelled me to abandon the quest for the matrix of leadership and instead choose to call out to him? Was it not that inexplicable trust and comfort? It comes to mind. A voice suddenly echoed within. No need to worry about the matrix of leadership. It has merely found a new refuge to languish. Primus, go bid him farewell, if I'm not mistaken. This is likely your final meeting with him. Epilogue. Gossip aboard the Reprisal, including tidbits from the Autobots. Though no longer serving as a psychological mediator, he had long since relinquished all burdens. Perhaps to repay those aboard the Reprisal, or perhaps to more conveniently gather gossip. Chen would occasionally initiate conversations with others. His naturally endearing demeanor rendered these encounters surprisingly fruitful. For instance, with the Decepticon clones, with Deadlock, with the stubborn Soundwave and Shockwave, and even with his own leader, Megatron. Chen harbored great concern for them. For instance, which Decepticon had developed feelings for whom, or which Sea King had made advances towards respectable women, or the lifelong matters concerning his master and brother Shockwave that weighed on his mind, and even the hidden past between his leader and the rival leader. Chen, I find this all quite intriguing. Whenever I listen to the heart's musings of Megatron, he often alludes, albeit subtly, to a leader of the Autobots whom he has never encountered. Day by day, I, Chen, naturally develop a profound interest in this figure from Cybertron, whom I have yet to meet. Though conflicts between the Autobots and Decepticons occur with alarming frequency, I find myself either exploring new planets or languishing in the pilot's seat, guarding against drifting while my master is away, all the while analyzing and archiving intelligence. This little contraption, never resort to conventional methods of gathering information. I would never personally venture into the fray. Essentially, I am a recluse, seldom stepping beyond my confines. Yet my internal chip receives audio signals from all members of the Decepticon faction and their leader. Once the receiving device is activated, I can hear voices transmitted directly to my chip from all audio receivers, allowing me to meticulously analyze valuable information for backup intelligence or to accurately assess the battlefield situation for timely strategic command. This approach ensures that even if the frontline informant is obliterated, the intelligence has already reached some feline figure's ears. After suffering considerable setbacks, the Autobots learn to manage their transmitters. However, the Decepticons boast a highly skilled scientist, Shockwave, who has continually refined the technology to the point where I can hear inner thoughts through an audio receiver, leading the Autobots to eventually abandon their defenses against me. Thus, a significant portion of the Autobots' ongoing struggles can be attributed to my efforts. Initially, this practice was strictly prohibited by Soundwave, who deemed it excessively intense. During my first attempt, I clandestinely infiltrated the neural programs of all Decepticon members via the Nemesis's control panel, directly connecting to their audio receivers within their chips. The result was catastrophic, at least for the chip. While conversing with my master, a logistics-oriented Decepticon happened to pass by and was taken aback. I indignantly explained that the overload was merely due to the chip's juvenile programming, which had limited capacity. Soundwave responded with skepticism. Undeterred, I switched to a second chip and, while Soundwave was distracted, connected once more to the audio receivers still engaged on the battlefield. Nothing untoward transpired. Following this incident, my position was finally solidified. It became clear that I had been coasting all along. Thus, I hold the titles of Second Intelligence Officer, Deputy Commander, and Co-Pilot of the Nemesis, hence the prevalence of the term deputy. Is there also a part-time technological consultant for psychological mediation? What could this possibly mean? And the Minister of Foreign Affairs, at last, a significant official position. However, when will I be required to undertake the role of Minister of Cultural Exchange and Diplomatic Interactions on this planet? You seem quite occupied. This is the Red Spider. Oh dear, it is only right to alleviate my master's burdens, albeit with a hint of feline shyness. In truth, there was originally a physician's friend, as each day seems to explode with new challenges. This is the state of being dragged away by the dead fire, muffled under a cover. However, Chen prefers his physical form over his vocal expressions. Silence. The cat is irate. This defies logic. It is a shockwave. Do not dwell on your flawed logic. You too be silent. The cat remains indifferent. Little Chen, your aggression is formidable. You too, be quiet. What a humorous situation, my dear cat. Little Chen, I truly enjoy psychological mediation. Will you return tomorrow? This is after dealing with the defeated Deadfire. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. The cat chuckles awkwardly. Yet you said the same thing last time. A certain tiger peeks in. Are you all having quite the time? This is clearly Soundwaves, right? Right? Oh, run. The cat vanishes. Ahem. I apologize for my old habits resurfacing. I inadvertently rambled on. Yet, having shared this, I believe you all have grasped the essence. Damn it. Chen is indeed the premier jester of Cybertron, since one must constantly regulate their emotions while the other has lost their emotional module for certain reasons. It would be utterly unjust for either of them to engage with another Cybertronian due to my meddling. This would undoubtedly hinder the other. Thus, bringing these two together could perfectly resolve the situation. At the clandestine conference of dual-wave officials, Chen uttered these astonishingly worldly words, garnering numerous incredulous glances. Brother, did you summon us merely to discuss this? But why is Megatron here too? Could Who could have anticipated that they would seriously begin deliberating on what now seems utterly absurd? Who could have guessed that Megatron would take a keen interest in participating? Who could have foreseen that this matter would indeed come to fruition? The contemporary matchmaker, little Chen. Since then, Chen has genuinely taken to this role. Also dabbling in matchmaking for a while, what a grand jest. For instance, finding a partner for that beloved tiger who has ascended to an official rank. Focus. Thank you. Little Chen. Additionally, there are matters concerning the leaders of both our factions. Chen openly embraces the reconciliation between these two and frequently creates opportunities for them. However, this endeavor is entirely his own. There's indeed a second person who knows of this, but only one. Indeed, it is the one who has soared over the mountains. Who could have imagined that feeble, after colluding with Xiao Yinqing, would be discovered to be a hidden schemer? Upon learning of this revelation, feeble transformed overnight into a cunning trickster, often lamenting that his unique circumstances prevented him from witnessing the live broadcasts. Consequently, he seized every opportunity to engage with Yinqing in hopes of inquiring about the developments, even suggesting numerous constructive and valuable strategies. Eventually, Yinqing, weary of the incessant questioning, equipped feeble with a shared brain system, allowing him to view the live broadcast directly through his own perspective, rather than incessantly clamoring nearby. As a result, the very first action feeble undertook after installing the share brain was to utilize its connection to thoughts and memories to review Yinqing's preserved recollections from that time, thus becoming the soul, being aware of his past before the climax. Though, to be fair, it wasn't the entirety of it. Yinqing, you give me the chills. But don't be a cat with claws. It seemed that due to his meticulous scheming to unite the two leaders, Yinqing endeavored to avoid any conflict with the opposing faction, gradually slipping into a state of lethargy, preoccupied with various methods to evade confrontation. He even presented numerous gifts to Optimus Prime, hoping to enhance his own leader's standing and mend the rift between the two parties. Ultimately, he had no desire to fight feeble or to enact a perilous charade that could easily go awry. It was merely that the winds of fate had shifted unexpectedly, compelling him to act. This was the first time he had ever heeded such an instinct. After the climax, under Yinqing's intense gaze, the two leaders exchanged somewhat reserved nods. Observing Yinqing, who was exuberantly proclaiming his lack of regrets, feeble jested, "What about you? Do you not plan on finding someone?" He smiled, pondering whether fate would grant him such an opportunity. His expression was youthful and unblemished, seemingly untouched by the passage of millions of years, akin to that of a young boy. "Yuan Shi Tianzun, I wish to offer you an opportunity, but you have not afforded me the chance to do so. My dear Yinqing, beneath the celestial tapestry on that starry night, under the falling meteors, he poured out his heart to his beloved. Heat and warmth, beauty and abundance. This was the meteor festival, the very essence of that day. Surely you enjoy such spectacles." After hearing the question, feeble cast a disdainful glance at Yinqing. In response, drew a pleading emoticon on the display. This was not the first time Yinqing had playfully inquired about his relationship with Alki. "Hey, Poke, this is what they call shipping on Earth." Yinqing, effortlessly navigating planetary cultures, shook his head in playful rebuttal, while feeble expression gradually morphed into that of a bewildered elder struggling with a mobile device. "Yinqing, taking pictures, expression pack 1, I'm off, hey. So, as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, what exactly have you learned?" Fei Guoshan lamented, "In my memory, this thing is called gossip. Just how many generations ahead is your information?" Never mind that. Hurry up and tell me." Fei Guoshan suddenly grew bashful. "It's just that between her and me." "Oh, you're blushing. Nonsense. I'm entirely crimson." Beneath the shooting stars, emulating the human etiquette he had taught, he knelt before his beloved, making a heartfelt request. A request from the firebrand couple. Yinqing joyfully cheered from the side, exclaiming that it indeed brought forth a bountiful harvest. According to the latest Earth culture, he must be indulging in sweet nothings. At the break of dawn, two great leaders found joy and unity. As the meteor burst forth, even the most distant couples would eventually find their affection. In the moment the sky was set ablaze, the once lowly Decepticon ascended, encountering a fortunate fate. Just before extinguishment, emotions that had previously been aloof quietly exchanged sentiments beneath the stars and night. After the silence following the first meteor explosion, who was the fifth? Following the sound, the second explosion of the meteor commenced. They remained in that stance, burning like flames, illuminating the entire sky, a spectacle both magnificent and breathtaking, bringing a fleeting warmth even in the cold winter. Just as he had, offering warmth yet ephemeral. The meteors and flames indeed fell, striking precisely as the ears perceived. The body tilting backward, yet before touching the ground, it was consumed by the flames. Indeed, indeed, the voice cannot deceive me. He turned to them with a smile, only to be instantly engulfed by the fire. Did he know? He must have known. The fifth was himself. On the night of the flame's return, the departing meteor finally fulfilled its wish, yet it seemed reluctant to be the center of attention, evading all gazes, returning to the horizon without leaving a trace. No, wait. Epilogue 1. The Reflection of Turbulent Times Prologue. This and future entries belong to the same series of 4 epilogues, totaling 5, containing dual-wave rhetoric. Thunderous individuals, beware. Additionally, this and the subsequent 4 entries contain descriptions of original characters suffering bodily harm. Viewer discretion is advised. Master. A youthful and familiar voice. A warm, orange-shelled cat-like figure bounded in, looking quite delighted. Its target was a solitary chair in the spacious hall occupied by a Cybertronian. Master, I missed you so much after just one night. The cat-like figure lunged forward, hugging Soundwave's form, nuzzling up and down like a cat, producing a delightful yet grating sound of friction. The display of the sound wave illuminated, and gently he embraced him from behind, patting his back, softly calling his name with the original voice emitted by the speaker. Naturally, the focus understood the meaning of the sound wave and, with a hint of affection, released him. Straightening up, the chair upon which the sound wave sat unexpectedly elevated slightly, transforming into a hovering swivel chair, which then followed closely behind the focus, moving at a leisurely pace. The sound wave, too, was reluctant to leave, comfortably reclining. In the vast expanse of the Retribution, they were the sole inhabitants. Since the production line of the Tigers had ceased, the focus mused that he must be the last of the Decepticons, wandering aimlessly through the Retribution with the sound wave. The emptiness of the space echoed his voice, and he chuckled lightly. Perhaps he was indeed the only one left. The sound wave remained silent while the focus chattered incessantly. Despite being alone, it seemed that his brother, the shockwave, was quite occupied, having not returned for several nights. However, fear not, Master. Slock assured that he would finish up and return in a couple of days. With that, the focus sighed, recalling how long it had been since Slock had accompanied him. The sound wave continued its silence. Had it not been for the illuminated display, one might have thought it had powered down. I heard that everyone would be coming tonight to see you, Master. Any concerns can be voiced. Rest assured, Master, Wei, and the others care deeply for you. Still, there was no other sound. Yet, the focus remained tireless, sharing everything he knew. Moreover, we must dismantle that hideout tomorrow. The focus's tone suddenly turned a bit fierce, but quickly reverted to his usual buoyant youthfulness. Thanks to Slock, otherwise, he would have had no idea how much longer the investigation would take. By the way, Master, what is the status of you and Shockwave? The focus's voice shifted, leaning in conspiratorially, chuckling softly. Have you engaged with him? But the sound wave offered no response, only raising its hand to affectionately pat the focus's head, a gesture filled with a mix of helplessness and appropriate fondness. Oh, Master, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. I am no longer a child. Please refrain from patting my head. The focus covered his head and squatted down, feigning tears for a moment before springing back up, exuberantly waving his arms. Master, let Shockwave build another battleship for the Retribution. Wouldn't that be splendid? At last, the sound wave responded, the display flickering twice, and with a hint of exasperation, it spoke in its original voice. You will wear your brother Shockwave out. Ah, I didn't mean for him to finish it immediately. The focus rested his hands behind his head, stepping into the control room, slapping the console with a smile. Don't you agree, Retribution? Suddenly, all the lights within the Retribution illuminated, as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Now, night had fallen. It was as if in response to the focus, at the very moment the sun was swallowed by the horizon, the lights flickered to life. Is it already this late? Wei and the others should be arriving soon. No, I must tidy up and prepare for their arrival. The focal point abruptly vanished from its position, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of the previous conversation, which hung in the air, refusing to dissipate. The small swivel chair, with an air of humanity, glanced left and right before settling on a direction, drifting gracefully toward it. Upon reaching the focal point, which was the bridge of the ship named Retribution, it came to a halt against the wall, showing no intention of offering assistance, merely observing the frantic movements of another. It simply watched, steadfastly, unwavering in its gaze. I shall not allow you to escape my sight again. After a theatrical wipe of its forehead, the focal point bounced over to Soundwave, exclaiming, "How was that? Master, impressive, I assent it." For the first time, Soundwave descended from his chair, stepping onto the heavy metallic floor, his footsteps now imbued with a weighty gravity. 3, 2, 1. Ding! From an unknown source, a bell chimed as Soundwave caught the suddenly tilting focal point, confirming that it had indeed lost consciousness. He addressed the entrance, "All right, come in." The door opened automatically, and a multitude of individuals appeared to enter. I'd go. Perfectly, without a hitch. That's splendid. Indeed, this set of parameters aligns with the logic. Enough already, teacher. Stop fretting over that outdated logic. What nonsense have you learned from him again? All right, progress is a good thing. Let us not bicker so vehemently. You, the brawler, should refrain from engaging in such discussions. I can't shake the feeling you're insinuating I lack intellect. Let us see if you can hold your own in a fight. Want to practice? I'm game. Apologies, boss, my mistake. Come now, Megatron. Who are you trying to impress with your perpetual seriousness? It's time to move past this. The topic has strayed. If we continue down this path, we shall run out of time. All right then, let us get to work. Record. The 164th attempt, initial goals essentially achieved. Beep. Additionally, conducting a small survey. If I were to craft a narrative concerning a future Cybertron, the plot might revolve around an extraterrestrial conflict akin to Star Wars, while also delving into the origins of Flame, with most characters being original creations, and only a few from the original work making an appearance. Under such circumstances, would you still be inclined to continue reading? Epilogue 2. The gears of chance turn master. A youthful yet familiar voice rang out, belonging to a warm orange-shelled feline, bounding joyfully toward a solitary chair in the expansive hall where a Cybertronian sat. Master, I've missed you terribly after just one night. The feline leaped forward, embracing Soundwave's form, nuzzling against him like a cat, producing an adorable, squeaky sound of friction. I'm the focal point. Indeed, I am that orange feline. The individual seated in the chair is my master, a Cybertronian who once profoundly transformed my existence. However, in the conflicts of recent years, he sustained injuries inflicted by that brutish Munilaf, all in a bid to shield me. The memory module was severely damaged during that battle, erasing all recollections of the harrowing war, and we were unable to create a backup. Thus, we have kept the grim realities of that nearly catastrophic conflict concealed, as I have long resided aboard the Retribution with my master. The tranquil environment and the vibrant scenery greatly aid in his recovery. In fact, my brother Shockwave also resides here, accompanied by his assistant and student Slock. Yet, they are often preoccupied with their own duties, frequently departing early and returning late, sometimes even spending several consecutive nights immersed in their research. By the way, I haven't yet mentioned Slock to you. As the Soundwave display illuminated, it gently embraced him, patting his back while softly uttering his name through the voice modulator. Focus. Naturally, Focus understood the Soundwave's intent, but he lingered in the embrace a moment longer before reluctantly releasing him, standing upright and moving behind the chair. The chair unexpectedly elevated slightly, floating in the air, as Focus pushed it, with the Soundwave slumped inside, creating a scene of serene tranquility. The vast Retribution now accommodates only the two of us. Everyone else has their own abodes and responsibilities, yet regardless of how busy they are, they frequently visit my master. Speaking of which, Slock is also a victim of that wretched production line, possessing self-awareness and cannot be deemed merely a manufactured entity. He is aware of the necessity to conceal his autonomy, perhaps having learned from my past experiences, and I can sense he is ever on the lookout for a chance to rebel. I discovered him on a war-torn planet while exploring with my master. My master's health could not withstand such a toxic environment, yet I spotted Slock immediately. I could never abandon one of my kind, so I simply pulled him aboard the Retribution and departed from that star system. Unfortunately, he is not of my kind. Since the cessation of the Decepticon production line, Focus is likely the last of his kind. He wanders aimlessly within the Retribution alongside the Soundwave, the expansive emptiness echoing his voice. He chuckled dryly, remarking that he might indeed be the sole survivor. The Soundwave fell silent as Focus cast a concerned glance his way. Yet he continued to chatter incessantly, despite it being a monologue of one. My amnesiac master has grown increasingly reticent, seldom releasing edited audio, and merely hearing him call his own name was enough to elate me for quite a while. At present, Shockwave appears to be exceptionally busy, having not returned for several nights. But fret not, master. Slock assures me he will be back soon. With that said, Focus sighed, noting that it has indeed been a while since Slock last accompanied me. The Soundwave remained silent, were it not for the illuminated display. One might assume he had gone offline. I have heard that everyone will come to see you tonight, master. Any questions can be expressed openly. Fear not, master. Wei and the others are genuinely concerned for you. The display flickered, and the muffled voice of the Soundwave resonated through the reprisal. Jiao Dian. Could you refrain from speaking? Within the voice lay a struggle, a sense of helplessness. Startled, the chair that had been shifting abruptly halted, as sounds pressed into the Soundwave's audio receiver from above. Why were you never keen on discussing these matters with me before, master? The tone was calm, yet painfully fragile, imbued with sorrow that teetered on the brink of despair. I have already lost so much. I cannot bear to lose you as well. You alone are the one who has redeemed my life. No, it's nothing. The Soundwave, perceptive to Jiao Dian's emotional state, promptly intervened, offering an apology before lapsing into silence once more. Jiao Dian seemed to ponder something and, with a tentative demeanor, inquired, Master, has something happened? Your voice is filled with sorrow. Silence reigned, a prolonged quietude, a voiceless, hasty denial emanating from the Soundwave. Thus, Jiao Dian's expression brightened. As long as there's nothing wrong, that's good. He then pushed the chair forward, repeating, it's fine, it's fine. Master, wouldn't he deceive me? Despite the voice's feedback starkly contrasting this assurance. And tomorrow, we shall dismantle that stronghold, correct? Jiao Dian's tone suddenly carried a hint of grit, though he quickly reverted to his usual youthful exuberance. Thanks to Slock, we would not have to investigate for much longer. After I rescued Slock, he joined the eradication operation, providing substantial intelligence about their base, aiding in the swift identification of its location. Now, only action remained. The Soundwave ceased to speak, merely observing the profound depths of the optical mirror on his visor. By the way, Master, what is the status between you and Brother Shockwave? Jiao Dian's tone shifted playfully as he leaned in, grinning mischievously. The Soundwave remained silent, raising a hand with affectionate exasperation to ruffle Jiao Dian's hair. Oh, Master, if you won't speak, then don't. I'm not a child anymore. Please stop ruffling my hair. Jiao Dian crouched down, feigning tears while covering his head. Though he was my disciple, by all accounts, I could touch him freely. However, my ears had already endured several tears, and I felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, moments later, Jiao Dian sprang up excitedly, waving his arms. Master, let Brother Shockwave build another battleship for the reprisal-S target. Shall we? After all, I am a matchmaker. With hands on hips, the focal point finally elicited a response from the Soundwave. The display flickered twice, and the optical lens looked on helplessly at the self-dialoguing focal point, voicing its own resignation. You're going to wear out your brother, the Shockwave. Alas, you haven't finished the task yet. The retribution can endure for quite a while. It possesses ample time to wait, and it cannot be left to toil alone. The focal point inadvertently rolled the chair into the main control room, patted the control panel, and smiled. Don't you agree, Retribution? Suddenly, all the lights aboard the Retribution illuminated, as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated. As night descended, it seemed to answer the focal point. Precisely at the moment when the morning light was swallowed by the horizon, the lights shone brightly. The sound of gears turning resonated, conveying acknowledgement and affirmation from Retribution. Is it already that time? In a while, Wei and the others will arrive, right? No. I must tidy up and prepare for their welcome. The focal point vanished from sight, leaving behind the echoes of its earlier remarks, lingering in the air for quite some time. The chair remained still, and moments later, a pale blue projection screen emerged from the control panel, displaying two oval white eyes. Subsequently, a humanoid virtual projection appeared behind the chair, distinctly resembling the projection, yet propelling the chair forward. Retribution, it murmured, the screen reflecting an enigmatic light. The virtual projection merely nudged the chair. Yet the eyes on the projection screen transformed into irate dots, the electronic voice reverberating, stop talking. Or perhaps next time, I shall take over, and you can rest properly. No, that won't do. The Soundwave struggled, but alas, could only manage to sit up a little straighter. Be quiet and stay still. The projection's eyes grew even angrier, its tone increasingly grave. After all this time, do you still not comprehend? I do not wish for you to become a heap of parts falling upon me. Thus ensued a long silence between them, as the projection of retribution guided the chair slowly toward the bridge. Meanwhile, the focal point slowed his pace slightly, arranging scattered decorations at the bridge entrance, inching inward. Hanging a colorful ball at the port side window, he pondered whether Slock would notice it placed there. Suddenly, the focal point halted, fingers slightly curled, staring silently at the window ledge. There was an inexplicable feeling, as if he had lost someone profoundly significant. Who could it be? Who was it? Who indeed? The momentary confusion in the focal point's optical lens gave way to clarity. He looked up to see Retribution standing beside the Soundwave. Gazing at him, the focal point smiled and greeted Retribution, then returned to the task of arranging decorations anew. All done, he exclaimed theatrically, wiping his forehead. Bounding over to the Soundwave. How does it look? Master and Retribution. Splendid. Isn't it? The Soundwave struggled to rise, but was firmly pressed down by Retribution, who followed suit toward the focal point. Time had arrived. Ding-dong. The distant chime echoed, signaling a moment of reckoning as the focus faltered and collapsed, confirming a genuine loss of consciousness. The doors controlling the bridge swung open automatically. A rapid clatter of metal resounded as the organic entity rushed in. Though she was the master's wife, why utter such words? What if an unforeseen incident were to occur? Slock, do not touch him. You will be held accountable if something goes awry. I apologize. There is no need for apologies. It inadvertently validates the preliminary correctness of our hypothesis. Besides, you have been present for every occurrence, and your condition must have significantly deteriorated. It is imperative that you undergo an examination with me shortly. So, as per usual, how does it stand? A variable has emerged, yet it remains within manageable limits. Understood. You should rest. We will proceed with the report once we have concluded. Rest well. By the way, I believe it would be prudent for me to replace Soundwave tomorrow, as he is always the one, and given his condition. No, I refuse. All right. I shall not do so. None of us will. Now go rest. Thus, silence enveloped them once more. Record, 986th instance officially entering Phase 3, still within controllable limits. Beep. Extra. The subtle distinction of truth and deception master. A youthful voice, both fresh and familiar, called out. A cat-like figure with a warm orange shell bounded in, exuding joy. Its destination was a solitary chair in the expansive hall, occupied by Cybertronian. Master, I missed you so much after just one night. The cat-like figure leapt to Soundwave's side, but suddenly seemed to recall something, moderating its movements to gently embrace him. After nuzzling like a kitten, it released him and straightened up. Good morning, Focus. Soundwave's display screen emitted a faint glow as he responded in his usual tone, though he appeared quite frail. Good morning, Master. The youthful voice steadied, replying softly as the chair slowly ascended. Focus maneuvered the chair aimlessly within the vast confines of the ship. In the immense space of the ship, only the two of them remained. Since the production lines for the Decepticons had ceased, Focus was likely the last of his kind. Perhaps I'm the only one left, he chuckled lightly, his voice echoing in the emptiness. Soundwave remained silent, while Focus chatted incessantly, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. It seems that Shockwave has been quite busy. He hasn't returned for several nights. But do not worry, Master. Slock mentioned he would be back soon. With a sigh, Focus added, It has been a while since Slock has kept me company. Soundwave continued to be silent. Were it not for the illuminated screen, one might assume he had powered down. I heard that everyone will come to see you tonight, Master. Feel free to express any concerns. Rest assured, Master, Wei and the others are genuinely concerned for your well-being. Yet, silence still prevails. Nevertheless, the Focus remains tireless, fervently recounting everything it knows. Moreover, we must eliminate that nest tomorrow. The tone of Focus suddenly shifted, laced with a hint of frustration, but soon reverted to its usual youthful exuberance. Thanks to Slock, otherwise, it would have been uncertain how long the investigation would have continued. However, Master, given your condition, you are unable to partake in this operation, aren't you? Furthermore, have you yet connected with Brother Shockwave? The voice of Focus grew increasingly soft and delicate as it sighed, leaning down to gently embrace Soundwave in a gesture of consolation. What a pity. Soundwave remained unresponsive verbally. Yet, as if exerting all its strength, it propped itself up and reached out to stroke Focus's head. The sound of mechanical parts grinding together, suggesting they might fall apart at any moment. "Ah, Master, please don't move," Focus exclaimed, startled, quickly retracting its head and cautiously cradling Soundwave's hand, gently placing it down. Only after ensuring that Soundwave's form remained intact did it finally exhale in relief. Turning to Soundwave with a hint of annoyance, "Master, you must be aware of your own condition. Fragile to the point where a little force could reduce you to mere scattered parts." "I apologize." Soundwave's muffled voice was barely audible, so faint that, without Focus's highly advanced and sensitive audio receptors, it would have gone unheard. However, Focus was not genuinely angry. It sighed lightly, "It's fine," and continued to push the chair forward. After a moment of silence, Focus, unable to remain idle, initiated conversation once more. "Master, why not have Brother Shockwave construct another battleship for retribution? What do you think?" Focus spoke softly, yet the underlying youthful vigor was discernible. The display of Soundwave flickered twice, and a resigned murmur emerged from the screen. "You will wear your Brother Shockwave out." "Ah, I Haven T asked him to finish it immediately. Besides, Slock will assist him, so there's no rush, and retribution can endure for a long time. There's ample time to wait." With hands clasped behind its head, Focus entered the command room, patting the console and chuckling, "Wouldn't you agree, retribution?" Yet, Soundwave merely gazed out at the morning light gradually fading until it was entirely consumed by the horizon. And when the starlight adorned the night sky, Focus finally approached the console, completing the aforementioned actions. It traced the subtle protrusion on the side of the armrest, but ultimately chose to remove its hand. No unexpected occurrences, no breakthroughs. With this thought, the lights aboard the Retribution activated in response to Focus's words, as if harmonizing with it. "Is it already this time?" Focus pondered. "In a little while, Wei and the others will be arriving." No. I must tidy up and prepare for their arrival." The focal point abruptly vanished from sight, yet he did not forget his master, leaving behind a remark, "Revenant, please assist in transporting my master to the bridge." "Thank you." After that, there was no further sound. A sizzling noise emerged as the projection solidified behind the chair. Grasping the armrest, "I apologize for dragging you into this predicament, Revenant," came a muffled, almost insect-like whisper. "No need for apologies. I volunteered," replied Revenant, his voice laced with sharp electrical currents, yet his tone remained proud, brash, and imbued with a rogue's attitude. "Why did you not take action earlier?" The Soundwave remained silent for a long while before responding softly. "The damage was too great, both for you and for him." "Well, I can reluctantly accept that explanation." Revenant shrugged and nudged the chair towards the bridge. Upon reaching the bridge, the focal point was engaged in hanging colorful balls near the porthole. Will this attract Slock's attention? How about here?" The focal point placed the colorful ball in the middle of the porthole, shaking his head as his gaze shifted to the edge of the window, where he noticed something inscribed. It was in Unilaf, a language he seemed to be the sole possessor of knowledge within his circle. "What does this mean?" "Wake up." This was the literal translation of the Unilaf phrase. Yet, memories surged forth. An infinite cycle, a loop both identical and distinct. What is real, and what is illusion? Of course, the answer lies in the paradox. Nothing is real, and nothing is false. Thus, at that moment, I felt the profound loss of someone significant. He is. The machine collapsed unimpeded onto the ground, and the Soundwave, exerting all its strength, pressed the button on the side of the chair, subsequently collapsing back into the seat. "Phew. Fortunate you reacted quickly. I was completely stunned. It has been ages since my last visit, and this one is exhilarating." Revenant sighed deeply, striding towards the window's edge. "Let me see what lies there." Revenant gazed at the peculiar symbols etched along the window's edge, falling into contemplation. He could not decipher them, but he was certain they were significant. He would take care of them shortly. Shaking his head, he returned to the Soundwave's side, ignoring the incessant banging at the door, and commanded the bridge's entrance to open. "What is happening? How do we suddenly breach the wall? Behold, those unknown planetary inscriptions on the window's edge. This defies logic." "Forget about your faulty logic. His existence and experiences have never adhered to reason." "Indeed, but this adds to our workload, and I can no longer accompany the Soundwave. How troublesome. So, Do we come here today to assist correctly? Record. The 3,759th instance. Out of control. The 167th time. With the initial 4-phase target proving difficult to breach. Yet, we are running out of time. Next time, we shall attempt a forceful breakthrough with heightened stimulation. Zila La D Extra, Chapter 4. The Truth of Revival Master. Master. A youthful yet familiar voice echoed as a cheerful cat-like figure with a warm orange shell scampered along. His destination was a solitary chair in the expansive hall, occupied by a Cybertronian. Master, I missed you so much after just one night. The cat-like figure knelt beside the chair, cautiously nuzzling the waist of Soundwave before standing up, listening to the words that had been repeated countless times. The display screen flickered to life with a murky glow, mumbling, "Good morning, Focus." Well, I am Soundwave, and this before you is my apprentice, once known as Chen. Yes, I am speaking to you, the one across the screen. Observer, Scholar, these are your names. Through the bridge, I have come to know of your existence amidst the countless cycles. Oh, of course, there is no need for alarm. I cannot cross over, nor will another entity discover you again. However, what I must convey next is of utmost importance. You must listen intently, word for word. But for now, you should revisit that never-ending day once more. It was then that Focus noticed the slender figure seated beside him and quickly chuckled, half-jokingly saying, "Oh dear little Hong, what brings you such refined taste to visit Master early today? Go on, go. Enough with the banter. You two can carry on. Do not mind me." Red Spider sat atop a platform that reached his waist, crossing his legs and waving dismissively. "This is Red Spider, my former colleague. Of course, we have remained friends both then and now. Due to the interruptions in retribution from the 893rd cycle onward, he has accompanied me through many reincarnations. However, after the severe feedback damage in the 4027th cycle, he could no longer enter the cycle and has since been replaced by other participants. And I am his master. From the very first time, I have stood by his side. Though I know not what has sustained me for so long, I remain his master. Ah, little Hong, I can tell you are not truly angry," Focus said with a grin, nudging Soundwave as they prepare to leave. At the door, he poked his cat-like head back in. "Little Hong, I will take Master for a stroll now. You stay here for a bit, and we will return shortly to keep you company." We implanted memories within him. During the battle against the Cosmic Emperor, I sustained injuries while attempting to save him, and the memory module was damaged. He and the Cybertronians failed to recount that conflict to me. Now known as Focus, he voluntarily resigned, embarking on a journey through the cosmos with me. However, the reality is quite the opposite. On the day of the Meteor Festival, which was supposed to be filled with bountiful harvests and joyous flames, he took all the usable chips he possessed and vanished from my sight. The subsequent events are well known to you all. Yet, we found ourselves fortunate for his memory disruption, as he forgot the chip he had previously gifted to Optimus Prime, which had entered a dormant state. After deliberation, we crafted a new body for him and implanted a chip with new memories, informing him that his name was Focus. Since the production line of the Predacons ceased, Focus must surely be the last of his kind. He wanders aimlessly aboard the Nemesis with Soundwave. The vast emptiness of the space amplifies his voice, echoing through the void. He chuckles softly, remarking that perhaps he is indeed the only one left. Soundwave remains silent, while Focus chatters incessantly, engaging in a monologue. Currently, it seems that Shockwave is quite occupied, having not returned for several nights. But fear not, Master. Slag mentioned he would return soon. With a sigh, Focus adds, "It has also been quite a while since Slag accompanied me. Upon the completion of the new entity's construction, we commenced our experiments. However, the remaining chip had descended into a dormant state that could not be awakened, and our efforts in the cleansing operation yielded no valuable documents or methodologies. Thus, we resorted to the method of reincarnation, conducting repeated experiments to explore usable energy and its requisite quantities. We sought to ensnare the Focus within the confines of reincarnation. Despite the daily cleansing, lingering traces of memory are inevitable. Yet, we had anticipated such circumstances. Indeed, this was precisely our desire. In the initial phase of the experiment, our primary objective was to engrave the day's cycle of reincarnation indelibly into the subconscious of the Focus. It was imperative that this engraving not occur directly on the chip, a rationale that should be apparent to you. Simultaneously, we endeavored to identify the most suitable energy source and the minimal stable constant that could sustain its activity throughout the day. The second phase involved maintaining the rehearsal code within the chip unchanged, allowing the focus to repeatedly familiarize itself with the reincarnation process, ensuring no errors would arise. In the third phase, we continued the cycle of reincarnation, observing any behavioral changes in the focus. If necessary, appropriate linguistic stimuli could be employed, but caution was paramount. Should any uncontrolled or abnormal breach of boundaries occur, the reincarnation process would be immediately halted. Here, the walls can perhaps be understood as firewalls. As you may observe, my earlier actions were rather selfish. After all, verbal communication, speaking, ranks among the most energy-consuming behaviors. Yet, I merely wished for his company a while longer. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, as we directly bypassed the second phase. In the fourth phase, we aim to initiate a preliminary iteration of consciousness within the focus, ensuring it no longer merely followed the mechanized actions dictated by the rehearsal code. However, should any uncontrolled or abnormal breaches occur, we would promptly cease the process. Currently, the focus has exhibited 642 instances of uncontrolled or abnormal boundary breaches. The good news is that under my moderate linguistic stimuli during the 7,839th iteration, it has finally stepped into the fourth phase. The daily rotation of Cybertron companions was intended to assess the outcomes of this stage. Today is the turn of Red Spider. In the fifth phase, we endeavor to cultivate a genuine autonomous consciousness, merging it with the memories contained within the chip. According to our scientific computations, there exists a 58/76 probability that the former Cheyenne Chen will return, an exceedingly promising prospect, certainly superior to the minuscule probabilities of previous stages. Nonetheless, fundamentally, our current objective remains to enable the focus to autonomously breach boundaries, truly disengaging from the rehearsal code to engage in activities. Of course, all of the aforementioned pertains to ideal conditions and theoretically feasible scenarios. The success rates for each phase vary significantly. For instance, the first two phases boast a success rate of up to 90 or even 100, while the fourth and fifth phases present a minuscule probability of 0.0000. The amalgamation of these disparate success rates renders the endeavor exceedingly challenging, yet we can at least take a moment to celebrate. Let us rejoice in the focus's successful navigation through 4 phases. I have heard that this evening, everyone will gather to see you, Master. Feel free to voice any concerns you may have. Rest assured, Master, Wei and the others are deeply concerned for your well-being. The focus remains on the rehearsal coding, adhering to a preordained course of action while reciting phrases that have been uttered countless times before. Regarding the terminology of focus and lifestyle habits, he has not frequently employed the language and culture of Cybertron, and as the Minister of Cultural Diplomacy, he has explored the cultures of various planets. Thus, we are uncertain which planetary culture he initially utilized, or perhaps it was a hodgepodge of several. Hence, we have adopted the vibrant essence of that particular planet that has left an indelible mark on our cores. Indeed, that planet is our Earth. The focus, ceaselessly tireless, fervently recounted all that he knew, despite the lack of response from his voice. Tell me more. Furthermore, tomorrow we shall eliminate that hideout. A sudden edge of gritted teeth crept into the focus's tone, yet quickly reverted to its original youthful exuberance. Thankfully due to Slock, it is uncertain how much longer the investigation would have taken. Master, your physical form has become increasingly fragile. You must rest well aboard the Vengeance. I can have Little Red and the others come to keep you company. The focus leaned closer to the Soundwave, expressing his sentiments. It is indeed a pity to miss witnessing the flickering spark between you and Shockwave. This is true. My physique has reached a critical threshold after countless cycles. Even the gentlest touch, akin to a feather's descent, could reduce me to mere components scattered across the ground. Now, I cannot even manage to pet his head once more. A bitter smile formed, and ultimately, he merely flickered the display screen before remaining motionless. As if recalling something, the focus excitedly exclaimed, Master, let Shockwave construct another warship for the Vengeance's target, shall we? A muffled yet gentle voice emerged from beneath the display screen. That would require Slock's assistance. Otherwise, it could exhaust your brother Shockwave. Oh, I didn't mean to rush him. Vengeance can endure for a long time. There is ample time to wait. However, you no longer have time. The focus gently urged the Soundwave into the main control room, lightly patting the control panel and whispering, You agree, don't you, Vengeance? There was no response whatsoever. The Focus paused, lowered his head, and in a dazed state, guided the Soundwave out of the main control room. Indeed, I had forgotten. Vengeance is no longer here. This is part of the plan, yes. From my previous phrase that diverged from the rehearsal coding and the newly integrated memories of Vengeance's obliteration. Though in truth, perhaps Vengeance is outside watching right now. This is but one of the processes that stimulate his entry into the 5th phase. Of course, this marks our 133rd attempt. Perhaps I should be candid with you. Focus has always been aware that all of this is an illusion. Let's not forget, he possesses the ability to hear the whispers of his own heart. I, on the other hand, never conceal my true feelings. Regrettably, this represents the most formidable challenge of the entire experiment. Chen once inscribed 3 terms upon the chip, one of which is me. Whether through memory disarray or chip malfunction, as long as a single chip remains operational and his essence is intact, he shall never forget me, along with all that is associated with me. Moreover, there remains the phrase, my master would never deceive me. He would never do so. Whether it be Focus or Chen, there exists an unconditional trust towards me, to the extent that they may even dismiss the absolute truths conveyed by the voices. Yet this is precisely the conundrum. Every choice made is a torment for him. Should he adhere to the rational belief in the messages conveyed by the voice, shattering the norm? Or should he follow the emotional conviction in my words, remaining stagnant in the 4th phase, eternally ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation? One side must forsake trust, while the other must endure solitude. You all comprehend the depths of his fear of loneliness. I do not believe that the anguish of betraying me could surpass the solitude wrought by countless cycles of reincarnation. In the calculations of the shockwave, both sides occupy 50%, yet for nearly 5,000 iterations, without exception, he has chosen to believe that I have exhibited uncontrollable or abnormal behaviors, ultimately leading to an emergency cessation, followed by inspection and reconstruction before commencing the next cycle. Yet I am unwilling to accept this. I find it unbearable. Hey, Focus. By the door, Red Spider leaned casually, having arrived at some unknown moment. He glanced at the somewhat distracted Focus and called out to him, aware that the concept of retribution could arise once more. Thus, you should consider that Lord Megatron is soon to arrive. Oh no, that simply won't do. Focus resolutely gathered his spirit and vanished like the wind, rushing towards the bridge, leaving behind a request to watch over the master as he departed. This is not part of the designated procedure. Soundwave shrank back into his chair. Red Spider sighed, slowly gripping the armrest of the chair. Certainly not. You're far more familiar with the experimental procedures than I. I merely wish to remind you that the time is drawing near. Well, thank you. Red Spider did not respond, merely huffed in a proud manner, nudging Soundwave towards the bridge. Upon arrival, Focus had already made the necessary preparations and was gazing expectantly at the entrance of the bridge, awaiting their arrival. Master, he spoke with a tone of serene composure. This was not a line from the rehearsed script. Soundwave inhaled deeply, holding his breath in anticipation of what was to follow. Today is your birthday. A rush of air was momentarily trapped within his chest. Record 21, 987th entry, 9, 134th failure in wall breaking. Experimental objectives have shifted. Remember to keep him in the dark. Beep. Extra episode 5, The Farce of the World's End. Bang. The floral-patterned cannon burst forth with streamers, and the entire punishment vessel radiated an atmosphere of joyous festivity. It seemed as though a momentous occasion was at hand. Chairs gently floated in midair, gradually drifting toward the gathering. The cheerful sound of a trumpet heralded the exuberance created by Chen, who dashed through the doorway, then retreated a couple of steps before returning, clearly having spotted you. With youthful exuberance, he bounded to your side, extending his hand to draw you and the floating chair into the celebration. Master, his voice, familiar and youthful, resonated with the cacophony of everyday life that you could never tire of. Lifting your gaze, you beheld his flawless, glossy, purple-pointed ears while he gazed down at you. Today marked the celebration of the first spark of the new Psi Star, a day of great joy. Do not merely stand by. Chen proclaimed. You and Brother Shockwave should strive a bit harder to develop the external cultivation method. I am eager to see your little spark. With a playful wink displayed on his screen, he bent down, gently pushing the floating chair as he moved toward the jubilant party. Come on, Master, cheer up. His tone was both candid and imbued with a soothing warmth. You could not help but marvel at how remarkably mature he seemed at times. As you reached the center of the venue, surrounded by music and an abundance of streamers, everything felt splendid. Surely, no individual could reject such a life. Yet, deep down, you understood. A profound sense of alienation pressed down upon you, almost severing your connection to the world. It felt as though everything you witnessed or experienced had no bearing on your existence, as if a new path had unfurled, distancing you from the world, free from entanglements. As a Soundwave, you were acutely aware of this truth from the very beginning. All of this was an illusion. You closed your eyes, and upon reopening them, it felt as if you had returned to those countless days and nights. Before you lay that warm orange form, ensnared by conduits of information, slumped and seemingly on the verge of collapse. Lowering your gaze, you found your own frail, dark blue form, connected by numerous invisible conduits, rendering your lower half unseen. Soundwave. The voice was familiar, prompting you to turn around. Behind you stood Shockwave, a constant companion in your nightly vigils, familiar to the point of knowing every intricate detail of the circuitry that intertwined him. In silence, he remained, standing before you. In the distant darkness, he was but a solitary figure. He ultimately chose not to forsake you. I know. I have known from the very beginning. After all, he is my apprentice. How can I not understand him? He would never speak in such a tone, regardless of whom he was addressing. I am considering your mental and physical well-being, he stated, but it no longer mattered. I found tranquility and was already quite content. After all, I had shared much time with him. Was it not so? Thus, this was merely a performance. Of course, this is a play we have scripted for you. No, it was simply a poorly executed charade. An attempt to deceive me while concealing my own folly. Are you angry? It is certainly more than that. This is a farcical attempt to mislead the supreme deity. This is a farce that will ultimately deceive the entire world. The surroundings seemed to regain color, and unknowingly, I found myself seated amidst the clamor of a bustling party. In stark contrast to the external revelry, a bitterness seeped into my mind. My gaze traversed the overlapping silhouettes and the dazzling lights, observing all the while in silence. Feeling utterly out of place amidst my current surroundings, I, too, beheld the ripples of my own existence. Trapped in a cycle, it has always been me. Beep. The cycle experiment was conducted within a world. What results would the repeated entropy variations yield?